The world has entered an ice age, and 95% of humanity has perished. In his previous life, Shinshen was betrayed by his girlfriend and brothers. Now reborn, he will show no mercy. Ridiculously, after his rebirth, he also possesses a super vending machine. In the apocalypse where human laws have collapsed, money is useless, even less practical than half a biscuit. Yet, through the vending machine, Shinshen can acquire unlimited resources. Enjoying a life of ease, he watches his enemies perish. Adulterer and harlot, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Shinshen gasped, suddenly sitting up in bed. Wasn't I killed by my best brother? Could it be a dream? But this dream is a bit too long, isn't it? He fumbled for his phone by the pillow and, upon seeing the date, froze. August 8, 2088. I have been reborn? Shinshen couldn't believe it. He clearly saw his longtime brother Su Chao stab a knife into his own abdomen, and his beloved girlfriend Feng Lu leaned in Su Chao's arms, looking at him with a cold smile. Shinshen's eyes were filled with rage. In the ice apocalypse, he relied on his fire abilities to survive with his girlfriend and brother for 3 months. But after Su Chao gained ice abilities, he began to take charge. Especially in the apocalypse, with the global average temperature at -70 degrees, the icy environment amplified the power of abilities. Meanwhile, Shinshen's fire abilities were severely restricted. Aside from keeping warm, killing those mutated monsters was nearly impossible. Focused solely on survival, he didn't notice that Feng Lu had quietly gotten together with Su Chao. That day, Shinshen went out to look for food but returned home early, only to stumble upon an intimate scene between Su Chao and Feng Lu. The fireplace in the living room was still burning fiercely, making the room warm as spring. Su Chao and Feng Lu were on the sofa, drenched in sweat. This was after Shinshen had used a lot of his abilities before leaving, intentionally raising the temperature of the fireplace. As a result, it made things more convenient for this pair of adulterers. When Shinshen discovered them, Su Chao's expression changed immediately, and he took the initiative to attack, sending a beam of blue light that froze Shinshen into an ice pillar. After Shinshen melted the ice off his body, Su Chao had already grabbed a knife from the table and lunged at him, stabbing him sharply in the lower abdomen. People in the apocalypse knew that the lower abdomen was a fatal spot for ability users. All ability users drew energy from a sphere of light in their abdomen. It was like the dantian of a cultivator. If the dantian was destroyed, all cultivation would be lost. The same went for ability users. Without abilities and severely injured, Shinshen was like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Shinshen spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth and cursing Feng Lu, but Su Chao coldly laughed and smugly told Shinshen that they had secretly been together even before the apocalypse arrived. To this day, Shinshen still remembered Feng Lu's words. Keeping your worthless life around lets you help us run errands for food. Now that you've discovered us, it's time to die. Don't blame us. Who told you to come back early without finding food? If you hadn't stumbled upon our affair, you could have lived a little longer. It's all your fault for being useless. Su Chao clearly understood the saying villains die from too much talk, and after Feng Lu finished her few words, he raised the knife in his hand and relentlessly hacked at Shinshen. Shinshen was like a bloodied figure, and in his last second before death, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Adulterer and harlot, I won't let you go even as a ghost." The next moment, he found himself back in his own bed. Reborn. Shinshen picked up the cup of water on the bedside and drank it all in one go. Since heaven has given me a second chance, I will never show mercy again. Suddenly, he remembered something and picked up his phone again. August 8, 2:20 p.m. He cursed under his breath and hurriedly got up. In 40 minutes, at exactly 3 p.m., the apocalypse would descend. He remembered this day very clearly, because it was Feng Lu's birthday. Feng Lu wouldn't be back from work during the day, and Shinshen had specially booked a restaurant, prepared an engagement ring and birthday gift, wanting to surprise Feng Lu in the evening. Before he died, Feng Lu told him that during her lunch break, she had even found time to be with Su Chao. One word: cheap. But right now, he had no time to waste on Feng Lu. He needed to hurry and prepare supplies. Others were reborn 6 months before the apocalypse, or even a year prior, having time to build safe houses. Even if it's just a short time, there's a month to prepare. I only have 40 minutes. By 3 o'clock, the scorching summer day will suddenly be covered with dark clouds, followed by a torrential downpour. The temperature will drop rapidly. By evening, the rain will mix with snowflakes, turning into sleet. In my last life, Shinshen never managed to take Feng Lu to the restaurant they had booked. The outside world would be completely unpassable. By night, it would turn into heavy snow. Shinshen stayed at home typing his novel, stockpiling food and drink just to survive. Those office workers who were used to ordering takeout would starve to death in less than a month. Su Chao was one of them, but since he lived in the same Taoyuan community, just 2 days after the heavy snow fell, he ran out of food and water and came to Shinshen's house to mooch off him. Looking back, Su Chao must have deliberately bought a place in the same community to make it easier to date Foam Lu. I thought of Su Chao as a buddy, thinking the best friend is right across the street, the one I love is right beside me. Damn it, The Love Apartment is a sci-fi movie. Just as Shin was about to go out to stock up, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Host successfully bound to the super vending machine, please check in your personal space. Shin eyes lit up. There's a system? His consciousness sank into the consciousness space. Inside the consciousness space, a vending machine appeared, about the height of a person, with only a 2 square meter area around it, and less than 3 meters tall. Is this my space? Combined, it's barely 6 cubic meters? Shin felt a bit strained. Others' awakened spaces are infinitely large, why is mine so small? What can I store? Looking again at the vending machine, which was only the size of a person, made Shin even more disappointed. He stepped forward to examine it closely. This thin vending machine was slightly different from those in the real world. The entire vending machine was divided into 2 parts. The upper half was a screen, and the lower part was the dispensing outlet. The screen was nothing special, just displaying the word search. It looked quite ordinary. The dispensing outlet is quite large. Shin pouted, then looked at the screen above and tentatively typed in the word Coke. Soon, the screen displayed the search results. Coca-Cola, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan, ice/room temperature/ginger heating, stock, unlimited. Coca-Cola, 2L, 7 yuan, ice/room temperature/ginger heating, stock, unlimited. Pepsi, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan, ice/room temperature/ginger heating, stock, unlimited. Various types of Coke, every style imaginable, even Tianfu Cola and Very Cola. In the lower right corner of the screen, there was a small note. Prices are marked in the currency of the dragon country where the host is located. The host can pay with various currencies from human society or corresponding amounts of gold and silver treasures. Other currencies are not accepted. Current vending machine level, level 1. Wow, it's still a reasonable market price. There was also a coin slot in the upper right corner. He tried clicking on Pepsi, selected ice, and the screen popped up with price 3 yuan, confirm payment? Shin chose yes. Before he could react, he heard the sound of items rolling inside the vending machine, and soon, a bottle of Coke rolled out from the dispensing outlet. With a thought, the bottle of Coke magically appeared in his hand. I can really take it out. His breath quickened. Host has not inserted coins, account balance is 0, automatically deducted from the host's WeChat. P.S. If WeChat and Alipay are insufficient for payment, experience for vending machine upgrades will be deducted. Please pay attention to personal assets. P.P.S. Once the vending machine experience is completely deducted, both the vending machine and spatial abilities will disappear. Please take it seriously. P.P.P.S. If you dare to try to pay with ghost money, the host will be sent straight to the underworld. Only then did Shin notice a label in the lower right corner that read personal balance, followed by a big 0. He opened the cola and took a big sip. The refreshing coolness surged to his heart, and he let out a satisfied burp. With this vending machine, what was there to worry about? Right. He remembered something and his consciousness sank back into space, searching the vending machine for handgun. If he could get a gun, he could seize the initiative. To his surprise, the vending machine actually had nearly 1,000 types of handguns. Prices ranged from 800 to over 100,000. And on the first page, he saw the handsome Desert Eagle. The price was only 35,000. Unfortunately, the purchase button was gray. That meant it couldn't be bought. The Desert Eagle can be unlocked for purchase after the vending machine reaches level 5. Current level, level 1. After seeing the explanation next to it, Shin was taken aback. He hadn't thought much of the vending machine's level when he saw it earlier. It seemed he needed to upgrade the vending machine. His gaze focused on the experience bar of the vending machine. Experience, 3/20,000. 3? Looking at the number in front of him, Shin was stunned for a moment. When did the vending machine have 3 experience points? Wait, he suddenly remembered. He had just bought a cola for 3 yuan. Could it be that everything he bought from the vending machine was converted into its experience? To verify his guess, Shin bought another bottle of cola. The experience with the vending machine had already changed to 6/20,000. Sure enough, Shin understood completely. He searched for other items on the vending machine. The vending machine had everything, not to mention the tactical jackets and blankets needed for survival in the apocalypse. Even the aircraft carrier he jokingly searched for was available for sale. However, the price was 10 billion, and it required the vending machine to be at level 21. Shin had played many games and knew that the experience required for leveling up became increasingly exaggerated. God knows how much money it would take for the vending machine to reach level 21. After trying for a moment on the vending machine, he exited. Looking at the time, 10 minutes had already passed. Only half an hour left before the apocalypse would descend. He looked around. This house was rented near the company for Feng Lu's convenience. Because of this, Feng Lu could still rush home after work in bad weather. He smirked coldly. Although he had the vending machine, he didn't want to leave anything at home for Feng Lu. Jiangchang was a northern city, and naturally, there were winter down jackets at home. He opened the wardrobe and stuffed all the thick clothes and bedding from the bed into a 6 cubic meter space. Immediately after, Shinshen also threw all the food and snacks from home into the space. The space was packed to the brim. It seemed that this little space was not useless after all. Looking at the home now, it was as if it had been ransacked, a complete mess. Usually, when Feng Lu was at work, he was the one who tidied up. The home was usually organized neatly. But now, looking at the chaotic and messy room, a sense of pleasure rose in his heart. In his previous life, if Feng Lu had admired Chang and seen Su Chao's powerful abilities and betrayed him, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. But they had already been entangled before the apocalypse. They even checked into a hotel together this afternoon. How could Shinshan leave them a way out? Damn it, I won't let you two dog men and women freeze to death. After buying a few mini cameras from the super vending machine and installing them in the corners, he walked out of the room. He went downstairs to check the sky. It had been clear when he woke up, but now it was overcast. In his previous life, he was most familiar with this community. After hiding at home for more than a month, Shinshan relied on his abilities to go in and out of the community looking for supplies. Taoyuan community was large, with 20 buildings of 30 stories in front, and behind the high-rises was a huge square. Right next to Taoyuan Square were 10 rows of townhouses, and further back were luxurious standalone villas. In his previous life, in the townhouse area, Shinshen found a villa and was delighted to discover that there was quite a bit of food and drink stored inside, so he returned home to bring Feng Lu and Su Chao here. Moreover, the quality of the villa was excellent. Although it was far from a safe house, it was much better than their high-rise building. Not to mention, the townhouse had 2 underground levels. With 7 or 8 meters of snow outside, hiding underground could retain quite a bit of warmth. At this moment, there were less than 5 minutes left before the apocalypse, and Shinshen had no time to consider anything else. Naturally, he chose the vacant villa. Furthermore, to upgrade the vending machine, he couldn't be far from the residential area. With his meager savings, he could barely upgrade the vending machine to level 3, and he wouldn't even qualify to buy a Desert Eagle. Having experienced the apocalypse, he knew very well that in the future, money would be the least valuable thing. There was even a wealthy man who burned all his dollars for warmth. Hundreds of thousands couldn't even buy a loaf of bread. Many starlets and beautiful women would submit to others for a bite to eat. With a super vending machine, those beautiful women would be at his mercy, right? In his previous life, Shinshan lived in townhouse number 4 of Row 2 West. As for those standalone villas, each one is quite far apart. Under the Ice Age, heavy snow obscures the sky and sun, and if one wants to trade with others, it takes a lot of effort to walk over. This place is much more suitable. Each household has its own yard, and it's not far from the high-rise buildings in front. Moreover, the basement of each townhouse is connected to an underground passage leading to Taoyuan Square. Unlike the standalone villas, which have eliminated the underground passage for safety reasons. Arriving at the target villa, Shinshen had just taken out the universal key he bought from the vending machine when he noticed someone from next door was leaving. He quickly put the key away and pretended to be a passerby. He discreetly glanced at the other person. It was a beautiful young woman dressed in a Gucci dress, with slightly curled long hair cascading down, a pair of beautiful eyes, a high nose bridge, and a charming little mouth, exuding an alluring charm. The woman looked up at the sky, hesitated for a moment, and turned back to prepare to drive out. There was no one living next door in his previous life. Shinshen remembered clearly that in his last life, there was definitely no one at Unit 2, Row 3. This meant that the woman in front of him had indeed gone out in his last life, most likely died outside, and did not return. Now that he was about to move into Villa 4, it would be too lonely without neighbors. Moreover, people nowadays keep their money on their phones, and there isn't much cash at home. If he wanted to upgrade the vending machine, this beautiful woman was a good choice. He glanced at the time. There were 3 minutes left before the heavy rain arrived. Shinshen deliberately stepped forward and asked, "Ma'am, I want to ask if there's someone named Su Chao around here?" Su Chao? The woman was taken aback, pondering before replying, "I don't think so, I haven't heard that name." Shinshen feigned an anxious expression and said angrily, "Where the hell has this guy gone? He won't answer his phone. I've been looking for him for so many days." "Forget it, looking at the weather, it's about to rain, I should go back. Don't let me find him, otherwise, I will definitely kill him." "Ha? Kill?" The woman was somewhat shocked. taking 2 steps back and looking at Shinshen. Young man, killing is against the law. If there's something you can't talk about, you're still young, don't be impulsive. I don't want to be impulsive either, but he owes me a huge sum of money and just disappeared. I still have to pay my employees. Shinshen gritted his teeth. He disappears after owing money, forcing me into a corner. I won't let him off easily. You. The woman wanted to comfort him, but at that moment, the sky had completely darkened, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. The woman hurriedly retreated back into the doorway. Ma'am, could I borrow an umbrella? Shinshen quickly walked under the eaves and asked. The woman nodded, turned back, and took out an umbrella to hand it over. There's no obstacle in this world that can't be overcome. As long as you're willing to find a way, no matter how difficult it is, you can get through it. You should hurry back. It seemed she was the only one at home, and being cautious, she didn't invite Shinshen to take shelter but prepared to close the door. Thank you. Shinshen nodded, opened the umbrella, and walked into the rain. After taking a couple of steps, he looked back. The woman had already closed the yard door. She's not bad-hearted, and she's quite vigilant. Shinshen smiled slightly, turned, and arrived at the door of Villa 4, pulling out the universal key. A product of the system must be a fine product. In his last life, it took him a long time to open a big door, but this time, he opened it easily, and then Shinshen walked in as if he were familiar with the place. He had lived in this villa for nearly 3 months, ultimately meeting a tragic end here. Looking at the familiar villa, he felt a surge of emotions. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 below, decorated very luxuriously. Each floor has an area of about 150 square meters, totaling nearly 800 square meters. In his last life, he, Feng Lu, and Su Chao lived here comfortably, not to mention now that he was the only one, it was definitely enough space. The villa was still the same as before, empty and clean, as if the owner had hired a maid for regular cleaning. Standing in the living room, Shinshen looked out the window, his expression as cold as water. He was an orphan, his parents had died in a car accident when he was very young. The compensation money was divided among unscrupulous relatives, and Shinshen started writing novels early on to support himself. Although he struggled for many years, as long as he worked hard, it was enough to make a living. Deep down, he longed for a home. Being with Feng Lu made him feel love again. In order to marry her as soon as possible, Shinshen transformed into a human typing machine, his speed comparable to that of Kato Takashi. Before he could buy a house and get married, the apocalypse came. He also had to thank the end of the world for making him see clearly the so-called good brothers and the woman he loved. No matter the storm outside, Shinshen's heart sank into the space as he fiddled with the super vending machine once again. The more he searched, the more surprises he found. This vending machine had everything. Not only snacks and drinks, but also the handguns he had searched for earlier, and even vegetables. Shinshen bought a cabbage and carefully examined it in his hands. The leaves were fresh and full of moisture, just like they had been freshly picked. He could buy at any time and enjoy fresh produce. Was there any need to stock up? Shinshen nodded in satisfaction. Not just food and drink, he also tried searching for a generator, and he found it too. A diesel generator, priced at 100,000. Moreover, he could also find gasoline and diesel in the vending machine. The market price for 3 barrels of oil was not cheap. However, after the apocalypse, making money was a simple matter, not difficult at all. Even if it was more than 7 yuan, or even 70 a liter, it didn't matter. After checking these, he bought some brand new cotton mattresses and quilts, as well as a tactical jacket. While looking at the tactical jacket, Shinshen suddenly saw that there was also a high-grade Apocalypse tactical jacket. The note said it could withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees, made from future high-tech fabric. Next to the tactical jacket, the words "System strictly selected" were marked. This was great, but the price was exorbitant, one piece costing 500,000, and the vending machine reminded Shinshen that his level was not enough. He needed to be level 8, even higher than the Desert Eagle's requirement. Shinshen could only helplessly exchange for some high-end tactical jackets first. After buying these items, the vending machine's experience also reached 8496/20,000. Leveling up to 2 was not far off. Shinshen was not in a hurry to level up. Even if he leveled up, he still couldn't buy firearms, it was still early. It was better to prepare emergency supplies first and upgrade in a day or two. After the apocalypse began, he remembered that it took more than half a month for human order to start collapsing. This meant that for the first half month, everyone was living in peace, at most complaining a bit, but there were no signs of looting. People were just buying at high prices. During that time, Shinshen could sell goods at high prices to increase the vending machine's level. When the order collapsed, he would have firearms, and what was there to fear? Especially in a country like Longwa, where gun control was extremely strict, having a Desert Eagle would allow him to walk with confidence. Ding ding ding. The phone suddenly rang, pulling Shinshen out of his consciousness space. He picked it up and felt a wave of disgust. It was that vile woman, Phone Lu, calling. He looked at the words baby on the screen and finally answered. Hello? His voice had turned gentle. Hubby, it's raining heavily outside. Phone Lu's voice came through the phone. Are you still at home? I'm at the supermarket right now, getting some things for your birthday tonight, Shinshen said softly. What dish do you want? I can make it for you. It's my birthday today, and you still want to eat at home? That's so unromantic. Phone Lu pouted in dissatisfaction. Look at Su Chao, he took Miao Miao to Jiaxiu Garden for her birthday, with gifts and surprises. What about you? Miao Miao was Su Chao's girlfriend, Huo Miao, who was quite attractive, but after the apocalypse began, her company was too far from Taoyuan community, and she couldn't make it back in time. By the time the heavy snow fell at night, Huo Miao could only curl up in her company and ultimately froze to death. In his past life, Shinshen heard Su Chao say that Huo Miao was very resistant to being intimate with him. Meanwhile, Phone Lu, with her naturally alluring eyes, was only slightly less attractive than Huo Miao, and the two vile people naturally got together. Comparing me to that dog Su Chao? Shinshen's gaze turned cold, but his voice remained gentle. Whatever you say, let's eat chicken. Phone Lu's expression changed. What are you talking about? Don't say nonsense. I mean the game, don't you like eating chicken? I've been practicing at home recently, Shinshen said. Aren't you going to eat? I see you like to play games with Su Chao every day. You mean the game. Phone Lu let out a sigh of relief and chuckled dryly. I'm busy at noon, not much time. Busy eating Su Chao's chicken at noon? Shinshen sneered and said, aren't you always complaining that I don't play games with you? I'll play with you tonight, okay? Thank you, hubby. Phone Lu smiled, lowering her voice. You wash up and wait, I still want to eat yours tonight. With her enticing voice, in the past, Shinshen would have been aroused. But now, his expression was cold as he chuckled lightly. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Shinshen disgustedly walked to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. Damn it, saying such disgusting things made him feel a bit nauseous. Phone Lu still wanted to eat him? He used to enjoy it without knowing. No wonder Phone Lu's accent had been getting stronger lately. Thinking back, it was all about the essence. It was only a little past 3 p.m., but outside, dark clouds loomed over the city, and large raindrops fell like a torrential downpour, as if it were the end of the world. Shinshen calmly sat on the sofa and turned on the TV. I have to say, the original owner of the villa really knew how to enjoy life, and it was clear he wasn't short on money. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious and exquisite, showcasing the owner's taste everywhere. The sofa he was sitting on was from Akio by Luwadi, and even the TV on the wall was a top-of-the-line Samsung 100-inch giant screen. Shinshen had seen it in a physical store. The screen was top-notch, but the price was exorbitant, costing over 100,000. At that moment, the TV was broadcasting the news. It is reported that this is a global heavy rainfall event, expected to last 3 to 4 days. All departments are advised to pay attention to flood prevention. Experts suggest temporarily suspending classes for middle and primary school students and switching to online classes, while working personnel should adjust their schedules as needed. Additionally, experts urge the public not to panic, not to hoard, and not to drive up prices. Anyone found doing so will be dealt with severely. The camera shifted to show people getting drenched in the rain, harmoniously and politely boarding a bus. Experts? Shinshen scoffed. The so-called experts were just a bunch of useless people nearing their graves, sitting in front of the camera, acting as dogs for their wealthy sponsors. There was a meteorological expert living in Taoyuan community. In his previous life, that old man had always insisted that everything was fine and refuted many doomsday claims. But later, when Shinshen went out to forage, he saw that old man pointing at a neighbor, and then a vine shot out from his hand, wrapping around the neighbor and strangling him to death, while he ran next door with a sinister smile to search for supplies. He was shouting that in the apocalypse, he was a god. Shinshen had originally been too lazy to pay attention to him, but that old man had set his sights on Shinshen when he saw him foraging every day. Taking advantage of Shinshen's inattention, he shot out a vine to ambush him, but Shinshen burned it to death with a fire. Of course, not all old men were bad. Grandpa Chin, the security guard of the community, was quite nice. After gaining extraordinary abilities, he diligently protected the community and helped mediate conflicts. However, in a situation where supplies were scarce, everyone was like mad dogs, and Grandpa Chin was also struggling alone. In the end, he took a female college student named Fu Xiaozhu and hid in the villa. He didn't know what happened later. He had saved Shinshen twice. Remembering the kindness from his previous life, Shinshen took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Grandpa Chin. Grandpa Chin, the weather is a bit unusual. You should buy some instant noodles, ham, bread, and the like, just in case. It was only starting to rain heavily now, and with an umbrella, he could still go out to shop. After a night of heavy snow, when the snow piled up to his knees, it would be nearly impossible to move. That would be the beginning of the torment. Xiaoshen, didn't the experts say there's nothing to worry about? There's no need to hoard supplies, right? Grandpa Qin quickly replied. I can't quite say, but I just feel like this rain is too strange. The weather forecast said it would be sunny for the next few days, so how could it suddenly rain? And so heavily too. With today's technology, there's no reason they couldn't predict it, especially a global downpour. Shenhong patiently sent messages. Alright, then I'll go out and buy some food now. Grandpa Qin lived alone, with his daughter working in another city. To save trouble, he usually kept some instant noodles on hand. It just so happened that he didn't have much food left, and after looking at the rain outside, he took an umbrella and walked out of the security room. After sending the message, Shenhong tidied up the room. He laid out the cotton mattress and quilt he had bought, even nailing nearly 5 centimeters of bedding to all the walls to serve as insulation. He ensured that the cold air from the walls could be absorbed by the bedding. Then he threw all the old quilts and clothes that filled the space into the fireplace. These items still carried Feng Lu's scent, and just thinking about that vacuum cleaner made Shenhong feel nauseous. In this apocalypse, he didn't really need these things. After finishing all this, the outside was growing increasingly dark. The heavy rain poured down, mixed with hail falling from the deep sky and hitting the ground with a crackling sound. Shenhong lit a cigarette, opened the window, and the refreshing air wafted into his nostrils. In a few hours, he would have to say goodbye to this scene. By then, the world would be a vast expanse with nothing but dead silence and white in sight. After finishing his cigarette, the temperature outside had begun to drop, and the hail suddenly grew larger. Shenhong closed the window and ignited the clothes and bedding in the fireplace, quickly raising the temperature inside. The smell, however, was not very pleasant. That lingering odor of Feng Lu. Shenhong got up and took out the unburned bedding from the fireplace, preparing to throw it into the yard. But suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sank the bedding into the space. He tentatively tossed the old quilt at the vending machine's outlet, and surprisingly, the machine displayed a line of text. Old bedding set detected, recycling price 30 yuan. Wow, it can be recycled, but the recycling price is a bit low. Shenhong stuffed all of Feng Lu's old things into it, and the screen showed the words balance. Current balance 126.7 yuan. And those old clothes had already disappeared. It can even be exchanged for money. That's really nice. He grinned and placed an empty can at the outlet, and soon the screen displayed another line of text. One can detected, recycling price 0.15 yuan. After confirming, the current balance changed to 126.85 yuan. This isn't just a vending machine, it's a recycling station. If he had known, he would have sold all the stuff at home. When Feng Lu comes back and sees the house all empty, she would definitely be dumbfounded. But since he had taken away those winter supplies, he couldn't be bothered to go back. With nothing at home, even if Feng Lu didn't freeze to death, she would starve. He turned around and tried to pick up a cushion from the sofa to recycle, but this time it didn't work. Non-host personal item, recycling denied. It has to be his own? But even so, Shenhong was quite satisfied. He bought some Australian lobsters and seasonings from the vending machine, humming a tune as he walked into the kitchen. On the first day of the apocalypse, he would celebrate his rebirth with a steamed lobster. After cleaning the lobster, he steamed it on high heat for 10 minutes. While waiting, Shenhong chopped ginger, added laugan ma, vinegar, and sesame oil, and mixed a dipping sauce. Holding a pot of steaming Australian lobster, he sat in the living room, watching the news on TV, cracking open the lobster shell, dipping the tender, delicate lobster meat in the sauce, and stuffing it into his mouth. The ocean's fresh and slightly sweet flavor, combined with the delicious dipping sauce, was simply a heavenly delight. The texture was so bouncy and chewy. He chewed slowly, enjoying the quiet time. Just then, the phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Feng Lu. Hello? He answered the phone casually. Shenhong, haven't you bought the groceries yet? Feng Lu's impatient voice came through. I've gone home. Why aren't you here yet? By the way, did a thief break in? Why is it so messy? What? Shenhong feigned surprise and opened the monitoring app on his phone. Feng Lu was already home, sitting on the messy living room sofa, her face full of anger. Next to her sat Su Chao, listening intently. I got caught in the rain and haven't gone back yet. Hearing Shenhong say this, Su Chao relaxed and wrapped his arms around Feng Lu's waist. Feng Lu turned her head, shot Su Chao a glare, but didn't pull away. Instead, she nestled into his embrace. Can't you come back just because it's raining? I didn't ask you to pick me up. You can't even stand a little rain? Are you still a man? You might catch a cold from the rain, but it's my birthday, it only happens once a year. With you like this, how can I feel at ease being with you? Shenhong was almost drunk. So you get to ride back with Su Chao, and I should get soaked in the rain to keep you company? Are you home alone right now? Shenhong wasn't too angry, gently asking, where's Su Chao? Yes, yes. The originally angry Feng Lu paused at this. Su Chao went back to his home. She looked around warily. Shin Hong was afraid she would see the surveillance he had installed, so he quickly changed the subject. I'll go home when the rain eases. Although the camera was small and hidden in a corner, it could still be found if someone looked for it. The apocalypse had just begun, and Shin Hong wanted to enjoy the show. Otherwise, being cooped up in the villa alone would be too boring. Then wait for me a bit, I'm afraid. Hey, I can't hear you. Shin Hong moved the phone away, deliberately shouting loudly, pretending there was a bad signal, and then hung up. In the surveillance video, Su Chao was holding Feng Lu's waist, asking affectionately, is that loser coming back? It might still be early. Feng Lu's almond eyes sparkled as she glanced out the window. The heavy rain poured down. He didn't bring an umbrella, Feng Lu complained, not willing to get a drop of rain. How can he make me happy? He still wants to marry me? Then we still have time. Coming again? Feng Lu was startled, but her expression clearly showed allure as she obediently let Su Chao push her down on the sofa. The two were caught up in their passion, completely unaware that the heavy rain had already mixed with some snowflakes. As for the hidden camera inside, they had no time to care. Shin Hong watched coldly, without a ripple of emotion. Although Feng Lu had a good figure and beautiful features, his heart was as calm as water. In the face of the apocalypse, there would be plenty of women like her, not to mention she was a used one. Having been reborn, how could he easily fall for someone again? After finishing the remaining steamed lobster, Shin Hong comfortably rubbed his belly, and with a thought, the shrimp shells on the table were sucked into the vending machine. Recycling price 0.2 yuan. Throwing away some trash could earn 2 dimes. Shin Hong looked satisfied. He lay on the expensive sofa and watched the news for a while. Reports about the heavy rain had already taken over the trending topics, and some local stations had invited experts for live broadcasts and commentary. This heavy rain is a bit strange. Attentive viewers should have noticed that the hail outside has started to turn into sleet. Normally, these two types of weather shouldn't occur simultaneously, but everyone, don't panic, everything is under our control. On the screen, a balding old man sat upright, talking endlessly. Shin Hong scoffed. You just keep broadcasting your nonsense. Stay another half hour and freeze to death at the TV station. He got up to clean the table. The leftover garbage belongs to oneself and can be directly thrown into the vending machine for recycling, but the plates still need to be cleaned by oneself. In the last life, he lived with Su Chao and Feng Lu, but now washing the dishes alone made him feel lonely. How about? His gaze turned to the neighbor next door. This young married woman seems quite nice. Although Shin Hong had the heart of a traitor, after experiencing his previous life, he was not at ease with women, even though he only lived for 3 months. During the apocalypse, there were countless examples of couples turning against each other for a bite to eat. In the frozen apocalypse, human life was as worthless as grass. If this beautiful neighbor was willing to give her body and soul to Shin Hong, he would be open to accepting her. But the human heart is hidden deep, and he would never easily trust a woman, especially a stranger. Having lived again and possessing a vending machine, a miraculous tool, what kind of woman could he not find? For now, it was more important to upgrade the vending machine. Outside the window, the rain continued to pour down heavily, but the snowflakes had started to increase. Shin Hong added some firewood to the fireplace, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. He comfortably nestled on the sofa and began browsing on his phone. The owner group of Taoyuan community was already in an uproar. Peak handsome, what kind of weather is this? How can it be snowing in the middle of summer? I've already put on my winter clothes. Curved path to tranquility. Don't worry, I just saw the news. Experts say it's all under control. Old Wang, these days, the weather is getting weirder. This is nature's revenge. Chen Xianyo, the streets are a mess. We're stuck in the car and can't go back. 555. Curved path to tranquility at Chen Xianyo. Where are you? Should I bring you an umbrella? Shin Hong browsed through the conversations, sneering in disdain. Curved path to tranquility was a shy and introverted guy who, like Shin Hong, liked to hoard supplies. Unfortunately, he only survived for a month in the end. Shin Hong remembered that this guy traded half a box of instant noodles for a night with Chen Xianyo, and after bringing her home, he was stabbed to death by her in the middle of the night. What a fool! He didn't even understand the principle of not flaunting wealth and actually boasted about his apple supplies to Chen Xianyo. It was a wonder she didn't have ill intentions. Afterward, Chen Xianyo cleared out curved path to Tranquility's home, not even leaving a single fruit from the flower pot. It was because of this fruit that Chen Xianyo awakened her wall-passing ability, stealing from the entire Taoyuan community, drawing the ire of the people. Chen Xianyo's real name was Chen Mengqing, pure and beautiful. But Shin Hong remembered her not for her looks or figure, but because Chen Mengqing had stolen from his home 3 times in her previous life. After awakening her abilities, people finally realized the wonders of the ability fruit and began digging everywhere to find it. By chance, Shin Hong swallowed an ability fruit and awakened a fire-type ability. As for Su Chao, he should have discovered the ice-type ability fruit without Shin Heng's knowledge. With this thought, Shin Hong became energized and entered the mental space. He typed ability fruit into the vending machine. The next moment, he held his breath and widened his eyes. To his surprise, there was indeed an ability fruit for sale in the vending machine. The price was 1 million. Moreover, the ability fruit was gray at the moment, making it impossible to purchase. Purchase level 10. It actually required level 10 to buy, and the price was steep. God knows how much it would cost to upgrade the vending machine to level 10. Since there was a chance to get something for free, Shin Hong naturally wouldn't give up. He quickly messaged Curved Path to Tranquility. Bro, has your pothose borne fruit? Curved Path to Tranquility? Whose pothose would bear fruit? Shin Heng's face turned awkward, and he changed his wording. Bro, you have pothose, right? Curved Path to Tranquility. I have 3 pots. What's up? Hong, I just renovated my house and want to put some greenery in, but I can't go out in this weather. How about you sell me your pothose? Curved Path to Tranquility laughed. He was a fan of apocalypse literature and was quite excited about such extreme weather. Because at home, he had stored more than 10 boxes of canned sausages and instant noodles. Logically, someone with common sense should be quietly hoarding supplies or quickly purchasing living necessities. Why was this guy trying to buy pothose? This is a pothose, not a loli. However, before he could type a reply, he saw this guy named Hong send another message. A pot for $500, how about it? Chu Jing. Tong Yu's eyes nearly popped out, and he hurriedly replied, no problem. How do we trade? Which building is your home in? Building 7, Unit 4, 1102. Okay, wait for me, we'll meet in person. Putting down his phone, Shin Hong felt delighted. 3 pots of pothose, only $1,500. And he could buy a fruit of ability that lets him pass through walls. In his previous life, people would fight over a single fruit of ability. Most of the fruits contained abilities that only made one strong and robust. Those with special abilities were few and far between. When Chen Mengqing stole from his house for the 3rd time, he chased after her, but unfortunately, Chen Mengqing was agile and disappeared after passing through walls several times. Chen Mengqing, in this life, I will take your fruit of ability, and let's see how you steal with your green TB*TCH act. Shin Hong put on a jacket, walked through the underground parking lot, and headed towards Building 7. The outside temperature had dropped by more than 10 degrees, completely losing the heat of late summer, replaced by a hint of coolness. As he walked, he took out his phone to check the surveillance at home. After adjusting a few settings, he found that Feng Lu and Su Chao were already gone. Checking the footage from about 10 minutes ago, he saw that the two had already finished their business, and upon discovering the snow outside, they rummaged through the house for a long time but couldn't find any warm clothes. Feng Lu had followed Su Chao to his house. Unfortunately, he hadn't installed a camera at Su Chao's place. The days ahead would be much more boring. Just then, Feng Lu's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Shin Hong answered. Why aren't you back yet? Feng Lu asked through gritted teeth. A thief broke into the house, and all the winter clothes and bedding have been stolen. I'm about to freeze to death. Ha? A thief really broke in? Shin Hong was shocked. Where are you now? I'm at Su Chao's house. Feng Lu huffed. When are you coming back? Baby, wait for me, I'm caught in the rain, I'll be home soon. Shin Heng's eyes turned, and he quickly said, you haven't eaten yet, right? I bought a lot of food and I'm going to make your favorite dishes. Braised eggplant, steamed ribs, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, kung pao chicken, stir-fried beef, sweet and sour pork. Hearing Shin Hong say this, Feng Lu's stomach betrayed her and growled twice, her tone softening. Then come to Su Chao's house. Isn't it inappropriate? Shin Hong hesitated. Today is your birthday, shouldn't we celebrate at our place? Celebrate your MB. Feng Lu almost broke down but held it in. Then let's go back now. By the way, Su Chao hasn't eaten either. You don't mind having one more person, right? He's your good buddy. Of course I don't mind. Shin Hong laughed nonchalantly. I'll be home soon, talk later. Feng Lu hung up the phone and smiled at Su Chao beside her. Brother Chao, let's go, that waste is going to cook for us. Su Chao, who had worked hard twice today, was starving and nodded repeatedly. Let's go. The two put on thick clothes and hurried downstairs, running toward Shin Heng's house. Shin Heng's original house was in Building 2, Unit 1, while Su Chao's home happened to be in Building 7. At this moment, Shin Hong had already arrived at the entrance of the underground passage of Building 7. He didn't go upstairs but hid in a dark corner. After waiting for a moment, he saw Feng Lu wearing Su Chao's coat, holding Su Chao's hand, and quickly walking towards the entrance of the underground passage of Building 2. As for Shin Hong hiding in the corner, the two had no time to notice. This be*TCH. Watching Feng Lu's long legs exposed, Shin Heng's expression turned cold. It wasn't until the two entered Building 2 that he slipped out and walked into Building 7. He entered Unit 1 and arrived at 702. This was Su Chao's home. Shin Hong took out the master key, easily opened the door, and installed a few surveillance cameras in the corner before leaving. Gracefully. If it weren't for wanting a bit of fun during the apocalypse, I wouldn't have bothered coming. The air seemed to carry the scent of post-coital intimacy. It was really damn unpleasant. Soon after, Shin Hong arrived at Unit 1102, at the entrance of the winding path to a secluded home. As soon as he knocked, the door opened, as if the other party had been waiting for him. Chu Jingtongyu, with a chubby face full of smiles, held 3 pots of green pothos. Are you Hong? That's me. Shin Hong discreetly glanced at the pothos and then asked, Is this all you have? If you have more, I'll buy them for 500. That's it. Chu Jingtongyu lamented, I bought a total of 4 pots, 1 died, I threw it away long ago, and now only these 3 pots are left. Shen Hong breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, alright, I'll take them. He transferred 1,500 yuan, and amidst Chu Jingtongyu's enthusiastic farewell, Shin Hong took the elevator down. Success! Stepping back into the underground passage, Shin Hong's eyes sparkled. These 3 pots of pothos in his hands, although just like ordinary pothos with only green stems and leaves, he knew that half a month after the apocalypse, one of them would, as if mutated, bear a dark brown fruit of supernatural ability. Chun Mengqing. Shin Hong's gaze flickered. Without your wall-passing ability in this lifetime, we can finally settle the score. It's not that Shin Hong is petty, but in his last life he was thoroughly robbed by Qin Shanyo. Every time he found supplies, Chen Mengqing would show up right on cue. After being stolen from the first time, Shin Hong became wary. But the second time, he was still robbed. This woman walks without making a sound, she's practically a born thief. And the third time, Shin Hong stayed up all night, keeping watch over a pile of supplies. Just as he was starting to doze off at dawn, Chen Mengqing arrived. When Shin Hong suddenly woke up, she had already stuffed the supplies into her backpack and turned to run. Even though Shin Hong had fire abilities, now it was of no use. This wall-passing ability is mine now. Shin Hong sneered. Although he didn't lack for food and drink in this life, once he had the wall-passing ability, he would definitely go to Chen Mengqing's house first to let her experience the taste of being robbed. Shin Hong felt pleased, holding the 3 pots of pothos he had just brought back to the villa when Feng Lu's call came in. Hello? Why aren't you back yet? Didn't you say you'd cook for me? I'm starving. Feng Lu scolded sharply. I'm in line to check out, I'll be back soon, the supermarket is too crowded. Shen Hong replied helplessly. At this point, Feng Lu had nothing more to say, only throwing out a frustrated hurry up before hanging up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Shin Hong sneered. 3 years of feelings wasted, and they expect me to cook for this pair of dog lovers? Heh, let them wait. He carefully placed the 3 pots of pothos on the corner table in the living room and lay down on the sofa. Outside, the rain and snow were pouring down and everyone was starting to react. In the community owner group, various complaints and panic were flooding the screen. The strong wind rises and the clouds fly. How could this happen? It's summer and it's snowing. I'm a big, handsome guy, the snow is getting heavier. Could it be the end of the world? Little Peach, don't talk nonsense upstairs. The experts said it's just unusual weather. After this rain and snow, the summer heat will end. And we might welcome an early autumn this year. Old Wang, exactly, after this rain, it'll be crisp and clear autumn. Thinking back to the last early autumn in September, it was the last time. Shin Hong curled his lips slightly, browsing coldly. These fools. Some people with a sense of impending doom, even in the cold outside, were all rushing out to stock up on supplies, while those lying at home playing on their phones would die off one by one. In the icy cold, with frozen pipes and no power or heating, the competition was about who could survive. These complainers would wake up tomorrow to a world of white and be completely dumbfounded. Shin Hong glanced at the thermometer. Now, the outside temperature was already -3 or 4 degrees. After tonight, the whole world would drop to -30 degrees. The temperature would continue to fall. This snow, until Shin Hong was reborn in his last life, had not stopped. Just 3 days after the apocalypse, the temperature in the entire Jiang city had dropped to -70 degrees. In even more northern areas, the temperature was even lower. After a few more days, the public would fall into panic and conflict due to a lack of supplies. Looting, burning, and fighting among kin and couples turning against each other. It would be everywhere. After a month, with the appearance of ability fruits, those who survived would become even more insane. Shin Hong felt no sympathy for these people and couldn't care less about their lives or deaths. Letting old Qin stock up was only because old Qin had saved him. It was just a matter of repaying kindness. Looking at the news again, the bald expert was still talking endlessly. Shin Hong found it dull and bought a treadmill from the vending machine, placing it in the corner of the living room to exercise. After running for just over 10 minutes, Feng Lu's call came in again. Shin Hong didn't answer, silencing his phone, and glanced at the phone monitor. Feng Lu and Su Chao were squeezed together on the sofa, staring anxiously at the security door. Both were already starving, and with the sudden drop in temperature, they were even colder and hungrier. I should have brought more clothes. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao, holding her phone with a grim expression. That useless Shen Hong doesn't know what he's doing. How dare he not answer my call? This damn weather. How is it snowing in the middle of summer? How about I go buy some food? Su Chao scrolled through his phone, frowning. Your house was robbed, there's no food or drink, even the winter bedding and clothes were stolen, and my house has no supplies, no one is taking delivery orders. By what? Feng Lu pouted. Isn't Shen Hong coming back soon? The supermarkets are packed, what can we buy if we go now? True. Su Chao thought for a moment and felt Feng Lu had a point. Someone in the owner group had already posted a video. The supermarkets and the community were overcrowded, and people were fighting over the checkout lines. Even if they went now, they wouldn't be able to grab anything. Anyway, Shen Hong, that homebody, likes to stock up, so he must have bought a lot this time too. Call him again. Seeing Feng Lu put down her phone, Su Chao urged, today is your birthday, he must have bought a lot. Maybe he can't free his hands to answer your call right now. Try calling again. If it doesn't work, I'll go meet him. After all, he's my good brother. Okay. Feng Lu nodded. The phone rang again. Just then, Shen Hong was also tired, so he paused the treadmill and breathlessly answered the call. Hello? Hearing Shen Hong's heavy breathing on the line, Feng Lu felt much better. This useless guy must have bought a lot of things. He's out of breath. Where have you been? Feng Lu's voice softened considerably. I'm about to starve. Why aren't you back yet? Darling, I'm almost there. Shen Hong sounded like a devoted puppy. I just picked up the cake for you. It's your favorite black swan, and I also bought some duck snacks and cooked meat. As soon as she heard food, Feng Lu felt her mouth watering and she quickly said, did you buy too much? How about I go out with Su Chao to meet you? No need, I'll be back soon. Hey, what are you doing? Don't. Shen Hong pretended to be shocked on the phone, and before Feng Lu could ask, he hung up. Feng Lu was very curious, so she would definitely call back. As expected, just a moment after hanging up, the phone rang again. After ringing for a long time, Shen Hong hung up directly. A moment later, the phone rang again. Shen Hong hung up once more. It wasn't until Feng Lu called 4 or 5 times in a row that Shen Hong finally answered. What happened just now? Why did you hang up? Feng Lu pressed. She was starving, now relying on Shen Hong to come home and cook. I was carrying a bunch of bags, answering your call, just entered the community, and was targeted by a group of people. Now, all the food has been snatched away, Shen Hong said with a long face. What? Feng Lu's eyes widened. All of it was stolen? There were 7 or 8 of them, they just came up and grabbed it without saying a word. I couldn't hold on at all. Shen Hong looked aggrieved. Even your cake was taken. They slapped me twice and kicked me several times. You useless piece of trash. As soon as she heard the food was gone, Feng Lu was furious. A grown man, and you let yourself be robbed in broad daylight? You didn't even resist. What good are you? Can you blame me? Shen Hong was annoyed. There was so much stuff, and you kept calling. I was out in the rain carrying everything, and had to answer your call. How could I not get robbed? You all just wait at home. Can't you buy anything yourselves? Still waiting for me to come back and cook. What a joke. He hung up the phone immediately. Hey, you. Feng Lu was angry. This useless guy actually dared to talk to her like that. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she heard the busy tone on the line, leaving her a bit dazed. What happened? Su Chao leaned over. Because it was both cold and hungry. And after the previous 2 energy blasts, his voice was trembling. That useless thing was stolen. Feng Lu said angrily, how dare he talk back and hang up on me? He's gone too far. Then she looked aggrieved. What kind of man is worthy of giving me happiness? I didn't even complain about his low income, and he dares to treat me like this. We aren't even married yet, and he hangs up on me. What will happen after we get married? Su Chao, somewhat impatient, interrupted her. What about him? Is there nothing left? Even the cake was taken away. Feng Lu's expression darkened. From what he said, not even the packaging was left. Call him again, be nicer, and let him continue to buy food, Su Chao urged. He glanced out the window. At that moment, the rain outside had almost stopped, turning into a sky full of snow. Should I really call him? Feng Lu was reluctant. She had just been hung up on by Shen Hong. If she called back, wouldn't that be admitting her mistake? Am I wrong? Feng Lu pouted, looking very unwilling. Shen Hong, watching this scene through the phone monitor, curled his lips in disdain. If it weren't for the boredom of the apocalypse, he wouldn't bother with Feng Lu at all. Others might not know, but Shen Hong was very clear. Without the protection of ability users, these ordinary people could survive at most 3 weeks. Even if Feng Lu had Su Chao to protect her, it was no exception. What a joke. Who is Su Chao? Just a small company's executive. Such a minor character, awakening ice-type abilities in the last life was only because of his protection. Without his help, could Su Chao survive 3 weeks? Nonsense. Should we go out to buy? Su Chao wished he could slap her twice. It's already snowing outside. Do you want to buy supplies? Moreover, the weather is too abnormal. Su Chao calmly analyzed. No matter what happens in the future, the priority is to stock up on supplies. If you scare Shin Hong away, who will run errands for us in the future? That's true. Feng Lu complied. Chao Ge, he's already your person, of course. I'll listen to you. I'll call Shin Hong now and have him go to the supermarket to buy things and cook for us. Watching the conversation between the two on the monitor, Shin Hong almost vomited the steamed lobster in his stomach. How shameless. Even after all this with Su Chao, they still want to reel me in? Do they think I'm a fool? However, since you want to play, I might as well play along. After all, I have a vending machine and I have plenty of supplies. After the apocalypse, everyone struggled to survive, living one day at a time. No one considered the mental aspect at all. Only Shin Hong, with his infinite resources from a super vending machine, was still thinking about how to walk his dog, trying to add a bit of fun to his apocalyptic life. He wanted Feng Lu and Su Chao, who would spend their lives in regret until they were tortured to death by the icy end of the world. As the two finished their discussion, Feng Lu picked up her phone again to dial, and Shin Hong's phone rang in sync. Shin Hong was still in a tsundere state, so he naturally wouldn't answer and hung up the call. Directly under surveillance, Feng Lu was already on the verge of a breakdown. This useless piece of trash actually dared to hang up on me. Now he won't even answer my calls. How outrageous. Who does he think he is to ignore my calls? A useless person really thinks of himself as something special. She picked up a cushion from the sofa and threw it hard on the ground. Could it be that our relationship has been discovered by Shin Hong? Su Chao, sitting beside her, asked with a frown. Feng Lu was taken aback, then decisively shook her head. Impossible. With Shin Hong's personality, if he found out that she and Su Chao had betrayed him, he would never just hang up the phone so simply. He probably just feels wronged about getting rained on while shopping. I just haven't comforted him yet. Feng Lu continued with a cold laugh. He's just a giant baby. Then I'll give him a call. I'll try to persuade him. Su Chao said in a deep voice. We still need him to buy things, and the weather is too strange. What if we need to stay home for a few more days? We can't cook. We have to rely on him. I'll try to persuade him, and you can apologize to him. That guy will serve us wholeheartedly. He shook his phone. No one is taking delivery orders anymore. The businesses are closed. We can't just starve, can we? Hearing Su Chao say this, Feng Lu's stiff expression softened slightly. Fine then. Su Chao picked up his phone and called Shin Hong. Shin Hong coldly looked at the incoming number and raised an eyebrow to answer. Hello. Where are you? I heard from Feng Lu that you were robbed. Are you okay? Not hurt, right? Su Chao asked with a concerned face. I'm fine. Shin Hong replied angrily. If it weren't for her constantly calling me, making me stop to answer, could I have been robbed? That stupid idiot. Now look, I'm out in the rain. It's so cold. Got robbed and slapped in the face. And what about her? She's at home just cursing me from afar. Useless. Su Chao was on speakerphone, and Feng Lu's face turned pale, wishing she could curse him out. But Su Chao shot her a glare, and she gritted her teeth to suppress her anger. Alright, don't be angry. You've been with Feng Lu for several years. It's just a bit of complaining. What's there that can't be said? Su Chao cleared his throat. Listen to me, call Feng Lu and communicate well. She might have gone a bit overboard, but as men, can't we have a little tolerance? What's wrong with yielding to your own woman? I argue with Meow Meow too, and every time I let her have her way. Shin Hong scoffed internally. Feng Lu has already been with you. What do you mean, my woman? Not in the mood. Shin Hong interrupted. Su Chao, isn't she still going to curse? Let her curse. Before Su Chao could react, he hung up the phone directly. Su Chao stood there in shock. Wow, I never realized Shin Hong had such a temper. When he tried to call Shin Hong again, he found that Shin Hong was no longer answering. Shin Hong watched the two on the surveillance with interest. Su Chao had a dark expression and said nothing, while Feng Lu was cursing. Enough! Su Chao shouted angrily. Isn't it all because of you? Stop cursing. Wait a bit. When he cools down, you can comfort him properly. Are we going to starve tonight? Feng Lu fell silent. Su Chao got up and glanced out the window. The snow was getting heavier, showing no signs of stopping. Because it was summer, the ground temperature was very high, and the snowflakes that fell earlier had completely melted away. But now, as the temperature dropped, the snowflakes grew larger, and a thin layer of snow had already formed on the ground. I wonder how Meow Meow is doing. He curled up a bit, murmuring softly. While Meow Meow had a hot figure and stunning looks, he had put in a lot of effort to win her over. Unfortunately, Meow Meow had always refused to have a relationship with him. Although they were nominally living together, they slept in separate bedrooms. What was the difference from renting a room together? Still thinking about your girlfriend, huh? Feng Lu came over with a sour expression. What's so good about her? She won't even let you touch her. Su Chao chuckled awkwardly and quickly wrapped his arms around Feng Lu. I was just lamenting. I haven't even called her. That's more like it. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao. She's already yours. Do you still want to have a dragon and 2 phoenixes? You promised me you'd marry me in the future and always treat me well. Watching the two of them being all lovey-dovey, Shin Hong almost felt sick. But Su Chao's words reminded him. Hua Miao Miao. She died young in his last life, and since his rebirth he had even forgotten about her. He picked up his phone and dialed Hua Miao Miao's number. Hello, Shin Hong. The call was quickly connected, and Hua Miao Miao's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Did Su Chao call you? Shin Hong asked. No. Hua Miao Miao sounded a bit down. I just called him, but he didn't answer. He was probably busy at that time. Shin Hong sneered. What's wrong? Hua Miao Miao detected the sarcasm in Shin Hong's words and quickly asked. Shin Hong operated his phone for a moment and forwarded a video of Su Chao and Feng Lu being affectionate, saying, I sent you a video, call me back after you watch it. By the way, don't argue with Su Chao yet. Don't argue yet? Hua Miao Miao was a bit confused. She had been with Su Chao for a while. It wasn't particularly intimate, but they were at least boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Chao usually catered to her. Although she wasn't satisfied with Su Chao, to be fair, he treated her decently. It was just that he always wanted to get physical and take their relationship further, which made Hua Miao Miao a bit uncomfortable. Besides that, what was there to argue about? At that moment, her phone rang and she received the video Shin Hong sent. This, Shin Hong. Upon opening it, Hua Miao Miao was startled, her cheeks flushed red. She quickly looked around and seeing no one was paying attention, she hid in a corner and lowered the volume. The people who stayed late at the company had all gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows, marveling at the snowflakes outside, completely oblivious. Why is Shin Hong sending me this kind of video? It's really disgusting and vulgar. Hua Miao Miao's expression darkened. In her view, Shin Hong was a decent person, but she never expected him to send such things to his good friends. Girlfriend? Is he trying to seduce me? I'm not even satisfied with Su Chao, let alone you. Just as she was about to close the video and question Shin Hong, she suddenly heard the woman in the video speak. Chao good, you're so strong. The voice sounded so familiar. Hua Miao Miao froze, only then noticing that the two people in the video were actually Su Chao and Feng Lu. Her face turned pale instantly. Su Chao and Feng Lu. How could this happen? Moreover, from the surveillance footage, it was clear that the two were in Shin Hong's house. The time in the bottom right corner of the footage clearly showed it was this afternoon. Calculating the time, it was exactly when she called Su Chao. As if to confirm her thoughts, in the surveillance video, Su Chao, who was busy, suddenly had his phone ring. Su Chao picked it up and frowned. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, who was wrapped around his waist, said sweetly, Is it Hua Miao Miao calling? Yeah. Su Chao nodded. Are you going to answer it? If you answer, they won't make a sound. Feng Lu had a charming expression. Looking at her face, which was filled with youthful longing, Su Chao simply tossed his phone aside and continued to work hard. This was the time he had received a call from her. Hua Miao's fingers clenched tightly as she bit her lip. At that moment, a heavy rain had just fallen, and Hua Miao was worried whether Su Chao would be in danger driving home from work. Not answering the call, she thought Su Chao should be driving, so it was better not to disturb him. Yes, Su Chao was indeed driving. He was driving Feng Lu's little flirtatious car. The air conditioning in the office blew hot air, but Hua Miao felt cold all over. She stared blankly at her phone, completely unaware that in the corner of the office there was also a young man quietly watching her. After a moment, Hua Miao turned off the video, stood up to look around, and instead of calling Shin Hong again, she sent a WeChat message. When did you find out? A few days ago, Feng Lu was acting strange, so I secretly installed surveillance, but I didn't expect. Shin Hong quickly replied, I just found out. I was out in the rain buying groceries, and they were actually at home. What do you want to do? Hua Miao sent another message. Shin Hong replied with a bitter smile emoji. I don't know, my mind is a mess right now. Su Chao is your best buddy, and he's with your girlfriend. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Hua Miao seemed very angry, sending several messages in a row. Anger is a good thing. Shin Hong stretched his arms, a big smile on his face. Keep stirring the pot, let her maintain that anger. A conservative woman like her would never forgive her boyfriend's infidelity. Let it escalate, let it escalate. Fighting and tearing each other apart is the most interesting. Before he could reply, another message from Hua Miao came through. Don't you want to sleep with his girlfriend and get back at them hard? This. Shin Hong's eyes widened. Did you sleep with his girlfriend? Su Chao's girlfriend is Hua Miao, right? This is a hint, no, a clear indication. Shin Hong never expected that the usually reserved Hua Miao would be so bold. She actually invited him. Even if he were to live again, his mind was solely focused on taking revenge on Su Chao and Feng Lu. And he never thought about anything happening with Hua Miao. After all, Hua Miao was too aloof. Moreover, according to Su Chao, Hua Miao was unwilling to be intimate with him. He even suspected that Hua Miao was frigid. But now, Shin Hong stared at the message in disbelief, but the next moment, Hua Miao retracted it. Huo Miao seemed shy and worried that he would see the message, and after retracting it, she made no further moves. She neither explained why she retracted the message nor sent him a new WeChat message. Shin Hong got up, looked at the snow on the ground, and stepped outside. Right now, his mind was filled with Huo Miao's cold and beautiful face. A woman like that with himself, and with Su Chao as her boyfriend buff. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But now, he had to bring Huo Miao over. He excitedly walked out, only to remember that he had no car. Opening his phone app, he couldn't even get a Didi. A taxi would probably be even harder to catch. Shin Hong thought of the beautiful young woman next door. She seemed to be going out earlier, but with such heavy rain and snow, she should still be at home. He could borrow her car. If she was willing to lend it after the apocalypse, he could help her out too. Selling a loaf of bread to others for 100,000, he could sell it to her for 10. Ding dong, ding dong. Shin Hong rang the doorbell of his neighbor. A moment later, the voice of the beautiful young woman came from inside. Who is it? It's me, your neighbor. Shin Hong spoke through the door. I didn't expect it to snow in this weather. I wanted to borrow your car to pick up my girlfriend and return your umbrella. Borrow a car? Return an umbrella? The young woman was taken aback. Seeing Shin Hong standing alone at the door through the surveillance camera holding an umbrella. Wasn't he the one from this afternoon? She hesitated. 2. Show my gratitude, I brought you a few gifts. Shin Hong lifted the items in his hand and waved them at the camera. This is the red wine and seafood I bought this afternoon. Given this weather, it won't stop snowing anytime soon, and I don't know if you have enough food at home, so, by Fei Winery? The young woman recognized it at a glance. The market price of this bottle of wine is around 3,000 yuan, not too bad, but definitely not cheap. Coupled with the various seafood in Shin Heng's hands, the cost of borrowing the car had already exceeded 5,000. Moreover, what this man said was right. Looking at this bizarre weather, she probably wouldn't be able to go out to shop either. Well, okay then. The young woman hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. You can borrow the car, but you have to promise me one thing. I was just about to go to Jiangcheng University to pick up my sister. Could you please bring her back? After all, this is a society governed by law, with cameras everywhere. Even if Shin Hong were to steal her car, he couldn't escape. Plus, with the current stability of Long Country, everyone lives and works in peace, and theft and robbery are extremely rare. Even if a case were to occur, it would be detected by the Skynet, and the perpetrator would be apprehended immediately. A person who can easily take out red wine and seafood just to borrow a car wouldn't steal it, right? Jiangcheng University? That's right on the way. Huo Miao's company is near Jiangcheng University, so there's no need to take a detour. Thank you. Shin Hong gratefully took the car keys, noting down her number and name. The young woman's name was Yang Jinxian, and her sister was named Yang Mushuan, a graduate student at Jiang University, working on a new research project with her advisor. No wonder she was still at school during the summer break. Shin Hong realized. I saw that weather wasn't looking good, so I wanted to pick her up, and I happened to run into you. Yang Jinxian smiled. I just spoke to her on the phone. She's in her dorm, so it would be a hassle for you. Shin Hong waved his hand and then got into the car. Yang Jinxian looked quite elegant, speaking slowly, but the car she was driving was surprisingly a powerful SUV, which was quite a contrast. But that was better. Shin Hong liked to read car news and knew that this car was expensive, had plenty of power, and was four-wheel drive, making it easy to drive even in the snow. Moreover, the ground had just accumulated some snow, so it would undoubtedly drive smoothly. Watching the car speed away, Yang Jinxian dialed her sister's number. Mushuan, he'll pick you up soon. Remember to ask him clearly for me. Don't worry, sis. Her sister's laughter came through the phone. Your brother-in-law just died, and already someone wants to get close to you. That shows your charm. What charm? Don't tease me. Yang Jinxian shook her head gently. I'm afraid he was sent by the Song family to deliberately get close to me. I've already given up on the Song family's assets. Alright, sis, I'll see for myself later. Don't be nervous, maybe he's your admirer. Yang Mushuan's voice was full of teasing but also a bit serious. Those people from the Song family are really something. Your brother-in-law died, and you don't want the assets yet. They won't let it go. Yang Jinxian smiled bitterly and hung up the phone. Neighbors? What umbrella? Yang Jinxuan's gaze fell. This row of villas is all mine. When did I have neighbors? Huo Miao was feeling very confused. She didn't expect that Su Chao, who had been pursuing her for a long time, would secretly be with Feng Lu. Men are animals that only think with their lower bodies. She cursed softly, then remembered the impulsive message she had sent to Shin Heng earlier. Until now, Shin Heng had not replied. Their chat record had stopped at the moment she retracted her message. I hope he didn't see it. Huo Miao's face turned a bit red. At the same time, she was also a bit curious. Is it really that comfortable to do that? In the video, Feng Lu's expression was one of great enjoyment, and their heavy breathing made her heart race. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy, and she got up to head to the bathroom. The company hallway was empty. The colleagues who were working overtime were all holding hot coffee, sitting by the windows, enjoying the spectacle of snow falling in August. The snowflakes were large, and the frequency of the snowfall seemed to be increasing. There was no sign of it stopping. The ride-hailing app couldn't get a car at all. Hua Miao walked out of the restroom, just washed her hands, when suddenly a shadow appeared behind her. Before she could react, someone hugged her tightly from behind, covering her mouth with one hand. Hua Miao's eyes widened as she saw in the mirror that the person behind her was her former boss, Wang Qingguang, who had pursued her before. Hua Miao, everyone was watching the snow just now, and you, on the other hand, are secretly enjoying a little video. Wang Qingguang's gaze was intense, and the hand that was holding Hua Miao was savoring the softness of her skin. So pure and aloof, yet secretly a little vixen. Wang Qingguang laughed sinisterly, pulling Hua Miao closer. With you being this lewd, isn't watching a little video even more thirsty? Why not have a real sparring session? Let me take good care of you. My size will definitely satisfy you more than your boyfriend. Let go, let go. Hua Miao struggled desperately against Wang Qingguang. Unfortunately, Wang Qingguang was 6 feet tall and weighed nearly 200 pounds, remaining completely unmoved. What are you pretending to be pure for? We're all adults, don't worry, we only have that kind of relationship. I won't disturb your daily life, just when there's a need, we can arrange to meet. What do you say? Wang Qingguang had no intention of letting go. He had finally discovered Hua Miao's little secret and wanted to take this opportunity to get her. This woman was recognized as the beauty of the entire company, with a cold personality and many suitors. After Hua Miao announced she had a boyfriend, the male colleagues were all dejected and gave up pursuing her. Only Wang Qingguang continued to pay attention to Hua Miao. As long as you put in the effort, an iron pestle can be ground into a needle. If the corner is dug well, what does it matter if you get married? You can still dig it out. Just now, everyone was watching the snow by the window, but after Hua Miao received a phone call, she became pensive and started fiddling with her phone at her workstation. Wang Qingguang approached quietly, stealing a glance. That glance almost made him exclaim. He didn't expect the aloof beauty to be hiding at her workstation, watching short videos alone. This made Wang Qingguang's heart bloom with joy. With this leverage, how could Hua Miao escape? Developing her into his plaything, he believed she would become infatuated with him. As long as he made her comfortable, she would definitely not leave him. Taking advantage of Hua Miao going to the bathroom, he quietly went to the restroom and then suddenly hugged her tightly. If you don't want to, then I can only tell everyone about you secretly watching short videos in the office. Wang Qingguang grinned maliciously. Sorry, I just captured the moment of you secretly watching short videos with your phone. Oh. Beautiful Hua, you wouldn't want your colleagues to know about this, right? Hua Miao, who had been struggling desperately, froze upon hearing this. I was caught watching that video? This is great. Wang Qingguang nodded in satisfaction, his fingers starting to explore her body. I just want to develop that kind of relationship with you. You won't lose anything. Besides, it's the man who puts in the effort for this kind of thing. You just need to enjoy it. Wang Qingguang's hand slid around Hua Miao's waist. Hua Miao's trembling reaction pleased him greatly. But at that moment, Hua Miao suddenly lifted her foot and stomped back hard. Ah! The slender heel of her high-heeled shoe came down heavily on the back of Wang Qingguang's foot. He was wearing sandals, and he felt the heel pierce into his foot like a sharp cone. He covered his foot and howled in pain. Hua Miao seized the opportunity to run outside. Bitch, stop right there. Wang Qingguang's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth. In the silent office building, Wang Qingguang's shout suddenly echoed, and many colleagues gathered by the window to watch the snow rushed into the corridor. They quickly spotted Hua Miao walking briskly, and Wang Qingguang not far away, howling in pain while holding his foot. President Wang, what happened? Many people asked in surprise. Hua Miao breathed a sigh of relief. In her high heels, she couldn't run fast at all. With so many people around, she believed Wang Qingguang wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Quick, catch that bitch. Wang Qingguang glared at Hua Miao, gritting his teeth. She ruined my foot. His left foot was numb. Damn it, if I don't make this woman my plaything, I won't be Wang. Wang Qingguang was a member of the company's leadership team, highly respected, and had many sycophants. Hearing their leader's command, 3 male colleagues immediately blocked Hua Miao's path. Wang Qingguang, what do you mean? Hua Miao's face was cold. Do you want me to call the police? Call the police? Wang Qingguang sneered. Go ahead. Let me tell you, if you dare to call the police, the video on my phone will be released to the entire Jiangcheng. Go ahead, try it. You. Hua Miao's pupils constricted. This man was so shameless. If it got out, how would she face anyone? She probably wouldn't be able to stay in Jiangcheng. Catch her. Seeing Hua Miao's face change, lost in thought, Wang Qingguang quickly signaled his subordinates with his eyes. The 3 surrounding Hua Miao felt a bit Uneasy, fearing other colleagues would criticize them, but faced with Wang Chengguan's order, they didn't dare disobey. They could only brace themselves and step closer to Huo Miao. Huo Miao looked to her other colleagues for help, but the rest, even the female colleagues, didn't spare her a glance. As women, they were very jealous of Huo Miao. Why should someone so beautiful, who spoke so coldly, have the male colleagues fawning over her? Now that she had something on President Wang, she deserved it. You dare! Huo Miao's voice was fierce, her eyes wide. Wang Qingguan's eyelids drooped slightly, his face cold. Huo Miao, be obedient, or he had set his sights on this woman tonight. Or what? A cold voice came from the elevator at the end of the corridor. Who? Wang Chengguan looked up, and everyone turned around, curious to see. A thin figure appeared, walking steadily step by step. Who else could it be but Shin Hong? Huo Miao breathed a sigh of relief. At her most helpless moment, Shin Hong's appearance seemed to give her a sense of support. Step aside. Shin Hong approached the crowd with his hands in his pockets. Who the hell are you? One of Wang Chengguan's sycophants looked displeased and reached out to push him. Shin Hong sneered, his right hand suddenly swinging out from his pocket. Under the light, a flash of silver gleamed. Immediately, the sycophant felt a sharp pain in his palm, and when he looked down, he saw a huge gash bleeding profusely. Ah! The sycophant covered his hand in shock, exclaiming, Murder, murder! Don't worry, it's just a scratch. But, Shin Hong said coldly, if you dare to touch Miao Miao again, I will chop off your fingers one by one. Get lost. The sycophant was horrified, pale-faced, watching Shen Hong approach step by step, instinctively retreating. The remaining two also took a few steps back, not daring to say more. Are you okay? Approaching Huo Miao, Shin Hong asked softly, is everything alright? Huo Miao's face flushed, suddenly recalling the message she had retracted. What are you doing? Who's this outsider? Tell him to get out of our company. Wang Chengguang shouted, glaring. Shin Hong shot him a cold glance, and Wang Chengguang felt as if his throat had been seized, instantly rendered speechless. In his previous life, although Shin Hong had been struggling to survive and searching for supplies, he inevitably clashed with others over a bite to eat. To ensure his own survival, along with that of his girlfriend and good friends, Shin Hong had taken many lives. Just a cold glance made Wang Chengguang feel as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. If he dared to speak again, this man would definitely take his life. Shin Hong wrapped his arm around Huo Miao and walked over. Colleagues in the way stepped back one after another. Wang Chengguang was terrified, but for the sake of face, coupled with his injured left foot, he couldn't get up and could only watch helplessly as Shin Hong approached. Huo Miao had originally been afraid of Wang Chengguang, but being held by Shin Hong made her feel incredibly safe. This feeling had never been present with Su Chao. Slap! Shin Hong crouched down, gently tapping Wang Chengguang's face with the dagger in his hand. Did you just harass my wife? Wife? Wang Chengguang's face stiffened, the cold dagger tapping against his cheek made him dare not act recklessly, and he forced a laugh, saying, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Shin Hong turned to Huo Miao. What happened? He had taken the elevator up and, upon opening the door, had only heard Huo Miao and Wang Chengguang arguing, completely unaware of what had transpired. But it was clear that Huo Miao was in danger. He quickly bought a sharp dagger from the vending machine and hid it in his pocket. He never expected it would actually come in handy. The video you sent me, I just opened it to watch when he discovered it. Hua Miao's cheeks flushed as she whispered, he even secretly recorded me watching the video, trying to use it to threaten me, making me. Shen Hong understood, his face darkening as he looked at Wang Chengguang. I was flirting with my wife, sending a video to enhance our feelings. What the hell? Do you think you are in our relationship? This. Wang Chengguang was dumbfounded. He never expected that this was a video meant to spice up their relationship. He thought he had caught Huo Miao in a compromising situation. Where could he even argue about this? I told Miao Miao that I wanted to try the moves in that video tonight to play around on the sofa. What does that have to do with you? Shin Hong continued. Huo Miao's face turned even redder, and she shot Shin Hong a glance before shyly lowering her head. This. Wang Chengguang's lips trembled, unable to speak. If you dare to have thoughts about my wife, then you will pay the price. Shin Hong stood up and suddenly slashed with the knife. By the time Wang Chengguang reacted, he realized his right pinky had already flown 2 meters away. Looking at the blood gushing from his finger, Wang Chengguang forgot about his left foot and clutched his hand, screaming in agony. Wang Chengguang, right? Shin Hong stared at Wang Chengguang's name tag, his voice cold as ice. I'll take one of your fingers, and this matter ends here. If you dare to report it, I will continue to play with you. As long as I find out you called the police, as long as I'm not caught, you will definitely die. And your wife, children, parents, and relatives, I won't spare a single one. Shin Heng's voice was gentle, but the murderous intent in his words was chilling. did you hear that clearly? I heard clearly. Wang Chengguan's lips turned pale as he nodded in terror. Let's go. Shin Hong turned around holding Huo Miao and walked out step by step. As they left, the crowd finally saw Wang Chengguang's severed finger and a chill ran down their spines. Huo Miao felt dizzy and it wasn't until she sat in the car that she regained her senses. Looking at Shin Hong sitting in the driver's seat preparing to start the car with his cold, stern profile, a wave of excitement surged in her heart. Moreover, the fact that Shin Hong had just called her wife made her emotions even more tumultuous. It felt as if a voice had been echoing in her mind. This man was 1,000 times better than Su Chao. Besides, Su Chao had gone after Shin Hong's girlfriend, so as Su Chao's girlfriend, being with Shin Hong seemed only natural, right? This isn't cheating, it's revenge on that pair of scoundrels. Seeing Shin Hong turn his head to fasten his seatbelt, she mustered her courage, grabbed Shin Hong, and kissed him forcefully. Shin Hong's eyes widened. A pleasant scent filled his mouth, along with an inexperienced tongue. She never expected that Su Chao's icy, aloof girlfriend would be so proactive with him. Could it be that she really intended to follow through on that retracted message? Wait, this isn't the right place. As Huo Miao kissed him passionately, a faint voice suddenly came from the back seat. I mean, could you at least be mindful of the occasion? There are other people here. Besides, this is my sister's new car. If you two get too intense and leave marks, that wouldn't be appropriate, right? Is anyone there? Huo Miao was startled, abruptly pushing Shin Hong away and hiding in the passenger seat, nervously glancing at the back seat. This. Shin Hong smiled awkwardly. Young Master Shin, I can believe that you have no intentions towards my sister. TSK, your girlfriend is quite beautiful and it's clear that you two have a good relationship. In the back seat, a young woman with twin ponytails and a quirky demeanor blinked. She is. Huo Miao's face turned red, filled with embarrassment. I forgot to mention, she's my neighbor's sister. I was in a hurry to pick you up, so I borrowed my neighbor's car. Shin Hong briefly explained while starting the car, introducing Yang Mushuan, my girlfriend. Huo Miao. Girlfriend? Huo Miao's face flushed again, casting a reproachful glance at Shin Hong. He just said he was in a hurry to pick me up. Was it because he couldn't wait after receiving my message? Men really are creatures that think with their lower bodies. But, thinking carefully, if it weren't for Shin Hong, I might have already been. Oh. Yang Mushuan raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Shin Hong chuckled dryly, focusing on driving. For a moment, the car fell into silence. He had originally planned to pick up Huo Miao first. However, on the way, he received a call from Yang Mushuan saying she was already waiting at the university gate. With snowflakes falling everywhere, Shin Hong felt it was inappropriate to make her wait, so he detoured to Jiangcheng University to pick her up. Once in the car, Yang Mushuan curiously asked Shin Hong all sorts of questions, almost digging up his entire background. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Shin Hong was quite cautious and was vague on some specific issues, managing to get by. But looking at Yang Mushuan's sharp eyes, she seemed unconvinced. Shin Hong was too lazy to explain further and drove to Huo Miao's company building. Before long, he brought the cool and stunning Huo Miao downstairs, and as soon as they got in the car, they shared a passionate kiss, which made Yang Mushuan believe a bit more. Sister, it seems he really did borrow the car to pick up his girlfriend. He's definitely not someone sent by the Song family. As for the neighbor, Shin Hong didn't mention where he lived. It could be the neighbor from the back villa. You're overthinking it. Yang Mushuan lowered her head to send a few messages to her sister, and when she looked up, she found Huo Miao's hand already linked with Shin Hong's. Their relationship is really good. You don't need to show off your affection while driving, right? I know you two are in a good relationship, but you need to pay attention to safety. Yang Mushuan rolled her eyes. But then she heard Huo Miao's shocked voice. So big, so much snow. Ha! Yang Mushuan looked in the direction of the voice. She saw that ahead, the sky was filled with white snow falling in flurries. Shin Hong turned the wipers almost to the maximum. The car drove through the snow, and they could even hear the crunching sound. The once crowded street was now sparsely populated, with pedestrians bundled in thick clothing hurrying back to their cars before driving away. How could this happen? Yang Mushuan murmured, isn't it only August? Snow in August? This weather is too strange. Shin Hong nodded in agreement, and it looks like it won't stop anytime soon. He was well aware. This snow had been falling intermittently for half a month. After half a month, although the snow stopped, the sky remained gloomy, and the entire world turned white. The cities where humans lived had almost come to a standstill, with urban traffic nearly paralyzed. Heavy snow covered the globe. Jiangcheng, being at a higher elevation, had snow covering all areas below 4 stories. Before people could rejoice, after a few days of respite, the heavy snow struck again. During this time, it snowed and stopped repeatedly. Shin Hong remembered that in his previous life, Jiangcheng was completely shrouded in white. With only a few high-rise buildings and residences visible above the snow surface, as for other neighborhoods, they had long been buried under thick layers of snow. Shin Hong relied on his fire-based ability to bake a snow tunnel, making it convenient for him to go out and search for supplies. It was precisely because of this ability that he could access places others could not. At that time, Jiang City had been controlled by various factions of ability users. To survive, one had to join them. Shin Hong was unwilling to serve the major factions and chose to curl up in the Taoyuan community, where those ability users fought each other for resources, completely unaware of the presence of the three of them. In this life, with the vending machine of infinite resources, he didn't need to go out searching for supplies. Relying on his prior knowledge of the existence of ability fruits, he was one step ahead. He could even confront those major factions from his past life head-on. This, Hua Miao and Yang Muxuan stared blankly out the window. The howling wind blew, and silver snowflakes danced in the air. It was as if they had suddenly entered a world of ice and snow, even though just yesterday it had been sweltering summer. It's truly unbelievable, Yang Muxuan murmured. Shen Hong chuckled silently. There were many unbelievable things. If only they knew that in just over half a month the entire world order would collapse, and people would kill each other for a bite to eat, they wouldn't be so surprised by the summer snow. The car fell silent as the two girls stared at the falling snow, not saying a word. Shin Hong focused on driving and soon returned to the Taoyuan community. The snowflakes swirled, but many pedestrians had already gone home. The rest, like Hua Miao earlier, remained at the company, waiting for the snow to stop. Many people were thinking that this was summer. Snow in August was simply absurd. With the temperature so high, they believed the snow would stop soon. Hua Miao had thought the same in her past life. But in the end, the temperature dropped rapidly, and within 2 days, the air conditioning was completely frozen. Those who huddled in the company, without food or water, ultimately froze to death. By the time Shin Hong returned to the Taoyuan community, the snow on the ground was nearly an inch thick. He parked the car in front of Yang Jinxuan's house, where she was already waiting at the door in thick clothing. Sister! Yang Muxuan jumped out of the car and rushed to hug her sister. Yang Jinxian had been worried. To be honest, lending the car to Shin Hong had indeed been a risk. But compared to that, she was more concerned about her sister. If something happened to her sister, how would she explain it to their parents underground? Fortunately, her sister returned safely. Thank you. Yang Jinxian looked deeply at Shen Hong. Shin Hong hugged Hua Miao and smiled. Don't be so polite. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to bring my girlfriend back. Being held by Shin Hong, Hua Miao's body became a bit stiff. Just moments ago, driven by her desire for revenge against Su Chao and Shin Heng's heroic entrance, she had impulsively kissed him. But the kiss was interrupted shortly after by Yang Muxuan in the back seat. Until now, she hadn't spoken, her face flushed with embarrassment. That kiss was merely for revenge. As for the words she had deleted earlier, they wouldn't happen. But now, being held by Shin Hong, her heart, which had just calmed down, began to race again. Thank you, Sister Yang. Hua Miao forced to smile. The car and the people are back safely, so we won't disturb you any longer. Shin Hong waved goodbye to the sisters and, with Hua Miao, swaggered out the door. Watching the two leave, Yang Muxuan leaned closer to young Jinxian and whispered, Sister, this Shin Hong, he shouldn't be what you think. He's not from the Song family. Yang Jinxian nodded lightly. If he wasn't from the Song family, that would be great. Alright, it's so cold outside, let's go back inside. Yang Jinxian pulled her sister toward the house. It seemed she had been overthinking. When Shin Hong said he was their neighbor, she had become suspicious. Plus, with her husband deceased and her voluntarily giving up her inheritance, the Song family should no longer pressure her. It seems that Shin Hong should be a neighbor from the other row. As she passed by the monitoring room, she instinctively pushed the door open and glanced inside. But the next moment, her brows furrowed tightly, her gaze fixed on the monitor screen. She had installed surveillance equipment in every villa of this row. However, now, the surveillance equipment in the other villas was intact, but only next door, in Villa 4 of Row 2, the monitoring area was completely dark. A line of text was displayed above. Surveillance equipment malfunction. Malfunctioned? Yang Jinxian squinted. She had just installed this surveillance system a while ago, and had only used it for a few days. How could it be broken? Moreover, the entire surveillance system of Villa 4 was down. What a coincidence! Someone is next door. Seeing that the surveillance at Villa number 4 was broken, Yang Jinxian immediately had this thought. But now, with the sky darkening and heavy snow falling, she and her sister were just two weak women. Even if they wanted to check, they were powerless. Is someone from the Song family secretly living next door, watching her? A cold glint flashed in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. Song Zhangming, I am your sister-in-law. Remembering that night when her husband Song Guangming passed away and she was keeping vigil, She felt her face flush at her little brother-in-law's words. That scoundrel Song Jiangming actually wants me to be his mistress. He even said that as long as Yang Jinxian was willing to accompany him, the Song family's assets would leave a portion for her. Yang Jinxian immediately rejected this absurd request, and after her husband's funeral, she hurriedly moved to Taoyuan community. This is her personal asset, unrelated to the Song family. Yet even so, Song Jiangming still came to pester her several times. Yang Jinxian was truly scared. Now, this guy has sent someone to monitor her again? What is Song Jiangming up to? Yang Jinxian bit her lip. Now that Song Jiangming is the only heir of the Song family, what kind of woman could he not have? Why is he so fixated on me, his sister-in-law? Thinking of Song Jiangming's gloomy eyes, Yang Jinxian couldn't help but feel a chill. For some reason, at that moment, the figure of Shin Hung suddenly appeared in her mind. According to her quirky sister, Shin Hung is quite steady in his actions. Moreover, he really did borrow a car to pick up his girlfriend, having nothing to do with the Song family. Looking at the dark surveillance footage of Villa Number 4, Yang Jinxian quickly took out her phone and called Shin Hung. Hello? At that moment, Shin Hung had just arrived at the door of Villa Number 4 and was about to open it. He was a bit surprised to receive Yang Jinxian's call. Shin Hung, there's something I want to trouble you with. Yang Jinxian said softly. You haven't gone far, right? Can you help me check why the surveillance at my neighbor's Villa Number 4 is broken? Surveillance? Shin Hung was taken aback. Yes. Yang Jinxian smiled awkwardly. To be honest, this row of villas all belong to me, and I only live in Villa Number 3, so I installed surveillance in all the other villas, but now, all the surveillance at my neighbor's Villa Number 4 is broken. You don't need to go inside. Can you just check the surveillance at the door to see if it was vandalized? Sure. Shin Hong looked up and glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall. The camera has been smashed. This. Yang Jinxuan's heart trembled and her face turned pale. It must have been done by someone from the Song family. What's wrong? Is someone following you? Seeing that Yang Jinxian had not responded for a while, Shin Hong raised an eyebrow and asked. No, it's nothing. Yang Jinxian forced a smile. Thank you. After hanging up, she got up to lock all the doors and windows and then pulled the curtains shut, finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. Sister, is it really someone sent by Song Jiangming? Yang Mushuan's expression was serious. Probably. Yang Jinxian sighed. Forget about it, Mushuan. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. She got up and walked towards the kitchen, getting busy. This beautiful neighbor seems to have a little secret. Shin Hong put down his phone, chuckling and shaking his head. To think she suspected someone was following her. That said, he was the one who had broken the surveillance. Although the apocalypse was about to descend, Shin Hong had hidden in the blind spot of the cameras when he checked in, destroying all the surveillance to avoid trouble. He didn't expect that all the villas in the second row belonged to Yang Jinxian alone. Who would have thought she was a rich woman? Shin Hong shook his head, not thinking too much about it, and stepped into Villa Number 4. Beside him was a nervous Huo Miao. Originally, Huo Miao had completely let go. But now, following Shin Hong back to the villa, her mood was even more anxious. Now, this scene is very much like sneaking into a hotel with her boyfriend. But before this, she wasn't very familiar with Shin Hang. She only knew he was Su Chao's good buddy, and they occasionally gathered for a meal. She never expected that now she would be following Shin Hong back to his home. Thinking about the passionate kiss they just shared, her face turned even redder as she lowered her head and closely followed Shin Hang. Once they entered the villa, she finally reacted. This house. Huo Miao's expression was strange. She had been to Shin Hang's home before. It was in a high-rise residential building in the Taoyuan community. But now, how did they end up in a townhouse? Moreover, Shin Hong was holding a key and opened the door with great confidence. Before there are better options, let's stay here for now. Shin Hong shrugged. Am I supposed to take you to my other home? They are probably still messing around. Huo Miao pursed her lips and fell silent. However, she felt a bit puzzled. What did he mean by before? There are better options? This was already a villa. Zhangcheng is a new second-tier city, and housing prices are not low. To be able to buy a villa in a location like the Taoyuan community, what more could one want? Wait, Shin Hong didn't seem to be wealthy before, right? She hadn't heard Su Chao mention that Shin Hong bought a villa here. So where did this villa come from? But looking up at Shin Hong, who was walking into the room as if he were very familiar with it, she could be sure that this was indeed Shin Hang's house. Shin Hong pushed the door open, and a warm atmosphere rushed over her, making her relax and take off her thick coat. He turned to Huo Miao in the yard and waved. What are you still standing there for? Come in. Huo Miao took a deep breath and followed him into the house. As soon as she entered, she was stunned by the luxurious decor inside. The living room was exquisitely decorated, clearly designed with every detail impeccable. And the furniture and appliances, Huo Miao could tell at a glance, were top international brands. Where did Shin Hong get so much money? Huo Miao was astonished. Shin Hong added some fuel to the fireplace and then sat on the sofa, patting the space beside him. Sit. Just sit. Thinking about how she had just kissed Shin Hong, what was there to worry about? Even if she ended up with him, it would be revenge on that scoundrel. Su Chao. He had already been with Feng Lu, so why couldn't she do it with him? She plopped down beside Shin Hang. What are you nervous about? Shin Hong gently pulled Hua Miao into his arms but noticed she was trembling and he couldn't help but chuckle. I am not scared, Huo Miao said stubbornly. Our good moment was interrupted by Yang Mushuan just now. Do you want to continue? Shin Hong gazed at her blushing face and asked softly. Huo Miao's face turned red, stammering, and no, that's okay. I was just impulsive. All right. Shin Hong suddenly released Huo Miao, stood up casually. If you want to continue in 3 days, you're always welcome. If you haven't made up your mind in 3 days, then do as you please. After saying this, he went upstairs. As he climbed the stairs, Shin Hong turned back and said, there are bedrooms on the first floor, you should rest early. Oh, and remember to turn on the air conditioning at night. With that, he left without lingering, directly going to the master bedroom on the second floor and slammed the door shut. Huo Miao sat on the sofa, bewildered. What did Shin Hong mean? Just because she didn't want to kiss him, why did his attitude suddenly turn so cold? She had just said it was an impulsive moment. She pouted, looking dissatisfied. When she returned to the bedroom, she found it a bit cold and quickly turned on the air conditioning. As she pulled the curtains, Huo Miao saw that the snow outside had not stopped, and the snow on the ground seemed to be nearly a foot thick. What a ridiculous weather! Huo Miao shook her head. Lying in bed, feeling the high-end soft mattress beneath her, Huo Miao thought about the events of the day and couldn't fall asleep. Her boyfriend of a year suddenly slept with her good friend's girlfriend, and the company's leader, Wang Chengguang, showed his fangs, threatening to possess her. Shen Hong descended like a hero from the heavens, rescuing her. In a moment of impulse, she took the initiative to hug Shen Hong and kiss him. Ah, how embarrassing! Huo Miao covered her head with the blanket. However, the feeling of kissing Shen Hong seemed quite nice. She curled up in the blanket, her long legs intertwining involuntarily. Above her, on the second floor, Shen Hong pondered quietly. In the coming days, his main task was to sell supplies, raising the vending machine level as much as possible before the legal order collapsed. The higher the level, the better items he could buy, and the more self-defense capability he would have. The reason he hadn't sold anything today was that a apocalypse had just begun and people still had stockpiles at home. In a few days, when people had eaten through their supplies, he would sell at a high price. As for Huo Miao, although she was stunning in appearance and figure, if she wasn't willing to take the initiative, then so be it. He would just kick her out in 3 days. With the apocalypse upon them, he had no time to pamper women. The reason he braved the snow to save her was simply because Huo Miao was exceptionally beautiful and still Su Chao's girlfriend. When he eventually got with Huo Miao, the identity of a Su Chao's girlfriend would provide a buff to his attack speed. But what he wanted was a pretty woman who was obedient and docile. If she thought she could be proud with him, she must have misjudged him. Shen Hong took out his phone and checked the surveillance left at home. No one? Feng Lu and Su Chao, who had been cozying up in his house earlier, had vanished. Switching to the bedroom surveillance, he found the bed was also empty. When he switched the video to Su Chao's house, he saw the two had already arrived at Su Chao's place, lying on the big bed in his bedroom, getting cozy. Shen Hong chuckled. These two hadn't even had dinner, and after 2 rounds, they still had the energy to fool around? Su Chao wasn't afraid of shooting himself dead. He curiously turned up the volume, wanting to hear their conversation. It was just like watching a little movie out of boredom. And it was in Mandarin, so he could understand. Unexpectedly, just as the two were getting cozy, Su Chao's phone rang. Su Chao's expression turned strange as he hurriedly said to Feng Lu beside him, "It's Miao Miao calling. You hide." Feng Lu, embarrassed and angry, bit Su Chao's shoulder hard and dove deep into the blanket. Seeing that nothing seemed amiss outside the blanket, Su Chao sighed in relief and pressed the answer button. First floor bedroom. Huo Miao still didn't know that in Shen Hang's eyes, she was just a tool. If she didn't obediently submit to him in 3 days, she would be completely kicked out by Shen Hong to endure the freezing cold. Why is he so heartless? Huo Miao pouted. Although it wasn't her first kiss, she was completely unfamiliar with Shen Hong before. They had already kissed, wasn't that enough? Although Shen Hong hadn't made it clear, Huo Miao was an adult and understood the implication of his words. Didn't he just want to be with her? Thinking of the passionate kiss they shared in the car earlier, Huo Miao's face instantly turned red. But then she remembered Su Chao, who had betrayed her, and her expression became complicated. She couldn't sleep, so she quietly opened her phone and scrolled through her conversation history with Su Chao. Over the past year, all their sweet nothings and promises had been saved. But their chat had stopped this afternoon. Until now, Su Chao hadn't called her once. Huo Miao felt a bit cold inside. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied with Su Chao and he hadn't moved her enough, they had been together for a year. Huo Miao was already 28. She had even prepared herself for marriage with Su Chao. But what about Su Chao? He had handed her a green hat. Huo Miao hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she sent a video to Su Chao. After a long wait, the video was finally answered. Meow meow? Su Chao's face appeared on the screen, but his expression was somewhat unnatural. Are you at home? From the background of the video, it was clear that Su Chao wasn't at Shin Hang's place but had returned home. Yes. Su Chao cleared his throat. Where are you? It's so dark. All the lights in the room were off, so he couldn't see Huo Miao. Our company has a power outage. Huo Miao said softly. The air conditioning can't be used. It's so cold here. Su Chao, can you drive over to pick me up? Su Chao was about to speak when he suddenly inhaled sharply, his expression becoming even more unnatural. What's wrong? Nothing. Su Chao awkwardly said. Meow meow, it's been snowing outside, I can't go. Our car is a two-wheel drive, it can't handle this thick snow, just bear with it, I'll come to get you as soon as the snow stops tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow? Huo Miao's gaze fell. She had already felt how low the temperature was when she returned home with Shen Hong. By tomorrow, she would probably be frozen solid. She was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a short skirt. In this extreme weather without air conditioning, could she last the night? I'm about to freeze to death, it's too cold, can you come pick me up? Huo Miao bit her lip, trying hard to control her emotions. Su Chao was about to speak, but couldn't help but inhale sharply again, nervously looking down. Before saying, meow meow, I really can't go, how about I pay a high price to find a car to send you back? Why do you keep inhaling like that? Huo Miao's voice turned cold. No, I just ate spicy strips. They were so spicy. Su Chao stammered. Isn't it Feng Lu eating your spicy strips? Huo Miao stopped pretending and said coldly, to mess around with Feng Lu, you don't care about my life or death? Su Chao, who is your girlfriend? Huo Miao's words made Su Chao's face turn pale. Meow meow, what do you mean? Do I need to be more specific? Huo Miao said coldly, when I called you this afternoon, were you with Feng Lu? Did you think I didn't know? What surprised me even more was that you actually brought her back to our home. How disgusting are you? Ugh. Feng Lu, who was munching on spicy strips under the blanket, was also stunned. Instinctively, she took a bite and Su Chao's face twisted in pain. Despite the agony, Su Chao hurriedly explained, it's not meow meow, don't say that. How could I possibly be with Feng Lu? She is Shin Hang's girlfriend. Slut. Huo Miao's eyes were filled with mockery. At this point, you're still lying to me. Su Chao, let's break up. I'll make it easy for you and Feng Lu. It's over between us. Don't. Su Chao sat up abruptly. He had finally managed to win Huo Miao over after a year, and they were still at the hand-holding and kissing stage. He hadn't even gotten to the next base yet. If he broke up with such a gem, wouldn't he be losing out big time? At least let me enjoy it a bit before we part ways. But before he could say anything, Huo Miao had already hung up the video call with a swift motion. What happened? Does Huo Miao know about us? Feng Lu emerged from the blanket, frowning. Isn't it because of you? Su Chao glared at Feng Lu. You had to do this while I was on a video call with her, and now look, she broke up with me. Isn't it more exciting this way? Feng Lu pouted, looking aggrieved. Didn't you enjoy it too? Besides, you promised to marry me. If she breaks up with you, why are you yelling at me? You? Su Chao looked at Feng Lu, filled with helplessness. He had invested so much in Huo Miao, finally managing to win her over. He was so close to a home run, and now they had broken up. What kind of situation was this? Still sulking, Feng Lu suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Do you think Huo Miao will tell Shin Hong about us? Does Shin Hong already know? Otherwise, how could he dare to talk back to me this afternoon and hang up on me? She shouldn't, right? Su Chao shook his head slowly. Hua Miao isn't that kind of person, and she isn't close to Shin Hang. She wouldn't say something like that, she's too shy. That's good. Feng Lu sighed in relief. In this terrible weather, we don't even have food. I'll try to coax him back tomorrow, prepare supplies for us, and cook. Who says we have no food? Su Chao grinned wickedly. Feng Lu seemed to understand, giving Su Chao a playful glare. The two started playing poker. Su Chao played a 6, and Feng Lu followed with a 9. Shin Hong shook his head repeatedly. Su Chao was really reckless. It seemed they had just gotten together. Su Chao was still very infatuated with Feng Lu, diligently serving her. However, a cold smile appeared on his face. I don't care when you two got together. In my past life, you betrayed me and left me for dead. In this life, I will never let you off easily. Lost in thought, the bedroom door suddenly made a sound. Who? Shin Hong stood up alertly, then chuckled and shook his head. There were only 2 people in this room. Who else could it be besides Huo Miao? Didn't she just finish a video call with Su Chao? Why wasn't she sleeping and coming up here? As soon as Shin Hong opened the door, Huo Miao's delicate body leaped into his arms. What was going on? Shin Hong was filled with questions. Huo Miao pushed him onto the bed. Catching sight of the surveillance footage on Shin Heng's phone showing Su Chao and Feng Lu playing poker, and the hatred in her eyes deepened. Shin Hong, love me well. Huo Miao's soft voice whispered in Shin Heng's ear. Outside the window, the snow was thick and the temperature had dropped sharply. Inside the house, the two were indulging in their desires, parting the clouds and stirring the rain. Only by truly touching Huo Miao could one discover the captivating charm of this woman. Her body was not the sickly thin type, but rather slightly plump. The places that should be thin were just barely graspable, while the places that had flesh felt delightful to the touch. Coupled with her pair of almond-shaped eyes and a charming face, she was simply a reincarnation of Su Daji. No wonder King Zhou lost his kingdom. Why did you come to my place? After their passionate encounter, Shin Hong asked Huo Miao while holding her close. I want revenge. Don't say such useless things. Didn't you just break up with Su Chao? Shin Hong chuckled lightly. Before you broke up with him, you were his girlfriend. That kiss we shared could be considered revenge, right? Now that you two have split, are you just looking for a man to vent your feelings, or do you want to experience whether Doi is really that comfortable? You saved me. Huo Miao pouted. Can't I offer myself in return? This man, with his hands still on her body, how could he say such cold words? Offer yourself? Shin Hong laughed. In a couple of days, you'll understand that offering yourself is far from enough. What do you mean? Huo Miao was taken aback. Shin Hong pulled her closer, gazing into her beautiful eyes, and said in a deep voice, if you're willing to give, then I want all of you. Not just your body, but also your heart. He squeezed her body. But if you give yourself to me while your heart is elsewhere, then I don't want a woman like that. In this apocalypse, he wanted not just a partner for survival, but also a companion to face extreme weather. In his last life, he had only survived for 3 months, and even the snow in the sky had not completely stopped. Who knew what other dangers would arise after the snow ceased? Having been reborn with infinite resources at his disposal, he now had the capital to survive. He could also lead his companions to survive. But if his companions had ulterior motives, how could he trust them with his back? Although Huo Miao had given herself to him, who could guarantee that she wouldn't secretly betray him when faced with danger? You should go rest on the first floor. Think it over and give me an answer tomorrow, Shin Hong said. He had just been reborn today, had done many things, and after the earlier tussle with Huo Miao, he was already exhausted. But he didn't feel at ease with Huo Miao sleeping beside him. Returning to the apocalypse with memories was already a gift from heaven. If he were to be killed in his sleep by the woman beside him, Shin Hong would never forgive himself. Oh, Huo Miao replied, feeling wronged, trembling as she got up and stumbled downstairs. It was her first time. How could this man be so heartless? I have already been with you, why don't you cherish me? With a heart full of grievances, Huo Miao lay on the bed, dragging her weary body into a deep sleep. The next day, as soon as Huo Miao opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar room, she suddenly sat up. But a pain from somewhere made her furrow her brows tightly. Last night, she seemed to remember something and quickly lifted the blanket, her face blank. Last night, it wasn't a dream. She really had been with Shin Hong. Recalling the scene from last night, Huo Miao's face turned crimson. At the same time, now that she was calm, she felt even more furious. She had given such an important part of herself to Shin Hong, but what did Shin Hong do? He had sent her to the first floor, and he still wanted her heart. Even Su Chao hadn't won her heart. What right did he have to be so domineering? After sitting on the bed for a moment, she slowly got up, dressed, and walked out of the bedroom. You're awake? Shin Hong was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door, he said without turning around, come help. Huo Miao opened her mouth. She came from a wealthy family, although not among the top tycoons. As a property owner in the Magic City, her assets were still in the millions. Being an only child, she had never cooked before. After getting together with Su Chao, who also couldn't cook, he always found ways to take her out to eat. Su Chao had never asked her to cook. She felt wronged. But as she smelled the aroma of the stir-fried dishes, she ultimately suppressed her emotions and went to Shin Heng's side. Seeing Shin Heng's profile, her grievances dissipated. Shin Heng's expression was stern, and he didn't look at her much, as if he were still Su Chao's girlfriend. However, Shin Heng's profile was quite handsome. What do you want me to do? She asked weakly. Forget it. Seeing Huo Miao at a loss, Shin Heng said, take out a plate, I'll put the dishes in. She quickly found a plate, but while searching, she accidentally broke one due to the pain. Shin Heng sighed, waved his hand, and the shattered pieces instantly vanished. These plates weren't his, so he couldn't return them to the vending machine. They were just stored in his personal space, piled in a corner. When he found a trash heap outside, with a thought he could throw them away. He thought he would have to repurchase all these plates in the future. Even if they were broken, they should still be recyclable and sellable. If other apocalypse male leads knew he was storing these broken plates in his personal space, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. Huo Miao looked astonished. She wanted to find a broom, but unexpectedly, with a wave of Shin Heng's hand, all the plate shards disappeared. Was this magic? Before she could speak, Shin Heng said lightly, "Let's eat first." He casually stir-fried a couple of dishes and steamed a pot of rice. His cooking skills were quite good, and since Huo Miao was already hungry, she began to eat heartily. By the time she was full, Shin Heng had already put down his bowl and chopsticks. When he glanced over, Huo Miao jolted and quickly got up to clean. "Not bad, looks like you understand." Shin Heng nodded in satisfaction. "But before you clean up, I have something to say to you." He pulled Huo Miao into his embrace and her face turned red. What do you want to say? Have you thought about that question from last night?" Shin Heng asked. "You took my body, and now you want my heart?" Huo Miao was taken aback, murmuring softly, I haven't thought it through yet. But this matter, after all, seems to benefit you men, right? You've already. I benefit? Shin Heng sneered, taking out his phone to open the surveillance. "Take a look for yourself." The surveillance showed Su Chao's home. Su Chao and Feng Lu were still nestled under the covers, but Su Chao looked weak, while Feng Lu appeared rosy. In doing such things, it's still the men who get tired. Shin Heng's voice echoed in Huo Miao's ear. "If you can't decide, why not take a look outside?" Outside? Huo Miao instinctively looked up, and when she saw the outside world, she was stunned. The outside had turned into a silver-white world. Moreover, the thick snow almost reached the windowsill. Was the snow about a meter thick? Huo Miao couldn't believe her eyes, staring blankly at the yard outside. How could this happen? Huo Miao's lips trembled. The snowflakes in the sky fell like goose feathers, showing no signs of stopping. Had it been snowing all night? And it still hadn't stopped? "Follow me, I will do my best to protect you, but if you are unwilling to be open-hearted and stay by my side, I won't hold you back. You can go wherever you want," Shin Heng said softly. "Protect?" Huo Miao looked at Shin Heng in confusion. Shin Heng didn't look at her but stared out the window, murmuring, "The apocalypse has truly come." Shin Heng remembered very clearly. The snow of the apocalypse came with great ferocity. People didn't even have time to react. In just one night, the snow had piled up to a meter deep. Moreover, the temperature outside had plummeted to nearly -30 degrees. With the blizzard continuing, the temperature would keep dropping. By tomorrow, the air conditioning would be useless. At that time, humans would gradually start to freeze to death. Apocalypse? Hearing Shin Heng's words, Huo Miao looked astonished. What era is it, and how can there still be people who believe in the apocalypse? It's just a heavy summer snow. She turned to speak but fell silent when she saw Shin Heng's serious expression. "Have you ever thought about what would happen if this heavy snow never stopped?" Shin Heng said quietly. "Never stop? How is that possible?" Huo Miao chuckled dryly. "How can snow never stop falling? What if it really never stops?" Shin Heng asked again. Huo Miao was taken aback. Shin Heng's expression didn't seem like he was just chatting, it was very serious. "Just think, in just one night, the snow has already reached a meter deep. If it continues like this for a week or even longer, what will the world become?" Shin Heng raised an eyebrow, turned to Huo Miao, and said solemnly, "With the outside world covered in ice and snow, after all the food at home is gone, what will humanity become?" He had changed his mind. Huo Miao was quite appealing. Especially last night, he found that they got along very well in bed. Such a beautiful woman, now obediently standing in front of him. To be honest, Shin Heng was somewhat reluctant to throw her outside to fend for herself. So, he tried to reveal some of the apocalyptic situation to Huo Miao, wanting to see how she would choose. What will humanity do? After hearing Shin Heng's words, Huo Miao's eyes narrowed. If the world really became like that, people would resort to cannibalism. Although Huo Miao was the only daughter in her family and came from a good background, having been pampered since childhood, it didn't mean she was foolish. If that day really comes, I am confident I can survive. Shin Heng's voice came slowly, but living alone, what use is that? Life, after all, should have some fun. For example, I hope to have women around me, no matter how many. Huo Miao's face twitched. Was he really going to say such shameless things? And you are my first choice. Shin Heng's gaze fell back on Huo Miao. If you are willing to follow me, then you must devote yourself to me. After all, there will be many dangers in the future, and I don't want to see someone close to me betray me at that time. At this point, he remembered Feng Lu and Su Chao from his past life, his eyes turning cold. Why are you looking at me like that? Huo Miao pouted, involuntarily lowering her head. I don't know you that well yet. Wasn't last night enough to get to know each other? Shin Heng's lips curled up. Huo Miao's face instantly turned red. Before you truly make up your mind, I will take you in, but in this house, you must also fulfill your duties. Shin Heng pointed to the kitchen. First, learn how to cook well. So it turns out, he just wanted her to cook. Huo Miao's little face fell, but she nodded in agreement. Shin Heng stared out at the snowflakes, lost in thought, while Huo Miao quietly returned to her room on the first floor. She took out her phone and started browsing videos from food bloggers. However, today many food bloggers hadn't updated their cooking videos, they were all filming the snowy scenery outside, discussing this bizarre heavy snow. Even the tropical cities in the south, which rarely see snow, were now blanketed in white. The whole world has turned like this? After watching a few videos, Huomiao was left in shock. The popular tourist city of Sanya in the southern part of Long Country had now turned into a sea of white. The once bustling beach, filled with tourists, is now completely frozen and deserted. The blogger, dressed in a thick down jacket, speaks with a trembling voice. I never expected it to snow in Sanya. In previous years at this time, we had to worry about typhoons. Thankfully, I bought a few down jackets during my recent trip to northeast China. As for those who have lived in this city for years, they probably don't even own a thick coat. Huomiao's expression froze. She recalled what Shin Hong had just said. The end of the world. What if it really is as Shin Hong said? We need to stock up on supplies quickly. She looked out the window. The snowflakes were still swirling, and it seemed the snow had thickened even more while she was watching videos. She hurriedly got up and rushed to the living room, shouting at Shin Hong, we need to stock up on supplies right now. It's too late. Shin Hong, standing by the window, turned around and said calmly, check the WeChat owner group. Owner group? Huomiao was taken aback and instinctively opened WeChat. The owner group was in an uproar. Many people were lamenting the unusual weather, and some suggested buying food and drinks to prepare. But soon, someone shared a video from the supermarket. The shelves in the supermarket had been completely emptied by people. Since last night, many had been rushing to buy things. The owner, seeing the business booming, didn't close early. By 11 p.m., everything on the supermarket shelves had been snatched up. Even toilet paper was gone. Heavy snow had blocked the roads, and delivery trucks couldn't restock in time. So now, the supermarket was just an empty shell. To think of stocking up on supplies, it seems your mind isn't too dull, Shin Hong said as he approached Huomiao, speaking softly. In just one day, this snow has covered the globe. Jiangcheng has over a meter of snow now, and that's not even the worst. Have you thought about what kind of difficulties humanity will face in the future? Hua Miao's face turned pale. If you truly want to be with me, I will definitely treat you well. Shin Heng's eyes turned cold. But if you, like Feng Lu, dare to have ulterior motives against me. Huomiao smiled bitterly. With such extreme weather, I'm still living in your house, and we've had that kind of relationship. How could I possibly betray you? Although she initially just wanted to get back at Suchao, to be honest, she was starting to miss the feeling of being with Shin Hong last night. Moreover, if it weren't for Shin Hong, she might have already been at the company last night with Wang Chengguang. Compared to that fat guy Wang Chengguang, she would naturally choose the younger and more handsome Shin Hang. Besides, Wang Chengguang's methods were despicable. He tried to coerce her. In contrast, even though Shin Hong took her in, he never forced her into a relationship. Whether it was kissing or in the bedroom, thinking back, it was all initiated by her. I hope so. Shin Hong looked at the pitiful Huomiao and gently nodded. Human hearts are hard to read. Although Huomiao had no reason to betray him, for now, Shin Hong still didn't fully trust her. However, it seemed Huomiao was already prepared to be his woman. That was enough. In a few days, when the entire social order collapses, let her see this cold society, and Huomiao would surely be devoted. A stunning beauty like Huomiao would be the target of many powerful figures outside. Shin Hong remembered that in his past life, after the apocalypse began, the Song family, under the leadership of the head of the family, Song Zhengming, rose from a second-rate family to one of the top powers. Song Zhengming possessed powerful abilities and gathered many experts. After human civilization completely vanished, he became the emperor of the northern city. Surrounded by beauties, he was quite pleased. Moreover, Song Zhengming had a bit of a perverse side, particularly fond of married women. In his past life, he heard that countless women had been ruined by him. A woman like Huomiao, who has been ruined, would surely be toyed with by Song Zhengming, right? Thinking of this, his gaze turned to the 3 green plants on the table. Soon, in 2 weeks, the ability fruit will be unveiled. His eyes burned with intensity. At that time, if I swallow this ability fruit, I will gain the power to walk through walls. Many treasures from my past life will be mine. In Jiangcheng, there will also be a place for me. Shin Hong lay on the sofa, looking at his phone, while Huomiao sat beside him, her gaze fixed on the TV news. Her eyes occasionally swept over Shin Hong, filled with complexity. I'm thirsty, Shin Hong suddenly spoke, still looking at his phone. Ha! Huomiao was taken aback. Do I still need to give orders? Shin Hong raised his head in dissatisfaction. Open the fridge, there's cola inside, go get me a can. Okay. Huomiao hurriedly got up. After just a couple of steps, a flash of pain crossed Huomiao's face, and her steps faltered. Last night had been a bit wild, and it still hurt too much. She had heard that it would be much better the next time. Looking at Huo Miao's figure, Shin Hong sighed softly. After all, Huo Miao was the first woman he had since his rebirth, and she was a cold goddess. Treating her like this made him feel a bit guilty. But if he didn't, a delicate woman like Huo Miao, even with his protection, might not survive. He had to make her understand the cruelty of this world from the root. Huo Miao stumbled a couple of steps, then turned to look at Shin Hong after steadying herself. Seeing Shin Hong expressionlessly browsing his phone, she felt a sudden sense of grievance. I've already given myself to you, how can you not cherish me at all? You can't even be bothered to get your own cola. But no matter how aggrieved she felt, she didn't dare to speak up. The clothes she was wearing were still Shin Hong's. The weather on her phone showed that it was already minus 40 degrees outside. In such weather, how could she dare to show Shin Hong a bad face? After opening the fridge, Huo Miao's expression changed. There weren't the various foods she had imagined. Instead, there were only 2 bottles of cola. She hurriedly searched other places, but after scouring the kitchen, she only found some scallions, ginger, garlic, and a few potatoes and carrots. There was also a small half bag of rice in the corner. Would this little food last for a few days? You didn't prepare supplies in advance? Why is there nothing in the fridge? Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong in disbelief. I'll prepare the ingredients when it's time to cook, don't worry, Shin Hong replied, without looking up. Is it hidden in his bedroom on the 2nd floor? Is this to guard against me? Huo Miao shook her head bitterly. Shin Hong was her first man. Last night, doing that kind of thing, to be honest, was partly revenge against Su Chao and partly because she was moved by Shin Hong. If she wasn't truly moved, how could she possibly give up the most precious thing she had cherished for many years? Shin Hong still seemed to be wary of her. Perhaps it was because of Feng Lu's betrayal that he had developed a guard against women. She had heard Su Chao say before that Shin Hong had been with Feng Lu for many years. He worked tirelessly every day to earn money for Feng Lu, often not leaving the house for a week, wanting to marry her home as soon as possible. If it were her facing her girlfriend's betrayal, she definitely wouldn't forgive easily. I'm not like Feng Lu, she muttered softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Shin Hong didn't respond. He naturally heard her, but chose not to comment. Whether Huo Miao was sincere would be proven over time. Right now, he had more important things to do. He registered a new WeChat account, then used his main account to pull this newly registered account into the owner group. At this moment, he had logged into the new account and was posting a message in the group. Harmonious business. Dear residents of Taoyuan community, heavy snow has sealed the city, making it difficult to move. I saw the videos everyone posted earlier. The community supermarket has been looted clean. In such cold days, having no food or drink is a deadly matter. Therefore, for the safety of the community residents, I am specially selling a batch of supplies, including instant noodles, ham sausages, cola, biscuits, and canned meat. Interested parties please inquire. Transaction address: the safe passage under the community square. Early in the morning, when the snow had just passed his knees, he had already gotten up and gone out to take a look at the situation outside. The snowflakes were nearly the size of walnuts, and with the weather being extremely cold, there was hardly anyone around. A few old men who were used to getting up early for a stroll and exercise were shivering and cursing as they turned back home. In temperatures below minus 30 degrees, no one could stand outside. Exercising in this weather would surely turn one into an ice sculpture. It was already 1 p.m., and the snow accumulation had nearly doubled. With that, even fewer people ventured outside. Now was the time to make a name for his small account. Harmony brings wealth. In the future, when everyone wanted to buy supplies, they would naturally think of him first. As soon as he sent the message, the owner group exploded with activity. High mountain and flowing water at Harmony brings wealth. You're such a good person. I just happen to have no food at home. How about selling me some? I'll take a box of instant noodles and a box of King of Kings. You must be running a supermarket, right? Do you have any bread? Old Wang, young man, I don't have much to eat at home either. In this critical moment, shouldn't you show some spirit and send me some food? I don't need much, just 3. No, 4 boxes of instant noodles will do. Flowers blooming in wealth at Harmony brings wealth. Give me some too. It's just me and my grandson at home. We don't eat much, just a box will be fine. Once this snow ends, I'll definitely report to the community about your good deeds. You'll be in the newspaper, on the news, on TV. Chun. Shanyo at Harmony brings wealth. Brother, how much food do you have? Can you sell it to me at a discount? Cute face. The group was constantly tagging Shin Hong, and his phone vibrated non-stop. Huo Miao brought a can of cola over to Shin Hong, actively opening it and handing it to him. Feed me. Shin Hong didn't even look up. Oh. Huo Miao nodded gently, bringing the can to Shin Hong's mouth. With your mouth, Shin Hong added again. Mouth. Huo Miao's face turned bright red. She leaned in secretly and caught a glimpse of Shin Hong replying to the owner group's messages with his small account. Instantly stunned. Selling supplies? It seemed Shin Hong really had hoarded a lot of goods. He was even willing to sell them actively. Did he foresee this extreme weather? Otherwise, how could he have stocked up in advance? Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong with suspicion, feeling he was becoming more mysterious the more she looked. Could such a person really be the waste that Feng Lu spoke of? Thinking of Feng Lu and Su Chao in the surveillance footage, the two were shivering under the blankets, nearly fainting from hunger. They hadn't eaten a bite since last night. Even the air conditioning was struggling to cope with this extreme weather, buzzing loudly. She was in a thin nightgown, staying in a warm room with Shin Hong, where a roaring fire crackled in the fireplace. They had just eaten hot meals, feeling comfortable in body and mind. She even held a chilled drink in her hand. For a moment, she felt a bit dazed. She had just watched videos from those bloggers and saw quite a few news reports. In just one day, many people around the world had already frozen to death, especially in tropical countries. They had hot temperatures year-round and were never prepared with clothing to withstand the cold. Now, after a night of snow, the entire tropical coast was covered in silver, completely transformed. Families with air conditioning were better off, as their units could still operate. Those without air conditioning had turned into ice sculptures. However, this led to a sharp increase in national electricity consumption, and several small Southeast Asian countries reportedly had completely lost power. The snow continued to fall outside. If what Shin Hong said was true, would this snow never stop? What would the whole world become? What are you daydreaming about? Shin Hang's voice broke Huo Miao out of her reverie. She turned her head and saw Shin Hang looking at her with dissatisfaction. Her face flushed. After taking a sip of her drink, she leaned closer to Shin Hong and fed him. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. The cola, mixed with the fragrance from Huo Miao's mouth, tasted much better. Do we still have a lot of supplies? Seeing that Shin Hong was satisfied, Huo Miao asked softly. What's wrong? Shin Hong turned his head. I don't know how long this snow will last. I think we should ensure our living needs first and sell the excess supplies later. Huo Miao wanted to continue, but she saw Shin Hong focused on editing a message on his phone. After a glance, Huo Miao was left in shock and couldn't continue. Bread 500 each. Sausage 500 each, instant noodles 1,000 bags, canned meat 3,000 cans, cola 500 bottles. This pricing, Huo Miao felt a bit dizzy. Is the currency unit in Korean won or Japanese yen? Fresh vegetables 1,000 / pork 3,000 / beef 5,000 / lamb 3,000 / Shin Hong considered the prices, filled in most of the food he needed for living, then left a blank line and began editing the supplies. Quilts 10,000 / jackets 10,000 / oil tincture 20,000 / Alright. Shin Hong looked at the information he had edited with satisfaction, then posted it in the group. Harmonious. Prosperity. Above are the prices of the supplies I am selling. If you want to buy, please contact me. Please pay attention. The unit price is in Longwa currency, and this is the current price. If the weather continues to worsen, I will adjust the prices accordingly. As he sent out this information about selling supplies, the entire owner group erupted. Old Wang at Harmonious. Prosperity, kid, are you robbing us? Who sells things at such high prices? Also, didn't you see what I just said? Hurry up and bring us some food. Flower blooming rich at Harmonious Prosperity. My grandson and I are hungry. Hurry up and bring us some instant noodles. By the way, you still have oil tincture, right? Bring one for me too. This terrible weather is freezing us to death. If you deliver now, once the snow stops, I will definitely give you a banner and promote you. High mountain flowing water at Harmonious Prosperity. Are you joking? Are you sure this isn't Zimbabwean currency? A pack of instant noodles costs $500? The group was getting more and more heated, and many people added Shin Hang as a friend. Shin Hong had just found it troublesome to reply one by one, so he posted the price information in the group. Those who wanted it would naturally speak nicely. As for those old men and women threatening him, Shin Hong couldn't be bothered to look at them again. By tomorrow, the temperature would continue to drop. When it reaches -50 degrees, the air conditioning unit would be completely frozen and unusable. And the water pipes at home had already stopped flowing a single drop. Some families usually store food, but who would store water? The best they could do was keep a 15-liter bottle of purified water in the tea room. But how long could that last? His prices were already quite reasonable. At least in the early stages, those poor people could afford it. Although 95% of them would ultimately freeze to death and their wealth would dissipate with their passing. Wouldn't that dissipated wealth be better off in my hands, allowing me to upgrade my vending machine? So, Shin Hang's strategy was to catch them all in one net. The initial prices wouldn't be set too high, but rather at a level everyone could afford. Of course, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he didn't expect to sell anything at this price. Humans all share the same inherent flaw: selfishness. Until they were on the brink of starvation, these people wouldn't be willing to spend money to buy. However, Shin Hong smiled. There was plenty of time. We can take it slow. In the owner group, with Shin Hang's message sent out, the inevitable response was a flurry of curses. Old Wang at Harmonious Prosperity, this is outrageous. I'm talking about you. Take out the goods now, or I'll report you for price gouging. Flower blooming rich, exactly. At Harmonious Prosperity, take out the goods now, and we can negotiate. To these, Shin Hang didn't even bother to respond. Some even suggested kicking Shin Hang out of the group. But the group owner was the property manager, and Shin Hang had already informed the property manager beforehand. He would be delivering some instant noodles and sausages as reserve supplies to the property manager in the afternoon. The manager naturally wouldn't pay attention to these people. In society, no one is a fool. It's just an owner group, let them curse all they want. He was now curled up at home, and there wasn't much food left. This kid called Harmony Brings Wealth seems quite savvy. Not only does he say he will send instant noodles, but he also wants to send water and oil. With these, I won't have to starve or freeze. Out of sight, out of mind, he directly turned off his phone, too lazy to read another word in the group. Harmony brings wealth to those who insult me, especially at Old Wang and at Flower Blooms Prosperity. Even if you double the price, I won't sell to you. I warn you once, don't make me remember this. In this cold weather, if you want to starve, I can't be bothered. With this warning, the insults in the group suddenly stopped. Some people had already edited their messages, but seeing Shin Hang get angry, quietly deleted them. Although everyone had hoped that the internet and electricity could still be used, they had already tried. Those without food at home found that even calling the police for help was useless. Opening the news, the bald expert who had been so certain on TV had disappeared, replaced by a young host with a serious expression. She repeatedly warned everyone not to hoard supplies, to trust the government, and to believe in rescue. But now, not even a shadow of rescue could be seen. It wasn't that the officials didn't want to help, but the current weather made rescue impossible. The sky was filled with hurricanes, and snowflakes danced everywhere. Planes couldn't even take off. Now, every train station and airport was packed with stranded passengers. Even these passengers couldn't be taken care of. The reserves at the airport and station were not plentiful, and the heavy snow overnight had completely blocked the roads, making it impossible to transport supplies. The food at the airport and station had all been consumed. Large groups of people crowded at the front desk, shouting for official rescue. The officials couldn't even attend to these people, let alone those curled up at home in the community. For a time, pessimistic emotions filled the world. All this information could be found online. Short video platforms were no longer maintained. People gradually realized that in just one day, due to the global snowfall, it felt as if everyone had been isolated at home, unable to go out, unable to shop. What if Shin Hang got really angry, like Flower Bloom's Prosperity and Old Wang, and held a grudge, refusing to sell to them in the future? Although Harmony Brings Wealth's prices were high, they might still be useful later. If this snow really lasted a long time, they would have to bite the bullet and buy it. Just wait. Many homeowners in the community group had the same thought. Once the snow stopped and social order was restored, they would immediately call the police to have Harmony Brings Wealth arrested. But for now, it was better not to argue with him. A few people in the group tried to have a good discussion with Shin Hang, hoping he would lower the price. Shin Hang didn't indulge them and directly warned them. Now, no one spoke up. Shin Hang nodded in satisfaction. If he didn't deal with these troublesome people, they would only get more arrogant. They still wanted to morally bind me? Ha! I don't even have morals. What are you binding me for? He knew everyone's thoughts, still fantasizing that this was just a bizarre heavy snow and that society would return to normal in the future. Unfortunately, they were all just dreaming. Half a month later, supernatural fruits emerged. Many humans gained superhuman abilities. These extraordinary individuals established various powers. Yet even so, the officials did not intervene. What does this prove? The officials had the will but lacked the power. Moreover, by then, it wasn't just humans that had mutated, even some animals and plants had also mutated. Shin Hang's smile gradually turned serious. It wasn't just those mutated plants and animals, even zombies were crawling out from the ground. The sky was cold and the ground frozen, while humanity was bound and helpless, yet the zombies seemed largely unaffected. These zombies felt no pain, and the few survivors were swept away. Humans huddled in their respective safe zones, struggling to resist. Shin Hang closed his eyes and let out a long breath. This disaster, this apocalypse, was not just about the extreme cold. There were layers of trials waiting for humanity. Shin Hang was half reclining on the sofa, holding the beautiful Huo Miao in his arms. From time to time, Huo Miao would take the initiative to feed him. This was a heavenly life he had never even imagined. In such icy weather, to be able to live so comfortably, what more could he ask for? Huo Miao nestled against Shin Hang, already prepared to develop a relationship with him. When she was dating Su Chow, she would occasionally have meals with Shin Hong and Feng Lu. Shin Hang's patience and gentle words towards Feng Lu were truly commendable. And Su Chow, although he treated her well, she could always feel that he only wanted to possess her. He lacked the patience Shin Hong had for women. Shin Hong was also a bit more handsome than Su Chow, and as a professional writer he earned over 10,000 a month. It was just that his social status was relatively low, and he didn't have much social interaction. She sometimes envied Feng Lu's good fortune in finding someone like Shin Hong, a man who carefully tidied up the house every day and took care of all the chores and meals. Where could she find such a man? With Su Chow's betrayal, or perhaps out of revenge, Wang Miao took the initiative to seek out Shin Hong last night. Today, seeing the icy world outside, Shin Hong was full of confidence and strategy, revealing another side of himself to her. She had quietly begun to develop feelings. If what Shin Hong said was true, who else could protect her in the apocalypse? At least she knew Shin Hong well and understood what kind of person he was. She also understood Shin Hang's domineering nature. After all, who could accept that a partner who had been so devoted suddenly changed their heart? Be a little gentler, Hua Miao said softly, and before she could finish, she shyly covered her face. She didn't even realize that she had unconsciously started to compromise and even become attached to Shin Hang. Although Shin Hong didn't say how much he had in resources, he had the courage to sell, proving that his reserves were definitely not lacking. To have such foresight before a heavy snowfall, to stockpile enough food, and even dare to sell it at a high price, he wasn't afraid of the consequences of price gouging at all. Hua Miao believed that Shin Hong must have a backup plan. Even if society were to restore order in the future, Shin Hong might not even end up in prison. For some reason, she had this confidence. A man's mystery and strength would definitely attract a woman's heart. Women have a tendency to admire strength, especially independent women like Hua Miao. Ultimately, she wasn't that independent, she just hadn't met a man who could make her submissive and curl up in his arms. She used to think Shin Hong was good to Feng Lu, but now, she saw him in a completely new light. At least she hadn't heard that Shin Hong had bought a villa in Taoyuan community. If he had this villa, Feng Lu would never have treated Shin Hong that way. She would never have betrayed him. Even though Su Chow was a senior executive, his monthly salary was only around 20 to 30,000. To buy such a villa, he would have to save for 20 to 30 years without eating or drinking. Looking at Hua Miao, who was lying on the sofa with a shy yet affectionate expression, Shin Hong smiled gently. He knew that this woman in front of him had completely developed feelings for him. Now, he needed to deepen those feelings. He took Hua Miao to a basketball game. After the game, Hua Miao's cheeks were flushed, her eyes charming. Hua Miao had an excellent figure and appearance, making Shen Hong unable to take his eyes off her. Although Feng Lu was also considered beautiful, she couldn't compare to Hua Miao at all. Hua Miao was the ultimate pursuit for every man. Checking the time, it was already late. Outside, the wind was howling and the snow was falling heavily. The sky was extremely gloomy, and the snowflakes showed no signs of stopping. The snow had piled up another layer, almost reaching the windowsill. People couldn't pass through at all. He still needed to bring some food to the property manager. Shen Hong got up, put on his clothes, and asked, "What do you want for dinner?" "I can do anything, preferably something like chives and kidneys. I heard these are good for men." Hua Miao looked at Shin Hong softly, her gaze full of deep affection. Shin Hong chuckled in surprise. He walked into the kitchen and bought some meat and vegetables from the vending machine, then placed them on the cutting board. "I have something to take care of, I'll step out for a bit." "Didn't you watch cooking videos online? Try making something." Shen Hong kissed Hua Miao on the forehead and instructed, "Even though no one will come in this weather, be careful. I'll call you when I get back, and you can check the surveillance to see it's me before opening the door." "Why, you're going out again?" Hua Miao was taken aback and hesitated. "Why not just stay? This weather." "I'll go through the underground passage." Shen Hong didn't explain much, waved his hand, and walked toward the basement. This villa had 2 underground levels. The first level had a reception room, a study, and a movie room. The second level had a billiard room, a wine tasting room, a game room, and a computer room. The decor was exquisite, which was also why Shen Hong decided to live here in his previous life. In his last life, he spent the most time on the second underground level, often holed up in the computer room playing around. Although the power was out, there was a generator in this villa, which Shen Hong hadn't anticipated. After connecting the generator, the house could be simply heated, and he could use an induction cooker to make a meal while also playing single-player games on the computer to pass the time. However, he had to go out more frequently, because he still needed to find diesel for the generator. It was precisely because of his frequent outings that it made it easier for Feng Lu and Su Chow. Sometimes, when Shin Hong was playing games on the second underground level, these two would get busy on the first underground level, aiming for some excitement. Shin Hong, with a complex expression, passed through and arrived at the entrance of the underground passage, opening the door. The door to the underground passage of this villa was also reinforced, made entirely of tungsten alloy, and had undergone multiple reinforcements. The lock was extremely complex, able to be opened with both a fingerprint and a password. But with a key, it could be locked from the inside, cancelling the fingerprint and password. Shin Hong didn't understand what the original owner was thinking. The door to this underground passage had no passwords or facial recognition setup, not even fingerprints. Even the key was placed on the table next to the passage door, very conspicuous. Now knowing that this row of villas belonged to the beautiful woman Yang Jinxian next door, he was very curious. Yang Jinxian had already moved into villa number 3, why did she also decorate villa number 4 so luxuriously and meticulously? Even the wine tasting room underground was filled with various fine wines. Was she just burning through money? Switching between villas? Each villa with a different style, changing according to what style one wanted to live in? It was truly puzzling. Shin Hong was unaware that after Yang Jinxuan's husband passed away, she returned to Taoyuan community, living in the adjacent villa number 3, and had recently hired someone to redecorate villa number 4. Her sister, Yang Mushuan, was about to graduate from graduate school, and in this city, Yang Jinxian had only her sister left as family. She wanted to give villa number 4 to her sister to be neighbors. After all, her sister was still young and would inevitably have a boyfriend in the future. Living together would be somewhat inconvenient. Moreover, Yang Jinxian had experienced such matters. She had also thought about it, that she was still young, and even if she had a deep bond with her husband, it was impossible to remain a widow for life. Perhaps she would meet a suitable man and be together in the future. Sisters living in the same villa could enhance their relationship, but in the future, if either of them had a man, it wouldn't be so convenient. That's why she specifically redecorated villa number 4, hoping her sister would live there. But no one would have thought that this newly renovated villa number 4 would ultimately benefit Shin Hong. This security door has saved a lot of trouble. If there's one thing Shin Hong is most satisfied with about this villa, it's the security door. It saves him from having to replace it himself. He could buy various top-notch security doors from the super vending machine, but the installation would be quite troublesome. With the cold weather now, and not being a professional technician, how could Shin Hong install it? In the future, when he trades with people, he will need to use the underground passage. And with his unlimited resources, he will inevitably be followed by some scheming individuals. At that time, when people see Shin Hong enter this villa, they will surely think that he has hidden a massive amount of resources here. They will come up with all sorts of ways to break into the villa. If this security door is too flimsy and can't withstand even a typical attack, it's better to give up early. You, be careful, Huo Miao said, dressed and reluctantly sending Shin Hong to the door. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Shin Hong replied, glancing at the passage before handing the key to Huo Miao. I'm giving you the key to the security door. I'm afraid of the chaos outside and might accidentally lose it. If that happens, it won't be safe for us to stay here. When I come back, I'll ring the doorbell. Remember to check the surveillance first too. Make sure it's me before opening the door. Okay. Huo Miao nodded seriously. Bang! As the thick door closed, Shin Hong turned and stepped into the underground passage. His gaze turned cold. This was also a small test for Huo Miao. There was only one key to the security door, and Huo Miao had seen it clearly. If she wanted to take revenge on him for taking her first time or for having second thoughts, she could easily refuse to let him in. However, Shin Hong had the master key from the vending machine. What kind of door could he not open? Moreover, Huo Miao had previously asked him if there were resources stored in the other rooms on the second floor. At that time, Shin Hong had been non-committal. If Huo Miao sneaked upstairs to spy while he was away, he would no longer trust her. In the corners of the second floor of the house, Shin Hong had already hidden several miniature cameras. As long as Huo Miao went up, the cameras would capture everything clearly. Huo Miao, oh Huo Miao. Shin Hong shook his head. After all, a woman with a pure and aloof appearance and a perfect figure who was also a virgin was something he still cared about. But if she really did that, Shin Hong would definitely not care and would directly throw her into the cold world outside, letting her fend for herself. He would not easily trust women anymore. Especially in this apocalyptic world, where order had collapsed, survival was the top priority. Women were merely additives to life. Shin Hong walked steadily along the underground passage. Behind him were the underground passages of the row houses. He didn't know if it was because there were few residents in the villa area or if everyone was holed up at home, but he walked all the way to the square without seeing anyone else. Upon reaching the square below, the view suddenly opened up. This also meant that Shin Hong had arrived at the central position of the community. Further ahead was a residential area of 20-30-story buildings. After taking a few more steps, he noticed that there were indeed more people around. This was normal. With 20 buildings, each having at least 4 units and standing 30 stories high, there were at least 7,000 households living here. With an average of 3 people per household, that's already over 20,000 people. The residents of these high-rise buildings in Taoyuan community were an important source for upgrading the vending machine. And don't underestimate these residential buildings in front, although they can't compare to the row houses. Taoyuan community is one of the top residential areas in Zhangchang. Even the high-rise buildings don't have many poor people. Shen Hong was quite the exception. He worked hard writing and just happened to have a book that gained some popularity online, which allowed him to scrape together the down payment to buy a place here. The reason he bought in Taoyuan community was also because Feng Lu insisted on it. She had said from the beginning that she wanted to live in such a high-end community, and she looked down on other neighborhoods. Su Chao's monthly salary is not low, but he still cannot afford a house here. It was bought by his family. It can be said that, apart from a very small number of poor souls like Shen Hong, the remaining homeowners are all small successful professionals above the white-collar level. The goal is to quickly take over the Taoyuan community, to expand as soon as people are still around. This is Shen Hang's objective. Moreover, the vending machine had previously hinted that without Longhua coins, one could also use other equivalent items to purchase goods, which would similarly upgrade the vending machine's level. Gold and jewelry are all accepted by the vending machine. However, when it comes to the later stages, when most humans are nearly dead and the ground is covered in thick snow, where would one find money? Moving forward, after passing the square, more people appeared in the underground passage. Many were dressed in thick clothing, coming to the underground passage to get some fresh air. After being unable to go out for a day, people always feel a bit stifled, unable to exit through the unit door downstairs. They simply came to walk in the underground passage and coincidentally saw many other homeowners all gathering in small groups to discuss the damn weather. As Shen Hong passed by several middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, he overheard their conversation. This weather is still snowing, and it's actually getting heavier. It can't go on forever. Can it? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think it's the end of the world? Sigh, global snowfall, the doomsday theory has come up again. I'm starting to have my doubts. It's summer, and it's snowing. We're better off in Zhangcheng. After all, it gets cold in winter, and we have thick clothes. I heard that in Sanya, quite a few people have frozen to death. Yeah, it's summer all year round there. No one expected it to snow there too. I saw the news. The Sanya beach has turned into a block of ice, and there are still quite a few people on the beach. Now they're all ice sculptures. That girl filming the video was so scared she cried. I saw that video too. This snow is too strange. Snow in August, I've never even heard of it. 110. Can't even get through now, and there isn't much food at home. Mainly, our water pipes have frozen and we can't even get water. What should we do? Do you know that guy in the group, Hechi Shankai? He's selling stuff now. Why not buy some from him? Shen Hong paused his steps upon hearing them talk about him, perking up his ears. People didn't pay him much mind. There were many people in the underground passage, all huddled together discussing aimlessly. No one knew anyone. Since they had nothing to do, they just chatted. A bag of instant noodles for 500, a sausage for 500. Are you burning money? Someone immediately retorted, I can't afford that. For 500 bucks, how many boxes of instant noodles can I buy? Do I really need to find him? That's not how it works. Even if you have money now, where would you buy it? All the supermarkets downstairs in the community are empty. Another person lamented, if I had known, I would have gone to buy it last night, but unfortunately, I was sleeping at home. By the time I woke up, the supermarket was out of stock. Now there's nothing to eat at home. If I don't buy, who will? Bro, I have instant noodles for 100 a bag. Do you want to buy? Damn, 100? That's really outrageous. Buy it or not, in a few days when I finish eating, there won't be any left. By then, you'll have to go find Hechi Shankai to buy. No, I'll buy. I want some too. Give me 2 bags. The crowd immediately changed the topic and started making purchases. Those scattered around discussing heard this and began trading goods, all gathering around. Those with money had already started buying things, while those with supplies were eyeing each other, testing the waters with their prices. You're selling instant noodles for 100? Fine. I'll sell for 90. One by one, they were bargaining, hoping to make a big profit in this icy weather. You should know that normally, a box of instant noodles only costs about 100 bucks. And now, the price of a single bag could be exchanged for a whole box. Looking at the bustling crowd, Shen Hong sneered and gently stepped back from the throne. Let the prices rise slowly. This is only the first day of the apocalypse, and people have no idea how to cherish food. In a few days, when people get used to buying at high prices, they will suddenly find that the owners who used to sell supplies are also out of food. At that time, panic will gradually take over, and my supplies will truly become hot commodities then. Entering Building 4, Unit 2, Shen Hong walked up the stairs. After reaching the 6th floor, he carefully observed the 6th and 7th floors, noticing that all 4 doors were tightly shut, with a chill emanating from them. Only then did Shin Hong purchase 3 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and a small bottle of oil tincture from his consciousness space. He placed all of these on the stairs, then went downstairs and stood at the entrance of the 5th floor, sending a WeChat message to the property manager. I've left everything on the stairs at your door. Hurry up and come take it. If someone takes it away later, don't blame me. The property manager seemed to have been waiting for Shin Hong's message. Not long after sending it, the door of Unit 601 suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in his 50s cautiously poked his head out, glanced around, and then his eyes lit up when he saw the instant noodles on the stairs. He hurriedly ran out. Old Zhang, put on a coat, it's so cold outside. A woman's voice came from inside. Shin Hong was just about to leave when he suddenly felt that the voice sounded familiar. He stopped and leaned in to take a look. At that moment, a young girl walked out of the room, gazing affectionately at the middle-aged man. Bai Shuan? Shin Hong was stunned. Every boy has his own white moonlight during school years. For Shin Hong, that was Bai Shuan. He and Bai Shuan were high school classmates, sitting in front and behind each other. Bai Shuan had good grades, spoke gently, and had a doll-like face, making her the topic of discussion among many boys in the dorm after lights out. After entering university, Shin Hong lost contact with Bai Shuan. Soon, he met Feng Lu, who was also at the same university, and became her devoted admirer. Hard work paid off, and by the time they graduated, Feng Lu finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Bai Shuan ended up marrying the property manager, and they lived in the same community. Shin Hong had lived in this community for a year without ever seeing her. But thinking about it, after Shin Hong bought a house in Taoyuan community, he spent all his time at home working hard to pay off the mortgage, rarely going out. In a small community, not everyone is familiar with each other, let alone in a large community with tens of thousands of residents. He quietly observed Bai Shuan through the gaps in the stairwell. After a few years, Bai Shuan had become even more charming. Her brows and eyes were full of allure. Looking at the property manager, Shin Hong felt disdain. This old man looked like he was in his 50s, with a face full of fat. Shin Hong felt a bit uncomfortable. Bai Shuan, oh Bai Shuan, you are really degrading yourself. But now it was the end of days, with scarce resources, who knows? Shin Hong smirked and silently left downstairs. In the apocalypse, many men would even trade their wives for a bite to eat. It was the same now. In his previous life, he had heard that the property manager had given his wife to a gang member for fun, and the gang member was quite satisfied, giving the property manager a box of instant noodles in return. However, the property manager's wife never returned home. In the end, he heard that the gang member had a shootout with a contractor in the community and died tragically, while the property manager's wife ended up with the contractor. After that, Shin Hong didn't know what happened. After all, at that time, he was focused on figuring out how to obtain resources and had no time for gossip. Not long after, the ability fruit appeared, and Shin Hong quickly gained fire abilities, got resources, and was once stolen from by Qin Xianyo, focusing more on defending against thieves and had no thoughts for anything else. But in this life, she should have only been developed by the property manager. Thinking of this, Shin Hong suddenly remembered Huo Miao at home. In terms of figure and face, Huo Miao was much stronger than Bai Shuan. Bai Shuan had the classmate buff, while Huo Miao had the girlfriend buff. They were not far apart. Shin Hong made his way to the underground. Level 2, entering the underground passage again. In the passage, the number of people discussing had decreased significantly. It seemed many had reached agreements and returned to trade. Shin Hong ignored the old men and women discussing and walked towards the villa area in the back. Arriving at the entrance of the underground passage of Villa Number 4, Row 2, Shin Hong rang the doorbell. He waited quietly for the door to open, expressionless. If Huo Miao didn't open the door for him, he would have a friendly match first and then throw her out. With 30,000 people in the community, he couldn't find a pretty girl? He remembered that the internet celebrity anchor, A Little Sand, lived in Building 12 of Taoyuan community. In his previous life, he had eaten an ability fruit but didn't know what ability he had. In the end, he followed Qin Xianyo to the Song family and left the community. Now that he had unlimited resources, he couldn't even get an internet celebrity? He stood at the door, pressing the doorbell while checking his phone, reviewing the few mini cameras he had left at home. The cameras hadn't captured much, but it proved that after he left, Huo Miao hadn't gone upstairs. This gave Shin Hong a bit of comfort. He looked at the other cameras and found that Su Chao and Feng Lu were actually still cuddling in bed. What a pair of oddballs. Calculating the time, these two have not eaten for a day and a night. Are they planning to die in bed? However, it seems they have stopped their antics and are instead chatting softly. Chao Ge, I'm about to starve to death. Feng Lu pouted. Su Chao was a bit irritated. I'm hungry too. If it weren't for you, always wanting and wanting, I would at least have the energy to get dressed by now. Right now, he just wanted to be quiet in bed for a while. Where has that dog Shin Hong gone? It's been a whole day and he hasn't contacted me, Fong Lu said, her face full of indignation. That dog, always. Trying to appease her, afraid she would get angry. Now it's been a whole day and he hasn't even called. I'm really angry. Why don't you give him a call? Su Chao suggested tentatively. I don't even have the energy to get out of bed. I'm about to starve to death. Tell him to hurry up and bring some food. Let's wait a bit longer. Fong Lu gritted her teeth. If I call him now, it would mean I'm admitting my mistake, right? I didn't do anything wrong. He should be the one to call. You? Su Chao was speechless. What the hell? It's already this late and you're still thinking about right and wrong? What's the big deal about admitting a mistake to Shen Hong? I'm about to starve to death alongside you. You have no sense of urgency, you big-chested, brainless woman. Just wait a little longer. I don't want to easily admit my mistake. Seeing Su Chao unhappy, Fong Lu nestled into his arms and acted cute. All right. Su Chao hurriedly nodded. Shin Hong sneered. At that moment, the small light on the security door lit up, illuminating Shin Heng's face. The next moment, the door opened, and Huo Miao rushed into Shin Heng's arms. Why did you take so long? I was so scared. Huo Miao spoke softly. Shin Hong inhaled the pleasant fragrance of her hair and chuckled. I'm back now. I didn't take long. All right, let's go inside. There are too many people outside. Right. Huo Miao snapped back to reality and quickly pulled Shin Hong inside, then cautiously glanced at the underground passage outside and locked the door. Then, she squatted down to take out slippers for Shin Hong and helped him change. Watching her gently bend down, Shin Hong hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Hurry and change your shoes, they're still cooking. Upstairs. Huo Miao's face turned red. Forget about that for now, this is more important. A new round of poker began, the two of them at odds with each other. Huo Miao, having gained some experience, wanted to take the initiative this time, but unfortunately, her craving for the game was too strong again. Shin Hong felt a bit more affection in his heart. His frozen heart began to thaw slightly. Huo Miao had passed her initial test. From Huo Miao, Shin Hang felt a tenderness he hadn't experienced in a long time. When he was with Fong Lu, she never cared about Shin Hang's thoughts. On the contrary, Huo Miao was nothing like Su Chao had said. She was not an ice goddess at all. Now, seeing her obediently nestled under his neck, she looked as cute as a little kangaroo. Oh no! Huo Miao, who was resting her head against Shin Hang's chin, suddenly remembered something, exclaimed, and quickly got up. She turned back and glared at Shin Hong with a frown. It's all your fault. My dish isn't finished cooking yet, it's definitely burnt now. She turned and dashed upstairs. Shin Hong chuckled contentedly and followed her. When they reached the first floor, he indeed smelled a burnt odor wafting through the air. Half a pot of vegetables had turned completely black. Failed. Hua Miao said dejectedly. It's okay. Shin Hong walked into the kitchen, waved his hand lightly, and the burnt frying pan disappeared. Recycling. Price, 60 yuan. The experience of the vending machine increased by 60 again. Shin Hong casually bought a new pan, got some vegetables, and took a glance at the vending machine. The experience had now turned into 13812/20,000. The increase was mainly because he had bought a lot of seafood and red wine earlier to borrow a car. Now, he only had a little over 10,000 left in his bank account. Most of his previous manuscript fees had been handed over to Fong Lu. This little money was what he had secretly saved to prepare for Fong Lu's birthday. This amount was only enough to upgrade the vending machine to level 2, far from being able to buy firearms or other self-defense items. As Shin Hung skillfully chopped and cooked, he turned to Huo Miao and asked, "How much money do you have in your card?" Huo Miao was taken aback. Then checked her phone and said, "I have 150,000 in my card, 20,000 in WeChat, and 80,000 in Alipay. What's up? Do you need money? I can transfer it to you." Wow, 250,000? That's a lot? Huo Miao turned out to be a little rich girl. Shin Heng's eyes lit up. With this much money, would it be enough for him to upgrade the vending machine to level 5? Thinking of this, he nodded. "Just transfer the money to me first. Consider it a loan." "Loan? What for?" Huo Miao pouted and murmured softly, stealing a glance at Shin Hang. He looked pretty handsome while cooking. Now, it could be said that by some twist of fate, she was with Shin Hang. Her money was just like Shin Heng's money. She had no idea that just moments ago, when Shin Hang walked out of the villa, he was still wary of her. If she made him lose trust, she would be unceremoniously thrown out into the snowy world. Shin Heng's hand trembled. He heard everything Huo Miao mumbled. At that moment, he felt a bit petty. He had been suspicious of her before, but she was completely defenseless against him. Watching Huo Miao unhesitatingly transfer all her money to his card, Shin Hang pursed his lips and said, "As long as you truly want to be with me, I will definitely not abandon you." "Then, you must remember this." Huo Miao laughed, ran in front of Shin Hang, and pressed the record button. "Come on, say it again, I want to record it." If you bully me in the future, I'll play this recording in your ear over and over. Shin Hong hugged her and seriously spoke into the phone. As long as Meow Meow is truly with me and does not betray me, I, Shin Hong, will definitely treat you seriously and will not abandon you. He. Huo Miao looked pleased and gave Shin Hong a hard kiss on the cheek. Then she sat on the sofa and began to seriously browse cooking videos. She had already made up her mind. Once the snow stopped, she would quit that job and focus on learning how to manage a household. This day and a half had already made her start to like this kind of life. Snuggling at home with Shin Hong, watching the news, enjoying the snowy scenery, and savoring their sweet life together. As long as he exchanged a glance, Shin Hong could understand his thoughts and start the game. Shin Hong cooked the dishes and brought them to the coffee table, preparing to eat with Huo Miao. It seems a bit cold. Huo Miao put on her pajamas. Cold? Shin Hong looked up. Night had fallen, and the snow outside had piled up against the glass. The creaking sound of the air conditioner was getting louder, clearly struggling to withstand such frigid weather. He glanced at the thermometer. The outside temperature had dropped to -49 degrees. You eat first. Shin Hong got up and added more wood to the fireplace, then took out several oil lamps. Huo Miao looked surprised. Although she had seen Shin Hong reveal his powers twice before, with a wave of his hand, the shattered plates and the burnt pot had all disappeared as if by magic. But now, with a wave of his hand, several oil lamps appeared. Are you performing magic? Huo Miao swallowed hard. Let's just pretend I'm doing magic for now, Shin Hong smiled. Although he had grown more at ease with Huo Miao, this involved his deepest secrets, which he wasn't ready to reveal yet. In half a month, when the fruit of his abilities appeared, he believed Huo Miao would understand. At that time, she would naturally regard these secrets as an early awakening of powers. So amazing. Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong, her eyes filled with stars. After turning on all the oil lamps, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Shin Hong turned off the air conditioner. This thing wouldn't last much longer even if it kept running. Tonight, the temperature would drop again, nearing -60 degrees. Even a running air conditioner would be completely frozen. After doing all this, he sat down to eat with Huo Miao. After the meal, Huo Miao took the initiative to clean the dishes while Shin Hong lay on the sofa digesting, casually watching the news. All the TV stations were now broadcasting news from the official channel 1 of Long Country, with a beautiful female host wearing 3 down jackets, shivering in the studio, speaking to the camera. This sudden blizzard has impacted lives all over the world. It is understood that the entire globe is experiencing extreme low temperatures. Experts estimate that our blue planet has entered a new glacial period. However, our official organization is still here, working hard to open up channels. In this time of crisis, our underground railway is now in operation, and soon a main line connecting Long City with the top 10 cities in the country will be established. At that time, rescue supplies will continuously be transported via the railway. Please hold on, do not give up. As long as we endure, light and warmth will once again belong to humanity. Civilized society will not dissipate because of this. Everyone should unite, set aside prejudices, and support each other. We will definitely survive. Shin Hong shook his head. Civilized society? Indeed. The future civilized society still exists, but this society is no longer so civilized. Laws and morals have all turned to smoke. Fists are the hard truth. Powerful superhumans dominate their territories, surrounded by beautiful women and numerous servants. Moreover, they occupy various resource strongholds. In his previous life, the Song family even took over the official grain depot in Jiang City. It was precisely because of this that the Song family rose to become one of the top forces in Jiang City. And after occupying the official grain depot, the authorities had no reaction at all, not even warning the Song family. This shows that the authorities were also facing huge troubles and had no time to spare. It should be noted that while Jiang City may not rank in the top 3 in Long Country, it is still one of the top 10 cities. If the so-called underground railway truly worked, Long City would naturally connect with Jiang City. The Song family, daring to provoke the authorities, would be taken down immediately. But until Shin Heng's death, the Song family had held the grain depot for nearly a month, and the authorities had not taken any action. Glacial period? As she was washing the dishes, Huo Miao suddenly looked up, her face filled with surprise as she stared at the television. Then she turned to Shin Hong, her expression worried, and said, "The Ice Age, will humanity go extinct? There's an 80 to 90% chance. We'll all die." Remembering the humans who barely survived in the last life, all of whom had no bottom line, Shin Hong shook his head slightly. "But looking at you, it seems like you're not worried at all." Huo Miao set down the dishes, sat close to Shin Hong, leaned against him, and softly said, "Shin Hong, how much supplies do we have left?" Shin Heng's eyes narrowed instantly, coldly staring at Huo Miao, who was leaning against him. This woman, is she really trying to get her hands on my supplies? Is she trying to pry information from me? I was thinking, if the supplies are running low, then there's really no need for us to sell. Huo Miao didn't notice Shin Heng's gaze at all. Instead, she leaned against him and continued, money can be earned again, but if people are gone, then we have nothing left. We shouldn't just focus on immediate benefits. Think about it. Even the authorities have leaked this news, which shows that the outside world has completely fallen into chaos. Even if it's just the two of us, the supplies will eventually run out. What will we do then? It's just living a few more days than others. We'll still die quickly. Huo Miao sighed. So now, we should take action, not only to protect the supplies at home but also to actively seek out new supplies. In this extreme cold weather, many things can be preserved for a long time. What use is money now? Shin Hong was taken aback. Was this what Huo Miao was thinking? Right. Huo Miao looked up seriously at Shin Hong. Didn't I just transfer you 250,000? Let's use all this money to buy supplies. I've seen people in the owner group starting to discuss transactions while everyone is still willing to sell. Let's buy all the food and drink, especially those things that are easy to preserve. What do you think? At this point, her eyes lit up. I think I understand why you were posting like that in the group earlier. And you even asked me for money. Were you also thinking of getting a small account to deliberately raise the prices of supplies, causing panic? Then, some people would sell supplies at lower prices and you could buy them. That's what you were thinking, right? Shin Hong couldn't help but chuckle. What was this girl thinking? I genuinely want to sell supplies. She thinks I'm trying to guide public opinion with a small account. Moreover, Shin Hong wanted to spend all the money Huo Miao had just transferred. Let's see if I can upgrade the vending machine to level 5. If it reaches level 5, then I can buy a handgun. That way, in the half month before the ability fruit arrives, they would at least have some self-defense capability. After all, in a day or two, there would be people who couldn't stand the hunger and would start to have evil thoughts, leading to break-ins and violent crimes in the community. After that, it would spiral out of control. With a gun, I could survive steadily in the first half of the month. However, Huo Miao's words also relieved Shin Heng. She wasn't eyeing her supplies. Instead, she wanted me to use her money to stock up. Don't worry, you don't have to think about the supplies. I won't let you go hungry. Shin Heng pinched Huo Miao's nose. Still the same thing. As long as you truly want to be with me, I will definitely take care of you. As for the money you gave me, I have other uses for it. Huo Miao opened her mouth. She wanted to persuade Shin Heng again, but seeing Shin Heng's gaze, she chose to remain silent. This strong woman had now gotten used to Shin Heng's dominance. If it weren't for Shin Heng, she might have already been at Wang Chengguang's mercy. She didn't even dare to think about her own fate. And she was still starving at the company. Can I call my colleagues at the company now to ask about their situation? Huo Miao suddenly thought of something and asked, don't worry, I absolutely won't take them in. I just want to know how they are doing. Those colleagues? When she was surrounded by Wang Chengguang's 3 lackeys, none of them were willing to step up to help. If they were doing poorly, she would feel relieved. It's fine, go ahead and ask. Shin Hong smiled. Huo Miao looked happy and dialed her colleague's video call. Huo Miao, are you okay? It was a female colleague from the company. Huo Miao considered her relationship with her to be quite good, but last night at the company, she didn't even stand up to call the police. Now receiving the video from Huo Miao, she was not only shocked but also pleasantly surprised, quickly saying, I'm really sorry about yesterday. I didn't dare to stand up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Huo Miao looked at her female colleague in the video, who was curled up in a chair, shivering. It seemed there was a firelight opposite her, casting a red glow on her face. Are you still at the company? Huo Miao asked casually. Yes, the female colleague nodded, switching the camera, and whispered, it's too cold outside, the air conditioning isn't working. President Wang, Wang Chengguang had people take out the old documents and burn them for warmth, but everyone hasn't eaten all day, and it's getting hard to hold on. In the video, a fire was burning on the floor of the company's large office area, with many people sitting around it, warming their hands. Everyone was wearing summer work clothes, huddled together in silence. A few colleagues were stiffly moving documents and throwing them into the fire. As the documents were tossed in, the flames flared up, but the papers burned quickly, and soon the fire diminished significantly. Hurry, keep moving the documents. Wang Chengguang's voice followed. A few male colleagues who were warming themselves stood up and joined the effort. Lingling, who are you video chatting with? Someone asked nearby. The female colleague was taken aback and chuckled awkwardly. It's Huo Miao. Huo Miao. Many people perked up and gathered around. Seeing Huo Miao sitting on her sofa at home, with a burning fireplace beside her, her colleagues became agitated. Miao Miao, you went home. Huo Miao, you have a fireplace at home? It must be warm, right? You're so lucky, your boyfriend just happened to take you home. If I had known, I would have asked you to take me home yesterday too. The company is freezing, and we're still wearing summer clothes. At least at home, we have winter coats and blankets. I'm about to freeze to death here. A female colleague interjected. At this moment, Wang Chengguang suddenly turned his head and the female colleague fell silent. Hua Miao. Wang Chengguang walked over. Seeing Wang Chengguang appear in the video, Hua Miao trembled and leaned closer to Shin Hang. Don't be afraid. Shin Hong leaned close to Hua Miao's ear and spoke softly. The camera naturally captured Shin Hang as well. Humph. Seeing Shin Hong, Wang Chengguang's expression darkened. You bastard, once the snow stops, we'll settle the score. Wang Chengguang gritted his teeth. His right pinky was gone. This grudge must be avenged. You're welcome any time. Shin Hong smiled expressionlessly, just afraid you won't last until the snow stops and will freeze to death in the company? Hee hee, I see you all wearing summer clothes. The air conditioning is off, right? Is it cold? Hua Miao, we usually have a good relationship, you see. You even sent me a video. You must be concerned about me, right? The previously speaking Lingling had switched the phone camera to the front-facing one, her face pleading. Can you come pick me up? Don't worry, I won't ride for free in your boyfriend's car. I'll pay 1,000. Last night, I saw your boyfriend's car. It was a Mercedes G63, right? That car can run in the snow. Can he come pick us up? Yes, and us too. Hua Miao, that car has a lot of space. We can all squeeze in. Other colleagues quickly nodded at Lingling's words. Some even reached out to grab Lingling's phone. Don't snatch. This is my phone. Hua Miao sent me the video first. Lingling's scream rang out as she desperately protected her phone, then urgently pleaded, Miao Miao, I'll pay 1,000, no, 2,000. Please let your boyfriend come pick me up. I really can't hold on anymore. I'm going to freeze to death. I haven't had a hot meal all day. Our company's water pipes are frozen, and the only thing that works is the water dispenser, but there's no water in it either. I'm begging you, for the sake of our good colleague relationship, let him pick me up. I know your boyfriend drives such a nice car, he must look down on my 2,000, but you know, my situation, this is just a little token of my appreciation. Looking at Lingling's pleading expression, Hua Miao sneered. You also know my husband looks down on this 2,000? Hua Miao interrupted her lightly. Since you know, then don't say it out loud. How awkward. Meow meow. Lingling chuckled dryly. This is just my heartfelt intention. Is your life only worth 2,000? I remember your monthly salary is 10,000. Hua Miao mocked. Alright, let's leave it. At that, I'm hanging up. Don't. Lingling panicked. You sent me a video. Isn't that caring about me? I'm in such a miserable state. I apologize to you right away. I was wrong for not standing up for you yesterday. Isn't that enough? Since you care about me, what's wrong with your boyfriend picking me up? I'm not asking for a free ride. First of all, I didn't accept your apology, and I won't accept it. Hua Miao retracted her smile coldly, saying, also, don't talk about my boyfriend's attitude. Even if he wanted to pick you up, I would advise him not to. Lastly, I sent you the video just to see how you were doing. Since you all aren't doing well, I can rest easy. Goodbye, wish you all the best. Oh, and don't rush to scold me. You might not even be clear on the situation. The company has electricity. Your phone should have power now, right? While there's internet, search for the news about Longhua 1 from earlier. No need to thank me. With that, she hung up the phone. You're quite decisive, Shin Hong said with a smile. Oh, Hua Miao hugged his neck, murmuring, if it weren't for you yesterday, not to mention being targeted by Wang Chengguang, even now, I would be curled up like those colleagues, warming myself by the fire. In my most difficult time, you descended from the heavens and saved me. Without you, I wouldn't be able to enjoy the life I have now. When I kissed you yesterday, it wasn't just to get back at Su Chao. More importantly, I've always wanted to marry a hero in my future. He might not come to marry me on a rainbow, but he must give me enough sense of security so that when I see him, I feel at ease. From the moment you stepped out of the elevator and saved me, I knew in my heart, you are my hero. Hua Miao said emotionally, then hugged Shin Hong and initiated a kiss. Shin Hong kissed her back forcefully. After a long while, their lips parted. Shin Hong smiled at Hua Miao and asked, do you really want this? Of course. Hua Miao nodded. Seriously, as for those people in the company, as I said, even if you really want to go, I will advise against it. The snow outside is already over a meter deep. Don't even think about driving there. Even a tank wouldn't make it to the company. If the authorities had the ability to rescue, they would have deployed the military long ago. The fact that they haven't shows that the official army can't carry out a rescue. If the authorities can't do it, how could I let my husband take such risks? Shin Hong didn't respond but tightened his embrace around Hua Miao. This woman truly understood life. He thought he would need enough time to guide and educate her, to tell her not to be overly compassionate. In his past life, he had seen so many people lose their lives because of a little kindness. Especially women who were more prone to excessive sympathy, attracting unnecessary disasters. Hua Miao was simply his best companion for the apocalypse. She could keep up with his thoughts and suppress her curiosity, not prying into his secrets. As long as he didn't speak, she wouldn't ask more. Their intimacy was also perfectly in sync. After just a few rounds of play, as soon as Shin Hong slapped her butt, she knew what kind of defensive move to make. It was just that she couldn't cook. But that wasn't a flaw. Shin Hong was used to cooking. He silently made a resolution. In the future, he would get an ability fruit for Hua Miao to eat. He wondered what kind of ability Hua Miao would awaken. Even if it was the most ordinary physical ability, it would be enough for self-protection. Hua Miao didn't know that, at this moment, because of these words, she had already occupied a significant place in Shin Heng's heart. He even wanted to get her an ability fruit. Shin Hong wasn't in a hurry about the ability fruit. There were still 14 days until it would appear. If he couldn't find one by then, he could just upgrade the vending machine and spend $1 million to buy an ability fruit. However, the vending machine only had one type of ability fruit and it didn't specify what the ability was, so he didn't know what the effect would be. By the way, what did you just call me? Shin Hong suddenly asked. Hua Miao blushed and whispered, "Husband." This soft call made Shin Hong feel a bit tingly. In his past life, even after being with Feng Lu for many years, she had never called him that. Shin Hong directly picked Hua Miao up and strode up to the second floor. That night, Hua Miao stayed in the second floor bedroom, sleeping beside Shin Hong. Half an hour later, Hua Miao's throat felt a bit hoarse and she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she found no one beside her. Hua Miao got dressed and went downstairs, discovering that Shin Hong had already prepared breakfast. "Come eat," Shin Hong waved to Hua Miao. The table was laid out with porridge, pancakes, milk, sandwiches, and boiled eggs. It was quite a feast. A warm current surged from Hua Miao's heart. To be able to rely on such a man was truly happiness. Opening her eyes, he had already prepared everything. However, she suddenly remembered something, and when she looked up, she saw that the lights in the room were on. The curtains around were all drawn. "Why haven't you opened the curtains?" Hua Miao laughed as she approached the window, and the moment she pulled back the curtains, she was stunned. The snow outside had covered most of the window. It felt as if she were living underground. From above the glass, she could still see the snowflakes dancing, and the heavy snow continued to fall tirelessly. With this weather tonight, the heavy snow will completely cover the entire first floor. Shin Hong calmly waved to Hua Miao. "Let's eat first." "Oh." Hua Miao nodded seriously and obediently sat back beside Shin Heng. Is the apocalypse really about to arrive? Even though the official news announced last night that, according to experts' estimates, the blue planet has now entered an ice age. But without seeing it with her own eyes, Hua Miao was still not so sure. However, the blizzard outside just now had made her completely understand. The apocalypse has truly arrived. How long will this snow last? Her voice trembled a bit. It shouldn't snow continuously. Shin Hong took a sip of porridge, thought for a moment, and said, "There will be a day when it stops. It's just that right now, people can't go out, suffering from hunger and cold, and the lack of supplies is the most critical factor." Having lived a second life, he now had a clear grasp of the future and thought further ahead. In his previous life, he had been hiding and always thinking about how to survive. But in this life, after acquiring a vending machine with unlimited supplies, he could view problems more comprehensively. The officials, are they really powerless in the face of this snow disaster? He squinted, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Normally, it was just a larger snowfall. The timing of the snowfall was wrong. It was the hot summer, and everyone was caught off guard. But it shouldn't be that after just one day of snow, they directly announced the onset of an ice age, right? According to the officials' usual behavior, they should first unite people to weather the storm, giving everyone enough confidence to hold on together, firmly believing that the officials would come to rescue them. But last night's news seemed more like a loss of confidence, warning everyone to fend for themselves. This was what Shin Hong thought of after finishing cooking. He saw thick snow piled up in the yard and was about to buy a snow shovel from the vending machine. But at the moment of purchasing the tool, he suddenly thought of it. The Dragon Country officials must have large snow removal equipment. As long as those snowplows passed by, the entire road would be cleared, pushing the snow to the sides. There were also troops stationed near Jiangcheng. If the army were to mobilize, a mere snow disaster could quickly clear the roads and restore traffic. But where had the army in Jiangcheng gone? At that moment, he felt a great curiosity. The military camp in Jiangcheng was located in the northern part of the city. The Taoyuan community was slightly north of the center of Jiangcheng, not too far from the military camp, just a few dozen kilometers away. He had the thought of going to the military camp to see what the army was doing. Why, in the face of such a nationwide disaster, had the army not come forward to provide aid? However, right now, he had more important things to do. After eating, while Hua Miao was tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Shin Hong opened the window and climbed out. The door on the first floor had completely frozen shut and could not be opened at all. The biting cold wind blew in, and even though Shin Hong was wearing a thickened jacket, he couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold. The outside temperature had rapidly dropped to -60 degrees. He took the snow shovel and cleared away all the snow from the window and the doorway. During the snow shoveling process, he became more certain. Although the snow was thick, it was very light. It could be pushed away with a single shove. If he waited another month or two, with the snow falling intermittently and the sun occasionally appearing, the snow would become even thicker, making it harder to remove. Where had the officials and the army all gone? After shoveling a path through the snow in the yard that led all the way to the front gate, Shin Hong bought a snowmobile from the vending machine. Originally, Shin Hong was worried that the vending machine's opening was too small and that buying it would be a waste of money. But unexpectedly, moments later, a palm-sized snowmobile dropped out of the vending machine. Before Shin Hong could widen his eyes, the snowmobile suddenly grew larger the moment it landed in his consciousness space, and in the blink of an eye, it became a normal size. So this is how it dispenses. No wonder the vending machine sells aircraft carriers. Shin Hong waved his hand, and the snowmobile instantly appeared beside him. He didn't linger, but turned and walked into the house. The vending machine was only level 1, so it could only sell basic snowmobiles, costing him 10,000. However, it also upgraded the vending machine to level 2. Current level of the vending machine, level 2, experience points 1956/40,000. It requires 40,000 in spending to upgrade the vending machine to level 3. Goodness, the experience points doubled. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. He wondered if the experience points would become 80,000 after reaching level 3, if calculated by doubling. Level 4 would require 160,000. Shin Hong quickly calculated in his mind that to reach level 5, a total of 300,000 would be needed. Even with Huo Miao's money added, it was still a bit short. He almost wanted to slap himself. What a sin! Why did he have to be a sycophant? Giving all his hard-earned money to Feng Lu? If he had just saved a little more, it would have been enough to upgrade to level 5. Then when he went out to trade carrying a gun, his safety would be more assured. But now was not the time to think about these things. Shin Hong waved to Huo Miao, who was sitting obediently on the sofa. Come help me. Okay. Huo Miao quickly walked over. Shin Hong magically pulled out a pile of materials and said, "These are all insulation materials. We need to use this glue to stick them all on the walls and windows." He had checked last night. Although the villa was built without cutting corners, it was still not enough to cope with such extreme weather. The surrounding area was covered in heavy snow, and heat would continuously be dissipated. This film-like material was insulation material that could only be purchased after the vending machine was upgraded to level 2, noted as high-tech insulation material. Of course, there were also insulation materials selected by the system, but like the selected tactical jackets, they required level 8. For now, they could only use this insulation material to cope. The glue for sticking the insulation material was also a strong adhesive sold by the system, available only at level 2. This was also the reason Shin Hong bought the snowmobile first. He needed to upgrade the vending machine to level 2 to buy these supplies. This strong adhesive, which could only be purchased at level 2, was small but cost $100. Alright, Huo Miao nodded, and the two quickly got to work. Shin Hong tore off the cotton material from the wall and replaced it with the insulation film, while the tube of strong adhesive priced at $100 lived up to expectations. Just a little application was enough to completely solidify the insulation film on the wall, making it impossible to pull off. Huo Miao carefully wrapped the insulation film around the window. While applying the insulation film, Huo Miao caught sight of the snowmobile parked in the yard and was momentarily stunned. She remembered clearly that when she arrived at the villa the day before yesterday, there was nothing in the yard. Moreover, it had snowed all day yesterday, and she had stood by the window looking at the yard, and there was absolutely nothing there. Could it be that Shin Hong cleared the snow in the yard and then placed it down? But where did this snowmobile come from? She recalled how Shin Hong had waved his hand earlier, and these insulation films appeared on the ground. These materials were lightweight and had excellent insulation effects, but Huo Miao had never seen them before. Shin Hong had too many secrets. How could he make things appear on the ground with a wave of his hand, like a master magician? However, Shin Hong didn't want to say anything. As a smart woman, Huo Miao wouldn't ask too many questions. Being able to stay by Shin Heng's side in such extreme weather, Huo Miao understood that she was already quite lucky. No matter what Shin Heng's special ability was, as long as she was obedient and sensible, she could continue living alongside him. After 2 days of getting to know him, she had already figured out Shin Heng's personality. The more obedient and compliant she was, the more he would cherish her, even if she acted cute and spoiled. He would smile and agree. But if she had a strong personality, Shin Hong wouldn't indulge her at all. Feng Lu had that kind of strong personality. In other words, Shin Hong was the male version of Feng Lu. As long as she could understand this, if she accompanied him in the future, being obedient and sensible, he would like and be satisfied with her. The apocalypse. Huo Miao took a deep look at the thick snow outside the window. The snow in the sky was still falling incessantly. Just a moment ago, Shin Hong had shoveled the snow, and in the blink of an eye, another layer had piled up on the ground. Being by Shin Hang's side and being a sensible woman was the only way to survive. Shin Hong had even prepared a snowmobile in advance, so following him provided her with the greatest security. Of course, she really couldn't do without him now. Thinking of this, Huo Miao's face turned a bit red. She glanced back at Shin Hong, who was still busy applying insulation film to the wall, and her heart couldn't help but race. Stop overthinking. She should just focus on getting the house ready. In the short video app, many people were crying and begging for food, saying they had nothing to eat or drink. But in such extreme weather, with heavy snow covering everything, people couldn't go out. Who could take care of whom? Some had already frozen to death. She should be grateful that she could still live in such a warm villa with food and drink. After Shin Hong finished applying the insulation film to the walls on the first floor, he looked over at Huo Miao's work and found that she had done a very careful job, even trimming the insulation film for the corners and filling them in properly. Shin Hong nodded slightly and bought a lot of insulation film from the vending machine before turning to Huo Miao. Miao, I need to go out for a bit. You continue applying the insulation film at home. The weather will continue to drop, so make sure to cover all the walls in the house, understood? You're going out again? Huo Miao asked with some concern. It's so cold outside. Is there something urgent that you have to do right now? It's quite important. Shin Hong nodded slightly. Don't worry, I can handle my own safety. I probably won't be back until noon, but I'll be back in the afternoon. Not even back by noon? Hearing this, Huo Miao's worry deepened. Don't worry, really, it's nothing serious, just a bit far away. Shin Hong leaned closer to Huo Miao, and she instinctively hugged him and kissed him. After a moment, Huo Miao reluctantly let go, staring at Shin Hong. You must be careful. I'll wait for you. Shin Heng's heart trembled. He almost wanted to hug her again for another round. Once this aloof and beautiful woman became affectionate, which man could resist? But right now, since he had this confusion in his heart, he naturally had to investigate it thoroughly. Dressed in a thick fur hat, temperature-regulating ski goggles, a thick mask over his mouth, and winter leather gloves, Shin Hong was fully armed. Even so, stepping out the door, a gust of cold wind hit him, making him feel the bone-chilling cold. It was simply too cold. Moreover, the wind was strong, and the snowflakes were swirling in the air. Fortunately, the snowmobile had a windshield, and Shin Hong had bought a few thick blankets to lay over the snowmobile and draped one over himself, which made him feel a bit warmer. Let's go! Shin Hong started the snowmobile, turned back to Huo Miao and nodded, then twisted the throttle, and the vehicle shot forward, rushing down the slope that had been shoveled in the yard, directly out of the gate. Be careful! Huo Miao felt uneasy as she watched Shin Hong ride the snowmobile away. Reluctantly, she returned home and locked the door behind her. When she entered the kitchen, she saw that there were many more ingredients next to the cutting board. It had been the same yesterday. Shin Hong hadn't even gone upstairs, and there was no place for him to store things. How could he suddenly have so many supplies? And the material for the insulation film, she had never heard of it before. Where did it come from? More importantly, that snowmobile. What ordinary person keeps a snowmobile at home? It seemed Shin Hong had been prepared for this snow disaster long before. But the key point was, she hadn't seen a single mention of glacial period in the news before. How did Shin Hong know? Right, and the second floor. She curiously glanced at the other rooms upstairs. Just how many supplies had Shin Hong hidden in there? Shin Hong raced across the flat snow. The villa from days gone by now only had the second and third floors protruding, while the first floor was almost submerged. In his previous life, he had never traveled so arrogantly. But now he possessed a super vending machine and knowledge of future events, so he was not as worried. Currently, the supernatural fruit had not yet emerged, and Dragon Country had strict gun control, so there was no need to be overly concerned. The sound of the snowmobile was loud, and Yang Jinxian next door heard it immediately. Mu Xian, did you just hear any sound? Yang Jinxian, curled up at home, had put on almost all the clothes she could wear, draped in thick garments, turned to ask her sister. Yang Mu Xian was dressed similarly. She shrank her head and whispered, I also seem to have heard some engine noise. It sounds a bit close, like it's from next door. Yang Jinxian frowned slightly and nodded. I think it's coming from next door. There really is someone next door. It must be the Song family. Thinking of that annoying guy Song, Zhengming made Yang Jinxuan's head ache. She had seen the news on Dragon Country's television. Even after all this, Song Zhengming still wouldn't let her go. With so many people in the Song family, so many mouths to feed, shouldn't they be quickly gathering supplies? Why wouldn't they leave her alone? She had no idea that next door lived Shin Hong, who had borrowed a car from her. Sis, should I go out and take a look? Yang Muxian asked softly. Yang Jinxian cautiously shook her head, but her sister's words reminded her, and she hurried upstairs to look towards the source of the noise. Shin Hong did not drive the snowmobile towards the high-rise residential area but headed towards the detached villa in the back. The detached villa was at the northernmost part of Taoyuan community. With the snow so thick now, almost overflowing the community's walls, why bother going far when he could just drive straight out? All the way, he pushed the snowmobile to its maximum speed, and apart from the vast white snow, he saw no one around. When Yang Jinxian ran upstairs and looked towards the sound, she only saw a figure driving the snowmobile away. It must have come from the neighboring villa number 4. Yang Jinxian bit her lip. Was there still someone next door? Should she go next door to take a look? But she didn't dare to take the risk. If there were still people left next door, wouldn't she be walking into a tiger's den? Song Jiangming, you really have a good mind. To monitor me, you even prepared a snowmobile for your people. Thinking of this, she felt a wave of helplessness. Did that mean she really had to submit to Song Jiangming? The whole world seemed like a painting, enveloped in absolute tranquility. The only sound was the violent roar of the snowmobile's engine. Although he had never driven a snowmobile before, the empty road made it easy. He could go wherever he wanted. Shin Hong drove while identifying the buildings around him, heading north. Just as he arrived at the detached villa area, he suddenly saw someone on the second floor of a villa waving a bedsheet at him from the window. Seeing Shin Hong driving towards him, the person waved the sheet more vigorously, clearly trying to get his attention. Shin Hong frowned and slowed down to approach. When he got closer, he saw that the one waving the bedsheet was a woman, and he let out a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, he couldn't buy firearms now, and his self-defense ability was still poor. If the person had been a burly man, Shin Hong would have definitely turned around and left. Is there something you need? Shin Hong stopped outside the villa's yard and asked. The wall was not far from the second floor window, and they could see each other's faces clearly. This woman is quite beautiful. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Even compared to Huo Miao at home, she was hard to distinguish. To know, Huo Miao is already considered an extraordinary beauty, and next door are the sister flowers Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan. He didn't expect that there would be such a level of beauty in the villa area. But thinking about it, the owners of these villas are either rich or noble, so it's normal to have beautiful women hidden away. There should be quite a few women as beautiful as this. Just thinking about it made his mind race. In the apocalypse, with various supplies at his disposal, wanting to taste different flavors of women was simply within reach. Of course, it was just tasting. As for bringing one home, he didn't have that much spare time. To take in a woman requires constant testing, and right now, while Miao barely qualified, he still needed further probing to feel completely at ease. However, he was willing to exchange supplies for a game. Cough. The woman on the second floor of the villa saw Shin Hong stop his snow vehicle and look at her, and she quickly excitedly opened the window to speak. But as soon as she spoke, a gust of cold wind rushed in and she began to cough violently. You speak. Shin Hong said expressionlessly, you wanted to greet me just now, right? Is there something you need? While speaking, he cautiously looked around. In his previous life, he had heard stories like this. Some wealthy families, lacking food and drink, would have their wives seduce those with supplies, while the wealthy would quietly hide and attack when the other party was unprepared. However, there was nothing unusual around. Hello? The woman forced a smile at Shin Hong. My name is Chen Qin, haven't you heard of me? Chen Qin? Shin Hong was taken aback for a moment before quickly reacting. No wonder she looked a bit familiar, she was a big star. Seeing Shin Hong nod slightly, Chen Qin breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he knows me. Hello, I've been filming in Jiangcheng these days, so I'm staying in this community. She spoke up again, but Shin Hong coldly interrupted her. Just say what you need, don't beat around the bush. Chen Qin's expression became a bit awkward, and she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Since entering the entertainment industry, she had been smooth sailing. After filming her first costume drama, she was cast as the lead actress and was nicknamed Drumstick Girl by fans, a white moonlight in the hearts of many men. Why was this man in front of her so unappreciative of beauty? But thinking about her situation, she couldn't say much more and could only force a smile. My home has no heating or water, and there's no food left. Could you please sell me some? After speaking, fearing Shin Hong would refuse, she hurriedly added, I'm willing to pay a high price. A female star. How much wool can I pull from her? Shin Hong's eyes lit up. My first gun will depend on you. Are you in the community owner group? Shin Hong asked. Chen Qin was taken aback and instinctively replied, No. She usually lived in the Magic City, and the Taoyuan community in Jiangcheng was just one of her many properties. After making money, she felt she had no investment insight, so she bought houses everywhere, and Jiangcheng, being a second-tier city, was naturally not missed. She had directly bought a unit in the Taoyuan community in Jiangcheng. A few days ago, she had quietly come here to stay because she was filming in Jiangcheng. After all, staying in the hotel with the crew made it easy for reporters to follow and photograph her, which she found troublesome. As for the owner group, she had never joined. Not being in it is fine. Shin Hong explained, there are people trading supplies in the owner group now. A pack of Instant noodles or a sausage costs 500. So expensive? Even though Chen Qin's pay was not low, she couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. Is it a money grab? Or has the price in Jiancheng risen this high? This is still a case of high price but low market. Shen Hong sneered. Look at this. Snow. It hasn't stopped falling yet. If it keeps snowing tomorrow, your second floor might be completely submerged. By then, Chen Qin's face turned pale. She had no habit of storing food at home. Her busy filming schedule meant her assistant usually did the shopping for her. After finishing filming the day before, she had her assistant take her home for a good sleep. But when she woke up, she found it was already snowing outside. The snow was over a meter deep, and her assistant couldn't come. With no other choice, Chen Qin had to stay at home. However, the water pipes had frozen and there was not a drop of water. After searching for a long time, she only found 2 bags of chips. In 2 days, she had only eaten those 2 bags of chips. I'll buy. Chen Qin quickly spoke up, afraid Shen Hong would leave. Shen Hong said, do you need bottled water? The pipes are frozen, so you have no water at home, right? Also instant noodles, eggs, ham, canned meat. By the way, your air conditioning must be broken too? Chen Qin nodded repeatedly. At -60 degrees, the air conditioning has long frozen. I have some oil heaters. I can bring you 3, along with some self-heating hot pots. Stop talking, please. Stop. Listening to Shen Hong list all that food, Chen Qin felt her mouth watering. I want it all. Chen Qin forced a smile. Name your price. Name. My price? Shen Hong laughed, his eyes scanning Chen Qin from top to bottom. To be honest, this big star hadn't washed her face in 2 days and looked so good without makeup, unlike some stars who rely solely on cosmetics. Under Shen Hong's aggressive gaze, Chen Qin instinctively tugged at her collar. She realized that the deal he was proposing didn't seem so simple. It seemed he wasn't just after money. She felt a bit regretful. Is it still too late now? You name a price. Under Shen Hong's gaze, Chen Qin felt scared, but after being hungry for 2 days, she could hardly hold on any longer. In the basement of the stand-alone villa, there was no passage at all. This meant she could only stay by the window, waiting for someone to pass by. For 2 days, she had been squatting here. Even though it was colder by the window, Chen Qin had no better options. The snow was getting heavier, showing no signs of stopping, and she could no longer rely on the assistant or the crew. She could only hope that someone passing by would lend her a hand. If this continued, she would surely be the first star to starve to death, right? She felt a bit self-deprecating. The snow outside had almost covered the first floor, and she hadn't seen a single passerby. She was starting to feel desperate. Just now, she thought she saw a shadow racing through the snow, and she thought she was hallucinating from hunger. Until that shadow came closer, she couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly grabbed the bedsheet, shaking it continuously, hoping the other person would see her. And now, the person had stopped right in front of her. Looking at him, he seemed full of energy. It didn't seem like he was worried about food and drink at all, especially since he had a snowmobile. In this icy weather, where couldn't he go? But now Shen Hong was silent, just staring at her, and she felt a bit scared. Although the entertainment industry was chaotic, to be honest, Chen Qin still had a sense of self-respect. After a few years, she had become a standout star among the second tier. But if she were a bit more open, she would have been pushed to the top tier by capital long ago. It was precisely because she was unwilling to throw herself at others that, even with her pure first love face, her resources weren't that great. Did she really have to give up her chastity, which she had preserved for over 20 years, just for a bite to eat? Chen Qin pursed her lips, her expression not looking too good. 100,000. Shen Hong suddenly spoke. I'll bring you instant noodles, ham, and other non-perishable food, as well as water and a portable stove, and I'll also bring you a few oil lamps to keep warm. You give me 100,000. Okay. Chen Qin didn't expect Shen Hong to size her up for a while and then suddenly say such a thing, and she nodded in agreement without hesitation. As long as it wasn't for herself. That said, even if he barged in forcefully, the weak and powerless her now couldn't resist. Thinking of this, her face flushed. Pay me first. Shen Hong took out his phone. Chen Qin hurriedly scanned the payment code. After the payment was successful, Shen Hong put away his phone and said lightly, at the latest by this afternoon, I will definitely come over. Don't worry, I won't deceive you. Okay. Chen Qin obediently nodded. Shen Hong's gentlemanly behavior made her have a very good impression of him, even though 100,000 was far more than the price of these supplies. She felt that Shen Hong wouldn't deceive her. Besides, for a star like her, 100,000 wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't something she would feel too pained about either. Wait a moment. Seeing Chen Qin's obedient demeanor, Shen Hong reached into the quilt and quickly summoned a vending machine, buying a pack of instant noodles and ham. When his hand came out again, he was already holding 2 food items. This pack of instant noodles and ham is for you. First, fill your stomach a bit, eat slowly. I didn't bring water, don't choke. Thank you. Chen Xin took the instant noodles and ham, constantly expressing her gratitude. Alright, close the window properly, Shin Hong reminded her, and as he prepared to leave on the snowmobile, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say, don't stay by the window all the time. You were lucky to run into me. If you had met someone else, many men would probably want to taste the experience of a female star. Can you resist? Chen Xin's face turned red all at once, and she lowered her head and said, oh, you should hide back in your room, pull all the curtains, and pretend no one is home. Shin Hong added, when I come to find you, I will knock on your window and give you a heads up on WeChat. Okay. Chen Xin obediently nodded. Shin Hong arranged all this, and only turned to leave after Chen Xin had drawn the curtains. It wasn't that he didn't want to taste Chen Xin, after all, she was the dream lover of many men. It was just that now was not the time. He had deliberately sized up Chen Xin earlier, and he believed she had already noticed. If it were some women with a larger circle in the entertainment industry, they would have probably taken the initiative to speak up by now. But Chen Xin did not do that. Instead, she curled up a bit and continued to insist on making a purchase. Although he didn't quite believe it, Shin Hong felt that this star's circle should not be very big. This only fueled his desire to conquer. If it were those casual starlets, Shin Hong would only want to vent a little and then leave them with some food and drink before departing. As for Chen Xin, he drove the snowmobile out of the Taoyuan community, a smile playing on his lips. This woman, if she could obediently listen, he wouldn't mind bringing her home. After all, there was only one person at home with a big appetite, Hua Miao, who had already been begging for mercy halfway through the game. Moreover, he would need to face more challenges in the future and would require the help of many companions. Even if Chen Xin wasn't interested in him, he would still be willing to accept her as a friend in the game. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered Grandpa Qin. He wondered how Grandpa Qin was doing. In his last life, he had lived until his death, and this time, with his reminders, Grandpa Qin had stocked up on supplies in advance, so he believed nothing unexpected had happened. He didn't want to disturb Grandpa Qin's discovery of his abilities, fearing it would deviate from the trajectory of his last life. Although Grandpa Qin's abilities were ordinary, just regular physical strength, such talents were still needed to build a safe house. Plus, in his last life, Grandpa Qin had saved him multiple times. So Shin Hong trusted his character quite a bit. He could be considered one of his companions. Talents are scarce, Shin Hong sighed, shaking his head. After exiting the north gate of the Taoyuan community, Shin Hong drove north along the road. The loud noise of the snowmobile made many people poke their heads out, wanting to see who was outside. When they saw Shin Hong driving the snowmobile, the people curled up in the buildings on both sides showed expressions of envy. Wow, he actually has a snowmobile. In such terrible weather, he can still go out freely. That's impressive. Wait. Many quick-witted people suddenly thought, this guy has a snowmobile, so he can freely enter those supermarkets. Right? He could get a lot of living supplies from the supermarket for free. In an instant, the people inside the buildings on both sides rushed to the windows, and some even tried to break the windows to intercept him. But unfortunately, the snowmobile was too fast. By the time they hurriedly tried to stop Shin Hong, he had already sped far away. Damn! He runs really fast. A man in an office building on the east side cursed. They were on the second floor of this building, almost level with the snow outside. Just now, Shin Hong had passed right in front of them. What a missed opportunity. Zhang, I think the position he came out from should be where he lives in the Taoyuan community. A young man with glasses leaned over and whispered behind Zhang. So what? Zhang's face was not looking good. They ran a tech company, and the day before yesterday, due to heavy rain, they had planned to wait until the rain stopped to go home. But unexpectedly, the rain didn't stop. Instead, it started snowing continuously. Fortunately, the company still had a cafeteria, which stored quite a bit of food and drink, but even so, after 2 days, there was not much left. Zhang and a group of people had smashed open the doors of other companies, and, with some luck, had scavenged some snacks. They also moved back some office supplies from other companies to their office and directly set them on fire for warmth. He was still thinking about his delicate wife, having video called her, and she was shivering at home. This couldn't go on. Just as he was thinking, he saw Shin Hong glide past him. He wanted to intercept him and make Shin Hong hand over the snowmobile, but before he could open the window, Shin Hong had already slipped away. Zhang, since he lives in the Taoyuan community, he must be out looking for supplies. He will definitely come back later. The bespectacled man leaned close to Zhang's ear and whispered, let's prepare in advance. As soon as he returns, we can stop him. Right. Zhang's eyes lit up. Then he frowned again, but that snowmobile is too fast. How do we stop him? Well, that will require the cooperation of the building across the street. The bespectacled man's lips curled up as he leaned in again to whisper to Zhang. Okay. The more Zhang listened, the brighter his eyes became. Let's do it your way. Quickly, get everyone moving. If we can stop him, the snowmobile can fit 2 people. You and I will go first. Thank you, Zhang. The bespectacled man expressed his gratitude and hurriedly turned to instruct his subordinates. With the bespectacled man's reminders, many subordinates perked up and began collecting cardboard boxes from the building. They then tore open the boxes, opened the windows, and threw them onto the snow outside. In the opposite building, there were also quite a few people stranded at the company, all curiously watching. "What are you standing there for?" The bespectacled man found a megaphone and shouted loudly towards the opposite building, "Bring out your cardboard boxes too and throw them on the snow." The people on this side were confused, but they saw the people in the opposite building huddling together, tossing more boxes onto the road outside. As the boxes spread out, a few people tentatively stepped onto the snow. Goodness, the soft snow only sank slightly but did not trap them. Zhang and the others were invigorated. The people in the opposite building now understood their intention and quickly began searching for cardboard boxes as well. Half an hour later, the two buildings met. Zhang crouched down and shook hands with the leader of the opposite office building, resembling a formal meeting between leaders. "Zhang, what are you all doing?" The bald leader across looked a bit puzzled. "Zhao, did you see that snowmobile just now?" Zhang chuckled lightly, but as soon as he smiled, the cold wind rushed into his mouth and he quickly closed it, leaning close to Zhao's ear. "You guys in this building probably don't have much food left, right? With the heavy snow continuing, if we keep holding out, we will only have a dead end. Let's work together to take that snowmobile, how about it?" Hearing Zhang's plan, Zhao's eyes lit up. Deal. Shin Hung naturally did not know that his flashy passage had already sparked a collaboration between two buildings on the street. When he returned, they would set a trap for him. Shin Hung was in a good mood now. In his previous life, although he possessed supernatural abilities, he had always been around Feng Lu, and sometimes he couldn't help but want to join some forces, but he never succeeded because of Feng Lu. Feng Lu's exact words were, "I'm so beautiful, if you join those big forces, what will you do if their leaders have ideas about me?" Thinking about it, Shin Hung ultimately gave up. But now that he thought about it, wasn't Feng Lu just wanting to nest in that villa, enjoying her outings to gather supplies and secretly dating Su Chao? In his last life, when he went out, he relied entirely on his fire abilities to melt the thick snow and then walked all the way. Beneath the thick snow of Villa 2, number 4, were countless snow tunnels baked out by Shin Hang. He had hardly shown his face on the snow. Now, facing the biting cold wind, Shin Hang felt incredibly elated. He could also gallop above the snow in the apocalypse. Moreover, with the super vending machine, he didn't have to worry about supplies. As long as he kept upgrading the vending machine's level, enhancing his abilities and self-defense skills, he could enjoy life in the apocalypse comfortably. That's right. For others, the apocalypse was a struggle for survival, a matter of life and death, but for Shin Hung, it was an opportunity to rise as a ruler. He knew very well that to live without worries, one must have a strong fist. In the past, he might not have thought about establishing any forces, but having lived again, he wanted immense power. This was also why he intended to scout the military camp. Shin Hong was a child raised in a law-abiding society, always following the rules. In his last life, he only survived 3 months after the apocalypse and did not know what happened to the Song family later. It should be noted that the Song family occupied the official granary. Did the Song family reach some kind of agreement with the military, or was the military gone, leaving the Song family unmonitored? All of this needed Shin Hong to investigate. If the military truly did not care, then Shin Hong could naturally replace the Song family's position from his last life. He not only wanted to replace the Song family but also to unify the entire Zheng city and even expand outward. The higher the level of the vending machine, the more money was needed. With the apocalypse having begun, Shin Hong could not immediately gather all the money from everyone. In the future, when he could unify Zheng city, perhaps the millions of people in Zheng city would only number in the tens of thousands by then. The money of the dead would naturally be more. But Shin Hong could not obtain the money of the dead, he could only continue to expand and grow his power. The more land and people he had under his command, the more money these people would naturally have. He sped along. As the tall buildings gradually decreased, Shin Hong knew he had reached the edge of the city. Soon, he saw a large green building ahead. Shin Heng's gaze sharpened and he quickly stopped the snowmobile. This place was still far from the building, and there were many intersecting tire tracks in the snow below. Someone was there. Shin Hong stored the snowmobile in his consciousness space. With the vending machine upgraded to level 2, not only could he purchase many level 2 items, but the space where the vending machine was located had also doubled compared to level 1. It was previously about 6 square meters, but now it was 12 square meters. Throwing the snowmobile in a corner of the space took up hardly any room. Shin Hong bought some tools from the vending machine and then began to dig in the snow from a distance. I can't keep doing this. After digging for a while, Shin Hong was sweating profusely. It was still about a kilometer to the military camp. How long would it take to dig this out? He took out the vending machine, searched for the words snow removal, and finally found an item that could only be purchased at level 3. Snow removal robot. Goodness, not intelligent but a moron? Shin Hong revealed the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. However, this robot costs 30,000 and it requires level 3 to purchase, so it shouldn't be too far off. Buy it. But right now, the vending machine is only level 2 and Shin Hong still needs to buy a bunch of items to upgrade it. He bought quite a lot of strong glue from the vending machine, mainly because it takes up little space and isn't cheap. He spent 10,000 on a box which only occupied a small corner next to the snowmobile. The vending machine's experience had reached 12133/40,000, still short of 30,000. Shin Hong pondered for a moment and bought a bunch of supplies including instant noodles, ham sausages, canned drinks, mineral water, and things like oil tincture. These were all needed by Chen Xin. After all, he had collected 100,000 from her, so the items couldn't be too shabby. But these supplies were relatively cheap, and he was still far from upgrading. Shin Hong frowned and suddenly remembered that Chen Xin seemed to have no warm clothes, so he decided to buy a few thick jackets. After all, it was only August and Chen Xin came to Jiangqing to shoot, so she wouldn't have brought winter clothes. Plus, the villa in Taoyuan community, she wouldn't stay in for more than a few days a year. She bought it with an investment mindset, so there weren't many clothes to wear inside. Crouching in a home without air conditioning or heating, it was already good that she hadn't frozen to death. It was fortunate that Shin Hong came in time. If he had waited another night, Chen Xin might have frozen solid. After buying these, he remembered Huo Miao at home. Huo Miao also had no clothes and was still wearing Shin Hang's. Although wearing Shin Hang's oversized clothes showed off her two sexy long legs, girls always liked to look beautiful, didn't they? Shin Hong searched for women's clothing in the vending machine, bought underwear and various pajamas, and after getting a few pretty clothes for Huo Miao, the vending machine finally upgraded to level 3. Level 3. Shin Hong felt energized. This was a watershed moment. Because at level 3, not only could he purchase the snow-removing robot, but he could also buy some self-defense items. For example, daggers, triangular knives, and he could buy a weapon that Shin Hong had valued before, a crossbow. A dagger cost a full 3,000. He didn't know what it was made of, but Shin Hong had money now, and with Chen Xin's money tree, he wasn't stingy. He waved his hand and bought 2. Soon, 2 heavy daggers fell into his hands. The grip of the dagger felt great, and the tip was sharp. Shin Hong swung it and was quite satisfied. So far, the vending machine was pretty good, based on the principle that you get what you pay for. This dagger, even if it wasn't as good as cutting through iron, shouldn't be too far off, right? The price of the crossbow surprised him even more. A divine arm crossbow costs 30,000. Originally, Shin Hong wanted to buy a regular crossbow, but after seeing the introduction of the divine arm crossbow, which was small and exquisite and could shoot 3 arrows in succession, Shin Hong decided to get this crossbow. Consider it preparation for upgrading the vending machine. After buying the crossbow, Shin Hong selected some arrows to go with it from the vending machine before stopping. Glancing at the vending machine, he realized he had spent so much money and his experience was still not even half. The upgrade experience for the vending machine had indeed increased to 80,000. It really doubled when leveling up. If I really want to buy an aircraft carrier in the future, how much will it cost? Thinking about so much now was useless. He took out the divine arm crossbow from his space and, according to the instructions, strapped it to his right arm. This crossbow was slightly different from a conventional one. It actually had 3 strings corresponding to 3 arrows. There was even a slightly raised button at the base of his right thumb. Once the crossbow was set up, pressing the button would shoot the first arrow at the target, and pressing it again would shoot the second arrow. After all 3 arrows were shot, he would need to reload. It's good, but it's a continuous firing device. Unfortunately, after 3 shots, it needs to rest for a while. Shin Hong muttered to himself, suddenly pausing, looking at the crossbow with an unfriendly gaze. This thing seems a bit like me. Now that I'm with Huo Miao, after 3 shots, I also need to take a break. He stared at the crossbow for a moment, then casually turned his head away. Once I eat the ability fruit, not only will I awaken my powers, but my body will also be enhanced. 3 shots are definitely not my limit. I am a human-shaped Gatling gun. Shin Hong originally wanted to keep going and buy some more things, quickly leveling up the vending machine to level 5 to purchase firearms. But after calculating the money in his pocket, it seemed that after leveling up to 5, he wouldn't even be able to buy many bullets after buying the guns, so he decided to give up. Anyway, he only planned to quietly observe and investigate today. It would be best if he could find out some information. If not, it was fine. After buying the idiot robot, he had less than 200,000 left. Fortunately, the vending machine was already at the critical point, and with just a bit more experience, it could level up to 4. The robot was not very big, only about half a meter tall. After taking it out, Shin Hong was a bit skeptical about what this thing could actually do. In this 2-meter deep thick snow, what could it possibly accomplish? But the next moment, something shocking happened. After activating the robot, it immediately dashed forward, its two claws transforming into spinning tops, suddenly rotating fiercely in front. A hole opened up at the back of its body, continuously spraying snowballs outward. Shin Hong, caught off guard, was immediately hit by a series of snowballs. Damn! He spat out some snow, covering his head and dodging to the side. Truly deserving of the name idiot. It doesn't even care about its owner behind it, just mindlessly clearing snow. However, this robot does have its advantages. First, it's silent. The spinning tops of its claws make almost no sound at all. Secondly, its efficiency is very high. Shin Hong discovered that as long as he stayed to the side and back of the robot, being careful not to get hit by the snowballs it sprayed, he could leisurely walk all the way to the military camp. The idiot recognized by the vending machine probably just lacks artificial intelligence, doesn't have voice recognition, can't judge its owner, and just works mindlessly, right? But for him, it couldn't be more suitable. Walking comfortably behind the robot, Shin Hong crouched low and moved forward. The robot's work efficiency was astonishingly high. As its two claws rotated, the snow ahead was either flung to the sides or instantly absorbed and transformed into snowballs, which were then shot backward. Moreover, the snow-cleared passage was incredibly stable, with no signs of collapse. As long as no one walked above, he wouldn't be discovered. Of course, in such extreme weather, it would be strange for anyone to be out. The snow outside wasn't solid yet, stepping on it would cause one to sink directly into it. After walking for about several hundred meters, Shin Hong surveyed his surroundings, then picked up the robot and set it to continue clearing snow for another 200 meters. He then stopped, took out the snowmobile, and sat down, turning his head to gaze at the robot with a complex expression. After another 200 meters, he would basically reach the center of the military camp. He was almost certain that there were people in the camp. After all, he had seen several tracks of snowmobiles earlier. He was prepared. Once the robot was discovered, he would immediately drive away. However, after waiting for a moment, the robot stopped at a distance, clearly having completed its task, standing quietly in place. The surroundings were quiet, and he had not been discovered. Shin Hong cautiously approached, stored the robot in his space, picked up the snow shovel, and began to slowly clear the snow himself. The next bit of snow needed his own effort. Half an hour later, Shin Hong was sweating and let out a slight sigh of relief. He had cleared all the snow around the main building of the military camp. The main building was the green high-rise he had seen earlier. This was the office building of the Jiangcheng military camp, and not far away was the military dormitory. Shin Hong quietly walked to the entrance of the office building. He didn't dare to dig too high, as he was unsure if the soldiers had cleared the entrance, so he could only get as close as possible. However, as he approached, he suddenly stopped, his body tense as he perked up his ears. Has Colonel Lu really made up his mind? Yes, Brother Wang, that's what he told me. Two voices of conversation came faintly. The first speaker, Brother Wang, had a rough throat and seemed a bit irritable. If we just leave Jiangcheng alone, what will happen to the millions of citizens there? I heard that some people have already frozen to death. Shouldn't we take action? But Colonel Lu said he received orders from above. We will split into two groups, one part going to Penglai Island, and the rest need to guard Longcheng. Longcheng is the capital of our dragon nation, and we cannot afford any mistakes. The one speaking was probably a secretary or something similar to Colonel Lu. Shen Hong speculated. Brother Wang, don't be angry, this is an order from above. I've already asked several other military camps, and they are all the same. The secretary continued. This matter is not a secret. You should know that our coastline is long, and almost all of it has frozen. Once we really enter the inland, the threat to Longcheng will greatly increase. The leaders have already entered the shelter. We should leave too. But the previously indignant Brother Wang sounded somewhat dejected. Are we just leaving like this? What else can we do? The secretary replied. Colonel Lu has already led the team away. The rest of us need to support Penglai. Countries around the world are doing the same. I heard there is a consensus that any national conflicts are being set aside to first resist these. Even my buddies stationed at the border with a country have been recalled to guard against the city port. Brother Wang, Colonel Lu has left. You are now the highest-ranking leader. I am responsible for conveying Colonel Lu's orders. Do you accept them? I obey the orders. Brother Wang sighed. What is the situation over there in Penglai? Not very optimistic, the secretary said. The people at the Penglai shelter have all evacuated, and now the shelter is entirely occupied by the military. We should leave first. Everyone should be ready by now. All right. Brother Wang knew that speed was of the essence in military matters. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further words. He sighed again but did not leave, as Shin Hong had not heard any footsteps. Penglai? Under the snow, Shin Hong rubbed his chin, frowning in thought. What was at Penglai? From their words, it seemed that after the global freeze, some unexpected events had occurred along the coastline, and it should be quite important, which was why the military had been dispatched there. Some of the troops from Jiangcheng had been sent to Longcheng while others had gone to Panglai. No wonder the military had not come to rescue the city. It turned out they had all evacuated in the last life. Pengzi, Zhangming. At that moment, two voices came from above, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the office building. Pengzi, sorry I'm late. A friendly voice accompanied the footsteps into the building. It seemed that some hard paper had been laid above, and Shen Hong could even see that the snowpath he was curled up and sank slightly as the footsteps passed over it. Please don't step on me. Just as Shen Hong thought this, he heard Brother Wang say, be careful, don't step on it. And a foot had already come down from the snow, landing on Shen Heng's head along with a lot of snow. Damn! Shen Heng's eyes widened, not daring to move, letting the snow cover him. It's really slippery, the person walking over said with a laugh, then embraced Brother Wang. Long time no see. Pengzi, you said you wanted to say goodbye to me? The newcomer then spoke. What is your military going to do? If it's a secret, then don't say. It seemed that this Brother Wang should be called Wang Peng or Wang Xpeng. Zhang Ming, you and I have been friends for many years and we were college classmates. Now that we are in this situation, there's nothing we can't say. Brother Wang lowered his voice. Many high-level officials have received news that the Song family in Jiangcheng can only be considered a second-tier family. It's normal that you haven't received the news. Song family? Zhang Ming? Shen Hong was taken aback, fully understanding. The guy who had just stepped on his head was the current head of the Song family, Song Zhengming. Moreover, he was also the overlord of the northern part of Jiangcheng in the last life, and his power surpassed that of any other faction. He didn't expect Song Zhengming to be here. He perked up his ears. What's going on? Song Zhengming brushed the snow off his legs, frowning. I'm still puzzled. Why hasn't the military provided assistance during this national crisis? Where are you all going? This snowfall is a sign of the apocalypse, Brother Wang said gravely. Many high-level officials have already moved into the Doomsday Shelter. You probably don't know, but there is also a Doomsday Shelter in Jiangcheng. However, the Song family doesn't have the qualifications to live there. Many scholars and professors from Jiangcheng were secretly taken to the shelter last night, and of course some wealthy families in Jiangcheng, those stronger than the Song family, like the Yi family, the Qian family. When the shelter was built, these families contributed money, so they naturally have the right to reside there. The shelter. Song Zhengming squinted. Is the world coming to an end? According to experts, the probability of human extinction is as high as 95%. Therefore, the higher-ups have initiated the Human Species Preservation Plan. To ensure the continuation of human civilization, this is the only choice, Wang Gu said solemnly. Moreover, the coastlines across the country, no, the entire world, have seen some things emerge that our army needs to suppress, so the cities are already too busy to manage. You and I have been brothers for many years, and now I must travel far to Panglai, bidding farewell, not knowing if we will meet again one day. Wang Peng, you're not joking with me, are you? Song Zhengming's voice grew heavier. Of course not, Wang Peng said bitterly. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. My mother has difficulty moving, but I don't have a spot in the shelter. After thinking it over, you're the only one who can take care of her. After all, you are now the head of the Song family. What are you saying between brothers? Song Zhengming exclaimed. Your mother is my mother. When you stood up for me and killed my elder brother, I swore to you that as long as I, Song Zhengming, am alive, I will never let your family suffer any grievances. By the way, is sister-in-law and Xiaotong still at home? I'll send someone to bring them to the Song family later, don't worry. Okay. Wang Peng felt moved and hugged Song Zhengming again, lowering his voice. Shen Hong stood on tiptoe, trying to listen. I have to say, it was also thanks to Song Zhengming's kick just now that flattened the snow above his head, allowing him to hear Wang Peng's faint voice. The granary of Longwei is not far from your Song family. Now the country is in chaos. It can almost be said that the authorities have allowed the cities to fend for themselves. There is plenty of food stored in the granary, enough for everyone in the Song family to eat and drink. In half an hour, I will lead my troops away, and you must seize the granary at the first opportunity. Consider this the last thing I can do for you as an older brother. Remember, you must take good care of my mother, wife, and children. Wang Peng released Song Zhengming and turned to say, you should leave quickly. Today, none of us have seen each other. Under the snow, Shen Hong finally understood. So, Song Zhengming had this connection with the military. Today was quite a revelation. He now realized why Song Zhengming had dared to occupy the granary so boldly in his previous life. It was because there was a guarantee from the military. The troops stationed in Jiangcheng were about to leave, so the Song family had no worries. However, what exactly happened over at Panglai, as mentioned by Wang Peng? Why did the authorities split the military into two, with one part guarding Longcheng and the other heading to Panglai? Not only Panglai, but there seemed to be troubles along the coastal areas as well. Although Jiangcheng has the character Jiang in its name, it is located in the northern inland, far from the coastline. In his previous life, he had survived for a short time and had no idea what happened later. But now, at least one thing was certain. The authorities were somewhat chaotic. He began to think, since the Song family could occupy the granary, could he also seize this strategic position? Although he owned a vending machine, if he wanted to develop his own power in the future, he couldn't keep buying things from the vending machine indefinitely. Right? If it came to that, the secret of the vending machine would be known to the outside world. So, he had to take the granary for himself. Of course, there were also the treasury and the bank. After the apocalypse, people began to search for supplies, yet no one went to the bank. Because when people realized that this snow would not end and the authorities had no rescue actions, what use was money? To start a fire for warmth? It was better to rob a coffin shop than to pry open a bank door. After all, wood burns much better than paper. He also gathered quite a bit of gossip. Just now, he learned from Song Jiangming that the recent discussions about the Song family's eldest son, Song Wangming, who suddenly died, were actually orchestrated by Song Jiangming, the second son. He had colluded with Wang Peng to secretly deal with Song Wangming. However, this had nothing to do with him, it was just for amusement. After hearing Song Jiangming's footsteps fade away above him, Wang Peng also turned to leave and Shin Hong quietly slipped away through the snowpath below. He silently followed this not-so-high snowpath, moving backward. Until he returned to the spot where he had initially dug, he perked up his ears to listen for a while, confirming that there was no sound from the outside, then cautiously poked his head out. Looking around, there was indeed no noise. As for Song Jiangming, he didn't know how he had left. He breathed a sigh of relief just as he crawled out of the snowpath. A voice suddenly came from behind. Sure enough, someone is here. Shen Heng's pupils contracted, and he instinctively rolled forward. At the moment he rolled his body, a stick came crashing down, landing where he had just poked his head out. In the snow, a deep mark immediately appeared, cutting into the snow. Shin Hong rolled twice cleanly, then stood up, his expression cold as he looked back. A tall figure pulled the iron rod from the snow, grinning maliciously at Shin Hong. Kid, not bad reflexes, but I wonder how many hits you can dodge from me? He swung the stick again, aiming at Shin Hong. Shin Hong quickly dodged backward, but the thick snow on the ground made every step he took sink into it, making it impossible to evade completely. Wait! Shin Hong barely avoided another hit and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Why are you attacking me? His legs were buried in the snow, making it difficult to move. He was quite wary of this suddenly appearing big man. In his previous life, he had fought for food and had some combat skills. But this person before him was also not weak. However, because the ground was covered in thick snow, both of them found it hard to move. The big man was at least 1 meter 90 tall and weighed over 200 jin. When he stepped down, he sank deeper than Shin Hong. But seeing Shin Hong already trapped in the snow, seemingly unable to get out, the big man immediately smiled with satisfaction. Gotcha! He. The big man chuckled lightly. You want to know the answer to this question? Just right, I have a bit of curiosity too, and I want to ask you. I'll answer your question first, then you answer mine. How about that? He had quietly observed earlier. Shin Hong had dug a very long tunnel beneath the snow. It was impossible for a person to dig so deep and so long. All right. Shin Heng's eyes turned, and he nodded in agreement. He was also quite curious about this big man. I am the bodyguard of the head of the Song family, the big man said. When the head left just now, he saw the snow tunnel you dug and thought you were a talent he wanted to recruit. He specifically ordered me to wait here. Is that so? Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. But your actions just now didn't seem like you were trying to recruit me. Recruit? At another time, perhaps Song Jiangming would really want to recruit him. After all, digging such a long snow tunnel in this icy weather could make him Song Jiangming's right-hand man. However, after Song Jiangming became the overlord of the northern city in his previous life, Shin Hong was very clear. This person was cunning and overly suspicious. Song Jiangming must have realized he was eavesdropping just now, which was why he had the big man guard here. He probably wanted to ambush him, cripple him, and then take him back for severe interrogation about how to dig the snow tunnel, right? Indeed. The big man saw that Shin Hong was alone, now trapped in the snow and unarmed, so he naturally relaxed. He completely regarded Shin Hong as his plaything. This area within a 2-kilometer radius is all military district territory. How did you get here? The big man asked again. This is the second question. Shin Hong smiled. I'll answer your first question first. I have a snow removal robot. A robot? The big man was taken aback. I don't believe it. Here it is. Shin Hong fumbled through his clothes and pulled out the robot from his pocket, waving it at the big man. It really was a robot. The big man's expression grew even more confused. He had never heard of a snow removal robot. Was this thing even for sale? Even more bizarre, was there really someone who would buy this? How does it remove snow? The big man asked curiously. Like this. Shin Hong pressed the start button and the robot's two claws immediately began to move. The big man's gaze followed the robot. At the same time, Shin Hong had already raised his right hand, aiming at the big man. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being pierced rang out. Before the big man could react, the arrow that had sliced through the air had already penetrated his head. The arrow's power was immense, even causing the big man's upper body to lean heavily backward. You fool! Shin Hong sneered coldly. Taking advantage of pulling out the robot, Shin Hong had quietly loosened the cuff of his right arm. The crossbow sold by the vending machine lived up to its reputation. If it weren't for wanting to know who the other party was, Shin Hong would have shot the bolt immediately. However, the cunning fox Song Jungming was indeed observant. He even noticed the entrance of the snow tunnel he had just dug. It seemed he would have to be more careful in the future. As for this bodyguard, Shin Hong had no intention of sparing his life. The moment this guy attempted to ambush him, he was doomed. Song Jungming, Shin Hong squinted, sneering disdainfully. In his previous life, you were strong, but in this life, I have a vending machine, and the northern city will surely be mine. This bodyguard is just an appetizer. The bodyguard died a miserable death. A single arrow took him down. Because the distance was very close, the arrow pierced through his skull and embedded itself in the snow. Shin Hong did not bother to search for the arrow. A penetrating arrow costs $100, so he considered it a price for a life. Moreover, he was not worried at all that the Song family would find out. The heavy snow would continue to fall, soon covering the body of the big man. Even if the Song family found it, it would be impossible to locate the arrow from beneath the thick snow. He approached the big man's side and rummaged through his belongings for a while, eventually finding a wallet. Inside the wallet was the big man's ID card. In this day and age, carrying an ID while traveling, was it to prevent me from knowing your name? Shin Hong shook his head and chuckled, glancing at the ID card, and was suddenly taken aback. Zhao Jiang. He looked at the name on the ID card, then at the big man's face, somewhat stunned. Iron Tower Zhao Jiang? This name left a deep impression on Shin Hong. In his previous life, this person had also consumed an ability fruit, awakening his powers. Zhao Jiang's physical fitness was already excellent, and his ability was immense strength, contributing greatly to Song Jungming's conquests in the north of the city. Unexpectedly, in this life, before he could even awaken his powers, he was shot dead by Shin Hong with a single arrow. This also saved a lot of trouble. After all, Shin Hong wanted to unify Jiang City, and the first hurdle was to take the north of the city. And Song Jungming was an unavoidable obstacle. The elite soldiers under him would eventually become his enemies. Now that Zhao Jiang was dead, it could be considered a way to save some trouble for the future. As for himself, he was not worried at all. Before leaving, Shin Hong had wrapped himself up completely, wearing a leather hat and a mask, leaving only his eyes visible. And he even wore snow goggles over his eyes. Even if Zhao Jiang took a picture of his face, Song Jungming would definitely not recognize him. Zhao Jiang also had a mobile phone on him, and without a second thought, Shin Hong crushed it. Looking at the sky, it was already getting late. Moreover, there were sounds coming from the military camp. It seemed Wang Peng was now organizing the remaining soldiers to prepare to leave. Shin Hong loaded another penetrating arrow onto his divine crossbow, and seeing that no one was around, he took out the snow vehicle and headed straight for Taoyuan community. The heavy snow filled the sky, and Shin Heng's figure quickly disappeared. Shortly after Shin Hong left, Zhao Zhan's body was completely covered by the heavy snow. As he approached the community, Shin Heng's mood lightened considerably. When he returned and handed over the supplies to Chun Xin, he could go home and play cards with Huo Miao. This trip had yielded great rewards. The reason the army did not provide rescue was that there were some troubles along the Dragon Country coastline that needed to be dealt with. And the reason the Song family occupied the Jiang City granary was due to Wang Peng's orders within the army. However, he also felt a sense of vigilance. If it weren't for his battle instincts from his previous life, he might have been caught off guard and ambushed by Zhao Jiang. If that stick had hit him, even if he killed Zhao Jiang, he would probably have ended up half crippled. He needed to find a daughter. Preferably a young, beautiful, long-legged female doctor who could be loyal to him and bring her back to the villa. Just thinking about a female doctor in a white coat and black stockings made Shin Hong miss Huo Miao even more, and he couldn't help but want to hurry things along. He's coming, he's coming. In the desolate outside, the sound of the snow vehicle grew louder, coming from afar. Crouched outside the north gate of Taoyuan community, General Zhang, inside the buildings on both sides of the street, brightened his eyes and spoke on the phone with General Zhao in the opposite building. We must stay alert. That snow vehicle isn't slow, and if we're not careful, he'll escape. If this ambush fails, we won't have another chance. I know. General Zhao shouted, he's coming. Shin Heng's snow vehicle sped through the snow, but he had already become vigilant, having been reborn and overheard the conversation. In the military camp, he had unknowingly altered the course of events. Moreover, the ambush by General Zhao made him clearly Understand that even with a vending machine, one must be extremely cautious. A single misstep could lead to disaster. The surroundings were engulfed in heavy snow, the entire world wrapped in pure white. But as he approached the community, he noticed a yellow object stretching from left to right on the road. What was that? Under the alertness, Shin Hong instinctively reduced the speed of the snow vehicle. As he got closer, he discovered that a thick layer of cardboard boxes had been laid out on the snow, clearly placed there by someone to facilitate walking. Before he could observe more closely, a loud shout came from the building on either side. Employees, curled up on the second floor on both sides, simultaneously pulled up the ropes in their hands. The 3 ropes that had been buried in the snow suddenly tightened, blocking Shin Hong's path in midair. Shin Hong stopped the snow vehicle and cast a hostile glance at the office buildings on both sides. "Ha, little brother, we finally waited for you." General Zhang swaggered as he pushed open the window and jumped onto the cardboard boxes. Behind him were more than 10 people, their eyes gleaming as they looked at Shin Hong's snow vehicle. In the building across, General Zhao also emerged with more than 10 people. After the 2 groups appeared, they held cardboard boxes in their hands and began to lay them out towards Shin Hong, attempting to form an encirclement. "What do you want?" Shin Hong said coldly. "Don't be afraid, we just want to discuss something with you." General Zhang, wrapped in several bed sheets, still shivering, sniffed. "I'll keep it short, brother, we have our eyes on this vehicle. Let us use it. You live in Taoyuan community, right? Since you're already home, this vehicle is of no use to you, but for us, it's a lifesaver." "Yeah." General Zhao nodded in agreement. "I'm Zhao Yojie from Xinhai Technology. Lend it to us, and I owe you a favor." "A favor?" Shin Hong almost laughed out loud. In the apocalypse, the most worthless thing is a favor. "What if I refuse to lend it?" Shin Hong scoffed in response. "Refuse?" The man behind General Zhang, wearing glasses, said ominously, "You can't run away after refusing our hospitality. If you don't want to lend it, don't blame us for taking action." After saying that, he waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, seize the snow vehicle, and we can all go home." Hearing the words of the man with glasses, everyone's eyes lit up, and they rushed towards Shin Hong, scrambling over the cardboard boxes. Shin Hong scanned them coldly. These people were still far from him, and it seemed they didn't have enough boxes to get close. He raised his right hand, aimed at the man with glasses, and pressed the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced through the air, and the previously shouting man with glasses suddenly had blood gushing from his neck, clutching his throat as he fell straight down into the snow. Blood splattered all over General Zhang's face. What? General Zhang felt a wave of crimson cover his vision, and when he came to his senses, he found the man with glasses lying in the snow, hot blood spraying from his neck as if it were free. He was startled and instinctively turned to look at Shin Hong. Shin Hong expressionlessly held up his right hand, the arrow aimed at General Zhang. "I didn't hear you clearly just now, could you repeat that? What will you do if I don't lend you the vehicle?" Shin Hong wore a smile, but the murderous intent in his voice sent chills down General Zhang's spine. I. General Zhang stammered, being targeted by that dark arrow, feeling his forehead heat up even in the extreme cold. "He is your subordinate, right? Was this your idea?" Shin Hong asked again. Yes, it was his idea. Although the crossbow was not aimed at him, General Zhao on the other side was almost scared to death and hurriedly chimed in, "Little brother, I didn't mean to rob the vehicle, I just wanted to borrow." Shin Hong turned his head, aiming his right hand at General Zhao. "You just said that if I lend you the vehicle, I would be owed a favor. Sorry, you don't deserve it." Seeing the crossbow aimed at him, President Zhao felt his scalp tingle, desperately waving his hands and forcing a smile. "Brother, you are right, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Noticing that Shin Hong remained unmoved, he quickly pointed at President Zhang. "It's him. We were originally hiding in the building, but he brought people to lay down cardboard boxes and came over to suggest it to me. I didn't think much of it, I just wanted to go home. If I had known you were this formidable, even if I froze to death in the company, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas about you." "Zhao Yojie, you're talking nonsense." President Zhang was startled and looked at Shin Hong with a forced smile. "Brother, I was also misled by Xiao Wang, that's why I thought. Xiao Wang is the fool you killed. You can ask people from our company, they can all testify for me." "Really?" The others felt a chill down their spines and instinctively nodded. They had no idea how many arrows Shin Hong's crossbow could shoot, but who the hell would dare to try? Moreover, it seemed that Shin Hong's aim was extremely precise, targeting the throat of the bespectacled man. Who could withstand such an arrow? Wasn't that asking for death? "Do you want to live?" Shin Hong suddenly spoke. The crowd trembled and nodded repeatedly. "You are from 2 different companies, right?" Shin Hong asked again. The crowd nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "Now, you 2 stand together, people from this company on one side and people from that company on the other," Shin Hong commanded. The crowd was confused, but under the threat of the crossbow, they obediently formed about 10 groups, with people from each company gathering together. Shin Hong counted, and suddenly felt like laughing. There were 13 people on each side. If there were more bespectacled men, it would be difficult to group them now. Meanwhile, President Zhang and President Zhao stood awkwardly together. 2 people per group, a total of 13 groups. Shin Hong said, "Now take out your phones, open WeChat and Alipay, and let the other party check their balance. Since you want to live, I'll give you a chance to buy your lives. How much money each of you has, make it clear. Then, transfer it all to this." President Zhao's phone. Shin Hong pointed at Zhao Yojie, who quickly put on a sycophantic smile. "After you transfer the money to me, I will naturally let you go." Shin Heng smiled. "President Zhao, please collect all the money and come over to scan the code to transfer it to me." This. President Zhao chuckled awkwardly. "Such an important matter, why don't we leave it to President Zhang?" President Zhang's pupils widened, wanting to refute, but fearing Shin Heng's anger, he could only glare at him indignantly and look pitifully at Shin Hong. "What a joke! If I scan the code, what if he shoots me dead with an arrow? It's you! Why are you pushing it off?" Shin Heng's face turned serious. "Weren't you just introducing yourself and asking me for a favor? My request is that simple. Will you do it?" His right hand aimed at Zhao Yojie. "If you don't want to do it, then let President Zhang handle it." I do. Zhao Yojie was being targeted by the crossbow, on the verge of breaking down, desperately nodding his head, fearing that Shin Heng's crossbow arrow would come flying at him. If an arrow came, he wouldn't even have time to react before collapsing. Everyone finally understood. Shin Hong was robbing them outright. "Rob? It's a robbery," someone murmured softly. They were all a bit dazed. "Brothers, we were supposed to be robbing your car. How come you're turning around and robbing our money?" Shin Hong looked at the pair on the left. The person on the right immediately screamed, No, it wasn't me, it was him. He quickly shifted to the right again, afraid that Shin Heng's aim might be off and hit him instead. "That's right, it's a robbery. You don't want to give?" Shin Hong smiled. "How about you call the police?" The crowd fell silent. Call the police? If calling the police was useful, would they still be huddled in the office building? Now they couldn't even get a call through. Who knows where the police had gone? Those with a bit of courage had already obediently taken out their phones, unlocked them, and showed their WeChat and Alipay balances to the person next to them, then came to Zhao's side to scan the QR code for a transfer. "I only want your WeChat and Alipay money. As for your bank cards, I won't touch them. Isn't that satisfactory?" Shin Hong looked at the few people still frozen in place and said, "You have a lot of money. In WeChat and Alipay, you can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. I'm giving you 2 minutes. If you don't want to die, hurry up and scan." Although some were still reluctant, seeing the people around them lining up to Zhao Yojie, they could only begrudgingly follow the crowd. They showed their money to another company's member and then obediently proceeded with the transfer. After everyone silently scanned the QR codes, they returned to their original positions and, according to Shin Heng's instructions, checked the other party's phones to confirm that the balances in both payment tools had turned to zero before nervously standing still. Zhao Yojie also checked Zhang's phone, and Zhang, with a dark expression, transferred the money to Zhao Yojie. He was used to keeping all his money in Alipay, hardly putting anything in his bank card. Now, damn it, it was all gone. After receiving the money, Zhao Yojie obediently came to Shin Hong, nervously looking at the divine crossbow in Shin Heng's right hand, scanned Shin Heng's QR code, and hurriedly made the payment. After paying, he picked up his phone and showed Shin Hong his balance. All turned to zero. Shin Hong was extremely satisfied, patting Zhao Yojie's shoulder. "Very good. I'll add you on WeChat. Still want to add friends? I had 320,000 in my WeChat and Alipay, and I gave it all to you, and you still want to pick on me?" Zhao Yojie was startled by Shin Heng's 2 pats on the shoulder, his heart racing, and he had to force a smile. Okay. Moments later, he had a new friend in WeChat named Harmony Brings Wealth. Harmony Brings Wealth? This is robbery and getting rich. You should still have quite a bit of money in your cards, right? Shin Hong suddenly said. Zhao Yojie showed a look of terror. "You just said to only transfer WeChat and Alipay. Don't worry, I'm a businessman, not a highway robber. What are you afraid of?" Shin Hong frowned. Zhao Yojie didn't dare to speak anymore. This business was simply a surefire profit. How bold, daring to kill in the street. Simply reckless. "You probably don't have much food left, right? Didn't you just add me as a friend? If you need anything, just contact me. I have plenty of supplies: bread, ham, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, peanuts, beer, everything. Of course, as long as you can afford the price." Shin Hong smiled, then looked at the crowd. "All right, everyone, step aside." Upon hearing this, everyone knew Shin Hong was about to leave and hurriedly ran to the sides. A few clever ones had already collected the cardboard boxes and ropes from the middle of the road, then showed a Humble smile to Shin Hang. Shin Hong started the snowmobile and the vehicle immediately roared to life. Then, amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, he drove into the Taoyuan community. Zhang Xiaotian, I've been completely screwed over this time. After Shin Hong left, Zhao Youjie angrily cursed at General Manager Zhang. Screwed over? You have over 300,000 in your phone, while I have 80,000. General Manager Zhang thought about his savings and his heart nearly shattered. He wiped the blood from his face, but the blood had already congealed. He glanced back at the bespectacled man in the snow, spat disdainfully, and returned to the office building without looking back. Let's go back too. Zhao Youjie waved his hand, leading his subordinates with a cold expression towards their office building. The two parties, once closely cooperating, now exchanged not a single word as they parted ways. Shin Hong, driving into the community, felt relaxed. This trip had truly been a windfall. He hadn't expected to have additional gains upon returning to the community. The so-called General Manager Zhang and General Manager Zhao had few employees, all from small companies, but the gains were substantial. He now had an additional 1,700,000 in his WeChat, and 120,000 more in Alipay. Altogether, he had earned nearly 3 million. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about upgrading the vending machine. However, now that the vending machine had reached level 3, he had also figured out the experience needed for upgrades. Each level up doubled the experience required. The vending machine was close to reaching level 4, and if he calculated correctly, leveling up to level 5 would cost 160,000. 3 million would only be enough to upgrade the vending machine to level 8, just enough to buy the system's produced tactical jacket. To reach level 9, the required experience would be 2.56 million. After that, it would be 5.12 million, 10.24 million. The numbers doubled, making Shin Hong feel a bit desperate. However, one must eat a meal bite by bite and take steps one at a time. As the ancients said, taking too big a step can lead to a fall. Take it slow. He already had a powerful vending machine, so why worry about upgrades? Step by step, he could always raise the level. Moreover, the meaning of survival in the apocalypse was not merely to upgrade the vending machine's level. Shin Hong was not a person with many ambitions. He just wanted to live well and enjoy each day. But his determination to compete was only to better protect himself and those around him. He wanted to live freely, unrestrained. But without strong power and influence, how could he ensure his freedom? Driving the car into the community, the sky had already darkened. Since the snowfall began, the entire sky had been gray. It was only a little past 4 p.m., but the sky was gloomy, and many villas had already turned on their lights. Shin Hong got out of the snowmobile, found a secluded corner, and quietly put it away. He then bought a pair of skis and strapped them on. For long-distance travel, the snowmobile could still be useful, but it was too loud and easily attracted attention. Shin Hong had previously enjoyed skiing, although his skills weren't great. He could glide smoothly. He also bought a sack and stuffed it with instant noodles, ham, self-heating hot pot, and oil tincture from the corner of his space. Then, he stepped onto the skis, dragging the sack, and glided towards Chen Qin's house. Arriving outside Chen Qin's house, Shin Hong first looked around before feeling reassured enough to cross the yard wall through the snow and come to Chen Qin's window. The snow had thickened considerably. Shin Hong remembered that when he went out in the morning, he needed to take a big step to clear the yard wall. But now, the accumulated snow was almost level with the wall. The entire first floor was completely covered in snow. The other residents didn't seem to pay attention to the outside. Perhaps they still had supplies in their villas, as each household had drawn their curtains. After all, the weather was too cold and the windows were prone to drafts. Pulling the curtains could provide some insulation. The lights in Chen Qin's house were off, as if she had heeded Shin Heng's advice. After all, having the lights on at night would only signal to others that someone was home, right? On ordinary days, a lit house would deter thieves. But in the apocalypse, having the lights on was too conspicuous, equivalent to boldly announcing to others, "There are people here, I am still alive." Being alive meant there was food and drink at home, didn't it? What was the difference from being a target? It was clearly inviting people to come and rob. Shin Hong still hoped to play cards with this beautiful star. After all, he had yet to taste the flavor of a female celebrity. If he hadn't made his move and something happened to Chen Qin, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He had also considered bringing Chen Qin directly back to his villa, with Huo Miao watching. Chen Qin wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. But he didn't do that. Female stars in the entertainment industry all had their heads in the clouds, and their fervent fans had pushed them to the top. If they didn't experience some hardship, how would they learn to navigate the future? Shin Hong wanted a woman who was obedient and understanding. He wasn't going to play the role of a sycophant. Letting Chen Qin experience some hardship would also give him the chance to cultivate their feelings. During this time, when he eventually brought her back, she would be grateful and devoted to him. He went to the window, sent Chen Qin a message, and then rhythmically tapped on the window a few times. Soon, the window opened, revealing Chen Xin's surprised face. "You're back?" It was clear that this woman had been waiting in this room for him to return. "Yeah," Shin Hong nodded. "I brought you the things you bought." The sack was heavy, and when Chen Xin took it from Shin Heng's hands, she wanted to pull it inside through the window but realized she hadn't eaten for 2 days and couldn't even lift the sack. "Can you help me bring it in?" I have no strength left," Chen Xin said, her face turning red, feeling embarrassed. "Are you inviting me in?" Shin Hong raised an eyebrow and said with a playful smile. "What are you talking about?" Chen Xin rolled her eyes. "Handsome, I've already paid you 100,000. Can't you at least help me bring it in?" After saying this, she showed a pleading expression. Please, I really don't have the strength anymore." For some reason, the woman who usually showed no interest in men felt less repulsed by Shin Hang. Perhaps it was because, in this icy apocalypse, Shin Hong was the first person she had encountered and he had helped her. Or maybe it was because Shin Hong had sold her supplies without making any excessive demands, just asking for a high price that she could still accept. All right, Shin Hong didn't have any ulterior motives, he just wanted to tease this highly publicized star. Of course, if Chen Xin invited him to play cards, he wouldn't mind having a little something with this female celebrity. After all, he wouldn't be at a loss. He took out the items from the sack and tossed them onto the bed one by one, saying, "I've put everything in your room. I have things to do, so I'm leaving." Chen Xin stared at Shin Hong in a daze. Her fondness for him rose again. To be honest, if Shin Hong had barged in and forced her, she really wouldn't have had any other way out. But although Shin Hong was flirtatious, he acted quite gentlemanly and didn't enter the room. "Thank you." Chen Xin looked at Shin Hong with a complex expression. "No problem." Shin Hong waved his hand and turned to leave. "If you need anything, just message me. Next time, I'll sell it to you cheaper." After saying that, he stepped onto his snowboard and slid away. "Hey!" Chen Xin wanted to say something else, but the words stuck in her throat, and she just stared blankly at Shin Heng's back. Shin Heng's face was completely covered, and Chen Xin had no idea what he looked like. But she could tell he should be quite young. A young man, surprisingly, had no excessive demands of her. She knew very well that 90% of her fans were male. Many regarded her as a pure and beautiful moonlight, and she understood that these fans had fantasies about her. But Shin Hong was just joking with her, with no actual actions. He didn't even ask her for an autograph. Chen Xin sat on the bed, her face full of confusion. Am I not popular anymore? Or have I become ugly? But a chill brought her back to reality. Chen Xin hurriedly got up and plugged in the oil heater. As the oil heater warmed up, a bit of warmth slowly filled the room. Chen Xin placed a few bottles of water next to the oil heater. These mineral waters had already frozen solid after just a moment out. Once the mineral water melted, Chen Xin carefully tore open the packaging of the self-heating hot pot. After more than 10 minutes, the self-heating hot pot emitted steaming heat and the aroma spread throughout the room. Chen Xin exhaled, lifting the lid. As soon as she took the first bite, she almost cried. She had been hungry for 2 days. Finally, on the evening of the third day, she had a bite of hot food. She had eaten many delicacies, but nothing was as delicious as the self-heating hot pot in front of her. During her boring days at home, she had watched many videos and knew that the world had turned into an extreme cold place. Just yesterday, many elderly people had frozen to death due to the sudden drop in temperature. With the air conditioning freezing last night, today young people had started to freeze to death as well. Especially in Hainan, where people had no thick clothes, many had already died from the cold. In the afternoon, she couldn't even find videos from Hainan anymore. Her friend Yang Tianba was vacationing in Sanya with a lover, and Chen Xin wanted to ask about her situation, but she couldn't get in touch at all. I hope everything is okay. She sighed as she ate the self-heating hot pot. Right now, she was barely hanging on, and she felt powerless about her friend's safety. Chen Xin knew that if she hadn't met Shin Hong, she probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Thinking of Shin Hong, a wave of gratitude surged in her heart. What does he look like? Chen Xin did not know, but a woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. When Shin Hong returned to Villa number 4, he had no idea that his status in Chen Xin's heart was rising sharply. However, he had already regarded Chen Xin as the second mistress of the villa. He planned to visit her when he had time and casually ask for some money. Sooner or later, she would be his woman. Playing cards is all about mutual willingness. Gradually cultivating feelings is the only way to experience that kind of soul connection where they complement each other deeply. If forced, what's the difference from a wild dog on the street? In the yard, the snow he had cleared in the morning had thickened considerably. Fortunately, the door was still exposed, and Shin Hong slid into the yard along the sloped path he had dug, gently knocking on the door. But after knocking for a long time, no one answered. Shin Heng's expression grew serious. He had already regarded Huo Miao as the first mistress of the villa, But this woman wouldn't open the door for him? What did she want? Shin Hong instinctively knocked harder. He was sure Huo Miao had definitely heard him. But after waiting a few minutes, the door still did not open. Shin Heng's face darkened as he picked up his phone and sent her a voice message. What are you doing? I'm outside. The next moment, the door suddenly opened, and before Shin Heng could say anything, Huo Miao rushed into his arms. What's wrong? Shin Heng was initially very angry, but he noticed Huo Miao in his arms was trembling and had a choked voice. After you left, someone came. Someone came. Shin Heng was taken aback and spoke coldly. Who? I don't know. Huo Miao curled up, whispering. I didn't open the door, I just lifted the curtain and took a peek. They were dressed very warmly, and I couldn't see clearly. They? Shin Heng was astonished. More than one person? In his previous life, after he brought Su Chao and Feng Lu to live in the villa, no one had come to knock on the door. But that was also after 20 days of the apocalypse. How could anyone come? He carried Huo Miao into the house and checked the interior. Seeing no signs of chaos, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After taking off his coat, Shin Heng added some firewood to the fireplace, gently holding Huo Miao and patting her back. It's okay. I'm here. These words seemed to give Huo Miao great strength. She wiped her tears and began to recount softly. After Shin Heng left, Huo Miao was putting up insulation film on the second floor. Before she finished, there was suddenly a knock on the door downstairs. Huo Miao thought Shin Heng had returned for something and happily prepared to go downstairs to open the door. Before going down, she glanced out the second floor window. The next moment, she saw several cardboard boxes and pads laid out in the snow that Shin Heng had cleared. It should be noted that Shin Heng had left directly in the snowmobile. The snow was pure white, with only 2 tracks. There was nothing else. Huo Miao felt a sense of alertness and leaned forward to look at the door on the first floor. There were actually 2 people standing downstairs, and they were dressed in thick down jackets, completely different from Shin Heng's outfit when he left. Huo Miao dared not make a sound and quietly crouched at the second floor window, carefully watching. Downstairs, the 2 figures were shivering outside the door, knocking hard. Huo Miao did not recognize these 2 people, so she naturally did not dare to open the door. After knocking for a while and finding no response from inside, they knocked on the glass. Huo Miao silently opened the second floor window, creating a small gap. Cold wind rushed into the room, but she didn't care. Instead, she leaned closer to the window and perked up her ears. Bro, it seems this villa only has that guy who just drove the snowmobile. A short, chubby figure spoke to the tall, thin figure. The tall figure nodded slightly, knocked on the window again, and whispered a few words to the chubby one, but the howling wind made it hard for Huo Miao to hear. She only saw the 2 of them starting to look for some handy tools in the yard, trying to break the window. Thanks to the fact that this house was originally meant to be a gift for Yang Jinchuan's sister. During the renovation, they specifically replaced the glass with thicker ones. The 2 brothers tried to break in for half a day but couldn't get through. With the heavy wind and snow, they were already out of breath by the time they arrived, and now they had no strength left. Let's go. The tall, thin one said to his brother. Let's go back and find something useful to break the door. Brother, it will take a lot of time for us to go back and forth. What if he comes back and finds us? What are you afraid of? He has a snowmobile, and when he comes back, we'll hear it. If we can break open the door, we can take the supplies from his house. The tall, thin one said in a low voice. He has a snowmobile and can easily go out to look for food. We don't have much to eat left. Okay. The chubby younger brother gritted his teeth in agreement. The 2 of them left, stepping through the snow one after the other. Huo Miao let out a sigh of relief and wanted to call Shin Heng, but found that Shin Heng's phone was unreachable. She could only curl up at home, afraid to make a sound. Not daring to turn on the lights, she hid in the bedroom closet, worried and scared. She didn't even dare to go to the basement. After all, to an ordinary person, the basement might store food and drink, and if those 2 broke in, they would likely search the basement. But what food could be stored in the villa's bedroom? They might not even look and just walk away. She curled up like this for a long time, until just now when Shin Heng came back and knocked on the door. Huo Miao jumped in fright. She thought the 2 brothers had come back, her heart racing. As the knocking grew louder, Huo Miao was almost scared to tears. Her legs felt weak, and she didn't even dare to check by the window, fearing that the 2 brothers would see her. Until suddenly, her phone received a message. She opened it to find it was from Shin Heng. Only then did Huo Miao breathe a sigh of relief and hurried downstairs to open the door. After listening to Huo Miao's account, Shin Heng comforted her with an embrace. However, a sharp, cold glint appeared in his eyes. They actually want to target my family. They really don't want to live anymore. It's okay, sweetheart, I'm here. Shin Heng held Huo Miao, stroking her beautiful hair, softly comforting her. After a moment, Huo Miao blushed and stood up, wiping her tears. I'm fine now. Shin Heng, young and impulsive, had originally been thinking about going home to play cards, but now, holding Huo Miao, he naturally felt something. Ahem. Shin Hong cleared his throat and said, "You cook first, I'll handle those two." He glanced at the kitchen, feeling even more distressed. The vegetables he had left for Huo Miao in the morning were untouched. Clearly, she hadn't had time to cook before two uninvited guests showed up, even trying to break in through the window. Huo Miao must have felt quite desperate hiding in the wardrobe. Thinking of this, he felt even more pity and kissed Huo Miao's forehead. As for Huo Miao saying she couldn't reach him by phone, she must have been in the military camp at that time, where there are signal interference devices. Shin Hong sat on the sofa, his thoughts sinking into the vending machine. He searched and found a high-signal ultra-clear intercom, which required level 5 of the vending machine to purchase. That's the one. Shin Hong's eyes lit up. He could now buy other intercoms, but only this one had a level requirement. Looking at the product description next to it, it was indeed a well-selected item by the system. Just buying one costs 50,000. Cheap goods are not good, and good goods are not cheap. He noticed that the prices marked on this vending machine were all the fairest market prices. This intercom priced at 50,000 surely wouldn't be bad. With the intercom, he wouldn't have to worry about Huo Miao being unable to contact him again after losing signal. He needed to upgrade the vending machine. Shin Hong checked and found that many good items could only be purchased after leveling up. Moreover, the prices were not cheap. For example, the insulation film currently posted on the wall at home could be upgraded to a system-selected high-strength insulation film after reaching level 7. There were also various high-density bulletproof glass, thermal blackout curtains, fully sealed density glue, infrared laser detection mirrors, outdoor combat gloves, and various firearms. All things he could use. Shin Hong even found wild animals. But of course, the wild animals for sale were dead, only suitable for cooking. Originally, he didn't have much money to upgrade the vending machine, but on the way back, he had robbed a hall, and now he had about 3 million, feeling quite confident. He called out to Huo Miao, who was busy in the kitchen. "Call me when the food is ready, I'm going to the basement." Standing in the wine tasting room of the basement, Shin Hong bought several large freezers and placed them against the wall. He purchased a lot of seafood and stuffed it all into the freezers. Then he bought instant noodles, ham sausages, canned food, bread, beef, buying whatever came to mind. After all, these items were to be sold to the residents of the community. The experience of the vending machine was also skyrocketing. The vending machine, which was already close to leveling up, reached level 4 after buying some supplies. The experience needed to go from level 4 to 5 doubled again, requiring 160,000. He really didn't guess wrong. Shin Hong sighed. Although it was fast to level up now, the experience required later would double, and after reaching level 10, upgrading would cost over 10 million. No wonder you could buy ability fruits at level 10. To upgrade the vending machine to level 10, it would cost a total of over 20 million, really not cheap at all. He felt emotional, but his hands didn't slow down at all. In the blink of an eye, the floor of the wine tasting room was piled high with supplies, and the vending machine upgraded again. Level 5. To level down, the experience value was 320,000. Shin Hong didn't pay attention, he was already mentally prepared. In the search bar, he searched for the handgun he had been thinking about. A row of handguns that had previously shown as gray and unavailable could all be purchased now. Shin Hong excitedly browsed through the various firearms above, and after comparison, he bought 2 Walther PPK series handguns, reasonably priced at 6,000 each. In the classic movie series 007, it appears multiple times. This type of handgun has a high cost-performance ratio, feels light and compact, making it most suitable for Huo Miao's self-defense. However, he still has some concerns. If he gives Huo Miao the handgun, will she one day quietly betray him and shoot him? After experiencing the betrayal of Feng Lu in his past life, he no longer easily trusts women. He doesn't want to go through the story of the farmer and the snake a second time. According to the script from his previous life, Huo Miao should have frozen to death in the company by now. It was he who saved her. But how Huo Miao would treat him afterward, Shin Hong has no idea. He is uneasy about entrusting his back to a woman he has only deeply communicated with for a few days, even if she has given him her first time and is completely obedient to him. Shin Hong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed the handgun in the corner of his consciousness space and bought 2 Colt M1911s from the vending machine. This is the proud work of the firearms master Browning, with a classic and handsome appearance and enough power to be impressive. He didn't purchase the Desert Eagle he liked so much. Although the Desert Eagle looks cooler, to be honest, the recoil of that gun is too great. Aside from showing off, it is not practical. He also bought many magazines, all of which he placed in the corner of his consciousness space. If he runs out of bullets while shooting, he won't have to rush to reload. With just a thought, these magazines can appear in his hand. Reloading. He suddenly thought that while the handgun has fewer bullets in each magazine, a machine gun can fire continuously. He quickly searched for it. Unfortunately, the system prompted that various machine guns require the vending machine to be at level 9. Shin Hong sighed. When the vending machine reaches level 9, he can directly upgrade it to level 10 in one go. At level 10, he can buy ability fruits directly. What does he need a machine gun for? However, now that he is equipped with a handgun, it gives him a certain level of confidence. Upgrading from level 5 to 6 requires 320,000. He transferred all the money from Alipay and WeChat into the vending machine's balance and saw that he currently has nearly 2.7 million. Now, he has just spent the money Ho Miao gave him. To go from 6 to 7 requires 640,000, and from 7 to 8 it requires 1.28 million. The total consumption for the first 8 levels, Shin Hong calculated mentally. He found a pattern. For example, to upgrade the vending machine from level 6 to 7 requires 640,000 experience, while the total consumption for the first 6 levels is 620,000. For level 7, upgrading to level 8 requires 1.28 million, meaning the first 7 levels consumed 1.26 million. The money spent is always 20,000 less than the current level. In other words, to upgrade the vending machine to level 8, a total of 1.28 million, plus 1.26 million, 2.54 million? Shin Hong sighed. Although his current balance seems ample, it is only enough to reach level 8. Upgrading from 8 to 9 will require 2.56 million. Not to mention that going from 9 to 10 requires 5.12 million. In other words, if he wants to upgrade the vending machine to level 10, he will need to spend a total of 10.22 million. Money still needs to be planned for use. He bought a lot of supplies and then started purchasing household items. Although he just applied insulation film today, Shin Hong can now buy the powerful insulation film selected by the system. He didn't think about tearing off the existing insulation film. Instead, he planned to buy new ones and continue applying them. This way, he can ensure that the temperature in the house won't dissipate. There is also this high-density bulletproof glass, which is expensive and needs to be purchased. But how is this glass installed? While pondering, he glanced at the strong adhesive in the corner of his consciousness space. Right. He can just stick the bulletproof glass over the original glass of the villa. He bought all the items to reinforce the villa, and the vending machine has now reached level 7. Shin Hong originally wanted to upgrade the vending machine to level 8 and buy a system-selected parka to wear. After all, the parka he was currently wearing, while thick, was quite heavy and not very warm. Outside, it was minus 60 degrees, and even with the snowmobile, it was still pretty cold. After tonight, the temperature would continue to drop. The final temperature would stabilize at minus 70 degrees. Unfortunately, a system-produced parka costs 500,000. Too expensive. By the time he reached level 8, his balance would no longer be enough. He still needed money. He shook his head and directly carried a pile of things upstairs. Huo Miao had just finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table, saying, "Let's eat." Okay. Shin Hong had been busy all day and was indeed hungry, so he sat down with Huo Miao. He also reminded her that they would continue to apply the insulation film later. The curtains at home also needed to be replaced with high-quality ones selected by the system. Huo Miao nodded with a smile. She had grown fond of the feeling of decorating their home. Moreover, these insulation films looked great. Even when applied to the walls, they resembled wallpaper and blended in perfectly. As Shin Hong was giving instructions, he was also thinking he needed to install a few more mini cameras. In the future, if someone came, they could be spotted from a distance. However, just then, there was a loud bang from the window. Immediately after, an excited voice rang out from the yard. "Bro, this thing is useful. I've already made a small opening. Put in more effort. Let's break the window and get in. That guy's snowmobile isn't here, so there must be no one inside." Another voice followed. "If he can come and go freely. With the snowmobile, he must have stocked up on a lot of good stuff." Huo Miao and his arms stiffened and instinctively trembled. It was those two uninvited guests from the afternoon. "Don't worry," Shin Hong reassured her and stood up to walk outside. His face had turned ashen. Those bastards actually dared to come and rob him. The two brothers outside were still busy, the tall and thin one directing his chubby brother as they raised their golf clubs and struck the glass again. Bang! Although the glass didn't shatter, a dent was made. "There's hope." The brothers' eyes lit up. The fatigue from their journey dissipated in an instant. Just as they were about to continue smashing, the door suddenly opened. A cold voice rang in their ears. "What are you doing?" "Ha!" The brothers were startled and quickly turned around. They saw Shin Hong standing at the door with a grim expression. The tall and thin one raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Brother, are you home? I didn't hear your snowmobile." As he spoke, he looked around. There was indeed no snowmobile in the yard. Did this guy park it at home? "Why are you smashing my window?" Shin Hong coldly retorted. "We came by earlier in the afternoon and saw you had left." The tall and thin one laughed. "We wanted to say hello." I'm in Villa 5, Row 3. You must have plenty of supplies, right? Share some with us. Shen Hong smiled. Not even a buy-in straight to share? What do you think you are? Seeing Shen Hong smile, the tall and thin one also laughed. I'm the general manager of Jianing International. Before he could finish, Shen Hong had already stepped forward and landed a punch squarely on his face. The tall and thin one didn't even have time to react, letting out a muffled grunt as he flew out, crashing into the snow like a fallen tree. Dare to hit my brother? The chubby brother's face was filled with anger as he swung the golf club towards Shin Hang's head. Although Huo Miao was scared, she stood by the window, her face pale, nearly screaming at the sight. Just as it seemed Shin Hong would be hit, he suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, then swept his leg, causing the chubby brother to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. You're coming for me. Before he could get up, Shin Hang's foot was already on his face. You. The chubby brother felt utterly humiliated, trying to struggle to his feet, but the pressure of the foot on his face only increased, forcing him to whimper. Please, don't hit me. I beg you to let me go. We'll compensate. We'll compensate. The chubby brother winced in pain, unable to help but plead. Fine, leave $1 million and you can scram. Shen Hong said indifferently. Ha? $1 million? The chubby brother was stunned. Not agreeing? Then let's continue playing. Shen Hong said ominously. Not far away, the tall and thin one struggled for a long time before finally crawling out of the snow, his face filled with humiliation as he wanted to step forward, but seeing his brother already under Shin Hang's foot, he stopped in his tracks. You heard what I said, right? Shin Hong said coldly. $1 million and you can leave. If not, we continue. Please, don't hit my brother. The tall and thin one took a deep breath, his face grim. We'll pay, just don't hurt my brother. Shin Hong opened the QR code and pushed his phone to the ground. The phone slid to the tall and thin one's feet. With a grim face, he glanced at Shin Hong, who was looking at him coldly, and finally gritted his teeth and made the payment. Paid. The tall and thin one looked up. Can you let my brother go now? Shin Hong snorted coldly, lifted his foot off the chubby brother's face, and said coldly, You can leave now. You. The tall and thin one's teeth were chattering. Although he was a wealthy man, $1 million was still not a small amount. Anything else you want to say? Shin Hang's cold gaze swept over. The tall and thin one took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Brother, we've paid too. Can I do business with you now? Where is your snowmobile? Name your price, I'll buy it. Want to buy my snowmobile? Shin Hong was taken aback. I have to say, this tall and thin one really is something. Even after being bullied, he can still swallow his pride. He is a person destined for great things. However, in his past life, it seems he had never seen these two people and didn't know if they had frozen to death at home or had fallen under the hands of other powerful forces. How much are you willing to pay? Shin Hong smiled slightly. Another $1 million has arrived. Now, he has the money to buy the systems. Carefully selected parka. If he could make more money and upgrade the vending machine to level 9, he could buy a submachine gun or even landmines. Shin Hong had it all planned out. Even after awakening his abilities, he would turn the villa into a fortress. This way, he could ensure that after resting, he wouldn't be disturbed by those with ulterior motives. If someone like Chen Xianyo, from his past life, could walk through walls, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Chen Xianyo had the ability to walk through walls, but she still had to stand on the ground. Anyone daring to stand in his yard would taste the bitterness of landmines. 100,000? The tall, thin man tentatively offered. Your snowmobile should normally be worth around 10,000, right? I'm willing to buy it for 100,000. Shin Hong shook his head and laughed. Are you kidding? I'm selling a pack of instant noodles for $500 now, a price increase of 200 times. At this rate, if you want to buy my snowmobile, you'd better offer at least $2 million to show some sincerity. Are you trying to insult me? Shin Hong said lightly. The tall, thin man frowned. Then how much are you selling it for? With this snowmobile, he could also go out to look for food. One price, $2 million. Shin Hong said lazily, without beating around the bush. $2 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? The tall, thin man exclaimed in shock. Shen Hong shrugged. Buy it or don't. If you can't afford it, then get lost. After saying this, he prepared to turn and open the door. Wait. I'll buy it. The tall, thin man gritted his teeth and said, Where is the snowmobile? I want to see it now. At home. In this weather, the snowmobile is a treasure. I can't just leave it out in the yard, can I? What if people like you sneak in and steal it? Shin Hong said deliberately. It really is at home. The tall, thin man's eyes lit up. All right, we'll buy it. The tall, thin man nodded and signaled to his chubby brother beside him. The chubby brother immediately understood, nodding slightly to indicate he got it. You take us to see it first. If the snowmobile is intact and can run, I'll pay you. The tall, thin man nodded. No problem. Right? Of course, no problem. Shin Hang smiled and turned to open the door. Die. At the moment Shin Hong opened the door, the two brothers behind him suddenly erupted, swinging their bats fiercely toward Shin Hong's head. Watch out! Huo Miao, who was by the window inside, turned pale upon seeing this and screamed loudly. There's a woman? The tall, thin man couldn't help but turn back to look at the window, and upon seeing Huo Miao he was stunned. So beautiful. As a small boss he had played with women before. On the contrary, there were quite a few women around him, but among all those he had been with, none could compare to Huo Miao's quality. Earlier in the morning he and his brother had indeed only seen Shin Hong leave alone. This meant that the beautiful woman was at home when they came to knock. It was just that she hadn't opened the door for them. Thinking of this, a flash of regret crossed the tall, thin man's mind. If he had known such a beautiful woman was hiding at home, he would have smashed the glass to get in no matter what. How could he let a beauty be lonely at home? Brother can keep you company. The tall, thin man's gaze was fixed on Huo Miao when he suddenly heard a loud bang. He instinctively turned back and saw Shin Hong had turned around, staring at him expressionlessly. Meanwhile, the brother beside him, who had raised the bat to attack Shin Hong, was already lying in the snow, blood gushing from his neck. The tall, thin man was stunned. Before he could regain his senses, Shin Hong raised his right hand. The dark muzzle of the M1911 pistol was aimed at the head of the tall, thin man. A gun! The tall, thin man was stunned, his face drained of color, and he quickly threw the baseball bat on the ground, raising his hands high. Big brother, please, don't shoot. The tall, thin man never expected that Shin Hong would have a gun in his hand. His heart was filled with bitterness. If he had known the other party had a gun, he wouldn't have dared to come over even if it meant dying. With the strict gun control in Long Country, if someone could get a gun, it showed that this family had a deep background. It was far beyond what a small company boss like him could shake. Brother, I was wrong. Please don't shoot. Please don't shoot. The tall, thin man nervously looked at the gun barrel, afraid it would go off, and he directly knelt down, pleading, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Now you know you were wrong? Shin Hong's lips curled into a cold smile. I really know I was wrong. I was really wrong. The tall, thin man desperately knocked his head, loudly begging for mercy. No wonder the women in that house were so beautiful. A boss who could wield a gun would naturally have beautiful women around him. How much money do you have left on your phone? Shin Hong suddenly asked. The tall, thin man was taken aback, and seeing Shin Hong's impatient expression, he quickly opened his phone to take a look, stammering, Big brother, there's still 1.2 million. Only over a million, and you dared to nod and agree to buy my snowmobile for 2 million? Shin Hong glared. The tall, thin man chuckled awkwardly, explaining, I just wanted to agree first, then take the chance to sneak in and steal the car. But, big brother, I definitely don't have the guts to do that now. Please spare me. Still 1.2 million? Fine, transfer it all over, Shin Hong said impatiently. The tall, thin man felt no pain at all and quickly transferred the money. Shin Hong didn't continue to press him, satisfied as he glanced at the phone balance. Great, another profit. As Shin Hong looked at his phone, a flash of hatred crossed the tall, thin man's eyes, followed by a pained glance at his brother's corpse. Then, he noticed Shin Hong looking up and quickly concealed his expression, once again showing a forced smile, looking at Shin Hong with a flattering face. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Brother, don't worry, once I get out, I will find a way to kill him and avenge you. And that woman in the house, I will also make her pay. I will pour all my anger, worth over 100 million, onto her. You can go. Shin Hong snorted, pointing at the corpse on the ground. Take him away, don't leave him in my yard, it's bad luck. Yes, I'll leave right now. The tall, thin man nodded and bowed, then sadly dragged his brother's corpse step by step towards the exit. The snow in Shin Hong's yard had been cleared early in the morning, now forming a slope. From the yard, one could directly reach the wall by following the snow slope. In the past, the villa's wall was not low, but now, with the heavy snow accumulation, it had already reached the same height as the wall. As the tall, thin man dragged his brother's corpse and turned to leave, his face was already filled with hatred. I must kill him. How dare he kill my brother? I will definitely take revenge. You two stay well in the house, don't let me see you go out. Once you dare to leave this villa, I will smash your window and go in to deal with that woman first. When you come back, just wait and see how I will hide and kill you. As he crossed the wall, he turned to look at Shin Hong, his face already replaced with a smile. Big brother, then, I'll be leaving. Shin Hong nodded slightly. When the tall, thin man dragged his brother's corpse outside, Shin Hong suddenly spoke, Hey, The tall, thin man was taken aback and turned around. In the next moment, he saw the gun in Shin Hong's hand once again aimed at him, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired again with a loud bang. The tall, thin man's body shook, and he looked down at his abdomen in disbelief. Despite wearing thick clothes, his abdomen had already been penetrated, blood gushing out. Moments later, a piercing Pain finally reached his mind. I. The tall, thin man looked at Shin Hong in disbelief. Didn't this guy say to let him go? Why is he shooting again? Shin Hong sneered coldly. The tall, thin man wanted to speak but couldn't utter a word, instinctively clutching his stomach, blood still flowing out and staining the pure white snow on the ground red. The temperature outside was extremely low, and soon his wounds began to freeze. Even with the cold wind blowing, he could hardly feel any pain. His consciousness was somewhat hazy. I just wanted you to drag that corpse out of my yard. Shin Hong shook his head with a cold smile, slowly stepping forward and aiming the gun at the tall man's head. Goodbye. He pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, the tall man fell heavily to the ground, staring wide-eyed at Shin Hong as if he couldn't close his eyes in death. Shin Hong didn't take it to heart. In his previous life, he had witnessed people devouring each other. For a bite to eat, he had fought desperately with others. Now, having killed just 2 people, he felt no psychological burden at all. It was just that these 2 corpses lying by the edge of the yard were a bit of a nuisance. Shin Hong frowned, reached out, and stored the 2 bodies in his space, thinking he would throw them out onto the street when he left the community in a couple of days. When he returned to the house, Huo Miao rushed up eagerly and hugged him tightly. Husband, you're so amazing, you even have a gun. She felt her heart racing. But you killed someone, you'll definitely get caught. By the way, are you hurt? Let me see. Looking at Huo Miao's concerned eyes, Shin Hong almost wanted to give her the 2 small PPKs stored in his space for self-defense, but he held back. He still didn't fully trust Huo Miao. I'm fine, Shin Hong waved his hand. As for what you said about getting caught, you've been at home these past 2 days, you must have seen short videos and news about this, right? Don't even mention the police responding. Can you even get through to the emergency hotline right now? Huo Miao had no direct experience of the apocalypse yet. In the end times, strength is everything. It was purely the law of survival in the forest. Beyond that, there were no other constraints. Laws and morals were completely useless. Huo Miao was taken aback. Just like this afternoon when you were scared, worried that those 2 would break in. Why were you worried? Wasn't it because you were afraid they would? Shin Hong pinched Huo Miao's cheek. Why should you be afraid? Isn't there law? Huo Miao was at a loss for words. You're a smart person, you should understand by now. Shin Hong said lightly, since the official announcement of the Global Ice Age until now, we haven't seen a single official person. That means the people left in the city are no longer being managed. The authorities want us to fend for ourselves. Huo Miao shivered. I'm saying this just to help you understand that only by believing in yourself is the truth. Shin Hong continued. Now, it's the end times. Huo Miao nodded gently. Shin Hong smiled with satisfaction. Holding 2 happy beans, he also felt interested. However, there were still things to do. He released Huo Miao and began to solidify and paste the high-density glass he had purchased on all the windows. Inside and out, he applied several layers to ensure they wouldn't be smashed open again. Shin Hong was quite confident in the quality of the items sold by the vending machine. These glasses had cost him over 400,000. Huo Miao also realized the crisis and diligently pasted insulation film on the walls. After finishing these tasks, Shin Hong placed many miniature cameras in various corners of the yard. By the time he was done, 2 hours had passed. He hugged Huo Miao and sat on the sofa, opening his phone. First, I looked at the chat records in the group and found that today, more people were frantically tagging me to buy supplies. Even instant noodles priced at 500 yuan a pack seemed acceptable to everyone. Unfortunately, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, as I had blocked the owner group. As for those who were selling supplies yesterday, it seemed they realized that after 3 consecutive days, there was no sign of the heavy snow stopping, and they all fell silent. The snow still showed no signs of stopping, and there was no movement from the authorities. That little food should be saved for myself. Once the food at home is all gone, no amount of money would matter. These people have quieted down. Shin Hong smiled and sent a message in the group with his phone. Is anyone looking to buy something? Good, but I must declare in advance that the prices I posted yesterday were based on yesterday's market. Today, all prices are doubled, so if you want to buy, please contact me. With this message, the entire owner group exploded. Many people frantically tagged Shin Hang. YLP at Harmonious Profit. Brother, how can you do this? 500 yuan for a pack of instant noodles is already outrageous, and now you want to double it to 1,000 yuan? Can you lower the price a bit? I really don't have much money left. Happiness at Harmonious Profit. 1,000 yuan for a ham? You might as well go rob a bank. Wu's Auto Trade. Have you gone crazy from being poor? Are you sick? Watching the flood of replies, Shin Hong lazily sent another message. Trade is free. I'm just announcing my price. If you don't want to buy, then get lost. I warned you yesterday, those who tagged me and insulted me in the group, I will not sell supplies to you. Don't even think about it, even if it's 10,000. You want a pack of instant noodles I won't sell. Immediately, the insults in the group decreased significantly. However, that Happiness and Woo's auto trade were still shouting wildly. Shin Hong frowned, contacted the group owner, and directly kicked these two out of the group. Now the property manager listened to him because he had obtained supplies. Some residents had no food stored at home and had been hungry for 3 days. Meanwhile, I had just enjoyed a hot bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles with my newly married little wife. If it weren't for this benefactor, I would probably be starving. A bunch of idiots still dare to insult my god of wealth? Gunshots? While Shin Hong was busy, the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, huddled together for warmth next door, simultaneously looked up. Sister! That gunshot must have come from next door. Yang Mushuan's face was serious. Yang Jinxian bit her lip, remaining silent. Her heart was filled with despair. This was definitely someone sent by that bastard Song Zhengming. He still wouldn't let her go, even though the authorities couldn't afford to rescue her right now. With such a heavy snowstorm, he had to send someone to keep an eye on her. Wait, the authorities can't afford to rescue. Her face suddenly turned pale. If even the authorities couldn't care for the general public, didn't that mean social order would collapse? Wouldn't I then completely fall into Song Zhengming's hands? As Song Zhengming's sister-in-law, she was well aware of the extent of his twisted psychology. She would become his plaything, and if he just made her stand up and kick her, that would be considered good. She was afraid he would use even more perverse methods. She had seen it before. How Song Zhengming put a woman he was tired of on a dog leash, completely naked, and made her lie in the yard for a group of brothers to admire. Would she also end up like that? At this thought, her whole body trembled. Unbeknownst to her, the one she had always feared next door was actually Shin Hong. The owner group gradually calmed down, and Shin Hong also got busy. Someone had already started applying to add Shin Hong as a friend. Shin Hong accepted them, all without hesitation. Soon, a newly added friend sent a message. Bro, I want to buy 5 boxes of instant noodles, 100 eggs, 100 sausages, and some mineral water. By the way, do you have a gas stove? I want that too. Can you give me a discount? Oh, the first one is a big spender. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow, clicked on the other person's profile, and then understood. This was a rich second generation who lived in a detached villa behind, surnamed Wine, very wealthy. The villas here were all bought for little mistresses. On the day of the heavy rain, he came to spend the night with his mistress and unexpectedly got trapped. He had been hungry for a day, and now seeing Shin Hong selling supplies, he hurriedly inquired first. Shin Hong was a bit confused. Logically, such a top-tier rich man should have been taken to a shelter long ago. As Wang Peng said, how could he be hiding in a villa in Taoyuan community? He didn't know that this young Master Wang had been exhausted from a night with his mistress and slept until noon the next day. Outside, the snow had piled up so deep that he couldn't get out at all. When his father contacted him, the helicopter couldn't fly either, so he could only be told to wait until the blizzard stopped before being picked up. During this time of the blizzard, he could only find a way to endure. After seeing Shin Heng's announcement about selling supplies, young Master Wang contacted him without hesitation. He usually lived a life of luxury. How could he have ever been hungry? Let's make it an even 1 million, I guarantee you won't lose. Shin Hong replied. Okay. This rich second generation was also straightforward, agreeing immediately, then asking, so how do we trade? If I give you the money first, what if you cheat me? He was rich, but that didn't mean he was foolish. You live in the detached villa behind, right? I'll deliver to your door, just tell me the exact location. In villa number 1, you know the way, right? After you arrive, send me a WeChat message and I'll open the door for you. No, I'll open the window, young Master Wang said. Alright, it's a deal. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. This first order was a big business. A good start. Moreover, this young Master Wang should have quite a bit of money. He needed to be well taken care of, and he couldn't let him die. Soon after, others sent messages, all asking to buy supplies. However, compared to young Master Wang, these people were buying much less. Most were just buying a few packs of instant noodles and some water. There were also a few who cursed after adding him as a friend. Shin Hong calmly added them to his blacklist. If you don't buy now, you still have the energy to curse, but just wait a couple of days and see if you'll be begging to buy from me. Some people have lived too long in a peaceful era and are still daydreaming. He quickly compiled the purchasing information of these people. While replying, soon he saw a familiar ID that took the initiative to contact him. A little sand. This is an internet celebrity, the embodiment of Big D. With a short video of a light gauze dance just swaying gently to the music, she became an overnight sensation, gaining 1 million fans in 24 hours. Subsequently, she became a full-time internet celebrity, a leading figure in the influencer circle. Hey, can you make it a bit cheaper? This is too expensive. A little sand sent a message followed by a wronged expression. A meat payment would be fine too. Shin Hong almost replied with that. After all, a little San has a youthful face and a voluptuous figure, which many male fans talk about with delight. However, he knew that this phrase was a common expression among these influencers, so he calmly replied, "The price is fair, and I don't cheat anyone, so if you're not buying, don't waste my time. I'll buy." A little San sighed and honestly replied, "I want a box of instant noodles, and I also want." She bought quite a lot, only slightly less than Wang Gongzi's purchase list so far. She usually hires a cook, but after the cook left the day before yesterday, a heavy snow fell. There were still some food items in the fridge, and a little San relied on those to last for 2 days. But starting today, there was nothing left to eat at home, and the air conditioning couldn't be used, making the whole house feel like an ice cellar. Cold and hungry, she even felt that if she didn't get a bite of hot food soon, she would freeze to death here. She had previously scrolled through the owner group and saw Shin Hong selling supplies, so she had already tried to add him as a friend this morning. However, Shin Hong hadn't been checking WeChat at that time, so the friend request hadn't gone through. Until just now, seeing that Shin Hong had posted a message again, she hurriedly applied once more. This time, it finally got approved. "Transfer me 300,000 in total, and I guarantee you'll get more than your money's worth," Shin Hong replied. A little San felt a bit pained. Although she was an internet celebrity and money came quickly, this guy named Hachi Shankai could earn even more than her. Okay. Even though it hurt, now was not the time to think about that, so a little San immediately nodded in agreement. "In half an hour, I will conduct the transaction at the lower position of the underground passage square, and you can come down to pick up the goods then." Shin Hong sent another message. The villa of Wang Gongzi was quite far away and didn't have an underground passage, but this one was a big client, so he could make a special trip. As for the row houses and the owners of the high-rise apartments in front, he was too lazy to make extra trips. With so many people, if I turned into a delivery guy and delivered to each door, wouldn't I run myself to death? Okay. A little Sand agreed. She really wanted to ask Shin Hong, since she was the paying customer, why did she have to go downstairs for the transaction? "I'm buying a delivery. And it should be delivered to my door, right? 300,000 worth of supplies, and I still have to run downstairs?" However, she didn't dare to say this out loud. With the snow and ice lasting 3 days, the authorities had yet to take any rescue action, and even the emergency hotline was unreachable, only a looping broadcast of Longwei News announcing the arrival of the glacial period. Every city was in chaos at this moment. In such a situation, if someone was still willing to sell supplies, she could just be secretly happy. She curled up a bit and wrapped her blanket tightly. What if she angered Hachi Shankai, and he wouldn't sell her supplies? Would she starve to death? Looking at old Wang and Flower Blooming Rich, these two had already been blacklisted by him. Just now, Hachi Shankai announced that even if these two were willing to pay 10,000 for a pack of instant noodles, he wouldn't sell. Not only that, anyone in the group who buys supplies from him and is found to secretly resell those supplies to these two people will no longer be allowed to purchase supplies. That's right. Shin Hong, relying on his unlimited supplies, has completely cut off these two old men and women who like to morally blackmail others. Shin Hong naturally did not know that the gunshots that had just killed the two brothers had already caused tension and fear in the neighboring sisters. His phone was constantly buzzing with friend requests and inquiries, and he was busy as a bee. These were all clients eager to send money his way. The customer is king. At that moment, his phone notified him of another friend request. Upon seeing the familiar avatar, Shin Hong chuckled softly. Fong Lu? He thought this woman had frozen to death with Su Chao. He didn't expect her to still be alive. It had been 2 or 3 days without contact. Quite bold of her. "Hello, I want to buy supplies. Can you make it cheaper?" As soon as they became friends, Fong Lu politely sent a message. Shin Hong was using a newly created account, so Fong Lu naturally did not know that the person she was contacting was her boyfriend, Shin Hong. He had no good feelings for this ex-girlfriend and coldly replied, "Fixed price. If you don't want to buy, then get lost." After sending this message, he opened the video surveillance. He hadn't checked in over a day, and Su Chao and Fong Lu were still lying in bed. Were they that addicted? Looking at Su Chao, he was already pale and emaciated. "I can't take it anymore." Su Chao looked weak. "I haven't eaten for almost 3 days. I'm about to starve to death." "Xiao Lu, if this goes on, you'll drain me dry." "Really, it's not just me having fun, don't you enjoy it too?" Fong Lu shot Su Chao a flirtatious glance. "Besides, it's so cold, if we don't move around, won't we freeze to death?" At that moment, her phone rang, and she quickly picked it up to check. The next moment, she saw Shin Hang's reply. Damn! Fong Lu's expression darkened immediately. She was a beautiful girl loved by everyone, and no one had ever spoken to her like that. "So, does that nice guy still have supplies?" Su Chao, forcing himself to sit up, leaned over. "There's still." Fong Lu nodded, "but a pack of instant noodles costs $1,000. No bargaining. He even said if I don't buy, I should get lost. Then hurry up and buy it." Su Chao couldn't wait any longer and urged, "Xiao Lu, if you don't buy soon, don't blame others for snatching it up. That's true. Although Feng Lu had been snuggled up with Su Chao under the covers for the past 3 days, she still occasionally scrolled through the news and saw the official announcements. Now, no one could save them. They could only rely on themselves to survive. How much should we buy? Feng Lu hesitated. If we buy too much and in a few days when the snow stops and social order is restored, we could end up losing a lot. $1,000 could buy how many instant noodles? That's true. Su Chao nodded along. He got up and pulled back the curtains to take a look. Seeing that it was still snowing heavily outside, uncertainly said, I think this snow will last at least another 3 or 4 days. How about this? Let's buy food for 4 days, eat while observing the situation. By the way, you should keep in touch with that nice guy, build some rapport, so that when he runs out of supplies, we won't be left with nothing when we want to buy. Okay. Feng Lu agreed, picked up her phone, and this time instead of typing a reply, she sweetly sent a voice message. Bro, I'm buying, don't be fierce, please get me 8 bags of instant noodles and 4 sticks of ham. By the way, is the ham from Wang Zhongwang? How many grams? Shin Hong sneered upon receiving the message. If it were any other man, hearing Feng Lu's soft voice might make him feel elated. But he knew that Feng Lu was a femme fatale. He picked up his phone and replied in a low voice, How many grams of ham do you want? I have a thick and long ham, do you want to try it? Feng Lu giggled in response. Bro, you're so annoying. Su Chao's face turned ugly, as if he had eaten something bitter. Feng Lu was his woman. How could she be teased by someone else? And she wasn't even angry, flirting back with the other person. What's wrong? Are you angry? Putting down her phone, Feng Lu glanced at Su Chao. Isn't this for our own good? If you have instant noodles at home, do I need to pull him into this? I haven't even met the person. He could be a 40 or 50-year-old man with dirty feet, and I wouldn't find it disgusting, so what are you complaining about? I didn't mean it like that. Su Chao sighed, stammering. Shin Hong watched the surveillance while chuckling at the messages sent by Feng Lu. This woman really is something else. 4 hams and 8 bags of instant noodles, right? A total of 12,000. I'll send you a WeChat message. Later, you can come down and get it yourself. Shin Hong replied casually. Bro, can't you deliver it? Feng Lu pouted. Then, do you want to try the ham I got for free? Shin Hong snorted. If you want to taste it, I'll deliver it to your door. If not, just behave and come down to pick it up. Fine. Feng Lu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, but felt helpless. Right now, with resources in his hands, she couldn't afford to fall out with him. Not only could she not fall out, but she also had to deliberately maintain a good relationship with him. It's just a bit of instant noodles, what's the big deal? Shin Hong chatted with other clients for a while, and beside him, Huo Miao actively helped, taking notes. Although she had many questions in her mind, she didn't ask. Until there were no more inquiries on the phone, Shin Hong stretched and said, Alright. He turned to glance at the notes Huo Miao had taken. The handwriting was neat, and the records were meticulous and orderly. You wait at home, I'm going out for a bit. Shin Hong ruffled Huo Miao's hair. Hubby. Huo Miao hesitated but finally spoke. Softly, I saw the official news. Blue Star is entering a glacial period. Will it last a long time? It should last a long time. Maybe we'll have to live in ice and snow for our entire lives. Shin Hong sighed. He had lived too long in his previous life. But 3 months later, the world showed no signs of change, still covered in ice and snow, with humanity reduced by more than 90%. As time went on, the available resources would dwindle, and conflicts among humans would increase. At that time, Shin Hong even doubted that in a few years, humanity would be completely extinct. But now, he had heard Wang Peng's conversation and learned about the existence of the shelter. Now he understood that the reason the Dragon Country officials had disappeared was that they could only help some important people get to the shelter first, making a final effort for the survival of humanity. He didn't blame the officials. After all, the apocalypse came so suddenly that they could only try to save some important individuals, like certain officials and outstanding experts from various fields. It was normal that he didn't qualify to enter the shelter. After all, he was just a small online writer with no rescue value. If he were in the official's position, he probably wouldn't do much better. In this life, Huo Miao's lips moved. She knew very well the significance of the term glacial period. In Blue Star's history, there had been 3 major ice ages: the Cambrian, the Permian, and the Quaternary Glacial period. According to experts, each ice age lasted for millions or even tens of millions of years. Since we have to live under such extreme apocalyptic conditions for this life, then, Huo Miao mustered her courage and pleaded softly, then let's not sell resources anymore, okay? Besides, currency will definitely become useless soon. What good is having more money? In the apocalypse, humanity barely survives. When survival itself is a problem, what use is money? The money in the phone is no different from virtual numbers. Paper money is somewhat useful, but aside from starting a fire for warmth, it's hardly useful for anything else. She really didn't understand why Shin Hong insisted on selling his supplies in this weather. Did he not want to live? Huo Miao's worries were not without reason. In this apocalyptic situation, supplies were the real currency, money was practically useless. People were starving, and no matter how much money one had, what good would it do? Don't worry, my supplies are enough for us to live on, enough for several lifetimes. Shin Hong smiled and gently kissed Huo Miao. This little girl was already starting to think for herself. He couldn't help but want to give her the 2 guns in his consciousness space. However, before that he should let her play with his own gun first. Once she became skilled and was certain she would follow him wholeheartedly, he would give her the real guns. Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong in surprise, momentarily stunned. She even forgot to respond to his kiss. Enough? For several lifetimes? How much had he stockpiled? As for selling, I can't explain that to you for now, just trust me, Shin Hong said softly. As long as you know in your heart. Huo Miao leaned against Shin Hong's embrace. I don't mean anything else. Her feelings for Shin Hong had grown beyond mere affection. There was now a hint of admiration. Since Shin Hong was confident that there were enough supplies to live on, she no longer needed to worry. Moreover, she increasingly felt that Shin Hong was a mystery. Calmly facing the blizzard apocalypse, he could effortlessly conjure snowmobiles and various supplies with a wave of his hand. In such extreme weather, he was methodically reinforcing their home, applying insulation film, strengthening the glass, and installing cameras. It was as if he was turning the villa into an apocalyptic fortress. In the past few days, she had also checked the owner group. Many people in the group had no food or drink, and some residents had even frozen to death. She felt grateful to be by Shin Hong side in such an environment, well-fed and warmly dressed, with no worries about life. As for those starving homeowners, it wasn't that she didn't want to help, but the supplies she used were all Shin Hong's, and she had no decision-making power. Also, in an apocalypse, everyone had to be frugal. If she gave her supplies to others, what would happen to her? Huo Miao wasn't naive. She understood that after the apocalypse, the baseness of human nature would be fully unleashed. Everyone would be selfish to survive. Who would give away their food to help others? Not to mention that Shin Hong was selling instant noodles for 1,000 yuan a pack. Even if it were 10,000 or 100,000, no one would buy. Money would become utterly useless. She was a bit confused about why Shin Hong insisted on selling supplies. Could it be that he was kind-hearted and wanted to help others? But he didn't have enough supplies to save everyone, so he could only be forced to exclude some? Shin Hong didn't expect Hua Miao to have so many thoughts, nodded, and led her toward the basement. Arriving at the wine tasting room in the basement, it was already piled high with supplies. Seeing the room full of items, Huo Miao was completely stunned, covering her mouth in shock. Looking at the things in the room, then staring at Shin Hong in disbelief. She had been to the basement before, and apart from some red wine, there was nothing else. But now, even the dining table was filled with instant noodles, canned goods, and various self-heating hot pots. How did he get all this? Looking at Shin Hong, he was already recording the corresponding supplies into his consciousness space according to his notes. Disappeared? Huo Miao was startled. Although she had seen it a few times, seeing it again still left her in awe. A huge pile of items vanished with a wave of Shin Hong's hand. It was astonishing. You organize these things. While I'm gone, Shin Hong waved his hand and turned to walk toward the door of the underground passage. Okay, Huo Miao obediently nodded. She had no intention of betraying him, and now that Shin Hong had shown another skill, she became even more compliant. If Su Chao saw Huo Miao acting so obediently, he would surely be shocked. Is this still that aloof ice goddess from back then? Shin Hong walked out of the underground passage, heading straight ahead. Even in the passage, one could feel the bone-chilling cold. Now, the passage was completely empty. In such cold weather, who would come out for fresh air? Everyone was curled up in their blankets, shivering. Arriving at the bottom of the square, he first took out various supplies from his consciousness space, neatly arranging them, and then notified those clients in WeChat to come downstairs for the transaction. Before long, someone wrapped in a blanket walked into the underground passage, quickly approaching Shin Hong. Upon seeing the pile of various foods on the ground, the person's eyes lit up. Is this the brother from Harmony Brings Wealth? The newcomer cupped his hands and politely inquired. Yes. Shin Hong nodded. What do you want to buy? The other party hurriedly took out WeChat, showing the chat history. With Shin Hong, I'm sunshine everywhere. I need 4 packs of instant noodles, 1 egg, and 2 bottles of water. Oh, and a portable stove. Shin Hong glanced at the chat history, nodded slightly, organized the corresponding items, and also stuffed a self-heating hot pot into the bag he handed over. A total of 20,000, and I'll give you a self-heating hot pot. 20,000. These items, in the past, wouldn't even cost 200. A portable stove costs about 100, and 4 packs of instant noodles and 1 egg add up to just 10. And now, it was sold for a price of 20,000. Thank you. Even so, the other party quickly transferred the money, then left with endless gratitude. Before the person had left, others came downstairs, walking towards this side. "Brother, I want to buy 3 packs of instant noodles." An old man in his 60s huffed, quietly asking, "Can you help cook the noodles here?" "No." Shin Hang replied coldly, "If you want to cook noodles, go back and cook them yourself." The old man's face fell. The gas pipes at home were frozen and couldn't be lit. If he could cook, would he even need to ask you? "Hey, I say, why don't you help this old man out? I see you have quite a few portable stoves here." Many people gathered around, and someone immediately spoke up. Shin Hong looked up disdainfully at the person. "These portable stoves are reserved by someone. How can they be used randomly? Who will bear the cost of the gas used, him or you?" "You." The other party pointed at Shin Hong, unable to speak for a long time. "If you want to buy something, just buy it. Obediently. Don't come here to educate me. I'm just a businessman. If you have money and want to buy my stuff, then I welcome you. If you don't want to buy anything and still point fingers at me, then get lost," Shin Hong said coldly. Others might not know, but he was very clear. This shivering old man in front of him didn't die so easily in his last life. Until he was killed, this old man was living just fine. He was the weather expert in the community, awakened with abilities in his last life, robbing many neighbors of their food and playing with several young girls. He even tried to rob Shin Hong, being amazed by Fong Lu and wanting to take her into his arms. Unfortunately, at that time, Shin Hong already had fire abilities, specifically targeting these plants. A fire burned this old man to a sorry state, and he ran away in disgrace. Shin Hong glanced again at the young man who was trying to be a hero, shaking his head slightly. He had no impression of this young man. He probably didn't last long after the apocalypse hit. "You short-lived fool, wanting to help others seek justice? Take care of yourself first." Faced with Shin Heng's blunt rebuttal, the man felt somewhat embarrassed but couldn't find the words to respond. He still wanted to buy supplies. He was also afraid of offending Shin Hong and provoking him. What would happen to his wife and children at home if Shin Hong refused to sell? Looking back at the others, he noticed that as time passed, more and more people had already come downstairs to buy supplies. But everyone remained silent, quietly lining up to wait. In the end, the man had nothing to say and stood there with his head down. "All right, 3,000. Shin Hong handed 3 packs of instant noodles to the meteorological expert. The old man's lips trembled, and he finally sighed, scanned the code, and walked away unsteadily. Many people, though they didn't speak, showed expressions of sympathy. Shin Hong sneered inwardly. "A bunch of fools. Once they gain abilities, your wives will all be their playthings. Do you think they will pity your wives when they stand up and kick? Line up properly." Someone had already squeezed to the front, and seeing this, others also crowded around. Shin Hong shouted angrily, "If anyone doesn't line up properly, I won't sell. First come, first served, understand? We'll trade when the line is organized." Upon hearing this, a few people at the front awkwardly moved to the back of the line. Along the way, someone muttered, "It's too cold, and the selling is too slow," and was promptly scolded by Shin Heng. Fong Lu, wearing Su Chao's thick winter clothes, stood at the back of the line, stamping her feet to keep warm. She was also unhappy, and thought about cutting in line. But after Shin Heng's reprimand, she dejectedly returned to the back. This man really didn't understand how to cherish a lady. She didn't recognize that the person selling supplies was Shin Heng. After all, he was fully armed, and his face was almost completely covered, making it impossible to see his features. She only thought the voice sounded a bit familiar. However, she didn't dwell on it. That useless thing was probably frozen to death by now. Thinking of this, she silently sneered. She had long lost patience with Shin Heng. If it weren't for the fact that he could still earn a decent amount of royalties every month, she would have broken up with him long ago. This was better. If Shin Heng were still alive, she would have to buy him a pack of instant noodles. Could he even afford instant noodles at $1,000 a pack? Although it was the apocalypse now, people still followed the rules. After hearing Shin Heng's scolding, everyone remained silent and lined up quietly, not daring to argue. In a few days, people would be completely different. There might even be those who would resort to stealing supplies. Shin Hong thought gloomily, but he wasn't worried at all. The 2 handguns on him and the divine crossbow on his right arm gave him great confidence. All the homeowners in line smiled when they reached Shin Hong, voluntarily showing their chat records and purchasing honestly. Shin Hong also gave many big clients who had transactions over 10,000 a pack of instant noodles or a sausage as a gesture, making everyone happy. Until a moment later, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd and many people turned around. "What's all the noise? Keep it quiet." Shin Hong frowned and shouted, "That's a little sand." Someone looked back and exclaimed in a low voice. This was the well-known beauty and internet celebrity in the community. Many men instinctively turned to look at her. A little sand was dressed in thick clothes and even wore a mask, but unexpectedly she was still recognized. She could only awkwardly nod at everyone, signaling them to line up. dressed so provocatively. What's the difference between being an internet celebrity and selling yourself? Feng Lu said indignantly. Although a little San was wearing thick clothes that concealed her perfect figure, she seemed to radiate light. Naturally, even half of her face was enough to attract attention. Shen Hong was quite satisfied. No wonder she's a top internet celebrity. Her looks are absolutely stunning. Unlike Hua Miao and Shen Xin, this woman has a face that can enchant anyone. With a pair of fox-like eyes, even just a glance from her feels like an invitation. Hua Miao is the aloof goddess, while Shen Xin is pure and beautiful. Each of the three women is different. As the supplies around Shen Hong dwindled, the line of people gradually became shorter. Those who managed to buy supplies were already hurrying home with their goods. Although they complained about Shen Heng's high prices, what could they say in this outrageous weather? Even if they wanted to report him, they would have to wait until the snow stopped. And order was restored before doing so, right? A significant number of people held this mindset, spending tens of thousands with Shen Hong, but just waiting for society to recover to report him. When the time comes, they could report Shen Hong for price gouging, and he would have to obediently refund the excess. People were no longer polite, some even asked to buy more when making their purchases. After all, this money would eventually return to their pockets, so why worry? However, Shen Hong rejected all these requests. The goods he provided were what everyone had pre-ordered on WeChat. They could buy from the vending machine at any time, but even if they had bought it, how would they take it out? He didn't want to be the center of attention. He just wanted to quietly make a fortune. Those who are too high-profile usually need a quick end. Soon, it was Feng Lu's turn. Brother, I just contacted you on WeChat. Feng Lu said sweetly to Shen Hong, pulling out her phone to show their chat history. Oh, so you're that little flirt, Shen Hong said deliberately. His voice was still as deep as before, and even Feng Lu couldn't recognize it for a moment. What are you saying? Feng Lu's face turned red, looking shy. What a lowly man, she cursed in her heart. However, she still wanted to maintain a good relationship with Shen Hong, so she couldn't say those words out loud. Feng Lu was beautiful, and her standards were high. Shen Hong already had the height and looks of a rich and handsome man. Yet even so, Feng Lu was not satisfied with Shen Hong. Even though he worked hard to earn money, making over 10,000 a month, she ignored him. Instead, she grew closer to Su Chaoyue and eventually slept with him. The man in front of her, wrapped up completely, had an age and appearance that were hard to discern, yet he dared to tease her. In the past, she would have slapped him. She suppressed her disgust and forced a smile. Brother, I saw that you gave a lot of supplies to others just now. I bought over 10,000 worth of things too. Can't you give me something? What do you want? Want to try my ham? Shen Hong chuckled lightly. Oh, you're still saying that. Feng Lu shyly pouted. I didn't buy a portable stove just now. Can you give me one? You really dare to ask. A portable stove costs over 100 and I'm selling it for over 10,000. You bought a few packs of instant noodles and you want me to throw in a stove? Shen Hong looked up and said, You're thinking too beautifully. Don't think like that anymore. Feng Lu was stunned. The stove is sold separately. Don't think about such good fortune. Shen Hong scoffed. Feng Lu's face was flushed, but she eventually nodded, suppressing her anger as she took the bag and squeezed out the words, Brother, I'm leaving now. Go ahead. Shen Hong waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to give Feng Lu anything. Feng Lu turned around angrily to leave. She saw others buying over 10,000 worth of supplies, and Shen Hong even actively gave them something. When it was her turn, she also spent over 10,000, yet he didn't give her anything. Shen Hong completely ignored her. To put it bluntly, the money Feng Lu spent on supplies was all given to her by him. Am I wrong to take back what belongs to me? To be honest, Shen Hong now finds it incredibly easy to kill Su Chao and Feng Lu, this pair of adulterers. But Shen Hong did not do so. The apocalypse has just begun, and he has plenty of time to play slowly. If he were to easily kill them, how boring would that be? He wants this pair of dog men and women to experience despair and suffering before ending their lives. After Feng Lu left, Shen Hong conducted transactions with the remaining people, and in the end, only a girl named Xiao Shazi was left. This girl had bought quite a lot of things. Xiao Shazi, who usually didn't have a habit of hoarding supplies, had purchased not only food and drink but also thick quilts, a portable stove, and a good amount of oil tincture. Big brother, there are too many things. Can you help me carry some? Xiao Shazi cautiously approached and asked, then hurriedly added, I can pay you. How about 10,000? All right. All the people who needed to buy supplies had left. And aside from looking for young Master Wang to trade, Shen Hong had no other business. Xiao Shazi was beautiful, with an incredible figure, and he was quite interested in her. It was fine to go along. Xiao Shazi was extremely grateful and quickly transferred 310,000 to Shen Hong. Shen Hong picked up the bags and followed Xiao Shazi towards Building 16. When he reached the entrance of the corridor of Building 16, he casually glanced at the corner. 3 people were hiding in the corner. Now, aside from the owners who had come down to trade supplies with him, everyone else should be at home. Although their homes were like ice cellars, it was still much better than the freezing cold outside. What were these 3 doing? However, seeing the 3 of them sneaking around, greedily staring at Xiao Shazi, Shinhong understood. Everyone knew that Xiao Shazi was beautiful and a top internet celebrity, the object of many men's fantasies at night. These 3 must think that with the current chaos in society, they could take the opportunity to taste Xiao Shazi. Big brother, this way. Xiao Shazi was completely unaware and continued to lead the way. After entering Building 16, she guided him towards the elevator. Don't take the elevator. Shinhong waved his hand. The weather is extremely cold today. The cables in the elevator might snap at any moment, and the power supply might not be stable either. You wouldn't want to get stuck in the elevator, would you? He wasn't exaggerating. It was indeed the case. If they got stuck in the elevator, no one would come to rescue them. But, my home is on the 22nd floor. Xiao Shazi hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's fine. Shinhong waved his hand. Since I've taken your money, even if it's the stairs, I will definitely take you back. Seeing this, Xiao Shazi had nothing more to say and could only lead the way with her instant noodles in hand. Shinhong followed closely behind, carrying a full load of supplies. As they went up the stairs, Shinhong could see her rounded, perky backside gently swaying with each step. She was still wearing a lot, which covered her figure and made her look a bit bulky. He couldn't imagine how charming she would look in a super short skirt during the hot summer. When they reached the 3rd floor, Shinhong's ears perked up. He noticed that the 3 people who had been hiding in the corner had quietly followed them in. They were silently trailing behind. These 3 were indeed after Xiao Shazi. Shinhong squinted his eyes, pretending not to notice, and continued to chat with Xiao Shazi as they slowly ascended. Big brother, do you run a supermarket? You have so many supplies. Xiao Shazi was still chatting with Shinhong. He casually nodded. That afternoon during the heavy rain, I happened to receive a lot of goods. And then it snowed right after. I guess I just happened to hit a bit of luck and made a small fortune. I'm not complaining about your prices, I'm just grateful you can sell these things, Xiao Shazi said with a smile. You just happen to have received goods, which proves you have an eye for this. She was quite eloquent, and her voice was very pleasant. At that moment, Shinhong heard a faint sound coming from downstairs. Make your move. He looked warily towards downstairs, but to his surprise, a commotion suddenly came from above. Immediately after, 4 figures appeared, blocking the way of the 2. What do you want? The 4 fierce-looking men appeared, and a little girl named Shasha suddenly felt a bit nervous. You guys? Sister, you may not know them, but you should know me, right? The 3 men behind slowly walked up, blocking the 2's way. The leader was a thug in his 30s, with a face full of mischief, a buzz cut, and his eyes fixed intently on Shasha. You, Zhao Weilong? Shasha's face instantly turned pale. You, Shasha. Zhao Weilong grinned maliciously. I've been chasing you for so long, why won't you agree to me? Now that I've finally caught you, let's see where you can run this time. After saying this, he disdainfully glanced at Shinhong and shouted, this has nothing to do with you, get lost. Shasha looked at Shinhong in panic, pleading. Oh. Shinhong's response made her close her eyes in pain. Shinhong put down what he was holding and asked, so can I leave now? Zhao Weilong nodded proudly. The other 6 lackeys wore cold smiles. Shasha, now that there are no outsiders, we can have a good talk about our relationship, right? Zhao Weilong stepped forward, while Shasha stepped back, but she was blocked by Zhao Weilong's lackeys in front and behind, unable to escape at all. Zhao Weilong, when did I ever have feelings for you? Shasha's voice carried a hint of sobbing. You've been pestering me. Yeah, I've been bothering you, and you even called the police, you shameless woman. A fierce look crossed Zhao Weilong's face. Now I'm giving you another chance. Take your time to call the police. Go ahead, keep calling. No one could get through to the police now. Zhao Weilong felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shasha was scared to tears, curling up and choking back sobs. I've sent you so many gifts online, and you still won't add me as a friend. Zhao Weilong said coldly again. What, do you think I sent too few? You only hang out with those top-ranked guys, looking down on fans like me who send fewer gifts? No, I didn't. Shasha hurriedly explained. I've never added anyone from the leaderboard as a friend, I really. Enough. Zhao Weilong suddenly shouted angrily. For you, several of my brothers are freezing out here. Now you have 2 choices, either come to my house voluntarily and have some fun with me, or we'll take you back to my house. But then, since my brothers helped, you won't just be having fun with me, you'll have to have fun with them too. The other 6 men, hearing this, all showed sinister smiles, their predatory gazes roaming over Shasha. Shasha wanted to cry but had no tears, while the few around her were already grinning and closing in. That's enough. A voice came from downstairs at that moment. Zhao Weilong was taken aback, turned to look down the stairs, and shouted angrily, "Who's down there? Get the hell out here." Just then, a lighter clicked and Shen Hong slowly poked his head out with a cigarette. "I thought it was a love dispute, but it turns out you want to use force because your love was unrequited. Brother, that's not how you pursue a woman. Aren't you supposed to get lost?" Zhao Weilong sneered when he saw it was Shen Hong pointing down the stairs and shouting, "What, trying to play the hero saving the beauty? You should look in the mirror and see what you're capable of." The others laughed heartily. "You had the chance to run but didn't, so you can stay now." Zhao Weilong grinned maliciously. "I was planning to deal with you in a few days, kid. You have quite a bit of supplies, right? Hand over your supplies to me and I might consider sparing your life." He was also in the owner's group and saw Harmony brings wealth selling supplies in bulk. He originally planned to gather his brothers in the afternoon to rob Shen Hong, but just as they were about to come together, he saw a little San rushing downstairs to line up, which changed their plans. At this moment, they were all standing on the 15th floor. 1501 was Zhao Weilong's house, and across the hall lived one of Zhao Weilong's little brothers. Blocking little Sand here, naturally, no one cared. As for the residents downstairs, one family worked out of town and only returned on weekends. The other family didn't make it back during the stormy night, and now they were either shivering in the company or had already frozen to death. On the 14th and 15th floors, there were only their group. "Oh," Shen Hong smiled as he watched Zhao Weilong step by step approach him. He said disdainfully, "You still want to rob me? I'll give you a chance. Take your people and roll out into the snow, and I might consider sparing your lives. Just because of you?" Zhao Weilong was extremely arrogant. He raised his hand and poked Shen Hang's forehead. "Kid, is there something wrong with you?" As soon as his hand touched Shen Hang's forehead, Shen Hang's expression turned cold, and he suddenly grabbed Zhao Weilong's right hand and twisted it hard. Zhao Weilong let out a scream, his body involuntarily leaning to the right. At the same time, Shen Hong had already taken the lit cigarette from his left hand and pressed it forcefully against Zhao Weilong's eyeball. Zhao Weilong screamed like a slaughtered pig, his body shaking violently. Blind. He was sure that his left eye was now completely blind. "Handsome," Shen Hang said with a smile, leaning in front of Zhao Weilong, and softly said, "I didn't hear you clearly just now. Why don't you repeat what you just said?" The 6 people upstairs froze when they heard the agonizing scream of their boss, Zhao Weilong. After a few seconds, one of the younger brothers, who had finally reacted, shouted stop, while rushing toward Shen Hong. "Oh, you still want to make a move?" Shen Hong released Zhao Weilong, who lay in the hallway, covering his eyes with both hands, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "I will kill you. I want you dead. So damn noisy." Shen Hong stepped on Zhao Weilong's mouth, the cold soul completely blocking his voice, leaving him to whimper silently. The rushing younger brother, leading the charge, had already drawn a dagger and lunged fiercely at Shen Hong, truly seeking death. Shen Hong suddenly raised his hand, and the divine crossbow let out a faint sound as it sliced through the air. The charging younger brother let out a muffled grunt, the powerful bolt sending his body flying backward, crashing into the many younger brothers behind him. The younger brothers were dazed from the impact, and when they struggled to get up, they saw a bloody hole in their comrade's forehead. Blood gushed out, but due to the cold weather, it began to congeal almost instantly. "Dead, someone is dead." Everyone shuddered, looking at Shen Hong with pale faces. Although they were thugs, they usually only fought and threatened, rarely seeing blood, let alone witnessing a murder. "Do you want to try again?" Shen Hong looked at their pale faces and sneered. "And no, we don't." A young man with yellow hair swallowed hard, forcing a smile. "Big brother, we were just passing by." He cautiously edged along the wall towards the stairs. Shen Hang's expression was stern, not saying a word. The young man passed by Zhao Weilong without daring to look at him. Only when he reached the next floor did he let out a long breath, then gratefully said to Shen Hong, "Big brother, don't worry, I will never dare to provoke Miss Shasha again. I will leave right now." Shen Hong nodded slightly. The young man bowed deeply in gratitude and ran off without looking back. Seeing this, the others quickly spoke up. "Big brother, we were just passing by too." They also avoided Zhao Weilong, each one hurriedly running down the stairs. Noticing that Shen Hong had no intention of attacking them, they fled even faster. "Why you guys?" Zhao Weilong nearly fainted from anger. These were his loyal younger brothers? They all ran away. "Damn it, I'm still here, and you don't even care about me? You're the only one left." Shen Hong looked down at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong immediately shut his mouth, nervously watching Shen Hang's right arm. He was close enough to clearly see the divine crossbow on Shen Hang's right arm. There was a gap on the left side, while the middle and right sides had 2 sharp bolts. I was wrong." Zhao Weilong's lips trembled, glancing nervously at the bolts, and quickly said, "Big brother, I will never dare to offend you again. Do you still dare to have thoughts about her?" Shen Hong pointed at a small grain of sand. The small grain of sand was currently in a daze. Ever since Shen Hong shot and killed a younger brother, she had completely frozen. Having lived in a society governed by law for many years, she never imagined that someone would dare to kill. Even as those younger brothers fled, her mind was blank. She stood there like a puppet, stunned. It wasn't until Shin Hong pointed at himself that she slowly began to react. And no, I won't dare. Zhao Weilong waved his hands repeatedly, fearing that Shin Hong might kill him at any moment. What a joke, he had just killed someone without blinking. How could a small thug like him dare to offend such a person? I'll give you a chance to live, Shin Hong said. Why you say? Zhao Weilong was a smart man, picking up on the implications in Shin Hong's words, and quickly spoke up. Throw this corpse out and clean up the blood on the ground. Shin Hong glanced at Zhao Weilong and said, when I go downstairs later, if it's not cleaned up, then you can forget about your life. Big brother, don't worry. Zhao Weilong quickly nodded. You're so strong, it will definitely take a long time. Take your time, I'll clean it up right now. Shin Hong was speechless. He didn't want to waste more words and directly pulled a little girl named Xiao Xiao up the stairs. As she was being pulled, her face had already turned bright red. As an internet celebrity, she had heard Zhao Weilong's words clearly. What does he mean by it will take a long time and take your time? How is that possible? I don't even know what he looks like. She looked up at Shin Hong's profile. Shin Hong had taken off his mask because he was smoking. It was clear that this person was quite young. His jawline was beautiful. After Zhao Weilong said that, he didn't even refute it. Could it be that he really wants to? Just thinking about it made Xiao Xiao even more nervous. Although she was an internet celebrity, to be honest, she had never met those top-ranked big brothers in person. She had only added them as WeChat friends and hadn't even sent any private photos. She often went online and had read quite a few apocalyptic novels, so she was well aware that after the official announcement of the onset of the glacial period, the whole world was about to descend into chaos. After the apocalypse, every beautiful woman would be a resource for the strong. Women are inherently at a disadvantage and cannot be compared to men in terms of physical strength. She also had a clear understanding of her own appearance and figure. For someone like her to survive, she could probably only exchange her body. She secretly glanced at Shin Hong. Again, this man seems to be about the same age as her. As long as he wasn't a greasy middle-aged man, she could accept it. Shin Hong naturally had no idea that Xiao Xiao was thinking so much. When he reached the door of 2201, Shin Hong said, "This is your home, right?" Xiao Xiao came back to her senses, hurriedly stepped forward to open the door, and smiled apologetically at Shin Hong. "I'm home, sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. Big brother, thank you so much." Her smile was radiant, and the blossoming expression on her face even left Shin Hong a bit dazed. Shin Hong turned his head with difficulty, placed a large pile of supplies on the ground, and let out a sigh. Clearly having a conscious space but unable to use it, and having to drag so many things up the stairs, it really wasn't something a person should do. He really was something. Just because Xiao Xiao had a stunning figure and beautiful looks, he was happily carrying so many things up the stairs for just a mere 10,000. But that smile was indeed quite beautiful, especially those charming fox-like eyes full of allure, making one dream of them. He was sweating a bit, took off his snow goggles, turned his head to survey the room, and didn't dare to make eye contact with Xiao Xiao. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would directly push this beauty down. Although Xiao Xiao, Huo Miao, and Chen Qin each had their own characteristics and were all stunning beauties, from a man's perspective, he would probably choose Xiao Xiao without hesitation. She was a rare gem. Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned, staring intently at Shin Hong. He looked even younger than she had imagined, appearing to be about the same age as her. And he was quite handsome. Remembering Zhao Weilong's words from earlier, her face suddenly flushed. She felt a bit shy, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and for a moment, she just stared blankly at Shin Hong. "Is there something on my face?" Shin Hong asked in surprise, touching his own face. "No." Xiao Xiao came back to her senses. "Big brother, wait a moment, I'll get you a towel." A moment later, she came out holding a quilt and said softly, "Brother, the towels at home are all frozen and can't be used. You can use this to wipe your sweat for now." This was the quilt she used to sleep with. "I don't even know what I was thinking, to actually use the blanket to wipe his sweat. Oh my god, Sasha, you must be out of your mind." She shook her head vigorously. After taking it, Shin Hong wiped his face, and a pleasant fragrance wafted over. He instinctively sniffed, only to see little Shotzi blushing as she looked at him. "Ahem." Shin Hong casually handed the blanket back to little Shotzi, and just as he was about to leave, she took out a cigarette and offered him one. "Bro, here's a Huazi." She gently placed the cigarette in Shin Hong's mouth, then took out a lighter and softly said, "I'll light it for you." "Oh, thanks." Shin Hong took a deep drag, feeling his mind calm down considerably. "I don't smoke, this was left by a female friend who came to my house last time." After lighting it for Shin Hong, little Shotzi proactively explained, She didn't know what was going on with her. Seeing Shin Hong staring at the cigarette in her hand, she seemed a bit surprised. It was as if she was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Shin Hong, so she took the initiative to explain, even specifying that it was a female friend. Am I starting to have feelings for him? Little Shotzi shrank her head. She was usually a homebody fond of daydreaming. She always dreamed that one day she could marry a handsome, aloof hero or a big CEO. And now, Shin Hong appeared just like the hero in her fantasies. Even if Shin Hong had killed someone, she wasn't even scared. Oh, Shin Hong smiled. Then I'll give you a feezy as well. He pulled out a pack of Sophie from his consciousness space. Ah, thank you. Little Shotzi was taken aback and instinctively accepted it. Sanitary pads were hard to come by in the apocalypse. She had just run out, and counting the days, it seemed her period was due in a few days. Since it was a gift from her hero in her heart, she had no reason to refuse. Should I help you with it? Looking at her delightful appearance, Shin Hong made a joke. Little Shotzi's eyes widened. Big brother, I help you light your huazi, and you help me with my feezy? How can that be the same? Seeing the cute and surprised expression on Xiao Shotzi's face, Shin Hong smiled. Faced with such a goddess, Shin Hong couldn't help but flirt and wanted to make a joke. Xiao Shotzi's face turned even redder. Sure. What Shin Hong didn't expect was that Xiao Shotzi, with her flushed face, actually nodded and looked at him with affectionate eyes. What the hell? This left Shin Hong a bit stunned. Ahem. Aren't you the one who wanted to take the lead? Even though I'm not on my period, I can still give you this opportunity. Xiao Shotzi leaned closer, her face red, but her gaze fixed intently on Shin Hong. What's wrong? Are you scared? She knew very well that if it weren't for Shin Hong, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. She had a strong affection for Shin Hong. If it were someone else who dared to make such a joke with her, Xiao Shotzi wouldn't even bother to look at him. But facing Shin Hong, she felt no shame. Instead, she was a bit nervous and a bit expectant. Shin Hong fell silent, slightly furrowing his brows. He had long heard that the influencer circle was chaotic. This Xiao Shotzi was the kind of influencer with a great figure. Almost all her fans were male. No wonder she was so open. But then again, Shin Hong wasn't a virtuous gentleman either. Since the other party was so proactive in inviting him, what was there to be shy about? At worst, he could just put on a little umbrella. With that thought, he picked up Xiao Shotzi and rushed into the bedroom. Xiao Shotzi's figure was a bit more voluptuous than Hua Miao's. She was plump where she should be and slim where she should be. Just right. Xiao Shotzi was full of affection. She knew that in the apocalypse, a woman like her, without a backing, would face a tragic end. Without Shin Hong today, she would have been ravaged by Zhao Weilong and the others. In a few days, if she encountered someone even more ruthless, Zhao Weilong would directly hand her over to them. And then what? She would be passed around like a toy or a commodity. Rather than that, it was better to actively follow Shin Hong. This man in front of her was about her age and quite handsome. Not to mention he had just saved her. More importantly, he had a huge amount of supplies. Xiao Shotzi was very clear in her heart. In the apocalypse, having supplies meant survival. Without supplies, what good is having a lot of money? As a top streamer, her bank account had long exceeded 10 million. But without supplies, having so much money was no different from a number. She had already thought about it carefully when she went upstairs. Although she didn't know what Shin Hong needed the money for, in the apocalypse, supplies are life. Having supplies means having absolute say. Even if this officially announced glacial period lasts a short time and society will soon return to order, she could still make money. But that would have to wait until she lived to that time. After nearly 2 days without food, enduring hunger and cold, she really didn't want to go through that anymore. Every minute and every second was torment. So when Shin Hong teased her earlier, she didn't scold him but instead nodded in agreement with deep affection. Overall, this man in front of her was a better choice. She boldly leaned in and offered a kiss. Female influencers are indeed open-minded. However, Shin Hong noticed that this female influencer seemed quite inexperienced. She was putting on quite a show. Shin Hong chuckled to himself, preparing to take the next step, but at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. The two stopped their movements. Shin Hong originally didn't want to answer. This was the top influencer with millions of fans, a little sand. But the phone kept ringing and Shin Hong suddenly remembered Hua Miao, who was left at home. He had rushed out earlier and forgot to leave a walkie-talkie for Hua Miao, thinking he would be back soon. Shin Hong climbed off Xiao Shotzi, took out his phone. It was actually a voice call from young Master Wang, who had ordered 500,000 worth of supplies. Was he urging him to deliver? For this major client, Shin Hong dared not be negligent and quickly answered the phone. The vending machine upgrade relied heavily on this gentleman. Hello, young Master Wang? Brother, have the supplies started to be delivered? A polite inquiry came from the phone. I'm in the underground passage trading with the residents on the upper floors. After all, there are many people here. The transaction will be over soon and I'll personally deliver it to you. Shin Hong rubbed little Sha Zi. Little Sha Zi's complexion was rosy and she remained silent, her gaze toward Shin Hong almost melting. Brother, do you have anything else over there? Young Master Wang spoke up. If you have any good stuff for sale, I want it all. Don't worry, money is not an issue. Ha! Shin Hong was a bit surprised. This young master Wang had already bought 500,000 worth of goods. Why did he want more? What you mean is, Shin Hong hesitated. Warm items, as long as they are good quality. I want them all. Young Master Wang was quite eager but seemed to be afraid of saying too much, clearing his throat and saying, it's too cold in the house. If you have anything else, just say it. As long as the items are good, I have no problem. Okay, I understand. I'll head over now. Shin Hong nodded and hung up the phone. Did this young Master Wang, named Wang Jie, know something? He had previously bought 500,000 worth of supplies, which was because he had money and didn't care. But now, why did he suddenly change his mind and want more supplies? In any case, it was a good thing that Wang Jie wanted to buy supplies in bulk. His vending machine could continue to upgrade quickly and soon unlock the ability fruit. What's wrong? Little Sha Zi's rosy face poked out from under the blanket, asking softly. She was already prepared. No matter who Shin Hong was, he wouldn't just abandon her after taking a blood sample, right? When Shin Heng's phone rang earlier, she had secretly glanced at it, thinking it was Shin Heng's wife calling. But unexpectedly, the contact was noted as Wang Jie. Little Sha Zi was quite aware of this national husband. Young Master Wang was a rich second generation and quite popular online. Many internet celebrities actively sought him out, and he never turned anyone away. There's a saying, the ironclad young Master Wang, the flowing female internet celebrities. In recent years, the internet celebrities around young Master Wang had come and gone, but none of them spoke ill of him after breaking up. This was enough to show young Master Wang's charm and financial power. She didn't expect this handsome guy to have a connection with Wang Jie. Young Master Wang was also an early internet celebrity. In recent years, as their family faced an economic crisis, young Master Wang entered the family business, busy with public relations to handle the crisis, and rarely went online to flirt anymore. But the legend of this top rich second generation continued to circulate online. As an internet celebrity, little Sha Zi had naturally heard of young Master Wang. However, she wasn't that interested. She became popular quickly. After posting a few short videos, she gained millions of followers in just a few days and soon achieved financial freedom. Although she wasn't interested, she knew of young Master Wang's reputation, and even though his family had been selling off assets in recent years, he was definitely not someone that small internet celebrities like her could touch. Moreover, her brother, who was good at making money, furrowed his brows tightly after receiving young Master Wang's call and even stopped continuing. Before she could think further, Shin Hong had already gotten up and put on his coat. Then, he said to the bewildered little Sha Zi, I have a few things to take care of. If you want to find me, just send me a WeChat message. I'm always available. By the way, just as Shin Hong was about to leave, he magically pulled out a bag and placed it at the door. This is the reward from earlier. I'm very satisfied. Hey! Seeing Shin Hong about to leave, little Sha Zi hurriedly said, I'm Song Yunsha. You remember that? Shin Hong did not turn back but waved his hand, indicating that he understood. After Song Yunsha got off the ground, she locked the door and then glanced at the bag on the floor. In the next moment, she was stunned. The bag was filled with all kinds of fruits. There were even pineapples and durians. What shocked her even more was that these fruits were not frozen at all. They seemed very fresh. Where did these fruits come from? Had they been in his coat the whole time? Noticing that the fruits in her hand were starting to freeze, Song Yunsha hurriedly picked up the bag and stuffed the fruits into the quilt. But why did he leave me the fruits? From what he said, he would bring me more supplies next time. Seriously, I'm not that kind of person. Song Yunsha buried her head in the quilt. Shin Hong naturally had no idea that after he left, Song Yunsha would imagine so much. However, in his heart he did indeed see Song Yunsha as that kind of casual woman. After all, as an internet celebrity, how many are truly clean? A night of passion and leaving some supplies could be considered justified. Moreover, he had only kissed her earlier. There's a saying that goes well, with rice in your pocket, the chickens will come. Chickens in the countryside gather around rice, and so do the ones in the city. As he walked, he savored the kiss from earlier. By the way, what was the little San's name again? Shin Hong stopped and scratched his head. Forget it. What does it matter what her name is? He just wanted to taste the flavor. In Villa Number 1. Wang Jie was wrapped in a quilt, nestled on the leather sofa, his brow furrowed. Next to him, 3 beautiful girls were curled up together, shivering. The fire in the fireplace flickered uncertainly, casting shadows on Wang Jie's face. He recalled the phone call from his father earlier. Yeah, your mother and I are in the shelter, don't worry, but for now, the shelter can't go out to rescue you. The wind and snow are getting worse, the helicopter can't fly, and all the snowmobiles needed on the ground have been taken to transport supplies. Plus, there's been a bit of a problem in the shelter. There have been some frictions inside, and even the police dispatched to maintain order are somewhat stretched. 4. Now, stay well in the villa, don't run around, and do everything you can to survive. As soon as the wind and snow stop, I will have them come to get you. Our Wang family has invested a lot of money in building the shelter for the government. Even facing cash flow difficulties, having to sell off a lot of land. The government knows all this, so they have also promised that once things stabilize, they will come to get you first. You are our only child, you must hold on. After hearing his father's words, Wang Jie quickly replied, Dad, I will take care of myself. Just now, someone in Taoyuan community was selling supplies, I spent 500,000. After Wang Jie finished explaining, old Wang squinted and said, Did he sell to other residents too? Yes, many people are looking to buy. He went to trade in front first, after all, there's an underground passage between the high-rises and the townhouses. He will personally deliver to my standalone villa later, Wang Jie explained. Old Wang didn't speak, waiting for a moment before saying, Ask him how much supply he has, buy as much as you can. Dad will transfer you some more money. What's wrong, Dad? Seeing his father transfer him another 100 million, Wang Jie was a bit surprised. This snowstorm will last a long time, and there's the seaside, even. Old Wang paused here, don't worry about the rest, if he's willing to sell supplies, just buy more. In short, I'm worried that the shelter won't be able to get you for a while, so during this time, you can only rely on yourself to survive, understand? At this critical moment, don't care about money, preserving your life is the most important. Money can be earned again, but if life is lost, our Wang family will be finished. Old Wang said solemnly, Never mind the money, living is the primary goal. Okay. Although Wang Jie appeared to be a playboy on the surface, he was actually not foolish at all. On the contrary, in order to cultivate his son, old Wang had sent him abroad to study early on. Wang Jie not only developed an independent and strong character but also relied on his own abilities to get into a top university, graduating with a doctorate. After returning to the country, Wang Jie found that he didn't need to work hard at all. His own company was full of talent, and his father was in his prime, completely able to enjoy a comfortable life without him having to lift a finger. That was when he started dating girls and letting loose. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jie remained silent for a long time. From his father's tone, it seemed that this weather wouldn't end anytime soon. After all, his father was in the shelter, and although he didn't have much power, this year the Wang family had invested heavily in building the shelter for the government. Even entering the shelter would grant him a transcendent status. And inside the shelter, there were many experts. Wang Jie's eyes turned. Since the experts predicted that it would continue to snow for a while, he shouldn't just sit still, he should procure more supplies. His father was right. Living is the primary goal. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed Shen Heng's number. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Heng saw Zhao Weilong standing respectfully at the stairway. The body of the little brother on the ground had already disappeared, and even the bloodstains on the floor had been cleaned up by Zhao Weilong. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Zhao Weilong was first taken aback, then his face filled with a humble smile. So fast? Isn't that a bit too useless? Zhao Weilong calculated in his heart, but naturally he didn't dare to say it out loud. All cleaned up? Shen Heng nodded, then took out 2 packs of instant noodles and threw them to Zhao Weilong. Watch over Sha for me. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you. He hadn't even enjoyed Song Yunsha yet. At least during this time, if anyone was going to have fun, it would be him. As for Zhao Weilong, Shen Heng had already seen that he was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he was a bit more assertive and gave some benefits, Zhao Weilong would naturally obey. As for Song Yunsha, even if Zhao Weilong had a few guts, he probably wouldn't have any ideas. Moreover, Zhao Weilong lived downstairs from Song Yunsha and could see the people in the hallway. With him watching, Shen Heng felt more at ease. Sure enough, Zhao Weilong nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely protect my sister-in-law. Although he thought Shen Heng was a bit too much, it was clear that the man hadn't had enough fun. He was indeed scared out of his wits and had completely given up any thoughts about Song Yunsha. The person in front of him was someone who dared to kill. He still remembered the scene of throwing the little brother's body down the stairs. The little brother's eyes were wide open, looking as if he couldn't close them, which made Zhao Weilong's heart tremble. Be obedient, and there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction and stuffed 2 sausages into Zhao Weilong's hands before turning to go downstairs. The moment Shen Heng turned around, Zhao Weilong's eyes widened. He saw the grip of a gun inside Shen Heng's collar. Did I see that wrong? That is, a gun. Remembering that someone had mentioned in the owner group that gunshots were heard in the back row of villas. Zhao Weilong's face turned even paler. This amiable big shot had come from the row of villas. Could it be that the gunshots earlier were fired by this big shot? He swallowed hard, then looked at the instant noodles and sausages in his hands, and he had already made a decision in his heart. This big shot was not someone like him a small-time thug could provoke. He should just do a good job guarding for the big shot. Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely protect my sister-in-law unless I die. He came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted a guarantee to Shin Hong, who was going down the stairs. Shin Hong waved his hand and left without looking back. 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages were just a few bucks. A few bucks for a little brother was a great deal. Moreover, Zhao Weilong was a small-time thug. People like him were clever and knew how to get things done. What more could he ask for? He had already thought it through. If he wanted to establish himself in the apocalypse, he had to quickly upgrade the vending machine's level. This would not only enhance his combat power and increase his chances of survival, but if he delayed too long, the people of Zhangqiang, lacking supplies, would soon die in hunger and cold. Nowadays, most people were using digital currency. Opening his phone, there was only a line of numbers. Once these people died, their phones would be unusable, and his upgrades would slow down even more. A step slow means every step is slow. In the future, he was destined to leave the Taoyuan community, and it shouldn't take long, unless he upgraded the vending machine's level high enough and found a real safe house. Only then would Shin Hong consider lying low. Otherwise, he had to quickly become a qualified dealer. In the future, when he left the Taoyuan community, he would leave behind some supplies. What if there were still people with money to buy supplies? And what he left behind must be loyal little brothers. Zhao Weilong was the first one he picked out. If this guy is smart enough and can stir up big things, Shin Hong is also willing to cultivate him more. If he gives him something to eat in the apocalypse, he can't quietly take away his money. After all, it's the damn apocalypse. What use is money? Unless Zhao Weilong has gone crazy, he would never betray me. Zhao Weilong clearly had no idea that he had already been included in Shin Hang's list of potential little brothers. He returned home in a state of panic, getting up from time to time to check the hallway. However, thinking about it, he felt a bit unnecessary and ultimately picked up his phone to request to add Song Yunsha's WeChat. Is this guy never going to stop? Song Yunsha was burrowed under her blanket, still savoring the kiss from earlier. No wonder so many people like to date and kiss the opposite sex. This feeling is truly addictive, especially that amiable big brother from earlier. Thinking of this, she immediately pouted. She still didn't even know his name. Did he not like her? She glanced at the fruit covered by the blanket. No, a woman like her shouldn't have any man disliking her. It seems he just took her for a chicken. Damn it. Song Yunsha hit the fruit hard, then covered her hand with tears in her eyes. She hadn't even looked and had punched a durian. It hurt. At that moment, her phone rang. Could it be that big brother sending me a WeChat message? Song Yunsha's eyes lit up as she quickly picked it up. But when she saw someone requesting to add her as a friend, she pouted and casually clicked it open. Immediately, her eyes widened. This Zhao Weilong actually dared to request to add her as a friend? Doesn't he know I'm the woman of Brother Kai? How dare he have any improper thoughts? Don't ask how. Song Yunsha knew Zhao Weilong, because when Zhao Weilong sent the friend request, he clearly wrote in the note, I am Zhao Weilong, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know. Without a second thought, Song Yunsha directly rejected it. But soon, Zhao Weilong sent another friend request. This time, he added another line. Sister-in-law, I am Zhao Weilong. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Brother asked me to protect you. Song Yunsha was half convinced and accepted the request. As soon as she accepted, she sent a message first. Is he the one who asked you to protect me? If Zhao Weilong said anything inappropriate or tried to disturb her, she would definitely block him without hesitation. Zhao Weilong was very honest. Brother gave me supplies and asked me to stay and protect you, and to keep an eye on the hallway so no other men disturb you. He spoke frankly, actually warning Song Yunsha. You are now brother's woman. Don't even think about flirting with other men. If I find out, I will tell brother without hesitation. I understand. Song Yunsha nodded happily. It seems that in Brother Kai's eyes, I am still very important. He even specially sent Zhao Weilong to protect me in secret. The reason he didn't continue with me earlier must be because he had something important to do. Thinking about it, that was a call from young Master Wang. Men, after all, prioritize their careers. At this time, Shin Hong had already gone downstairs and walked into the corridor. Seeing a few bicycles parked by the side, Shin Hong directly pushed one over and rode it home. When he reached the entrance of his basement, Shin Hong knocked on the door. The area was filled with cameras, and as soon as Shin Hong appeared on the screen, Wu Miao saw him. She quickly opened the door and jumped into Shin Hong's arms. All right, Shin Hung smiled. I have something to do and need to go out again. You have to go out again? Huo Miao pouted, looking disappointed. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, even faster this time. Shin Hung smiled and pinched her nose. After being developed by him, Huo Miao had become quite addicted. Although her skills were poor, she loved to play. She often begged for mercy after being tormented by him. It had been a whole day without any intimacy, and Shin Hung was starting to feel it too. Especially with Huo Miao in his arms, he really wanted to take action. Right there. But now was not the time for that. The wealthy young Master Wan was still waiting for him. Moreover, the person is the first customer, so they must be given sufficient emotional value. Young Master Wang said not to worry about money, so Shin Hung returned to the storage room and looked around. Huo Miao had already categorized and organized all the supplies, neatly arranged. Instant noodles, ham sausages, canned goods, these no longer needed consideration, they naturally had to be arranged properly for the gods. What else was he missing? Shin Hong rubbed his chin and took out some insulation film and sealing glue. Of course, everything he took out could be purchased at level 0 from the vending machine. He had heard Huo Miao mention before that those items selected by the system were things she had never even seen. The materials were very special. Perhaps Blue Star didn't even have such materials. Although it was already the apocalypse and everyone was on edge, it was better to avoid trouble. Shin Hong wouldn't sell the best items. What if someone with ulterior motives saw them and caused him trouble in the future? He packed some seafood, vegetables, and fruits, and also took some insulation materials before returning to the yard. He found an item in the vending machine called Snowmobile Upgrade 3, which required level 5 to purchase. Moreover, the product description specifically stated stable, quiet, and swift. A great helper for your killing and smuggling, disappearing without a trace. This description was quite domineering. Shin Hong chuckled and bought it directly. This vehicle cost a whopping 280,000. Really not cheap. Shin Heng then remembered the parka that required level 8 to purchase and cost 500,000, and he became curious and bought that as well. Earlier, he had traded with nearly 100 people, with a total transaction amount of 800,000. Among this, 300,000 was contributed by a little sand. Compared to the entire community, nearly 100 people was indeed a bit too few. But this was normal. After all, the apocalypse had just begun. Many families still had food stored, and some wanted to wait and see. Shin Hong also understood the psychology of most people. They simply thought his prices were too high. They believed this was just a fleeting dream, thinking order would soon be restored. It was just a heavy snowfall. What was there to worry about? Because of this, by the 5th or 6th day, when people were starving, they abandoned the bottom line of law and morality and began to fight over supplies. Since you want to starve, then starve. Shin Hong sneered. Tomorrow, my items will not be at this price. However, it was just hundreds of thousands. It could also increase the vending machine's experience, so there was no hesitation. He bought it. Shin Hong bought one and held it in his hand. He then discovered that this parka was surprisingly thin, like a sun-protective garment. Could this thing keep warm? Shin Hong was puzzled. If he wore this outside, he would probably turn into an ice sculpture the moment he stepped out. But trusting the vending machine, Shin Hong went home and changed into this parka that resembled a sun-protective outfit. Trying to go out again, he was astonished to find that he felt no cold at all. Moreover, this clothing was very lightweight, and he no longer felt clumsy. The clothes fit snugly against his body, but there was not a hint of comfort. Instead, he felt as light as a swallow. No wonder it was priced so high. Such an incredible item, it was likely that Blue Star's technology couldn't produce it at all. As for those slightly cheaper items, given the current technological level, they would probably be close to being developed, so their prices were relatively lower. Shin Heng's guess was correct. Just like the snow removal robot, which cost tens of thousands, at Blue Star's current level, it could be mass-produced in about a year. And for its snow removal intelligent robot, the price of one would be over 2 million. In other words, such items would be hard to produce even if Blue Star researched for another 50 years. The parka Shin Hong wore was the same reasoning. A mere antifreeze jacket, even the more expensive ones, only costs 3 to 4,000 yuan. Such items are also sold in vending machines. However, the one on Shin Heng's body is priced at 500,000 precisely because the system and the vending machine determined that the technology of Blue Star simply cannot be developed. Honey, aren't you cold? Huo Miao, worried, stood behind Shin Hong, taking out a coat, wanting to drape it over him. No need. Shin Hong waved his hand and turned to look at Huo Miao. When I come back, I'll get you one of these jackets too. Although Huo Miao's figure couldn't compare to Xiaoxia's stunning looks, she was still a beauty with long legs. Wearing such heavy clothing every day was too troublesome. It was far less convenient than this set of jackets, which perfectly showcased her figure. Oh, Huo Miao nodded obediently. She had already gotten used to Shin Hong pulling out all sorts of strange items. Shin Hong moved around a bit before taking out the upgraded snowmobile he had purchased earlier. The system described it as fast and silent, which was exactly what Shin Hong needed. Nowadays, the outside world was covered in ice and snow, and once he went out, it would be easy to attract attention. Especially since the snowmobile was quite loud, it couldn't conceal his movements at all. With a wave of his hand, Huo Miao was shocked to see a vehicle the size of a small car appear in the yard, its design quite peculiar. It looked like a car, but upon closer inspection, the four wheels at the bottom had been replaced with ski tracks. After stuffing all sorts of bags into the trunk of this vehicle, even the seats were piled high, he finally climbed into the driver's seat. The driver's seat was no different from that of a car, equipped with a steering wheel and several gears for moving forward and backward. Shin Hong pressed the start button. The vehicle shook slightly but made not a sound. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shin Hong understood that the vehicle had been activated. He pressed the forward gear, and then the ski tracks below the vehicle shook, propelling it smoothly down the snowy slope of the yard, gliding effortlessly away. Silent as a whisper, Shin Hong waved goodbye to Huo Miao, then turned to drive the car. He loved this car so much. Just as the system described, silent and unobtrusive. Without the roaring waves of sound, he could go out freely. Moreover, this car was pure white, and in the icy environment, the whole world was wrapped in silver, making it hard for anyone to spot this little vehicle as it weaved through. It was truly the perfect snow travel machine. Shin Hong touched the steering wheel. The controls were very convenient, pointing where he wanted to go, and in the snow, it wouldn't skid or lose control at all. Shin Hong drove the car to a spot not far from young Master Wang's villa, quietly stopped and tucked it away. The independent villas behind were designed for privacy, with high walls around. Each yard and each house was spaced far apart, fully ensuring the owner's privacy. This also made it convenient for Shin Hong. He didn't have to worry about being seen at all. He threw all the supplies on the ground, tied them up one by one with rope, and placed hard cardboard underneath. Then, he changed into his skis. With a push forward, he could drag the massive supplies along with him. Although it was a bit tiring, he was not far from young Master Wang's #1 villa. If he just persevered, he could make it. After sliding with the supplies for a while, Shin Hong was panting and sweating profusely. At that moment, the benefits of the system selected jacket became apparent again. Although he was sweating, the moisture was quickly dried and expelled. This jacket was breathable. It was breathable, and he didn't feel cold at all. It was simply a magical tool for going out in the snow. Shin Hong's eyes lit up. With the upgraded silent and swift snow vehicle plus this jacket he was wearing, he felt like a superhero. He could go wherever he wanted. He dragged a pile of supplies to the outside of young Master Wang's villa and then sent a message to him. Young Master Wang, the supplies have arrived. The next moment, the window on the second floor of Wang's house opened, revealing a head curled up in a blanket. Bro, over here. Wang Jie waved. Shin Hong, panting, dragged everything over. Seeing the ropes behind Shin Hong, laden with numerous bags of all sizes, Wang Jie's eyes brightened. Wow, so many supplies. Young Master Wang, these are all good things for survival in the apocalypse. Shin Hong opened the first bag. Here are various canned goods that are easy to store: instant noodles, ham, beef. He then opened the second bag. This one has bottled water, a portable stove, and oil. He continued without pause, opening the third bag. Here are some insulation materials and strong glue. If you stick these on the walls, they can help maintain the indoor temperature to some extent. In this fourth bag, there are some thick blankets, warm mattresses, and electric blankets. The fifth bag contains firewood for the fireplace. The sixth bag. Stop. Wang Jie interrupted Shin Hong directly, his eyes blazing. I want it all. Just tell me the total price. He could already imagine that with these supplies, he wouldn't have to worry about survival at all. Shin Hong was simply capable of anything. He even had firewood prepared. He even thoughtfully brought seafood and various snacks. What should he choose? I want it all. You want it all? Shin Hong hesitated. Young Master Wang, if I were to set a price, there are quite a few wealthy people in our community who would definitely fight to get it. So, since you're willing to look out for me, I can't let you lose out. Wang Jie waved his hand grandly. Just name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I won't haggle. Truly extravagant. Shin Hong stroked his chin and looked at Wang Jie. Behind Wang Jie stood three young women, each curiously peering at him through the window. Goodness. These three women were exceptionally beautiful. The big shot really knows how to have fun. Do you want them? Wang Jie was taken aback, following Shin Hong's gaze to the women behind him. If you want, it's fine. No, let's talk about money, Shin Hong said, struggling to divert his gaze, his face sincere. What a joke. I have plenty of supplies, although these women are beautiful. Huo Miao and Xiao Shatzi are not bad either. In fact, in Shin Hong's eyes, they were much prettier than Wang Jie's three women. After all, those three women had a hint of a worldly air about them. Oh, Wang Jie laughed. Brother, my three girlfriends are all internet celebrities with millions of fans. It's hard for others to even get a date with them. You can pick any you want. After saying that, he winked at Shin Hong. But you can't take them all, otherwise I'd be all alone in the villa, and that wouldn't be any fun, would it? No need, no need. Shin Hong waved his hands repeatedly. However, a doubt flashed through his mind. These three women are also internet celebrities? That's the same profession as Xiao Shotzi. Why does she not have that worldly air? He didn't know that Xiao Shotzi was his first kiss. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to the women around Wang Jie. About these things, Shin Hong glanced back at the many sacks he was dragging and tentatively asked, "Do you think 20 million is acceptable?" Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. To be honest, in the past, 20 million could buy a warehouse full of these things. But now, in the apocalypse, it couldn't be compared to the peaceful times. His father still lived in a palace-like villa, yet now he was also curled up in a shelter. Compared to the 100 million his father had given him earlier, he didn't think Shin Heng's offer was excessive, and immediately nodded, "All right, I'll take it." Indeed, he was a big shot. Shin Hong was overjoyed. 20 million. That was enough to upgrade the vending machine to level 10. Level 10 meant he could buy ability fruits, and tonight he would have powers. Shin Hong shook hands vigorously with Wang Jie, who felt he had gained quite a bit from the deal and warmly embraced Shin Hong. "Brother, why don't you stay tonight?" Wang Jie patted Shin Heng's back hard. "I'm not very good at using this insulation film. You have to guide me. We're not just doing a one-time deal. You can't just take the money and ignore after-sales service, right?" Wang Jie had been quite famous a few years ago, and Shin Hong had watched many of his videos. He knew he was straightforward and said whatever came to mind. So he no longer refused and nodded. "Okay." Shin Hong climbed through the window into the villa, and Wang Jie warmly embraced him again. If it weren't for the three young ladies at his home, Shin Hong would even suspect that this guy liked men. He was unaware that old Wang had already contacted Wang Jie and informed him of the importance of this disaster. The authorities had calculated that in this disaster, at least 98% of the global population would die. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. The major shelters were almost humanity's last hope. As for how many people could survive in a city of 10 million, no one had any confidence. Moreover, the official snowmobiles had all been dispatched to seize supplies. Some large supermarkets and warehouses already had officials armed and in control, filling snowmobiles, which were then transported to the shelters. Only after all the supplies were taken could they free up to pick up Wang Jie. Although Wang Jie was unhappy, he still reached a conclusion. He only needed one snowmobile to be picked up, but they wouldn't agree. This meant that in the eyes of those in the shelter, Wang Jie's life was worth less than a truckload of supplies. Even old Wang couldn't do anything about this. And now, Shin Hong had delivered so many goods for just 20 million. "Look, this brother only asked me for 20 million and he gave me so many supplies. And you all would rather haul an extra truckload of supplies than accept me." Wang Jie was deeply moved and said earnestly, "From now on, you are my brother." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the three enchanting women in the room, and said again, "Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. If a limb wants to wear a certain piece of clothing, then wear it." Shin Hong did not immediately pull the woman to play cards. Instead, he first guided the few people to stick insulation film on all the walls in the room. Then, he took out thick glass from a large bag at the back and used strong adhesive to attach it to the windows. Although this glass was not as good as the system-selected ones from Shin Heng's home, it was sufficient to resist quite a bit of cold wind. After getting these things done, he added some firewood to Wang Jie's fireplace and organized various supplies with the women neatly, placing them in the living room. Only then did he have time to send a message to Huo Miao, telling her that he would be home a bit late tonight. "Okay, husband, be careful, I will stay at home obediently." Huo Miao's reply came quickly. Shin Hong shook his head. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of betrayal towards his wife. The 5 oil lamps were also opened in the living room. Soon, the room became warm. The quilt that Wang Jie had draped over himself was tossed aside, and he was now enthusiastically cooking instant noodles on the portable stove. The other 3 women were also cooking various foods on the stove. Shin Hong had brought a total of 7 portable stoves. Inside, there were about 30 gas canisters, enough for Wang Jie to use for a while. "Bro, how did you prepare so many supplies in advance?" With the warm environment and the delicious smell of food, Wang Jie, with a rosy face, slurped his noodles while asking, "I'm a doomsday survival enthusiast." Shin Hong had long prepared his explanation, chuckling lightly, "I have a bit of money at home, and I don't have other hobbies, so I stored quite a bit of supplies in my warehouse. Especially that day when it rained heavily, I felt the weather was strange, so I went to the supermarket in the rain and bought hundreds of thousands worth of stuff. I didn't expect the apocalypse really came. You're impressive. Wang Ji gave Shin Hong a thumbs up. Unlike me, who just plays all day. What's so great about it? It's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Shin Hong shook his head, smiling wryly. Actually, I don't necessarily need money. After all, with the snow so thick, no one from the government came out to rescue, and they even announced the arrival of the glacial period. I'm afraid society won't recover anymore. Wang Ji was taken aback, squinting his eyes, and remained silent. Wanting your money is just for psychological comfort. I also want my deceased parents to see that their son actually has quite a talent for business. I pulled some goods from young Master Wang and made 20 million, Shin Hong added deliberately. He had already noticed Wang Ji's moment of distraction. It made sense to think about it. Young Master Wang's family was large and prosperous, and he was from the capital. How could he not get into the shelter? Even if his father sold off quite a bit of assets, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Wang family's assets far exceeded those of some wealthy families in Jiangcheng. The top local tycoons in Jiangcheng could enter the shelter. Why couldn't Wang Ji? Could it be that the shelter was too busy to pick up young Master Wang? Just 20 million. Wang Ji laughed and said, bro, if I can be picked up smoothly in the future, cough cough, anyway, I will give you all the money I have left. Seeing Shin Heng's sad expression, young Master Wang felt quite sympathetic. Although he spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun, he had never done anything bad. When he was on a show, he had seriously said that his father sent him abroad to study so that he could one day return to serve the country. So, even though he was frivolous and loved to play, Shin Hong still had a good impression of him. Wang Ji cleared his throat a couple of times and lowered his head to slurp his noodles. He almost let something slip earlier. His father had instructed him not to tell outsiders about this matter to avoid causing greater panic. In the face of such natural disasters, although the government was powerless, they still hoped the public could live peacefully. Once the news of the shelter is revealed, it means the people will know that the authorities have completely abandoned their own citizens. What chaos will ensue in the entire country by then? Ha ha. Anyway, the world is like this now, we'll take it one day at a time, Shin Hong laughed. The beer on the table had frozen into a lump, but now, warmed by the room, it had completely melted. Wang Ji slurped up his noodles, picked up a bottle, and tossed it to Shin Hong. Drink! Shin Hong clinked glasses with Wang Ji, and the two of them gulped down more than half. The other three women also gathered around, sitting on either side of Wang Ji and Shin Hong. The last one sat between the two. Brother Wang, I want to drink too. The girl in the middle rubbed against Wang Ji's arm, speaking sweetly. You can get it yourself. Wang Ji waved his hand and pointed at Shin Hong. This is my brother. By the way, brother, what's your name? Shin Hong replied. This is my good brother, you can just call him Brother Shin. Tonight, you all need to take good care of him. Whatever he wants to do, you just go along with it. Wang Ji said. The red-haired woman leaning against Shin Hong deliberately asked, Brother Wang, if Brother Shin wants something, do we go along with that too? Of course. Wang Ji nodded, just treat him like me. Remember, if it weren't for my brother Shin, we'd still be starving and freezing. Who can guarantee how many days they can survive? Thinking back to the heavy snow outside, which was still falling tirelessly, the world outside was pure white, and everything seemed to have fallen into a dead silence. The three women nodded, feeling a chill. They turned to look at Shin Hong, their gazes becoming more fervent. Moreover, Shin Hong was handsome, even more so than young Master Wang, which made them even more proactive. Brother Shin, thanks to you, it's so warm at home. The red-haired woman said sweetly, I'm feeling hot now. Young Master Wang's taste was certainly on point. These three women were stunning, especially the red-haired one, who looked pitiful and even took the initiative to hold Shin Heng's hand. Little brother, don't be polite. Wang Ji chuckled, turning to embrace a woman and kiss her passionately. The red-haired woman and another with long black hair also moved closer to Shin Heng. The three women were exhausted and fell asleep, while Wang Ji lay on the sofa smoking. Shin Hong, feeling tired, greeted Wang Ji and climbed out the window. Wang Ji didn't try to keep him, just telling Shin Hong to come over whenever he wanted to have fun. Shin Hong nodded. He hadn't expected Wang Ji to be so extravagant. Those three girls in the outside world were goddesses with countless admirers. They were leagues ahead of Feng Lu. But in front of Shin Hong and Wang Ji, they were wild and uninhibited. Their various techniques opened Shin Heng's eyes. In this world, indeed, having money and power is the way to go. In a time of peace and prosperity, having money allows one to enjoy everything, and having power allows one to seize it all. And now, in the apocalypse, even top-tier rich second generation like Wang Ji had to treat him as a brother. Wasn't it because he had resources? I guess I'd become a brother-in-law to young Master Wang for a moment. Thinking back to the absurdity earlier, Shin Hong shook his head slightly. When he climbed out the window, it Seemed Wang Ji wanted to say something to him, but in the end he just sighed. Although he didn't say anything, Shin Hong knew that Wang Ji must have wanted to tell him about the shelter. It was just that due to certain matters he couldn't speak directly. Shin Hong didn't care about the shelter. After all, in his previous life he had nothing and still lived for more than 3 months, only to die at the hands of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Now that he was living again, with the vending machine as an infinite resource, he could survive just fine. Without a shelter. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, but the ground was a sea of white. The black sky resembled a giant beast, continuously spewing snowflakes across the heavens. Shin Hong arrived at the corner and quietly took out the snowmobile, silently making his way back to his villa. Huo Miao was already asleep on the second floor, and Shin Hong descended to the basement. His gaze was intense. There were 20 million in his account. Now was the time to upgrade the vending machine. Tonight, I will possess supernatural powers. The vending machine is now at level 8. To upgrade from 8 to 9 requires 2.56 million, while leveling from 1 to 8 cost a total of 2.54 million. In other words, to reach level 9, I need to spend a total of 5.1 million. Upgrading from 9 to 10 requires 5.12 million. To reach level 10, a total of 10.22 million is needed. This is an amount that would make Shin Hong despair just thinking about it. From now on, each level up will cost the total of all previous expenses. Don't be fooled by Wang Ji's spending of 20 million. To be honest, that barely gets the vending machine to level 11. From 11 to 12, it will cost 20.48 million. The money required will keep increasing, snowballing into astronomical figures. Even now, Shin Hong sat in the basement, unsure of what to buy. Could it be that this vending machine wants me to save the world? A peculiar thought suddenly popped into Shin Hong's mind, but then he shook his head and scoffed. Save the world? Why should I do something that even the officials haven't done? Besides, the vending machine also needs money. After some thought, Shin Hong decided to buy some more supplies. He also bought a women's windbreaker according to Huo Miao's size. One piece of clothing costs 500,000, and the experience bar, which was already over half full, instantly increased a bit more. Plus, after buying a lot of food, the vending machine quickly reached level 9. At level 9, he could purchase submachine guns and landmines. Shin Hong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly began to buy like crazy. The submachine gun was pricey, and with the addition of landmines under Shin Hong's generous spending, the experience bar skyrocketed, directly hitting level 10. Shin Hong rubbed his hands in excitement. 3 days after the apocalypse, he would finally have superpowers. It's important to know that superpower fruits only appear half a month after the apocalypse begins, but now that he has superpowers, he is a step ahead of others. However, just as he was about to search for superpower fruit, a line of text suddenly lit up in the vending machine. The vending machine system is about to upgrade, and a gift will be awarded to the host. Please open the vending machine to claim it after the upgrade is complete. Before Shin Hong could react, he fell out of the consciousness space. Hey. Shin Hong looked confused, wanting to enter the consciousness space again, but found he couldn't get in no matter what. Once inside the consciousness space, everything around was pitch black, with only a line of numbers glowing in the center. 23 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. 23 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds. The numbers slowly counted down. Does this mean it will take 24 hours for the vending machine system to complete the upgrade? Shin Hong scratched his head. Looking at the time, it was already 2 a.m. This means he wouldn't be able to open the vending machine again until 2 a.m. tomorrow. A lot of my things are still in the consciousness space. He hadn't taken out the submachine gun and landmines he just bought. After all, he hadn't used them yet. What if they accidentally exploded in the basement? Could he still survive? He felt it was safer to keep them in the consciousness space. But who would have thought that after pushing the vending machine to level 10, it would still need a system upgrade? Damn it. Shin Hong sighed. If he could get the landmines out, at least he would have something to do during the day tomorrow. He could bury some landmines or something. But tomorrow he would have to continue trading and selling supplies. He wouldn't even be able to go to the standalone villa later. After all, the snowmobile was still in the space. He had to admit, Shin Hong was still reminiscing about the taste of those 3 girls. He got up and returned to the bedroom, lying down next to Huo Miao. You're back? Huo Miao suddenly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and said, I'll make you something to eat. No need, I'm not hungry. Shin Hong held Huo Miao in his arms. Did you drink? Huo Miao smelled the scent of alcohol. A feeling of absurdity rose in Huo Miao's heart. Outside, it was a world of ice and snow, and Shin Hong was actually drinking. Where did he drink? Shin Hong was a bit drowsy now, and after drinking, he had played several rounds of cards, falling into a deep sleep while holding Huo Miao. Huo Miao looked at Shin Hang's face and suddenly frowned, noticing a red hair on his neck. Red hair. This was clearly a woman's. Moreover, besides the smell of alcohol, there was also a faint scent of perfume on Shin Hang. The fragrance was elegant, seemingly of high quality. Shin Hang had a woman outside? Huo Miao was taken aback. She wanted to pull Shin Hang up and ask him, but then she thought, what was her status? She gently freed herself from Shin Hang's embrace and got out of bed. The room was warm with several oil lamps lit, and there was even a humidifier extravagantly placed on the floor so it wasn't dry at all. She lifted a corner of the curtain and could already see that outside the heavy snow was still falling. Yes, she sighed. Under the apocalypse, she was just one of Shin Hang's women. Shin Hang had shown his abilities in front of her. With just a wave of his hand, numerous supplies could appear out of thin air. Just earlier, when Shin Hang went out, she had seen in her friend group that many were complaining. Several friends were stuck at home in the snow, unable to even step outside. And everyone had gotten used to ordering takeout. Aside from some snacks, they had no other supplies at home. In contrast, she could still enjoy various seafood, fresh vegetables, meat, and even fruits at home. While everyone else was huddled at home shivering, she could wear thin pajamas and lie on the sofa playing on her phone. In her friend group, there were two girls who rented together, and they had already lost contact. Some said they had starved to death, while others said that the two girls were dragged away by men who broke in. Compared to other neighborhoods, Taoyuan community, being a high-end residential area, had residents who were either rich or noble, and they were relatively restrained. In some poorly managed old buildings, looting had already occurred. Those two girls lived in a typical urban village where all kinds of people could be found. The girls in the group were all lamenting, each one more pessimistic than the last. Huo Miao was fortunate to live in a villa with no worries about food and clothing and being pampered by Shin Hang. What was there to question him about? Moreover, after spending these few days together, Huo Miao also realized that Shin Hang was someone who responded better to softness than to hardness. In front of him, if she lost her temper, Shin Hang would definitely not show her a good face. But as long as she obediently listened, Shin Hang would be in a much better mood. So, did Shin Hang go out to find a woman during the day? Thinking about how Shin Hang had left her to go out and how those two brothers in the yard had been knocking on the door, Huo Miao's heart trembled. Shin Hang had resources, so naturally he had the ability to have women. Although Huo Miao couldn't accept it psychologically, she understood that under the apocalypse, social rules had vanished. And in this world, to put it bluntly, men were the protagonists. Women were merely embellishments. This was determined by physiological structure, whether in mental or physical labor, men were relatively superior. And in the apocalypse, this rule would be magnified infinitely. Men with ability or strength would have more resources. This naturally included women. In her view, Shin Hang was one of them. Men have always been flirtatious, especially men with abundant resources after the apocalypse. Finding more women was not excessive, right? Huo Miao sighed softly. This scoundrel. I clearly have feelings for you, wholeheartedly wanting to be with you. Why do you still seek other women? Am I not good enough? Huo Miao was a smart person and knew that it was better to be flexible than to block things. The hair on Shin Hang's neck had already made her feel a sense of crisis. If one day Shin Hang's new love outside brings him affection, will I lose his care? More seriously, will I be kicked out? It's very possible. A sense of crisis suddenly rose in Huo Miao's heart and she frowned and thought, what should I do? Right. She instantly thought of the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan who lives next door. These two sisters, in terms of looks, figure, and personality, were no worse than herself. Moreover, with the sisterly buff, they were even more of an asset. If these sisters could move in and Sir Shin Hang together with her, then he wouldn't have much time to deal with other women. Huo Miao knew her skills were lacking, she needed outside help. After all, she was the first woman to follow Shin Hang, and by taking them in, they would naturally stand on the same side in the future. It was decided. A spark flickered in Huo Miao's eyes. Tomorrow morning, I will talk to them. I believe Shin Hang won't refuse the sisters who come to him actively, right? The next day, Shin Hang woke up slowly and the beauty beside him was gone. He got up and went downstairs, only to see Huo Miao cooking in an apron. It seemed she heard the noise from upstairs and Huo Miao looked up, smiling gently. You're awake? Shin Hang nodded, feeling a bit guilty as he returned to the bedroom to get dressed. However, after putting on his clothes, he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. What the hell? Why should I feel guilty? Even if I were cheating outside. No, even if I were openly eating out, I shouldn't have to worry about Huo Miao, right? If it weren't for me taking her in, she would have frozen to death by now. Does she really want to meddle in my private life? Yet, he was completely unaware that Huo Miao was already prepared. The two of them, each with their own thoughts, ate in silence. Just as they were eating, Shin Hang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a video call from Phone Lu. This woman actually had the nerve to video call me? Shin Hong initially wanted to hang up, but then he saw the food on the table and couldn't help but smile lazily as he answered. Shin Hong, where are you? Clearly, Feng Lu didn't expect Shin Hong to answer so quickly. She quickly forced a smile and asked. But as soon as she finished asking, Feng Lu couldn't help but widen her eyes. Where was Shin Hong? She was shivering at home, just having crawled under the covers to eat a pack of instant noodles. But Shin Hong was only wearing a thin pajamas, his face rosy, and he was even holding a pan-fried bun. Are we living in the same world? Me? Of course, I'm at home. Shin Hong shrugged and asked casually, what's up? This isn't our home, is it? Feng Lu asked dryly. From the edge of the video, the room Shin Hong was in looked different from their home. Wait, he has another home? Feng Lu's tone suddenly turned displeased. Where are you living? Why didn't I hear you say you have a house in Jiangcheng? Did you buy a house behind my back? Look at what you're saying. Shin Hong grinned, stuffing the pan-fried bun into his mouth. Aren't we not together anymore? Why are you still questioning me like this? The pan-fried bun was fragrant, even oozing juice, and Shin Hong's mouth was greasy, making Feng Lu enviously swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. She came back to her senses and stared at Shin Hong. What do you mean? What do I mean? Shin Hong shook his head. With a smile, that sounds like something I should be asking you, Miss Feng Lu. What do you mean? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't. Feng Lu quickly spoke up. She was already starving. Although she had bought a few packs of instant noodles from Hichi Shankai, it was clear that this little bit of food was nowhere near enough. Moreover, she felt that her instant noodles didn't taste as good as Shin Hong's. No, if Shin Hong were here, he wouldn't let her eat such junk food. For a moment, she squeezed out tears and softly said, Shin Hong, can't you just give in to me? I already know I was wrong. Where are you now? I miss you so much. Miss me? Shin Hong almost choked on the bun in his mouth. Such disgusting words, and Feng Lu could actually say them. He took out another phone, logged into a secondary account, and checked the surveillance at Su Chao's house. Then, Shin Hong smiled speechlessly. Feng Lu was still under the covers. Feng Lu was on the video call while Su Chao was hiding out of the camera's view, watching eagerly. Yes, I really miss you, Feng Lu said with a wronged expression, softly adding, in our previous arguments, you always gave in to me. Why aren't you giving in this time? Don't you love me? Aren't you going to marry me? Do I have to admit my mistake first? Okay, I'm admitting my mistake now. Are you satisfied? She pouted and said, don't be angry with me, okay? If it were in the past, upon hearing this, Shin Hong would have hurried back, not only to comfort Feng Lu but also to double his efforts in doing housework and cook a delicious meal for her. But now, he has seen through Feng Lu's true colors, so it's impossible for him to repeat the same mistake. Besides, he glanced at Huo Miao sitting across from him. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, wasn't that enticing? He wasn't a fool. How could he go back to Feng Lu? Even if it was just about looks, Feng Lu couldn't compare to the three girls from last night. Previously, when Shin Hong was with Feng Lu, he had to be careful to read her mood. You really know you were wrong? Shin Hong asked deliberately. Yes, Feng Lu said, feeling ashamed. After leaving you, I realized how foolish and stupid I was for not cherishing what we had. We absolutely won't argue again in the future, okay? Sure, Shin Hong nodded. Suddenly, he noticed some movement at his feet. Looking down, he couldn't help but smile. Hua Miao's small foot was rubbing against his leg. He looked up at Hua Miao, who was glaring at him with jealousy. You agreed? Feng Lu was taken aback, completely unaware of Shin Hong's little actions. You admitted you were wrong, so what else is there for me to argue about? Shin Hong said lightly. Did he still want to rekindle his relationship with Feng Lu? Then where are you now? I'll come find you. Feng Lu sat up excitedly, but then felt the cold and realized the situation outside, so she shrank back under the covers, awkwardly saying, but it's snowing so heavily outside. Where are you? Still at Taoyuan Community? Yes, Shin Hong smiled and nodded. Although the consciousness space was now closed and he couldn't connect to the vending machine, he only had one day until the upgrade, and after that he would have superpowers. There was no need to worry about Feng Lu leaking his location. Moreover, he had 2 handguns and a crossbow in his pocket. If any fool dared to come looking for him, it would be a perfect opportunity to deal with them and intimidate the community. Still at Taoyuan Community? Feng Lu's eyes widened, anxious. Did you buy another house? When did you buy it? How come? I didn't know? Realizing her words were a bit heavy, she looked aggrieved. Aren't you supposed to hand over your monthly manuscript fees to me? When did you secretly stash away so much money? You still don't consider me your girlfriend. It's a house belonging to a distant relative. They're abroad and can't come back in this weather. I just happen to have the key. That day you scolded me, it was pouring rain, so I could only come here to take shelter. Shin Hong shrugged. A distant relative? How come I've never heard you mention it? Feng Lu pouted, and beside her, Su Chao anxiously nudged her, signaling her to get to the point. What the hell was she still talking about? He was starving. He had just seen Shin Hong eating soup dumplings, his mouth full of grease, and Su Chao was so tempted he almost swallowed his tongue. It had been snowing for 4 days, and Shin Hong could still eat such delicious food. It was simply unimaginable. There must be plenty of supplies in that distant relative's house. Ahem. Feng Lu came back to her senses, shot a glare at Su Chao, and tilted her head, signaling him to stay out of it and not to touch her, lest Shin Hong see through the ruse. Su Chao sulkily curled up to the side. What's wrong? Shin Hong had already seen the two's little actions from another phone but still asked deliberately, is there someone else with you? No. Feng Lu forced a smile, I'm at home. Is that so? Shin Hong looked surprised, but the decoration style behind you looks more like Su Chao's house. By the way, didn't you say that a thief broke into your home and stole your thick clothes and blankets? Then where did this blanket on you come from? Hearing Shin Hong's doubt, Feng Lu was at a loss for words. It was Su Chao beside her who forced a smile, leaned in front of the camera, and chuckled. Shin Hong, a thief broke into your house, and there were no thick clothes at all. Feng Lu almost froze to death. Luckily, I let her come to my house and found a few thick clothes for her to change into. By the way, as good brothers, you wouldn't suspect me of messing around with her, right? Of course not, you're my good brother. I could suspect anyone but you. Shin Hong deliberately emphasized the words good brother. That's good. Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief. I told you. Don't worry, Feng Lu has been staying at my place these past few days, and I've been taking good care of her. But you know, I don't have much food at home, and now there's nothing left to eat. I even had to bargain with the guy selling supplies in the neighborhood to buy a few packs of instant noodles. That guy is such a ripoff. One pack costs $1,000. When you and Feng Lu reunite, you must remember my kindness. I bought her overpriced instant noodles. That's for sure. Shin Hong nodded with a smile. Well, Miao is there too, right? With your girlfriend around, how could I worry about you messing around with Feng Lu? Hua Miao had already caught on to Shin Hong's teasing and understood he was joking with them, her face breaking into a smile again. She had missed him a bit since he hadn't played cards with her last night. Hua Miao, of course, she's here. Su Chao nodded along to avoid provoking Shin Hong's anger. She's in the bathroom right now. She's been keeping Feng Lu company these days, and they are staying in the guest room, so you don't have to worry about your good brother stealing your girl. Hearing Su Chao mention her name in the video, Hua Miao silently scoffed. But when she looked at Shin Hong, her eyes were filled with affection. Oh, Shin Hong nodded. By the way, where are you now? We're almost starving to death. Also, I see you're pretty warm over there, right? We're coming to find you. Su Chao quickly shifted the topic back. Wait a minute. Shin Hong picked up a wonton from the table, blew on it, ate 2 wontons, and then drank a few sips of soup, the slurping sounds clearly reaching the other end of the phone. Feng Lu and Su Chao both looked on with envy, their mouths watering. They felt as if their stomachs were being tightly squeezed. Shin Hong, we're about to starve to death and freeze. Hurry up and say something. Don't you love your little Lu anymore? Feng Lu said, her voice dripping with sweetness. Hearing her delicate tone, Shin Hong almost spat out the soup in his mouth. Su Chao, we've been brothers for many years. It's not that I don't want you to come over, I have my difficulties. Shin Hong grabbed a lobster from the table and started eating. This was leftover from last night, and Shin Hong wanted to throw it away, but Hua Miao couldn't bear to waste food, so she heated it up in the morning. In fact, she couldn't even bear to eat it herself and saved it for Shin Hong. Although Shin Hong wasn't that hungry anymore, this leftover lobster was a perfect prop right now. Su Chao and Feng Lu stared intently at the lobster in Shin Hong's hand. There's still lobster? Eating lobster this early in the morning, is this guy so extravagant? What difficulties do you have? Su Chao stared at the lobster in Shin Hong's hand, watching him slowly peel off the shell, his throat desperately swallowing saliva. Feng Lu's eyes were fixed on it. Although she didn't speak, all she could see was that lobster. Even though we're brothers, it's a bit inappropriate for my girlfriend to stay at your house after we had a fight, right? If this gets out, where would I put my face? Shin Hong shook his head, helplessly saying, you just said that Hua Miao and Feng Lu are staying together. It's not that I don't trust you, but you should at least let Hua Miao tell me, that way I can feel a bit better. As long as you let Hua Miao video call me, I'll believe you. After all, Hua Miao often works overtime, and I even suspect she's not at home. If she's not here, then you say, with a lonely man and woman sharing a room for 2 or 3 days, and Feng Lu even had a fight with me, I'm afraid she'll take revenge on me, deliberately getting close to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu widened her eyes. Shin Hong, you really don't trust me? Am I that kind of casual woman in your eyes? If you're unwilling, it proves you have a guilty conscience. Why do you think I brought you two here? Shin Hong shook his head. With this heavy snow outside, I haven't eaten much. He got up and went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and switched to the rear camera. The stuff in here, if I eat it alone, should last me quite a while, but if you two come over, there will be several more mouths to feed every day. What if you betray me, and I still brought you here? Wouldn't that make me look foolish? You? Feng Lu wanted to curse angrily but was pulled back by Su Chao. What you said makes some sense. He looked up and shouted outside, "Huo meow, meow meow." After calling a few times, Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. Meow meow seems to have a bit of diarrhea. Then you wait until she's done before coming out to send me a video. Shin Hong directly hung up the video call. What's there to talk about with them? Do you want to rekindle old flames with Feng Lu? Huo meow's face turned red, playfully glancing at Shin Hong. You have someone now, aren't you satisfied? Or do you think she's more alluring than Feng Lu? She deliberately pulled her thin nightgown down a bit. Shin Hong couldn't help it anymore. He picked Huo Miao up and they both fell onto the wide sofa. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chao still wanted to say something, but suddenly seeing Shin Hong hang up left him a bit dumbfounded. What to do? Feng Lu's expression was ugly. Shin Hong actually doubts our relationship. Of course, if Huo Miao stayed at Shin Hong's place for 3 days, I wouldn't feel at ease either. Su Chao could understand Shin Hong's feelings. Shin Hong is indeed your devoted admirer. He's crazy for you, but after you had that fight with him that night, he might not be willing to reconcile. You need to make him remember the happy times you two had together. Make him miss the days spent with you. He's useless but not a fool. Su Chao reminded. Don't act all high and mighty in front of him. If a man regains his rationality, he won't fall for that. Be a bit more charming. Just like when you're with me, no man can resist your seductive gaze and allure. You need to fully utilize your strengths, understand? I should seduce him? Feng Lu looked disgusted. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Su Chao said coldly. Just now, I saw his fridge stuffed full of food. There's even steak, pig trotters, chicken feet, ribs. Hearing those foods, Feng Lu felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. It had been 4 days, and she had only eaten a pack of instant noodles. She was almost starving. Okay, don't say anymore. I'll listen to you. Feng Lu hurriedly said. Is that enough? Not yet. Su Chao sighed, frowning. Shin Hong still needs to see Huo Miao in person, but in this cold weather, Huo Miao knows about our relationship. She definitely won't forgive me. After a pause, his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. Huo Miao must be curled up at the company right now. As long as he appeals to her emotions and reason, telling Huo Miao that if she's willing to cooperate, he will definitely rescue her. At that time, the food at Shin Hong's place will be split in half. He believed Huo Miao would agree, right? His own home had no food, and Huo Miao's company had no food either. Although they had broken up, they were once boyfriend and girlfriend. Business doesn't succeed, but kindness remains. He picked up his phone and eagerly dialed Huo Miao's number. Huo Miao's phone suddenly rang. Who is it? She frowned. This phone call was so inconsiderate. How annoying. She picked it up and saw that it was Su Chao calling. She frowned slightly, wanting to hang up. Answer it and listen, Shin Hong said with a smile. Huo Miao smiled helplessly. She had already gotten used to following Shin Hong's words. She really didn't want to say another word to Su Chao, but since Shin Hong had spoken, she could only endure her disgust and answered the call. Hello. Her voice was cold after connecting the call. Meow meow, you finally answered my call. Su Chao on the other end was anxious, having called several times before Huo Miao finally picked up, and his face lit up with joy. Su Chao had never considered that if Huo Miao had stayed at the company as before, she would probably have frozen to death by now. Everyone was wearing summer clothes, and the air conditioning in the office was no longer running. Who could endure that? Is there something you want? Huo Miao said coldly. Su Chao, I don't want to contact you right now. Just say what you have to say. Alright. Su Chao, now needing something from Huo Miao, chuckled awkwardly. Meow meow. Don't call me so affectionately. Huo Miao interrupted directly. Damn it, you still think you're something. Su Chao felt very displeased. He knew Huo Miao's temperament well. After discovering his relationship with Feng Lu, he knew that his relationship with Huo Miao was completely over. Huo Miao would never tolerate her boyfriend's betrayal. Even if he went back and begged her, Huo Miao would never forgive him. There's something I need your help with. Su Chao cleared his throat. You're still at the company, right? So what? Huo Miao snorted. As far as I know, there's nothing to eat at your company, and the weather is so cold. Su Chao said, Huo Miao, even though we've broken up, as your ex-boyfriend, I still hope you can have a better life. Now that you're in trouble, I can help you. Oh, Hua. Miao sneered, having switched to speakerphone so Shin Hong could hear clearly. How can you help me with my troubles? Aren't you cozy with Feng Lu and Taoyuan community? How can you save me from so far away? Of course I can. Su Chao hurriedly said. Shin Hong has a lot of supplies. It has been snowing for 4 days, but his fridge is still packed. And it seems his place is very warm. He's only wearing a thin nightgown. Huo Miao, you should know that in this weather, the air conditioning has long lost its effect, right? Don't you want to stay in his warm house? Huo Miao didn't speak but looked at Shin Hong with flirtatious eyes. Not only am I living there now, but Feng Lu and I want to move into Shin Hong's place, but he suspects that Feng Lu and I have an improper relationship. At this point, Su Chao didn't hide it anymore and said it straightforwardly. He wants you to Prove that you've been staying in another bedroom with Phone Lu these days, so I want you to help. Of course, I know you won't help for nothing, so I hope we can cooperate well. How do we cooperate? Huo Miao saw Shin Hang signaling to her and asked lightly. You just need to send Shin Hang a video to prove that you've been living with Phone Lu these days. Don't worry about being accused of cheating. Seeing Huo Miao's interest, Su Chao became spirited. As long as you send one video, no, a video might expose us, just give him a call. In return, I will get you out, and if conditions allow, let you live in Shin Hang's warm home too. Get me out? Are you joking? Huo Miao mocked. You couldn't even pick me up in the rain. Now with this heavy snow outside, what can you use to pick me up? You're just trying to use me. Why don't you believe me? As Su Chao was anxious. At this point, why would I lie to you? After a pause, he continued, near your company is the university town of Jiancheng, and I have a sister who lives in a community there. I can have her pick you up and take you to her place. I just asked her, and she usually keeps food stored, so if you go there, you won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. After a few days when the snowstorm calms down, I'll have her bring you over. That should be fine, right? Bring me over? How? Huo Miao scoffed and shook her head. Do you think I'm a fool? Where did you get this sister from? I've never heard you mention her before. Also, in this kind of weather, even if she has food stored, she wouldn't want to share it with me, would she? Why should she? Well, Su Chao hesitated for a moment, glancing at Feng Lu beside him, but as his stomach growled, he gritted his teeth and said, she's a girl I used to date. And she was pregnant with my child before. She wanted to marry me, but I didn't agree and forced her to have an abortion. She still has deep feelings for me, and no matter what I say, she's willing to do it. Now, you should believe me, right? By the way, she's also a skier and has the equipment at home. Do you think if the snow stops outside, this distance would be difficult for her? Of course, the main thing is that she has skis, so she can go out freely. I just called her, and she agreed. Huo Miao, now it depends on your attitude. Su Chao closed his eyes and spilled everything out. Feng Lu beside him widened her eyes, looking at Su Chao in disbelief. You said she was your good friend, right? Feng Lu asked, stunned. Su Chao forced a bitter smile. Xiao Lu, I did lie to you before, but I had no choice. I really like you, that's why. Don't worry, I've cut ties with her. Everything I'm doing now is just to help us survive. In the future, I will definitely have no contact with her. As long as we can survive, I'll delete all her contact information immediately. You're lying to me, you're lying to me. Feng Lu's face turned wild as she lunged at Su Chao, her sharp nails digging into his face. Enough! Su Chao pushed her away and shouted angrily, Feng Lu, if you keep this up, don't blame me for turning against you. What the hell is going on? It's so childish. If we keep starving, we'll just wait to die. If you want to die, go ahead, but I don't want to. Feng Lu was stunned, but this time, she fell silent and didn't make another move. Seeing her like this, Su Chao couldn't help but embrace her, softly saying, I have nothing to do with that woman anymore, just like I have broken up with Huo Miao. We won't have any other relationship. I will marry you. Don't worry. Really? Feng Lu asked. Of course. Su Chao wanted to reassure her, but Huo Miao interrupted him. Alright, I got it. I'm contacting Shin Hang now. While Su Chao and Feng Lu were arguing, Shin Hang had already leaned close to her ear, quietly instructing her to do this. Shin Hang also wanted to see if there really were such infatuated women in this world, willing to do such a big thing for a scoundrel like Su Chao. After all, even if the community in the university town was close, in this kind of weather, unless you had a snow vehicle like him, you would basically freeze to death outside. Su Chao had such great charm? He didn't believe it. In this frigid weather, Shin Hang was not willing to let Su Chao and Feng Lu easily freeze to death at home. It was only the fourth day of the apocalypse if they died. So simply, how boring would that be? The future ice age was still long ahead. He would deal with them when he no longer wanted to play. Of course, this time was limited to 15 days before the apocalypse. After all, on the 15th day, the ability fruit would appear. If Su Chao obtained the ability fruit and activated ice-type powers, it would be a bit troublesome if he wanted to get rid of him. Shin Hang did not want to leave himself with hidden dangers. Let them live for another 10 days. Did you agree? Su Chao asked with a beaming smile. Huo Miao coldly hung up the phone. After putting down her phone, she pouted and said, why do you still want me to cooperate with him? Don't you find it interesting? Staying at home all day isn't much fun, just think of it as watching a show. Shin Hang chuckled. Anyway, I won't let them in, so don't worry. And more importantly, I have no feelings for Feng Lu anymore. Even if that kind of woman was delivered to me, I wouldn't even blink. My eyes only have you, babe. Husband. Huo Miao offered a passionate kiss. She felt touched but couldn't help but sigh. If you only had me in your heart, then there wouldn't be any other woman's red hair around your neck. After all, Shin Hang was fully armed when he went out. How could he have hair around his neck if he wasn't being intimate with a woman? What if that woman really goes to our company and I'm not there? What should I do? After kissing for a moment, Huo Miao suddenly remembered this question and asked, That's simple. Shin Hong smiled. Didn't you call your female colleague before? Just call her again. After hearing Shin Heng's words, Hua Miao chuckled and shook her head, then dialed Ling Ling's number. This was the female colleague she had contacted before. She didn't know if she had frozen to death by now. The phone rang and was quickly answered by Ling. Ling, Hua Miao, why are you calling me? Ling Ling's voice carried a hint of resentment. Previously, she had pleaded with Hua Miao to come and save her, but what had Hua Miao said? Let them die. Are you trying to find out if we're dead? Sorry, we're alive and well. Do you want to do a video call to see? Ling Ling curled up her body and moved closer to the firewood. Not just me, many people in our company are still alive. Ling Ling sneered, including President Wang and the others. A few listless colleagues were sitting beside her. When the colleagues had contacted others before, everyone had perked up and gathered around. But the friends and family they could reach had no way to come to their aid. After 4 days, they had almost all given up hope. Now, even when they heard Hua Miao's call, everyone just glanced at it, then lowered their heads, numbly throwing the wood they had taken apart from their desks into the fire. Ling Ling, do you want to live? Hua Miao ignored the other's sarcasm and spoke directly. Of course, who doesn't want to? Ling Ling scoffed, but you don't need to say it like that, trying to show off how well you're doing, right? I don't want to hear it. If you want to live, it's best to listen to what I have to say. This time, Ling Ling fell silent. I have a friend I met online, a really good sister who lives near the company. She's a skier and can easily reach the company to rescue you. Hua Miao said slowly, I'm safe now, but I feel guilty towards you, so I lied to her that I'm still at the company just to help you leave smoothly. Ling Ling's pupils constricted and she remained silent. I already said she's an online friend, so she hasn't seen my photo. She only knows my name is Hua Miao. Hua Miao said again, when she arrives at the company, I will send you a WeChat message in advance. After you meet her, just say you are Hua Miao and she will take you away. If you are unwilling, I will contact other colleagues. I am willing, Ling Ling said excitedly. However, her voice got a bit louder and she quickly shrank her neck, picked up her phone and stood up to walk outside. Once in the hallway, she hurriedly said, Hua Miao, what you just said is true. Do I need to lie to you? Hua Miao rolled her eyes. No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, if I can leave the company, I will be so grateful to you. Ling Ling's eyes were filled with tears. As long as I can leave the company and survive this great kindness, I Fong Ling will never forget in my life. Don't let it be known, don't let others find out, understand? Hua Miao reminded her a few times. Ling Ling quickly nodded vigorously. After hanging up the phone, she wiped her tears, took a deep breath, regained her composure, and then stepped back into the office. The fatigue and coldness of the past few days had vanished. But Fong Ling did not know that while she was on the phone in the hallway, Wang Chengguang was hiding not far behind a door, his eyes bright as he stared at her. Should I call Su Chao back now? Hua Miao put down her phone and turned to ask Shin Hong. No rush, let them stew for a bit. Shin Hong glanced at the surveillance. Su Chao had already calmed Feng Lu down and the two were hugging again. How come I never noticed before that Feng Lu was so easy to appease? Or is it that this woman's heart is completely hung on Su Chao, already looking up to him? Shin Hong zoomed in on the surveillance, carefully looking at Su Chao's various rooms. He remembered very clearly that Feng Lu had bought 4 sausages and 8 bags of instant noodles from him. What he didn't expect was that these two fools had eaten all the instant noodles. The bags of instant noodles and sausages were all carelessly thrown on the ground and the quantity matched up. After being hungry for so long, they finished 8 bags of instant noodles in one day. Aren't they afraid of bursting? Now they're hungry again? Shin Hong lazily picked up his phone and sent a message in the owners group. Harmony brings wealth, supplies continue to be sold. However, the weather has not improved and my stock is running low, so today's prices will double. That is to say, 1 bag of instant noodles will be sold for 2,000 yuan and 1 sausage will be the same. Prices will be adjusted accordingly tomorrow based on the weather. Limited supplies available today, first come, first served. As soon as he sent this message, the originally quiet owners group suddenly had many people responding. A few people cursed and complained about Shin Heng's high prices. Originally, 1,000 yuan was already an exorbitant price and now it was doubling. 2,000 for a bag of instant noodles? How many boxes could 2,000 yuan buy? But Shin Hong didn't even look at these replies. The property manager had already taken the initiative to mute them. Soon after, Shin Hong received a private message from the property manager. Bro, do you want me to pin the message you just sent? I've already muted those few idiots who insulted you. The words were full of flattery. You didn't kick them out of the group, did you? Shin Hong asked. Of course not. I wouldn't dare do that without your orders, the property manager hurriedly explained. That's good. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Manager Zhang, is there not much food left at home? I'm going to trade in the underground passage later. You should come down too. Don't go to the front. Be the last one and I'll get you some things. Okay, thank you, bro. If you need anything, just let me know. The property manager's eyes lit up, repeatedly expressing gratitude. This brother is quite savvy. He directly pulled Shin Hong into all the various groups of Taoyuan community and started helping to promote. Just by moving my fingers, they send me great gifts. Now I'm just helping a brother with a small favor. Moreover, I feel a bit guilty about getting Shin Hang's supplies for free. Naturally, I'm promoting it vigorously. In the group, more and more people started to frantically add Shin Hang as a friend. Just yesterday, they were skeptical about Shin Hong having so many supplies. Many were still doubtful when they went to the underground passage to buy. But today, they have no doubts at all. Especially after seeing the words supplies are limited, first come first served, they went even crazier, hurriedly trying to get in touch. Yesterday, only about 100 people contacted me, which was nothing for a large community with 7,000 households. But now everyone believes in the power of harmony brings wealth. They have massive supplies. So even if today's prices double, the homeowners who are starving will also start contacting Shin Hong. Of course, there are still many hoarding supplies. It's only been 4 days, and some families that are used to cooking still have plenty to eat and drink. However, the lack of water is a big problem. Even if there's food at home, people can't go without drinking water, right? They also started to contact Shin Hong. Some clever ones, seeing the snow continuously falling from the sky, thought about going out to shovel some clean snow back home. Once it melts, isn't that water without roots? It's just lacking in nutrients. It won't kill anyone, right? Just as everyone was looking for Shin Hong to buy supplies, someone suddenly sent a message in the homeowners group. Damn! Don't drink the snow outside. A family of 3 across from my house went out to get snow, and as soon as they drank it, they all died. A single word stirred up 1,000 waves. The owners who originally sought supplies were all taken aback. Someone trembled and asked, "Is it true?" My dad just went downstairs to get some snow, and he only drank it a few minutes ago. That snow is toxic. Another person shouted, sending a voice message, I just drank the snow water. It's so disgusting. I'm dizzy. The voice suddenly cut off. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they were still terrified. My neighbor across the street also went to shovel snow this morning and came home. There's been no news from them yet. I wonder if something happened. My friend is downstairs at my place. He told me to drink some snow water, but now I can't reach him anymore. One message after another emerged, sending shivers down everyone's backs. At that moment, the person who had asked earlier cried out, tagging Shin Hang. Lili Yuan Shang Chao at Chi. Shanghai, do you have any medicine? My dad is throwing up now. He just drank the snow water a few minutes ago and he's already vomiting blood. You have supplies, you must have a way to save him, right? I have money. As long as you save my dad, I'll give you 100,000, no, 200,000. Everyone fell silent. Shin Hong shook his head. In his previous life, someone had drunk snow water and died immediately. So Shin Hong had always been afraid to touch that snow. Even in this life, he tried to avoid letting snow touch him. The clothes he wore outside were thrown directly at the door when he got home. Every time he returned, he had to wash his hands first, even extravagantly using mineral water to fill the hot water tank for a shower. There was a time in his previous life when he couldn't find drinking water, and Shin Hong even drank his own urine. Later, he found a shop selling drinking water, which had several large barrels of mineral water, solving his drinking problem. In this life, the same situation of dying from drinking snow would occur. Shin Hong was not a saint. He couldn't be bothered to remind anyone. In the apocalypse, too many people were dying, and Shin Hong simply couldn't save them all. Reflecting on his last life, it seemed that it was the snow water people drank 4 days into the apocalypse, and he never expected it to be the same in this life. He Chi Shang Kai. Sorry, I'm not a doctor. I can't save anyone. Lili Yuan Shang Chao fell silent, presumably in despair. However, at that moment, someone in the group spoke up. Yi Jiqiu at Chi Shanghai, do you have any laxatives, emetics, or antibiotics? I'm a doctor, and I hope to help in any way I can. A doctor? Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Staying at home was relatively safe, but in the freezing cold, he would inevitably need a doctor. Moreover, he wasn't too fond of using the Smurfs. If Huo Miao were to get pregnant in the future, he might need a doctor to help with the delivery. Although he was in the apocalypse, Shin Hong still hoped to have his own children. With the vending machine, even if he had a child, he wouldn't have to suffer any grievances. If this doctor could be of use to him, that would be great. He Chi Sheng Kai at Yi Jiqiu, I do have medicine, but the laxative is 50,000, the emetic is 80,000, and the antibiotics are 100,000. If you want them all, it's 200,000 for the package. Earlier, Shin Hong had gone on a buying spree to upgrade the vending machine. Naturally, he had bought some medicine among other things. Now, with the outside world being dozens of degrees below zero in the icy cold, Shin Hong was still an ordinary person, and a careless moment could lead to a cold. If something really went wrong and he died early, that would be too unworthy. Not only cold medicine, but he had also bought quite a few other medicines. In his previous life, after gaining abilities, his physical condition improved significantly, even his cold resistance increased a lot. But now, he didn't have any abilities yet, so to preserve his life, he naturally placed medicine on the same level as food. Moreover, medicine didn't take up much space. In the wine tasting room, Huo Miao had already organized the medicine for him, stacking it in a corner. Lili Yuan Shan Chao 200,000. So expensive? Why don't you go rob someone? The other people in the group were also in an uproar. Goodwill brings wealth. If you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. I'll reiterate once more, I'm just a businessman, not a charity. The grass on the plains fell silent. He felt like he was being manipulated. After all, he had just said in the group that if it could save someone, he was willing to pay 200,000. Damn it, and now this guy really asked him for 200,000. The key was, he really only had that much money. One Leaf knows autumn, these medicines aren't that expensive, you don't need to raise the price like this, do you? Even as a businessman, you should at least have some humanity, right? At Goodwill brings wealth, money isn't made this way. Goodwill brings wealth at One Leaf knows autumn. If you don't want to buy, then shut up. You're a saint, you pay for it. Shen Hong scoffed. So what if he was a doctor? There were so many people living in this community, he wasn't the only doctor. But who in their right mind would store laxatives and emetics? I won't sell to you, you figure it out yourselves. Moreover, there are plenty of people who went outside to shovel snow and drank snow water. If I sell the medicine cheaply, they'll all come and snatch it up. And how will I upgrade my vending machine then? One Leaf knows autumn fell silent. Although the others in the group didn't dare to criticize Shin Hong, some began to offer suggestions. Maple by the river at Grass on the Plains, there's a hospital right next to our community, why don't you go check there? Fantasy Candy, yeah, it's not far from the community, the hospital must have these medicines. Old Wang, 200,000 is just ridiculous. Add Goodwill brings wealth, why don't you go rob a bank? That's just so damn black. Shin Hong didn't sell food to Old Wang, he had already let himself go. At this moment, One Leaf knows autumn spoke up in the group. According to feedback from other owners, drinking snow water will quickly lead to confusion and even loss of life. Usually, going to the hospital is still timely, but now with this heavy snow outside, how long will it take to go back and forth? Even if you get to the hospital, you still have to find the medicine, and by the time you bring it back, I'm afraid people will. Unit 2, Building 16, Apartment 2602. Ning Yao sighed. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, helplessly looking at the chat in the owners group on her phone. The blizzard obscured the sky, and she hadn't eaten anything for over a day. Moreover, her husband was working at a research institute far from Taoyuan community, and she hadn't been able to contact him since yesterday. As a doctor, her primary job was to save lives, so even though she was hungry, upon seeing someone send out a distress message, she still proactively tagged the person wanting to help. Of course, it would be even better if her efforts to save someone could exchange for some food. Her online name was One Leaf knows autumn. She just didn't expect that the local tycoon in the group, Goodwill brings wealth, would sell emetics, laxatives, and antibiotics for such a high price. Although she had money, she couldn't possibly pay for the medicine for everyone in the group. Unfortunately, her home didn't have these medicines. Exiting the group chat, she inquired about the hospital with her colleagues. When the apocalypse struck, the hospital was still changing shifts. She had just finished her day shift and was heading home in the rain. The colleagues taking over were not having it easy, all curled up in the hospital. Especially since the hospital was large, the cafeteria was far from the inpatient department. In such cold weather, the entrance on the first floor was completely covered in snow, and they couldn't even get to the cafeteria. A colleague hurriedly replied, Dr. Ning, the medicines you mentioned are gone now. Many colleagues and patients in the hospital, because they are hungry and thirsty, have drunk snow water. To save people, everyone dug a path to the medicine storage room. In the snow, these medicines have all been used to help colleagues and patients. Colleagues had also drunk snow water? Ning Yao's heart sank, and she quickly said, you mustn't drink anymore, the snow must be toxic. That's for sure. I won't say more, I have to go save people. Now. Putting down her phone, Ning Yao helplessly rubbed her brow, her face filled with despair. She tried to call her husband again, but it was still that familiar voice, the number you have dialed is turned off. Ning Yao pressed her lips together and closed her eyes in pain. As a successful medical doctor who returned from studying abroad, Ning Yao, with her exceptional medical skills, became the head of the emergency department before even turning 30. She was accustomed to life and death, but now, in this apocalyptic scenario, she had lost contact with her husband and was enduring prolonged exposure to the cold and hunger. She knew very well that her husband was most likely in danger. The research institute where her husband worked was a sterile chemistry laboratory which had no food or drink, only precision instruments and equipment. How could anyone survive in such a place? Moreover, her husband had no habit of carrying a charger, so even if he were alive, he would have been locked inside the lab, and his phone had probably run out of battery long ago. She couldn't even step outside, let alone search for her husband. She felt powerless. At that moment, her phone buzzed, bringing Ning Yao back to her senses as she quickly picked it up. Someone in the owner group had mentioned her. Ning Yao felt a bit disappointed but still opened the group chat. Old Wang at Yi Jiqiu, you're a doctor? You must be in cahoots with that profiteer, actively recommending others to buy overpriced medicine, and then you two split the profits, right? And saying it takes too long to go back and forth. You're just trying to scare everyone. Ning Yao was taken aback. She didn't expect her helpless suggestion to provoke such disdain from others. Am I in cahoots with that profiteer? What a joke. Ning Yao trembled with anger, typing furiously, but just as she was about to hit send, she paused, ultimately deleting her message. Instead, she replied casually. Say what you want, I'm an emergency doctor at Jiangcheng People's Hospital. My name is Ning Yao. I just asked my colleagues, and many people in the hospital have drunk snowmelt. The medicine has already been used up, and even if you go to ask for it now, you probably won't get any. She then attached a screenshot of her conversation with her colleagues. Old Wang fell silent. Lily, anxious, said, Dr. Ning, I've heard of you. What should I do? My dad. If you have the financial means, I suggest you ask that profiteer for medicine. If not, there's really no other good way. You decide for yourself. Ning Yao replied calmly. As a doctor, she had seen too many partings and deaths. She was merely offering the best advice. Whether the family of the patient accepted it was no longer her concern. Old Wang, look at that, still denying you're in cahoots. The only suggestion you've made is to ask that greedy bastard for help. Any other good ideas? TCH. Ning Yao's veins throbbed with anger. Do you have a better idea? At Old Wang, stop being sarcastic. If you can save them, then you do it. Old Wang fell silent. Shen Hong smiled, lounging on the sofa with Hua Miao, watching the drama unfold. This group chat was indeed lively. Unfortunately, in a while, most of these people would likely be dead. By the way, Old Wang would be the first to die. Shen Hong sneered. I won't sell you anything, let's see if you'll be the first to starve. He got up to start gathering supplies. Since the consciousness space was locked today, he had to carry everything himself from the moment he stepped outside. Fortunately, Shen Hong had ridden back on a bicycle yesterday. However, today, he couldn't sell thick quilts or anything like that. He could only try to sell some convenient food. For example, instant noodles, bread, and the like. That would work. Those owners would see that he didn't have much to sell and would probably go crazy trying to grab it all. The prices would surely rise as well. He and Hua Miao packed the supplies into burlap sacks and then tied them to the bicycle. Now the bicycle's basket, both sides, and the back seat were all filled with bulging sacks packed to the brim. Thanks to the spacious underground passage and the lack of people, Shen Hong was able to wobble onto the bicycle and ride forward. To avoid drawing attention, he wore a thick jacket over the system-selected windbreaker. Although it looked bulky, Shen Heng's movements were not significantly affected. The system-selected windbreaker was, to put it simply, similar to a tight-fitting outfit. In the apocalypse, others were dressed in heavy clothes weighing over 10 pounds, wrapped up like rice dumplings. Yet, the total weight of Shen Heng's clothing was not much at all. I'm leaving. Shen Hong smiled at Hua Miao and gave her a kiss. Be careful. Hua Miao nodded obediently. Although she still didn't understand why Shen Hong wanted to sell supplies and the supplies in the basement were running low, she was sensible enough not to ask. If Shen Hong was unwilling to speak, she shouldn't pry. However, she recalled the red hair around Shen Heng's neck, which she found somewhat hard to accept. Shen Hong was destined to have many women. With his vast resources, there would surely be women who would actively pursue him. Rather than that, it would be better for her to set up a harem for Shen Hong first. If she was the first woman and managed to secure a place in Shen Heng's heart, then she would be the queen of the harem. Moreover, she needed to build good relationships with each of Shen Heng's women, even sharing in their ups and downs. That way, her own life would be guaranteed. She turned her head and took a deep look at the tightly closed gate of the underground passage of Villa number 3 not far away. The gate was securely shut. Plus, with her, she squinted her eyes. If she found 2 more women for Shen Hong, wouldn't he be overwhelmed? In that case, he wouldn't have time to go out and play during the day. She thought about knocking on the door but was afraid of exposing herself. In the apocalypse, even if the underground passage was empty, it was best not to linger outside. Remembering Shen Heng's advice, Hua Miao quickly turned back to her home. After returning home, Hua Miao saw Shen Heng's old phone still on the sofa. This was his old phone, logged into his original WeChat. Now he carried a new phone, which was logged into Harmony Brings Wealth specifically for business. Without a conscious space, Shin Hong could only carry as few things as possible, so he left the old phone behind. Shin Hang's phone was still there. Huo Miao's eyes brightened, and she quickly picked it up. Shin Hong had long told Huo Miao the password to this phone, as he, being a devoted admirer, had no other little secrets besides his affection for Feng Lu. This was also something Shin Hong had just told Huo Miao, that this phone could access the surveillance of Su Chao and Feng Lu, allowing Huo Miao to keep an eye on the couple and see what schemes they had. This was quite convenient for her. Huo Miao unlocked the phone and then found Yang Jinxuan's WeChat inside. She pushed the contact card to herself and added Yang Jinxian using her own phone. Shin Hong naturally did not know that at home, Huo Miao was busy arranging for him to take a concubine. If he had known, he would have praised her. What a clever and understanding girl. And to take two at once, and they are sisters. He couldn't even dream of such a good wife. Right now, he was struggling to ride his bicycle heading south. Fortunately, the underground passage was flat and spacious. Although it was difficult to ride, it was still much better than dragging a sack on foot. Once the system upgrades, I must buy a pickup truck. Shin Hong panted, thinking to himself. Transporting supplies in a pickup truck, this is just too exhausting. Arriving at his usual spot, he unfastened the sack and placed it on the ground, then sat down on a small stool and sent a message in the owner group. I'm here, those who want to buy supplies, come down now. By the way, supplies are limited, once they're sold out, they're gone. Don't talk about any nonsense like pre-ordering, I only recognize money, not people. As soon as this message was sent, someone quickly ran out. The kind and wealthy boss had said it, only recognizing money, not people. It was a young man who rushed over, and after arriving in front of Shin Hong, he glanced at the sack on the ground and asked, Big brother, are you selling all of these together? All together? Shin Hong was surprised. Yes. The young man nodded. I just saw you say you only recognize money, not people. So I wanted to ask. If you're not willing to sell everything to me, that's fine, don't be unhappy, I can buy normally. Shin Hong looked at him. The man seemed to be about the same age as him, exuding a steady aura, yet he was also very clever, with sincerity in his eyes. He spoke humbly. I have to say, I have a somewhat good impression of him. Why do you want to buy everything? Shin Hong inquired. The young man looked around. He had already come to the underground passage and was waiting here, wanting to meet the kind and wealthy boss privately first. It's fine, just tell me. As long as you can convince me, even if others come down, I won't sell to them, Shin Hong said with interest. Okay, the young man replied. My name is Gui Yupeng, my family is in the second-hand car business. Big brother, I'll be honest with you, if you sell the supplies to me, I can first supply food for my family, and then the surplus supplies can be sold to recover costs, so I wanted to meet you first. Of course, even if I resell the surplus supplies, I will definitely offer a higher price than what you set. I won't undercut you. Gui Yupeng? Shin Hong was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. He remembered. In his previous life, after Song Zhengming unified the north of the city, he had a strategist named Gui Yupeng by his side. Among the major forces in the city, Song Zhengming was the most prominent. Other forces were all wary of Song Zhengming's invasion. Originally, he did plan to advance to the west of the city and gradually encroach. But after bringing Gui Yupeng under his command, he suddenly changed his mind, fortifying the north of the city and managing it steadily. Meanwhile, the other forces in Jiangcheng, seeing that Song Zhengming was inactive, started fighting among themselves. When Shin Hong died, the other forces in Jiangcheng were in the midst of a fierce battle, while Song Zhengming remained still. He could see that Song Zhengming must have used some means to sow discord among these people. Otherwise, those forces would definitely have united to resist Song Zhengming. This Gui Yupeng was quite capable. Shin Hong withdrew his gaze. He did not believe that madman Song Zhengming would have such strategy. Now, Gui Yupeng was speaking sincerely to him, which already made Shin Hong feel a bit of an impulse to take him as a younger brother. Regardless of whether he was that Gui Yupeng, he seemed quite clever, so giving him a chance would be good. Shin Hong squinted his eyes and looked behind Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng also noticed that many people had already run out from the underground passages of their respective buildings, rushing towards this side. His expression was somewhat tense. He had been observing in the group for 2 days. Even yesterday, he had gone downstairs to watch the transaction between Shin Hong and the others. This amiable big shot had brought out an astonishing amount of supplies. Whatever you needed, he had it, even selling oil tincture. Gui Yupeng was almost moved to tears with envy. His child at home was only 1 year old. If he could bring back some oil tincture, the child wouldn't have to suffer from the cold and hunger. Unfortunately, he had only observed yesterday and hadn't made a prior appointment to buy from Shin Hang. Today, he did add Shin Hong on WeChat and mentioned that he wanted to buy oil tincture, but Shin Hong said it was temporarily out of stock. Just as Gui Yupeng was about to feel disappointed, Shin Hong explained that there would be oil tincture for sale tomorrow. This surprised him greatly. In such weather, it was inconvenient. For everyone to go out, how could this mysterious big shot not have stock today but somehow have it tomorrow? It was simply absurd. So, he bravely came over to inquire about the amiable big shot. After all, although this big shot had a bit of a temper from his comments in the group, Wei Yupeng summarized that he was quite reasonable. During normal discussions, this big shot wouldn't participate, but he would speak up to silence shameless comments like those from old Wang. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Shin Hong nodded. I'll sell you these supplies in a package. He casually gestured towards the burlap sacks, indicating for Guai Yupeng to take a look, then asked, I won't say how much there is, you said a reasonable price. He wanted to test the other party. Guai Yupeng was taken aback. This, let him set the price? He leaned over, looked at the several burlap sacks in turn, and tentatively said, I estimate you have about 5 boxes of instant noodles, that's around 140 packs, and for the bread, probably about 80 pieces. Calculating at 2,000 per pack, that should be 440,000. If you're willing to sell these, I can round it up to 500,000, is that okay? His insight was quite good. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday, when he came to the square, he had taken out a lot of supplies from his consciousness space. Today, he rode a broken bicycle, and the supplies he brought were indeed not much different from what Guai Yupeng said. Alright, then it's 500,000. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. I can sell you all these things, but remember, those I said I wouldn't sell in the group. I won't sell to them either. Guai Yupeng quickly nodded. The targets you want to silence are my enemies. Very good, Shin Hong said. With a smile, I'll observe you for a few days. If you prove to be suitable, I'll consider you one of my people. In the future, your family's food and drink will be supplied for free, as long as you're willing to follow me honestly. Of course I am. Guai Yupeng was overjoyed. He hadn't expected this big shot to be willing to take him as a little brother. Moreover, he would supply for free. It should be noted that even though he was in the second-hand car business and had considerable assets, most of it was tied up in cars, and there wasn't much cash flow in his account. If Shin Hong continued to sell like this, the prices of supplies would double in a few days, and he wouldn't be able to bear it. But now that someone was willing to give him this opportunity, what was there to hesitate about? Guai Yupeng immediately wanted to kneel and worship. Shin Hong stopped him, saying, Alright, let's complete the transaction first. Guai Yupeng transferred the money to Shin Hong. Shin Hong instructed, These things are all yours now. You can dispose of them as you wish, keep them for yourself or sell them, I won't stop you. But I remind you, just keep enough to eat for today. Tomorrow I will bring better food. Tomorrow, his consciousness space would also be unlocked. There are plenty of things to buy inside, so there's no need to consider bread or instant noodles anymore. Boss, I'll listen to you. Guai Yupeng nodded vigorously. I'll give you something else. Shin Hong took out a dagger and quietly handed it to Guai Yupeng, lowering his voice. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. This is for your self-defense. Thank you, boss. Guai Yupeng took the dagger, so moved that he didn't know what to say. By the way, my surname is Shin, just call me Brother Shin. Shin Hong patted Guai Yupeng on the shoulder, then rode his bicycle towards Building 4, Unit 2. In his bike basket, there was also a small bag containing supplies for the property manager. It had been a day since he last saw that chubby guy, and he found himself missing him a bit. Of course, what he missed was the property manager's wife, Bai Yuezhuang, his white moonlight from his student days. In his past life, the property manager was lacking in food and drink, and he sent Bai Yuezhuang away in exchange for quite a bit of supplies. So in this life, having provided him with food and drink, he should understand something and voluntarily present Bai Yuezhuang with both hands, right? Old Zhang, isn't it said that being polite brings wealth? Didn't he agree to give you food? Why aren't you hurrying up? What's the rush? He relies on me to connect him in the group or trades every day. Shouldn't he come to me proactively? It's freezing outside, I could freeze to death. He has supplies, what are you so proud of? Don't anger him, we'll end up starving. Does he dare? Even if he doesn't give it, my wife can step in. That guy would have to kneel and lick my boots immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? Just joking, I'm going now. At the entrance of Unit 2, Building 4, in front of door 601, Shin Hong listened to the laughter inside and shook his head with a smile. This property manager really takes himself seriously. Connecting in the group? How embarrassing. I just packaged up the sales supplies. If Guai Yupeng does well, I won't need you anymore. Besides, if your wife wasn't by Shuan, do you think I would deliver supplies to you? At that moment, the property manager came to the door, opening it while turning his head to say, You should stay at home, don't go out flaunting and seducing men just because I'm not good enough. What are you saying? Bye. Shuan pouted. You know I'm not good in that area, I can only say such stimulating things to feel something. I love you. The property manager gave a few reminders, and as he opened the door, he was startled to see a figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, It turned out to be polite brings wealth, and the smile on his face became somewhat stiff. Did he hear everything I just said to my wife? Shin Hong was still dressed as he was yesterday, a leather hat, snow goggles, and a pure black mask. The property manager's face trembled. B-boss, what brings you here? Bai Shuan, hearing the conversation at the door, hurried over. Upon seeing Shin Hong, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but glare at her husband before quickly speaking. You must be Mr. Polite Brings Wealth, right? Old Zhang has mentioned you. Thank you so much for the supplies. Please come in. Yes, please come in. The property manager quickly stepped aside. Shin Hong swaggered into the room, placing the bag on the table, and the couple's eyes were immediately drawn to it. The property manager wanted to open the bag to see what was inside, but in front of Shin Hong, he felt embarrassed to do so and could only stand still. Sit down. Shin Hong made himself comfortable on the sofa as if he were back home, then said, I brought you quite a few things today, including self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice. The couple's eyes sparkled. There are these things too. Now, even a pack of instant noodles costs 2,000. How much would the self-heating hot pot and rice sell for? It's unimaginable. Old Zhang, Shin Hong, suddenly spoke. He had previously referred to the other as Manager Zhang, but now had changed his address. However, the property manager didn't mind, standing straight with a smile full of flattery. You say, you really are lucky. Shin Hong turned and looked deeply at Bai Shuan. After many years, Bai Shuan had matured a lot since school, but she also had more charm. Although her looks and figure were not as good as Huo Miao's, she could still be considered a captivating little beauty. Moreover, there was the buff of being a classmate. Bai Shuan blushed at Shin Heng's gaze, lowering her head shyly. The property manager came back to his senses and chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's not bad. I had my eye on her as soon as she started working at the property. Later, her family had some issues. Her father got sick and hospitalized, and I helped a bit by covering the medical expenses. She was grateful to me, so we got together. So, that's how it is. Shin Hong understood. He thought that after not seeing Bai Shuan for a few years, she must have become vain. But with Bai Shujuan's looks, she could easily find someone wealthier, so why waste her youth on a mere property manager? Marrying a fat, greasy man who was over a decade older than her, what was the point? It must be to repay a debt of gratitude. I'm here to let you know that you don't need to help me with the owner group anymore. Shin Hong turned his head and looked at the property manager. I've subcontracted the sale of supplies to someone else. Ha? The property manager was taken aback. What does that mean? It means I won't be selling things anymore. Shin Hong stood up and smiled. I won't be coming out tomorrow. By the way, just a reminder, tomorrow's supplies will at least double. So if you can buy some now, it's best to stock up, especially with this weather. Who knows when the snow will stop? Bai Shuan and her husband were shocked and instinctively looked out the window. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall and the sky remained gloomy, showing no signs of stopping. In the community yard, the snow was even deeper. Just yesterday, it had reached the first floor, and now it was almost up to the second floor balcony windows. At this rate, in a week, wouldn't the snow bury us on the 6th floor? What shocked them even more was that the supplies would double. A pack of instant noodles was already 2,000. If it doubled, wouldn't that be 4,000? Who could afford that? They weren't worried when Shin Hong was supplying the goods, but now that they heard he wouldn't continue selling, the property manager was completely panicked. Bro, no, big guy, you're not selling anymore? What are we going to do? Shin Hong didn't respond but frowned at the property manager. The property manager snapped back to reality, forcing an awkward smile. I am not trying to extort you, I'm just a bit nervous. Although his family was relatively well off, he had recently made a profit and paid off his mortgage early. Now he hardly had any savings left. Thinking about the foolish things he had done a few days ago, he wished he could slap himself. What was that money for if not to keep? But he had heard that Bai Shujuan's brother was getting married, and he was afraid his wife's family would come asking for money. Was he wrong to do this? Bai Shujuan's family had spent all their money on her father's medical treatment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to steal from them. Now, hearing Shin Heng's words, he was completely panicked. First of all, what you do has nothing to do with me, Shin Hong said lightly. To put it bluntly, it's just a trade of interests. You let me post about selling supplies in the group, and then I give you some supplies. What owner group isn't just an advertisement group for selling things? But have they ever given you money or goods? To be honest, between us, you've taken advantage of me, haven't you? The property manager awkwardly nodded. As for your future life, you can buy supplies from my little brother. Shin Hong continued, considering. Our relationship is still decent. Tomorrow I'll sell a pack of instant noodles for 5,000 to someone else, but I'll let him give you a discount of 20% so you can buy it for 4,000. How about that? Brother, isn't that generous of me? The property manager's lips trembled. A pack of instant noodles for 5,000? Even with a discount, it would still be 4,000. This was outrageous. But what could he say? There were so many wealthy people in the community, not to mention 5,000, even 10,000, many people would be fighting to buy. It was already good that someone was willing to give him a discount. He silently calculated his savings and sadly realized that he couldn't even afford a box of instant noodles. Please help us, we will be eternally grateful. Bai Shutuan's face was ashen. She wasn't a fool and could imagine that without supplies, she wouldn't last more than a few days. Shen Hong looked at Bai Shutuan's beautiful face and slowly said, if old Zhang doesn't have money, he can exchange other things. Alright, I'm leaving first. Shen Hong turned around, smiled at the property manager and then walked out of the room. Other things? Bai Shuan was a bit confused, frowning as she calculated. Old Zhang, what valuable things do we have left? It took us a long time to save over $1 million and you paid off the mortgage. Now, our family savings are just over 100,000, right? Plus my gold and silver jewelry, it probably isn't much. Old Zhang revealed a bitter smile. As a man, he naturally understood what Shen Heng's words meant. Moreover, those words were directed at Bai Shuan. Damn it, although I said those things to my wife to provoke myself, I never thought I would actually send my wife to someone else. Shen Hong walked out of the passage, glanced at his watch, and saw that it was already 4 p.m. Winter had suddenly arrived. The night stretched out, and the sky turned gray. As he walked to the underground passage, he could see many people gathered around Gui Yupeng, wanting to purchase supplies. Gui Yupeng was selling methodically, even adding others on WeChat. In 2088, the infrastructure of Longwei was already quite advanced. Cables and wires had all been buried underground. High-rise buildings stood tall, and on every rooftop, signal towers were erected to ensure people's communication. In his past life during the apocalypse, even when he died, there was still network signal. Only in some areas, heavy snow affected the signal transmission, causing poor network in localized regions. Moreover, with no one to repair it, over time, the signals worldwide became slower and eventually cut off. The power outage occurred 15 days after the apocalypse due to the ability fruit. People fought fiercely over a single ability fruit, including those who already possessed abilities. The extraordinary beings could no longer be described as humans. Their actions could cause immense destruction. The underground cables were thus interrupted, leading to the power outage. After the power went out, the extraordinary beings faced difficulties, let alone the ordinary people. The number of humans who survived for more than half a month was sharply reduced again. Ability fruit. Shen Hong shook his head. He didn't know how this had come about. Moreover, the emergence of the ability fruit had indeed caused heavy casualties among humans. In the apocalypse, there was no social order. Humans would kill indiscriminately for their own selfish interests. Right. He suddenly remembered that someone had said in his past life that an ability fruit seemed to have grown in the underground passage near the entrance of Building 16. Shen Hong hurriedly walked over. Arriving at the entrance of Building 16, he observed carefully for a moment and then discovered that there was actually a small green grass growing in the gap of the stairs in Unit 2. Despite the cold weather, the little grass was surprisingly resilient and had not frozen to death. It was only as long as a pinky finger, stubbornly growing. Could this thing bear ability fruit? Shen Hong was somewhat skeptical. However, apart from this place, he couldn't see a hint of green anywhere else. It couldn't possibly spring an ability fruit from a rock, right? It wasn't a stone monkey. Just then, Zhao Weilong walked out of the building, and upon seeing Shen Hong, he was momentarily stunned, then approached with a beaming smile. Hello, big brother. Shen Hong nodded. Big brother, are you here to see sister-in-law? Zhao Weilong leaned closer. I added sister-in-law on WeChat. Don't worry, I'm not bothering her. I told her that if she encounters any danger, she should notify me immediately. So far, sister-in-law hasn't given me any other instructions, and I've been keeping an eye on the stairs at the entrance. There's been nothing unusual. He was afraid Shen Hong wouldn't believe him, so he took out his phone to show Shen Hong their conversation. Shen Hong nodded again, his gaze still on the little grass. Could such a small grass bear such a large ability fruit? Although the ability fruit was only the size of a strawberry, it was still a heavy burden for this little grass. Brother, what's wrong? Seeing Shen Hong ignoring him, Zhao Weilong curiously leaned over to look at the little grass. In this cold weather, how do you think it can survive? Shen Hong asked. This indeed touched Zhao Weilong's knowledge-blind spot. He scratched his head. Maybe because the underground passage doesn't have snow? Shen Hong was taken aback. It seemed to be true. The plants covered by snow outside would mutate after the ability fruit appeared and would not bear an ability fruit. The pothose he had brought home had also been kept indoors, away from snow, which was why it bore an ability fruit. This point seemed to have gone unnoticed by those people. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Weilong with a solemn expression. This is truly a blessing for oneself. You should pay more attention to the plants in the house. Forget it, can you still rely on those little brothers of yours? Hearing Shin Hong say this, Zhao Weilong's old face turned red. It was precisely those little brothers who scattered yesterday that got him beaten. Well, they can still be considered somewhat reliable. They usually hang out with me, but yesterday you were too violent and scared them, Zhao Weilong said awkwardly. Then secretly gather some more little brothers. I will provide supplies and you need to bring them all together. Shin Hong squinted and said, I don't require them to be overly loyal, but with the supply of resources, they will definitely come to you. Have them contribute all the green plants from their homes. Also, secretly collect green plants from other people's homes. You can trade supplies for them. Okay. Zhao Weilong quickly nodded. He didn't know what Shin Hong wanted the green plants for, but since the big brother had given the order, he naturally didn't dare to question it. After all, he only knew one thing: following the big brother meant food. That was enough. Shin Hong also wanted to see how many green plants he could collect from the homeowners, and when the day came for them to bear supernatural fruit, just how much supernatural fruit these green plants could bring him. In this kind of weather, no one had food. Who would refuse to trade food for green plants? Green plants can't be eaten. Later, go find Gui Yupeng, that young man selling supplies over there. Shin Hong pointed into the distance and said, just tell him you're one of Shin Ji's people and he will naturally give you some supplies. He didn't have much food left either, and since he wanted to cultivate Zhao Weilong as a little brother, he naturally had to make him loyal. Tomorrow I will get you some other food. Today there's only instant noodles and bread left, so make do with that for now. Shin Hong patted Zhao Weilong's shoulder. He is also my little brother, so after you gather your brothers, have them secretly protect Gui Yupeng as well, and make sure nothing happens to him. You can rest assured, Shin Gu, Zhao Weilong said gratefully, nodding repeatedly. If the public does not abandon me, I would like to take you as my adoptive father. Look at Shin Ji's vision, he treats me really well. Shin Gu, aren't you going up to see sister-in-law? Seeing Shin Hong about to leave, Zhao Weilong asked quietly. Shin Hong hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he was quite eager to see Xiao Shotzi. However, just before coming out, he had a fierce battle with Hua Miao, and now he felt a bit powerless. You still protect him secretly. I have some other matters to attend to. Shin Hong waved his hand. Take care, Shin Gu. Zhao Weilong respectfully watched Shin Hong ride away on his old bicycle before taking out his phone to contact his little brothers. Ertzi, come out quickly, it's time to work. Bonsuan, come downstairs now. By the way, I remember you have a few pots of green plants at home, right? Bring them all. Xiaolu, go ask your neighbor. I remember he has a rubber tree that's about half a person tall, right? Ask him if he would trade it for a pack of instant noodles. Zhao Weilong arranged everything in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, Hua Miao added Yang Jinxian on WeChat. Yang Jinxian looked at the business card recommended by Shin Hong and, without thinking much, directly accepted the friend request. She also checked the other person's moments. Seems to be Shin Heng's girlfriend. Why is she adding me? Out of politeness, Yang Jinxian took the initiative to send a WeChat message. Hello, is there something you need? After waiting for a moment, Hua Miao replied. Yang Jinxian glanced at the other person's WeChat message and was completely stunned. Would you like to be my husband's girlfriend together with your sister? These words, she recognized each one, but when strung together into a sentence, she found it a bit hard to understand. Su Chao and Feng Lu huddled at home. They had also started to learn from some neighbors, igniting their furniture for warmth. It was just too cold. As night began to fall, the chill pressed down from the sky. Even hiding under the blankets at home made them shiver all over. By evening, the entire neighborhood was ablaze with light, as if the whole place were on fire. Feng Lu roasted by the fire, feeling the icy cold gradually dissipate. Her body seemed to come back to life. She exhaled, turning to Su Chao and asked, has Hua Miao contacted Shin Hong? It's already dark, and if we haven't gained Shin Heng's trust, we might have to endure another night in this cold house. She recalled the video where Shin Hong was wearing a thin nightgown. It was hard to imagine how warm his home must be. More importantly, he was eating pan-fried buns, drinking hot wontons, and even indulging in lobster for breakfast. Thinking of that scene made Feng Lu's mouth water. Why don't you ask Hua Miao again? Feng Lu suggested, if it gets any colder, I might get old cold legs. Alright, Su Chao nodded, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Hua Miao. He glanced at Feng Lu, feeling a bit of disgust in his heart. Although Feng Lu was not bad, her personality was a bit too extreme. She had no common sense at all. Just earlier, they had a big fight over that female skier from the university town, and he had to use both emotion and reason to finally calm her down. Right now, you still have some use. Once I go to Shin Heng's house and take care of him, I will definitely kick you out. With Shin Heng's fridge full of supplies, what kind of woman can't I find? After sending the message to Hua Miao, he checked the owner group. There were already women posting their sexy photos, looking for something to eat. The price to pay was understood without words. One woman's photo made Su Chao's heart race. He even secretly added her on WeChat, waiting to contact her after dealing with Shen Hong. But for now, Su Chao still needed Feng Lu's help. Taking down Shen Hong was an essential part of the plan. They had already agreed that when they met Shen Hong, Feng Lu would definitely take the initiative to admit her mistakes and reminisce about their good times in the past. Shen Hong would surely let them in. In the evening, Feng Lu would take the initiative to seduce him. Shen Hong must have been holding back for days, so he would naturally give in. When it came to their critical moment, Feng Lu would deliberately scream, which was their agreed signal. Su Chao would seize the opportunity to rush in and take care of Shen Hong. After Hua Miao sent a message to Yang Jinxian, she waited for a while without getting a response. What was going on? Was her message not clear enough? Just as she was about to send another message to Yang Jinxian, there was a knock at the door. Looking at the surveillance, she saw it was Shen Hong, and Hua Miao broke into a sweet smile, quickly opening the door. She then leaped into Shen Heng's arms. Let me take off my coat first. Shen Hong waved his hand, went to the bathroom to wash his hands carefully, changed into his pajamas, and came to the living room. Sitting in his familiar spot, Hua Miao had already snuggled into his embrace. Darling, what do you want for dinner? I'll go prepare it. While at home, she had been learning various dishes online. Now she could be considered a qualified little chef. Anything is fine. Shen Hong hugged Hua Miao, relaxing his body, and kissed her forehead. Hua Miao smiled and wanted to return the kiss, but her phone suddenly rang. Who sent you a WeChat message? Shen Hong asked. I don't know, Hua Miao replied a bit awkwardly, turning to busy herself in the kitchen. She thought it was a message from Yang Jinxian and was afraid Shen Hong would see it. If my husband saw that I took the initiative to arrange for him to take a concubine, would he be upset that I acted on my own? He probably wouldn't, right? Don't men like girls who are understanding like me? Fortunately, Shen Hong was already sitting on the sofa, focused on his phone, so Hua Miao quietly picked up her phone to take a look. It was Su Chao's inquiry. Hua Miao, have you contacted Shen Hong? He believes us now, right? My friend is ready to set off now. After all, it's freezing cold and it's not safe to walk at night. Once you're in touch, I'll have her come pick you up. By the way, I told her you're my cousin, so remember not to slip up. We need to work together to survive, right? Hua Miao smiled. This guy is really anxious. If it were me, I wouldn't even bother with this couple. But since Shen Hong wants to watch the show, I will definitely cooperate. Hua Miao sighed in relief and asked Shen Hong, Su Chao is asking me, how should I reply? Just say you've confirmed with me and see what he does next. Shen Hong leaned in, intrigued. Hua Miao agreed and then picked up her phone to reply. I've already contacted him. He believes that I'm living with Feng Lu. Now, can you have your good skiing sister come pick me up? Su Chao had been anxiously waiting, and when he received Hua Miao's message, he beamed with joy. She's contacted Shen Hong. Su Chao turned to Feng Lu and said something before quickly sending Hua Miao a voice message. Her name is Lu Chenxi, and you mustn't reveal our relationship to her. Otherwise, if she drives you away, don't blame me. I'll contact her now to have her come pick you up. After listening to Su Chao's voice message, Hua Miao relayed this information to her colleague Fong Ling. Her name is Lu Chenxi, and she'll be coming to pick you up soon. Remember, you must say your name is Hua Miao, Su Chao's cousin, so she'll take you away, got it? Okay, Miao Miao, I remember. Fong Ling was extremely excited, repeatedly assuring her. As long as she could leave this company, that was all that mattered. Here, her survival was not guaranteed. Plus, she was wearing thin summer clothes, which was freezing. The neighboring company had already started their party, and they said it was to celebrate before dying. With those sounds occasionally drifting over, many male colleagues in their company looked at the female colleagues with more meaningful glances. But Wang Chengguang kept ordering everyone to move desks and chairs to keep the bonfire going, so they didn't dare to act. It was simply terrifying. Fong Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Wang Chengguang's voice suddenly came from beside her. Ling, who are you chatting with? You seem so happy. Fong Ling was startled and quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket, awkwardly saying, No one, just a good sister. Manager Wang, how could I be happy? I'm trapped in this place and the snow outside hasn't stopped. I don't even have time to cry. Wang Chengguang didn't say anything but chuckled coldly twice before turning away. Combining this with the call Fong Ling made earlier in the hallway, he was already certain that Fong Ling must have found someone to pick her up. With such thick snow, how could the other party get here? Wang Chengguang couldn't figure it out. But as long as someone came, couldn't he just take their transportation? Hua Miao was busy in the kitchen, and soon the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Shen Hong was sitting on the sofa, chatting with Gui Yupeng on his phone. The virtuous and beautiful woman was cooking in the kitchen while he acted like a leader, assigning tasks to his subordinates. This kind of life was something Shin Hong wouldn't even dare to imagine. He was even somewhat grateful for the apocalypse. If it weren't for the ice and snow apocalypse, he would still be that miserable code-writing sycophant. Gui Yupeng reported that a lot of supplies had been sold in the afternoon, but later Zhao Weilong came over and he gave Zhao Weilong quite a bit of food. Since they all worked under Shin Gu, it was natural that they wouldn't ask for money. Shin Hong comforted him and was very satisfied with his actions. He even stated that the supplies for tomorrow would also be handed over to him for sale, and Gui Yupeng wouldn't even need to pay up front. He could just transfer the money to him after the sale was completed. Grateful for Shin Ji's trust, Gui Yupeng quickly expressed his loyalty, promising that he would never secretly take a penny from his big brother. A guarantee? In the apocalypse, who would listen to such nonsense? Shin Hong naturally wouldn't easily believe that Gui Yupeng would be loyal to him. He directly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Weilong, instructing him to send 2 clever little brothers to check on Gui Yupeng tomorrow. On the surface, they would pretend to be interested in buying supplies, but secretly they had to keep an eye on him. Zhao Weilong immediately acknowledged. At that moment, Su Chao called with a video call. Hello? Shin Hong lazily answered the call. Good brother, Hua Miao called you, right? Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. She was in the bathroom just now, and I had her use her phone to call you. You should believe me now, right? Of course. Shin Hong nodded. After all, you and I are brothers, you wouldn't do something so beastly, right? Su Chao's smile became a bit stiff. If you really did something like that, then you would definitely have a son with no anus, oozing pus all over, and your whole family would die a horrible death. Su Chao's face turned pale, trying hard to maintain his smile. I really shouldn't have doubted you, I was just being too petty. Shin Hong shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about this. Su Chao took a deep breath. A lot of my furniture has burned at home. Where are you staying? If you don't let us come over, we'll freeze to death. Yeah. Feng Lu also leaned in front of the camera, looking aggrieved. Shin Hong, don't you care about me? I'm almost at my limit. What does that have to do with me? Shin Hong was taken aback. Feng Lu was also stunned. What do you mean? Aren't we broken up? Shin Hong said with a grin. If I see you're not doing well now, I can relax. Sorry, I have to eat now. Bye. He hung up the phone directly. Dinner's ready, husband. Hua Miao urged as she heard Shin Hong hang up. Looking up, she saw several dishes already laid out on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and hand-torn cabbage. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. There was also steaming pumpkin porridge and whole wheat flatbread. The aroma was overwhelming. Shin Hong took a sip of porridge, feeling his entire stomach warm and comfortable, then took a few bites of the dishes, nodding repeatedly. Meow meow, your cooking skills have improved a lot these days. You made such a feast in such a short time. The sweet and sour ribs were prepared after you left in the afternoon, and the fish-flavored shredded pork was marinated in advance, so it took me quite a while to cook, Hua Miao said with a smile. But as long as my husband likes it, that's good. To win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Although she had never cooked before, she now found that she seemed to have a talent for it. She hadn't made any dark cuisine, on the contrary. Every dish looked and tasted quite good. Shin Hong tasted with satisfaction, then gave some suggestions, and Hua Miao patiently noted them down, thinking about how to improve next time. Well, I'll make it according to what my husband likes. On the other side, Feng Lu trembled with anger after the call was disconnected. If Shin Hong were in front of her, she could directly dig out his face and tear his mouth apart. After all this time, was he just playing with her? Calm down. Calm down. Su Chao frowned and shouted at Feng Lu twice. What else can we do? Feng Lu took a deep breath, the cold air instantly restoring her calm. But the hatred in her eyes could not dissipate. Just calm down a bit, we can always call him again, Su Chao said seriously. Just admit your mistake. He has been sweet on you for years. Does he really have no feelings for you at all? He must just be throwing a tantrum. Besides, right now, we really need him to get through this. If you anger him and we can't contact him later, what are we going to do? Are we going to stay in this icebox tonight? Feng Lu's eyes cleared. She didn't want to continue suffering here. This place was simply uninhabitable. Just now, she saw Shin Hong had changed into thin pajamas again, and they were short-sleeved. Was his living situation really that good? Okay, I'll call him again. I'll lower my head and admit my mistake. I will definitely coax him well, so he won't be angry anymore and will take us over, Feng Lu said seriously. Even if it meant kneeling down to beg him, she could do it. But Shin Hong, you can be arrogant now. Thinking you have me under your thumb, right? Just wait until I get into bed with you. You will have to die. She dialed Shin Hong's video call again. The phone on the table rang and Shin Hong picked it up, instantly smiling. It's still Su Chao calling. Shin Hong shushed Hua Miao and then answered the call. Hua Miao took the initiative to sit next to Shin Hong, making sure she wasn't in the camera frame, then took Shin Hang's left hand and placed it on her lap. Shin Hong looked at Huo Miao in surprise, finding her gazing at him affectionately. This girl was getting playful. Huo Miao also realized that doing this while Shin Hong was on a video call with Su Chao was particularly thrilling. Shin Hong. In the video, Feng Lu's voice came through, sounding spoiled. Shin Hong withdrew his gaze and said lightly, "What else is there? I admit, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. Do you really want to break up with me?" Feng Lu pouted, tears in her eyes. "If I stay in this room, I will really freeze to death. Do you want to just watch me die? So what do you want?" Shin Hong shook his head, picking up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and putting it in his mouth. It was fresh and flavorful, tender and falling off the bone. With a slip of his tongue, the bone of the rib slid down cleanly onto the table. Still eating ribs, Feng Lu stared intently at the bone Shin Hong spat out, swallowing hard. She couldn't imagine that Shin Hong was eating so well. Su Chao beside him was also biting his lip, almost envious to madness. Shin Hong deliberately took a sip of porridge, then smacked his lips and looked at the video. "You were the one who wanted to break up. It was pouring rain and I was out shopping alone. And you didn't even ask a single question. Even when it snowed for 3 days straight, you only sent me a video then. Do you still consider me your boyfriend?" "I do, of course I do." Feng Lu pleaded with a face full of desperation. "I really know I was wrong. Give me a chance, okay? Do you really want me to kneel down and beg you?" Shin Hong chuckled, looking skeptical. "All right then." Feng Lu lowered her head, her teeth chattering, but in the end, she knelt down in front of the phone. "I'm kneeling for you. Shin Hong, look at me. I really know I was wrong. We've been together for 3 years, and I admit I have a bad temper, but you have always tolerated me, and I really regret it. Can't you forgive me for the sake of our long relationship? I'm begging you. A few days ago, I kept throwing up, and my period hasn't come. Maybe I'm already carrying your baby. How can you bear to let a pregnant woman like me freeze in this cold weather? I'm carrying your child. Even if you don't pity me, even if you hate me, I have your child in my belly. The child is innocent. Can you really bear to let him freeze to death with me, his mother?" To survive, she spoke without thinking. And the more she spoke, the smoother it became, tears welling up, as if it were all true. "Is it really true?" Shin Hang's originally calm expression suddenly changed. "How long has it been? Haven't you tested it?" I haven't. I was planning to surprise you on your birthday." Feng Lu, with disheveled hair, stammered, "I just didn't expect." "Feng Lu, I can accept you, but this is for the sake of the child." After a long time, Shin Hong sighed, picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork and slowly chewed it, as if organizing his words. Feng Lu and Su Chao, as expected, stared at Shin Hang's mouth. It was as if they could smell the aroma of the fish-flavored shredded pork through the screen. "But my supplies are running low." Shin Hong lowered his voice and asked, "Is Su Chao still by your side?" Feng Lu was taken aback. Su Chao stood to the side, repeatedly waving at her. "No, he's not here." Feng Lu understood. "What's wrong?" "My supplies will only last us for half a month at most. I'm thinking that in half a month, the snow will definitely stop, and then I'll go out to find food to support you and the child." Shin Hong tapped the table with his right hand, but his left hand was still wandering on Huo Miao's leg, his expression serious. "But you know Su Chao's appetite. If he comes too, then Huo Miao will definitely have to come, right? Then my food, at most, will last 4 people for a week and it will be gone. What will we do then? Starve? I can go hungry, but your child in your belly can't go hungry." Shin Hang's expression was pained. "So, you'd better get rid of Su Chao. For the sake of survival for the child, I can only accept you alone." Feng Lu did not expect that Shin Hong would actually make such a suggestion. Su Chao, who was beside her, was also furious, his face dark. "How about we let them go too? After all, Su Chao took me in for 3 days. Feng Lu cautiously suggested. "No way." Shin Hong rejected it without a second thought. "Su Chao eats like a pig. He can eat as much as the 2 of us combined. And Huo Miao can eat a lot too." Huo Miao, seeing Shin Hong making fun of her, pinched him hard at his waist. Shin Hong turned his head and saw Huo Miao pouting, grinning at him, and immediately smiled back, his left hand reaching deeper. Huo Miao's pupils widened in disbelief as she looked at Shin Hong, her face turning red, desperately covering her mouth. "Just you wait, trying to compete with me." Shin Hong laughed, his left hand thrusting forward and stabbing back, and Huo Miao was already slumped in her chair, both hands covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. However, Feng Lu was completely oblivious to Shin Hang's gaze and actions, instead savoring his words. In fact, she was somewhat swayed in her heart. Just look at how rich Shin Hang's meals were. And the room was warm. This was no ordinary enjoyment. It was hard to get Shin Hong to trust her, so shouldn't she seize this opportunity? Su Chao was no good either. He tricked her into bed, making her think she was his true love, but today she found out he had a skiing sister outside. Cheating once is the same as cheating countless times. Su Chao might even have ice skating sisters, billiard sisters, internet, cafe sisters. While thinking about this, Feng Lu completely excluded herself from the equation. She forgot that she was also cheating, betraying Shin Hong. Well, let me think, Feng Lu said softly. Okay, you need to make a decision quickly, don't let the child get into any trouble. Shin Hong seriously reminded her, once you've made up your mind, turn your back on Su Chao and contact me quietly. Alright, Feng Lu nodded. Then I'll hang up. I haven't had dinner yet. Shin Hong picked up a piece of mapo tofu, smacking his lips, looking completely satisfied. You, save some for me, I'm starving. I'll contact you later, Feng Lu hurriedly said. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Chao had already reached out and hung up the video call. What are you doing? Feng Lu glared at Su Chao, furious. What do you think? Su Chao replied with a displeased expression. If I hadn't hung up, you would have told Shin Hong all our plans, right? Look at you, so pathetic. Feng Lu's knees ached from kneeling. She stood up angrily and said, Su Chao, I've been apologizing to Shin Hong according to your plan, even kneeling down for him. Now that I see Shin Hong forgiving me but not letting you into his room, you're getting anxious? All you do is rage helplessly. Slap. Before she could finish, Su Chao slapped Feng Lu hard across the face. Feng Lu staggered, covering her face in disbelief as she looked up. You hit me? Are you trying to scare me? Su Chao said coldly, his face dark. Can you use your brain a little? Shin Hong is clearly trying to sow discord between us, and you still fantasize that he will let you into his room? We are now like grasshoppers on the same row. Only by working together to occupy Shin Heng's home can we survive. I warn you, don't have such fantasies. If you want to abandon me, I will tell Shin Hong everything about us. I want to see if after sleeping with me, Shin Hong will still want you, this broken shoe, and if he will still love you deeply. Feng Lu was stunned, narrowing her eyes at Su Chao. Yes, now they were one entity. If Shin Hong found out about her and Su Chao, he would definitely not forgive her. What shocked her even more was that Su Chao would actually slap her. Su Chao, this is the first time you've hit me. In the past, you wouldn't even dare to scold me. She spoke softly. Su Chao sighed, taking the initiative to hold Feng Lu in his arms, gently advising, I'm afraid you'll leave me. I'm sorry, does it still hurt? We truly love each other, and I'm worried you'll be deceived by Shin Hong, acting in haste. Don't worry, I definitely won't do that. I was just jealous. Yet, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. If Feng Lu didn't still have her use, he would have loved to kill her right now. A woman who is more trouble than she's worth, big-breasted and brainless. How could you treat me like this? Woo-woo. Feng Lu cried pitifully in Su Chao's embrace. Her face pressed against Su Chao's neck, hatred flickered in her eyes. Su Chao, now you dare to hit me, and behind my back, secretly have other women. A fickle man is completely unreliable. But right now, I can't get rid of him at all. For now, I'll just deal with it. Once we get into Shin Heng's house, I'll tell him about his plans and then join forces with Shin Hong to take him down. I want to cut off his tongue at the first opportunity so he won't spread rumors. Although the two were tightly embraced, they each had their own ulterior motives. The night deepened. After dinner, Shin Hong added mineral water to a hot water tank and took a couple's bath with Hua Miao. Meanwhile, Feng Lu and Su Chao finally reached an agreement. They ultimately couldn't leave each other. If one wanted to contact Shin Hong alone, the other would report to Shin Hong. While bathing, the phone kept ringing incessantly, which Shin Hong naturally didn't hear. He was still in the massage bathtub, playing with Hua Miao. After bathing, they lay together in bed, and the phone rang again. This time, the WeChat ID sending the video was Feng Lu. Shin Hong smiled. This woman couldn't hold back any longer tonight. Feng Lu, spoiled and pampered, couldn't stand a bit of hardship. She wished she could move in right now. Unfortunately, I'm not a recycling station, I don't take in just any trash. Holding the fragrant Hua Miao, with her stunning looks and curvy figure, how could I possibly be interested in a worn-out shoe like Feng Lu? There are still more than 5 hours left until the system upgrade is complete. In another 5 hours, I can spend $1 million to be the first to buy the ability fruit. By then, I won't have to be so anxious anymore. I wonder what kind of abilities the vending machine's ability fruit will bring me. The phone kept ringing and Shin Hong snapped back to reality and answered the video call. Shin Hong, what are you doing? Why haven't you answered my call for so long? Feng Lu's side was dark and it was unclear where she was. She pouted and acted coy. However, Shin Heng's other phone's monitoring could clearly see that Feng Lu was on the bed in Su Chao's bedroom, wrapped in a blanket, shivering, while Su Chao sat across from her, staring at Feng Lu. Just took a shower. So, have you decided? Shin Hong naturally knew that these two couldn't leave each other, so he asked intentionally. Shower? Feng Lu was stunned. But looking at Shin Hong in the video, with wet hair and bare shoulders, she knew he couldn't be lying to her. Then she looked at herself. She hadn't bathed for days, her hair was greasy, and she looked like a beggar. But in such cold weather, the pipes had frozen and not a drop of water could flow out. People were having trouble drinking water, yet Shin Hong could still take a shower? She couldn't imagine how warm Shin Heng's house must be. Su Chao also realized this, his eyes filled with shock. We have quite a bit of mineral water at home. Although the pipes are frozen, I poured the mineral water into the water heater so I can still manage to take a shower. Shen Hong shrugged. A bottle of mineral water costs only 1 yuan, and although the massage bathtub is quite large, filling it up would take more than a dozen boxes of mineral water. But it's so cheap. The cost to fill it up is only about 400 or 500 yuan. Now a pack of instant noodles sells for 2,000, and after deducting the cost of bathing, he can still net over 1,000. It's all profit, no need to feel distressed at all. Bathing with mineral water? Feng Lu's lips were trembling. What a waste, what a waste. People outside spend 2,000 just to buy a bottle of mineral water, but Shin Hong actually uses this stuff to bathe. It's simply the height of luxury. Now it's been discovered that the snow outside carries a virus, making it impossible to drink, and the price of these mineral waters has skyrocketed. Some who couldn't buy supplies are privately willing to pay 3,000 for a bottle of water. Shin Hong actually bathes with mineral water. If you're willing to come over, you can bathe here too. Feng Lu, I see your hair is all greasy. You haven't bathed in days, have you? Isn't it uncomfortable? Shin Hong said with a pained expression. Hearing this, Feng Lu felt an unbearable itch all over. She was about to speak when she suddenly noticed Su Chao's unfriendly gaze across from her, quickly steadying herself and whispering, Shin Hong, I'm in the hallway, Su Chao is in the bathroom. I want to find you now. I'll sneak over, he won't notice. Are you willing to come pick me up? But you just finished bathing, going out might make you catch a cold. How about you tell me the exact location and I'll come find you? Shin Hong nodded. That's true, then come over now. I'm in the row house. Feng Lu's eyes lit up. Which row and number? Su Chao also held his breath, straining to listen. As long as he knew Shin Heng's address, could he still escape? Moreover, there's an underground passage between the row house and their high-rise, making it easy to get there. She felt relieved. Thank goodness Shin Hong is in the row house. If it were in a standalone villa, with the blizzard raging on this cold night, they might freeze to death in the snow before they even got there. Row 2. Shin Hong paused, suddenly frowning and asking, You're not in cahoots with Su Chao, trying to set me up, are you? Row 2. What number in row 2? Come on, just tell me. Feng Lu was anxious, but she turned her head to look around, then whispered, How could that be? You are my boyfriend, I definitely love you the most, I wouldn't lie to you. Just tell me, what number in row 2? Oh no, my phone is out of battery, I forgot to charge it. It's about to shut down. Shin Hong stared at the screen in shock, looking apologetic. Wait for me to charge it, or it will shut down at any moment. After saying this, he quickly hung up the video call. Pulling and tugging only makes it more exciting. Walking the dog, He was quite curious to see if Feng Lu would really come over with Su Chao. After all, he had installed mini cameras near the villa. The temperature was lower at night. He wondered if these two would brave the cold to come out. He wanted to toy with them, let them suffer before they met their end, to relieve the hatred in Shin Heng's heart. Honey, what bad idea do you have this time? Huo Miao snuggled in Shin Heng's arms, her face flushed from the recent attention, making her even more beautiful. When you mentioned row 2 earlier, I thought you would actually tell her our exact location. What, are you jealous? Shin Hong chuckled. Don't worry, I definitely won't have any lingering ties with that kind of woman, nor will I rekindle anything with her. What kind of woman would make your heart flutter? Huo Miao felt a pang of resentment, casting a deep glance at Shin Heng's neck. Today, she didn't find any women's hair on Shin Hong, but her sense of crisis didn't diminish. By the way, go urge Su Chao, give them a sense of urgency. Shin Hong whispered to Huo Miao. Huo Miao nodded and took out her phone as instructed. She had been at home these past few days, watching videos, cooking, and tidying up the house. Although being with Shin Hong was warm and happy, it was also inevitably boring. Now, accompanying Shin Hong, she felt the joy of watching a show. She sent a message to Su Chao, urging him to contact the skiing girl to pick her up quickly, and in the end, threatened Su Chao that if the skiing girl didn't come to pick her up tonight, she would contact Shin Hong and tell him everything. Su Chao was eager to get into Shin Heng's house, so he naturally acted without hesitation. After sweet-talking the skiing girl, he instructed her to pick up Huo Miao. The skiing girl, named Lu Chenxi, was reluctant but ultimately put on thick clothes and took her skiing gear downstairs because she loved Su Chao. She didn't even know what she was thinking. Going out in the middle of the night through the wind and snow to pick up Su Chao's cousin. Forget it. Su Chao had promised her that once the snow stopped, he would take her to his house and they would be happy together. Thinking of this, Lu Chenxi suddenly didn't feel the cold of the wind and snow outside. Instead, her heart was filled with warmth. She was a provincial team skiing athlete and also an experienced player. After every skiing training session, she would go to a bar to have some fun, inevitably getting closer to some attractive men. Until she met Su Chao, Lu Chenxi found her heart stirred. Love is hard to explain. Although Lu Chenxi and Su Chao only had a one-night stand, she was already deeply involved. Moreover, Su Chao was handsome, had a good job, and was always gentle when they were together, unlike some other men who treated her like a bicycle, pedaling hard. Lu Chenxi wanted to settle down. Even once, when she was on a date with Su Chao, she secretly pricked a small umbrella while he was in the shower. She successfully got pregnant. After telling Su Chao this news, he looked troubled and coaxed her for a long time, saying he was in a rising phase of his career and would soon be promoted. At this critical moment, he didn't want to mess things up with other issues and affect his future. Under Su Chao's sweet words, Lu Chenxi ultimately had an abortion. But Su Chao also promised that as long as he stabilizes his job and gets promoted to a leadership position, he will hold a wedding with her. Now, as long as he brings his cousin back, there's no need to wait for any promotion. They can hold the wedding after the snow stops, and Lu Chenxi's heart is filled with joy. After all, she will have to meet his family sooner or later, so bringing Su Chao's cousin back this time is a good opportunity to cultivate their relationship. As the sister-in-law, she should leave a good impression on her future sister-in-law, right? The snow was getting heavier. Lu Chenxi shrank her neck, skillfully changed into her skis, and then leaped onto the snow, quickly gliding towards Huo Miao's company. Huo Miao's company is not far from Lu Chenxi's home, just a little over a kilometer. But in such harsh weather, there was no one outside. Not everyone is a professional skier like Lu Chenxi, nor does everyone have snow gear. The night was pitch black, but fortunately, the streetlights were still functioning, illuminating the wide, empty street ahead. Apart from the howling cold wind, there was not a sound to be heard. To be honest, Lu Chenxi was quite scared. After all, she was a girl. But thinking of Su Chao's promise gave her courage. After receiving Huo Miao's call, Fong Ling's tired eyes couldn't hide her surprise. She could leave the company tonight. Huo Miao was really a good person. As for Huo Miao's reminders, she kept them all in mind. After meeting the girl named Lu Chenxi, she would tell her that her name was Huo Miao. Su Chao was her brother. She was a bit curious. Wasn't Su Chao Huo Miao's boyfriend? How did he become her brother? But she didn't ask this question. Whatever Huo Miao told her to say, she would say. Since the other party had come to rescue her, what if Huo Miao changed her mind if she said too much? No matter how important gossip is, it's not as important as life. In the company's office, the bonfire was roaring, and many colleagues had already fallen asleep around it. According to Wang Chengwan's orders, someone had to stay up every night to keep an eye on the fire pit, making sure it didn't go out. Otherwise, everyone would freeze to death in the middle of the night. Originally, Fong Ling didn't have to stay up tonight, but she voluntarily switched with another girl. She set her phone to vibrate. This way, when Lu Chenxi arrived downstairs at the company, she wouldn't disturb the other colleagues. She glanced around. Sorry, my dear colleagues. There's no helping it. Who told me that I have the best relationship with Huo Miao? I'm leaving. She knew very well that nearly half of the company's desks had already burned, and the remaining ones wouldn't last for long. More importantly, there was not a single bite to eat or drink in the company. Staying here would only lead to starving to death. Since there was a chance to leave, she had to seize this opportunity without hesitation. Not far away, Wang Qingguang was leaning against the wall, eyes closed in sleep. He squinted, secretly observing Fong Ling. From the fact that Fong Ling wanted to stay up, he knew that someone would definitely come to take her away tonight. She was going to leave quietly. This indicated that the other party could only take a small number of people, or even just one person, so Fong Ling shouldn't be public about it. But since she could leave, having one more person shouldn't be a big deal, right? If the other party could only take one person, then why couldn't it be me? Wang Chengguang tried hard to stay awake. He had been hungry for more than 4 days, and he was really struggling. But at that moment, Fong Ling's phone suddenly vibrated lightly. A call was coming in. Fong Ling was excited and quickly took out her phone. Seeing that it was an unknown number, her excitement grew even more. This was definitely a call from Lu Chenxi. She cautiously looked back at her colleagues around her. Wang Chengguang was fully awake now. Seeing Fong Ling looking over, he quickly closed his eyes and let out a faint snore. Great! Everyone was asleep. Fong Ling smiled even more, getting up quietly and then walking towards the hallway. After Fong Ling left, Wang Chengguang quickly stood up and cautiously approached the office door. He peeked out and saw Fong Ling walking towards the stairs while talking on the phone. Is it Sister Chenxi? Yes, I'm Huo Miao. I'm on the 4th floor of the company. Where are you? On the 2nd floor? Wait for me, I'll go open the window. You brought my clothes? Thank you. You open the window, I'll go in first and you can come out after you put on your clothes. It's so cold outside. Lu Chenxi huffed as she stood by the window on the 2nd floor. After sliding this far, her face felt like it was about to freeze. Plus, she was carrying a hiking backpack. After such a long journey, she felt like she was sweating all over. The bag contained quite a few clothes. After all, Huo Miao was stuck at the company working overtime, and it was obvious she was still wearing summer clothes. If she went out with herself, wouldn't she freeze into an ice block on the way? If Huo Miao really froze to death, Su Chao would definitely never forgive her. Fong Ling continued on the phone, and before going downstairs, she glanced back at the direction of the office. Wang Chengguang quickly pulled his head back. Is someone there? Fong Ling was taken aback, as if she had seen a shadow, but when she had just left, her colleagues were all asleep. She stood still and waited for a moment, but there was no shadow at the office door. It must have been her eyes playing tricks on her. After being hungry for several days, it was normal to feel dizzy. Huo Miao said that Lu Chenxi had a lot of food at home and she could finally have a hearty meal. She couldn't wait and quickly ran down the stairs. Wang Chengguang shrank back in the office and let out a long breath. He didn't expect Fong Ling to be so alert. When Fong Ling turned back just now, he almost didn't react in time. However, Fong Ling just said on the phone that her name was Huo Miao. What's the relationship with Huo Miao? Thinking of this name, a flash of hatred crossed Wang Chengguang's eyes. He lost a little finger, all thanks to Huo Miao's husband. Listening to the footsteps coming from the stairs, Wang Chengguang knew that Fong Ling had already gone downstairs. Why bother with so much? Just follow her and take a look. He chuckled softly, turned around, pulled out a long stick from the other person's desk chair, weighed it in his hand, and then quietly walked out of the office. What the hell is the number of row 2? Feng Lu and Su Chao were both red-eyed at this moment. Shin Hong had only said half of what he wanted to say and didn't clarify. You have to know that there are 10 villas in row 2 of the townhouse. Are we supposed to go look at each one of them at night? We'd either freeze to death or exhaust ourselves. Moreover, to get to the townhouses, we can only use the underground passage. And the underground passage leads to the basement of the townhouses, specifically the second basement. If Shin Hong is asleep at home, even if they shout until their throats are hoarse, Shin Hong probably wouldn't hear them upstairs. Why don't you answer? Feng Lu's eyes were bloodshot as she called Shin Hong for a video chat again. But Shin Hong actually didn't pick up. Damn it, is his phone not charged? She called Shin Hong again, but the phone indicated that the other party was turned off. Feng Lu gritted her teeth, kicked the wall, then covered her foot with her hands, squatting down with a twisted expression. It hurt like hell. Looking at Su Chao, he was frowning tightly, seemingly oblivious to his own situation. Feng Lu's resentment grew even more. In the past, if she felt any pain, Su Chao would have rushed over to show concern. But now, he didn't even notice her. Once I get into Shin Heng's house, I will definitely team up with Shin Hong to kick you out. I won't even need to lift a finger. You'll freeze to death outside on your own. Do you think Shin Hong has already figured out that we are tricking him, so he's just playing with us? Su Chao suddenly spoke up. No way. Feng Lu endured the pain, thought for a moment, and then affirmed, with his IQ, he definitely wouldn't figure out that I'm doing this. Have you forgotten? In the past, as long as I acted cute and spoiled in front of him, he would practically want to hold me in his arms. She even pointed at Su Chao. Not like you. True, he probably wouldn't notice, especially since he didn't see me and we just called. Shin Hong using your phone with such attention to detail. Su Chao nodded. But logically, when Shin Hong realized his phone was dead, he should have looked for a charger right away. How come his phone is still off now? How would I know? Feng Lu rolled her eyes. This idiot, why isn't he comforting me? The feelings have faded. I'm giving you a chance since you're indifferent to me. Don't blame me for choosing Shin Hong and giving up on you. Let's wait 5 minutes and then try calling Shin Hong again, Su Chao instructed. I'm tired, I'm going to take a nap. After saying that, he lay down on the bed. Feng Lu was furious. Oh great. While I'm trying to contact Shin Hong, you're sleeping? Who isn't tired at this time of night? What are you sleeping for? Feng Lu shouted angrily. Su Chao opened his eyes in disgust. When we get to Shin Heng's house, I'll be the main combat force. I need to conserve my energy. As a master of flirting, he naturally noticed Feng Lu's hints earlier. But he didn't want to comfort her at all. Hungry and cold, why should I provide you with emotional value? I'm not a damn duck. Besides, when I see Shin Hong later, I'll definitely strike first and take him down. Then, it'll be Feng Lu's turn. Theoretically, he and Shin Hong are evenly matched in size and weight. Once Shin Hong reacts, their battle could easily reach a stalemate. At that point, it would depend on Feng Lu. But how could Su Chao trust Feng Lu? Earlier, she had already developed feelings and wanted to leave him. Fate must be in his own hands. He needed to ensure a decisive blow against Shin Hong. He curled up under the blanket, eyes closed, but his mind was racing. Feng Lu hadn't left yet because she was afraid that if she did, she would tell Shin Hong about their affair, leading to mutual destruction. However, once Feng Lu entered Shin Heng's door, who she chose would be her freedom. No matter who Feng Lu leaned towards, that person would likely win. So, it's best to ambush Shin Hong with a weapon and Kill him, then turn around and take out Feng Lu as well. Su Chao and Feng Lu were on the same bed, one lying on his side, the other sitting on the edge. Just 2 days ago, they were passionately enjoying a crazy match, but now they each had their own hidden agendas. Wang Chengguang quietly arrived on the second floor. The faint sound of Feng Ling's phone call had now become much clearer. Sister Chenxi, I'm already on the second floor. Where are you? Oh, I see you. Feng Ling saw a figure standing outside the window waving vigorously, her eyes brightening as she hurried over. The sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Wang Chengguang crouched down, slowly getting closer. Whoosh! Feng Ling opened the window, a cold wind rushed in, making her shiver. But she felt exhilarated inside. Finally saved. Sister, let me help you. She reached out voluntarily. No need, just move the window aside, it's too cold outside. Lu Chenxi instructed, then nimbly jumped into the office. Wang Chengguang was hiding under a desk, shivering from the cold. Fortunately, after Lu Chenxi jumped in, she closed the window behind her, and then they heard the sound of a zipper. I don't know your size, but these are all sportswear, and they're all large, you should be able to wear them. Hurry up and put on the clothes. Okay, thank you, sister. Feng Ling was touched. I'm Hua Miao, Su Chao's sister. She didn't forget to introduce herself. Lu Chenxi was puzzled. Didn't we just talk about this on the phone? I know you're Hua Miao. Feng Ling awkwardly laughed, coughed a couple of times, and quickly put on the clothes. Considering you can't ski, I only brought my snowboard. Later, you just step on the snowboard and hold on tight to me. I'll take you home. Lu Chenxi instructed, but don't be too stiff with your feet. When I move one foot, you follow the rhythm. Lift your foot gently, don't worry. It's simple. Okay. Feng Ling nodded quickly. I heard from Su Chao that you've been hungry for several days. Here's a ham for you. Eat something to fill your stomach. When we get back, I'll make you some noodles. Lu Chenxi added. Ham. Seeing Lu Chenxi pull out a Wang Zhongwang, Feng Ling didn't hold back, grabbing it and tearing open the packaging. Then she took a big bite. Eat slowly, don't choke. Lu Chenxi shook her head. Besides training and partying, she usually stayed at home playing computer games, and she was lucky to have stocked up on supplies just before the blizzard hit. But now, with 2 people in the house, and since she only bought snacks, the supplies would be used up in 3 or 4 days at most. Lu Chenxi naturally knew about the scarcity of supplies, although it wasn't as outrageous as the prices in Shen Hang's Taoyuan community. They were still shockingly expensive. Take your time, once you warm up, we'll leave. There's a supermarket on the way. We can climb in from the second floor and get some food. Lu Chenxi patted the large bag behind her. She had planned this before coming. The bag was filled with clothes, and once Hua Miao put them on, the bag would be empty. They could just buy some things at the supermarket. Okay. Feng Ling nodded quickly. By the way, you're Su Chao's cousin? I've never heard him mention you before. Lu Chenxi casually asked. She instinctively felt that Feng Ling wasn't really Su Chao's cousin. She was probably a good sister from outside. After all, a man like Su Chao, who could easily arrange a meeting with her, couldn't possibly be that simple. Yes, we had dinner together a few days ago, but my company is far from his, and he's usually busy with work, so we can only meet occasionally on weekends. Feng Ling replied with a calm expression, not revealing any flaws. I see. Lu Chenxi carefully looked at Feng Ling's face and accepted this answer. The girl is just average looking, and even if she weren't related to Su Chao, she wouldn't pose a threat to me. After a moment, Feng Ling spoke up. Alright, let's go. Lu Chenxi skillfully climbed out the window, just about to turn back to pull Feng Ling along when suddenly, from behind Feng Ling, a chilling laugh echoed. Feng Ling, sneaking away without telling me, your leader? What, are you afraid I won't let you go home? Feng Ling's body trembled as if struck by lightning. Wang Zone. She forced a laugh, said nothing, and quickened her pace to climb out the window. But before she could get out, a sudden force yanked her back into the room. Bang! Feng Ling fell to the ground. Her clothes were thick, so it didn't hurt much. She quickly got up, glaring angrily. What do you want? What's a few more minutes? Wang Chengguang smiled, his gaze shifting to Lu Chenxi outside the window. Beauty, why don't you come in? Let's have a good chat. What do you want to talk about? Feng Ling looked tense. Wang Chengguang smiled lightly. Let's talk about how you, clearly named Feng Ling, suddenly changed your name to Hua Miao? Hua Miao is also an employee of our company. You two swapped names and even changed your surname? Feng Ling's expression changed suddenly upon hearing Wang Chengguang's words. Damn it! Wang Chengguang must have heard her on the phone just now. She had felt someone was spying on her in the office, and it turned out to be this man. Shut up! You! Feng Ling's face was pale, her tone fierce, yet weak. But before she could finish her words, Lu Chenxi outside the window turned back, expressionless, and closed the window. I want to hear too. Wang Chengguang smiled and nodded at Lu Chenxi. My name is Wang Chengguang. I am Feng Ling's, that is, her company leader. As for the person you want to rescue, Hua Miao, she has already gone home. What do you mean? Lu Chenxi frowned. After hearing Wang Chengguang's words, she already felt something was off. How could this woman named Hua Miao be called Fong Ling by a man? So, when Wang Chengguang said he wanted to talk, Lu Chenxi climbed back without hesitation. Before the blizzard, that is, on the night 4 days ago, Hua Miao was indeed trapped in the company, but later, when it was sleeting, Hua Miao was picked up by her husband. Wang Chengguang's expression was somewhat unpleasant when he mentioned Hua Miao's name, but he wasn't sure what relationship Lu Chenxi had with Hua Miao, so he didn't dare to show any hatred. However, this woman in front of him had never met Hua Miao, so why would she come to pick her up? Her husband? Lu Chenxi was puzzled. Su Chao hadn't told her any of this. Yes, what was her husband's name? Su Chao, yes, that's it. Wang Chengguang slapped his forehead. Lu Chenxi's body swayed, and she shouted loudly, "No, it can't be." What can't be? We already knew that Hua Miao had a boyfriend named Su Chao, but we didn't expect they had secretly gotten married without inviting any of us colleagues to the wedding. Wang Chengguang said lightly, "It wasn't until that night that I met her husband, who was somewhat handsome, about 178 centimeters tall." Lu Chenxi's face turned pale. "No, you must be lying to me. What is there to lie about? There are still many colleagues from the company upstairs, all asleep. Why don't you wake them up and verify it?" Wang Chengguang could see it. This woman in front of him had an unusual relationship with Su Chao. Remembering that man who had cut off his own pinky, he wished he could skin him alive. He didn't expect that scumbag to be so good at playing games. Even this woman had been deceived. Listening to Wang Chengguang's words, Lu Chenxi took a deep breath, stared at Fong Ling on the ground, and shouted loudly, "You tell me clearly." Fong Ling shrank back in fear, stammering, I am called. She is called Fong Ling. I already said that. Wang Chengguang took out his phone, pulled up the company's personnel information, and handed it to Lu Chenxi. "Here, this is our company's employee information, which also includes a photo of Hua Miao and Fong Ling. You can see for yourself." Lu Chenxi trembled as she took it. Although it was just an ID photo, after taking a glance, she understood that the woman she wanted to save was Fong Ling, not Hua Miao. Hua Miao was very beautiful. Even in her ID photo, she was captivating. Even Lu Chenxi had to admit that Hua Miao was much prettier than her. How could this be? If he has already rescued Hua Miao, why did he still deceive me into coming out? Lu Chenxi murmured in despair. What does he want to do? I have already had a miscarriage. For him, why does he still want to deceive me? Is it so fun to deceive me? I think I roughly understand what's going on, Wang Chengguang said, with a smile after sorting it out. Are you urging Su Chao to marry you? Yes. Lu Chenxi sighed, her body swaying unsteadily. It's obvious that Su Chao is playing both sides. Wang Chengguang asserted, you are pushing for marriage too hard, but he just wants to play with you. Too. Be honest, if Hua Miao and you were both options for Su Chao, who would he choose? Lu Chenxi did not speak, her face growing paler. A flower at home is not as fragrant as a wildflower. He's just playing with you, Wang Chengguang said, now taking advantage of this terrible weather. He's just managed to get rid of you. Think about it, even though you can ski, it would be quite difficult to get from your home to our company. Right? In such cold weather, if you were even a little less, you could easily freeze to death outside. As far as I know, there have already been widespread deaths across the country, even globally, and the authorities have not shown their faces. Once the snow stops and social order is restored, if you die outside, who will remember you? The news will only report how many people have died nationwide, and the cause of your deaths will either be freezing or starvation. You could explain it if you died on the road in thick clothes. If there are no supplies at home and you go out looking, you could unfortunately freeze to death. Of course, the likelihood is that no one will care about you, and even your life will just be a number in the news. Lu Chenxi's pupils constricted. Indeed, Wang Chengguang's analysis made a lot of sense. Otherwise, why did she have to undergo the abortion alone? Su Chao didn't even want to show his face. When he called her earlier, she thought Su Chao had finally come to his senses. Now, thinking back, she realized she was the fool. Scumbag. Lu Chenxi's eyes were filled with hatred. This bastard actually wanted her dead. Didn't he feel any pain at all? You hate Su Chao, and I hate him too. Wang Chengguang raised his hand. See, because I teased Hua Miao. That night during the heavy rain, he came to the company, cut off my pinky, and then took Hua Miao away. I think, shouldn't we form an alliance? Alliance? Lu Chenxi was taken aback. It's simple, you're a single woman, right? Wang Chengguang sneered. If you want to take revenge on Su Chao, it would be hard to do it alone as a woman. But with me, it would be completely different. Lu Chenxi looked at Wang Chengguang and instinctively nodded. Wang Chengguang was quite tall and strong, making him a good partner. Once the snow stops, I will make him pay, even kill him. Wang Chengguang's teeth chattered. As long as we do it without leaving traces, the authorities will treat his death as one of the many who froze to death in this snow disaster. After all, with so many bodies, the authorities would need time to handle them. People who survived the snow disaster, would be too busy to care about such matters. At that time, with everything needing to be rebuilt, they would have to focus on developing and ensuring humanity continues to survive and reproduce, completely ignoring these issues. Alright. Lu Chenxi's face was dark as she nodded coldly. Although she liked Su Chao, he now wanted her life. How could Lu Chenxi possibly forgive him? This scumbag must not be let off. Wait. Fong Ling panicked. Lu Chenxi was here to save her. What about me? You? Wang Chengguang looked at her with disdain. You teamed up with Huang Miao and wanted to harm this beauty. Do you really think you can have her take you away? I can only take one person. Lu Chenxi's gaze towards Fong Ling was icy. Before Fong Ling could say anything else, Wang Chengguang lunged at her, pinning her down and quickly stripping her of her clothes, putting them on himself. Give me your clothes, Fong Ling cried. Get lost. Wang Chengguang kicked Fong Ling. Then, he followed Lu Chenxi out the window. The biting cold made Wang Chengguang shiver unexpectedly, but breathing in the outside air made him feel completely at ease. He was saved. Fong Ling cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and when she saw Wang Chengguang follow her out the window, she lunged at him like a madwoman, gripping him tightly, looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Wang Chengguang's eyes as he picked up a wooden stick he had taken from the office and struck Fong Ling hard on the head. But Fong Ling still held tightly onto Wang Chengguang's clothes. Let go of me. Let go, let go, let go, let go. Wang Chengguang's face was fierce, seeing that Fong Ling was determined to seek death. He used all his strength and struck her forehead with several blows, until Fong Ling fell silent, slumped against the window. Wang Chengguang snorted and came up behind Lu Chenxi, holding her tightly. Let's go, beautiful, Wang Chengguang said. Lu Chenxi's expression was complicated, and she nodded gently, then her face looked a bit unnatural. Don't hold me so tightly. I can't help it, this shirt is a bit small. The zipper in front won't hold. Holding you is the only way to keep the cold wind out, otherwise, I might freeze to death on the way before I even get to your house. Wang Chengguang held her even tighter. There's a fairly large supermarket nearby, let's go there and browse. We can get some food, and I can take the opportunity to get some clothes. Okay. Lu Chenxi didn't say anything more, leading Wang Chengguang as they slowly glided away into the distance. Meanwhile, on the second floor behind them, Fong Ling lay motionless against the window, the cold wind howling. Wang Chengguang and Lu Chenxi arrived at the supermarket, and then Wang Chengguang took the wooden stick in his hand and forcefully smashed the glass. It was just ordinary glass, easily shattered. Wang Chengguang made the opening a bit larger, then climbed in and pulled Lu Chenxi into the supermarket as well. The supplies in the supermarket were not too complete, but there were no signs of being rummaged through. Clearly, this was the result of many people looting on the night of the heavy rain. However, the remaining items were enough for them to eat for a while. Wang Chengguang found 2 pieces of clothing, put them on, and felt much warmer. He then stuffed everything useful into his bag. After packing 3 or 4 bags, Wang Chengguang leaned close to Lu Chenxi's ear and whispered, let's call it a night. We'll come back tomorrow during the day to get some more things. This should be enough for us to live on for a while. Lu Chenxi didn't expect Wang Chengguang to get so close, and she blushed, taking a step back, saying, why not take more tonight? We can just make a couple more trips. Since it has been snowing for 4 days straight and no one has come to the supermarket, it's unlikely anyone will come in the short term, Wang Chengguang said seriously. Besides, if Su Chao doesn't care about you, how can I not care? The temperature at night is obviously much colder. What if something happens? By the way, do you still have your snowboard? I can ski a bit too. Tomorrow we can go out together. I'm not at ease with you running back and forth alone. Lu Chenxi fell silent, her face reddening. This middle-aged, overweight man actually knows how to care for me. Seeing her expression, Wang Chengguang's lips curled slightly. They say girls are easy to woo after a breakup, and it seems to be true. Although Lu Chenxi isn't a top beauty, she's not bad either. If I put in some effort tonight, I might just win her over. In this freezing weather, holding such a girl, eating and drinking together, and playing cards is the real enjoyment of life. After climbing out of the supermarket with Lu Chenxi, they slid again. This time, Lu Chenxi clearly didn't mind Wang Chengguang's tight embrace. In fact, Wang Chengguang even deliberately rubbed against Lu Chenxi, and she showed no reaction. Tonight looks promising. Wang Chengguang's eyes lit up. Speaking of which, I have to thank Su Chao. If it weren't for that jerk, I wouldn't have met such an open woman. I just learned that Lu Chenxi is a skier. Her figure must be great. After I enjoy your woman, when she reappears in front of you, I want to see if Huang Miao will still be loyal to you. With Huang Miao's cold personality, she will definitely break up with you. By then, who knows, I might be able to take advantage of the situation like today and taste Huang Miao's flavor. His hands became restless. Lu Chenxi pouted. What are you doing with your hands? Don't you like it? Wang Chengguang rubbed through her clothes. Lu Chenxi stopped talking, huffed, and continued to slide. Tonight, I will definitely succeed. Wang Chengguang was extremely excited. If it weren't so cold outside, he would have loved to take Lu Chenxi right there. Su Chao, it really is you. Wang Chengguang naturally didn't know that the Su Chao he was constantly thanking was actually Shin Hong. Not to mention him, even Su Chao wouldn't have thought that Lu Chenxi would get together with Huo Miao's boss. After calling Shin Hong several times and finding his phone off, Feng Lu angrily scolded. Again. Stop shouting. Su Chao scolded with a dark face. How can I fight with Shin Hong later if I can't even get a moment's rest? Fight about what? We don't even know which villa he's in. Feng Lu retorted. Are we supposed to search one by one? Hearing this, Su Chao didn't refute but his eyes lit up. You're right. Ha? Feng Lu looked confused. There are only 20 villas in total in row 2. 10 in the east and 10 in the west. Su Chao nodded slightly. We can't just sit and wait. Since Shin Heng's phone can't get through, let's go look for him. While searching, we can call him, and if we manage to contact him, we'll be nearby and save some time. But it's so cold today. Feng Lu shrank her neck, reluctant to go out. If you don't try, what if Shin Hong doesn't turn on his phone all night? Are we really going to huddle in this room all night? We've burned everything we can at home, and all that's left is this double bed. If we burn that too, we'll have to sleep on the floor. Su Chao frowned and said, make an effort to try, maybe we can stay there tonight, but if we don't try, we'll definitely be stuck here. Feng Lu reluctantly nodded. Let's go. Su Chao and Feng Lu wrapped themselves in blankets, took a flashlight and walked down the stairs. Shin Hong still didn't know that in this life, Wang Chengguang, who would have frozen to death in the company, was saved because he rescued Huo Miao. His butterfly effect also saved Wang Chengguang. Moreover, Wang Chengguang was filled with hatred and wanted to kill him, this Su Chao. Now, he was holding the fragrant and tender Huo Miao, turning off his old phone and browsing through the new phone with a secondary WeChat account. Scrolling through the news, there were still many people posting, as it was already the era of self-media and everyone could be a reporter. Most of the news was about people lamenting their lack of food and drink and the cold weather. Some people posted that their homes had no water and warned against drinking snow water from outside, claiming it was toxic. It was evident that the number of people across the country was sharply decreasing. Some who lived abroad had been posting about conditions overseas for years, and now their news was no different. The official government of the beautiful country quickly gathered the military, seemingly ignoring the suffering of the people. Everything had to rely on self-rescue. A pessimistic atmosphere was spreading. Shin Hong deliberately searched for news about the coastal areas of Longhua, wanting to see related reports. Now, half of the military had been sent to the coast. He didn't know what they were doing, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. After much effort, he finally found a news article about the coast titled Shocking. Something has appeared at the coast of Longhua. As soon as he clicked in, it prompted that the related news was not real and had been deleted. In such a situation, did the officials still have the energy to delete news? What had actually appeared at the coast? He shook his head. There were less than 3 hours left until the system upgrade was completed. He hadn't even gotten close to Huo Miao, fearing that he would tire himself out and fall into a deep sleep. He just wanted to hold out until around 2 in the morning, and after the system upgrade, be the first to buy the ability fruit. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Shin Hong frowned. The account Harmony Brings Wealth had added quite a few homeowners from the community. But everyone knew that when the big shot of Harmony Brings Wealth hadn't posted anything in the group, no one could disturb him. If someone contacted him proactively, they would be directly deleted and blacklisted by Harmony Brings Wealth, and no supplies would be sold to them. Opening it, he was surprised to see a message from Yi Zhiqiu. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. I wanted to ask if you have Montmorilla night powder? The child next door has diarrhea and I don't have any of that medicine at home. She had been married to her husband for a short time and didn't have children yet, so it was natural that she wouldn't have any diarrhea medicine for kids prepared. Just as she had fallen asleep, she was knocked on the door by the couple next door. The couple knew that Ning Yao was a specially recruited medical expert from Jiangqing People's Hospital and came to seek help with their child. As a doctor, Ning Yao naturally couldn't abandon the chance to help. But without the corresponding medication, she was also at a loss. Then she thought of Shin Hong. With a try-it-out attitude, she proactively messaged Shin Hong. I have it, 1 box for 50,000. Shin Hong replied blandly. 50,000? A box at the hospital is only 15 yuan. You then go buy it at the hospital. Shin Hong sneered and retorted directly. I'm just a businessman, not a saint. You know, because of those 3 medicines you sold for 200,000, the owner called Li Yuan Shan Chao, his father died. Ning Yao was very angry. You could have sold it for less. Even if it was 10,000 a box, his father might not have died. Are you really blinded by money? He was the one who said that if it could save his father, he would pay 200,000, so I can naturally conclude that he has that much money. Shin Hung scoffed, but when I quoted 200,000 he hesitated. And didn't buy. His father died, what does that have to do with me? Dr. Ning, you should ask him this question. Between a chance to save his father and 200,000, he chose money. Can I be blamed for that? Ning Yao was speechless. After a while, she sent another message, this time a voice message. Can you lower the price this time? This is still a 4-year-old child. 50,000, isn't that too much? The voice was very pleasant, carrying a hint of pitifulness. However, this was of no use to Shin Hang. He lazily replied, Dr. Ning, it's a fixed price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it. Have you ever seen a patient bargaining with a hospital? Those who can't afford treatment, can they cry and plead with your hospital, and your hospital will reduce the surgery fees? If you want to be a saint, you can spend your money, but don't morally bind me. I'm a businessman, sorry, I have no morals. Listening to the sound of autumn from a single leaf is a young girl. If she could be put to use, Shin Hung would be quite satisfied. He needed a doctor by his side. And if the doctor were a young and beautiful girl, that would be even better. After all, no one wants an old man following them, right? But compared to that, money is more important. Money is his core foundation. Without money, the vending machine won't level up and he will ultimately fade into the crowd. As for doctors, there are plenty in the Taoyuan community alone. As long as you provide them with a bit of food and drink, there are many willing to sell their lives for you. Ning Yao was directly silenced. She turned her head to look at the young couple across the door, who were all smiles, and sighed, the child just has diarrhea. But without the corresponding medicine, I don't know about others. I only know that Hichi Shenkai has medicine, but a box of Montmorillonite powder costs 50,000. 50,000? The young couple was taken aback. Yes. Ning Yao shook her head. If you want, you can ask others. If it really doesn't work, you can only buy it from Hichi Shenkai. A wave of helplessness surged in her heart. She really didn't dare to offend Hichi Shenkai too much. After all, there was nothing to eat at home, and she wanted to buy some food from this big shot tomorrow. If she got blacklisted by the big shot, she wouldn't even be able to buy it. She heard that old Wang and Hua Kaifu had been blacklisted by Hichi Shenkai and they were still starving. In the owners group, someone quickly sent out a message. Changda Auto Repair, may I ask everyone who has Montmorillonite powder? My child has diarrhea. I am willing to exchange it for 2 packs of instant noodles. Soon, someone replied. Ilu Feishing, I have it at home. It's agreed, I'll exchange it for 2 packs of instant noodles. Changda Auto Repair at Ilu Feishing, brother, don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. I've added you as a friend, please accept, and we can chat privately. Watching the conversation between the two, Shin Hung sneered. It seemed that the one Dr. Ning wanted to treat was this Ilu Feishing. He was unwilling to spend 50,000 to buy medicine, but was willing to trade 2 packs of instant noodles. What a fool! As time passed, he would understand that not to mention 50,000, even 500,000 wouldn't buy instant noodles. Money was completely useless. However, if these two wanted to trade, let them trade. Although Shin Hong had seemingly blacklisted a few people, he was just trying to create an image of someone who was unyielding. He wanted others to fear him. To be honest, he actually hoped these people could survive. At least, before he drained all their savings, they better stay alive. Once their money was gone, it would have nothing to do with him. Changda Auto Repair thought he had taken advantage. After all, 2 bags of instant noodles only cost 4,000, while Montmorillonite powder was priced at 50,000 by the big shot of Heichi Shankai. He excitedly ran downstairs to trade. Ilu Feishing was also very satisfied. A box of useless medicine could be exchanged for 2 packs of instant noodles. For a moment, the owners group, which had been quiet, became lively again. Many people were inspired and began to barter. Of course, food was still the most scarce item, and some people fell ill and wanted to buy medicine, feeling that Hichi Shingsai's prices were too high, ultimately reaching an agreement with other owners. Wei Yupeng sent a message. Brother Shin, should I prohibit them from trading privately? He had already sold quite a bit of supplies during the day, and had tasted the benefits. He had also interacted with Zhao Weilong and knew that Shin Hong had asked Zhao Weilong for help in secretly recruiting younger brothers to maintain the sales points. Wei Yupeng was increasingly loyal to Shin Hong. Brother Shin said that as long as he listened obediently, he would take care of his family's supplies in the future. No need, let them be. Shin Hong was indifferent. What did it matter to him what they exchanged? Anyway, in the end, all the money will flow into my own pocket. Wei Yupeng repeatedly agreed, and seeing that Shin Hong had no other instructions, he did not dare to disturb him. By the end of the night, the system would finish upgrading, and tomorrow he could go to the underground passage to carry a massive amount of supplies. At that time, everything would be handed over to Gui Yupeng for sale, testing him for a few days. Once Gui Yupeng passed the test, he would be free to prepare to take action against other neighborhoods. After the apocalypse arrived, snow fell continuously for more than a week, and after the first snow stopped, the sun would appear. However, the temperature across Blue Star remained unchanged, with not a hint of warmth. Yet this heavy snow would continue to solidify under the sunlight. This meant that after the sun came out for a day or two, the accumulated snow would become firm, allowing people to slowly walk on the snow and go outside. At that time, all the accumulated snow would sink a bit, but the snow would have already started to freeze, and people walking on the compacted snow would no longer sink into it. If people could go outside, it meant that order would gradually break down. Those who reacted quickly would rush to gas stations, restaurants, supermarkets, clothing stores to loot. Those who reacted slowly would gather friends and family, forming various factions. In the end, they would fall into chaos over the struggle for supplies. Shin Hong hoped to occupy Jiangcheng before the chaos erupted, or rather, to take over most of the residential areas in Jiangcheng. What level would the vending machine rise to then? In the adjacent Villa number 3, sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan were curled up in the basement. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay upstairs, it was just too cold. Instead, they found that the temperature in the basement covered by snow seemed a bit warmer. The sisters were in a room on the second basement level, with sofa cushions on the floor and thick mattresses and bedding on top. In front of them were some bags of snacks and the shells of the seafood Shin Hong had sent earlier. Not far away, a fire was burning. Yang Jinxian had ruthlessly moved the family table down and lit it for warmth. This was a branded table that had cost her tens of thousands. But in such weather, what use was it to have something so valuable? If they didn't find a way to keep warm? With the fire, they also roasted the seafood Shin Hong had sent, enjoying a hearty meal. There was nothing to drink at home, so when they were thirsty, they could only drink red wine. That's right. In the past, others might have thought it was a joke to quench thirst with red wine, but under the apocalypse, it became possible. The only thing left at home was red wine. The sisters were also afraid that if they got drunk, no one would watch the fire, so they could only take small sips, trying not to choke on the food. They would only take a small sip when they were extremely thirsty. All the thick bedding at home had been taken down and wrapped in blankets by the fire. They were somewhat warm. But when would this kind of life come to an end? Over the past 2 days, they occasionally went upstairs to check, but the weather showed no signs of change, and the heavens tirelessly continued to snow. The food at home was visibly running low. What to do? The sisters stared at the flames in silence. Yang Jinxian recalled the WeChat message that Hua Miao had sent her. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she quietly opened the call history with Hua Miao. Do you two sisters want to be my husband's girlfriend? When she received this message, Yang Jinxian thought Hua Miao had gone crazy. She was stunned for a moment before replying to Hua Miao with a question mark. Soon, Hua Miao sent a new message. There were no words, only a large number of pictures. There were photos of Hua Miao cooking various delicious meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, as well as pictures of Hua Miao in thin pajamas. There were also photos of Shin Hong hugging Hua Miao while watching TV, and Hua Miao's selfies. In the pictures, Shin Hong was also wearing thin pajamas, his hair wet, as if he had just taken a shower. Yang Jinxian could hardly believe it. Looking closely, both Hua Miao and Shin Hong had fair and rosy complexions, looking clean and tidy. Unlike herself, she hadn't showered in 4 days. With her messy hair and dirty face, she felt she was quite smelly. And there was Hua Miao's selfie in the bathroom, using various luxury cosmetics to care for her skin, even wearing a face mask. How could they be living so well? Yang Jinxian had flipped through these photos countless times. In the stillness of the night, her envy reached new heights. Shin Heng's beautiful girlfriend actually asked her if she wanted to be his girlfriend. Although it wasn't stated outright, Yang Jinxian knew very well. As long as she and her sister agreed, they would open their doors and let the two sisters live with them. The scenario of the main wife battling the mistress wouldn't happen. Instead, they would coexist harmoniously. After all, the one inviting her was Shin Heng's girlfriend. Wait. Yang Jinxian suddenly frowned. The person sending the message couldn't be Shin Hong himself, could it? Could it be that they were playing some kind of game and deliberately sent this to her? It should be that way. Young people play around a lot. She felt a bit out of touch. She awkwardly laughed at herself. She had actually taken it seriously earlier. At that moment, Yang Mushuan, who was silently scrolling through her phone across from her, suddenly looked up, a puzzled expression on her face as she looked at her. Sister, just now Hua Miao added me as a friend, the one who's Shin Heng's girlfriend. She asked me to ask you how you were considering that question. She mentioned before. Why haven't you replied? Sister, what question did she ask? When I asked her, she was all mysterious and just told me to ask you. Hearing her sister's question, Yang Jinxuan's body trembled. She answered awkwardly, no, nothing. Yang Mushuan asked suspiciously, what did you talk about with Hua Miao? What did she ask you? I already said it's nothing. Yang Jinxian frowned, just don't worry about it, I'll reply to her. Seeing that her Sister seemed a bit angry. Yang Muxuan didn't say anything more, got up to add 2 table legs to the fire, and then lay down on the mattress. Yang Jinshan stared at the few photos sent by Huo Miao on her phone. After those photos, she didn't reply, and Huo Miao didn't send anything else. And now, she actually added her own sister and asked her sister to urge her to reply. Why wasn't she answering her? How should she respond? Yang Jinshan knew that her sister was very curious, and if she didn't reply to Huo Miao soon, Huo Miao would likely send another message to her sister. By then, her sister would definitely ask her about it. She had no choice but to send a message to Huo Miao. What do you mean? Sister Jean, I only asked you one question. Huo Miao quickly replied, do you and Muxuan want to be my husband's girlfriends? Yang Jinshuan's face twitched and she subtly glanced at her sister. Seeing that Yang Muxuan seemed absorbed in her phone, she hurriedly replied, I completely don't understand what you mean. What does be my husband's girlfriend mean? It means exactly that. My husband is Shin Hong. Do you want to be Shin Heng's girlfriends? Huo Miao didn't beat around the bush with Yang Jinshan, directly stating, I believe you saw the photos I sent you. Even though the outside world is icy and snowy, I am still living a high-quality life with my husband. As long as you agree, I will tell him. With beautiful sisters like you, my husband will definitely agree. Yang Jinshan was shocked. You and Shin Hong are a couple, and you still want to find a girlfriend for him? Huo Miao replied with a cute girl nodding emoji. Yang Jinshan rubbed her eyes, her face full of astonishment. She was only 28 this year, but for the first time, she felt unable to keep up with the changes in the world. Yang Muxuan lay on the bed, although she was still looking at her phone, her thoughts were entirely on her sister. It was clear that Huo Miao seemed to have said something shocking to her sister, who was wide-eyed. What exactly was being said? She felt a tickle of curiosity and wanted to lean over to see, but she remembered her sister's unnatural expression when she asked earlier, clearly not wanting her to know. If she didn't look, she wouldn't look. She wrinkled her nose. Are you really Huo Miao? After a long while, Yang Jinshan typed, have you been brainwashed by Shin Hong? Do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. At that moment, Shin Hong was settling Zhao Weilong, who was doing well and had recruited about 10 younger brothers, all young and strong guys. Although this guy wasn't very skilled, he was quite efficient in his work. Seeing that Shin Hong wasn't looking at her, Huo Miao replied with relief, do you know what the situation is like outside now? Even if you haven't gone out, you should have seen the messages in the owner group, right? Yang Jinshan replied with one word. Then may I ask, do you still have food at home? Huo Miao smiled, even if you do, it shouldn't be much, right? Yang Jinshan fell silent. Aside from that seafood meal at noon, there really was nothing to eat at home. And the seafood from noon was almost gone. She hadn't eaten enough at all. Now she had been hungry for 12 hours. Did I hit the nail on the head? Huo Miao said cheerfully, if you agree, you can not only stay in our warm house but also enjoy various delicious foods. Shin Hong said there was no need to worry about food. And Huo Miao indeed knew that Shin Hong wasn't lying. In the past few days, no matter what Shin Hong wanted to eat, he could magically produce it. There were even various fruits. Huo Miao had no idea how Shin Hong managed to do this. After all, it was freezing outside, and the food had long since turned into a block of ice, yet the vegetables and fruits Shin Hong brought out were extremely fresh, as if they had just been picked. When Shin Hong was selling supplies earlier, she worried about what would happen if all the supplies were sold out and they went hungry. But Shin Hong clearly stated that even if the two of them ate for 10 lifetimes, they wouldn't finish it all. So what was there to worry about? She needed to bring this pair of sisters over to unite with her, so Shin Hong wouldn't go chasing after other women. Many people had already died outside, and Huo Miao understood that if she continued to stay in the company without food or water, she would probably have died long ago. No wonder Shin Hong said this was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, supplies were hard to find, but there were plenty of beautiful women. If one day Shin Hong got tired of her and kicked her out, that would be truly despairing. When she had a video call with Su Chao earlier, she clearly saw that the home they once lived in now had ice on the walls, and Su Chao was curled up in a blanket, unshaven and haggard. In comparison, she was still enjoying a comfortable life. Plus, after spending these days together, she had deeply fallen for Shin Hong. Women are drawn to powerful men, and Huo Miao knew she had hopelessly fallen in love with Shin Heng. To avoid leaving Shin Hong, she had to make a decision. Should she share with Yang Jinshan and Yang Muxuan, or prepare for the possibility of being kicked out in the future? She needed to plan ahead. She could also show Shin Hong her generosity, which would surely make him like her even more. Moreover, she had actively brought the Yang sisters over, and they would stand by her side. In the future, even if more sisters joined, they would be newcomers, while she and the Yang sisters were already tight-knit and would have to listen to her. In summary, it seemed like she had to share her beloved man now, but the returns would be even greater. In the past 2 days, while watching video news at home, she had already noticed something was off. As a corporate worker, she longed for the blue sky and the sea, so she followed a few beach bloggers. But now, those bloggers had all stopped posting. She even deliberately searched for news about the beach, but there was none. This made her feel suspicious and added to her anxiety. What had happened at the beach? This made her more determined to hold on to Shin Hong tightly. She absolutely could not be abandoned. Of course, right now Shin Hong was also very affectionate towards her, and she felt very satisfied. Her parents in the countryside were temporarily safe. They had a habit of stockpiling food, and they grew vegetables at home. They had plenty of supplies, and there was coal and firewood behind the house, so they were safe. With a beloved man by her side and her parents safe at home, to be honest, Huo Miao was already very, very satisfied. Therefore, she didn't want to lose her current life. This, Yang Jinchuan's expression stiffened. She naturally didn't know Huo Miao's thoughts and only felt that this woman had gone mad. How could she be crazy enough to think of finding a girlfriend for her husband? She originally thought that the snow disaster outside was enough to drive people insane. But she didn't expect Huo Miao's thoughts to be even crazier. She simply couldn't reason with her. Are you pitying me? Do you want me to exchange my body for supplies? You think you can win Shin Heng's affection that way? Yang Jinxian suppressed her anger. I'm really sorry, but I don't know if you've been paying attention to the community owner group. There's a big shot in the group selling supplies, although it's not cheap. I think I should be able to avoid going hungry for now. She could contact someone who was friendly and profitable to buy some supplies. But she was also afraid that once she left, the lackeys from the Song family next door would take the opportunity to rob her. Although it was unclear why the neighbors had not taken action to break down her door, Yang Jinxian was still very cautious, too wary to step outside. Giggle. Unexpectedly, Huo Miao sent a string of silver bell-like laughter. What are you laughing at? Yang Jinxian frowned. Sister Jinxian probably doesn't know yet. He Qi Shankai is my husband, Shin Hong. Huo Miao chuckled lightly. And you should have heard that a few people have already been blacklisted by my husband. Even if you want to buy supplies, you can't get them. So, if I let my husband not sell you supplies, what will you do? What? Yang Jinchuan's pupils widened again. He Qi Shankai is actually Shin Hong. She instinctively wanted to refute, but suddenly remembered the photos Huo Miao had sent and fell silent. Huo Miao had no reason to lie to her. She could directly ask Shin Hong to verify, and it would be clear with just one question. Moreover, Huo Miao's current standard of living was indeed quite high. While every household had no water to drink, Huo Miao could still take a bath. I haven't offended you, have I? Besides, on the night of the heavy rain, I lent my car to Shin Hong so he could bring you back. Otherwise, you would probably have frozen to death at your company by now. Yang Jinxian gritted her teeth. Huo Miao replied with a smile. So, too. Thank you. I just want you to enjoy a good life with me. Yang Jinxian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You call that letting me enjoy a good life? It's for your husband to enjoy. I absolutely won't. She wanted to refuse, but when she looked up at her sister, Mu Xian, who was following her, although she was still alive, she was disheveled and had no semblance of a girl. She even made her accompany her in hunger. I'm really not a competent sister. Yang Jinxian clenched her fists, and after a long while, she desperately asked, I beg you not to do this. I can agree to your request, but my sister is still young. Got one done. Huo Miao beamed with a smile. At that moment, Shin Hong turned his head and asked, What are you laughing about, babe? Nothing, just saw something interesting. Huo Miao waved her hand. Shin Hong didn't suspect anything. After all, he knew that Huo Miao was now completely focused on him. Even if he didn't check her phone, she would never betray him. Zhao Weilong performed well today. He had gathered quite a few underlings and was quite invested in acquiring green plants. His home was already piled with a lot of greenery. Shin Hong was afraid those plants would freeze to death at Zhao Weilong's place, so he asked him to deliver them tomorrow. Zhao Weilong quickly agreed. He now genuinely feared Shin Hong from the bottom of his heart. Shin Hong had a gun. He was no ordinary big shot. Moreover, the big shot had said that as long as he worked hard, he would never let him go hungry. Although Shin Hong had blinded one of his eyes, Zhao Weilong didn't dare to harbor any resentment. At that moment, Shin Heng's phone rang again. Someone was requesting to add him as a friend. For applicants, Shin Hong usually rejected them, as he had handed over all the material sales business to Gua Yu Peng. He casually clicked on the applicant, intending to take a quick look and then close it, so there would be no red one below. Shin Hong had a bit of a compulsion. He couldn't stand having unread messages. However, this time, the application information below the applicant read, I am Yang Jinxian. You are Shin Hong, right? Shin Hong was taken aback. He confirmed that he was logged into Hechi Shankai. Had his identity exposed? Shin Hong turned to Huo Miao. Give me your phone, let me take a look. Ha! Huo Miao was startled. And her phone was taken away by Shin Hong. The screen still displayed her chat conversation with Yang Jinxian. Shin Hong stared. wide-eyed, unable to believe the conversation between the two, dumbfounded. Babe, you talked about this with young Jinxian? Hua Miao actually took the initiative to find him a woman? Am I dreaming? Seeing his dazed expression, Hua Miao pouted and leaned closer. Good husband, I didn't tell you in advance. You won't be angry, right? You definitely won't be angry. After all, your obedient wife is helping you arrange for a woman, right? What are you doing? Shen Hong was both amused and exasperated. Well, if I tell you, you can't get angry. Hua Miao cautiously observed Shen Heng's expression, then whispered, after you came back last night, I saw a strand of a girl's red hair on your neck. Last night? Shen Hong was stunned, then suddenly realized. It seemed Hua Miao had found the hair and thought he had a woman outside, which made her feel a sense of crisis. Are you being so obedient because you're afraid I might not want you one day? Shen Hong pulled her into an embrace, speaking softly. Yes. Hua Miao looked aggrieved. So I thought of getting a companion first. The three of us can serve you together and you won't have time to fool around outside. Plus, you'll always remember my good side and won't abandon me. Shen Heng felt touched. Don't worry, I promised you before, as long as you don't betray me, I will never neglect you. He had never imagined that a woman like Hua Miao would be so obedient to him, gently acting spoiled. She even took the initiative to suggest adding a concubine for him. And not just any woman, but that beautiful young woman next door. And her sister. To add two at once, truly a vast ocean. Just thinking about young Jinxuan's pretty face, Shen Hong couldn't help but swallow. To be honest, Shen Hong had thought about young Jinxian before, but he never expected it to happen so suddenly. And young Jinxian had agreed. Just thinking about their conversation made Shen Hong feel a bit parched. You clearly moved, still pretend to be indifferent, but your body has already betrayed you. Hua Miao noticed Shen Heng's unusual behavior and immediately shot him a glare. My little sister Miao Mao really cares for her brother, Shen Hong said with a grin, then leaned in to kiss Hua Miao. Am I not enough on my own? Yang Jinxian had waited a long time without receiving a reply from Hua Miao, and she grew anxious. Why do you still have to force me? Why should women make things difficult for other women? Moreover, are you really so willing to share your husband with someone else? It's simply absurd. Why aren't you speaking? Am I not enough on my own? Yang Jinxian sent another WeChat message, don't push me too hard. But Shen Hong was busy embracing and kissing Hua Miao, completely ignoring the sound of his phone. I can't speak up, that's my sister. I promised to take good care of Shen Hong, just let her go. If neither of us satisfies Shen Hong, I'm willing to help him find someone else in the future, isn't that okay? Where's the sisterhood in this? Seeing that Hua Miao still didn't reply, Yang Jinxian felt anxious and humbly pleaded. Shen Hong is a person who brings wealth. If he is offended, it could lead to being blacklisted. By then, even if she had money, what good would it do? Without food or drink, she would soon die in the basement. Yang Mushuan watched her sister's expressions of shock, confusion, and sorrow, growing more curious. What exactly did Hua Miao say to her sister? Sis. Just as she opened her mouth, a loud banging sound suddenly came from the basement door. Bang bang, bang. Both of them jumped in surprise. Yang Jinxuan's face turned pale as she trembled and approached the basement door. The knocking grew more intense. Yang Mushuan dared not speak, nervously watching her sister. It must be someone from the Song family. It must be someone from the Song family monitoring them next door. There had been no activity for the past few days. Why were they knocking at this late hour? Were they impatient? Or did the people monitoring them next door run out of supplies and want to forcibly take them away? But outside, it was freezing cold. Was Song Zhangming bringing people in a snow vehicle? Yang Jinxuan's mind raced with thoughts, her heart in turmoil. She leaned over to look through the peephole, but it was pitch black outside and she couldn't see anything. Her heart sank. The peephole was blocked. Outside, Su Chao and Feng Lu were wrapped in blankets, trembling. Su Chao hid not far away. While Feng Lu shivered, barely able to stand, the blanket almost pushed against the door. She leaned against the peephole of the basement door, trying to see inside, then turned her head and whispered, "This place isn't it? We've already knocked on 3 doors. Be patient, there are only 20 households in total, we've checked 1/7 of them." Su Chao huffed, speaking quietly. Just a moment ago, Shen Hong had told them that he was in the second row of the townhouses, and the two of them had geared up and come to the underground passage. The walk had made their brains feel frozen and dull. After arriving at the second row of townhouses, they began checking each one, starting from the west to the east. This was the third house they had knocked on in the west second row. The first 2 houses were unoccupied, and they had knocked for a long time without any response. They even sent a WeChat message to Shen Hong, but it also fell into silence. Shen Hong had just turned on his old phone, but he didn't respond to Feng Lu. He thought it wouldn't be appropriate to keep his phone off all night. Perhaps Feng Lu would think he was just playing with her. Turning it off for a while was Fine, she would naturally send another video later. When that time came, he would just say he had just turned it on. He never imagined that Phone Lu had already set off with Su Chao. They had even come next door. Phone Lu peered through the cat's eye for a long time but couldn't see anything. She then picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shin Hong. Are you still not on? Where exactly are you in row 2? Someone has already sneaked over from the underground passage while Su Chao is asleep. Why haven't you replied? There really was someone. Inside the room, Yang Jinshen, who had been leaning against the door watching through the cat's eye, was startled. She saw the person outside, wrapped in a blanket. She couldn't see their face clearly, but they were still texting on their phone, and Yang Jinshen saw the glow of the screen. They must be messaging Song Zhengming. She tiptoed back to her room, trying to play dead. Shin Hong, lost in a passionate kiss with Huo Miao, released her when he heard the old phone ring and glanced at it. Phone Lu, that woman, actually came looking for him. He raised an eyebrow, pondering how to respond. Out late at night and not frozen to death, she must have a strong constitution. However, he definitely wouldn't open the door to let this woman in. At that moment, Huo Miao, her cheeks flushed, came back to her senses and picked up her phone to take a look. After seeing several messages from Yang Jinshen, she smiled and replied, Sister Jean, I was just kissing my husband and didn't have time to reply to your messages. Ding-dling. Just as Yang Jinshen turned around, preparing to retreat back to her room, she suddenly heard her phone ringing in her pocket and quickly covered it, her expression turning ugly. Outside, Phone Lu, who was about to get up and leave, suddenly perked up her ears and turned to look at Su Chao with surprise. She quickly waved at Su Chao. Su Chao cautiously approached. Phone Lu whispered very low, There's someone in this house. But they haven't opened the door for a long time. It must be Shin Hong. Inside and outside the door, both groups of people stood still, motionless. Phone Lu carefully leaned against the door, trying once more to peek through the peephole to see inside. Yang Jinchuan's expression was grim. The previously silent room had just emitted a notification sound from a phone, and fearing that the people outside might hear, she too leaned against the peephole. The peephole was dark again. The people outside were blocking it. She was now absolutely certain. In the dead of night, knocking on the door and deliberately doing so in front of the peephole, it had to be someone from the Song family next door watching her. What to do? She was anxious beyond measure. Shin Hong sent a WeChat message to Phone Lu. Are you kidding me? Running out in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Huo Miao also sent a message to Yang Jinshen. Sister Jinshen, why aren't you replying to me? Are you trying to persuade Sister Mu? Ding dong. The WeChat notifications sounded simultaneously inside and outside the house. Yang Jinshuan's face turned pale with fear. Song Zhengming had replied. Was he going to send someone to break in? Or was he going to climb over the wall from next door? With the snow so thick, it would be easy to climb over. Thinking of this, she hurriedly signaled her sister to sneak up and take a look. Yang Mushuan's expression tightened as she nodded, wrapping herself in a thick blanket and quietly going upstairs, hiding in the corner of the bedroom, staring at the second-floor window. Outside the door, Phone Lu, upon hearing the phone sound, was first taken aback, then quickly picked up her phone. It was a message back from Shin Hong, but when she opened it, she nearly exploded with anger. After running such a long way and almost freezing into a popsicle, you dare say I'm just playing with you? Inside the house, Yang Jinshen, seeing nothing through the peephole, took out her phone, tears welling in her eyes, and quickly replied to Huo Miao. I promise. I don't know if my sister is willing, but I promise to be Shin Heng's woman. I will wholeheartedly serve him and will listen to you. Can I beg you to come and save me now? There are people outside our door. Now, she could only seek help from Shin Heng. She didn't want to fall into the hands of that pervert Song Zhengming. Although she felt that Huo Miao's mentality was a bit off, it had to be better than Song Zhengming. Right, people? Huo Miao was taken aback. Looking at the time on her phone, it was nearly 1 a.m. So late, and there were actually people outside Yang Jinshuan's house? She was right next door and hadn't heard anything. Humph. They must want to move in now but feel too shy to be too forward, so they deliberately said this to me, right? My husband really has a great charm. She glanced up at Shin Hong, but she saw Shin Hong with a strange expression looking at his phone. Phone Lu sent another message. I'm now at Villa number 3, row 2, west. Shin Hong, I'm really not lying to you. Where are you staying? I'm about to freeze to death. Villa number 3, row 2, west. Isn't that Yang Jinshuan's home? Right next door. Phone Lu is in the underground passage now. What did Yang Jinshen say to you? Shin Hong asked in surprise, looking at Huo Miao. Huo Miao felt pleased and obediently said, She said she has already agreed, but she begs you to save her now. She said there are people outside her door. Yang Jinshen really understands my meaning. She clearly stated that even if she has gained Shin Heng's favor, she will still respect me. How considerate. Shin Hong was both amused and exasperated. Goodness, Phone Lu really came At this moment, Huo Miao's phone rang again. She picked it up and looked at it, her expression serious. She sent another message, saying there are at least 2 people outside, and she's afraid you're not a match for them, so be careful. After reading this message, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister Jinxian talks so much. She wants my husband to save her, yet worries about him. They haven't even entered our house, and she's already concerned about brother Shun? Ha ha. Shen Hong laughed. What are you laughing at, husband? Huo Miao was a bit confused. It's nothing. Shen Hong shook his head, holding Huo Miao as they lay down comfortably. Alright, we've seen enough of the good show, it's time for the curtain to fall. Huo Miao looked puzzled but still obediently followed Shen Heng's words and lay beside him. Shen Hong picked up his phone and dialed Phone Lu's video. Dingling. A series of video sounds echoed in the empty underground passage. Phone Lu jumped in fright, almost dropping her phone. She was initially a bit annoyed, but when she saw that the caller was Shen Hong, she immediately smiled and quickly answered the call. Inside the room, Yang Jinxuan's heart was in her throat. The person outside was still on the phone. It must be Song Zhangming sending someone again. What to do? She was in a panic and quickly turned to go upstairs, finding her sister curled up in a corner on the second floor. Sister, why are you up here? Yang Mushuan asked, a bit confused, and whispered, there's no one outside. What, did the people in the underground passage leave? No. Yang Jinxian gritted her teeth and said seriously, if Song Zhangming takes me away, I'm afraid you will too. She knew very well her sister's looks. They were completely on par with her own. And although there were a few years between them, they bore a striking resemblance. Yang Jinxian was acutely aware of the destructive power sisters had over men. If she were taken by Song Zhangming, her sister would not be spared either. Even if Song Zhangming didn't take her away, in this villa with no food or water, her sister would definitely die here. Yang Mushuan's pretty face tightened, her complexion pale. It's my fault for getting you into this. Yang Jinxian tightly hugged her sister. Sister, don't say that. Yang Mushuan patted her sister's back. Those classmates who stayed at school are also without food or water, trapped in the dormitory. And some have already fainted. At least I can still be with you. We will definitely be fine. I will make sure you survive. A determined light flashed in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. She had promised her parents to take good care of her sister. Even if she died, she couldn't let Mushuan be harmed. Becoming Shen Heng's woman, she accepted that. Speaking of which, Shen Hong was young and handsome, and she was still a widow, so she had already gained an advantage. However, the other party still had a legitimate wife, and if she went over, she would just be a mistress. She let go of her grudges in her heart. If her sister really liked Shen Hong, she would be willing to share. But if her sister didn't like him, Shen Hong must guarantee that he wouldn't force her. She picked up her phone, this time not typing, but calmly said, Huo Miao, you tell Shen Hong that as long as he is willing to save us sisters, I, Yang Jinxian, am his person, and I will never betray. Besides that, I will accept him having other women, and even, I will introduce my friend to him. Her husband has gone missing, and she is very beautiful. If Shen Hong is willing, I will help persuade her. Ha! Yang Mushuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her sister. What was her sister saying? Also, if my sister falls for him, I have nothing to say, I am willing to share, but if my sister has someone she likes, he cannot force her. Yang Jinxian added. Yang Mushuan's face turned red all at once. She finally understood. Why was her sister talking about something with Huo Miao just now? Shen Hong wanted to possess both of us sisters? And Huo Miao, Shen Heng's legitimate wife, was actually helping him in this scheme? If those subordinates of Song Zhangming shake more people in the underground passage, then I will be even more unable to escape. Right now, I can only beg Shen Hong. There are only 2 of them, Shen Hong might still be able to defeat them. Moreover, there's Huo Miao and my sister and I. 4 against 2. We have the advantage in numbers, just a slight disadvantage in gender. As long as we can leave with Shen Hong in this weather, even if Song Zhangming wants to send more people, it will take him some effort. Yang Jinxuan's heart was like a mirror. She knew this was the best opportunity. So, she laid all her cards on the table. Yang Mushuan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what her sister was saying. Yang Jinxian didn't dare to look at her sister's eyes and slightly turned her head. Sister, are you crazy? Yang Mushuan was shocked. This is my only chance to get rid of the Song family. Yang Jinxian bit her lip. With such heavy snow, everyone in the world is short of supplies, and the Song family is no exception. I bet they are busy hoarding supplies right now and don't have time to come over, nor do they have suitable transportation to find me. Taking advantage of their small numbers plus our inside help, we might really be able to escape. But after we escape, where do we go? It's over 60 degrees below zero, which exceeds the limits of what our bodies can endure. We don't even have a place to go. Yang Jinxian sighed. Shen Hong is the one selling supplies in the community. He has so many supplies, he can definitely make sure we have enough to eat. Besides, his home is warm and we can survive. When our parents passed away, I silently vowed to protect you no matter what in this life. Yang Mushuan's eyes turned red instantly. Sister. The 2 embraced. The video was quickly connected. Looking at Shin Heng's yawning face in the bright room, Fenglu was almost furious. She came all the way in the cold, and you're sleeping? Moreover, Shin Heng's shoulder was exposed, covered only by a thin blanket. It was obvious that the room Shin Heng was in was as warm as spring. She was almost envious to madness. Shin Heng, where are you? Living? I want to hurry in, I'm about to freeze to death. Although she was unhappy, Fenglu didn't dare to get angry, forcing a smile while huffing, her voice trembling as she kept stomping her feet. Next to her stood Su Chao, who was also shivering, not saying a word, afraid of being seen by Shin Heng. Are you in the underground passage? Shin Heng raised an eyebrow. Yes. Fenglu nodded repeatedly. I'm in West 2, row 3. Are you alone? Shin Heng asked again. Of course. Fenglu glanced nervously at Su Chao's direction before saying, I quietly came over while Su Chao was sleeping. Just me. It's already 1 o'clock. Aren't you going to let me in to keep you company? I know I was wrong, hee. Shin Heng shook his head. Fenglu, do you know what I hate the most? What? Fenglu was taken aback. I hate being deceived by others. Shin Heng narrowed his eyes and said softly, what is your relationship with Su Chao? You need to clarify it for me. And no relationship. Fenglu was startled and quickly waved her hand. There's really nothing between us. You. See, you're overthinking it. Didn't Huo Miao just call you? Even if you don't believe Su Chao or me, Huo Miao has no reason to lie to you, right? Then let me ask you again, are you alone right now? Shin Heng said coldly. Yes. You're still lying to me. Shin Heng looked disdainful. Fenglu, I've already given you a chance. Su Chao is right next to you. Do you think I don't know? Also, Huo Miao is not with you at all right now. I hate liars the most. Now that I think about it, when you told me you were pregnant, you were probably lying to me, right? Fenglu, stop sending me videos. Since you chose Su Chao, I've automatically become an ex, so we naturally have nothing to do with each other anymore, right? I wish you and Su Chao a long and happy life together. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, if you still want to lie to me and have me pick you up at home, you'd better not lie to me. After saying that, Shin Heng hung up directly. Hey, Shin Heng, I didn't lie to you. Fenglu hurriedly spoke up, but after just a few words, Shin Heng had already ended the video call. Damn! Fenglu cursed angrily. How? Was it exposed? Su Chao frowned, thinking seriously. He definitely hadn't exposed anything. How did Shin Heng know about their relationship? Did you secretly contact Shin Heng behind my back? He looked at Fenglu suspiciously. Me contact him behind your back? Fenglu jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing her finger at Su Chao and cursing. Would I do that? We're in this together now, one for all and all for one. If I were to contact him behind your back, at least I should be able to get into his house, right? But now, neither of us can get in. He doesn't believe you anymore, and he doesn't even believe me. Su Chao remained silent. He also felt that Fenglu couldn't have leaked anything. If Fenglu had severed ties with him, he could also tell Shin Heng about their relationship. At that time, Shin Heng would also disdain Fenglu. Before entering Shin Heng's house, he and Fenglu were allies in a tight bond. Then who could it be? Su Chao's face darkened. Huo Miao? Fenglu's eyes immediately showed certainty. It must be her. If it weren't for Huo Miao, how would we have been exposed? She knows our relationship and must have secretly told Shin Heng. You quickly contact your skiing girl and have her ditch Huo Miao. Don't pick her up anymore. Let her freeze to death at the company. Su Chao didn't say anything, picking up his phone to call Lu Chenxi. But at that moment, Lu Chenxi had already returned home with Wang Chengguang. They had a common enemy and were now close allies. Plus, with Wang Chengguang's sweet talk, Lu Chenxi was also feeling relaxed. After a few days without a date, she was itching for some fun. The two naturally started playing cards. At that moment, the game was intense and they had no time to pay attention. No one is answering? Su Chao frowned and called again. Lu Chenxi had already grabbed her phone, saw Su Chao's call, rolled her eyes, and hung up directly. She focused on hugging Wang Chengguang tightly. She actually hung up. Su Chao's face turned ugly. Was Lu Chenxi harmed by Huo Miao? Otherwise, she wouldn't have hung up on him. Unwilling to give up, he dialed again, but still no one answered. What was going on? You call Huo Miao and ask her clearly, Fenglu suggested from the side. Su Chao nodded and called Huo Miao. Huo Miao pressed the answer button, but the phone was taken by Shin Heng. Hello? Shin Heng deliberately lowered his voice. This is Huo Miao's phone. Who are you? Su Chao was stunned for a long time, not recognizing Shin Heng's voice at all. Shin Heng smiled, then slowly said in a deep voice, she's tired and has already gone to sleep. Boom! Su Chao's mind went blank. He didn't even react when Shin Heng hung up the phone. Huo Miao. Huo Miao is with another man. How is that possible? Didn't Lu Chenxi go to pick her up from the company? Didn't they agree on that? Why is Lu Chenxi not answering the phone, blocking him, and why is there another man beside Huo Miao? What on earth is going on? That deep voice kept echoing in his ears. She's tired, she's already asleep. This drove him almost insane. Huo Miao had been with him for half a year and he hadn't been able to completely win her over. And now she was sleeping with a man he didn't even know? This is just. His head buzzed and he felt like a frozen statue. What's wrong? Feng Lu asked anxiously. I don't know. Su Chao stammered. Don't know? You useless piece of trash, can't you even make a phone call clearly? Feng Lu cursed. As soon as she spoke, she regretted it a bit. The two had already shifted from a couple relationship to an allied one. Whenever she got angry, Su Chao would scold her. But unexpectedly, Su Chao didn't refute her at all, instead looking completely lost. After Shin Hong hung up the phone, Huo Miao couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You're so bad. Huo Miao looked at Shin Hong with a charming gaze, but I really like it. Baby, I like you a lot too. Shin Hong tightened his embrace around Huo Miao. This cold beauty, like an iceberg, was now fully devoted to him. Afraid of losing his favor, she even generously tried to recruit the beautiful young woman next door for him. Thinking of Yang Jinxuan's graceful figure, he couldn't help himself. You like someone? You mean you like Sister Jean, right? Huo Miao said with a face full of jealousy. Good girl, even if I have Yang Jinxian, you are still the most important woman in my heart. Shin Hong said seriously. That's more like it. Huo Miao pouted, then whispered, you can't just abandon me. Of course not. Shin Hong hugged Huo Miao tightly. Alright, I'm not jealous. After all, I was the one who took the initiative to contact her. I've already prepared myself. Huo Miao leaned against Shin Heng's chest. After a moment of warmth, she said, now it's time to let Sister Jean and the others come over, right? By the way, Sister Jean said there are 2 more people outside the underground passage. That's Feng Lu and Su Chao. Those 2 can't wait, they've come directly. Shin Hong sneered, I'll make them scram right now. Shin Hong had also installed several mini cameras in the underground passage. The dim lights in the passage made them undetectable. When he opened his phone to check the situation in the underground passage, he found Feng Lu was scolding Su Chao, while Su Chao looked distracted and confused. It seemed that his earlier bubble voice had quite an impact. It had completely stunned Su Chao. Stop cursing. After a while, Su Chao finally came to his senses, his expression twisted. If you say one more word, you can go back and sleep tonight. Don't step through my door. Feng Lu had never seen Su Chao's features contorted like this. Even when he had previously scolded her, it was with disdain. But now, she sensed a murderous intent in Su Chao's eyes. What's wrong with you? It's just a phone call. I was just anxious and wanted to ask about the situation. Feng Lu stammered. Su Chao's teeth chattered. Ignoring Feng Lu, he turned and strode south down the underground passage. Now Shin Hong completely didn't trust him, and Lu Chenxi was unreachable. He felt like his brain was a mess, completely unclear about how things had turned out. More importantly, Huo Miao had actually betrayed him. That damn woman. Hadn't she always been pure and innocent? After being with him for half a year, she hadn't let him touch her. He was her boyfriend. Now it's good. This woman is tired. Has she fallen asleep? Why is she tired? His temples bulged with veins. His eyes wide with anger, walking quickly. What are you doing? Feng Lu said weakly. Are you an idiot? Why are you still here if you're not going back? Shin Hong clearly doesn't want to let us in. If you want to stay, that's up to you, but I'm going back. Su Chao didn't look back. Hey, wait for me, I'm going back too. Although he really wanted to stay in Shin Heng's warm home tonight, it was clear that Shin Hong didn't trust him either. Moreover, he was certain that his relationship with Su Chao was not normal. Does he already know? Feng Lu silently followed Su Chao, recalling. If he knows, then I have to honestly confess. In that case, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After all, I've been with him for 3 years, even raising a dog would create feelings. As long as I remember the beautiful past we had together, Shin Hong would forgive me, right? At worst, I could kneel down for him. Once I get into his house, I'll take good care of him. Feng Lu secretly glanced at Su Chao, who was walking ahead with his head down, cursing in her heart. Su Chao is such a useless person. Tomorrow morning, I'll sneak away and confess to Shin Hong. This time, it's truly parting ways. Watching the 2 leave on the surveillance, Shin Hong got dressed and walked into the underground passage. Arriving at the door of the basement of Villa number 3 next door, Shin Hong knocked and sent a message to Yang Jinxian. The person has been sent away. It's me outside. Open the door. After receiving the WeChat message, Yang Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, she felt a bit anxious. Outside the door is Shin Hong. Am I really going to follow him? Thinking of Song Zhengming's entanglement, she made up her mind. Yang Jinxian pulled her sister to the basement and peered through the peephole to see outside. There was indeed only Shin Hang. She opened the door, and upon seeing Shin Hong, her face instantly turned red. Remembering her promise to Hua Miao, she now found it unbelievable. Let's go. Seeing Yang Jinxian looking like a little girl and recalling the messages she had just sent to Hua Miao, Shin Hong couldn't help it anymore. He stepped forward and grabbed Yang Jinxuan's hand, saying, let's go. With Shin Hang's large hand holding her, Yang Jinxuan's face turned even redder. Instinctively, she followed Shin Hong, taking her sister away. Shin Hong, do I have to call you brother-in-law from now on? Yang Muxuan was a bit mischievous, making faces at Shin Hong. Shin Hong didn't speak, and Yang Jinshan shot her sister a glare. Shut up. Ha, brother-in-law, my sister is blushing. Yang Muxuan laughed. Lower your voice. What if those two come back? Yang Jinshan hurriedly pulled her sister. Don't worry. Shin Hong waved his hand, not explaining. If it had to be said, Feng Lu and Su Chao were looking for him. However, seeing Yang Jinshuan's expression, it seemed someone was watching her, which is why she was in a hurry. It worked out for him. But after walking a few steps, Shin Hong paused at the door of the basement of Villa number 4. Yang Jinshan and Yang Muxuan looked a bit nervous, urging in low voices, let's hurry up and go. Go where? Shin Hong was a bit confused, and in the shocked eyes of the two, he stepped forward and knocked on the door. Open up. Yang Jinshan and Yang Muxuan were both stunned. What surprised them even more was that the door actually opened, revealing Huo Miao's beautiful face. Hubby. Huo Miao hugged Shin Hong tightly, then with a beaming smile, made a welcoming gesture to the stunned sisters. Welcome to our home. From now on, this will be our home. Our home. Yang Jinshuan's lips trembled, and for a long time, she couldn't say a word. Yang Muxuan looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her sister had said before that this villa number 4 was for her. How did Shin Hong and Huo Miao end up living here? Then, who was making the noise from villa number 4 before? Yang Jinshan and her sister Yang Muxuan were completely bewildered. They instinctively followed Shin Hong into the house. The things inside the house left the two of them utterly shocked. From the basement's second floor to the first floor, it was filled with all kinds of supplies. It was dazzling. What shocked them even more was that the house was surprisingly warm, and as soon as they entered, a wave of warmth hit them. They were wearing thick clothes, and after standing for a moment, they felt unbearably hot. If you have any questions, we can talk about them later, Huo Miao said, stepping forward to help them take off their coats, and added, first, go take a shower. Yang Jinshan and Yang Muxuan exchanged glances, and their faces instantly turned a bit red. It had been more than 4 days since they last showered. They were feeling quite dirty now. Okay. The sisters nodded. The four of them went to the first floor, and Huo Miao took pajamas into the bathroom, then signaled for Yang Muxuan to take a shower. After Yang Muxuan entered the bathroom, she took Yang Jinshan into the bathroom and the bedroom. Jeans, yeah, here are the pajamas for you to change into. You can wash up here while I prepare dinner for you, Huo Miao said with a gentle smile. Yang Jinshuan's awkwardness gradually eased, and she nodded. Alright. Thank you. She had a belly full of questions. This was clearly the house she had decorated, meant to be given to her sister. How did Shin Hong and Huo Miao end up living here? Moreover, these two seemed to be the owners of the house. It was simply absurd to her. Also, was the noise from villa number 4 earlier made by them? What about the people Song Jiangming sent to monitor her? But right now, taking a shower was the most important thing. She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and had long felt uncomfortable all over. Before entering the bathroom, she glanced at Shin Hong. She had promised to be one of Shin Heng's women. Just thinking about it made her shy. If she had known Shin Hong lived next door, she wouldn't have worried so much. Upon entering the bathroom, she locked the door behind her, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Lying in the bathtub, Yang Jinshan almost cried out. She hadn't even had a sip of water, yet Shin Heng's home was so luxurious that she could even take a bath. A tub full of bath water like this would probably drive people outside crazy with envy. Listening to the sounds from the bathroom, Huo Miao raised an eyebrow at Shin Hong, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. My dear brother, aren't you going in yet? She had already noticed that after she opened the basement door, Yang Jinshan and Yang Muxuan had been in a daze. It wasn't just the surprise at the abundance of supplies in the house that left them astonished. It was the unbelievable fact that she and Shin Hong were living next door to them. Did they think that it was inappropriate for Shin Hong and her to be living next door? It made sense. If Shin Hong was just a wall away from Yang Jinshan, they should be quite familiar with each other. But Yang Jinshuan's shock implied that, in her mind, Shin Hong shouldn't be living next door. Coupled with the fact that she often had meals with Shin Hong and Feng Lu when she was with Su Chao, it was clear that Shin Heng's parents had passed away, leaving him with no inheritance. Even the house in Taoyuan community was earned by Shin Hong through hard work. How could he possibly live in such a villa? Shin Hong had never explained, and she wouldn't ask. But Huo Miao was sharp-minded and had already guessed the reason in an instant. Looking at Yang Jinshuan's expression, it seemed she couldn't accept the fact that Shin Hong lived next door. Would she go back on her promise to herself? She urged Shin Hong beside her. What are you still dazed for? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts now. You were almost going crazy when they mentioned Yang Jinshuan's name just now. Ahem. Shin Hong coughed twice. Well, she locked the door, and I can't just barge in, can I? Here Huo Miao took out a key and pressed it into Shin Heng's hand. I deliberately brought her into this bathroom. After she finishes her bath, the bedroom is right outside. For you, she really racked her brains. Alright, I'm going to cook. Now, don't disturb your fun. After saying this, Huo Miao shot Shin Hong a glance and turned her body to leave the bedroom, kindly closing the door behind her, to avoid being disturbed by Yang Muxuan later. Once the door was closed, only Shin Hong remained in the bedroom. The sound of water could still be heard from the connected bathroom. Shin Hong looked at the key in his hand, took a deep breath, and quietly got up to open the door. He was not a virtuous gentleman. Besides, since it had come to this point, if he didn't go in, wouldn't that be pretentious? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Yang Jinxuan's white as jade arm splashing water, her face showing a satisfied expression. Finally, she could enjoy a nice bath. But unexpectedly, the bathroom door had opened. She was taken aback, turned her head, and saw Shin Hong, her face instantly turning red. Why you? How did you get in? I thought I locked the door. I have a key, Shin Hong chuckled. I also want to take a bath. After Yang Muxuan finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom, drying her hair, she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of food. Did you finish washing? Huo Miao looked up and smiled. Go dry your hair first, even though it's warm in here, don't catch a cold. Okay. Yang Muxuan nodded. Where's my sister? She's in another bathroom, Huo Miao said. Once she's done, we'll eat together. You must be starving, right? Thank you, Miao Jia. Yang Muxuan took a deep breath of the delicious food aroma and went to dry her hair. After drying her hair, she still hadn't seen her sister and felt a bit strange. Miao Jia, my sister hasn't finished yet? Yeah, she might need some time. Huo Miao waved her hand. Don't just stand there, come help me. Yang Muxuan obediently nodded and hurried to the kitchen. Looking at the familiar cooking appliances, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Everything in this villa was carefully chosen by her sister and herself. Now she felt like a guest, while Huo Miao seemed like the hostess. Miao Jia, is this my brother-in-law's house? Yang Muxuan couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Huo Miao replied casually. What else? This is my home. Yang Muxuan frowned, looking puzzled. I don't mean anything else. I'm very grateful that you let us in, but this villa was prepared for me by my sister. Even the cooking appliances in the kitchen were chosen by me. Huo Miao paused her cooking, looking at Yang Muxuan in surprise. Not just this villa, the entire West 2 row of villas belongs to my sister. Yang Muxuan frowned. Her birthday is February 3rd, so she specifically chose villa number 3, and then gave me the empty villa number 4 next door, which she had designed and renovated last year. Every item here was chosen by my sister and me. We call the cleaning lady to come every so often. So, Huo Miao's voice turned a bit colder. So, Yang Muxuan opened her mouth, not daring to speak further. I don't know whose villa this is, it doesn't matter much to me. Huo Miao turned her head and said lightly, I only know that it was Shin Hong who brought me here. He is my man, and wherever he lives, I will live too. Yang Muxuan lowered her head, silent. She was somewhat afraid of Huo Miao's stern expression and didn't dare to argue back. Besides, they were currently being taken in by Huo Miao, and if she really moved in, there was no way they could make her give up the villa. Should they call the police? Don't be ridiculous. So many people have died outside, and no one cares. How could anyone care about them being kicked out of their home? Huo Miao also didn't continue speaking, silently cooking. She could see it clearly. Yang Jinxian was gentle and virtuous, and quite reasonable. But Yang Muxuan was like a spoiled little sister, quirky and mischievous. She needed to assert her position as the mistress of the house and directly put them in their place. Yang Jinxian was easy to talk to, and she had previously told her that even if she gained Shin Heng's favor, she would still respect herself. But Yang Muxuan needed to be shown who was in charge. She had to realize that even if Yang Muxuan became Shin Heng's woman in the future, she would still be the main wife. While the two were silent, a faint sound suddenly came from inside the house. Had it already moved from the bathroom to the bedroom? From the sound, it seemed that Sister Jinxian was losing ground in the game and was no match for her husband. Should she go in and help? Huo Miao was somewhat distracted. Yang Muxuan naturally heard the sound as well. Her face first showed confusion, then her eyes widened in shock. Sister had already started with her brother-in-law? That was too fast. No wonder she hadn't seen Sister and Shin Hong after her bath. It turned out the two fell silent, quietly straining to listen. It wasn't until the sounds inside quieted down that Huo Miao turned and instructed, serve the dishes. Yang Muxuan obediently complied. 5 dishes and a soup were quickly arranged, the aroma of various dishes wafting through the air, making Yang Muxuan's mouth water. She really wanted to sneak a bite. Shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried bok choy with mushrooms, minced meat eggplant, cola chicken wings, and a cold dish of sauced beef, along with a steaming pot of 3-flavored tofu soup. The enticing smells made her wish she could swallow her tongue. However, Huo Miao didn't pick up her chopsticks, and she didn't dare to start first, so she could only wait quietly. After a moment, Shin Hong and the rosy-cheeked Yang Jinxian walked out of the bedroom. Upon seeing the two at the dining table, their faces turned even redder. The long-lost feeling made her intoxicated. The earlier sounds were not small, and it was clear that the two had heard them. At this moment, her sister's gaze towards her was quite complex. Let's go, let's eat first. I'm exhausted and starving, Shinhong said, pulling Yang Jinxuan's hand to the dining table. Yang Jinxian shot Shinhong a glare. You still say? If it weren't for you just now, how could it have happened? However, Shinhong had indeed conquered her, leaving her with lingering thoughts, and she had even started to develop a bit of an infatuation with him. No wonder Hua Miao wanted to find a girlfriend. For Shinhong, just Hua Miao alone probably couldn't handle this monster. Sitting at the table, Hua Miao had already taken the initiative to serve soup for the few of them. Shinhong, Yang Jinxian spoke softly. She had too many questions she wanted to ask, but just now, when Shinhong burst through the door, they naturally started playing cards. Yang Jinxian had long forgotten about that. Now, sitting at the familiar dining table, she wanted to inquire. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Hua Miao interrupted her. Sister Jinxian, you should call him husband. Yang Jinxuan's face flushed, thinking about how she and Shinhong had already become like a married couple. She whispered, husband. Both Shinhong and Hua Miao nodded in satisfaction. Shinhong was enjoying it immensely, not expecting that the beautiful young woman next door was now sweetly sitting beside him, calling him husband. Hua Miao was pleased because Yang Jinxian was quite obedient to her. It seemed that her position was secure. I want to ask you, Yang Jinxian said cautiously, is this your house? On the side, Yang Mushuan had just finished a bowl of soup. She originally wanted to have more, but upon hearing this, she stopped her actions and perked up her ears. No, that's not it, Shinhong shrugged. If this were my house, we would have been neighbors long ago, and you wouldn't have just met me on that rainy day. Then how did you move in? Yang Jinxian asked again. When? It was on that rainy day, Shinhong smiled. My girlfriend cheated on me with my good buddy and kicked me out. I happened to run into you, and I thought having a beautiful neighbor isn't bad, so I moved in. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan were left speechless, both looking at Hua Miao. Hua Miao waved her hand. The girlfriend he mentioned isn't me. I'm his good buddy's girlfriend. You two are really playing around. The sisters Yang Jinxian widened their eyes again. She's Su Chao's girlfriend. Su Chao stole my home. So I stole Su Chao's home, Shinhong said with a smile. Hua Miao punched Shinhong lightly and then snuggled into his arms. Even though I'm Su Chao's girlfriend, he has never touched me. You're the first man for me. Of course I know, Shinhong embraced Hua Miao. Yang Jinxian didn't feel jealous. Ever since she decided to follow Shinhong, she had prepared herself mentally for this. This house is mine. Yang Jinxian hesitated for a moment and said softly, I renovated it last year, originally to give to my sister, but since you've moved in, after the snow stops, I'll renovate the villa next door for Mushuan. After the snow stops? Shinhong shook his head slightly. Although this snow would stop in a few days, there would still be more snow afterward, and the temperature would remain at minus 70 degrees. The snow won't stop? Yang Jinxian was surprised to see his expression. I don't think it will. Shinhong didn't mention what happened in his past life but said lightly, the whole world has completely changed since that rainy day. In his previous life, both Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian had died. As for Yang Mushuan, she likely also died at school. But in this life, he saved them, and they became his women. Unknowingly, Shinhong, this butterfly, had already flapped his wings and changed the fate of many. If he knew that Wang Chengguang was also alive, he would probably be even more emotional. Brother-in-law, where did you get so many supplies? Yang Mushuan's eyes lit up as she suddenly asked. You don't need to worry about that. Just know that the supplies I have are definitely not just what you saw in the basement. The four of us together could never finish them in our next life. Shinhong smiled. The vending machine was his secret. He wouldn't even tell Hua Miao. But speaking of which, Yang Mushuan calling him brother-in-law really adds to the excitement. Once he manages to win her over and she hugs him calling him brother-in-law, it should have a unique charm. Having already committed herself to Shinhong, Yang Jinxian naturally did not hide anything. She told Shinhong about her situation. Originally, she thought the person living next door was sent by Song Zhengming, but unexpectedly it turned out to be Shinhong, leading to a mix-up. However, unlike Shinhong, she firmly believed that once the snow stopped, society would surely return to order. The official power is strong. It is impossible for such a situation to continue. By then, she would just be a little woman to Shinhong. Whether they got married or not was already irrelevant to her. Right now, with so many crises, being with Shinhong meant having food and drink without fear. And Shinhong treated her well, which was enough. Moreover, she also experienced a long-lost feeling with Shinhang. Previously, she did not allow her younger sister to serve Shinhong as well because she thought it was too absurd. Her sister was still young and would eventually need to get married. At the dining table, Shinhong also seriously assured her that he would not have any intentions towards Yang Mushuan. Of course, if Yang Mushuan fell in love with him, that would be another matter. Yang Mushuan pouted. Although her brother-in-law was quite excellent and could help them through the Ice Age, wasn't he a bit too arrogant? Besides, he already had 2 women, one of whom was her own sister. How could she possibly like him? Husband. After finishing her narrative, Yang Jinxian said with concern, Song Jung-ming is psychologically twisted. When I was at the Song family, he already had designs on me. After my ex-husband died, he wanted to coerce me. Once the snow stops, I'm afraid Song Zhengming will come again, and I worry it will implicate you. Don't worry. Shin Hong waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't expected that Yang Jinxian was actually Song Zhengming's sister-in-law, and that Song Zhengming had thoughts about his sister-in-law. You probably don't know Song Zhengming is. Seeing that Shin Hong was completely unconcerned, Yang Jinxian felt a bit anxious and wanted to explain. I know, he's the current head of the Song family. Shin Hong smiled lightly. He was quite familiar with the Song family. In his previous life, the entire northern part of Jiangcheng was controlled by the Song family, which was truly powerful. Before the apocalypse, the Song family was just a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. Of course, this was also related to the fact that all the first-rate families had gone into hiding. When the tiger is away, the monkeys take the throne. With the first-rate families hiding in shelters, the Song family could rise to power. More importantly, the Song family controlled the granary of Jiangcheng. With ample supplies, the Song family recruited soldiers, and for a time, their momentum was overwhelming, suppressing the other major forces. Now that Shin Hong wanted to establish his own power, he would inevitably have to confront the Song family. It was only a matter of time. Adding Yang Jinxuan's situation to the mix was hardly a burden. Then you still. Yang Jinxian hesitated a bit. In any case, don't worry about the Song family. As your man, I will naturally resolve these troubles. Shin Hong said coldly. When soldiers come, I will fight. When water comes, I will cover it. The Song family. I don't take them seriously. Yang Jinxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at Shin Hong without blinking. During this time, after her husband's death, she had been struggling alone, and was already too tired. Shin Heng's words seemed to give her immense support and confidence. After all, she was still a woman who needed a man's shoulder to lean on. Meanwhile, Yang Mushuan quietly pouted again. He really could boast. Although the Song family was not considered a top family, it was certainly not something Shin Hong could contend with alone. This wasn't confidence, it was arrogance. But seeing her sister's face full of admiration, she chose to remain silent and continued eating. By the way, your husband is named Song Guangming? Shin Hong suddenly remembered something and asked. Yes, he was my ex-husband. Yang Jinxian blushed. And now my husband is you. This woman, once she had feelings, was truly tender as water. Shin Hong wrapped his other arm around her and said, have you heard of someone named Wang Pang? A leader from the Jiangcheng military district. Wang Pang? Yang Jinxian was taken aback. I've seen him a few times at the Song family. He seems to be a friend of Song Zhengming. I heard Wang Pang mention it to Song Zhengming. It was Wang Pang who sent someone to kill Song Guangming just so that Song Zhengming could take over the Song family. What? Yang Jinxian was stunned. Wang Pang. That's right. Shin Hong nodded. They both said it themselves. Yang Jinxian had no doubt about the truth of this statement. She knew that Shin Hong was just an online writer before and had no social circle at all. As for the Song family, Shin Hong couldn't possibly have any contact with them. The fact that he could mention Wang Peng meant he couldn't be making things up. Moreover, Song Guangming was already dead, and she had become Shin Heng's woman. He had no reason to deceive her. Yang Jinxuan's eyes turned red. She had always known that the car accident was very strange. The person she suspected the most was her little brother-in-law, Song Zhangming, but lacking evidence, she had to give up. It turned out that everything was orchestrated by Song Zhangming behind the scenes. I will avenge my ex-husband, Shin Hong said softly. She had to thank her ex-husband. If he hadn't passed away, how could a beauty like Yang Jinxian have fallen into his hands? Regardless, he would have to confront the Song family, and when he eventually killed Song Zhangming, he would also be thanking his ex-husband. Just now, he had unlocked many actions that the inexperienced Hua Miao had never done before. Now, he felt he understood Chao Mingda's heart. Understand Chao Mingda, become Chao Mingda, surpass Chao Mingda. He suddenly remembered that earlier, Yang Jinxian had told Hua Miao that one of her friends was very beautiful and her husband had gone missing. In this situation, being missing was almost the same as being dead. In other words, did Yang Jinxian still want to introduce a new sister into the mix? Times had changed. Back then, there was only Hua Miao in Shin Heng's home, so he would naturally be cautious. But now, he had completely let down his guard against Hua Miao. With Hua Miao watching over, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan probably wouldn't stir up much trouble. Moreover, Shin Hong really couldn't think of any reason for them to betray him. He provided them with a warm home and endless resources. How could they possibly betray him? Even if there was one more woman, Shin Hong squinted, he would become the first person in the world with supernatural abilities. Why worry about trouble at home? The stronger he became, the more devoted these women would be. By the way, you told Meow Meow that I can't force Mushwan, but you would introduce a friend, Shin Hong said with a smile. Yang Mushwan, who was getting up to clear the dishes, stumbled and rolled her eyes. Men are so unambitious. Just managed to win over my sister and now he can't wait for her to introduce friends? I didn't lie to you. Yang Jinxian pouted. Stinky husband, just got someone and you're already so impatient? Huo Miao also pinched Shin Heng's waist. Husband, aren't you being a bit fickle? Sister Jinxian just joined our family. Shouldn't you be nurturing your relationship with her? Now you're already thinking about new sisters. Aren't you afraid your body can't take it? Just joking, just joking. Shin Hong cleared his throat. He just wanted to tease young Jinxian. As for women, he really hadn't thought that much about it. Huo Miao had taken the initiative to bring Yang Jinxian to him, and now there were already two stunning women in the house. One was cold and sexy, the other gentle and soft. Different styles, but both were breathtaking beauties. Moreover, there were also Chen Qin and a little Sandgrain. These two beauties were no less than those at home. Chen Qin might still need to cultivate her feelings, but the little Sandgrain was almost ready for the picking. Just a simple calculation, there are already 4 beauties. Moreover, there are 3 from Wang Jie's side. Of course, Shin Hong is just playing with them and won't really develop any feelings. It's a joke. Even Wang Jie wouldn't have feelings for them, so what feelings could I have with them? It's just a matter of mutual benefit. I'm going to sleep first. Looking at Shin Hong, who was surrounded by women and looking quite pleased with himself, Yang Mushwan cleaned up the dishes and turned to enter the bedroom. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Seeing Shin Hong like that always made her a bit angry. Could it be that she liked this scumbag? Back in the bedroom, she buried her head in the blanket and shook her head decisively. Impossible. This is her brother-in-law. Besides, they hadn't interacted much. How could she like him? Especially someone so fickle. It must be that too much has happened recently and she was too tired. A good sleep would do. She lay on the comfortable big bed, the room warm and pleasant, just needing a light blanket to feel very cozy. And it was already late at night. After being tense for several days, she could finally relax a bit. But no matter what, she couldn't fall asleep. Her mind kept thinking about her sister's earlier words. Originally, Huo Miao wanted her and her sister to serve Shin Hong together. How could that be possible? Even though Shin Hong lived in her house, Yang Mushwan couldn't bring herself to dislike him. Perhaps it was because he was willing to take her and her sister in? But somehow, she recalled the sound of her sister playing cards in the bedroom before dinner. Yang Mushwan was no longer a child. She fully understood what that represented. Her sister seemed to be enjoying it, and after playing cards with Shin Hong, she completely let go, hugging Shin Hong and calling him husband. As a younger sister, Yang Mushwan could tell that her sister's face was filled with genuine happiness, not a facade. Was that kind of thing really that enjoyable? It was as if her sister had been enchanted by Shin Hong. She couldn't help but feel a bit hot, tossing and turning in bed, and finally stared at the ceiling, falling asleep after a long while. Outside the room, Shin Hong was sitting on the sofa holding Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian. With beautiful women in his arms, the two were feeding him fruit, a truly imperial enjoyment. Husband, why don't you spend some time with Sister Jinxian first? It's getting late, Huo Miao said softly. Shin Hong patted Huo Miao's perky bottom. This woman really thought of everything for him. Meanwhile, Yang Jinxuan's face was flushed, shyly leaning on Shin Heng's shoulder. She whispered, "Thank you, Miao sister." Husband, it's already past 2, how about I serve you? Shin Heng's card skills were impressive. She had already experienced that. This feeling, she could even say she hadn't felt in years of marriage with Song Guangming. She couldn't help but want to play cards with Shin Hong again. Thinking of Shin Heng's strong physique made her feel a bit hot. Shin Hong also felt restless. But then he suddenly thought of something and asked, "What time is it?" "It's 2, a little past." 2? Why? Yang Jinxian was taken aback. Last night, it seemed to be around this time when she upgraded the vending machine to level 10, right? His mind sank into the consciousness space. However, once inside, the space was still pitch black and the countdown numbers were still ticking. There are 15 minutes and 14 seconds left until the upgrade ends. 15 minutes and 13 seconds. 15 minutes and 12 seconds. More than 10 minutes left. Shin Hong exited. Tonight, he naturally had to wait for the system upgrade to finish, eat the ability fruit, and then go to sleep. There was still some time. Should he play cards with Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian? He reminisced about that crazy night at Wang Jie's villa. "I still have some things to handle. You two go back first. Once I'm done, we can all sleep together." Shin Hong patted the two. "Brother, you're so bad. You want both of us to serve you." Huo Miao teased, "But since husband has requested it, what can I say? Yang Jinxian didn't speak, her face red as she looked down. Su Chao returned home with a cold face. As soon as he entered, he kicked the television. The screen, worth over 10,000, shattered with a crash. Feng Lu was startled and was about to scold Su Chao for being crazy, but seeing his fierce expression, she rationally swallowed her words. Huo miao, huo miao. Su Chao's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth. You actually put a green hat on me, you cheap whore. If Shin Hong were in front of him, he would definitely spit in his face. Only the officials are allowed to set fire, but the common people can't even light a lamp? You first hooked up with Feng Lu and then turned around to blame Huo Miao? The double-standard dog Su Chao clearly hadn't thought that much. In his view, after licking for so long, he finally managed to get Huo Miao and, through relentless effort, got her to move into his home. Although they didn't share the same bed, Huo Miao was definitely his. Her blood would also be taken by him. But for some reason, Huo Miao found out about his relationship with Feng Lu and proposed a breakup. Su Chao was unhappy, but with the heavy snow blocking the roads, he had no choice but to agree. However, in his view, the breakup was only temporary. Once the snow stopped, he would beg Huo Miao again, and he was sure he could coax her back. After all, there were feelings from the past. But who would have thought that just after breaking up, that bitch Huo Miao would sleep with another man? Thinking of the bubbly voice from earlier, his head buzzed. Bitch, bitch. Su Chao was still not satisfied and lifted the television, smashing it heavily to the ground. This TV was bought by Huo Miao. She said she felt guilty living for free at his place. At first, he thought he had found a pure and innocent girl, but now he realized it was all just an act to show off to him. Feng Lu curled up beside him without saying a word. Looking at Su Chao's twisted and crazed face, her gaze flickered. Being with such an emotionally unstable man was indeed a bit too dangerous. She increasingly missed the warmth of Shin Heng's home. Now, she recalled many of Shin Heng's virtues: gentle, obedient, proactive. In doing housework, no bad habits, and most importantly, always good to her. Where could she find such a man? Yet she had actually given him up. She felt a bit regretful. After Su Chao fell asleep, she would secretly send Shin Hong a video. She would confess everything to him and then let him take her away. Shin Hong was so good to her, he would forgive her for accidentally cheating, right? Besides, it was just with his good buddy. At worst, she would act a little spoiled, promise never to do it again, and Shin Hong would definitely not say much. They had been together for 3 years, and Feng Lu was still very confident. She knew very well that Shin Heng's weakness was that he was soft-hearted. Thinking of this, she quietly looked up at Su Chao again. Su Chao was panting heavily, a pile of broken televisions at his feet. He glanced at Feng Lu, then expressionless, entered the bedroom, wrapped himself in the quilt and shivered, preparing to sleep. Feng Lu followed him into the room, squeezing in beside Su Chao. It wasn't that she wanted to, but it was warmer to be close together. Tomorrow, we'll go downstairs and buy some food from Guiyupeng. Su Chao's voice was a bit hoarse. He had consumed a lot of energy smashing the TV earlier. Xiao Lu, I made you watch a joke. It's okay, it's okay. Feng Lu waved her hand. Anyway, she wasn't planning to be with Su Chao anymore, so she naturally didn't care. What did Huo Miao say to you on the phone just now? Was it really worth making you so angry? The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Su Chao couldn't bring himself to say it. To say Huo Miao cheated on him? But they had already broken up. What was there to cheat about? Huo Miao could sleep with whoever she wanted, that was her freedom. But he was just burning with anger inside. What was going on? Where was Huo Miao? How could there be another man around her? Didn't Lu Chenxi take her away? Thinking of Lu Chenxi made him even angrier. This good sister, who was wholeheartedly devoted to herself, actually dared to hang up on her call. He didn't care what time it was, directly picked up his phone and dialed Lu Chenxi's number again. At this moment, Lu Chenxi and Wang Chengguang had just finished their battle and were sound asleep, looking weak. Wang Chengguang touched her face, feeling quite pleased. After all, she was an athlete, her figure was just different. Moreover, she had performed difficult moves that opened his eyes. The yellow-faced woman at home couldn't compare to Lu Chenxi in her next life. He must treat the skiing girl better in the future. His life was saved by her. Hopefully, the yellow-faced woman at home would freeze to death in this weather so he could openly be with Lu Chenxi in the future. Speaking of that yellow-faced woman, damn it, it snowed for 4 days and she only called to ask on the first day. For the next few days, she didn't even check on him. Wang Chengguang frowned. Just then, Lu Chenxi's phone vibrated. Weakly. Who's calling at this late hour? He picked it up and his expression darkened further. It was Su Chao calling. He knew the relationship between Su Chao and Lu Chenxi, and with a flicker of his eyes, a cold smile appeared. I want to see if you'll be furious knowing that Lu Chenxi has become mine now. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Chenxi, I asked you to pick up Huo Miao. What's going on? Also, why did you hang up on me just now? How is Huo Miao? Wang Chengguan smiled wickedly, took a deep breath, and spoke into the phone in a low voice. She's tired, she's already asleep. Su Chao's hands suddenly trembled. The nightmarish bubble sound came again. He wanted to say more, but the call had already been hung up by Wang Chengguan. Su Chao felt numb. He mechanically turned his head, looking at the white snow outside the window, silent. The world seemed to have become somewhat unrecognizable to him. How could there be men around Lu Chenxi? Are you all messing with me? And both men said the same thing. He tugged at his hair hard and slapped himself twice. Feng Lu curled up in the corner of the bed, looking anxious. Has Su Chao gone mad? Why does he seem more unstable every time he finishes a call? He, ha ha ha. Su Chao suddenly laughed, his voice growing louder. Feng Lu became increasingly frightened. Bitches, all of them are bitches. Su Chao's eyes were filled with hatred. Hua Miao is, Lu Chenxi is too, and you. He suddenly turned to look at Feng Lu. You won't betray me like those two bitches, will you? I definitely won't. Feng Lu snapped back to reality and forced a smile at Su Chao. I knew it, Xiao Lu, you love me the most. Su Chao pulled Feng Lu into his arms, a perverse smile on his face. Feng Lu trembled in his embrace. She had changed her mind now. Outside, the icy world had claimed many lives if she contacted Shen Hong behind Su Chao's back. And he found out, with Su Chao's unstable temperament, he might just kill her. So many people have died, one more wouldn't make a difference, right? To survive, she could only cooperate with Su Chao. She lifted her head and softly said to Su Chao, although I don't know what happened to those two, you can rest assured, I will always be with you. We may have quarreled before, but that's all in the past. Why do you still care about those bitches? Su Chao was taken aback, his smile widening. Yeah, why do I care about them? They are just bitches. My favorite is still you, Xiao Lu. We still need to plan how to get into Shen Heng's house. Feng Lu got up and threw the broken television into the fire. After a moment, the flames roared to life, warming the room a bit. She turned to Su Chao. There's nothing left to burn at home. The priority is to get into Shen Heng's house. I'll send Shen Heng a video telling him that we've had a huge fight and begging him to take me in, but you must not show yourself. Hide for now, okay? After a pause, she added, don't worry, no matter what, I won't leave you. In this weather, we have to work together to survive. You can at least cook instant noodles, but I can't do anything. Without you, I can't survive. As for that waste Shen Hong, since I chose to be with you, I won't go back to him. A good horse doesn't turn back to graze, let alone me, Feng Lu. Su Chao didn't speak but held Feng Lu tightly. After a long time, he finally released her and nodded slightly. Then I'll go hide in the bathroom for now. Feng Lu watched Su Chao enter the bathroom and breathed a sigh of relief. She was extremely scared. Su Chao's expression just now was like that of a perverted killer. But such a person seems to be the best partner for cooperation. People in the building had already started to fight over supplies. Some bought supplies only to be robbed by others, and they didn't care about being nice. Would it be safe if they got into Shen Heng's house? If someone discovered she was hiding supplies, wouldn't she be robbed? 2. Su Chao's current demeanor made her feel that a man like him could protect her, helping her survive in this icy world. Hua Miao and Yang Jin Xian went up to the master bedroom on the second floor, while Shen Hong went to wash his face, feeling energetic as he awaited the system upgrade. To finish. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. Taking it out to have a look, Feng Lu sent another video. Damn it! Shen Hong spat, hung up the video call, and even turned off this old phone. Why is Feng Lu sending videos at such a critical time? It's affecting my luck. Seeing the video was hung up, Feng Lu sent a few more messages, but no one answered. Trying to call Shen Hong, he had actually turned off his phone. Anger flared in her eyes. Shen Hong, oh Shen Hong, I gave you a chance. It's your own fault for being useless. Since you rejected this opportunity, I will have to bind myself closely with Su Chao. Once I find your home, you can just die. Shen Hong naturally had no idea that he had been sentenced to death in Feng Lu's mind. Moreover, Feng Lu had actually wanted to return to his side. Even if she knew, Shen Hong would scoff at it. How ridiculous. A traitor who betrayed her. How could he still want her? Especially since in the last life, she had been backstabbed by the two of them. She would never forgive. Feng Lu wanted Shen Hong to die, but wasn't he the same? However, he wouldn't let her die easily. Instead, he would make her suffer before she died. Ding! Host vending machine level 10, system upgrade completed for the first time. Please check it yourself. Before long, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Shen Heng's mind. His eyes lit up as he sank into the consciousness space. He returned to the familiar space. After each upgrade of the vending machine, the space would expand a bit. After reaching level 10, the entire space was over 200 cubic meters. But this time, the system upgrade had expanded the space by more than twice. Shen Hong estimated it was nearly 1,000 cubic meters now. At the very center of the space stood a vending machine, even more beautiful than before, shimmering with light. When Shin Hong approached the vending machine, he saw a line of text on the screen. Host has successfully upgraded the vending machine to level 10. Reward gift available at the vending machine's output. Please check it yourself. Additionally, host has deeply bound with the vending machine and can check the host's various physical attributes on the vending machine. Physical attributes? Shin Hong was taken aback. He exited this message and then saw that the vending machine's sales catalog now also had an option to return. Previously, it was just a selection of various materials, but now the entire screen had changed. There were only two options: personal information and purchase materials. Only by selecting purchase materials could a search bar appear to search for and buy materials. He clicked on personal information and the screen shifted, revealing the form of a young man. This was a 3D figure, but it looked exactly like Shin Hong. Next to it were attribute values. Host, Shin Hong. Current level, level 10. Personal assets, 15,665,200 yuan. Strength 5, stamina 6. Speed 6, specialty 8. Personal assets should be the remaining currency. Mainly relying on the 20 million from Wang Ji, this rich second generation had allowed Shin Hong to successfully upgrade the vending machine to level 10. However, now there was only 13 million left. Just barely enough to reach the next level. As for the attributes, the first three were unremarkable, but the last one, specialty, puzzled Shin Hong a bit. But he quickly realized, is this a proper system? Shin Hong cursed inwardly. Why is this all listed out? Also, I'm clearly 18, why does it say 8? The system is slandering me. But then he noticed that each value had a plus sign after it. Could it be that these physical qualities could be improved? Shin Hong's eyes brightened and he tentatively clicked a plus sign on strength. This attribute should be on a 10-point scale, right? That means his stamina and speed barely reached the passing line, while strength was failing. As a great man, how could he let his strength lag behind? But after clicking once, a message popped up. Currently increase 1 point of strength, requires 100,000. Is the host sure? 100,000? For Shin Hong right now, that's just a drop in the bucket. He clicked to increase his strength 5 times and his strength shot up to 10. His personal assets also shrank by 500,000. Soon, he automatically exited the consciousness space. At the same time, it felt as if ants were gnawing at his whole body. The pain was unbearable. Sweat broke out on Shin Hong's forehead and he struggled to endure it. A few minutes later, this sensation suddenly dissipated and Shin Hong let out a long breath. He didn't rush to enter the consciousness space but instead got up to try some simple exercises. There were crackling sounds from his arms and legs. He clenched his fists and a powerful sense of strength surged through him. It really worked. Shin Hong's face lit up with joy. He glanced at his phone and found that all his assets had now turned to zero. Were they all directly absorbed by the system? What a formidable system, not even a hint on the phone. He opened the detailed transfer records to take a look. The previous balance showed transfers made to someone with the ID Super Vending Machine. Is this even a person? This must be artificial intelligence. But this actually made things easier for him. After all, those people outside have flashy ways of transferring money, and when they run out of money, they might use jewelry or something as payment. The system had mentioned before that jewelry was also acceptable. It could directly deposit all the received money into the vending machine's balance, saving him from having to operate it twice. Right now, Shin Hong's gaze shifted. Naturally, he needed to enhance his specialty. I'm 18, not 8. Shin Hong stood in front of the vending machine again and found that strength had turned into 10 and the plus sign had also turned gray. Can't increase it anymore? Is 10 the limit? Shin Hong was full of confusion. He also raised his speed and stamina to 10, instantly reducing his assets by 800,000. He was once again thrown out of the consciousness space. That sour, numb, and painful feeling swept over him again. This time it was probably because he had clicked on the attributes. A few more times, Shin Hong cried out in pain, quickly grabbing a cushion from the sofa and biting down hard on it. If Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian heard him, they would definitely rush down in worry, and he wouldn't be able to explain anything to them. Shin Hong's body twisted, rolling around on the sofa, and after a long while, that feeling suddenly dissipated. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he struggled to get up. After a simple stretch, he found that he seemed to feel light as a swallow. Even jumping in place was much higher than before. As for stamina, he would need to test it slowly. However, it was clear that he felt his perception had also improved quite a bit, but like stamina, he would only be able to feel it gradually later. Returning to the consciousness space, he checked the various values. Except for specialty, all the others had turned to 10. Similarly, the plus sign had turned gray, and he could no longer increase his attributes. I'll max you out too. Shin Hong gritted his teeth and clicked the plus sign. But the system popped up a prompt. Currently increasing 1 point in specialty requires 1 million. Is the host sure? Good heavens, this thing is 10 times More than the other 3 attributes? This 1 point in specialty could buy an ability fruit. It's simply too expensive. Shin Hang felt a pang in his heart, but he was also very unconvinced. Now it's at 8, right? I want to see what changes will happen when it reaches 10. He directly clicked it to 10, then actively exited the system, lying on the sofa waiting for the pain to come. I'm a great man, what is this little pain? Wait, it won't hurt there, right? I can't take it. However, the imagined pain did not appear. Instead, a warm current surged in his lower abdomen. Refreshing. This feeling was very comfortable. However, it dissipated after a moment. Is that it? Shin Hong got up, savored it for a while, then reluctantly took out a ruler. He looked around, there was no one in the room. Is the system lying to me? Shin Hong was full of confusion. So is this saying it's a comprehensive evaluation of specialty? But at that moment, the door to the bedroom on the first floor suddenly opened. Yang Muxuan rubbed her eyes and walked out. Brother-in-law, I just heard you scream in pain. What happened? She saw Shin Hong, and her mind went blank. Shin Hong didn't expect that. His earlier scream didn't wake Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian, but instead, Yang Muxuan came out of the bedroom. He held the ruler, looking at Yang Muxuan, also in a daze. After a moment, Yang Muxuan let out a scream and turned to run back to the bedroom. Shin Hong was startled and quickly threw the ruler into the space, then pulled up his pants and hurriedly lay back on the sofa. What happened? Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian, who were chatting upstairs, heard the scream from downstairs and quickly ran down. Honey, what's wrong with Muxuan? Yang Jinxian asked anxiously. I don't know. Shin Hong innocently shrugged. It's me who got taken advantage of. Okay. Who knew this little girl wouldn't sleep for so long and suddenly ran out and saw me? I didn't even look at her. What a loss. Sister, I'm fine. Yang Muxuan's voice came from the bedroom on the first floor. Really okay? Yang Jinxian stood outside the bedroom door, a bit uneasy. Yang Muxuan's cheeks were flushed, her head buried in the blanket, and she said loudly, really okay, just a bit restless. I just dreamed about the Song family. You go to sleep. Okay. Yang Jinxian nodded, not suspecting anything. She was a bit worried about her sister and wanted to sleep in the same room to keep her company. But she didn't know what to say. Should she tell her sister, don't worry, I'm now Shin Hang's woman, so you can stay here peacefully? Moreover, Shin Hang had just said that he wanted to go upstairs with Hua Miao first, and he would come back later to cuddle with both of them. Yang Jinxian thought about it. After confirming that her sister was fine, she looked at Shin Hong and whispered, Honey, when will you come up? I'll be up in a bit. Shin Hong waved his hand and smiled. I still have a few things to take care of. Okay. Yang Jinxian nodded obediently. She already knew that being amiable brings wealth, and that was Shin Hong. Today, Shin Hong didn't sell any supplies but handed them over to Gui Yupeng to handle. He might even need to settle Gui Yupeng. Hua Miao's sister was right. Since she had become her husband's woman, the stronger her husband was, the better she could survive. As for her husband's secrets, if he was unwilling to share, she absolutely must not be curious. Honey, we'll wait for you, Hua Miao said with a smile, giving Shin Hong a kiss on the cheek and pulling Yang Jinxian back to the upstairs bedroom. Once the entire villa quieted down again, Shin Hong let out a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. His gaze turned to Yang Muxuan's bedroom. Should he go in now and have a chat with this sister-in-law? She had looked at him, and he had looked back. That should be even, right? He couldn't let himself be taken advantage of. However, if he really said that, Yang Muxuan would probably be completely scared silly, right? Thinking about how she had stared at him in a daze earlier, Shin Hong couldn't help but want to laugh. He sat up again and sank into his consciousness space. Arriving at the vending machine, he saw that his personal attributes had all turned to 10. Moreover, the plus signs behind them had all turned gray, clearly indicating that they could not be improved anymore. He didn't know when these attributes could be upgraded again. He squatted down and found a delicate little box at the vending machine's exit. The box was only palm-sized, and Shin Hong couldn't help but scoff. This gift from the system couldn't possibly be jewelry like a necklace, right? What use would that be? But when he opened the box, he was stunned. Inside the box lay a gray-brown fruit, a supernatural fruit. Shin Hong stared at the fruit and swallowed hard. He didn't expect that the system would actually send him this. He thought he would buy a supernatural fruit from the vending machine tonight, but instead, the vending machine had actively given him one. The gray-brown supernatural fruit emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Without hesitation, Shin Hong swallowed it whole. Instantly, his lower abdomen felt a wave of heat. In his previous life, he had consumed supernatural fruits, so he naturally knew that his lower abdomen was about to form a golden core. A powerful warm current emerged from his lower abdomen and then coursed through his entire body. After circulating through all the meridians and blood, this warm current finally settled in his lower abdomen, beginning to rotate and contract. Eventually, it solidified into a golden round ball. He had gained supernatural powers. The lower abdomen was the core area for supernatural beings and also a key protection zone. The condensed golden round ball was the mark of a supernatural person. Shin Heng's mind shifted and he suddenly understood what his supernatural ability in this life was. He didn't expect. Shin Heng never expected that in this life, the ability he possessed would actually be a fire-type ability. Was he really going to fight with fire? He shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air. In his previous life, he had already mastered various types of flames, so now that he once again possessed this familiar ability, there was naturally no awkwardness at all. However, in this icy, snowy apocalypse, the fire-type ability was a bit underwhelming. As a combat-type ability, it was completely restrained by the weather and had little practical use. If only Su Chao's ice-type ability were available, that would be much better. This fire-type, Shen Hong shook his head again. But in the end, he had an ability, even if it was quite weak. Still, for survival in the wild, being able to start a fire and cook was quite convenient, wasn't it? Shen Hong chuckled to himself. What was one fire-type ability worth? I haven't even bought an ability fruit from the vending machine yet. After level 10, I can buy it. I must awaken a few powerful abilities, right? Things like X-ray vision, wall penetration, teleportation, and illusion techniques. He typed ability fruit into the vending machine. Soon, a gray-brown icon appeared. The words purchase finally were no longer gray. I can buy ability fruits. Shin Heng's face lit up with joy as he directly entered 10 in the quantity field. Let's buy 10 to taste. But what he didn't expect was that in the next moment a prompt box popped up. Unable to purchase the required quantity of items, please repurchase. What? Shin Hong was taken aback. He checked his personal assets. He had spent 3.3 million to enhance his attributes, and I still have 11.36 million left. What's going on? Shin Hong changed the number to 9, but it still prompted that he couldn't purchase. He stared, wide-eyed, kept backing away, and finally, after purchasing one ability fruit, he despairingly saw that the words purchase under the ability fruit turned gray again. I can only buy one. Shin Hong almost cursed out loud, aiming at a gray words. He then saw the system prompt. Current level purchase balance is 0, you can only repurchase after leveling up. So, in other words, I have to continue leveling up the vending machine to keep buying? This is really. Shin Hong had mentally prepared himself. From now on, I have to treat ability fruits like food. But who knew the vending machine would only sell one? So stingy. But then again, if the vending machine sold ability fruits infinitely, I wouldn't continue leveling it up. This is forcing me to keep spending money. He looked at the ability fruit he had just bought and swallowed it. A familiar warm current flowed in his lower abdomen. When this golden warm current returned to his lower abdomen, Shin Hong was surprised to find that it didn't generate another golden core but instead wrapped around the original golden core, making the whole core larger than before. Shin Hong was left dumbfounded. Then, he noticed that his ability hadn't increased by 1, rather, the fire-type ability seemed to have become a bit stronger. Is this really messing with me? Shin Hong was speechless. After exiting the purchase interface, he found a small red dot in the upper right corner of his personal information and then clicked on it. In the personal attributes, there was an additional entry for ability. Ability Fire. Current level 2 Volcanic Stone Flame. This strange fire is as hot as a volcano and can burn on rocks. My fire-type ability has leveled up to 2? Shin Heng's anger dissipated significantly, replaced by curiosity, especially with the description below. Volcanic Stone Flame. Can burn on rocks? Shin Hong knew quite a bit about the fire-type ability he had in his previous life. After all, when searching for supplies, he had fought against many extraordinary beings. He was well aware of just how weak fire-type abilities could be. Outside, the blizzard raged. Sometimes, when Shin Hong shot out a flame, it would be extinguished by the strong wind before it even reached the opponent. He felt completely powerless. It was said that many fire-type ability users, after aligning with major powers, had turned into support roles helping to start fires for cooking and keeping warm. During battles, fire-type ability users could only hide and watch, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Shin Hong was no different. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily killed by Su Chao's ice-type abilities. But now, it seemed the flames had grown stronger? Shin Hong rubbed his chin and quietly stepped outside. The snow in the courtyard had deepened significantly. However, the snow was not solid. Stepping on it left a deep footprint. But as Shin Heng's attributes were all maxed out, he found he could easily control his body. Stepping into the snow only caused him to sink slightly without being completely engulfed. With the thought, the intense flames circulated throughout his body, and even in his pajamas, he felt little chill. Outside, the sky was pitch black, the cold wind blowing, and large flakes of snow danced and swirled in the air. Shin Hong snapped his fingers, and a small flame burst forth from his fingertips. The flame was deep red, and even as the cold wind blew past him, the flame did not flicker. Instead, it burned stubbornly. Shin Heng's eyes lit up, and with the point of his right hand, the flame flew into the snow. A small hole appeared in the snow pile, and it was quite deep. Inside the snow hole, the flame had not yet extinguished, and was still burning. Shin Hong looked through the opening and watched as the flame gradually extinguished after burning for a long time. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that although he had awakened to fire abilities in this life, they were much stronger than in his previous life. He wanted everyone to see that fire abilities were not just for cooking in a world of ice and snow, but possessed great power. The swirling snowflakes would completely melt and vanish before they could land on Shin Hong, as if he himself were an unquenchable flame in this icy world. He exerted all his strength to activate his abilities. Boom! Shin Hong transformed into a being of fire. Surrounded by flames, he felt no burning sensation at all. I become a fire person. Shin Heng's smile flickered in the flames, barely discernible. I can feel that my defense and strength have significantly increased, but the energy within me is rapidly depleting. I can probably maintain this state for about 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes in this fiery state was more than enough. Previously, Shin Hong had mostly used his fire abilities for long-range attacks, but now he was confident that even in close combat with some physical-type ability users, with his attribute points and the enhancements from his fiery state, he would not be inferior to them. Whoosh! With his thoughts, the burning flames instantly extinguished, dissipating completely. Shin Hong returned to his normal state. Even his clothes showed no signs of burning. Perfect! Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. With the vending machine, as long as he continued to upgrade it, he could continuously obtain ability fruits, and he could also elevate his strange fire to a higher level. By then, he would become one of the most powerful ability users in Jiangcheng, Jiang Province, and even the entire country. Sitting back on the sofa, Shin Hong continued to study the vending machine, checking his account balance after purchasing the ability fruit. He still had 10,360,000 left. The experience required to level up from level 10 to level 11 was 10,240,000. Originally, Shin Hong had just reached level 10, but all the money he spent on attributes counted as experience for the vending machine. He also bought an ability fruit. Now, his experience bar had turned into 4,300,000/10,240,000, almost half of the experience. He suddenly felt a bit restless. He had enough money. Should he continue to level up the vending machine? Without hesitation, he decided to go for it. After all, making money was also for leveling up. He directly made a large purchase from the vending machine. Nowadays, there were plenty of food items in the basement, so he had little to buy. Vegetables, fruits, and drinking water could only be bought when needed. After all, if bought in advance, they would all freeze hard. To level up, Shin Hong directly selected various luxury women's clothing. With 3 women at home, it was just right to give them as gifts, and it would also make them happy. If they were happy, perhaps they would unlock more actions and achievements. Especially when he saw the Balenciaga scarves, Shin Heng's eyes lit up. This was great. He directly bought 50 of them. The unit price was a bit low, only selling for 1,588 each. However, after buying the scarves, Shin Hong opened the door to a new world and suddenly thought of QQ underwear, searching through the vending machine, which opened his eyes. According to Yang Jinxian and Hua Miao's sizes, he bought quite a few, and then remembered he had bought a necklace for Hua Miao, so he also picked a Cartier Diamond Series necklace. For Yang Jinxian, goodness, it was simply an IQ tax. He couldn't figure out what was so good about this necklace. It was ordinary, labeled as a classic model, but priced at over 500,000. This was fine. The experience was rising rapidly. He had no use for money. Aside from ensuring his own living expenses, it was all for exchanging for experience. Whatever was expensive, he naturally bought. Before long, the area around the vending machine was piled high with items, and his level finally climbed to level 11. To level up to the next level, he needed 20,480,000. Shin Hong withdrew his gaze. He only had 4 million left. Wanting to level up again was undoubtedly a pipe dream. But looking again at his personal attributes, he found that his attributes could be upgraded. Each attribute could only be upgraded once. After upgrading all attributes by 1 point, Shin Hong once again experienced pain, but this time, he didn't know if it was because he could only level up once or because his physical quality had improved. The pain was within tolerable limits. Once all attributes turned to 11, the plus sign turned gray, and further upgrades were not allowed. Shin Hong understood now. It seemed that these attributes were tied to the level of the vending machine. The level of the vending machine restricted the enhancement of the attributes. He searched for the ability fruit again, and the purchase button returned to its normal color. It could be purchased. Shin Hong directly bought one. But when he was about to consume it, he suddenly saw the number 2 next to the ability on his personal panel. Below the number, there was a small bar divided into 2. Both sections were empty. This small bar looked so much like an experience bar, didn't it? Shin Hong frowned, suddenly alert. Now that the strange fire was at level 2, did it mean that to level up to level 3 he needed to consume 2 ability fruits? If I consume this one now, wouldn't that mean I won't level up? Ability fruits were incredibly precious. If consuming one wouldn't lead to a level up, it would be a waste. The system was so tricky, it was very likely to be like that. Shen Hong became smarter. In the end, he resisted the temptation of the ability fruit and placed it in the system's small box. It was better to keep it in the space for now. After all, he had tried it. Time and the space would freeze, and the effect of the ability fruit wouldn't diminish. If this ability fruit couldn't elevate the strange fire to level 3, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Instead, it allows a person to possess supernatural abilities. For ordinary people, this is an immense enhancement. Should I give this supernatural fruit to Huo Miao? Shin Hong hesitated a bit. He didn't doubt Huo Miao's feelings for him, but if Gui Yupeng could sell a large amount of supplies tomorrow, he could quickly upgrade the vending machine again. By then, he would have 2 supernatural fruits, and his own fire would surely upgrade. With a level 3 fire, the fireman state would definitely last longer. With more powerful strength, Shin Hong could start dealing with the Song family. 5 minutes of duration is still somewhat dangerous. He wasn't sure if he could withstand firearms after transforming into a fireman. The Song family has guns. Moreover, after the fireman state ends, he would fall into weakness. Although he could still emit fire attacks, his combat power would drop significantly. Furthermore, Shin Hong was reluctant to easily expose his identity. If he could eliminate the Song family without anyone knowing, it would be much easier. If he exposed his identity now, having supernatural abilities would make him a target. Shin Hong understood the principle of making money quietly. Forget it. Let's see how the sales go tomorrow. Now that the consciousness space has recovered, he could sell a large amount of supplies. He believed Gui Yupeng wasn't a fool and wouldn't secretly hide his supplies. After all, where could Gui Yupeng escape in this weather? There are still too few loyal subordinates. Shin Hong suddenly thought of Grandpa Qin in the community. He wasn't at ease with Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong, but he could trust Grandpa Qin. In 2 lifetimes, he knew very well about Grandpa Qin's character. Moreover, if it weren't for Grandpa Qin in his last life, he would have probably died long ago, and Su Chao and Feng Lu wouldn't have had a chance to act. Other supernatural beings in the community fought over supplies. Discovered at the same time as Shin Hong. Shin Hong, as a fire-type chef, was no match for the physics-type supernatural beings and was beaten to the brink of death. At a critical moment, Grandpa Qin appeared, decisively killed them, and then saved Shin Hang. He even had the little nurse Fu Xiaozhu bandage Shin Hang's wounds and took care of him for 2 days. During these 2 days, Grandpa Qin provided him with food, drink, and even medicine for free. A life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Moreover, it's just a mere supernatural fruit. Grandpa Qin's character is trustworthy. As long as he invites him, he will definitely come. He can provide supplies and let him live in a warm house, why not? His wife Jing said that the row houses in West 2 are all hers, and they are all decorated. It's just not as luxurious as Villa number 4. Let Grandpa Qin live in the adjacent Villa number 5. He would set up landmines all around, so Grandpa Qin could live in peace. By then, the security would be entrusted to Grandpa Qin. As for Zhao Weilong, as long as he can follow him with peace of mind, when the plants grow supernatural fruits in the future, he would reward him and let him become his little brother too. This way, the Taoyuan community would be completely under his control. Then, he could start conquering other communities. It's settled. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Looking at the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. There were still 2 delicate beauties waiting for him upstairs. He quickly got up and went to the 2nd floor. Inside the room, the 2 women were still chatting, but yawning repeatedly. It was so late. Was their husband coming up or not? The 2 women were anxious, but no one spoke. When they saw Shin Hong appear, Huo Miao jumped up from the bed and into his arms. Husband, why did you take so long? Huo Miao pouted. What, are you anxious? Waiting? Shin Hong hugged her mischievously. Someone is really both inexperienced and loves to play. So annoying. Huo Miao's face was flushed, and she insisted, but I still have Sister Jean to help me tonight. She turned to look at young Jean Xian, only to find her lying on the bed, motionless, pretending to be asleep. Huo Miao exchanged a glance with Shin Hong. Shin Hong immediately understood and pounced. Yang Jinxian had been waiting for this. When Shin Hong embraced her, her body trembled. Jin Bo, we haven't even started yet. The next day at noon, after Shin Hong woke up, he looked at the 2 women sleeping beside him, feeling immensely proud. The 3 of them had played cards all night long, and each time, Shin Hang, the landlord, had won. This left him quite astonished. His fighting spirit seemed to have increased significantly. He didn't feel weak at all. Instead, after a night's rest, he felt energetic. He reached out and pulled young Jinxian into his arms, only to hear her mumbling in her sleep. "Hubby, you're so amazing." Shinhong chuckled and pulled her back to play cards again. In her shocked gaze, he won the game. Once young Jinxian was completely exhausted, Shinhong turned his head and saw that Huo Miao had already been awakened. He had a quick spar with Huo Miao, who also ended up losing. Only then did Shinhong feel refreshed enough to get up and wash up. When he went downstairs, he saw Yang Muxuan sporting dark circles under her eyes, cooking with a face full of resentment. "Muxuan, you're up quite early," Shinhong greeted with a smile. "Early? Brother-in-law, it's already noon." Yang Muxuan pouted. She hadn't slept well at all last night. Although the villa had good soundproofing, she couldn't escape the occasional noises. She had only finally fallen asleep in the early hours of the morning. But just now, she had heard her sister's voice. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Muxuan got up to cook. Was there really no restraint at all? Shinhong didn't respond but sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone. After a night, the chat in the owners group had dwindled significantly. There were still some complaints about the weather, but they were few. It seemed everyone had resigned themselves to it. What remained were people posting about exchanging supplies. The weather had suddenly turned cold, and many with poor resistance, including the elderly and children, had fallen ill. They were all pleading in the group for others to exchange supplies for medicine. However, medicine was scarce, and those who sold it at a good price had become wise. No one was agreeing anymore. Ilu Feishing, who's selling ibuprofen? My child is sick at home and urgently needs medicine, thank you. Shinhong raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the person who bought medicine from Changda Auto Repair last night? Changda Auto Repair was across from Ningyao, and he wanted to buy montmorillonite powder from Shinhong, but when Shinhong quoted 50,000, he directly made a deal with Ilu Feishing in the group. He exchanged 2 bags of instant noodles for the medicine. Shinhong had scoffed at the time. This Ilu Feishing was really quite foolish. He could just buy food from himself. Medicine was scarce. Moreover, he had clearly stated that a box of medicine cost 50,000. He even wanted to exchange 2 bags of instant noodles for the medicine. It was truly speechless. He didn't expect that just one night later his child would fall ill. What surprised him even more was that Changda Auto Repair spoke up in the group. "Changda Auto Repair at Ilu Feishing, bro, your child has a fever? I still have some ibuprofen at home." Ilu Feishing was overjoyed and quickly tagged him in the group. "Ilu Feishing at Changda Auto Repair, brother, I gave you montmorillonite powder last night, can you give me that ibuprofen?" Changda Auto Repair was a bit angry. "Changda Auto Repair, dude, that montmorillonite powder wasn't given to me, you sold it to me. I exchanged it for 2 bags of instant noodles." Ilu Feishing. Yes, I misspoke. "Then sell me that ibuprofen and I'll return you 2 bags of instant noodles." Changda Auto Repair, please, bro, ask around. The medicine that's sold at a good price is 50,000. Why should I sell you ibuprofen for just 2 bags of instant noodles? Ilu Feishing, what do you mean? Changda Auto Repair, I'm not unreasonable. How about this? You give me 10 bags of instant noodles and I'll give you ibuprofen. How does that sound? Ilu Feishing, staring, why don't you go rob someone? I saved your child last night, how can you do this? Changda Auto Repair, sorry, bro, you might want to ask someone else. By the way, montmorillonite powder is quite useful, I'll go feed my child the medicine now. Ilu Feishing. At Changda Auto Repair, is there anyone who does this? One should have a conscience. Flying all the way at Changda Auto Repair, come out and talk. Flying all the way at Changda Auto Repair, don't play dead. I sell you medicine at such a low price, and this is how you treat me? Flying all the way at Changda Auto Repair. Shinhong couldn't help but laugh. These two were simply too funny. In the apocalypse, who still has a good heart and who dies the fastest? This lying all the way is a typical example. Being a good person? Sure, be one in the next life. He sold the medicine at the price of 2 bags of instant noodles, but how did they treat him? It's so hard to survive. Who the hell remembers your kindness? After a while, it would be even more so. Sympathy and pity only accelerate your death. Yang Muxuan's cooking skills were not bad, and soon Shinhong smelled the aroma of food. Looking up, he saw that his sister-in-law had already set all the stir-fried dishes on the table. Meanwhile, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian lazily walked down from upstairs. The two women were radiant and full of life. Especially Yang Jinxian, who had shed her previous fears, looked like a youthful and beautiful young woman. It was hard to look away. She gazed affectionately at Shinhong and sat down close to him. "Muxuan, why do you still have dark circles? Didn't you sleep well? You don't say." Yang Muxuan retorted angrily, "Sister, please keep your voice down, or how about we switch places tonight and you see if you can sleep." Yang Jinxuan's face flushed. "What are you talking about? What do you mean by switching places? Is there such a thing? I'm just protecting you, my dear sister. For our lives, I've sacrificed myself." Huo Miao picked up her chopsticks. Oh, Muxuan, you really know how to cook, you even made oysters. I'm just supplementing my brother-in-law. Yang Muxuan said softly. Hubby doesn't need this. If you keep supplementing, I'm afraid even if Muxuan joins in, it won't be enough, Huo Miao said, her beautiful eyes glancing at Shin Hong. This made Yang Jinxian waver slightly. Yes. Last night, she had seen how skilled Shin Hong was at cards. Even with Huo Miao, they couldn't win. Could it be that her sister also? No way. That would be too absurd. How could sisters share a husband? What about her sister's future marriage? Since she's already like this, she might as well just be at ease being Shin Hang's mistress. After all, Huo Miao, the legitimate wife, could accept her. Plus, Huo Miao's personality was quite good. But her sister was still young, it couldn't be like that. She secretly glanced at Shin Hong and found him staring at Yang Muxuan, seemingly lost in thought. She couldn't help but twist Shin Hang's waist. You really want to? Cough cough. Shin Hong came back to his senses, his face turning red. When Yang Muxuan said she wanted to switch with her sister, he really thought about it. If it were her, with the added buff of a sister-in-law, would he charge forward amidst the calls of brother-in-law? Moreover, Yang Muxuan had secretly glanced at him, her eyes seemingly filled with meaning. Could it be that the sister-in-law was serious? I'll call my friend over. Later, the three of us, let's see how you handle it. Yang Jinxian whispered in Shin Hang's ear. Shin Hang's eyes lit up. Right. Yesterday, Jinxian had already said she would bring a friend over. Was this about to happen? Baby, who is that friend you mentioned? Shin Hong chuckled. Look at you, so pleased with yourself. Yang Jinxian playfully hit Shin Hong. However, she naturally didn't use much strength. Her fist was soft, almost like a tickle. Last night, before Shin Hong went upstairs, she had already talked to Huo Miao. Huo Miao said that Shin Hong had a vast amount of resources, but because of that, there would definitely be many women around him. Rather than guarding against those wildflowers, it would be better to enrich the quality and quantity of the home flowers so he wouldn't go out and get involved with others. Moreover, she also mentioned the reason for finding Yang Jinxian and the others. This gave Yang Jinxian a sense of urgency. Indeed, since she wasn't even Shin Hang's first woman, she should seize this opportunity. Furthermore, she wasn't like Huo Miao, who was alone. She also had her sister with her. The two sisters both relied on Shin Hong. Only by capturing Shin Hang's heart and making him infatuated with her could she survive in such an environment. So, she didn't keep them in suspense any longer and softly said, Do you know that there's a beautiful doctor living in our community? Her name is Ning Yao. Not only is she highly skilled in medicine, but she's also a specially invited medical expert from Jiangcheng People's Hospital, and she's particularly beautiful, around my age. Honey, don't you want a beautiful doctor in a white coat with high heels? Ning Yao? Hearing this name, Shin Hong was stunned. He didn't expect that the sister Yang Jinxian wanted to recruit was actually the saintly Ning Yao from the group. This woman. Although Shin Hong indeed needed a doctor, preferably a female one, he was not fond of Ning Yao's approach. In fact, he felt somewhat disgusted. In the apocalypse, everyone was on edge. This woman actually wanted to save people. It was quite laughable. People are all self-interested. Is she a fool to want to save others? In the group, he had already seen a leaf-nose Autumn step in to save people more than once, and everyone was grateful, as if she were a bodhisattva in the world. Unfortunately, although Ning Yao was skilled in medicine, she didn't have many medicines, and there were many diseases she was helpless against. She could only turn to Shin Hong for help. But Shin Hong had also made his price clear. Some ordinary medicines cost 50,000, while more valuable ones would be several times that. It was all about whether you wanted to buy or not. Now, Ning Yao also knew Shin Hang's temperament and no longer took the initiative to contact him. She heard that this Dr. Ning was quite beautiful. A skilled and pretty woman would definitely not die in the apocalypse. However, she could only rely on a powerful man. No matter who became a dominant figure, doctors were an indispensable key profession. Moreover, being a beautiful woman, she would not be overlooked. Honey, do you know her? Seeing Shin Hong shake his head slightly, Yang Jinxuan's heart tightened and she quickly said, Yao is actually quite nice. Let's talk about this later. Shin Hong said lightly, I don't want any saintly bitches here. After a pause, his gaze turned to the pair of sisters. Jin Xian, you two sisters, remember, in the apocalypse, don't have any compassion, or the only ones who will suffer will be you. The two fell silent. Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan naturally knew their own looks. After marrying into the Song family, even though her husband had died, her brother-in-law Song Zhengming took over the Song family and still coveted her. Her younger sister, Yang Muxuan, was still in graduate school, unaware of how many boys had shown her affection and admiration. Since you are here, Jin Xian, you have become my woman, I will naturally do my best to protect you. However, if you take in outsiders, without my permission, I will not let it go lightly. Shin Heng's eyes were cold. Even if it's the elderly or children, without my permission, you are not allowed to show them any care. Once you enter this door, you will have no worries about food and clothing, but many people outside are still starving. They will stop at nothing for a bite to eat. You must not casually give away the food in your hands, even if it is thrown away. You all know the principle of having a jewel brings trouble, so I won't elaborate. The sisters Yang Jinxian trembled, especially Yang Jinxian. Her eyes were a bit red. Just last night, she had become intimate with Shin Hong. How could he say this to her? He didn't even call her Jinbao anymore. As for Ning Yao, Shin Hong shook his head. If she is keen on saving others, then let her save. In this environment, I have plenty of supplies. Why would I lack beautiful women? There are plenty of beautiful women in the world. There are also many doctors. Of course, there aren't many beautiful female doctors, but he wouldn't take any risks for a woman. Ning Yao's saintly heart was overflowing, and until she changed, Shin Hong would not accept her. Even if she starved to death, it had nothing to do with him. I'm full. Shin Hong put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked towards the basement. Meow meow, come down for a moment. Oh, okay. Huo Miao quickly followed Shin Hong. Entering the basement, Shin Hong magically took out the Walther pistol he had prepared earlier and handed it to Huo Miao. Take these 2 guns for self-defense. A pistol. Huo Miao was shocked. Although she was very curious about her husband's superpowers, she didn't expect that he even had something like this. The Dragon Kingdom's control is so strict. Where did this gun come from? I might spend less time at home in the future, so make sure to keep the gun safe. Shin Hong gently reminded, today, I will bury some landmines outside and set up some simple defense tools, but for your safety, having a gun on you is also a means of self-protection. Of course, this is just a temporary measure. In a few days, I will give you something even better. Shin Hong slowly said, these 2 guns are more important for you to guard against the Yang sisters. He would spend much less time at home in the future. After all, Yang Jinxian had only just arrived last night. Although they had a relationship, deep down, Shin Hong naturally valued Huo Miao more. Huo Miao was currently devoted to him and listened to him, which made Shin Hong very satisfied. If he could only choose one partner in the apocalypse, Shin Hong would only consider Huo Miao. He would also make sure to leave a special ability fruit for Huo Miao at the first opportunity. If those 2 sisters have a saintly heart and want to accept some relatives or friends, I will definitely oppose it. Huo Miao said seriously. Right, but there are only you 3 women at home. If those 2 sisters team up, I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with them. If that happens and you don't have a chance to call me, then just take them out. Shin Heng's gaze was cold. Ha! Huo Miao's eyes widened. According to her husband's meaning, didn't that mean she had the power of life and death over the young sisters? If Shin Hong wasn't home and she secretly killed them, it seemed Shin Hong wouldn't blame her husband. Huo Miao felt warmth in her heart, leaning against Shin Heng. She understood her position in Shin Heng's heart now. Silly girl. Shin Hong held Huo Miao softly, saying, you don't need to use any concubine methods to win my favor. In my heart, you will always be the most important. Of course, if I bring back another woman, you shouldn't get jealous, okay? Huo Miao nodded repeatedly. Alright, I have some things to do and need to go out. Shin Hong waved his hand at the supplies around, and they were all instantly returned to his consciousness space. The room, which had been filled to the brim, suddenly became empty. I'll leave the house to you. Shin Hong walked towards the underground 2nd floor, reminding her. Huo Miao nodded resolutely, and after seeing Shin Hong off, she returned to the living room with a joyful expression. Shin Heng's promise made her heart bloom with happiness. Not only was she the main wife, but she also had a powerful weapon. And Shin Hong didn't feel any cruelty in his actions. In the apocalypse, even years of marriage could turn sour, let alone someone like Yang Jinxian, who had only just been accepted. Of course, he also didn't want Yang Jinxian to betray him. After all, Yang Jinxian was more versatile than Huo Miao and could give him a sense of conquest. But he didn't want to come home one day to find it occupied by strangers, with Huo Miao being toyed with while the young sisters clung to each other. He would never accept such a scene. To Shin Hong, women were like supplies. Only those who had been tested and earned his recognition would he treat sincerely. If he really wanted to play around, Wang Ji's 3 girlfriends had more tricks than Yang Jinxian. Just playing outside, throwing them some food and drink, they would be looking forward to him coming back to play again. Stepping out of the basement door, Shin Hong bought a pickup truck from the vending machine and then drove south. When he reached the square, directly below, he parked the truck and waved at the truck bed. In the next moment, the empty truck bed was filled with supplies. Shin Hong took out all the supplies, and even around the truck, there was quite a pile. Only then did he send a message to Gui Yupeng, come downstairs. He didn't want others to see his abilities just yet. Since Gui Yupeng had just started following him, Shin Hong naturally had to be cautious of him, just like he was with Yang Jinxian. However, in a few days, if they could make him feel satisfied, he would gradually increase the rewards. In his previous life, Song Zhengming's influence was not the largest. The boss of the Donglin group in the east of the city, Zhao Erbao, was even more powerful. He had many brothers under him and had somehow gotten his hands on guns, making a grand show. Unfortunately, before Zhao Erbao could unify Jiangchang, he was killed by his most trusted brother. Subsequently, the Donglin group collapsed, splitting into 4 or 5 smaller factions, never to return to its former glory. It was rumored that the guy who killed Zhao Erbao was bought by Song Zhengming, and after Zhao Erbao's death, he brought many subordinates to join Song Zhengming, which allowed the Song family to leap to become the overlord of the north of the city and also the foremost power in Jiangchang. The idea came from Gui Yupeng. Because of this, Gui Yupeng was trusted by Song Zhengming and became his military advisor. Shen Hong did not think Gui Yupeng was of poor character. On the contrary, he believed that the most impressive military advisor in history was the strategist Jia Su, not Zhuge Kongming. If Gui Yupeng could truly listen to him, he would naturally promote him. Of course, this was based on the condition that he could make Gui Yupeng willingly assist him. He did not want to end up like Zhao Erbao, betrayed by those around him. Until he completely trusted his subordinates, he would not easily reveal any secrets. Yes, Gui Yupeng quickly replied. Within 5 minutes, he was rubbing his hands together, dressed in thick clothes, and ran over quickly. From a distance, seeing the pickup truck, Gui Yupeng was taken aback and couldn't help but rub his eyes. There was actually a pickup truck in the underground passage. He couldn't help but be even more curious about Shin Hang. At the same time, he made a firm resolution. He absolutely could not betray Shin Hang. It should be noted that the entire underground passage only connected to the high-rise residential buildings and the row houses in front, with each household having only one door connecting, completely unrelated to the ground above. How did this truck get into the underground passage? The boss's methods are truly endless. He approached Shin Hong respectfully and said, "Hello, brother Shen." Shin Hong nodded, quite satisfied with Gui Yupeng's speed. "Here are the supplies for sale today. Take a look." Shin Hong pointed to the ground. Only then did Gui Yupeng carefully look at the mountain of goods, his eyes shining. So many goods. How much would this sell for? Among these, aside from some daily necessities, he even saw various meats, seafood, blankets, winter clothes, and even electric kettles. "You are responsible for selling these. Instant noodles were priced at 2,000 yesterday, right? Today, double that." Shin Hong said lightly, "1 pack of instant noodles is 5,000 bucks. The prices of the other items will be calculated accordingly." "5,000? Gui Yupeng held his breath. To be honest, that was way too expensive. "Is there a problem?" Shin Hong asked. "And no problem." Gui Yupeng shook his head repeatedly, feeling quite convinced in his heart. "Brother Shin, I originally wanted to suggest selling them for 3,000, and you directly raised it to 5,000. I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless than I am. But following a boss like this seems to have a brighter future, doesn't it? No matter when this snow stops, the boss will make a fortune, and as the most loyal sales assistant to the boss, he won't treat me poorly in the future. The stuff in the back of the car is specially reserved for you. You don't need to sell those, just take them home later," Shin Hong said again. "Specially reserved something for me?" Gui Yupeng was taken aback and instinctively looked at the back seat of the car. The seat was stuffed full, with some thick blankets and winter clothes, drinking water under the seat, and a large piece of pork, beef, and lamb. Even a thermos, pots, bowls, and other utensils were thoughtfully included. Among these supplies, various medications were also stuffed in. Especially when he saw children's acetaminophen, Gui Yupeng couldn't hold back. "Thank you, brother Shin." His nose tinged with emotion, he directly knelt down to Shin Hong. "Brother Shin, you can trust me. I will definitely handle it well for you." Last night, he discovered that his 1-year-old child at home had a runny nose, and he was anxious. Although he knew brother Shin had medicine, he didn't dare to disturb Shin Hang's rest since it was the middle of the night. He was even thinking about whether he could ask brother Shin to buy some today. After all, he still had some savings. Unexpectedly, brother Shin was so thoughtful that he even brought this for him. It was clear that brother Shin had seen the message he posted in the owner group. "In the future, if you need anything, just message me. Don't ask for trades in the group. You are my person, and as your boss, you shouldn't have to buy medicine from others. Isn't that embarrassing for me?" Shin Hang smiled and helped him up. "I live in the row house area, number 3, row 2 west. You can park this car downstairs and come over tomorrow to pick up the goods. I won't be running around anymore." "Yes, brother Shin." Gui Yupeng nodded repeatedly. Shin Hong patted his shoulder and sent a message to Zhao Weilong, asking him to bring the little brothers down to maintain order. After all, there were many items today to prevent some people from causing a rush. However, how could he possibly expose his true location? Villa number 3 was where Yang Jinxian used to live. At worst, he could put some supplies in Yang Jinxuan's basement in advance tomorrow, and then call Gui Yupeng over to move them. By the way, if you can't handle it, pick 2 reliable ones to help sell. Give them some food. Afterward, I think many people would be willing to do it. Shin Hong reminded. Okay, Brother Shin, Gui Yupeng quickly replied. Soon, Gui Yupeng posted an announcement in various owner groups. Today's supplies are in place. Given the current tight supply, all items are being sold at double the price. Ham sausages, instant noodles, bread, a pack for 5,000, oil tincture for 100,000, blankets for 50,000. The owner group exploded. Many people frantically tagged Gui Yupeng, accusing him of raising prices. A pack of instant noodles for 5,000? Why don't you go rob someone? If you don't want to buy, please shut up. If you keep complaining, I will keep a record. Even if you offer a higher price, I won't sell to you. Gui Yupeng replied coldly. This was the power the boss had given him. If he encountered disobedience, he would directly blacklist them. He had no time to waste with them. Also, starting today, all private transactions are stopped, whether for purchasing medicine or supplies. I will provide everything here as long as you pay. Gui Yupeng added in the group, if I find out about anyone, they will also be blacklisted. Of course, I also accept barter. This way, he had control over all the supplies in the community. Although he wasn't clear about what the boss wanted to do, the clever Gui Yupeng had already begun to speculate on Shin Heng's thoughts and issued various orders. In the future, there could only be one person in charge of supplies in the community, and that was my boss. By the way, Brother Shen. After posting a few messages, Gui Yupeng cautiously looked at Shin Hong. You won't blame me for taking the initiative. Like this, will you? Shin Hong smiled. Let go of your hands and feet. You make the decision. Since I've entrusted it to you, as long as it can make me money, I won't interfere. This kid, why is he speaking so ambiguously? Don't tell me he's a player with both genders. Looking at Gui Yupeng's delicate and handsome face, Shin Hong instinctively took 2 steps back and continued to send a voice message to Zhao Weilong. Recruit some more people for me today, and also, tell them that anyone with green plants should come to Gui Yupeng for a swap. Okay, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong replied repeatedly. Gui Yupeng looked at Shin Hong with admiration, silently thinking, the boss is really cool. Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong, accompanied by more than 10 younger brothers, hurriedly approached Shin Heng. He was tall, and after Shin Hong had taken out one of his eyes, he wore an eye patch, making him appear even more fierce. He looked a bit like a big brother now. Seeing his state, Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. Just like yesterday, help maintain order. If you encounter anyone trying to steal, break their hands directly. After it's over, find Yupeng to collect the supplies. By the way, Weilong, continue to acquire green plants. Yes, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong respectfully nodded. I collected over 100 pots yesterday, all stored at my home. But some people, upon hearing that we were exchanging supplies for green plants, asked for 5 packs of instant noodles in return. Shen Hong frowned slightly, then waved his hand, then just exchange. 5 packs of instant noodles only cost about 10 yuan from the vending machine. For Shin Hong, it was nothing. Of course, he could directly lead people to rob them. But Shin Hong prided himself on being a civilized person. He despised doing such things. More importantly, in the future, he wanted to lead Jiangcheng, and naturally, he didn't want his subordinates to be at odds with him. If he went to rob them of their things now, how could he expect them to follow him loyally in the future? What Shin Hong wanted was simply the money in their hands. If they all contributed their money and followed him loyally, Shin Hong would naturally reward them. Otherwise, no matter how invincible he was alone, he couldn't always protect those he wanted to safeguard. Shin Hong casually tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Zhao Weilong, and the younger brother's eyes immediately lit up. They had no habit of stockpiling cigarettes. They had smoked them all when the heavy snow first fell. It had been 5 days. They hadn't had a single puff. Now, seeing Shin Hong toss over 2 packs, everyone looked eagerly at Zhao Weilong. From now on, follow me and work hard. The boss's good stuff will definitely not be lacking. Zhao Weilong distributed the cigarettes to his brothers, reminding them, if anyone has other thoughts, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, Brother Long. Of course, we will. Listen, Brother Long, you don't have to say, we understand the rules. In an instant, more than half a box of cigarettes was distributed, leaving only 3. Zhao Weilong stuffed the whole box into his pocket, walked over to Gui Yupeng, and handed him one. Thanks, brother. Gui Yupeng smiled at Zhao Weilong and took the cigarette to smoke. The news of the supplies for sale had just been released, and the owners had not yet come down. He was happy to have some leisure time. The supplies brought by Brother Shin had already been sorted and stacked, so there was no need to worry. Is this the car Brother Shin gave? Zhao Weilong looked at the pickup truck with envy. It is. Gui Yupeng nodded, watching the other younger brothers spread out to keep watch. Taking advantage of their inattention, he slipped a few sausages and a can of meat into Zhao Weilong's hands. Brother, you. Zhao Weilong's eyes widened. We're all brothers. Gui Yupeng smiled and said, don't worry, I took this from the seat of the car. It was given to me personally by Brother Shin. I can't finish it, so I'm sharing some with you. He knew very Well, that he was now Shin Hang's calculator, essentially the steward. And Zhao Weilong would most likely be Shin Hang's bodyguard. They were all making money. With Brother Shin, they were family. Thanks, man. Zhao Weilong grinned, feeling a bit sour. Brother Shin is really good to you, giving you so much. Brother Shin even gave you cigarettes. Guo Yupeng laughed. You can eat well and not worry about your family, unlike me. At home, besides my parents, wife, and kids, my in-laws are also here. They retired and helped take care of the kids. They were supposed to go home every night, but they got stuck at my place during the heavy rain. Now there are a total of 7 people in my house. Brother Shin knows, so he gave me a bit more. Yeah. Zhao Weilong looked at Shin Hong and nodded. Brother Shin is indeed impressive. At first, I didn't know him without a fight. It wasn't even that, it was one-sided, being taken down by Brother Shin. Back then, I just yielded to his strength and never thought that Brother Shin actually had so many supplies. He even dared to sell them. You have to know that nowadays, every household is hoarding their food and drink, unwilling to part with it. Shin Hong actually pulled out a whole truckload and wanted to sell it. He really isn't afraid of running out. With the heavy snow blocking the roads and the officials out of contact, if we run out of food, where will we get more? At that point, everyone will starve. I don't know how Brother Shin got so many goods. He plans to continue selling tomorrow. Guo Yupeng sighed, and it looks like the prices might go up tomorrow. Zhao Weilong was taken aback. A pack of instant noodles is already 5,000 bucks. If the price goes up, who can afford it? But that has nothing to do with him. As long as he sticks with Brother Shin, he'll be taken care of. Before long, people started coming downstairs, lining up to buy supplies. More people gathered around the pickup truck. Zhao Weilong threw away his cigarette, stood up to maintain order, and dealt with anyone trying to steal supplies. Amidst the chaos, along with his little brothers, there was order in the chaos, and overall, it was quite good. Shin Hong stood not far away, nodding in satisfaction, then squatted down to look at the small grass by the steps of Building 16. After a night, the grass seemed to have grown quite a bit taller. This thing seems to have mutated. Normally, it shouldn't grow this fast. But thinking back to his past life, after the appearance of the ability fruits, some animals had mutated, and humanity's living environment became increasingly difficult. Shin Hong could understand. If humans had gained abilities, how much more so for plants and animals? Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the pickup truck. Shin Hong frowned and slowly walked towards the truck. After just a couple of steps, he noticed the noise had grown louder and the crowd was surging, the sounds chaotic. Many families hoarding food had eaten almost everything by the 5th day. Even if they had food, they had no water at home, so they had to go downstairs to buy. Therefore, today, there were particularly many people in the underground passage. The entire passage was almost packed to the brim, with nearly 1,000 people. He saw many people wielding kitchen knives, surrounding Zhao Weilong and his little brothers, cursing loudly, while one of Zhao Weilong's little brothers lay on the ground, motionless, having been slashed in the neck, clearly not going to survive. Xu Zhangping, do you dare to make a move? Zhao Weilong's face darkened. A fat man weighing at least 300 pounds, holding 2 kitchen knives, looked at him with a sinister grin. Zhao Weilong, you're nothing. A useless piece of trash with one eye blind. I'm warning you now. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll kill you right here. Xu Zhangping was a contractor, and at this moment he led more than 30 men surrounding Zhao Weilong, and over a dozen of his little brothers looking fierce. They all held kitchen knives, clearly well prepared. If they could seize this truckload of supplies, they would have food. Not just food, but various winter supplies, even firewood. Gui Yupeng, right? A second-hand car dealer. I recognize you. Xu Zhangping pointed his knife at Gui Yupeng. Now get lost, and I'll spare your life, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The many homeowners who originally wanted to buy supplies were in an uproar, retreating nervously and watching Xu Zhangping. Stop talking nonsense. These supplies are given by Brother Shin. I'm his little brother. So be sensible and don't cause trouble. Zhao Weilong said coldly. Although Gui Yupeng looked tense, he still spoke to the crowd around him. If the supplies are taken by him, then no one will be able to buy anything, and we'll all go hungry today. There are only 30 of them. We can drive them away. Shut the hell up. Xu Zhangping suddenly swung his knife at Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng hurriedly dodged, but still got slashed on the back. Thanks to his heavy clothing, it was torn apart, and cotton fluff fell to the ground. This batch of goods belongs to me. Who dares to oppose? Xu Zhangping looked ominously at the many property owners. The owners' faces turned pale, and they retreated once more. Although there were already people freezing and starving to death, no one had ever witnessed a murder in the street. For a moment, they stared at Xu Zhangping's blood-red kitchen knife, feeling extremely tense. The little brother who had already died on the ground was the first one Xu Zhangping had attacked, directly killing him. Heartless and ruthless. Seeing that none of the property owners responded, Gui Yupeng furrowed his brows tightly. To be honest, if everyone could rush forward together, let alone Xu Zhengping with a kitchen knife, 1,000 people could stomp them to death with just one kick each. Unfortunately, when faced with a crisis, more people preferred to be turtles hiding in their shells. Even when it involved their supplies, no one was willing to step up. Zhao Weilong, I advise you not to be someone else's dog. What brother Shin or whatever, in front of me, he's nothing. Chu Zhengping sneered, why don't you follow me? I can still give you a meal. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he felt a bit uneasy inside. He really had killed someone. However, since the authorities had disappeared and so many people had died outside, killing one more wouldn't be a big deal, right? After the snow disaster, the authorities couldn't possibly come after me, could they? I'm almost starving to death. Even if I get shot afterward, I have to go all out this time. His greedy gaze fell on the supplies behind Gui Yupeng. So many resources. If I take them all today, it could last at least half a month. Enough for me to survive. You talk too much. Zhao Weilong gritted his teeth. I advise you not to seek death. If Brother Shin find out about you. Xu Zhengping shouted angrily and directly swung a knife at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong hurriedly dodged. The brothers following Xu Zhengping, seeing their leader make a move again, also brandished their kitchen knives and rushed over. Zhao Weilong's gang of little brothers scrambled away in panic. In the chaos, those holding kitchen knives saw no one resisting, so they stopped chasing and desperately stuffed the supplies on the ground into their clothes. Stop! Gui Yupeng's eyes were bloodshot. These were things Brother Shen had entrusted to him. If he lost them like this, how would he explain it to Brother Shen? More importantly, the owners who had been standing back were also getting restless, seeing everyone scrambling for supplies, especially since Xu Zhengping had stopped paying attention to Gui Yupeng and was frantically stuffing things into a sack. Everyone was stirred up. If it's a $0 purchase, why spend money on anything? With everything in such chaos, is it too much to secretly grab a couple of packs of instant noodles? Someone took the lead, and the other owners were not willing to be outdone, especially when they saw the supplies on the ground had been swept clean. Everyone began to climb onto the pickup truck's bed, frantically grabbing supplies, and surged forward. Stop, you all! Gui Yupeng looked desperate. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound erupted. Xu Zhengping wore a sinister smile, crazily stuffing various supplies into a sack, but the next second his body shook and his 300-pound frame fell heavily to the ground. As everyone scrambled for supplies, they all avoided Xu Zhengping, fearing they would be cut by him. So, there was no one near Xu Zhengping, but as he lay on the ground, everyone's movements suddenly froze. This is a gunfire. People seemed to be frozen in place, staring blankly at Xu Zhengping on the ground. Who? Xu Zhengping clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. Blood flowed from his fingers. After a 2-second pause, everyone realized the gunfire had stopped and once again bent down to scramble for supplies. The people behind pushed forward madly, while those in front were still rummaging for supplies, and for a moment curses rang out and the scene became chaotic again. Is my gun useless? Shin Hong stood at the back of the crowd with a dark face. He tossed his pistol into space and then he had an AK-47 in his hand. The people in front were pushing forward crazily, and no one noticed Shin Hong in the distance. Shin Hong had seen Xu Zhengping leading people to grab supplies, but he hadn't taken it to heart. What's there to fear with a gun? But he didn't expect that even these thousands of owners would join in the looting. What surprised him even more was that after Xu Zhengping was shot and fell, these people only paused for a few seconds before scrambling again. Initially, everyone dared not approach Xu Zhengping, but seeing him lying on the ground, struggling to breathe with his mouth open, completely losing his previous deterrent power, they began to rush to Xu Zhengping's side. Even the sack in his hand was snatched away by people. Those who hadn't grabbed supplies started to fight with others who had. Shin Hong sneered, holding the AK and loading the bullets. Click! The firearm made a faint crisp sound. Gua! Yupeng, Zhao Weilong, you two get inside the car right now! Shin Hong shouted angrily, holding a megaphone in his left hand. Gui Yupeng was in the midst of fighting with others for supplies, and upon hearing this, without thinking, he directly hid inside the car, lying on the seat. Zhao Weilong was taken aback for a moment, instinctively following Gui Yupeng into the car. Just as he got into the car, the AK in Shin Heng's hand also went off. Bang 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 bang. The gun barrel spat blue sparks, and the rapid fire sound unique to machine guns formed a hurried rhythm like dense raindrops hitting metal. The sound seemed to penetrate eardrums, continuing to roar. Each bullet fired was accompanied by a thunderous roar that tore through the air, sharp and piercing. As the gunfire rang out, the crowd of looters in front of Shin Hong fell to the ground like wheat being cut by a mower. Gun! There's a gun! Dead! There are dead people! After many had fallen, the rest seemed to awaken from a dream, dropping the supplies in their hands and turning to run back home. Whoever runs again, I'll kill! Shin Hong turned, coldly replacing the magazine and fired another round at the fleeing owners. Those who were halfway down the road were hit in the back, their bodies lifted off the ground before crashing heavily to the earth. The crowd, in a frenzy, suddenly froze in place, hands raised high. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender. The dead on the ground were fortunate, while the living clutched their arms or thighs, each one screaming in agony. Shut up, Shin. Hong picked up a loudspeaker, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. The crowd trembled, not daring to make a sound. Brother Shen. Brother. Shun. Wei Yupeng and Zhao Weilong crawled out of the car, both surprised and delighted to see Shin Hang. They hadn't expected Brother Shen to have an AK. The dozens of bodies lying on the ground sent a chill down their spines. This was real killing. And he had killed dozens. Shin Hong walked over with a calm expression. Thud, thud, thud. Only the steady sound of his footsteps echoed in the corridor. One owner, closer to Shin Hong, was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dropped to his knees. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Bang! What awaited him was a bullet from Shin Hang's expressionless face. The man fell to the ground, motionless. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, silent and trembling. Wei Yupeng's legs also went weak as he nervously watched Shin Hang. Shin Hong approached Chu Zhengping, who surprisingly was still alive, his pale face looking at Shin Hong. You really have the guts to rob me, Shin Hong sneered, aiming the gun at Chu Zhengping's limbs. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots rang out, met with 4 screams from Chu Zhengping. I hope this is the last time. Shin Hong looked at the crowd of owners coldly, stating, I just want to do business with you. You pay, I give you supplies, we trade fairly. Although the prices are not low, you can choose not to buy. Why do you have to rob my things? The crowd knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Click. Shin Hong changed the magazine again, aiming the gun at Chu Zhengping's head. This is an example of provoking me. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to try again. Chu Zhengping opened his mouth wide, seemingly wanting to speak, but not a word came out. His eyes were filled with terror. Who is this person? He even has a gun? Unfortunately, that question would never be asked. Shin Hong pulled the trigger on his head. The sound of the bullet exploding continuously assaulted the ears of the people. The crowd showed pain, cautiously covering their ears, and only after the gunfire ended did they see Chu Zhengping's fat head had been turned into a meat paste by the bullet. Ugh! A few people nearby, seeing the bloody scene, began to gag, but remembering Shin Hang's words, they desperately covered their mouths, nervously watching him. Zhao Weilong, count how many of your little brothers are still alive. Shin Hang's voice came through. Zhao Weilong swallowed hard and quickly turned to count the people around him, nervously replying, Brother Shin, there are 10, 12 left. Shin Hong hadn't specifically aimed at anyone, a stray bullet had hit one of the little brothers in the forehead, and he was already dead. Of course, more had died, including Chu Zhengping's men with knives and the looting owners. Everyone listen to me. Shin Hang's voice was like that of a regional demon. Put back everything you just stole, line up and return it all. Zhao Weilong, with his little brothers, said to me, search them thoroughly to ensure they haven't hidden any supplies. Yes, Brother Shin. Zhao Weilong quickly called his little brothers and came to the side of the pickup truck. Everyone nervously glanced at Shin Hong, and seeing that he didn't speak again, they hurriedly stood up, lowering their heads and obediently returned the supplies. After putting down the supplies, Zhao Weilong's little brothers began to search them thoroughly, taking off their coats and tossing them aside. Everyone was shivering from the cold, but they didn't dare to say a word. This pleased the little brothers. Many of the female owners, who had just been caught up in the scramble, now had their coats taken off, revealing thick sweaters. A group of little brothers insisted on a thorough check, their hands groping around, and these female owners could only endure in silence. Some female owners were with their husbands, but facing these lewd hands, their husbands didn't dare to speak up, only able to lower their heads helplessly. Shin Hong remained unmoved. If he had known it would be like this, why bother in the first place? Time passed second by second. After handing over their supplies, the many homeowners all shrank their necks and put on their coats, standing obediently to the side. They still wanted to continue purchasing supplies. After all, there was hardly anything to eat at home now. Many people saw that Shin Hong had stopped killing, so they felt relieved and gathered around him, trying to plead for mercy. Be honest and line up properly. One of Zhao Weilong's underlings shouted at the group, what are you standing around for? If you want to buy supplies, get in line. Then, this underling turned to Shin Hong and smiled, Brother Shin, I saw them crowding around you and was afraid of offending you. It's fine. Shin Hong waved his hand. What's your name? Brother Shin, my name is Rinjie. The underling quickly replied respectfully. From now on, be Zhao Weilong's assistant. Shin Hong nodded and tossed Rinjie a bottle of ointment. Put this on, don't get frostbite. Shin Hong had noticed how brave Rinjie had been earlier. When Chu Zhengping and his group were attacking, Rinjie had even taken down 2 people and stood his ground with a knife. In contrast, Zhao Weilong could only dodge left and right, showing no resistance. Ren Jie's hand had also been slightly injured during the confrontation. "Thank you, Brother Shen," Ren Jie said with surprise, quickly taking it. "By the way, what did you do before?" Shen Hong casually asked. "Well, I was a soldier. I took leave to deal with the guy my fiancé cheated on me with," Ren Jie said, his expression stiffening. "But unexpectedly, my fiancé brought the guy to the army to report me, so I had to retire. It's only been a little over a month, and I was planning to find a security job when I ran into the storm, no, blizzard. A soldier." No wonder Shen Hong noticed Ren Jie's swift and decisive movements earlier, and he showed no fear when facing Chu Jingping's group. "Not bad." Shen Hong patted Ren Jie on the shoulder and asked, "Can you use this gun?" "Of course," Ren Jie said proudly, then realized his attitude was off and quickly cleared his throat. "Brother Shen, I can use it." "Zhao Weilong, the gun is yours." Shen Hong directly tossed the AK to Zhao Weilong, instructing, "Let Ren Jie teach you more. You need to get familiar with it quickly. What I said earlier was also directed at you. I don't want to see this kind of situation again." "Yes." Zhao Weilong was surprised as he took the gun, quickly assuring Shen Hong with a joyful expression. The other homeowners felt a chill run down their spines and dared not speak. Let go of me, let go." At that moment, a female voice came through. Shen Hong frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. The homeowners were orderly lining up to return supplies, and it was a girl's turn. She looked to be in her early 20s, with short hair, youthful and beautiful. Although she couldn't compare to the women at home, she was still a class beauty. Several underlings surrounded her, their expressions grim. "Fu Xiaozhu?" Shen Hong was somewhat surprised. This was the woman that old Master Qin had taken in after swallowing the ability fruit in his previous life. She was a college student, and her mother was in business. She hadn't returned home that stormy night, leaving her all alone. In the last life, old Master Qin was upright and possibly gifted, and Fu Xiaozhu had relied on him, ultimately falling for him and flying together with him. "What's going on?" Shen Hong asked. "Brother Shen, it seems she has bread hidden in her clothes that she hasn't taken out," one underling explained. "This is what I bought earlier." Fu Xiaozhu shouted. "I didn't even dare to leave it at home, fearing someone would break in, so I hid it close to me. Is that not allowed? Besides, I didn't participate in the looting, I was at the back. You clearly wanted to take the opportunity to touch me." "Who touched you?" The underlings looked awkward, and the one in charge glared and scolded. "Enough," Shen Hong waved his hand. "Don't worry about her. Yu Peng, get her some canned ham and a self-heating hot pot." "Yes." Although Gui Yupeng didn't understand the situation, he obediently did as told and handed several items to Fu Xiaozhu. "Take these and go back," Shen Hong waved at her. "This?" Fu Xiaozhu was a bit dazed. She looked at the man in front of her, wearing a leather hat and mask, unable to see what he looked like at all. "Why is he giving me things?" Just a moment ago, Shen Hong had decisively killed dozens of people, even smashing the head of the leader, Chu Zhengping, into a pulp. He was truly ruthless. Unexpectedly, he not only didn't argue with her about it but also wanted to give her supplies. Holding the heavy supplies in her arms, she looked at Shen Hong with curiosity. In her previous life, she had the same expression. A warm current surged in Shen Hong's heart. After being saved by Old Man Qin, when he opened his eyes, he also saw Fu Xiaozhu looking at him with curiosity. In the following days, Old Man Qin provided him with food and drink, and he had consumed quite a bit of their supplies. But neither Old Man Qin nor Fu Xiaozhu had said much, instead allowing him to rest and heal. In contrast, during the 3 days he had disappeared, Feng Lu had sent him several messages. She didn't care whether he was injured but questioned when he would return. She and Su Chao were still hungry. "Take it, just keep it." Shen Hong smiled gently. "Okay." Fu Xiaozhu, with her fiery personality, was not one to be shy, and she nodded directly to accept the supplies, softly saying, "Thank you. You're welcome, we'll meet again in the future." Shen Hong waved his hand. "It's cold outside, hurry back." Thinking back to his previous life, Old Man Qin and Fu Xiaozhu had quickly fallen in love. Fu Xiaozhu was certainly beautiful, but was Old Man Qin just relying on his exceptional talent? It could also be that Fu Xiaozhu lost her father at a young age and lacked paternal love. Shen Hong felt a bit mischievous. He wondered if bringing Old Man Qin and Fu Xiaozhu together in this life would spark any love between them. "Continue." Shen Hong waved his hand, signaling to continue the search. Gui Yupeng looked blankly at Zhao Weilong beside him, who gave Gui Yupeng a knowing look. That men understand. Brother Shen must like this woman. Although she seemed a bit inferior to a small grain of sand, the styles were different. Ignoring a small grain of sand and instead giving this girl supplies was casting a wide net. Gui Yupeng also realized this and returned a knowing expression. Not just the two of them, even the other owners noticed. This man who had killed dozens was definitely a lecher. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy playing the pure love game. "Continue the search," he ordered, then instructed Gui Yupeng. Today someone provoked us and the owners not only didn't follow your arrangements but also banded together to deal with those people and even participated in the looting. For this reason, all supplies that were originally prepared for sale will now double in price, understand? Yes. Gui Yupeng nodded quickly. The price is going to double? His heart skipped a beat. That meant a pack of instant noodles would cost 10,000? The eyes of the other owners widened, wanting to speak, but when they saw Shin Hong, they immediately lowered their heads. Shin Hong was about to leave. Seeing Fu Xiaozhu, he remembered it was time to see Old Man Qin. In his previous life, Old Man Qin had survived peacefully for 15 days, swallowing the supernatural fruit produced by the green plants in the doorman's house, awakening his powers. In this life, with his reminders, Old Man Qin was definitely living more safely now. Shin Hong hadn't gone to find him earlier because Old Man Qin's doorman was just a bungalow in the community. On the first day of the apocalypse, a night of snow had buried Old Man Qin's doorman under the snow. It was time to let the foolish snow-clearing robot get some exercise. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Feng Lu in the crowd. Is this woman here to buy supplies again? But thinking about it, it makes sense. She hardly bought anything yesterday, and with Feng Lu and Su Chao's character, the little supplies they did buy would probably be consumed the moment they got home. They wouldn't even think about saving any. You still have 9 days to live. Shin Hong glanced at Feng Lu, calculating her survival time in his mind. In 10 days, the ability fruit would appear, but Shin Hong, just to be safe, certainly couldn't let her and Su Chao live until then. What if they happened to swallow the ability fruit right after it was produced? At that time, his abilities would indeed be powerful, but Shin Hong didn't want to create more enemies. Since they wouldn't last long, he could start having some fun with the two of them. Otherwise, life would be a lot less entertaining after 9 days. When Feng Lu noticed Shin Hong looking at her deeply, her heart skipped a beat. Just now, Shin Hong had taken the initiative to give supplies to Su Xiaozhu, and she guessed it was because he found Su Xiaozhu pretty, so not only did he not pursue the bread hidden in Su Xiaozhu's clothes, but he also gave her quite a bit to eat. Men, aren't they all just animals driven by their lower halves? She smiled at Shin Hong, and then sweetly said, Brother Shin, wait a moment. Shin Hong turned around, looking at Feng Lu with a puzzled expression. Fully armed, Feng Lu naturally couldn't tell that this powerful brother Shin was actually her devoted boyfriend, Shin Hong. I didn't hoard any supplies, I already returned them. Feng Lu leaned closer to Shin Hong, deliberately puffing out her chest. How about it, Brother Shin, why don't you check personally? Giving this Brother Shin a little benefit, the supplies that slipped through his fingers would be enough for her to eat her fill. Why bother buying them? Shin Hong was amused by Feng Lu's foolish antics. Trying to seduce me? He laughed and reached out. Feng Lu's face turned red. Although there were quite a few people around, it had come to this point, so what was there to be shy about? Many bold women had already climbed into the beds of men with supplies. I have nothing to lose. Even if Su Chao saw, he should understand me, right? She looked happily at Shin Hang's outstretched hand. But the next moment, Shin Hang's hand suddenly struck hard, delivering a heavy slap to her face. Slap! Feng Lu let out a scream and fell to the ground, the force of the slap causing her to roll over. No mirror at home, but you must have a toilet, right? Don't you look at what kind of goods you are? You think I would touch something like you? You're just dirtying my hands. Shin Hong spat and looked up at Gui Yupeng, saying, remember this woman, if she wants to buy supplies, double the price. Feng Lu sat on the ground, covering her face, watching Shin Hang's back with eyes full of resentment. Many homeowners around her were pointing and whispering. I even offered myself to you, and you didn't want me. Am I uglier than her? Truly ungrateful. Her face alternated between green and red as she stood up, put on her coat, and silently returned to the line. Feng Lu still didn't know that the person she had actively seduced was Shin Hong. And in Shin Hang's heart, she had already been sentenced to death. 9 days later would be her execution date. Zhao Weilong squinted at Feng Lu. He hadn't expected this woman to be quite open. And she wasn't bad-looking either. Shingu didn't like her, but I do. He glanced at the younger brothers around him and chuckled softly. He looked up and called out to Feng Lu, come here. Feng Lu was startled and hurried to Zhao Weilong's side, forcing a smile. Hello, Long-gu. Now that the gun was in Zhao Weilong's hands, it seemed he was quite favored by Shingu. I'm going to search you personally. Do you have any objections? Zhao Weilong raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Feng Lu instantly understood, her charming fox-like eyes gazing deeply at Zhao Weilong. This big brother can endure, but the second brother cannot. Feng Lu's eyes were captivating, and a smile spread across Zhao Weilong's face as he pulled her toward the basement of the nearest building. As they walked, he turned back to greet Gui Yupeng. Yupeng, save 2 packs of instant noodles for the brothers later. Gui Yupeng frowned. Although Shingu had given the gun to Zhao Weilong, clearly trusting him, he didn't dare to make decisions on his own. Weilong, stop. Zhao Weilong halted, looking back at Gui Yupeng in confusion. This woman, just now Xingu, personally said that she wants to buy supplies at double the price, which means if she wants to buy a pack of instant noodles, it costs 20,000. Gui Yupeng pointed at Fenglu. Are you asking me to save instant noodles for her? Zhao Weilong frowned. We're all Shinji's people. It shouldn't be so clear-cut, right? He even patted the AK on his shoulder, clearly telling Gui Yupeng that he was Shin Heng's trusted aide. Weilong, I don't care about others, but not her. Gui Yupeng shook his head. If you want to give her the supplies Shingu left for you, I have nothing to say, but I can't just give away the things Shingu arranged to sell. Are you kidding? You, Zhao Weilong, are infatuated, but I'm not a fool. This woman has clearly already annoyed Shingu, and you still want her? Even if you choose another woman, I wouldn't say a word. Gui Yupeng, what do you mean? Zhao Weilong was somewhat angry. The literal meaning, didn't you understand? Gui Yupeng's face also darkened. I'm following Shingu, not you, Zhao Weilong. You directly connect with Shingu, don't I too? You have a gun now, and I really can't afford to provoke you, but I will keep track of all the supplies left by Shingu. For the consumption of our brothers, I will list them one by one, but the part for sale, I absolutely won't give away for free. Gua Yupeng said coldly, if you want to continue, I won't stop you, but I will report it clearly to Shingu. You, Zhao Weilong glared, is this really necessary? It's just 2 packs of instant noodles. Of course, the price for selling those 2 packs of instant noodles to her is 40,000. Gui Yupeng said lightly, I can't take on that responsibility. Zhao Weilong's face turned cold. Longgu, I think Penggu is right. Ran Jia gently tugged at Zhao Weilong, whispering, even you don't listen to me? Zhao Weilong glared at Ran Jia. Shingu asked you to teach me how to use a gun, but you're just my assistant, and you're already breathing down my neck? Ran Jia frowned but didn't speak. Brother Long. Fenglu pouted, looking pitiful, and said softly, don't argue anymore, don't let you brothers fight because of me. You like me, right? She leaned close to Zhao Weilong's ear. I'm not after your looks, I just simply want to make my brother Long happy. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you miss me, I'll come to keep you company, okay? What a well-behaved and understanding little sister. Zhao Weilong nodded vigorously, took out his phone, and added Fenglu on WeChat. Fenglu hurriedly left. Only then did Zhao Weilong turn around, somewhat disgruntled, and said, are you satisfied now, Chief Manager? Gua Yupeng let out a sigh of relief and shook his head, saying, Weilong, it's not that I have an issue with you, it's just that I can't explain it to Brother Shin. I know. Zhao Weilong patted his shoulder and took out a cigarette he was reluctant to open, offering one to Gui Yupeng. As the many owners began to purchase in an orderly manner and Gui Yupeng got busy, Zhao Weilong's gaze deepened as he looked at Gui Yupeng without speaking. Buzz. Buzz. Shin Hong was already standing on the snow, taking out the robot. He placed it on the ground, aimed at Grandpa Chin's door position, and pressed the switch. The robot's 2 front claws plunged into the snow, digging rapidly. A large clump of snow came crashing towards Shin Hang. Having had experience, he expressionlessly waved his hand, and an umbrella opened in response, blocking the snow. Damn it! The term idiot really suits you. Every time I press the button, as soon as it's placed on the ground, it has to throw snow at its owner behind it. If you're not an idiot, who is? Speaking of which fool came up with this? Don't they know to place the switch to the side? Why put it behind? Isn't that just asking to clear snow on yourself? Although this thing is a bit foolish, its snow clearing efficiency is indeed high. Before long, a snow path had already been dug out, leading straight to Grandpa Chin's door. When it reached Grandpa Chin's doorstep, the thing didn't stop. Its claws shot out directly towards the wooden door. Before Shin Hong could react, the wooden door was torn in half. What the hell? Shin Hong didn't speak, but a strong voice came from inside the house. Looking up, he saw Grandpa Chin flustered, pulling up his pants, staring in shock at the robot. Cough cough. Shin Hong was taken aback. It seemed that Grandpa Chin's ability to handle Fu Xiaozhu was indeed extraordinary. In this cold weather, he still had the leisure to do this. He discreetly glanced at the trash can on the floor. More than half a bucket of toilet paper. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Such energy. Little Shun? What are you doing here? Grandpa Chin's old face turned red. Knowing that Shin Hong had seen his earlier actions, he quickly cleared his throat and stood up. Grandpa Chin, you really are as strong as ever. Shin Hong smiled. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Grandpa Chin warily glanced behind Shin Hong. Seeing no one else, he finally relaxed. How did you come? Over? Grandpa Chin, I'm here to take you away. Shin Hong put away the robot, looking at Grandpa Chin with a serious expression. In the last life, you saved me, and not just once. In this life, I will make sure you live well. Are you saying this thing is an ability fruit? If I eat it, I'll have abilities? In the entrance, Grandpa Chin looked at the gray-brown fruit in Shin Heng's hand with a face full of surprise. After listening to Shin Heng's explanation, Grandpa Chin had already understood. He never expected that such a magical fruit would appear in this world. Once eaten, one could possess abilities. It was simply unbelievable. Seeing his disbelief, Shin Hong directly extended his hand and snapped his fingers. A cluster of flames suddenly appeared at his fingertips, burning with an eerie red. Grandpa Chin's eyes widened. He thought Shin Hong was just talking nonsense, but unexpectedly he could actually create fire. Grandpa Chin, this is my ability. Shin Hong chuckled lightly, then brought his fingers together and pointed at the snow outside. Whoosh! The flames shot out. By the time Grandpa Chin came to his senses, he was astonished to find that the snow outside had a deep hole in it. It had been penetrated by the flames. This is too outrageous. Grandpa Chin stared blankly at the hole in the snow. Now you should believe it, right? Shin Hong retracted his right hand, looking at Grandpa Chin with a smile. You mean, if I eat this fruit, I can have abilities like you? Grandpa Chin swallowed hard, unable to believe it. Everyone's physique is different, and the abilities activated after consumption will also vary. Shen Hong explained. He remembered that in his previous life he had fire-type abilities, and now, after being reborn with a vending machine in a consciousness space, he still obtained fire-type abilities. Even after consuming 2 ability fruits, he hadn't been able to activate a new ability. Shin Hong felt that this must be due to individual innate physical reasons. In his previous life, Grandpa Chin's abilities were quite ordinary. Just a greater physical strength that far exceeded that of ordinary people. He didn't know if it would be the same this time. Little Shun. Grandpa Chin raised his head, his expression serious. If that's the case, the value of the ability fruit is extremely high, and I can't accept such a precious thing for free. Having abilities would be like being a superhero. Grandpa Chin also went online and knew what the outside world had become. Now the entire social order had collapsed. There were even reports online that in some remote areas, people had started to burn, kill, and plunder. With abilities, one would naturally be above any rules. Such a precious thing, he simply couldn't repay. Grandpa Chin, I believe in your character, and I hope you can help me. Shin Hong said earnestly, looking at Grandpa Chin. Now the whole world is in chaos. The authorities are slow to show up, everyone is on edge, and society is in turmoil. I'm not trying to be a savior, I just want to protect my family and friends in this apocalypse. But relying on just myself is far from enough. If you are willing to follow me, I will give you this ability. Fruit. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Chin hesitated a bit. To be honest, after seeing Shin Hang's abilities, he was first shocked, then felt envy and desire. Who wouldn't want to have such abilities? It was simply cooler than those superheroes on TV. Grandpa Chin was over 50 years old, but his heart was still young. He also longed to be above others. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he swallowed the ability fruit, he would be like Shin Hang. Of course, he also understood that he needed to offer loyalty and faithfulness to Shin Hang. That said, he had known Shin Hang for a while, and this young man didn't seem to have any overly evil thoughts. Moreover, everything Shin Hang said made sense. He also had a daughter working in Tianhai City. Tianhai wasn't too far from Jiancheng, but in this apocalypse, how could he find her? If he had abilities, he would have a chance to visit his daughter. If it continued to snow, he would only be able to huddle in this entrance. Okay. Old Shin was not a pretentious person, so he nodded in agreement without hesitation, then knelt down on one knee in front of Shin Hang. Little brother Shin, my life, Shin Yiming, will be yours from now on. I'll just call you Old Shin, Shin Hang said with a smile as he helped Old Shin up, then said seriously, Old Shin, now swallow the ability fruit, and you will be my right-hand man from now on. Old Shin nodded, not bothering to be polite any longer, picked up the gray-brown fruit and stuffed it directly into his mouth. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, coursing through his limbs. This warm current spun around inside him before finally settling in his lower abdomen, condensing into a golden elixir. I have abilities now? Old Shin looked up, stunned, at Shin Hang. Just take your time to feel it, and you'll understand what your abilities are, Shin Hang said with great interest. In his previous life, Old Shin's ability was strength. Would it be the same in this life? Old Shin nodded, then silently contemplated. After a moment, he stood up and looked at Shin Hang. My abilities don't seem very strong. I just feel that my stamina, strength, and speed have all increased, but as for how much? He glanced at the wall of the guardhouse, took a deep breath, and then threw a punch. Boom! The wall immediately let out a loud rumble, and Shin Hang was dumbfounded to see Old Shin's right hand actually penetrate the wall. Damn, what powerful strength! Old Shin was also a bit shocked by the power of his own punch, quickly retracting his arm and staring at his hands in disbelief. Awesome! Shin Hang silently gave a thumbs up. In his previous life, most people who swallowed the ability fruit only enhanced their stamina, and Old Shin was no exception. Such people almost all became the backbone of various forces. They were much stronger than ordinary people, but when faced with those with special abilities, they were no match. The status of such people was slightly lower than that of a fire-type ability chef, just a bit stronger than ordinary people. Shin Hong had not seen Old Chin make a move much. The other ability users in the neighborhood had not really fought with Old Chin. Old Chin was low-key and originally wanted to maintain order in the neighborhood but ultimately felt powerless and led a shameless life with Fu Xiaozhu. It was only when Shin Hong was severely injured while searching for supplies that Old Chin happened to appear and saved his life in time. But when Old Chin made his move, Shin Hong was already gravely injured and unconscious, so he hadn't seen clearly. Now that he thought about it, Old Chin being able to save him from Sun Lihai was enough to demonstrate Old Chin's strength. Sun Lihai was a guest elder of the Mo family in the west of the city, possessing extremely high strength and status. His ability was Earth-type, with astonishing defensive power. The flames released by Shin Hong couldn't even break through the earth armor that Sun Lihai summoned casually. The strengths of both sides were simply not on the same level. But Old Chin was still able to save him. This was enough to show that even if Old Chin's abilities were average, he was still among the best of the physical-type superhumans. Brother Shen, Old Chin just opened his mouth when Shin Hong waved his hand. Call me boss, Old Chin. From now on, I will never treat you unfairly. Yes, boss. Old Chin quickly bowed. Old Chin, I saw that your punch just now had a lot of momentum. Did you practice before? Shin Hong suddenly remembered something and asked. He had seen Rin Jie make a move earlier, but compared to Old Chin, it seemed Old Chin's punches were even more rapid. I worked in the special forces when I was young. Old Chin shook his head, his eyes showing a hint of nostalgia. Later, I met my wife, had a daughter, but then a new mission came and I had to go execute it. I didn't expect that my wife was kidnapped by one of my sworn enemies, who shouted for me to lay down my weapons and surrender. I chose to shoot him dead. But my wife, sigh. He sighed heavily. I was reprimanded by the organization and I have no complaints, but my in-laws harbor a deep hatred for me and took my daughter away. In the end, I went to Africa and worked as a mercenary for a few years. A few years ago, I saved up some money and wanted to come back to see my daughter, but she refused to meet me. She has been brainwashed by her grandparents, convinced that it was my reckless actions that caused her to lose her mother. She told me to get out of Tianhai City and not to disturb her life. That's why I came to Jiangcheng. At least it's close to Tianhai, so if anything happens to her, I can see her in time. Shin Heng's eyes widened. He never expected that this seemingly harmless Old Chin had such an impressive past. No wonder his punch earlier was so powerful. It turns out he was not only a special forces soldier but also a mercenary. This is someone who lives on the edge of life and death every day. I've struck gold. Originally, Shin Hong only wanted to express his gratitude to Old Chin for saving his life in the last life. He never expected Old Chin to be so impressive. Is your daughter safe now? Shin Hong asked. Safe. Old Chin nodded. Her grandparents have some assets in Tianhai and they run a business. I secretly asked their nanny and they still have plenty of food stored. The elderly and the children are staying in the villa, so they are relatively safe for now. That's good. Shin Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. He still needed to take over the entire Jiangcheng. What if Old Chin was worried about his daughter and didn't want to follow him to conquer the world? Old Chin seemed to see through Shin Heng's concerns and smiled. Boss, since I am willing to share this past with you, it means I sincerely want to follow you. Don't worry, besides, my daughter is safe, so I have even more reason to listen to your commands. Good. Shin Hong no longer hesitated and nodded directly. Old Chin, come with me. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. Let me tidy up my things first. Old Chin turned around, wanting to simply clean up the bedding in the doorroom. You don't need to take those. Shin Hong waved his hand, his gaze scanning the room before landing on a pot of pothos on the window. In his last life, Old Chin had been trapped in the doorroom and had never gone out. It was only after gaining his abilities that he broke through the snow with a punch and walked out of the doorroom. It was almost certain that this pot of pothos bore the fruit of abilities. In the entire room, apart from this pot of pothos, there were no other green plants to be seen. Boss, what's wrong? Old Chin asked, unable to help but inquire as he saw Shin Hong staring blankly at the pothos. Don't take anything else, just bring this. Shin Hong pointed to the pothos on Old Chin's window. Okay. Old Chin nodded. Although he was somewhat puzzled by Shin Heng's decision, he wisely chose not to ask further and simply agreed, cradling the pothos in his arms. Just as Shin Hong and Old Chin were about to leave, he remembered something and deliberately exposed the pothos to the snow. According to his speculation, green plants covered by snow would not bear the fruit of abilities, only some extremely mutated plants would change. Meanwhile, green plants that had not been touched by snow might produce ability fruits. He wanted to test it now. Old Chin's pothos should normally produce ability fruits, but after being exposed to the snow, would it still bear fruit? It was just a loss of an ability fruit. Although Shin Hong currently had no ability fruits, he had already had Zhao Weilong secretly collect green plants. In his last life, there seemed to be over 40 extraordinary people in the Taoyuan community. This did not include extraordinary people like Shin Hong who had survived. This meant that at least 50 ability fruits should appear in the entire community. What he needed to do now was to gather all the green plants in the house. All those ability fruits in the future would belong to him. At that time, Shin Hong would not only be able to elevate his own extraordinary fire to a terrifying level but also provide for the women around him, so they could also have the ability to protect themselves. Let's go! Shin Hong had old Qin wrap himself up tightly, even covering his head, before they left. In his previous life, all of Shin Hong's thoughts were focused on survival. Now that he had unlimited resources, he began to ponder. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing, aside from the extreme cold weather, was the drifting snowflakes and the unknown situations appearing by the sea. The authorities were currently focused entirely on the seaside. He didn't know what had appeared by the sea, but Shin Hong was sure it was something very tricky. Even the current officials might not be a match. When the ability fruit appeared, the outside world saw many mutated plants and animals. With so many marine creatures in the sea, could they have all mutated? Shin Hong speculated that it was very likely that some of these mutated creatures had directly come ashore, which is why the officials were too busy to manage the city. After all, Shin Hong had experienced his previous life, and even if it was only for 3 months, he clearly understood the destructive power of those mutated plants and animals. Did the mutations start from the seabed? Shin Hong felt a chill at his own speculation. The ocean is rich in life, with nearly 300,000 species. Just imagine a shark or a whale with such fierce and massive size and destructive power. Once they land, how much destruction would they cause? In his last life, Shin Hong had seen a mutated cat that easily took many lives. It had grown to nearly 3 meters long and could leap over 10 meters in a single bound. Its claws were over 10 centimeters long, sharp and sturdy. It was truly a weapon of destruction. It seemed that the cat also belonged to a resident of the community. After all, those who raised dogs had long since eaten their pets due to extreme hunger. The people of Manhwa have no concept of eating cat meat, so there were still 2 cats that miraculously survived. But after the mutation, they caused great destruction in the Taoyuan community. He hadn't seen them since he heard people say that they were killed by old Qin. He turned to look at Qin Yiming. Old Qin was walking while examining his fists, his eyes filled with surprise. This guy still didn't know how strong he was. It wouldn't be long before he wouldn't feel lonely and would engage in self-regulation, instead embracing the pure Fu Xiaozhu and reveling every night. Old Qin had already become so formidable. After swallowing the ability fruit, he wondered if giving him a few more would allow him to continue evolving like himself? Or would he awaken other superpowers? Shin Hong turned to Old Qin. Old Qin, do you know why I had you bring this potted plant? Ha? Old Qin looked up, confused. I don't know, but boss, you must have your reasons for doing this. Because this potted plant should bear the ability fruit after a while. Shin Hong smiled. What? Old Qin's eyes widened, unable to believe as he examined the pot hose in his hands. This thing can bear fruit? In the past he would have scoffed at it. But now, after swallowing the ability fruit, he could clearly sense the changes around him. He felt as if he had returned to 20 years old, no, far beyond his 20-year-old self. However, now that it has snowed, it probably won't bear fruit, Shin Hong added. Old Qin reacted quickly, hurriedly opening his coat to prepare to stuff the plant. Inside, he was well aware of the preciousness of the ability fruit. This was a treasure that was priceless and hard to find. No need to rush, I just want to try it out, do an experiment. Shin Hong stopped his actions, explaining, 1. Ability fruit isn't much. Next, I hope you can take this time to manage our community well and gather all the plants back. Yes. Old Qin stood straight, respectfully saluting Shin Hong. There's no need for such formality between us, I said. The territory we conquer is half yours. Shin Hong patted Old Qin's shoulder. Old Qin had saved his life. Even if he hadn't saved him in this life, Shin Hong still remembered it. After all, if it weren't for Old Qin, he might have died long ago, let alone see the true faces of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Acquiring the plants was an important task. That Zhao Weilong was just a loudmouth, a little thug, and probably couldn't complete the task well. It was better to leave it to Old Qin. Because they were on the snow, and since Lao Qin's position was in the high-rise area of the community, Shin Hong decided to walk directly with Lao Qin to avoid being seen by others in the snowy car. However, to his surprise, even though the snow was quite thick now, after his attributes had risen to 11 points, Shin Hong found that his feet did not sink into the snow at all. His body had become light and he could control it freely. Although he still couldn't walk on snow without leaving footprints. The prints he left behind would not sink anymore. Behind him, Lao Qin, probably due to his enhanced physique despite his increased strength, was not lagging behind in agility. The two of them continued forward until they reached the row of townhouses. Shin Hong brought Lao Qin to Villa number 5 in row 2 and said, Lao Qin, from today on, you will live here. Don't worry, this is my wife's house. Thank you, boss. Qin Yiming's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Although he had saved quite a bit of money as a mercenary, he had never lived in a villa. After all, that money was meant for his daughter. Shin Hong led Lao Qin into the yard. More accurately, today's snow had already covered the windows of the second floor, and the courtyard wall was completely submerged, not even requiring a step to cross. The top of the courtyard wall blended seamlessly with the snow. Arriving at the window, Shin Hong exerted a bit of force and pried it open, then jumped inside with Lao Qin. The interior of the house was quite beautifully decorated. Although it was not as good as the villa number 4 where Shin Hong lived, it was still quite nice. With a wave of his hand, various insulation materials and heating devices appeared on the ground, startling Lao Qin, who widened his eyes. "Boss, what is this?" Lao Qin swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching. "These are living supplies. Don't worry, with me, you will never lack for anything." Shin Hong patted Lao Qin and introduced, "This is insulation film. You can stick it on the walls to lock in the temperature. And this is strong adhesive. You can replace these curtains, which also have insulation properties." After explaining how to use these items, he said, "Alright, I live next door in villa number 4. You tidy up your place first and come find me when you're done." "Yes," Lao Qin replied. Watching Shin Hong leave the villa, Lao Qin quickly began to apply the insulation film. How did the boss just wave his hand and so many supplies appeared? Looking at the insulation film in his hand and the mountain of food piled on the ground, Lao Qin could hardly believe his eyes. Not only were there various emergency supplies, but also rice, flour, oil, pork, lamb, beef, seafood, fruits. The boss was simply a mobile warehouse. No, wait. Lao Qin furrowed his brow. The boss's earlier display must be his supernatural ability, right? Could it be that the boss's ability is to have an infinite supply warehouse? But he has no means of self-protection. Lao Qin deeply agreed. So the boss needed to find a bodyguard to protect his safety. And I, because of my honest and upright nature, was chosen by the boss. I will not let the boss down. After swallowing the ability fruit, I awakened my powers. Am I the chosen one? Lao Qin stroked his chin, suddenly realizing. No, wait. The boss had already shown him before that he also had fire-type abilities. So this means the boss possesses 2 powerful abilities? Lao Qin was shocked, looking up at Shin Hong's departing figure with admiration. Following the boss means there will be need to eat. When Shin Hong returned home, he saw Hua Miao and the 3 girls playing video games. "Husband." As soon as she saw Shin Hong, Hua Miao joyfully threw down the controller and jumped into Shin Hong's arms. At the same time, she whispered, "Husband, that Dr. Ning Yao just contacted Yang Jinxian. From what she said, it seems she is preparing to find Gui Yupeng to buy supplies and also wants to borrow some money from Yang Jinxian." Yang Jinxian transferred her several $100,000, but didn't reveal our family's situation. Shin Hong nodded slightly. It was clear that Hua Miao was quite attentive to the task he had assigned her. However, Yang Jinxian not disclosing anything to Ning Yao also made Shin Hong feel somewhat relieved. She was still sensible. If it were someone like Feng Lu, she would have probably boasted about how well she was doing. Long ago, Yang Jinxian didn't do that, which showed she had followed his instructions. As long as she was willing to listen to him, Shin Hong didn't mind taking her in. After all, which man wouldn't love a beautiful woman who was obedient and sensible? Jin Bao. He looked at Yang Jinxian. Yang Jinxian had already stood up, looking at Shin Hong with a charming expression. After Shin Hong's warning at noon, she didn't dare to have any other thoughts and understood that Shin Hong disliked women with a saintly heart. Even though Ning Yao was praised as the flower of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, she didn't dare to invite Ning Yao herself. If her husband didn't agree, she absolutely couldn't take matters into her own hands. Now hearing Shin Hong call her Jin Bao again, she knew her husband wasn't angry with her. "We have someone living next door. I let old Qin move in, the one who is the gatekeeper." Shin Hong said, "He is one of us, and later I will introduce you to him. If there's anything in the future and you can't reach me, you can call old Qin." "Okay." Yang Jinxian nodded, lowering her eyes obediently. "I will listen to my husband. By the way, how much money do you have left?" Shin Hong asked. He had forgotten that the Jin Bao in front of him was quite wealthy. Even though Song Guangming had died, as the wife of the former head of the Song family, she couldn't possibly be short on money. Rather than lending it to that saintly Ning Yao, it would be better to keep it for himself. As far as he knew, Ning Yao wasn't actually sick and was enthusiastically treating some residents in the community. This was borrowing money to buy medicine to save people. Although Shin Hong looked down on such people, he still admired Ning Yao for maintaining such medical ethics. But then again, admiration aside, he didn't want Jin Bao to give all her money away to Ning Yao to save people. Others' lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. I still have 20 million. Yang Jinxian glanced at the balance in her card and then replied. Wow. Shin Hong hadn't expected Yang Jinxian to have so much cash. He was surprised she had this much money. 20 million. After upgrading the vending machine to level 11, buying the ability fruit and enhancing his attributes, his balance was nearly depleted. Although his experience had just reached a little over level 11, increasing by 2.3 million, it was still far from the 20.48 million experience needed to reach level 12. With this 20 million, it would be enough for him to level up to 12. Thinking of this, he felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have asked Jinbao first. If he hadn't given that ability fruit to old Qin, he could have had two, and the strange fire could have been upgraded to level 3. At that time, he could infiltrate the Song family and kill Song Zhengming. Once Song Zhengming was dead, the Song family would turn into a pile of loose sand and would no longer pose a threat. Give me all the money, Shin Hong said. Oh, okay. Yang Jinxian didn't hesitate and transferred the money to Shin Hong, even with both small and large denominations. Over 21.9 million. Sister. Yang Muxuan beside her widened her eyes. You didn't keep a single cent? She saw that Yang Jinxuan's entire balance had turned to zero. Has her sister gone crazy? And Shin Hong, isn't he taking advantage of her too much? Give me all the money? You, a big man, can actually say such a thing. You didn't say you would help me decorate the villa? This. Yang Muxuan was dumbfounded. She completely couldn't understand her sister's bold move. With just one sentence, you gave him all the money. Are you in love? Moreover, he doesn't just have you as a woman. What are you doing? It's fine, my money is your brother-in-law's money. In the future, when he helps you decorate the villa, it's the same. Yang Jinxian glanced at her sister and chuckled. Yang Muxuan rolled her eyes. There's no saving her. Her sister must have been brainwashed by Shen Hong. Or maybe she was conquered by Shen Hong. Remembering her sister's cries from last night, her face turned red. Was it that enjoyable? She never thought her sister's high notes were quite melodious. Shen Hong nodded. In the future, if Muxuan wants to decorate a house, just leave it to me. Yang Muxuan was speechless. How much could it cost to decorate a villa? Her sister had given you over 20 million. You're speaking so grandly. This money isn't even yours. By the way, Jinxian, this is a gift for you. Shen Hong magically produced a necklace, the Cartier necklace he bought last night. A gift for me? Yang Jinxian was overjoyed. Of course. Shen Hong smiled. Come on, let me put it on for you. Yang Jinxian obediently extended her neck. Shen Hong fastened the necklace for her, the Cartier diamonds sparkling brilliantly like pearls embedded in her swan-like neck, exuding elegance and refinement. Honey, does it look pretty? Yang Jinxian twirled around, her face beaming with joy. Very beautiful, Shen Hong said sincerely. Indeed, how could a woman who could become the head of the Song family and made even her younger brother-in-law drool not be stunning? Huo Miao looked on with jealousy. Shen Hong produced another necklace and pinched Huo Miao's nose. Of course, there's one for you too, Miao Miao. Thank you, husband. Huo Miao's eyes lit up instantly. Quick, help me put it on. Sweet talk. Yang Muxuan scoffed from the side. Her brother-in-law really knows how to charm girls. Just these two necklaces together are only worth a couple of 100,000, yet he made Huo Miao so happy, showering him with kisses while her sister was tricked out of 20 million. I absolutely need to be more vigilant in the future, so I won't be fooled by a man like Shen Hong. At this moment, Shen Hong spoke. Muxuan, this is for you. He pulled out another necklace and handed it to Yang Muxuan. Yang Muxuan's previously disdainful face instantly turned to surprise. Brother-in-law, there's one for me too? You're so nice. Thank you, brother-in-law. With the necklaces, the three women eagerly ran into the kitchen to get busy. In a short while, dinner was ready, and the kitchen was filled with delicious aromas. Brother-in-law, it's time to eat. Yang Muxuan called out to Shen Hong, who was lying on the sofa playing with his phone. Shen Hong nodded, just about to get up when Lao Qin's WeChat message came through. Boss, I've tidied up the house. Should I start collecting green plants tonight? Not in a hurry, come to my house for dinner. First, Shen Hong replied. No need, you've given me plenty of supplies, I can manage a little on my own. If I tell you to come, then come. I also want to introduce you to my family, so if I'm not around in the future, they can contact you in time. Okay. Lao Qin, with his straightforward personality, didn't refuse any longer and agreed. The boss was right. He had given him great power, so he naturally needed to protect the people around him. The boss had a vast amount of resources and fire abilities, so clearly he didn't need to worry about his own safety. What he could do was protect his loved ones. However, when Lao Qin arrived at Shen Heng's house, he was a bit dazed. Not to mention that the boss's home was warm as spring and luxuriously decorated. What was up with these three stunning women? Among them, two were affectionately hugging Shen Heng's arm simultaneously, calling him hubby. Lao Qin felt his worldview collapse. Moreover, as a qualified doorman, he recognized these two women. One was Su Chao's girlfriend, with a graceful figure, and countless people secretly envied Su Chao. The other had just moved in a while ago and was said to already be a married woman, living in a townhouse in Taoyuan community. Now both of them had become Shin Hang's women? This was too outrageous. Lao Qin, Jin Xian and Hua Mao are both my women, and this is Yang Mu Xian, Jin Xian's sister, Shin Hang briefly introduced. They're all part of our circle. If anything happens with Hua Miao and I can't attend to it, she will contact you directly. Indeed, they were all the boss's women. Lao Qin nodded silently. The boss was impressive. He had directly taken down 2 of the 4 beauties of Taoyuan. Ever since young Jin Xian moved to Taoyuan community, the whole neighborhood had been buzzing with such talk. The internet celebrity, the little sandy housewife Jean, long-legged Hua Miao, and the white-coated Dr. Ning. They were referring to the internet celebrity little sandy one, young Jin Xian, Hua Miao, and Dr. Ning Yao. Of course, Chen Qin wasn't included here because no one knew that a female star also lived in Taoyuan community. After all, celebrities pay great attention to personal privacy. Even so, managing to win over 2 of the 4 beauties was enough for Lao Qin to silently give Shin Hang a thumbs up. A model for men. If he knew that the remaining 2 also had some connection with Shin Hang, and that little Sandy was even ready to dedicate herself to Shin Hang, he would probably be even more shocked. The 3 women had no idea that Lao Qin had already gained special abilities. They just found it a bit strange. Lao Qin seemed to be nearly 60, and it was a miracle he hadn't frozen to death in the icy weather. What help could he provide? In reality, Lao Qin was only in his 40s, but years of mercenary life had made him look quite weathered. After dinner, Shin Hang took Lao Qin to the adjacent villa number 3, opened the basement door, and waved his hand to reveal a basement filled with supplies. Even though he had just witnessed the boss's methods, seeing it again was still shocking. The entire basement was packed with various supplies. However, most of it was instant noodles and other food that was easy to store. I just told you, Gui Yupeng is now in charge of selling supplies, so you can let him come here to pick up goods in the future, Shin Hang said. And there's Zhao Weilong, he is now. Before he could finish, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was a WeChat message from Gui Yupeng. Brother Shin, all supplies have been sold out. A total of 80 boxes of instant noodles, 700 loaves of bread, 500 sausages, 900 self-heating hot pots. The total sales amount to 76.33 million. Gui Yupeng respectfully said, Brother Shin, should I give it to you in person or transfer it now? By the way, many people are begging to buy more supplies since they couldn't get any. All the supplies he had just taken out were already sold out. The remaining residents, hearing that prices were doubling and a pack of instant noodles had reached 10,000, rushed downstairs. After 5 continuous days of snow, no one dared to endure any longer. Even if there was still food at home, who could guarantee when the snow would stop? Even if people secretly cursed, they still had to obediently go downstairs and line up to buy. But what Shin Hang had taken out was just a drop in the bucket for the vast Taoyuan community. After selling the supplies, more people surrounded Gui Yupeng, pleading to buy supplies. Everyone had thought about snatching the things from Gui Yupeng's hands, but with dozens of frozen corpses lying on the ground, who dared to resist? Nowadays, people knew that the big shot selling supplies had a machine gun and had ruthlessly shot many residents of the community. Need more supplies? Shin Hang nodded. That was indeed the case. After all, there are many residents in the Peach Blossom community. Even if some are not in the community, at least over 10,000 people are trapped at home. What makes him even happier is that a pickup truck full of supplies has surprisingly sold for over 70 million. Plus, with the more than 21 million given by young Jin Xian, his current wealth is nearly 100 million. Level 12 to 13 requires 40.96 million. That's enough to upgrade to level 13. Yupeng, take Zhao Weilong and follow the underground passage to the back of the row of villas. I'll be waiting for you at number 3, row 2, west. Shin Hang instructed, have Zhao Weilong bring a few brothers to help load the goods. Since someone is buying, let's keep selling. Okay, Brother Shin, Gui Yupeng replied. When they arrive, you should get to know them. Shin Hang turned back to Old Qin and instructed. Old Qin nodded silently. Before long, the roar of a car echoed from the underground passage. Gui Yupeng drove in with Zhao Weilong, Ren Jia, and 4 other unfamiliar younger brothers, all excited. Brother Shin, are we moving supplies? Zhao Weilong jumped out of the car gracefully and said, I brought Ren Jia and 4 other brothers, that should be enough help. Park the car at the entrance, and all of you come in with me, Shin Hang said, then opened the door to the basement. Everyone looked up, stunned and unable to believe their eyes. The basement was packed, with only a narrow passage for one person to walk through. The rest was all piled high with supplies. Zhao Weilong and the others stood completely frozen in place, dumbfounded. So many things. The instant noodles that outsiders sell for 10,000 a pack. As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of boxes. There were also ham sausages, biscuits, self-heating pots, canned meat. It even brought a tremendous Sense of pressure. Move another truckload in, Yupeng. You take the brothers inside to sort the supplies, Shin Hong said, stepping aside to give instructions. He had already decided to reuse Gui Yupeng. Tonight, he would continue to upgrade the vending machine. With nearly 100 million coins, the vending machine could be upgraded 2 levels, and he could also raise the to level 3. Handing over the Taoyuan community to Gui Yupeng to manage, with Old Qin assisting nearby, he believed they could stabilize the community completely. The only thing Shin Hong was a bit worried about was the safety of Huo Miao at home. It would be great if he could upgrade the vending machine by 1 more level. That way, he could also give Huo Miao an ability fruit. However, the experience required to upgrade from level 13 to 14 was a staggering 81,920,000. That was no small number. He calculated simply, upgrading the vending machine from level 11 to 14 would require a total of 140 million. There was still a shortfall of 50 million. Hopefully, this truckload of supplies could sell for 50 million. If it still fell short, he would have to think of a way to approach young Master Wang. By the way, it had been 2 days since he last checked on Xiao Shatzi. She should have some money too, right? After all, she was a top internet celebrity. And then there was Chen Xin. She was a newly risen first-line star in the entertainment industry. Jean Bo had 2 million. They should have at least that much, right? With that thought, Shin Hong felt relieved. Brother Shin, there are just too many of these things. Taking advantage of Gui Yupeng leading Ren Jie and the other 5 into the basement, Zhao Weilong came over, grinning as he handed Shin Hong a cigarette. Shin Hong pointed to Old Qin and said, "Let me introduce you, this is Old Qin." "Grandpa Qin?" Zhao Weilong was taken aback when he saw Old Qin. "Isn't this Grandpa Qin from the front desk? How did he end up with Brother Shen?" Old Qin forced a smile at Zhao Weilong and nodded. Zhao Weilong was known as a notorious troublemaker in the community, and Qin Yiming naturally knew him. This guy usually flaunted his power, but Old Qin didn't hold it against him. Now, seeing this person as the boss's subordinate, he didn't think much of it. After all, the boss started from the Taoyuan community, and the little brother was an owner of the Taoyuan community. It couldn't be more normal. He just didn't expect that among the many owners of the Taoyuan community, the boss would take a liking to this ruffian. Old Qin, hello. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Weilong forced a smile. "Weilong, how's your shooting practice going?" Shin Hong asked, noticing Zhao Weilong was carrying an AK. "Brother Shin, Ren Jie said I have a talent for firearms and can operate it skillfully now. I just need to practice my shooting more." Zhao Weilong chuckled awkwardly. "I also wanted to ask you, do you have any bullets left?" Practicing shooting inevitably consumes quite a few bullets. "There are still some in the basement," Shin Hong pointed upstairs. "You can take them all later. Practice more when you get back, got it?" "Okay, Brother Shin." Zhao Weilong was overjoyed. When they took out the supplies earlier, Shin Hong had casually taken quite a few bullets. After all, once they unified the other communities, Zhao Weilong would need to recruit more people to help suppress them. He definitely needed to be given some self-defense weapons. Shin Hong even prepared some grenades and bulletproof vests. He had it all planned out. Gui Yupeng would be his strategist in the future, while also taking on the role of housekeeper. Zhao Weilong would assist Gui Yupeng with supply sales and manage military strength. Old Qin would be his bodyguard, and once the green plants bore ability fruits, he would select some loyal little brothers from Zhao Weilong's team and grant them ability fruits. These extraordinary people would all be under Old Qin's command. The communities controlled on the surface would be handled by Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong, one for sales and the other for maintaining order. If an unusual person appears in secret and wants to resist, let Old Qin handle it. Of course, if any unusual person is willing to ally with us, Shin Hong would be happy to accept, but the premise is that they must pass his test to confirm their genuine loyalty. "By the way, Weilong, how's the collection of those green plants going?" Shin Hong asked. "Brother Shin, everything is currently being steadily acquired." Zhao Weilong quickly replied. "However, those people don't know the purpose of the green plants and are asking for a lot in return, trying to exchange for more supplies. Right now, for a pot of green plants, many people want to trade 4 or 5 packs of instant noodles or even things like cigarettes and alcohol." Zhao Weilong said cautiously. "Do I need to teach you this little thing?" Shin Hong's voice turned cold. "Giving them something is already generous. They dare to ask for more?" Zhao Weilong wore an awkward smile. "You don't need to worry about this, Old Qin. We'll handle it. Later, have the brothers gather together and Old Qin will pick some suitable people from you to go with him to acquire the green plants." "Okay." Zhao Weilong's smile became somewhat stiff. "Is this going to take away my power?" You have to know, the younger brothers following Zhao Weilong now, aside from a few old ruffians, are all carefully selected strong young men. If Old Qin comes and directly takes some of my people, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Brother Shin, why not let Old Qin pick some other people? I recruited some more this afternoon and there are only about 20 now. If he takes them away, I'll have to find more. Zhao Weilong said dryly. Shin Hong frowned. Zhao Weilong, are you bargaining with me? Is this kid a bit too full of himself? Does he not even know who he is? No, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Weilong quickly shook his head. As he spoke, he turned to glance at the depths of the basement. There were voices coming from inside, seemingly moving things. So many supplies. Zhao Weilong's eyes narrowed. Why aren't these brothers making a move? The next moment, he heard someone say, it's more spacious here, let's move it from here. Okay. Gui Yupeng nodded in agreement. After all, everything was piled up with supplies, and the passage was too narrow. There wasn't even enough space to turn around. But right then, a young man with a buzz cut who had just lifted a box of instant noodles suddenly glared, his sleeve flicked, and a short knife appeared in his hand, lunging fiercely at Gui Yupeng. Ha! Gui Yupeng never expected that the brothers Zhao Weilong brought would actually attack him. He instinctively dodged, and the knife didn't stab into his neck but instead tore through his clothes. Cotton fluff flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the other three had already quietly positioned themselves behind Ren Jie when the buzzcut made his move. They knew Ren Jie had been a soldier and was much more skilled. So, as soon as the buzzcut acted, the three exchanged glances and pounced on Ren Jie. Even though Ren Jie was agile, he couldn't fully exert himself in such a cramped space. He was pinned down by two people, and the remaining one had already prepared, pulling out a rope to bind his arms behind him. Brother Shin, Zhao Weilong is a traitor. Gui Yupeng struggled to evade, but due to the narrowness, he had already been stabbed twice. His cotton jacket was almost shredded. The retreating path was blocked by the buzzcut, and seeing Ren Jie being tied up, with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, whimpering and unable to speak, Gui Yupeng gritted his teeth and shouted towards the door, Brother Shin, be careful. Go to hell. The moment Zhao Weilong heard the commotion in the basement, he kicked fiercely at Shin Hong. Shin Hong stepped back a few paces to avoid the kick. Old Shin's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to act, Zhao Weilong quickly raised his gun, aiming at Shin Hong and Old Shin. Brother Shin, don't move around. Zhao Weilong grinned and chuckled softly. I'm a bit nervous here. If I accidentally pull the trigger, you might lose your life. Zhao Weilong, what do you mean? Shin Heng's expression remained calm, though he slightly furrowed his brow. I've treated you well. In this weather, I've provided you with food and drink. You don't need to do this, do you? No need? A flash of anger crossed Zhao Weilong's face. You, Shin, have turned me into a one-eyed dragon, all thanks to you. I just wanted to get with Song Yunsha. You blinded one of my eyes and then offered me some food, thinking you could buy me off? Dream on, I spit on that. His demeanor was a bit deranged. From the moment I chose to ally with you, I made up my mind to take revenge. I'm only in my 20s, and you've turned me into a disabled person, and I still have to bow and scrape, calling you Brother Shin. Damn you, Shin. I originally wanted to bide my time and slowly dispel your suspicions, but I didn't expect you, idiot, to give me the opportunity. Zhao Weilong laughed heartily. You gave me a gun and let me bring my little brothers over tonight to help move supplies. When Gui Yupeng contacted me and asked me to bring my little brothers to help with the goods, I knew the opportunity had come. I didn't know where your warehouse was before, but now I understand. Zhao Weilong greedily glanced at the basement. So many supplies, enough for me to live well for years. Do you know? In the neighborhood, many women will spend the night for just a pack of instant noodles. Just wait a few days. If Song Yunsha hasn't eaten or drunk anything, what will she do? Won't she have to kneel down and beg me for a bite? You can't satisfy her, but I can. Wait. Shin Hong scratched his head, a bit confused. Who is Song Yunsha? Zhao Weilong almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. You don't know Song Yunsha? It's because of her that you've put me in this situation. What kind of trick are you playing with me? Zhao Weilong frowned, his finger hooked on the trigger. Song Yunsha is just a little sand. What are you pretending to be? Oh, so that's her name. Shin Hong nodded. It seemed that Little Sand had mentioned her name to him that day, but Shin Hong had been too caught up in their passionate kiss to pay attention. Before anything further could happen, Wang Jie sent a message and then Shin Hong left. In the past 2 days, Little Sand had also actively sent him 2 WeChat messages, but he hadn't replied. She hadn't sent any more messages since then. After hanging out with Wang Jie's 3 girlfriends, he had young Jin Xian. He was too busy to have time for Little Sand. In his view, someone like Little Sand, a big internet celebrity, must have a rather chaotic private life. He thought he could reach out to her when he felt like changing things up. Stop fucking around. Zhao Weilong shouted angrily. Song Yunsha is mine, and the supplies are mine too. Heaven has truly given me this golden opportunity. Haha, it's also your fault for being so trusting. In your next life, don't trust others so easily. You wanna blind me, make me your little brother, and guard the hallway to protect Song Yunsha. You really don't treat me like a human. Zhao Weilong's expression was ferocious. Someone like you really shouldn't be given any more chances. Shin Hong shook his head slightly and said softly, it seems I need to be more cautious in the future. Not everyone deserves another chance. To put it bluntly, Zhao Weilong had no real skills, he was just a small-time thug. Unlike Gui Yupeng, who in his past life had assisted the Song family and become the overlord of the northern city. Gui Yupeng was a smart person, able to assess the situation, and once he followed Shin Hong, he could wholeheartedly assist him. Because he knew that in such an environment, Shin Hong, with his vast resources, would hold a significant advantage. But Zhao Weilong was blinded by hatred. Wasn't it good to be a one-eyed war god under his command? He just had to see death. Shin Hong felt helpless. I originally wanted to direct my heart towards the bright moon, but the moon only shines on the ditch. In the future? Zhao Weilong laughed heartily. There is no future, you fool. Remember not to trust others easily in your next life. Shin Hong nodded. You're right, I must remember. In my next life not to trust others easily. Old Qin. He suddenly spoke, and Old Qin beside him didn't hesitate, directly throwing a punch at Zhao Weilong. Old Qin had been prepared for a long time. This was a perfect opportunity to show loyalty. Moreover, he was eager to test just how fast and powerful his punch was. Zhao Weilong was startled. He didn't expect Old Qin to strike without warning and immediately raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. But just as his finger touched the trigger, Old Qin's fist appeared right in front of him. Before he could react, Old Qin's fist had already slammed down heavily on Zhao Weilong's gun. Old Qin could have easily taken Zhao Weilong out with one punch, but he was afraid Zhao Weilong might suddenly fire, and if he hit the boss, that would be awkward. So he had to deal with the gun first. Bang! His fist struck the gun like a diamond, creating a loud noise. What Zhao Weilong didn't expect was that with this punch, the barrel of the gun was actually bent, falling along with Old Qin's fist onto his chest. Puff! Zhao Weilong's body flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, then rolled into the basement, motionless, his life unknown. Such strong power! A satisfied light flashed in Shin Heng's eyes. He had suspected that after Old Qin swallowed the ability fruit, his skills were extraordinary. Now it seemed Old Qin was simply a punchman. Boss, this guy is basically dying. He's lost all combat ability and poses no threat. Old Qin stepped forward to check, picked up the bent AK, and reported respectfully. Well done, Shin Hong praised. Stepping over to Zhao Weilong's side, Old Qin truly was a member of the elite forces, and after years as a mercenary, his combat instincts were deeply rooted in his heart. His aim was to achieve a one-hit kill, leaving the opponent utterly defenseless. He crouched down and saw that Zhao Weilong's chest had already caved in. At that moment, he was spitting blood and gasping for air, looking at Shin Hong with a gaze filled not only with shock but also deep fear. Wasn't this Old Qin just a gatekeeper? How did he become so fierce? His consciousness was somewhat hazy. Sensing his life force slowly fading, he struggled to speak. Brother Shin, please don't kill me. Did you not just tell me to be merciless? Shin Hong gently shook his head. Zhao Weilong, I've already given you a chance. But you didn't cherish it. He had originally wanted to promote Zhao Weilong, but this guy was full of rebellion. Shin Hong would not spare his life. Give him a quick end, Old Qin. Shin Hong heard screams from deep within the basement, along with Rin Jie's whimpering, and gave the order before stepping inside. Yes. Old Qin nodded in response, kicking Zhao Weilong out of the basement. While Zhao Weilong was still in the air, Old Qin suddenly swung the broken AK. The gun slammed heavily into Zhao Weilong, pinning him against the wall. Blood spilled from Zhao Weilong's mouth, and then his head tilted, lifeless. He didn't even glance at Zhao Weilong's corpse but quickly turned and followed Shin Hang. Deep in the basement, Gui Yupeng was stabbed multiple times, his body covered in blood. The blood had begun to congeal due to the extremely low temperature. From a distance, Gui Yupeng looked like a blood-soaked figure. But at this moment, he showed no fear of death. Seeing Ren Jie bound, he suddenly shouted and turned, blocking the narrow passageway. Brother Shin, be careful. He shouted towards the main door, then revealed a sinister smile. Come on. As long as I block the passage, none of you four can rush to Brother Shin first. The only thing he was worried about was Zhao Weilong outside. After all, Zhao Weilong was armed. But now all he could do was use his body to block the passage. Hopefully, Shin Hong would be safe. If I die, Brother Shin will take good care of my family. If you don't get out of the way, just die. The buzzcut man, looking impatient, swung his knife and lunged again. The weather was too cold, and Gui Yupeng's clothes were too thick. The previous stabs had clearly hit Gui Yupeng, but they hadn't caused much harm. However, now, Gui Yupeng's clothes were tattered, cotton fluff scattered everywhere. 2 more stabs, and he would die. As Gui Yupeng saw the opponent charging again, he grabbed a box of instant noodles from the pile of supplies nearby. Just as he was about to smash it, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. It's okay, step aside. Shen Heng's familiar voice rang in his ear. Ha, brother Shen? Gui Yupeng was taken aback. Wasting a whole box of instant noodles for this little buzzcut is too much of a loss. Shen Hong cheerfully took the instant noodles from Gui Yupeng's hands. At that moment, a brick flew over their heads, accurately hitting the buzzcut man's wrist, which was holding the knife. The buzzcut man winced in pain, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Shen Hong led Gui Yupeng into the spacious area, and old Qin rushed out from behind, throwing a punch at the buzzcut man. The buzzcut man's face was smashed flat, and he lay on the ground without a sound. The remaining three were originally pressing down on the struggling Renjie, but upon seeing this scene, they all stood frozen as if they had seen a ghost. There's no need to leave any survivors. Kill them all, Shen Hong ordered expressionlessly. Old Qin didn't say a word. His body had already turned into a gust of wind and lunged forward. In less than 3 seconds, 3 screams echoed in the basement, followed by an abrupt silence. The 4 little brothers following Zhao Weilong all collapsed to the ground, lifeless. After untying the ropes from Renjie, Shen Hong asked, "Are you all okay?" "And no. I'm fine, boss," Renjie said, lowering his head, his face full of shame. But Henggu. Before he could finish his sentence, Gua Yupeng let out a sigh of relief, but a wave of intense dizziness surged over him, causing his body to sway before he fell to the side. "Honey, you're back." Hearing the basement door open, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian both stood up and welcomed him. "Jinbao, you said before that your sister is Ning Yao, right?" Shen Hong didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Yang Jinxian nodded. "Yes, that's right. Ning Yao was not doing well at all." She had already learned about her situation when she spoke to Ning Yao today. That silly girl, even in the freezing cold, couldn't forget her sacred profession as a doctor and was still busy helping to save people. Many people were suffering from the sudden drop in temperature, especially the elderly and children with weaker immune systems. Now Ning Yao had no food or drink, and when she wanted to queue to buy supplies in the afternoon, by the time it was her turn, Gui Yupeng had already sold out. To be honest, Yang Jinxian could accept sharing a husband with Huo Miao, and she understood the current situation. Shen Hong had a vast amount of supplies, which naturally gave him immense power. Shen Hong would definitely not only have 2 women, her and Huo Miao, in the future. Rather than that, it was indeed better to let the women around Shen Hong become her good sisters, as Huo Miao suggested. This way, she could also control Shen Hong from fooling around outside. But Shen Hong did not agree to let Ning Yao come over, so she could only dismiss that thought. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, Shen Hong actually asked about Ning Yao. "Have her come over now," Shen Hong said eagerly. Come over?" Yang Jinxuan's expression was a bit strange. Moreover, looking at her husband's appearance, he seemed very anxious. "Honey, it's only been a day, and you've changed your mind?" Huo Miao said with a gossiping look. "Who was it that said they didn't agree to let her come? What are you talking about?" Shen Hong shook his head. "Gui Yupeng is injured and needs Ning Yao to come help save people. I can give her supplies." As he spoke, he turned around and let Lao Qin carry Gui Yupeng into the house. Renjie also looked weak, although he wasn't as severely injured as Gui Yupeng. Being tied up by 3 people and struggling had caused him some pain. Following Lao Qin into the door, he immediately saw 2 stunning beauties, and Renjie was shocked, quickly lowering his head, not daring to make eye contact with his boss's women. What shocked him even more was the temperature in the basement. How could it be so warm? Renjie was completely stunned. "Come in first." Shen Hong waved his hand, letting them in, then instructed Lao Qin to place Gui Yupeng on a bed in one of the basement rooms. "Renjie, you sit too." Shen Hong waved his hand. Thank you, boss." Renjie sat down on the chair, looking around the environment, doubting whether he was dreaming. This house was too warm. Moreover, the boss's 2 wives were all wearing summer clothes, which made him feel as if he had seen a ghost. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, but the boss's home was practically no different from summer. Huo Miao had already brought them hot water. Renjie repeatedly thanked him, and his respect for Shen Hong deepened even more. He had just seen clearly that the doorman, Grandpa Qin, had cleanly killed 4 of Zhao Weilong's subordinates. A deadly punch, a one-hit kill. And after killing, he calmly followed Shen Hang. It was obvious that Grandpa Qin had killed before. His skills were far beyond those of someone who had been a soldier like him. Why was he hiding in the community as a doorman? Could it be that the boss's identity was very important and Lao Qin was sent by the Shen family to secretly protect him? Now that they encountered a snow disaster, for the safety of the young master, Lao Qin no longer concealed himself but openly followed him? Having read many novels, Renjie's mind was filled with overbearing CEO plots. After seeing Gui Yupeng's injuries, Yang Jinxian immediately understood and quickly took out her phone to call Ning Yao. "Honey, what happened to Gui Yupeng?" Huo Miao leaned closer to Shen Hong and asked in a low voice. She knew that her husband had entrusted all the work of selling supplies to Gui Yupeng over the past few days. Bringing Gui Yupeng home now clearly showed his trust in him. Zhao Weilong betrayed me and brought a few people to ambush me, Shin Hong said. But now, they are all dead. Honey, were you hurt? Huo Miao immediately became anxious. Shin Hong shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that Yu Peng wanted to hold them off, so I could escape, and he got stabbed a few times. Huo Miao looked at the unconscious Gui Yu Peng, her eyes filled with fear and gratitude. If it weren't for him, her husband might have been hurt. Of course, she didn't know that Shin Hong didn't take Zhao Weilong seriously at all. Even without old Qin by his side, he could easily turn Zhao Weilong to ashes. However, Shin Hong didn't want to expose his abilities unless it was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Yang Jinxian had already dialed Ning Yao's number. Yao Yao, where are you? I'm outside saving people. Ning Yao's weak voice came through the phone. She hadn't eaten for a long time, not even a drop of water, and was still busy saving people, her body completely exhausted. You need to come here for a bit. I need you to help save someone, Yang Jinxian said anxiously. She had naturally heard the conversation between Huang Miao and Shen Hong. In her mind, the unconscious Gui Yupeng had saved her husband. Without him, Shin Hong might. She didn't dare to think further. She had just become Shin Heng's woman, living a life free of worries, a beautiful life like spring all year round, far better than the other homeowners. But if something happened to Shin Hong, her utopian life would turn to ashes. What about your side? Ning Yao paused. Who got hurt? Is it Mu Xian? No, it's a good brother of my husband. Yang Jinxian shook her head. Haven't you not eaten all day? Come over, I'll cook for you. My husband said he would also give you various supplies. Ning Yao turned back and glanced at the elderly man lying on the hospital bed, hesitating before asking, does your husband have antipyretics? Yes. Before Yang Jinxian could speak, Shin Hong heard Ning Yao's voice and said in a deep voice, I have all kinds of medicine. With a vending machine, what medicine couldn't he get? Okay, I need a bottle of antipyretics and a bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine. As long as you give me these, even if you don't give me food supplies, I will still go save people. Ning Yao quickly said. Alright, just follow the underground passage to my house, Yang Jinxian said as she saw Shin Hong nod. Okay. Ning Yao hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Although she was very skilled in medicine in such terrible weather, without any medical tools or medicine, how could she save people? She was currently at a homeowner's house, and this afternoon, the young couple and her friend had come to seek help. However, the elderly man had already fallen into a high fever, and she was at a loss. She had suggested that the young couple go to Heichi Shenkai to buy medicine, but they had refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? A bottle of medicine costs at most 100 yuan, but Shin Hong sold them a bottle for 50,000. Ridiculous. The key was that they weren't even sure if a bottle of medicine could cure the seriously ill father. If it didn't work, wouldn't they have to spend more money later? Now, even a pack of instant noodles was selling. For 10,000 yuan, 50,000 could buy 5 packs of instant noodles, which would be enough for the couple to eat for 2 days. They couldn't sacrifice their own lives to save the old man, could they? If the snow stopped, would they still have a future? The two hesitated and refused. Ning Yao was highly skilled in medicine, but she was just a doctor, not a mage. How could she save without medicine? She had just received a call from a friend, and upon hearing Jin Xian say that as long as she went to save someone, her husband was willing to provide her with supplies. Even if it meant exchanging for medicine, he agreed. As long as she could get fever-reducing medicine, she could treat the elderly person in bed. Although she didn't know the old man, Ning Yao hoped to save more people, even if it meant going hungry herself. Where there are people, there is hope, right? Dr. Ning, are you leaving? Seeing Ning Yao answer a call and then prepare to leave, the young couple was not pleased. Dr. Ning, you haven't even treated us yet, how can you just leave? We invited you first. The young man spoke sarcastically. Exactly. His wife nodded with a pout. You won't even take a look and just want to leave? It seems this expert Ning's reputation isn't that great. I just heard on the phone that someone is willing to give you supplies, right? Because we didn't give you food, you're just going to ignore the old man? Ning Yao paused, frowning, and said, What do you mean? What do you mean? What? The young woman raised her voice a bit. If you don't want to save people, then don't come out to seek fame. Aren't you supposed to be eager to help? You didn't even take a good look at the old man and just want to leave. Is this how you practice medicine? Yes, Dr. Ning. Her husband chimed in. We saw everyone in the group praising you, saying you are a good person with a warm heart. That's why we sought you to treat my grandfather. Now that we hear others are giving you supplies and we haven't, you're just going to refuse to treat us? How can you say that? Ning Yao's expression darkened. Do I even need to say it? I was right next to you just now and heard you on the phone. The young woman spoke in a strange tone. The person who called you is a woman. TSK. Just from hearing her voice, you can tell she's wealthy. I'll cook for you. My husband will provide you with all sorts of supplies. Hearing that, wouldn't you want to leave? You. Ning Yao was left speechless with anger. She had refused the supplies, only hoping that Yang Jinxuan's husband could provide some medicine. Earlier, when she spoke to Yang Jinshan on the phone, she learned that Yang Jinshan had found a new husband, and it seemed that he had quite a lot of supplies. Ning Yao felt somewhat helpless. Yang Jinshan was a wealthy woman with considerable assets. How could she easily submit to someone else for a bit of food and drink? Wasn't there someone in the group selling supplies? 11,000 for a pack of instant noodles might be a sky-high price for others, but for someone like Yang Jinshan, it should be an easy purchase, right? Why was she doing this? As Yang Jinshuan's friend, she didn't voice her doubts. Everyone was an adult, and each person had their own choices. She couldn't interfere in others' decisions. Moreover, she had borrowed hundreds of thousands from Yang Jinshan to save someone, and without a second thought, she had transferred the money. Ning Yao was very grateful. Now, she had even refused food and drink to save someone, yet this couple was in their own world. Come on, it was your grandfather we were trying to save. You wouldn't even cough up 50,000, and now that I'm saving someone after getting the medicine, I come back to save your grandfather, and you say this to me. I already said the old man has a high fever and needs antipyretics. You don't have any at home. Ning Yao's expression turned cold. I told my friend that I don't want supplies, just some antipyretics, to take the medicine back to save the old man. How can you say this to me? Then should we blame ourselves for underestimating your intentions? The man scoffed. How many good doctors are there? Aren't they all just looking to line their own pockets? His wife sneered. I don't believe it. If you can trade for supplies, why wouldn't you just say you don't want to save him? I can't explain it to you. Ning Yao shook her head and turned to walk out. I've already made the old man's situation clear to you. You can handle it however you want. If you want to save him, buy the medicine yourself. Under the cold and disdainful gazes of the couple, Ning Yao walked down the stairs. The sky had darkened. The temperature was cold, but what was colder was Ning Yao's heart. She had good intentions to save someone, and this was the result she got. What surprised her even more was that just after she went downstairs, her phone buzzed twice. Looking at it, the couple from earlier had tagged her in the owner group. Xiaohe just wanted to tell everyone, don't easily trust it. Yi Jiqiu. This person is a complete fraud. ZLP, exactly. When she looked at my grandfather just now, she didn't even glance at him directly, telling us that she had no medicine and needed to buy it from Heqi Shankai. I think Ning Yao and Heqi Shankai are in cahoots. They're just teaming up to make a fortune off disaster. A box of medicine costs 50,000. Who can afford that? The group was in an uproar. Ning Yao stood still, took a deep breath, and was about to type a rebuttal when someone in the group jumped out to scold them. Silent smile. That's not right. Upstairs. This afternoon, Dr. Ning treated my child, and I saw it with my own eyes. She contacted Gui Yupeng and spent 50,000 on medicine. She gave it to us for free. Xiao Mei. No, yes, my dad was sick today too, and Dr. Ning treated him for free, even subsidizing the medicine. In this weather, medicine isn't cheap. She can't possibly be that kind of person. Autumn water long sky. Dr. Ning is beautiful and kind-hearted. She treated my child too. We wanted to give her a pack of instant noodles, but Dr. Ning refused. Fleeting dust. I also gave. Dr. Ning refuses to accept anything. How could she be the kind of person you say? Watching the crowd defend her, Ning Yao felt a smile spread across her face, as if all her exhaustion had vanished. However, the young couple scoffed, completely disbelieving their words. Xiaohe, I say among you, there must be accomplices of Ning Yao, right? Whoever speaks for her now is in cahoots with her. Indeed, some of them might have been helped by her for free, but have you ever thought about why she would help? For free? 50,000 for a bottle of medicine. She would rather starve than not buy medicine to save you. Who would believe that? The crowd fell silent. No one continued typing. Xiaohe continued, think about it the other way around. If Ning Yao is in cahoots with Heqi Shankai, does she need to spend money to buy medicine? Isn't that just taking it for free? Just to have you praise her good name while the snow is still falling outside and the temperature is dropping. In the future, don't even mention the elderly and children. Even we young people might get sick. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone rush to her for treatment? With so many people looking for her, how many 50,000s does she have to buy medicine for everyone? In the end, isn't it just to promote that you all go to Heqi Shankai to buy? The prices at Heqi Shankai have been changing daily. Just a few days ago, instant noodles were 1,000, and now it's skyrocketed to 10,000. How much will these life-saving medicines cost in a few days? If it's 10 times, that's 500,000. 50,000 is something everyone can afford, but how many can come up with 500,000? The crowd fell silent. No one spoke in the group anymore. At that moment, someone suddenly tagged Ning Yao. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I almost got tricked by you. Ning Yao felt a wave of desolation. The person tagging her was the one who had just spoken up for her, Xiaoshui Chang Tian. She remembered this woman in her 30s who had expressed her gratitude and even offered her the last pack of instant noodles from her home. Although she was also very hungry at that time, seeing the weak child and the pale woman, Ning Yao couldn't accept it. but her good intentions had resulted in such an outcome. Xiaoshui Changtian seemed to have opened the floodgates, and in the next moment everyone began to join in the accusations against Ning Yao. It seemed that if one was late to criticize, they would be labeled as Ning Yao's accomplice. Ning Yao's body swayed, her phone vibrated incessantly. She took a breath of cold air, suppressing her sadness, and typed, "Since everyone thinks I am this kind of person, I have nothing more to say, especially to those I helped treat this afternoon. I didn't charge you a single penny. In the spirit of saving lives, I borrowed money from a friend to buy you medicine." Xiaoyi scoffed, "Oh, Dr. Ning, are you telling a fairy tale? Borrowing money to buy medicine for everyone? Do you even know what you're saying? It's simply ridiculous. Who can wake her up with a splash of urine?" "Yeah, Dr. Ning, don't blame me for speaking harshly, this is simply impossible. If you want to gain fame, it's not done this way. Upstairs, she wants to make money. Dr. Ning looks so good, how could she be starving? Maybe she's eating Hechi Shanghai's big sausages right now. Yeah, pretending to be tired, hurry home to serve Hechi Shanghai. Want to earn all kinds of money, be careful you won't have a son with no eyes." The group was filled with a cacophony of insults and foul language. Ning Yao clenched her hands tightly together and after a long silence quietly left the owner group. For the first time, she realized that what she had done seemed utterly meaningless. Shouldn't a doctor save lives? Is it right to stand by and do nothing? After Ning Yao left the group, she took a moment to compose herself and then walked towards Yang Jinchuan's villa. She was unaware that people, upon noticing her silent exit from the group, became even more convinced that Ning Yao was preparing to make money alongside Hechi Shanghai in the future. However, now that her true nature had been exposed, she felt too embarrassed to continue staying in the group, which was why she left. The owner group was in an uproar, with everyone cursing and complaining. At that moment, Shen Heng suddenly appeared. "Hechi Shanghai, it seems everyone is quite idle. Looks like you all have had your fill. Someone said I want to make money, right? Well, as you wish, I'll give you a heads up. I still have supplies, but tomorrow the prices will double. If you want to buy, buy. If you can't afford it, get lost." The group fell silent instantly. Everyone suddenly remembered that Hechi Shanghai was armed. This guy clearly didn't care about killing. This afternoon, he had directly slaughtered dozens of people. The crowd fell silent, especially those who had been typing, who hurriedly began to retract their messages. Someone took the lead, and others quickly followed suit. In no time, all the messages in the group were retracted, even the comments from the couple Xiaohe. The chat interface of the owner group was filled with XX retracted a message flooding the screen. "A bunch of bullies who fear the strong." Shin Hong scoffed. He wasn't backing Ning Yao, he just realized that these people had lost their composure after an afternoon. Shin Hong was merely helping them find their former selves. "If you want to talk behind my back, you'd better do it privately and not let me know." Shin Hong typed again, "Those with guts can continue to send messages in the group. It's best to report your home location, and I'll visit one by one tomorrow." The crowd trembled, not uttering a word. Ning Yao followed the underground passage until she reached the row of villas, at which point Yang Jinchuan's WeChat message came through. "Yao, I'm in Villa 4, just in the basement. Come in and knock on the basement door." Moved to Villa 4? Ning Yao had been to Yang Jinchuan's house, and she had always lived in Villa 3. Why had she moved to Villa 4? She didn't think much of it and arrived at the door of the basement of Villa 4, gently knocking. Soon, Yang Jinxian opened the door and welcomed her in. Yao, you finally made it." Yang Jinxian said warmly, "Come in quickly, it's too cold outside. You first help me check on my husband's brother, I'll go make you some noodles." "No, that's not necessary." Ning Yao was about to politely refuse when she noticed that Yang Jinxian was actually wearing a short-sleeved shirt. A short sleeve. Ning Yao's eyes widened, and then she realized that the basement was surprisingly warm. "Dr. Ning, this way please." Hua Miao also came over to greet her. Ning Yao was stunned. She had naturally heard the rumors about the four beauties of Taoyuan community. She was familiar with Yang Jinxian, and they had teased each other before. Both of them were already married women, so they could count as part of it. She had also noticed Hua Miao and a girl named Xia, having seen photos of them posted by others. They were indeed particularly beautiful. But before today, she had never heard Yang Jinxian mention that she knew Hua Miao. However, now was not the time to ask. She steadied herself and quickly followed behind Hua Miao. "Dr. Ning, my husband's good brother is injured. Please, no matter what, treat him. My husband said you can pick any supplies you want, and as for the fever medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine you want, consider them a gift to you," Hua Miao said as she walked. Ning Yao forced a smile. "That shouldn't be necessary, thank you." She had already been disheartened by the owners of the community. Having left the group, did she really want to put her warm face against someone else's cold backside? However, Hua Miao wasn't unmarried, right? She had heard that she lived with her boyfriend. Could it be that Yang Jinchuan's new husband was friends with Hua Miao's husband? This also explains why Hua Miao appeared at Villa number 4. Once inside the house, Ning Yao saw Gui Yupeng covered in blood. The room was warm, and the frozen wounds on Gui Yupeng were slightly torn, oozing blood. Dr. Ning, please. Shin Hong nodded slightly upon seeing Ning Yao standing up to make room beside Gui Yupeng. No matter what, please save him. Ning Yao was indeed very beautiful. Even after 5 days without washing up, her charm was hard to conceal. Today, Gui Yupeng encountered danger, which served as a reminder. For Shin Hong, he needed to prioritize finding a doctor. If Ning Yao were not so kind-hearted, Shin Hong would naturally choose her first. A medical expert, beautiful, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian were both ready to accept this sister. Unfortunately, Ning Yao stepped forward, her eyes focused on Gui Yupeng's wounds, calmly saying, he has been stabbed multiple times. Please help him take off his clothes so I can examine the wounds. Lao Qin stepped forward and removed Gui Yupeng's shirt. Huo Miao, wanting to avoid suspicion, voluntarily exited the room to help in the kitchen. When Gui Yupeng was bare-chested, Shin Heng's brows furrowed. Gui Yupeng was covered in injuries. How much pain had he endured earlier, even while being stabbed multiple times, still desperately shouting to get outside? He was worthy of trust. If Gui Yupeng had turned against him, he would have definitely teamed up with Zhao Weilong in that situation. With memories from his past life, Shin Hong knew very well that Gui Yupeng was a smart person. If he were a fool, how could he have become Song Zhengming's strategist? And Zhao Weilong had 4 brothers with him, armed with AK-47s. With both cunning and firearms, it was clear that Zhao Weilong would win. Yet he did not surrender. He even wanted to use his life to buy time for Shin Hong to escape. In that situation, Shin Hong had also tested Gui Yupeng and Ren Jie's loyalty. Both of them did not collude with Zhao Weilong, which made him very relieved. Besides himself, the next ability fruit should also be reserved for Gui Yupeng. Ren Jie should draw the second sequence. The knife wounds are quite serious and they need to be treated, but I have no tools. After examining, Ning Yao looked at Shin Hong with some difficulty. Whatever you need, just say it, I have it all. Shin Hong spoke directly. What couldn't be bought from the vending machine? He could even buy things that didn't exist on Blue Star. I need a scalpel, saline, hydrogen peroxide, anti-inflammatory medicine, tetanus vaccine, iodine, and gauze. Ning Yao calmly listed various tools. Wait a moment. Shin Hong waved his hand to Ning Yao, then turned and walked out of the room. After entering another vacant room, Shin Hong closed the door and immersed his mind into the consciousness space. Standing in front of the vending machine, Shin Hong quickly input the various items Ning Yao had just mentioned. Scalpel, scalpel, he murmured, and after entering these 3 words, he clicked search. The next second, the vending machine screen displayed various scalpels. At the top, it prominently labeled System Selected. Moreover, it showed that the scalpel could only be purchased at level 9 of the vending machine. Goodness, the requirements were even higher than for guns. Shin Hong was astonished, especially at the jaw-dropping price of this set of scalpels. 2 million. This price could buy 2 ability fruits. Of course, it couldn't be compared like that. After all, an ability fruit at level 1 could only buy 1. To continue purchasing, a massive expenditure was needed to upgrade it. However, this scalpel could be purchased infinitely. Now that Shin Hong had money, with a balance nearing 100 million, especially since he was treating Gui Yupeng, whom he recognized, he did not hesitate and directly clicked to purchase this high-frequency ultrasonic scalpel. The system introduction states that this surgical knife is mainly used for cutting and hemostasis, making it very suitable for treating Gui Yupeng. Subsequently, he began searching for other items. After spending nearly 10 million, Shin Hong purchased various tools. He was already halfway through the vending machine experience, still needing about 6 million to reach level 12. Anyway, these items could be useful if any brothers got injured. In the future, Shin Hong chose only the highest quality items. Just like the anti-inflammatory drugs and other medications, Shin Hong bought those that were strictly selected by the system, with a small bottle costing 1 million. Swallowing an anti-inflammatory pill was more expensive than swallowing a piece of gold. The gauze was also the strong gauze recommended by the system, capable of perfectly wrapping wounds. Shin Hong returned to his room carrying a large bag of items. Ning Yao initially thought that Shin Hong could not possibly be fully prepared, but to her surprise, he returned just a few minutes later holding a big bag. Dr. Ning, can you see if there's anything missing? He placed the bag beside Ning Yao and asked politely, this, an ultrasonic surgical knife? Ning Yao picked up the surgical knife, somewhat incredulous. This was an expensive item, who would buy this except for hospitals? Moreover, the one in her hand was completely different from the one she used. This one felt better, and in every aspect, it seemed even more expensive. To be fair, the ultrasonic surgical knife in their hospital was already the latest model. Which medical equipment group manufactured this? Medtronic? Johnson & Johnson? Siemens? Maelon? She curiously examined it, but apart from some buttons, she couldn't find any brand logo. Dr. Ning, you know how to use it, right? Shin Hong inquired. He had forgotten that he bought this system's strictly selected version. Generally speaking, items selected by the system were more advanced than Blue Star's technological products. He wondered if Ning Yao would know how to use it. Although I haven't used this brand before, as long as it's an ultrasonic surgical knife, I should be fine. Ning Yao steadied herself, tried it briefly, and her eyes immediately lit up. As a medical expert, she naturally understood that this surgical knife perfectly matched her thoughts in every aspect. It was even several times better than the Johnson & Johnson ultrasonic surgical knife she had used. It was simply not a product of the same era, she silently thought. In that case, please get started as soon as possible, Shin Hong urged. Okay. Ning Yao snapped back to reality, looking at Gui Yupeng, her eyes now completely calm. After cleaning Gui Yupeng's wound, she picked up the surgical knife. Watching Ning Yao treat Gui Yupeng with a serious and meticulous expression, skillfully suturing the wound, Shin Hong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was an expert specially invited back from Jiangcheng Hospital. Despite her youth, her skills were indeed impressive. Is he going to be okay? Shin Hong asked with some concern. It's nothing serious. Ning Yao was about to respond, needing some other medications to assist, when she suddenly froze. She saw that the medications given to Gui Yupeng were being absorbed by him at an astonishing speed. Are the medicines this miraculous? Ning Yao's eyes widened in shock. The medications Shin Hong brought out were unfamiliar to her, but she recognized the characters on the boxes. It was quite strange. Ning Yao was still puzzled as to why she, as a medical expert, had never seen any of these items Shin Hong had brought out. It seemed these items were not ordinary. The wounds on Gui Yupeng's body could be sutured with remarkable ease, and it was not an exaggeration to say that there were almost no traces left. Ning Yao could tell that after these wounds healed, they would hardly leave any marks. For one or two wounds, she could attribute it to her superb surgical skills, but for the wounds all over his body, even an old expert would not be able to suture them this well. It was the credit of that ultrasonic surgical knife. Moreover, there are these medicines. According to the instructions on the box, if applied, the medicine can be quickly absorbed by the wound in less than 5 minutes, and by the time she stitches it up, the wounds will visibly shrink a lot. This is too outrageous. Ning Yao is now somewhat dazed. With these medicines, plus her own medical skills, it's no exaggeration to say that she is a divine doctor of this era. Mr. Shin, where did you buy this medicine? Ning Yao turned her head and looked seriously at Shin Hong. Once your medicine becomes widely available, humanity will stop. Shin Hong waved his hand impatiently. I'm not interested in saving humanity, I just care about when my brother will wake up. It shouldn't take long, his vital signs are stable, please don't worry. Ning Yao replied awkwardly. She noticed that Shin Hong seemed uninterested in talking to her. After all, in Shin Heng's mind, Ning Yao is just a saintly woman. If it weren't for asking her to save someone, Shin Hong wouldn't even let her into his home. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Ning Yao quietly glanced around at the others. Besides Shin Hong, who was unwilling to talk to her, there was also Huo Miao's husband, the unconscious Gui Yupeng on the bed, the silent old Qin, and the taciturn Ren Jie. Why is old Qin here? She was a bit curious. However, just now Yang Jinxian said that the person on the bed is her husband's friend, so this somewhat short young man must be Yang Jinxuan's husband? She felt a bit disdainful. In the whole room, it seemed that only Shin Hong was somewhat handsome, but he was already Huo Miao's husband, and his attitude was a bit aloof. How could Jin Xian, one of the 4 great beauties, choose a husband with such poor judgment compared to Huo Miao? Isn't this just making a joke out of Huo Miao? At that moment, Yang Jinxuan's voice came from outside. Dinner is ready. The aroma of the cooked dishes had already seeped in through the crack of the door. Let's go, it's time to eat. Shin Hong called Ren Jie and Ning Yao. Ren Jie was busy helping sell supplies all afternoon, and as for Ning Yao, looking at the situation in the group, the money she borrowed from Yang Jinxian was probably used to buy medicine for the people in the community. What a foolish woman. Shin Hong shook his head gently. I think I won't, Ning Yao said nervously, waving her hands repeatedly. However, when Shin Hong opened the door, the aroma outside became even stronger, and Ning Yao's stomach suddenly growled, her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head. Dr. Ning, since you are a friend of Jin Xian and also you, Peng's doctor, it's just a meal, no need to be polite. Ning Yao chuckled dryly and nodded slightly. As the few of them arrived at the dining room on the first floor, they saw that the table was already set with 4 or 5 beautifully presented dishes. There are actually dishes, and meat, and seafood. Ning Yao widened her eyes in disbelief. Outside, everyone was gnawing on instant noodles, and it was impossible to start a fire at home. Even those who could start a fire were using the portable stoves bought from Shin Heng. And the profiteer Gui Yupeng charged for the stove, charged for the gas canister, and it wasn't cheap. Even those who had vegetables at home had long frozen them solid and wouldn't extravagantly use a stove to thaw them. They could only manage to thaw the bottled water that had already turned into ice blocks and then boil the instant noodles, swallowing them down in a hurry. And Yang Jinxian actually stir-fried dishes and even made 4 or 5 portions. Looking at the table filled with stir-fried shrimp, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried broccoli, and West Lake beef soup, Ning Yao was already stunned. Even more astonishing was the plate of food at the edge. Mapo tofu. There actually was tofu? Don't just stand there, go wash your hands first. Yang Jinxian waved to Ning Yao, leading the stunned Ning Yao and Ren Jie to the bathroom. The hot water flowing from the faucet made both of them feel unreal. Although Ren Jie already knew that Shin Hong was a wealthy, an amiable boss with abundant resources, he had never imagined that the boss could live such a luxurious life in the apocalypse. Even hot water. He awkwardly smiled and stepped back, letting Ning Yao wash her hands first. The moment Ning Yao touched the hot water, she almost cried out. She hadn't had hot water for 5 days. Looking at her reflection in the mirror with her long hair cascading down, she bit her lip and glanced at the various top-tier skincare products on the sink, recalling how radiant Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian looked, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed. What 4 flower beauties? Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian were the real beauties. She looked no different from an ugly duckling. From the mirror, she saw Ren Jie waiting behind her to wash his hands, looking just as timid, which piqued her curiosity. She had originally thought Ren Jie was Yang Jinxuan's husband, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Wait. She suddenly remembered that when Shin Hong addressed Yang Jinxian earlier, he called her Jin Bao? Jin Bao? She had never called her that. Wasn't that a bit too intimate? Could it be? Her heart skipped a beat and she shook her head repeatedly. No way, absolutely not. She knew very well how proud a woman Yang Jinxian was. After all, she was the young mistress of the Song family. How could she share a husband with someone else? However, when she walked out of the bathroom and saw Shin Hang with an arm around both Yang Jinxian and Hua Miao sitting on the sofa, she was completely stunned. It really was like that. Her eyes nearly popped out. Yao Yao, you should eat first, it will get cold soon. Yang Jinxian smiled at Ning Yao. Okay. After sitting down, Ning Yao couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks and grab a piece of mapo tofu. The spicy and numbing flavor burst on her tongue, awakening her taste buds. She almost cried. She used to think that humans were the rulers of the world, but in the face of extreme weather, she realized how small humanity truly was. Ren Jie also came out of the bathroom, but instead of heading to the dining table, he respectfully looked at Shin Hong. Boss, you eat first. Although he was very hungry, he understood who the real master was. Ning Yao was taken aback and quickly stood up, lowering her head in embarrassment. It's fine, we've all eaten. This is specially made for you too. Shin Hong waved his hand. Specially made for us? Ning Yao's eyes widened again. They prepared so many dishes for just the two of them. Ren Jie then fell silent, sitting down and quickly eating. Ning Yao pulled her thoughts back and hurriedly started using her chopsticks as well. Ren Jie. Shin Hong spoke. Ren Jie quickly sat up straight and respectfully said, "What is it, boss?" He was now filled with admiration for Shin Hong. He was well aware of what life was like outside. Being able to follow the boss was simply a blessing he had earned in his past life. No need to be nervous, just eat while you listen to me. Shin Hong waved his hand. Since Yu Peng is injured tonight, there's no need to sell supplies anymore. Wait until Yu Peng is better before selling. Tomorrow, gather Zhao Weilong's remaining subordinates. Anyone untrustworthy should be cleared out. Those willing to follow must be thoroughly assessed. I don't want a repeat of tonight's incident. Yes. Ren Jie nodded quickly. He then glanced fearfully at Old Qin. He had never noticed before how formidable Old Qin was. His movements were swift and decisive, hitting the target every time. Ren Jie felt that Old Qin was much stronger than the instructors in his own unit. By the way, take this. Shen Hong threw a key over. Tomorrow, bring someone to open Zhao Weilong's door and move all the green plants from his house to Villa number 5. Lao Qin, you live alone now, so the plants will be placed with you. Okay. Lao Qin nodded and said seriously, I will definitely take good care of those things. After swallowing the ability fruit, he was very clear about how powerful his body had become. And the boss said that those green plants would bear ability fruits in the future. This is a heavy trust. Lao Qin, after the plants are returned, you follow me out for a trip. Shin Hong whispered to Lao Qin. He decided to leave Taoyuan community with Lao Qin tomorrow and head to the nearby Kongning community. 5 days had passed since the apocalypse, and there should be no threats in Taoyuan community now. First, take down the surrounding communities and then slowly radiate outward from Taoyuan community. As for the Song family, before the green plants bear ability fruits, Shin Hong would pay them a visit. For now, let the Song family guard the granary. For him, Song Zhengming had no consciousness space and could not store anything. Even in the last life, Song Zhengming only moved the Song family's stronghold to the granary and sent people to guard it. Ning Yao listened to the conversation of several people while eating. When she heard Shin Hong instructing Ren Jie to temporarily stop selling supplies tonight, she suddenly realized the Patient just now was named Gui Yupeng? Isn't he the one selling supplies in the community? She had also followed the news in the community owner group and naturally knew that the person selling supplies at first was Hachi Shankai and later Hachi Shankai announced that Gui Yupeng would replace him for the sales. Could it be? She secretly looked at Shin Hong. This young and handsome man, tightly embraced by two beautiful women, is the legendary Hachi Shankai? No wonder Jin Xian chose him and even shared him with Hua Mia. No wonder he said he was grateful to her and would give her supplies. The original confusion dissipated at that moment. Shin Hong didn't mind Ning Yao knowing his identity since he wanted to establish a force. He naturally couldn't hide his identity forever. Moreover, according to Jin Bao, Ning Yao wasn't someone who liked gossip. He would need a family doctor in the future, and Ning Yao was a female doctor who had a good relationship with Jin Bao, making her a suitable candidate. He already had several women in Taoyuan community, and as his power grew, there would be even more women. Shin Hong even considered that he should gradually start making reductions. He couldn't accept every pretty girl from each community, could he? Thinking of this, he suddenly looked up at Ning Yao and said, "You should have guessed my identity by now, right?" "That's right, I am Hachi Shankai." Ning Yao opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know what to say. She felt nervous. "Big brother, I didn't mean to overhear. You just didn't avoid me earlier. You wouldn't want to kill me to keep me quiet, would you? Don't be nervous." Shin Hong smiled and said, "I just want to ask if you are willing, please be our family doctor. As for the compensation, feel free to propose any conditions you want." "Family doctor?" Ning Yao was taken aback and hesitated, saying, "If I become the family doctor, does that mean I have to serve you all the time?" "Of course." Shin Hong nodded. "Do you still want to go save those useless people in the community? If you save them, they might not even be grateful to you. I don't want my hard-earned family doctor to encounter any accidents because of helping others. If that happens, I would have to spend effort looking for a suitable candidate, which is too troublesome." Yang Jinxian quickly winked at Ning Yao, signaling her to agree. The once equally famous beauty with her had now become like this, and as a friend, she felt quite uncomfortable about it. Moreover, her husband is unwilling to let Ning Yao serve him, but facing such a beautiful woman every day, she doesn't believe her husband can resist. As long as her husband has Ning Yao, their sisterhood will become a trio. They will work together to exhaust him, to prevent him from getting involved with other women outside and bringing back unfamiliar sisters. More importantly, with three serving him, her husband won't be thinking about his own sister anymore. "Mr. Shin, thank you for your kindness." Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, images of the elderly and children lying in hospital beds flashing through her mind, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Finally, she sighed, "I am indeed moved by your suggestion, but I can't do that. Although many homeowners are questioning me, even suspecting that I am in cahoots with you just to drive up drug prices, I still hope to do my part to save more people. Indeed, humanity has its good and bad. I can only do my best to hope to save more lives." Ning Yao said softly, "I see the news online. All cities around the world are experiencing large-scale human deaths. As the officials say, we are now in an ice age. No one knows how long this life will last. I just hope that in the future, we humans won't end up like the dinosaurs, completely lost in the flow of history." Shin Hong was taken aback. What will the future hold? He had only lived for 3 months in his last life and had no idea what life would be like afterward. He knew that green plants would bear supernatural fruits, and humans would gain powers after consuming them. But supernatural beings also needed food. Some weaker supernatural beings could even starve to death in the icy wilderness. He also knew that the Song family had become the overlords of the north of the city, and the Mo family controlled the west. Now, the Donglin group in the east had begun to stabilize. Soon, the Donglin group would dominate due to its food business. He knew that Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian would die in his last life, but following him in this life, they would be free from worry about food and clothing. He also knew that old Qin would gain powerful abilities after consuming the supernatural fruit and would live a shameless life with a college student named Fu Xiaozhu. With old Qin's level of ability, he believed he wouldn't easily starve to death. But what would his own fate be in this life? He knew the fates of many people, yet he had no idea about his own. Would there be other special circumstances 3 months later that could lead to large-scale human extinction? What really happened by the sea? Even after living for 3 months in the apocalypse, he was still unclear about this matter. Ning Yao's words made his thoughts drift. 3 months later, the human population had sharply decreased. What about 3 years? 5 years? 10 years? Or even longer? Would it really be as Ning Yao said, that humanity would become extinct? Ran Jia. Shin Hong suddenly spoke. "Yes." Ran Jia quickly replied. "Tomorrow, don't sell the supplies at such high prices. Sell instant noodles at 100 yuan a pack," Shin Hong said softly. Increase the sales as much as possible. Understood. Ren Jie was taken aback, although he didn't know what the boss was thinking. He nodded gently. Ning Yao had indeed reminded Shin Hang. If humanity were to perish, surviving would be of no use. Moreover, it would be difficult to upgrade the vending machines level. It was better to lower the prices and let more people live. The more people who survived, their money would eventually end up in his hands. If the unit price was set too high, many people would likely starve. It was better to sell at a low profit margin and in large quantities. In the future, when people became accustomed to relying on him, even if they ran out of money, they could still serve as free labor for him. The money needed for upgrading the vending machine would become increasingly outrageous. In the future, if he discovered a gold mine, he would also need a certain number of hands to help him dig and work. He changed his mind. Letting more people survive would still be very beneficial to him. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Looking at the caller ID, Shin Hong revealed a cold smile. Even if I save people, I will only save those who are willing to be loyal to me. As for this caller number, it's still the same. No revenge. Even if I get to do it all over again, what would be the point? The person calling for a video was, of course, Feng Lu. She was curled up on her bed at home, while Su Chao once again hid in the bathroom. Originally, Feng Lu didn't want to make this call. Shin Hong had already begun to doubt himself. Moreover, he had clung to Zhao Weilong's thigh, and that guy had a gun. Just mentioning it to Zhao Weilong could lead to a direct assault on Shin Heng's home, and then everything would be theirs. Unfortunately, just now she had actively sent a WeChat message to Zhao Weilong, but it had fallen into silence. Even the video she sent went unanswered. Feng Lu naturally didn't know that Zhao Weilong was now dead in the underground passage, his body pinned to the wall by an AK-47. Under Su Chao's urging, she could only reluctantly call Shin Hong again for a video chat. What was Zhao Weilong doing? This afternoon, she had clearly sensed that Zhao Weilong could no longer hold back. If it weren't for that guy named Gui Yupeng, she might have even had a moment of intimacy with Zhao Weilong, extracting information about Brother Shen from him. Brother Shen hated her, but Zhao Weilong liked her. Following Zhao Weilong was definitely much better than being with the useless Su Chao. She could even incite Zhao Weilong to take over Shin Heng's home. His place was warm, had a shower, and even plenty of supplies. This was the life she wanted. As soon as the video connected, she couldn't help but say directly, Shin Hong, another day has passed. Why haven't you come to get me yet? Looking at her disheveled hair and dirty face, Shin Hong chuckled softly. Thank you, Feng Lu. If it weren't for your video call, I might have been swayed by Ning Yao. I was even thinking of becoming a savior. Ning Yao's ideas were too naive and overly idealistic. But I'm not that kind of person. Being decisive is an essential quality for survival. As for saving humanity, Shin Hong didn't have such grand ambitions. However, once he established his own power, all the people within his domain would worship him, and he would naturally protect these subjects. He would also do his best to help them survive. There were too many humans, he couldn't save them all. Since he had to save, why not save those willing to obey him? Why should I save you when you're hanging out with Su Chao? Shin Hong was too lazy to argue with Feng Lu and chuckled. Hua Miao was used to it, knowing the relationship between Shin Hong and Feng Lu. But this was the first time young Jinxian heard it, and she curiously leaned over, wanting to see which vixen had seduced her husband. However, upon closer inspection, the other party was decent looking, but far inferior to herself and Miao Miao. She couldn't help but glance at Shin Hong. Her husband was really hungry. He actually wanted someone like that. Although Feng Lu was barefaced, Ning Yao was also barefaced while eating. Ning Yao's looks could definitely outshine Feng Lu. Feng Lu was dumbfounded. Even in the video, Yang Jinchuan's face flashed by and she didn't even notice. How did Shin Hong know? Her heart tightened and she hurriedly forced a laugh. Shin Hong, what are you joking about? How could I be with Su Chao? Isn't Su Chao hiding in the bathroom? Shin Hong smiled. By the way, since he has already discovered it, I might as well confess. I installed quite a few miniature cameras in Su Chao's house. Look, the one Su Chao is holding right now is one of them. He had already seen Su Chao grab a camera, hidden in the corner, frowning as he examined it. Su Chao was hiding in the bathroom, eavesdropping on Shin Hong and Feng Lu's conversation, while searching around to see what else he could dismantle to burn for warmth. Everything that could be burned in the house had basically been used up. He had even taken off the toilet seat. As for the cabinet under the sink, it had long been chopped down by Su Chao with an axe and thrown into the fire. The sink in his house was entirely made of wood. In order not to waste wood, Su Chao even took down the mirror from the wash basin and split the wooden board that was stuck to the wall tiles for warmth. Originally, Shin Hong had hidden one of the miniature cameras in the compartment of the wash basin between the toothbrush cup and the shampoo, but as things were taken apart, the camera was revealed. It was better to just admit it directly. The two of them still had more than a week to live, and Shin Hong also wanted to see what expressions they would have when they realized they had been discovered. Now that he had supernatural powers, he only needed to lift a finger to kill them both. What? On the other end of the phone, Su Chao and Feng Lu were struck down by Shin Heng's words, completely stunned. A miniature camera. So, everything they had done in the past 2 days had been seen by Shin Hong? Their faces instantly turned ugly. Is this your hidden mini camera? Su Chao stopped pretending, holding the camera in front of his phone, his face dark. You were spying on me? No wonder he had found this thing while dismantling other furniture earlier. At that time, the house was too cold, and he had no time to care, directly throwing it along with the cabinet into the fire. Just now, because he had to hide in the bathroom, Su Chao carefully examined his surroundings and unexpectedly saw something familiar. Instantly curious to investigate. When did this thing appear in the house? What is it for? It looked like there was a camera on the front. But then, Shin Heng's words from outside came in, and Su Chao was immediately stunned. His own home had been hidden with a camera. Does that mean everything he and Feng Lu had done these past few days had been seen by Shin Hong? Yes. Shin Hong grinned, but using the word spying isn't quite right. It makes me sound like a peeping Tom. I'm not interested in you two lovebirds, just a bit bored, and when I can't sleep, I want to hear what you're talking about and how you plan to deal with me. You. Su Chao glared, clenching his fists. Feng Lu's expression was not good. Shin Hong, so you know about my relationship with Su Chao? Heh, what do you think? Shin Hong spat. You little bitch, I was with you for 3 years, and Su Chao's spicy strips are really tasty, aren't they? Spicy strips. Su Chao suddenly remembered the last time he video called Huo Miao when she exposed him. He hissed and laughed, explaining to Huo Miao that he was eating spicy strips, but in reality, it was Feng Lu hiding under the blanket eating his spicy strips. How could Shin Hong know this? You told Huo Miao, didn't you? Su Chao's face darkened. Shin Hong, you useless piece of trash, your girlfriend is with me, and you still have to call my girlfriend to get back at me. He couldn't finish his sentence. Because in the video, beside Shin Hong, there was a head of Huo Miao. You two are actually together? Su Chao was dumbfounded. Feng Lu also looked confused. Wasn't Huo Miao working overtime at the company? Wasn't Shen Hong at Taoyuan Community? How did these two end up together? Su Chao, you got that wrong. Huo Miao glanced at him disdainfully. When my husband said that to me, he wasn't on the phone because I was right next to him. What? The two were struck by lightning. You. Su Chao's voice trembled. When did you get together with him? When did you two secretly hook up? His latter half of the sentence was almost a roar. Su Chao could never have imagined that Huo Miao, who usually kept her distance from him, was now acting all lovey-dovey, leaning against Shin Heng's chest. She had never been this intimate with me. Hooking up sounds so ugly. Shin Hong chuckled. I didn't know before. I only found out about your relationship that night. During the heavy rain. I installed a few cameras at home, but Feng Lu couldn't hold back and went to your house that very night. It was also that night that I quietly installed the camera while your house was empty. By the way, Feng Lu, I forgot to wish you a happy birthday. Do you like this birthday gift? Like it? Like your mother. Feng Lu gritted her teeth. Shin Hong, you did this and then blame me? It's just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. No, Huo Miao. And I didn't have that kind of relationship before this. Shin Hong explained with a smile. That night during the heavy rain, Su Chao was in bed with you while I drove to Huo Miao's company and brought her back. Otherwise, Miao might have already. Thinking of that outcome, Huo Miao shivered and quickly covered Shin Heng's mouth with her hand. She looked at Shin Hong with adoring eyes. Yes. If it weren't for Shin Hong, I might have already died in the company. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, Su Chao's jealousy drove him mad. Driving? Feng Lu seemed to have heard a funny joke. Do you, a poor loser, have a car? Struggling every month to pay the mortgage for Taoyuan Community, where would you get a car? To put it bluntly, you two have been flirting for a long time. Shin Hong, at this point, are you still not going to admit it? It's my car. Yang Jinxian appeared on Shin Heng's right side, leaning affectionately against his shoulder. Another woman. Su Chao and Feng Lu were dumbfounded. Moreover, this woman was particularly beautiful, her looks rivaling Huo Miao. Only their temperaments were different. Yang Jinxian was gentle, while Huo Miao was cool. You are the woman who lives in the villa area, the one with the Land Rover. Feng Lu was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering, and then pointed at Yang Jinxian in astonishment. You've seen me? Yang Jinxian was taken aback, then chuckled. We live in the same community, it's normal to have seen each other. Of course, Feng Lu had a deep impression of Yang Jinxian. After Yang Jinxian moved to Taoyuan Community, she would drive her Range Rover in and out every day, sometimes even rolling down the window to greet the security guard. At that time, Feng Lu was full of envy. So beautiful and driving a luxury car. Moreover, she came from the north side of the community, which meant she lived in the villa area behind. Unlike herself, who was with Shin Hong, a loser, having nothing, struggling every month to pay the mortgage, and couldn't even afford a small broken car. However, this woman was always alone. She couldn't possibly be a mistress kept by some rich man. Right? How nice. Fong Lu didn't look down on her. Instead, she envied her even more. Living in a villa and driving a luxury car, when would a rich man also take a liking to her so she could be his mistress? If a wealthy man really took a fancy to her, she would definitely kick Shin Hong, that loser, away without hesitation. Never would she have thought that the object of her envy back then was now affectionately leaning on Shin Heng's shoulder. On the left was Huo Miao, on the right was Yang Jinxian. Two stunning beauties were in Shin Heng's embrace, leaving Fong Lu and Su Chao in a daze. Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Shin Hong, that loser, have two beauties in his arms? And they were both such top-tier beauties. My husband borrowed Jin Xuan's car that night to pick me up from the company. Huo Miao smiled, seemingly unconcerned that Yang Jinxian was also leaning against Shin Hong, speaking into the phone. It was that night that I found out, Su Chao, that you had already been flirting with Fong Lu behind my back. With you like this, what face do you have to blame me? Even when I sent you the video, what were you doing with Fong Lu? Su Chao was speechless. He knew very well Huo Miao's character. This woman would never stoop to lying. So, she really only found out that night? How could you lend your car to Shin Hong, that loser? Fong Lu ignored Huo Miao and stared at Yang Jinxian. You two have known each other for a long time? This was her idol in her heart. She couldn't accept that such a wealthy woman was now leaning against Shin Hong. No, we only met that day during the heavy rain, Yang Jinxian said with a happy face. If he hadn't gone to pick up Miao Miao, I wouldn't have met my husband. Speaking of which, I should actually thank you all. It was because you betrayed my husband that he went to pick up Miao Miao, borrowed the car from me, and then we got to know each other. Husband. This woman actually called Shin Hong husband. Fong Lu and Su Chao were completely confused. Is this a case of two women serving one man? What is happening in this world? This is just too crazy. No wonder these two women are lying in Shin Heng's arms without blaming each other. It turns out they are both Shin Heng's women and they even coexist peacefully. No, they are as close as sisters. Shin Hong shrugged. Now, do you understand? Fong Lu bit her lip tightly, her gaze fixed on Shin Hong. What about Lu Chenxi? Did you sleep with her too? Su Chao suddenly remembered the bubbly voice from that night. Lu Chenxi? Shin Hong was taken aback. You mean your skiing girl, right? No, I haven't met her. But I told her about your relationship with Fong Lu. Huo Miao replied with a giggle from the side. It turns out, from the very beginning, you were playing us. Both Fong Lu and Su Chao understood. At the same time, what made Su Chao feel worse was that Lu Chenxi was supposed to be pining for him, right? Since it wasn't out of revenge that she slept with Shin Hong, then who was the man with the bubbly voice on the phone? The one who answered Huo Miao's call must be Shin Heng. Looking at Huo Miao snuggled in Shin Heng's arms, Su Chao felt an overwhelming jealousy. These two must have gone all the way. Damn it! She was clearly my girlfriend, and you slept with her. Fong Lu, enjoy your time ahead, and don't call me unless it's necessary. Shin Hong smiled. By the way, I saw you sneaking around with Su Chao this afternoon, secretly sending videos to Zhao Weilong. For the sake of the past, I'll give you a free piece of news as your ex-husband. Zhao Weilong is dead, you can't contact him. That means, this afternoon in the underground passage, you were just groped for nothing. You thought you could sleep with him? Not a chance. Shin Hong had naturally seen Fong Lu's little actions through the surveillance. Just now, while Su Chao was sleeping, she had secretly contacted Zhao Weilong several times. Unfortunately, the video went unanswered, as no one was there to pick up. At that time, Zhao Weilong was already dead. How could he answer the phone? Who is Zhao Weilong? Su Chao couldn't care less about cursing, suddenly turning to stare at Fong Lu. No one. Fong Lu stammered. She didn't expect Shin Hong to throw this out there. She absolutely hated him. Speaking of which, who would have thought that Shin Hong had installed cameras in Su Chao's house? Get away! Su Chao snatched Fong Lu's phone. He took a look and found a contact labeled Zhao Weilong. Brother Long, what are you doing? Brother Long, it's Fong Lu. You touched me this afternoon. You haven't forgotten, have you? Brother Long, it's me, Lu Mei. Why aren't you replying? I really miss you. If you don't reply, I'm going to be angry. I was planning to find you tonight to continue what happened this afternoon. Okay, Brother Long, I really miss you. Don't you miss me? Just answer me. I want to know if you can satisfy me. Brother Long, I really want to. One message after another, all initiated by Fong Lu. Zhao Weilong didn't reply at all. Then, Fong Lu sent him several video and voice requests, but all were no response. There were even more explicit voice messages below. Fong Lu's voice sweet and coy, like she was being playful and also a bit provocative. She even sent Zhao Weilong several selfies. Su Chao's face grew darker and darker. In such cold weather, you can still take off your clothes for photos. You really are something. Su Chao gritted his teeth and suddenly slapped Fong Lu across the face. You slut! You dare hit me? Fong Lu covered her face, glaring at Su Chao with resentment. Isn't it because you're so useless? You never go downstairs to buy things, always making me go out in the cold. If someone likes me, what can I do? If you want to win someone's favor, you could at least give me some supplies. Am I not saving you money? A pack of instant noodles costs 10,000. How many do you have in your pocket? How many can you afford? I'm following you, and I don't even have a portable stove, let alone oil. I have to gnaw on instant noodles. Let me tell you, Su Chao, you're just a useless dog. What right do you have to talk to me like that? Who do I even mean to you? And now you want to turn around and blame me. My identity is Shin Heng's girlfriend. She desperately bit at Su Chao, and after snatching back her phone, she hurriedly said to Shin Heng, "Darling, I admit I was wrong, I apologize. I'll do whatever you want, just forgive me, okay? I can also accept Hua Miao and this beautiful sister. I'm willing to serve you together with them." Ha! Shin Heng smiled coldly, directly hanging up the video call. Just as he hung up, Su Chao reached out and slapped Phone Lu's phone to the ground. "You shameless woman, are you going to act cheap all day? I'll make you cheap." Su Chao found a wooden stick and struck Phone Lu hard. My phone, my phone." Phone Lu's eyes were bloodshot, and she turned to grab a stick, wrestling with Su Chao. In her view, Shin Heng was about to accept her apology. It was Su Chao who ruined everything. She had a deep emotional foundation with Shin Heng. They had been together for 3 years. Shin Heng had even envisioned a beautiful life after marriage more than once. With such a man, she was now actively admitting her mistakes to him and even agreed to share love with 2 other women. How could Shin Heng possibly refuse? As long as he agreed, she could move into that warm home. Moreover, she saw that Hua Miao seemed to be drinking a glass of milk. Milk! I can't even get a glass of water while following Su Chao. I'm choking on instant noodles. And Hua Miao can still drink milk. I want to drink milk, too. I want to live that good life. Now the phone is smashed on the ground and it's black screened. How can I contact Shin Heng? Her gaze was filled with resentment, her hair disheveled, and she crazily charged at Su Chao. "I'll fight you." Shin Heng embraced the 2 women, watching the surveillance footage with great interest. Although a lot of the surveillance cameras in Su Chao's house had been destroyed, there were still 2 that were functioning normally. Oh! Shin Heng suddenly saw that there was a money tree in Su Chao's house, and this camera was hidden under the money tree before. "Old Chin, go to Su Chao's house, Unit 702, Building 7, and bring back that money tree." Shin Heng pointed at the surveillance. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, after he returned from searching for supplies, Su Chao had suggested he wanted to help and go out for a bit. Shin Heng had rejected the proposal out of fear that something might happen to Su Chao. But Su Chao said he just wanted to check his home and see if there was anything useful in the corners. So Shin Heng agreed. When Su Chao returned, he brought a pile of firewood and 2 loaves of bread, claiming he found them at home, all expired. But in the apocalypse, who cares about expiration dates? He happily heated the bread and shared it with Feng Lu and Su Chao. After that, Su Chao didn't go out again, saying it was too cold outside. So that means Su Chao's ice-type ability must have been secretly consumed after he saw the money tree at home bearing ability fruits, right? It must be. You see, not all green plants can bear ability fruits in the apocalypse. It's just a matter of probability. But this money tree in Su Chao's house can almost be guaranteed to bear ability fruits. So what are we waiting for? Su Chao, your ice-type ability is now mine too. Shin Heng grinned and chuckled softly. Yes. Old Chin accepted the order. Wait. Shin Heng called out to him, take a pack of instant noodles and just say you're trading with them. We're civilized people, we can't just resort to robbery. Old Chin's expression was strange as he took a pack of instant noodles and then left. In his view, the boss would rather see the 2 of them dead. It would be perfectly normal for him to rob them, right? Who could withstand a punch from me? Unexpectedly, the boss was even willing to give them a pack of instant noodles. The boss truly has a heart of compassion. Little did he know, Shin Heng hated them to the bone. Moreover, in Shin Heng's mind, he had long regarded them as dead. In 9 days, no, a week. To ensure everything goes smoothly, Shin Heng wouldn't wait for the ability fruit to mature before killing them. What if Su Chao and Feng Lu got lucky and the ability fruit matured early and they found it and swallowed it? Shin Heng didn't want to waste time on these dead people. However, killing them was something he had to do himself for it to be meaningful, right? Ning Yao and Ren Jie were eating with their heads down, while Shin Heng turned his gaze back to the surveillance monitor. In the video, Feng Lu and Su Chao had already lost their tempers, but because they didn't have enough food to replenish their energy, the 2 soon sat on the ground, panting, and called a truce. Although they had lost their strength, they were still cursing each other. Feng Lu, you bitch. Su Chao, what good are you? Scumbag, useless. You damn. You XXXXX. Their curses grew quieter until neither wanted to speak, ignoring each other. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door. Who? Su Chao stood up alertly and asked. It's Uncle Chin from the front desk. Old Chin's voice was somewhat gentle. Little Su, is there nothing to eat at home? I've brought you some instant noodles. Do you want them? Instant noodles. Su Chao swallowed hard. You have to know, today Feng Lu went downstairs to buy supplies but didn't get anything. At that time, Feng Lu was focused on flirting with Zhao Weilong, and when she turned back, she had to queue up again. And not long after she queued, Gui Yupeng's supplies were all sold out. She wasn't in a hurry, thinking that as long as she clung to Zhao Weilong's thigh, she could get supplies. But who would have thought that by night, she was so hungry that she wanted to contact Zhao Weilong but couldn't reach him. Feng Lu was hungry, and Su Chao naturally was too. Unexpectedly, the kind-hearted Uncle Chin downstairs actually brought instant noodles. Su Chao didn't think twice and directly opened the door. Uncle Chin, it's really you. He stepped forward and grabbed Old Chin's hand, tears of gratitude in his eyes. I really didn't expect you. It's nothing, it's nothing. Old Chin quietly withdrew his hand, then glanced inside the room, sighing, even the furniture has been burned? Many families have burned their furniture for warmth. After all, it's freezing cold. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I just went upstairs and saw that in a few households there was no response when I knocked. They might have already starved to death. Sigh. Uncle Chin, let's not talk about that for now. Didn't you just say you were bringing me that thing? Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. Oh right. Old Chin slapped his forehead, then took out a pack of instant noodles from his pocket and handed it over. I don't have many packs left. Can I trade this for the money tree in your house? My place is a bit cold. I can use the soil from your flower pot to patch the wall. Sure, thank you, Uncle Chin. Su Chao nodded repeatedly. All right. Old Chin picked up the money tree and turned to leave, and when he reached the door, he directly threw the miniature surveillance camera from the money tree into the corner behind the door. However, as soon as Old Chin stepped out, Feng Lu had already pounced on Su Chao, desperately trying to snatch the instant noodles. Get lost, crazy woman. Su Chao kicked Feng Lu hard and cursed. This is what I got in exchange for the money tree. What does it have to do with you? This money tree was given to you by Shen Hong after you bought the house. Feng Lu clutched her stomach and retorted, Shen Hong gave it to you. What's the difference from me giving it to you? You know it was Shen Hong who gave it to you. Su Chao sneered, you're his girlfriend, you betrayed him. Do you think he wants you? Right now, you're just a worthless piece of trash. Trash, worthless? Feng Lu stood frozen in disbelief, staring at Su Chao. Of course, you're cheap and worthless, a thing that thousands have written, and this afternoon you were still trying to get with Zhao Weilong. If you're not trash, who is? Su Chao said mercilessly, his voice cold. You little slut. Your parents must have been from Hiroshima and Nagasaki in their past lives, right? Born to love being bombed, aren't you? Isn't there a little boy engraved on the front of Zhao Weilong's thing? And a fat guy on the back? With your worthless self, you still want to marry me? What a dream. Feng Lu trembled all over, her hands clenched tightly. She suddenly looked up, staring at Su Chao. Say that again. What, you want to hear it? I know you cheap whore. Likes it, you. Su Chao opened his mouth, but as soon as he did, Feng Lu lunged at him again in a frenzy. Get the hell out. Su Chao kicked again, and Feng Lu let out a muffled grunt, rolling on the ground. Having used a lot of force, some instant noodles spilled out, and Su Chao, feeling pained, grabbed the packaging and cursed again. You money-wasting dog, you made me spill my instant noodles. Feng Lu got up, her eyes fixed on Su Chao, and finally smiled miserably. Su Chao, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Only now do you see clearly? Su Chao sneered. It's not too late to see clearly. You better understand, you're still in my house. Don't come over to snatch, or I'll kick you out and let you freeze to death in the snow. No need for you to kick me out. Feng Lu gritted her teeth and said, then made up her mind and turned to leave. Bang! As soon as she stepped out, Su Chao slammed the door shut with force, spitting, damn it, get lost earlier, you're such a hindrance. Tonight, he could sleep under 2 blankets. With Feng Lu around, they had to share 2 blankets, and he had to hold her. Damn it, 5 days without a shower, this woman smells too strong. He looked at the instant noodles in his hand with a smile, returned to the room, curled up in the blanket, carefully poured a little into his palm, and then put it in his mouth. After soaking the noodles with saliva until soft, he finally swallowed it down with difficulty. After eating half a pack, he felt satisfied and tucked the noodles under his pillow. The remaining half pack was saved for tomorrow. Shen Hong hugged the 2 women, happily watching the surveillance. A pack of instant noodles really caused a rift between the two. And Su Chao truly lived up to his ruthless reputation. He actually kicked Feng Lu out. Ren Jia and Ning Yao had already finished their meal, and Ning Yao took the initiative to clean the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them, while Ren Jia sat restlessly at the dining table, waiting for the boss to speak. Seeing on the monitor that Su Chao had curled up in the blanket, Shen Hong lost interest and was about to turn off the surveillance. At that moment, a sudden loud noise came from the monitor. Shen Hong immediately picked up his phone and looked at the screen. Inside the room, Su Chao, who was snoring, was startled awake, looking confused. at the outside, shouting, "Who?" 3 or 4 strong men stepped in. The leading man weighed at least 200 pounds, almost matching Chu Jinping's build. He was bald, with a fierce expression. "Big brother, what are you guys doing?" Su Chao was startled, cautiously looking at the few men in front of him. "Baby, is it him?" The bald man coldly glanced at Su Chao and spoke to the people behind him. Su Chao then saw that beside the bald man stood a woman with a slender figure. Because of the bald man's robust build, he almost completely overshadowed the woman. "Brother Fei, it's him." The woman wrapped her arm around the bald man's, her face full of tenderness. Then she slightly raised her head, revealing a face filled with resentment. Feng Lu." Su Chao's eyes widened. Don't mention Su Chao, even Shin Hong, who was originally watching the show, was taken aback when he saw Feng Lu appear on the surveillance. This woman is so quick. It hasn't even been an hour since Su Chao drove her away. She actually found another backer, and this backer's physique is simply a mountain of flesh. I wonder if Feng Lu can withstand the pressure of this mountain. If she's not careful, she might end up with a broken leg. Shin Hong felt a bit emotional. The other 2 women beside him also looked on with curiosity. "Su Chao, didn't you tell me before that we were completely done?" Feng Lu clung to the mountain of flesh's arm, looking at Su Chao with a face full of resentment. When she betrayed Shin Hong, she was already prepared to fly away with Su Chao. Su Chao had once spoken of eternal vows, saying he would break up with Huang Miao and marry her. But just now, Su Chao actually kicked her twice without mercy. Even his words were more vicious than the last. Feng Lu was completely disheartened. Feng Lu. Su Chao's lips trembled as he glanced at the 4 men in front of him, whose combined weight was 1,000 pounds, swallowed hard, and forced to smile. "Why, you're back?" "I'm back, of course, to take revenge," Feng Lu said softly. What are you talking about? What revenge?" Su Chao continued to laugh awkwardly, but the mountain of flesh couldn't wait any longer, and stepped forward, slapping Su Chao across the face. Su Chao let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. "Damn it, how dare you bully my woman? Beat him to death." The mountain of flesh commanded, and the other 3 strong men immediately pounced on Su Chao, kicking him repeatedly. Su Chao screamed in agony. "Big brother, stop. I still have half a pack of instant noodles. I'll give it to you." Su Chao rolled on the ground, covering his head. "Half a pack of instant noodles?" The mountain of flesh's eyes lit up, signaling his brothers to stop, then shouted, "Take it out." Su Chao struggled to get up, limping into the house, and found the half pack of noodles under his pillow. This was all he had left. He glanced back at the living room. The 4 men and 1 woman were still standing there, and the mountain of flesh glared impatiently. "Haven't you taken it out yet?" "I got it." Su Chao clutched the packaging, feeling a pang of regret. "Hand it over." Feng Lu strode into the bedroom, snatched it from Su Chao's hands, and then, with a charming smile, approached the mountain of flesh. "Brother Fei, you eat first." She took a small piece and stuffed it into the mountain of flesh's mouth. The mountain of flesh opened his huge mouth and deliberately sucked on Feng Lu's finger. Feng Lu shivered, her cheeks flushed. "So annoying." "Ha ha." The mountain of flesh laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Feng Lu's delicate waist. "You can keep this, babe. I don't want to eat this tonight, I just want to eat you." Feng Lu's almond-shaped eyes sparkled, giving the mountain of flesh a sidelong glance. Paired with her fox-like eyes, she was utterly enchanting. "Babe, do you have any other requests? Just say it." It must be said that Feng Lu was indeed quite beautiful, and this glance made the mountain of flesh's heart race, wishing he could take her right there. "Brother Fei, although there's still plenty to eat at home, if we want to survive, we need to rely on buying supplies to make a living." Feng Lu suddenly remembered something and looked coldly at Su Chao. "It's not that I can't let you go, just hand over the money on you, and I'll let Brother Fei spare your life." "What?" Su Chao was shocked. "Hand over the money," Feng Lu urged with a frown. "If you want to live, hand over the money. I can spare your life for the sake of our past relationship. If you don't hand over the money, Su Chao, you should know that many people have died in our neighborhood. One more won't make a difference, right?" The mountain of flesh's face twitched, but thinking of Feng Lu's graceful figure, his eyes held a hint of determination. "It's just killing someone. How many people have died outside? What's one more? If you don't pay, I'll have Fei Gu throw you out of the window." Feng Lu sneered. "Your building isn't that high, just 7 floors. The snow down there is so thick, you might just survive." Roshan took a deep breath and exchanged glances with a few brothers. They immediately stepped forward, grabbing Su Chao and dragging him to the window. Roshan yanked the window open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, making not just Su Chao but even Roshan and the others huddle up. "I'll give you 3 seconds to think." Feng Lu's icy voice rang out. 3, 1. "Fei Gu, throw him down." Feng Lu gritted his teeth. Su Chao's soul left his body. He felt himself being lifted and hurriedly shouted, No. I'll pay. I'll pay." Roshan pulled him back. Feng Lu took out his phone and displayed the QR code. Su Chao, besides WeChat and Alipay. I want to check your bank account too. Don't think I don't. No, you must have at least 4 to 500,000 on you, right? If you can't gather enough money, you'll still die. Damn it. Su Chao's face turned ugly and he wanted to curse loudly. Earlier, when he was with Feng Lu, he had revealed his savings to make her happy. Now, he had shot himself in the foot. Don't worry, I'll give it all to you. Su Chao squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, resentfully, transferring money to Feng Lu. After transferring 510,000, he gestured for Feng Lu to check his various balances. They had all turned to 0.00. That's more like it. Feng Lu nodded in satisfaction, then wrapped her arm around Roshan and said softly, "Fei Ge, let's go." Okay. Roshan chuckled, turning with his brothers to leave. Su Chao glared at their retreating figures with malice. Roshan's hand was even, resting on Feng Lu's curvy backside. Feng Lu showed no reaction, instead twisting her body even more seductively. Bitch. After Feng Lu and the others left, Su Chao gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. He didn't even dare to curse out loud, because just now they had broken the door, and if they hadn't left, he would have been beaten again. He couldn't stay at home anymore. Su Chao looked at the damaged door, his expression dark. Cold winds blew in. He knew very well that if he stayed here tonight, even if he closed the bedroom door, he would freeze into a popsicle. He had to find another place. He ran to the door and listened to the sounds outside. Roshan and Feng Lu's group had already gone downstairs. Su Chao took out his phone and secretly checked his bank account balance. He had only shown Feng Lu the 2 commonly used cards, both of which were empty. However, he had another bank card, which still had some savings. He clicked to check the balance, and Su Chao's expression grew even worse. This card only had a little over 20,000. He remembered that not long ago, to please Feng Lu, he had secretly used this card to buy her an apple 1:00 p.m. for over 10,000. That night, Feng Lu told Shin Hung she had to work late, then went to the hotel with Su Chao and had a great time all night, unlocking quite a few positions. But that bitch actually brought people to rob me of my money. Su Chao collected his thoughts and frowned. He heard that instant noodles were now 11,000 a pack. Over 20,000 was only enough to buy 2 packs. He opened his WeChat contacts and casually scrolled through his friends, looking to borrow some money. But as he flipped through, it seemed he didn't have many friends. Since university, the only good buddy he kept in touch with was Shin Hung. Borrow from a colleague? Su Chao rubbed his chin. But at that moment, his fingers suddenly paused. His gaze lingered on a name called Hua Kaifu Gue. He remembered the kind aunt in the neighborhood who lost her husband years ago and walked her dog around the community every day. Last year, due to a chance encounter, the two started chatting and even added each other on WeChat. The aunt sometimes asked Su Chao to come over to help move things. Su Chao also took the initiative to help, and after learning that she was the CEO of a company, he visited even more frequently. The aunt had once hinted to Su Chao that as long as he was willing to move in with her, he could quit his job, and she would support him. But at that time, Su Chao was in his prime, a senior executive at the company, and there were plenty of women outside willing to pursue him. How could he willingly submit to an older woman? He had rejected her without hesitation. Are you kidding? I'm getting close to you to expand my network. You think I want to sleep with you? Dream on. Just thinking about the wrinkles on that old aunt made Su Chao feel a bit nauseous. Moreover, her son was even older than Su Chao. A real man living in this world cannot remain under the shadow of an aunt for long. But now, the situation is stronger than the person. Looking at the broken door and the balance in his account, Su Chao gritted his teeth, opened the profile picture of flower blooming and wealthy, and resolutely sent a message. Auntie, I don't want to try anymore. Xiao Su, have you figured it out? Soon, Hua Keifugue returned with news. Su Chao forced a bitter smile. In order to maintain his stamina, he had been dating various beautiful women and even worked out. Now, this body of muscle was going to be used on an older woman. Auntie, I figured it out. I'm going to your house now, but it does seem a bit inappropriate. However, I really have no choice. You said that whenever I figured it out, I would be welcome. Su Chao carefully sent the message. Hee Xiao Su, don't call me auntie, call me sister. Okay, Hua Jie. Su Chao quickly replied. Hua Kaifugi's real name was Chen Xiaohua. It was normal to call her that. Then, hurry up and come, sister is waiting for you at home. Hua Keifugue seemed a bit anxious, urging him. Su Chao turned back, glanced at the room, wrapped himself in a blanket, and walked out excitedly. Sister Hua lived in a row of villas, very wealthy. At least it would be warmer than his own home. Where did he go? Shin Hong looked surprised. Su Chao's home was left with only a few surveillance cameras, and Shin Hong only saw Su Chao seemingly contacting someone before leaving. Where was he going late at night? However, it seemed he couldn't have gone too far. The snow had lessened a lot, but the snow outside was still deep, making it impossible to walk. This meant Su Chao could only use the underground passage. Besides the high rises, it was the row of villas. Shin Hang's heart stirred, and he pulled up the surveillance of the underground passage. Soon he saw Su Chao wrapped in a blanket hurrying towards the row of villas. Is he coming to my side? Shin Hong frowned, but soon he realized he was wrong. After reaching the villa area, Su Chao actually turned and went to the first row. What was he doing in the first row? Does Su Chao know the residents of that row of villas? Jin Bao, do you know the residents of this row? Shin Hong turned to ask. Yang Jinshan gently shook her head. Although I bought this row of villas, they were a gift from my ex-husband. I only moved here after Guangming died. After all, there's no one here who knows me, and I can avoid the noise and trouble from Song Zhengming. As for the other residents, I don't know them at all. Shin Hong nodded silently. However, as long as he could confirm Su Chao's location, that was enough. In the first row of the villa area, it was quite close to him. Let him enjoy a few good days for now. When the time comes, no matter whose house he stays at, he won't escape death. As for Feng Lu, he knew about the meat mountain she was relying on. In his previous life, this meat mountain had swallowed an ability fruit, enhancing its physical body, but its level of enhancement was far inferior to Old Qin. Even so, the meat mountain had gathered a group of brothers dominating the Taoyuan community. He didn't know where he found the ability fruit, but among his brothers, 2 had also gained abilities. One of them even had the rare wind ability. The wind ability was more than twice as strong as the fire ability, and with the added advantage of the apocalyptic cold winds, it was incredibly swift. That meat mountain seems to be called Li Fei, right? Shin Hong pondered. In his last life, Li Fei ultimately occupied a building with a group of brothers, and even the cannibalism started with them. Brutal. Beyond measure, it was appalling. When Shin Hong went out to search for supplies, he had to avoid Building 9 where Li Fei was. But now, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. If Li Fei behaved himself, he might let him survive. But if he got carried away for Feng Lu and tried to resist him, he would be killed too. Shin Hong turned to look at Renjia, seeing him still bowing his head obediently. Even Huamiao and Yang Jinxian didn't dare to look up. He smiled and said, Renjia, do you remember what I just instructed you? Boss, I remember. Renjia quickly stood up straight and answered loudly. At this moment, Old Qin also returned, placing the money tree on the ground, saying, Boss, I brought it back. Good. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction, approached the money tree, and looked down at it. Ordinary money tree. Who would have thought it would bear extraordinary fruit in the future? This extraordinary fruit, how did it come about? Old Qin was also very curious. He knew that the boss had sent him to exchange for this money tree, which might very well bear extraordinary fruit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him on this errand. He had observed it several times along the way, but he couldn't see anything unusual. Old Qin. Shin Hong stared at the money tree and instructed, You at night, Brother Shin. At that moment, a weak voice came from the stairs of the basement. Shin Hong was taken aback, then turned and quickly walked toward the basement. Gua Yupeng was awake. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the basement, he saw Gui Yupeng lying on the bed. Upon seeing Shin Hang and Old Qin, Rengjia, he forced a smile. I thought I was dead. It's good that you all are fine. Don't worry, everyone is fine. Shin Hong said. With a smile, how about you? How do you feel? I feel much more energetic, and even I don't feel any pain at all. Gui Yupeng looked at his body in confusion. He was bare-chested, wrapped in bandages, and he remembered that he had been slashed several times before. But now he felt no pain at all. As soon as he woke up, he tentatively touched his wounds, feeling no pain whatsoever. He was astonished and climbed out of bed. Renjia hurriedly stepped forward to help, but Gui Yupeng sat up as if nothing had happened. Brother Shin, I feel completely fine. Gui Yupeng exclaimed, even trying to poke at his wounds again. Then, he tore off the bandages, and Ning Yao, who had just entered, was about to stop him, but the next moment her eyes widened in disbelief. The wounds on Gui Yupeng's body had completely healed. Not even a trace was visible. She was very clear about her medical skills. Although her skills were superb, it was impossible for there to be no trace left at all. Was it some medicine she had never seen before? The efficacy of this medicine was too outrageous. It's good that you're fine. Shin Hong nodded with a smile. Indeed, it was a good product from the system. Expensive things have their reasons. If it were any other medicine, even imported ones, Gui Yupeng would probably have to lie in bed for several days. But now, Gui Yupeng was already standing on the ground. Old Qin, Renjia, you two help Yupeng tidy up villa number 6. Shin Hong instructed. Yupeng, you still have quite a few people at home, so take them to villa number 6 to settle down. Old Qin, after you're done tidying up, come over to get supplies. Renjia, you're all alone, so temporarily stay with Old Qin. When Old Qin and Fu Xiaozhu get together, Shin Hong would naturally let Rin Jia move out. But for now, to facilitate movement, it was better to let them stay in the row house of Taoyuan community. As for the future, Shin Heng's goal was the east of the city, the base of Donglin Group. Zhao Erbo, the boss of Donglin Group, had once spent a fortune to build a castle-like doomsday safe house. He was one of the richest in Jiangcheng. However, Shin Hong did not know why Zhao Erbo had not entered the shelter. Perhaps he also felt that after entering the shelter, it wouldn't be as comfortable as the outside world. With a fortress-like safe house, plus he was originally the head of Donglin Group, he quickly rose from the east of the city. Moreover, around Zhao Erbo's doomsday safe house, dozens of doomsday bunkers were built and given to his trusted brothers. Unfortunately, in the end, due to betrayal from his brothers, Zhao Erbo lost his life and Donglin Group collapsed. Otherwise, with Zhao Erbo's doomsday safe house, it would have been enough for him to live freely in the apocalypse. Yes. Old Qin and the others nodded in agreement and then left. Shin Hong took a deep breath. Now, there was nearly 100 million in his account. It was time to upgrade the vending machine. I have something to take care of, you all chat first. Just thinking about soon having 2 ability fruits made. Shin Heng's heart raced and he instructed Huo Miao. Then, what about me? Should I leave? Ning Yao hesitated, but seeing Shin Hong had already walked into the basement room, she could only swallow the words she was about to say. In fact, she also wanted to stay in this room a bit longer. However, Yang Jinxian and Huo Miao were both Shin Heng's women, so it didn't seem quite appropriate for her to stay. In the realm of consciousness, Shin Hong had already appeared in front of the vending machine, quickly purchasing various supplies. If Gui Yupeng was to stay in Villa number 6, he naturally needed a lot of resources. Shin Hong bought extravagantly, showing no remorse. In his plan, Gui Yupeng and Old Qin would both be core figures by his side in the future, and for such talents, he naturally needed to invest and win them over. What were just a few supplies? Moreover, he was currently not worried about food and drink. Other items were of little use. However, when Shin Hong searched for landmines and saw the related search prompt for high explosives, he suddenly had an idea. Moreover, this explosive was of high quality, carefully selected by the system, and was quite expensive. Aside from purchasing supplies, almost all of his remaining money was spent on explosives. 1 kilogram of the system's carefully selected high-powered explosive cost 8,000. A ton would cost 8 million. Without hesitation, Shin Hong directly purchased 10 tons, stacking them in the realm of consciousness. Now, the realm of consciousness had expanded significantly. Even with 10 tons of explosives piled there, it only occupied a small corner. After that, Shin Hong went to his personal attributes interface. Glancing at his balance, he found only a few million left, but he had leveled up twice, reaping substantial rewards. After raising all personal attributes to 13, the familiar pain struck again, and Shin Hong let out a muffled groan, forcing himself to endure the agony. Moments later, the pain dissipated, and Shin Hong got up to stretch his wrist, feeling that his strength had increased significantly. Although he felt he couldn't compare to Old Qin with a single punch, he was now not far off from Li Fei of his previous life. This meant that as long as he continued to enhance all his attributes, he could possess a body equivalent to one strengthened by supernatural abilities, coupled with his fire-based supernatural power. In this vast world, what place was beyond his reach? Then, Shin Hong sneakily clicked on special skills twice, raising it to 13 as well. I actually have exceptional talent. I just have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, wanting to max out every attribute. Shin Hong comforted himself. After all, last night he had fought against Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, and they had both begged for mercy. Didn't that indicate something? A warm current rose in his lower abdomen, and Shin Hong felt as if he had grown a bit more. Yes, he had also become sturdier. As long as the size was about right, what he mainly needed to increase was endurance. After doing all this, he turned his fiery gaze to the supernatural fruit. He purchased 2, and the purchase interface for the supernatural fruit turned gray again, displaying unable to purchase. Shin Hong then exited the realm of consciousness. Who should these 2 supernatural fruits be given to? He furrowed his brow. According to his speculation, his supernatural fire needed 2 supernatural fruits to reach level 3. The volcanic stone flame would also transform into a new supernatural fire. By then, Shin Hong even had the confidence to venture into the granary of Jiangcheng. However, these 2 supernatural fruits could also be given to Gui Yupeng or Rin Jia, or even one to Huo Miao. After all, Gui Yupeng was currently helping him sell supplies, and Shin Hong did not want today's incident to happen again. Gui Yupeng needed to have enough self-defense capability. Moreover, Gui Yupeng's performance tonight had made Shin Hong very reassured about him. As long as he could continuously sell supplies for Shin Hong, the vending machine would continue to upgrade, allowing for the repeated purchase of supernatural fruits. And Huo Miao, he was about to leave Taoyuan community, and Huo Miao should also have some self-defense capability. After much thought, Shen Hong decided to give the 2 supernatural fruits to Gui Yupeng and Huo Miao first. After all, the further he went with his supernatural abilities, the more supernatural fruits he would need. He was still in the development stage. Only when everyone around him possessed supernatural abilities and had self-defense capabilities could they go out and work for him. As for whether they would betray him, Shen Hong had already swallowed 2 ability fruits possessing a level 2 ability. It wouldn't be difficult for him to eliminate them. The lack of talent was a problem. Shen Hong rubbed his head. If only he had many loyal brothers by his side. Naturally, they could quickly mobilize and occupy the surrounding neighborhoods. Unfortunately, aside from Old Qin, Gui Yupeng, and Ren Jia, there seemed to be no one else more trustworthy. Suddenly, he had a thought and typed the word trust into the vending machine. Then he clicked search. To his surprise, the vending machine rattled and produced a series of related search items. At the top, Shen Hong saw the T-800. Below it was a row of descriptions. Based on the Blue Star movie series Terminator, the system has successfully developed the T-800, a super-ally half-mechanical being, extremely loyal to humans, deeply trusted by humanity, possessing formidable combat power, controlled by a microprocessor, fully armed, very sturdy, with an exterior made of living human tissue, including flesh, skin, hair, and blood. The silver metal internal skeleton serves as a microprocessor-controlled super-ally combat chassis. Shen Heng's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Wow! There was even a Terminator T-800. Below that, there were search results for the T-1000 and even the T-3000. However, the higher-level T-1000, the liquid metal robot from Terminator 2, required a purchase level of 30. The price was 10 billion. That was significantly lower than the price of an aircraft carrier. After all, the T-1000 had fatal weaknesses, otherwise it wouldn't have died in the movie. As for the T-800, it required a purchase level of 20, priced at 2 billion. That was really not cheap. Shen Hong looked enviously at the muscular T-800, thinking that when he reached level 20 he would definitely buy 2 to play with. As for right now, he steeled himself. Tomorrow he would go rob a bank. With 10 tons of high explosives, how could he not take down a bank? Back in the living room, Shen Hong saw Yang Jinxian and Huo Miao talking to Ning Yao, who looked a bit awkward. As for Yang Muxuan, she seemed to be very sleepy and had gone to bed early. If Yang Muxuan heard this, she would definitely feel wronged, saying it wasn't that she was sleepy, but that she couldn't sleep at all at night. She had to listen to the commotion upstairs all night. Who could sleep well under those conditions? Mr. Shen. As soon as she saw Shen Hong, Ning Yao quickly stood up. Shen Hong waved his hand and said to Huo Miao, "Miao Miao, come down for a moment." "Okay." Huo Miao nodded obediently, not knowing what Shen Hong wanted. Her four and followed him to the basement. "Jin Xian, it's getting late. I should go back," Ning Yao said softly. "Go back?" Yang Jinxian smiled. Yao, my husband didn't say you could leave, so just stay for a while." In fact, she really hoped Ning Yao could stay, but her husband only said that he would take her in if she could refrain from treating others, so Yang Jinxian didn't dare to say much. Jin Xian. Once Shen Heng's figure disappeared, Ning Yao whispered, How could you be with Huo Miao, both marrying the same man? This is too." A look of disbelief appeared on her face. "This is a long story." Yang Jinxian shook her head with a smile, "But right now, I'm just very satisfied to be one of his women." "You should have heard it just now, right? He is the one selling supplies in our neighborhood, the one who is kind and makes a fortune." "Yeah," Ning Yao nodded. She had never expected that. Shen Hong was actually the kind and wealthy one, the big shot with a vast amount of supplies. To be able to stay by his side, not worrying about food or drink in this cold end of winter, and being pampered by him, without having to endure the cold, without fearing that someone might suddenly break into your home. The only downside is having to share him with other women. Can't you accept this small flaw? But what? Is it against the law? Or is it just shocking? Yang Jinxian shook her head and said, "Is there still any law in the outside world? The authorities have already stopped showing up. In this situation, surviving is hope. Yao, you should know very well that we women in the apocalypse are powerless. We can only rely on strong men." "But what if the man you depend on one day hands you over to another man for food and drink? What will your fate become then? We will be traded like goods. Do you really want to end up like that?" Ning Yao shrank her neck and whispered, "No, it can't be." "How can it not be? Stop deceiving yourself." Yang Jinxian sneered. "Right now, no one in the community is targeting you simply because of your reputation as a medical expert. But what if time drags on? Everyone is about to die. Who will care about whether you're a doctor or not? Seeking pleasure from you before dying is quite normal, right? They might even resort to eating you alive when they are starving." Ning Yao's small face turned pale. She wasn't a fool. She knew very well that what Yang Jinxian was saying could very likely happen. She just had been unwilling to accept it. You should seriously consider my husband's suggestion. Yang Jinxian continued to persuade. Become our family doctor, and you can live in such a comfortable environment, enjoying various delicious dishes every day, without having to endure the bitter cold outside. Think about it, how did those people you saved treat you? Did they really deserve you borrowing money to save them? Ning Yao fell silent. In the basement, Shin Hung took out the ability fruit and said to Huo Miao, "Meow meow, eat this." "What is this?" Huo Miao curiously examined the ability fruit. "The color is so ugly, but it smells quite nice. If you swallow this, you'll have abilities," Shin Hung said seriously. "At the very least, you'll have the ability to protect yourself, but what kind of ability you awaken is uncertain." "Abilities?" Huo Miao's eyes lit up. "Honey, is it like your space?" "Yes." Shin Hong nodded, not explaining further. The vending machine was his deepest secret. Even with the closest person, he wouldn't reveal it. "Okay." Huo Miao didn't hesitate and swallowed the ability fruit, saying as she ate, "No matter what ability I get, I hope I can help you, at least not be a burden to you." She recalled that afternoon when someone came to the villa and kept knocking on the door. After Shin Hong left, with no abilities, she could only curl up in the wardrobe, crying silently. She didn't want to continue like this. Moreover, if she could help her husband, that would be even better. Her husband gave her such a precious thing. She had to awaken a powerful ability and become her husband's right-hand person. With firm belief, Huo Miao swallowed the ability fruit. Soon, a warm current swirled in her lower abdomen, and after a moment, it condensed into a golden elixir. "How do you feel?" Shin Hung asked Huo Miao. "You should be able to sense your abilities. Just think about it in your mind, and you can trigger it." Abilities. Huo Miao closed her eyes, and after a moment, she frowned and opened her eyes. "What's wrong?" Shin Heng's heart tightened, quickly asking. This was an ability fruit produced by the system. It couldn't possibly be ineffective, right? "I can't really say what my ability is, but honey, it seems I still don't have much self-defense ability," Huo Miao said helplessly, then added, "Don't refuse, let me show you my ability." In the next moment, Shin Heng sensed a powerful mental force rushing towards him. He opened his eyes in shock, only to find that the source of the mental force was actually Huo Miao. Shin Heng hesitated and accepted the mental force. Immediately, he was astonished. A flat map appeared in his consciousness. On this map, the surrounding villas and underground passages appeared like 3D models. And in the basement of one villa, two light points appeared, one golden and the other green. Was this Huo Miao and himself? Shin Heng's eyes widened. In the living room on the first floor, he also discovered two faint gray light points, and in the bedroom, there was another gray light point. In the living room were Ning Yao and Yang Jinxian. In the bedroom was Yang Mushuan, who was sleeping. Shin Heng's consciousness looked next door but could only see less than half of Villa number 3 and Villa number 5. Those two villas were unoccupied. Old Qin and Rin Jia from Villa number 5 were probably still helping Wei Yupeng clean up in Villa number 6. "Honey, I can sense the situation within a radius of 10 meters centered around me." Huo Miao seemed to sense Shin Heng's confusion and began to explain. Shin Hong nodded. A radius of 10 meters meant a circular area of 314 square meters. That was quite large. Moreover, once it appeared in Huo Miao's consciousness, the light points seemed to represent each person's identity. The golden one should be unique, representing Huo Miao. And the green light point, was it because he connected with Huo Miao's mental consciousness, or was it because he was an extraordinary person? "Can you see that I'm an extraordinary person?" Shin Hong asked. "Honey, after I connect with your consciousness, you turn green, and your green light circle is much larger than others, and the color is very bright and eye-catching." Huo Miao said, "How should I put it? Before you connected with me, your light point in my consciousness was gray, but you clearly want to shine. I can tell the difference. This ability is quite strong." In her consciousness, she could directly construct all situations within a 10-meter radius centered on Huo Miao. Even walls couldn't block it. Isn't this better than infrared thermal imaging? More importantly, she could also sense whether the other person was an extraordinary being. This would be very important for the future. Just imagine if someone deliberately disguised their abilities in front of Shin Hong and suddenly launched a sneak attack? Although Shin Hong had already taken a step ahead of others, it didn't mean he was invincible. It could only be said that in the apocalypse he had a vending machine, making survival easier. And with Huo Miao by his side, this situation could be completely avoided. He could feel that Huo Miao was scanning with her mental power. All extraordinary beings had exceptionally strong mental power that couldn't be hidden. Now that Huo Miao had only swallowed one extraordinary fruit, what if she continued to consume more in the future? Her mental scanning range would expand to 50 meters, 100 meters, or even further. With careful planning, combined with Shin Hong and Old Qin and other extraordinary beings, they could completely eliminate the enemy without them knowing. Now, Shin Hong felt much more confident about entering the Song family. With Hua Miao as a human radar, what was there to worry about? Hubby, I feel a bit tired. Hua Miao suddenly yawned, looking exhausted. Want to again? Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. However, upon seeing Hua Miao's tired state, he coughed lightly, prompting Hua Miao to exit the radar mode. Checking the time, Hua Miao could maintain the scanning state for over 20 minutes. This meant that even in a fully energized state, Hua Miao could only last a maximum of 30 minutes. Shin Hong had a preliminary understanding of Hua Miao's abilities, and asked, how many people do you think you can connect with mentally at the same time? I feel like I can connect with one more person, but they must have extraordinary abilities, because having extraordinary powers means their mental strength is robust enough to withstand my mental connection. Hua Miao replied seriously after thinking for a moment. One more person. That meant they could bring old Qin along. Shin Hong could hardly wait to take old Qin to the Song family for a tour, but he held back. The Song family had just begun their actions. According to the timeline from his previous life, they had only just entered the granary and started the necessary cleanup preparations. After fortifying this place, the Song family would mobilize a large number of family members to occupy it and expand outward from there. It was better to stick to the original plan. Once he took over the granary, he would need to implement protective measures, so it was better to leave all these preliminary works to the Song family. By then, wouldn't Song Zhengming be furious? Hubby, what about Dr. Ning? Hua Miao leaned against Shin Heng's chest, looking exhausted as she asked. Give her some supplies and let her go back. Shin Hong shook his head. By the way, doesn't she need medication? You should have Jin Bao give her some more later. After all, she saved Gui Yupeng's life tonight. Moreover, in the future, he might need to rely on Ning Yao, so it was necessary to build a good relationship with this medical expert. He would feel more at ease letting her treat his brothers. Let's go, let's head upstairs. Seeing Hua Miao yawning repeatedly, Shin Hong directly picked her up and walked into the living room. Hubby, what are you guys? Upon seeing Shin Hong carrying the exhausted Hua Miao, Yang Jinxian was instantly stunned. Could it be that just now my husband couldn't hold back and took the opportunity to be with Miao Miao in the basement? Looking at Hua Miao's appearance, she really does look like someone who has just fought a fierce battle. Ning Yao thought of the same thing as Yang Jinxian, and her face instantly turned red. What are you talking about? Shin Hong shook his head and said, Jin Bao, bring some supplies to Dr. Ning, and also the medication she wanted before. Take them to her and send her back. He then looked at Ning Yao and said, Dr. Ning, thank you for your help tonight. After saying this, he carried Hua Miao and walked towards the stairs to the second floor. Wait. Suddenly, Ning Yao spoke from behind. Shin Hong paused, a bit puzzled. Is there something else? He seemed to remember something, his brows furrowing. Dr. Ning, if you want to borrow medications from me, then forget it. I will give you some, but I won't provide them endlessly. Also, the medications used to treat Gui Yupeng tonight, I won't give you those either. Ning Yao wanted to save people, but what did it have to do with herself? Not to mention that Ning Yao was not his woman. Even if she were, Shin Hong would never allow her to act recklessly like this. If she became his woman and still had the heart of a saint to go out and save people, Shin Hong would directly kick her away, letting her cool off in the icy cold. I didn't mean that. Ning Yao felt a bit embarrassed, looking down and rubbing the hem of her clothes, softly saying, Mr. Chen, you said before that you wanted me to be your family doctor, right? Is it still too late for me to agree now? Hearing Ning Yao's words, Shin Hong was stunned. Is this still the saintly woman in his perception? Just a moment ago, she was adamantly saying she wanted to save more people, even trying to persuade him. How could her attitude change so drastically now? Jin Xian and I just had a serious talk. Ning Yao forced a smile. I want to save people, and I'm even willing to borrow money to do so, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. I treat them sincerely, yet not a single homeowner in the community speaks up for me. She vividly remembered how the homeowners had cursed her in the group chat on the way here. Even in the last second before she left the group, those patients she had treated acted deaf and mute. Their relatives were harshly critical, and under Little River's instigation, they all took sides, claiming they were in cahoots with the idea of being amiable for profit. After working so hard to save so many people, in the end, not one was willing to stand by her side. Ning Yao felt utterly heartbroken. The moment she became a medical student, she had solemnly regarded saving lives as her lifelong dream. Saving one person from the hands of death could bring a smile to a family. However, after listening to Yang Jinxian's advice and seeing the homeowner's indifference, Ning Yao felt as if she had been mistaken. She had thought too simply, too beautifully about human nature. Moreover, the medical equipment Shin Hong had just shown was simply unheard of, and Ning Yao was very interested. In the end, she made up her mind. Shin Hong had a vast amount of resources, and his subordinates would surely be numerous. In the future, these people would also get injured, and saving them would be the same as saving lives. Plus, she could live in this warm home and enjoy various delicacies. To be honest, she really didn't want to leave. Even though Ning Yao was emotional, she understood that since the blizzard had arrived, she had lost contact with her husband. He was probably dead by now. Jin Xian was right. In this apocalypse, a beautiful woman like her, if she didn't rely on a powerful man, could only become an object for others to vent their frustrations on. And the Shin Hong in front of her was naturally a good support. Seeing Shin Hong silent for a long time, Ning Yao cautiously asked, "Can I stay?" "Of course." Shin Hong came back to his senses and smiled at Ning Yao. "Welcome, Dr. Ning." He then instructed young Jin Xian, "Jinbao, there are some vacant rooms on the first floor. Please help Dr. Ning tidy one up." "Okay." Yang Jin Xian nodded and then took Ning Yao to the room next to Yang Mu Xian's. The room was exquisitely decorated, and the temperature in the bedroom was even warmer than in the living room. Ning Yao felt that at night, a summer quilt would be more than enough. This made her feel even more dazed. Outside, snowflakes were falling, almost covering the second floor, but inside the house, it was so warm. The other homeowners in the community were all huddled up, struggling to get by, even having to buy water from Shin Hong. But in Shin Heng's home, they could still afford the luxury of taking a bath. "Go take a shower first." Yang Jinxian smiled at Ning Yao, pulling out a brand new set of bedding. "This room belongs to you now. But Yao Yao, you have to remember." Yang Jinxian sat on the edge of the bed, seriously reminding Ning Yao, "My husband really hates the saintly heart, so if you want to save people in the future, you need to consider my husband's opinion first. To be honest, I even thought about having you be my husband's girlfriend." Hearing this, Ning Yao couldn't help but widen her eyes. Before she could speak, Yang Jinxian sighed. He was very interested at first, but when he heard your name, he waved his hands repeatedly and directly refused. "I think it's because you love saving people too much. Even when he heard you wanted to borrow money from me to buy medicine and help the residents in the community, my husband directly asked me to take all the remaining money." Yang Jinxian shrugged. "I don't have a penny to my name right now, so Yao Yao, you don't need to think about borrowing money from me and then quietly going out to ask Wei Yupeng to buy medicine to save someone. If you really do that, Shin Hong will definitely kick you out without mercy." Ning Yao nodded silently. Her heart was turbulent, secretly astonished. Shin Hong even took Jin Xuan's money? This is Jin Xuan's money, isn't that a bit too presumptuous? But thinking about how Jin Xian has already become Shin Heng's woman, she chose not to say more. She hesitated and said, "Jin Xian, you just said you want me to be your girlfriend? I didn't hear wrong, did I?" Seeing Ning Yao's dazed expression, Yang Jinxian suddenly remembered the message that Huang Yao had sent her a couple of days ago. At that time, she must have been just as shocked by Huang Yao's bold move as Ning Yao was, completely unable to accept it, right? "Yes." Yang Jinxian nodded with a smile. "Huang Yao also said something like that to me, and I was just as shocked. However, what she suggested at that time was for me and Mu Xian to be Shin Heng's girlfriends together." Together? Ning Yao's expression froze. This is too extravagant. Huang Yao looks quite beautiful and doesn't seem like someone who is love-struck. What kind of concession is she making to please Shin Hong? Shin Hong has a vast amount of resources, and you already know this. Yang Jinxian said, "A man like him will have more and more women around him in the future." Huang Yao has a point. Rather than letting Shin Hong find other women we don't know outside, why not generously help him choose a few wives first? Then we can work together to drain him, so he won't go around messing with others. What are you saying? Ning Yao's face instantly turned red. "Yao Yao, you're already a married woman. What's there to hide?" Yang Jinxian chuckled and continued, "Shin Hong is particularly powerful, and I feel he's getting stronger, even if both Hua Miao and I are not his match. At this rate, Mu Xian will eventually be taken down by him. Yao Yao, you are my good sister, and now your husband is missing. He might already be. If you can obediently listen to my husband, in the future, the lady of the house will definitely have a place for you. After all, just the two of us can't handle it." Don't say that." Ning Yao lowered her head, her face even redder. All right, I won't say anymore." Yang Jinxian looked at the blushing Ning Yao, smiled gently, and then changed the subject. After chatting for a while, she went upstairs. Ning Yao sat by the bed for a while before walking into the bathroom. When the warm water flowed down her snow-white skin, Ning Yao almost cried. This was something she wouldn't even dare to think about in the outside world. After a comfortable shower, Ning Yao lay on the bed contentedly. This environment made her feel like she was dreaming. It was hard to fall asleep. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly came from upstairs. She raised her eyebrows and instinctively perked up her ears. After a moment, Ning Yao covered her ears, her face flushed. She didn't expect Jin Xian to have already started with Shin Hong. Didn't he just? How could it be happening again now? Moreover, Yang Jinxuan's voice was getting louder, seemingly very pleased. Ning Yao covered her head, but after a moment, she couldn't help but lift the blanket and listen intently. You have to know, the room she was in was closer to the second floor bedroom than Yang Muxian's room. This meant that the sounds she heard were clearer than those of Yang Muxian. Ning Yao's cheeks became even redder and her legs instinctively curled up. On the second floor, Yang Jinxian looked at Shen Hong with a look of infatuation. Beside her, Wu Miao had already fallen asleep. Tonight belonged to her and Shin Heng's world of two. Yang Jinxian felt as if she were a small boat rolling in the vast sea, easily overwhelmed by the surging waves. Unable to hold back any longer, she called out various names. In the end, she even shouted downstairs, "Yao Yao, come help me." Ning Yao downstairs tightly held her head. What is Jinxian shouting about? How can she ask me to help with something like this? Really? Yang Jinxian turned back eagerly to look at Shen Hong, enjoying herself. While thinking, Ning Yao was no naive young girl, she naturally understood this feeling. As long as you move in, would you really be afraid of not submitting to Shen Hong? With one more person, we would be like the three heroes battling Lubu. I refuse to believe that at that time, Shen Hong would still have thoughts about Mu Xian. If he really still has the energy for that, then I have nothing more to say. The next day, Shen Hong woke up feeling refreshed. When he came downstairs, he immediately saw Yang Muxuan and Ning Yao busy in the kitchen. Good morning, Shen Hong greeted the two women. However, when they turned around, both looked at him with dark circles under their eyes, a mix of shyness and anger. Yang Muxuan had been woken up in the middle of the night. She felt a bit resentful. It seemed that she would have to turn her days and nights upside down from now on. She could only catch up on sleep during the day, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep at all that night. As for Ning Yao, she had indeed experienced the fierceness that Yang Jinxian had mentioned. Shen Hong was simply a perpetual motion machine. Didn't he get tired thinking about how Yang Jinxian had suggested that she also become part of it? Her face suddenly turned red, and she shyly glanced at Shen Hong before turning back to her tasks. What's going on? Shen Hong felt a bit confused, but after seeing Yang Muxuan's expression, he suddenly slapped his forehead and realized the sounds from last night with Yang Jinxian. Could it be that Ning Yao had heard them? But if she heard, she heard. Love between men and women is nothing unusual. After a simple breakfast, he got up and left the villa. He had already greeted old Qin and the others, and just as he stepped out, he saw the three of them waiting at the entrance of the basement of Villa number 3. Yu Peng, today you need to make a few more trips. Don't worry about the supplies running out. Sell as much as you can, got it? Shen Hong patted Gui Yupeng on the shoulder. Got it. Gui Yupeng replied respectfully, but brother Shen, you said before that you wouldn't sell supplies to those people you blacklisted, but as far as I know, they seem to have quite a bit of money. Gui Yupeng explained, for example, old Wang from the neighborhood, he's on the property committee, and his son is a small leader, he usually makes quite a bit of money. More importantly, that Hua Kefugui, she's the boss of a company. Although the company isn't large, she has a lot of money on hand. I heard that on the day of the heavy rain, she happened to go to the bank to handle a loan. What principles are there in front of money? Shen Hong said seriously, making money is the way to go. I don't believe she won't buy. When she does, just act like you don't know, and it'll be fine. But you said before. I'm afraid selling to her would embarrass you. Gui Yupeng looked troubled. What era is it? Surviving is the way to go. What face are we talking about? Shen Hong gave Gui Yupeng a light slap on the head. Be practical. Remember, I want the final result, not the process. Getting all their money into our hands is the most important thing. Yes. Gui Yupeng nodded vigorously. It was clear that Gui Yupeng hadn't yet developed the ruthless and unscrupulous nature he had in his previous life. He needed a little help to develop that. Everyone, as long as they're willing to spend money and follow my rules, sell to them. Don't worry about running out. I have plenty of supplies. Shen Hong instructed. Gui Yupeng nodded silently. Ren Jie, come over here. Shen Hong waved to Ren Jie and walked into the basement of Villa number 3. Ren Jie was puzzled, and when he entered the room, he saw Shen Hong handing him a gray-brown fruit. Boss, what's this? Ren Jie asked in confusion. No more nonsense, eat it. Shen Hong glared. Without hesitation, Ren Jie swallowed it whole. He was completely devoted to his boss, and it was clear that as long as he was loyal, his boss would not treat him poorly. With no ulterior motives. What was there to worry about? Shen Hong nodded secretly. Although Ren Jie had followed him for a short time, it was evident that he was a sincere person. As long as you treated him well, he would return the favor tenfold. After Ren Jie swallowed the ability fruit, he initially showed no expression, but soon his eyes widened. A warm current surged through him. Soon, as the warm current gathered, Ren Jie looked at Shen Hong with uncertainty. Seeing Shen Hong smile and nod at him, Ren Jie immediately knelt down. Boss, your great kindness and virtue I will never forget. Please rest assured, if I ever dare to betray you, may I die a terrible death. Hey, that's enough. Shen Hong pretended to help Ren Jie up, saying, you are my brother, why say such things? Boss. Ranjie's face turned bright red. He was simple-minded but not foolish. By now, he had already sensed his own special ability and understood just how precious the ability fruit Shin Hong had given him was. Since the boss had given him something so valuable, he would risk his life to protect the boss's safety. Seeing the clarity and determination in his eyes, Shin Hong felt a sense of pride. You kid, just be honest and work for me from now on. Renjie, what is your special ability? Shin Hong asked. People have different physiques and special abilities vary. I'll show you. Renjie glanced around, took a deep breath, then squinted his eyes. In a flash, he disappeared completely. Almost in the blink of an eye, he returned to his original spot, holding a pack of instant noodles, raising an eyebrow proudly at Shin Hang. Boss, my special ability is speed. Such fast speed. Shin Hang's eyes lit up. Even with Shin Hang's full concentration, he could only see a shadow of Renjie flash by. If Renjie had attacked Shin Hong just now, Shin Hong would have had to activate his special fire ability immediately to deal with him. Of course, a level 2 ability would easily crush Renjie's level 1 ability, even if the fire ability was not inherently strong enough. If Old Qin represented powerful strength, then Renjie represented speed. He was practically a night assassin. Stay close to Yu Peng, protect him in secret, and also help Yu Peng recruit more people. In the future, you two will accompany me to the outside world, Shin Hong instructed. To the outside world? Renjie was thrilled. Who wouldn't be? After staying at home for so long, he was almost going crazy. Just being able to leave the neighborhood with the boss, even if it was just for a stroll, was enough. Shin Hong nodded and ordered, you must increase the sales speed, understand? Let Gui Yupeng find a way to boost sales and make me money. Yes. Renjie replied respectfully. As they walked out of the basement, the group had already moved most of the things, filling a pickup truck to the brim. Naturally, during the moving process, they also saw the bodies of Zhao Weilong and his 4 little brothers. Zhao Weilong betrayed the boss and tried to steal the boss's supplies. He was killed last night, Gui Yupeng said, noticing the expressions of the people and pointing at Zhao Weilong's corpse. Forget everything that happened today, even with your wives. You must not reveal anything. Otherwise, you all saw what happened to these people. We wouldn't dare. Several little brothers shook their heads repeatedly. I only brought you along because I saw you were clever, Gui Yupeng said coldly. Zhao Weilong is dead, and the boss is in need of people right now. As long as you perform well, the boss will reward you handsomely. But if you dare to be ungrateful, I will deal with you before the boss does. Swish. A breeze blew by, and Renjie appeared expressionlessly next to Gui Yupeng, adding, I will kill you all. How did this person appear like a ghost? How did he come here? Everyone was startled, even Gui Yupeng shivered in fear. Are you a ghost? How can you walk without making a sound? Renjie smiled, turned, and walked outside. I belong to the wind. Wind? Gui Yupeng scratched his head, confused. Renjie didn't explain further. The boss said that soon he would give Gui Yupeng the ability fruit, and by then he wouldn't need to continue protecting Gui Yupeng. But to be able to go out with the boss and see what the whole world has become under this icy, snowy apocalypse. I really envy Old Qin. Shin Hong drove the snow vehicle, leaving the community with Old Qin. It was the 6th day of snowfall. Today, the snow was lighter, with only fine snowflakes drifting down. The sun had also broken free from the thick clouds shining on the road. Many people who were concerned about the weather had already rushed downstairs, eager to test the snow. However, the snow had not yet solidified. Stepping on it would cause one to sink in. Moreover, there were toxins in the snow. So everyone could only stand in their respective apartment buildings on the 2nd floor of the public staircase, watching the sunlight reflecting off the snow surface. The sun is out. Someone had already started cheering. Everyone firmly believed that with the sun's appearance, the snow would slowly melt away. Furthermore, the snowflakes in the sky had shrunk significantly, almost coming to a halt. What did this represent? It meant that social order would be restored. We wouldn't have to find Gui Yupeng to buy instant noodles for 10 to 20,000 a pack anymore. Some people had even quietly discussed that when Gui Yupeng appeared later, they would take the opportunity to act. It must be said that humans are the kind that forget pain once the scars heal. Previously, Shin Hong had shot and killed dozens of people in the community, and they had long forgotten all about it. With the snow stopping, the authorities would naturally come soon. With official protection, why would we still need to deal with you? Oh right, we also need to report you. You scammed our money, you must refund us. Who sells a pack of instant noodles for over 10,000? That's unreasonable. Everyone was filled with hope, and some had even taken their unfinished furniture and cardboard boxes from home, laying them out in the snow, walking back and forth on them. Hey, look, what is that? Someone with sharp eyes pointed at the shadow of Shin Hang's snow vehicle, their face full of shock. Is that a snow vehicle? It should be, it's so fast. Others also saw it and nodded in agreement. A snow vehicle. This must be someone from the authorities. The authorities are here to save us. Someone realized, overly excited. I've never seen that kind of snow vehicle before. It's too fast. It can't be civilian, it must be official. The crowd's emotions surged, and some began to shout loudly in Shin Heng's direction. Soon, their shouts merged into one. What are they shouting? Shin Heng, driving the snow vehicle, was startled by the shouts from behind, then frowned and muttered. It seems like they want us to go save them? Old Chin was somewhat uncertain. A bunch of fools, the sun just came out, the snow hasn't stopped, and they're all running out. Aren't they looking for death? Shin Heng scoffed. These useless people should stay curled up at home, being my customers. What's there to shout about? Even saving them would be pointless. The sun had just appeared, and the snowflakes had nearly stopped. Any normal person would know this was the coldest time. As the saying goes, it's not cold when it snows, but cold when the snow melts. The sunlight shining on the accumulated snow caused a large amount of it to melt, releasing cold air, and a bunch of idiots ran out to bask in the sun. They would freeze to death. He remembered that the first time the snow melted, the temperature dropped by another 10 degrees overnight, reaching a low of -80 degrees. With a large amount of snow melting, the streets filled with icy water, until a few days later when heavy snow fell again, completely freezing the melted ice once more. In the following days, the snowflakes would come and go, until the moment Shin Heng was reborn, the outside world was still drizzling with light snow. It was relatively safe when it was snowing. The most dangerous time was when the sun appeared. Once the sun came out, it meant that the outside air would suddenly drop, and the ice and snow would melt. Shin Heng's fire ability would no longer be able to create a snow passage in the accumulated snow. If he wasn't careful, the melted snow water could fall on his head or even flow into his mouth. This was toxic stuff. However, in this life, Shin Heng didn't care anymore. Even if the snow melts quickly, it can't all turn into water. Shin Heng drove the snow vehicle in and out with ease. He ignored the shouting crowd from the high-rise apartments and directly took Old Chin away. Did anyone see where that snow vehicle went? Someone asked. Everyone turned to look at the young man who had spotted it first. The young man was startled and hurriedly said, "That vehicle seems to have come out from the first or second row of the townhouse area. I didn't see it clearly. Are there important people living in the townhouse area too?" Someone couldn't help but ask. His words were met with agreement from others. It's very possible. After all, if someone were to send a whole detached villa, it would be too conspicuous, but a townhouse is much more low-key. So that means that snow vehicle was there to rescue some important person? It has nothing to do with us. Many sighed. What's the rush? The middle-aged man, who had been analyzing earlier, glared at the crowd with his narrow eyes. Even though that snow vehicle was all wrapped up and far away, it could still be seen that it shouldn't be too big, which means that important person has left, but the supplies at their home weren't all taken away. Someone blurted out and then immediately regretted it. How could this be said? Wouldn't others find out? The middle-aged man felt a wave of regret. He had been so focused on showing off his analysis that he forgot these things shouldn't be said. What are we waiting for? Let's go find it now, someone shouted, and the rest turned around and ran towards the basement. Then everyone rushed towards the townhouse area. The owners of the other buildings saw this scene, and although they didn't understand, they still followed suit, running in a frenzy. In the underground passage, it was like a marathon, with everyone scrambling forward. Damn, why is there so much snow on the ground? Someone who had just run down slipped on the accumulated snow and cursed as they got up. Seeing others already ahead, they quickly brushed off the snow and sped up. Isn't this underground passage fully enclosed? Why is there snow everywhere? The runners also noticed the unusual situation, but they didn't stop, fearing they would fall behind. The faster you run, the more you get. Brothers, if we get ready, we will. Gui Yupeng turned to say something to his friends behind him when suddenly he heard a thunderous sound of footsteps echoing violently in the passage. Ha! Gui Yupeng widened his eyes and looked up. The next moment, he saw a crowd of people rushing in like a swarm of flies drawn to filth. Damn! Gui Yupeng was startled and quickly drew the gun from his waist, pointing it warily at the crowd. This gun was given to him by Shin Heng just in case. He didn't expect it to be useful. Just 5 minutes after receiving it. However, the small pistol seemed utterly ineffective against the massive crowd. Gui Yupeng swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Ren Jia had already stepped forward, leaping onto the hood of the truck, his face dark as he shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, stop!" But these people completely ignored him, and upon seeing the pickup truck, their eyes lit up with greed. It turned out that Gui Yupeng's supplies were loaded here every day. The truck bed was filled to the brim with supplies, and people were reaching out to close the door to the basement of Villa number 3. This scene drove everyone even crazier. They hadn't expected that the residence originally meant for finding that important person turned out to be a stash of prosperity through harmony. Supplies. Grab it! The supplies for prosperity through harmony are all in this villa. Everyone, hurry and take it from him. A truck full of supplies. What are we afraid of? Let's go together. Some people had already seen the truck bed loaded with supplies and were becoming increasingly reckless. I said, stop. Renjie's face was grim as he shouted angrily. But the owners, rushing forward one after another, had completely lost their minds. Although those in the back couldn't see what was happening in front, they heard the conversation among the owners and began to push and shove desperately. You won't stop, huh? Renjie gritted his teeth. We're all neighbors. I don't want to tear our faces apart. Go back now, and I'll spare your lives. What the hell are you? Someone cursed. Renjie took the gun from Gui Yupeng's hand and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The frenzied owners froze for a moment upon hearing the sound. Some had already begun to retreat. It was then that everyone remembered that Renjie in front of them was the same guy who followed Hichi Shenkai, the one who killed without blinking. Just yesterday afternoon, Hichi Shenkai had slaughtered dozens of people in the community. However, an old man at the forefront suddenly shouted, "There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? He doesn't have yesterday's machine gun. Do you see? The machine gun is still stuck in the wall." He pointed at Zhao Weilong's corpse on the wall and shouted. However, after saying this, the old man had quietly started to retreat. Right. The madness and blood-red color resurfaced in everyone's eyes. It's just a handgun. How many bullets can it have? With so many of us, can he kill us all? Especially those in the back, they were even more audacious. With this group in front as a shield, they were all meat shields. What are we afraid of? In an instant, everyone surged forward again. Boss, you're right. Renjie murmured softly, human nature is inherently evil. You are still too merciful. Why sell supplies to these beasts? Let them all starve to death. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small remote control, his gaze cold as he looked across. Boom! Just as the crowd continued to charge forward recklessly, a violent sound erupted from the ground. The more than 10 people at the front were instantly blown away. Some were even shattered into several pieces. Blood gushed forth, and many of those who followed were immediately drenched in it. These people all froze in place. The previously surging crowd also came to a halt, shocked and uncertain. They had no idea what had happened ahead, but they clearly heard the tremendous noise reverberating throughout the underground passage, and some even experienced ringing in their ears, along with the flying body parts. Landmines! The old man who had shouted earlier was now both shocked and furious, staring wide-eyed at Renjie. You guessed right. Renjie wore a sinister smile. I'll tell you, we've laid plenty of landmines in this underground passage, and for those who aren't afraid of death, feel free to come and try. As long as I press the button, all of you thousands will die. The crowd looked at Renjie on the car hood, collectively swallowing hard. Do you still want to continue robbing? Renjie scolded angrily. A bunch of worthless scum. Our boss is trying to trade with you nicely, yet you all insist on courting death, wanting to rush up and snatch things. Go ahead and keep robbing. Let's see if you can run faster or if the landmines in my hand explode faster. The crowd dared not make a sound. At the back of the crowd, a few women squeezed forward, crying and kneeling before the body parts, wailing loudly. If you want to cry, then get the hell away. Renjie impatiently shook the remote control. The crowd's necks all followed the movement of the remote, fearing that Renjie might accidentally hit the button. They had no idea how many landmines were beneath their feet. Moreover, it seemed that these landmines were remote-controlled. Whichever button Renjie pressed, the corresponding landmine would explode. Last night, after Renjie and Old Qin helped Gui Yupeng move, they worked overnight to bury the landmines in the underground passage. The underground passage was originally a concrete surface, but Old Qin went out to dig a lot of snow, covering the entire underground passage with it. Even Old Qin, a strong man, was busy until midnight. Although Renjie was also sore all over, seeing Old Qin transporting a large amount of snow, he had no choice but to join in. Old Qin was the type of person who was taciturn but kept all of Shin Hang's words in his heart. Since Shin Hang treated him so well, even giving him an ability fruit and arranging for him to live in a villa, he naturally had to show his corresponding value. Thinking about how he would accompany Shin Hang out today, Old Qin handed the remote control for the landmines to Renjie. After all, he was leaving with the boss, and the two boss ladies were still in the villa. He had to protect the boss ladies, right? In his heart, the boss lady was the boss's woman, and naturally, she was a target he had to protect with all his might. When handing the remote control to Renjie, Old Qin reminded him that if necessary, he could even trigger all the landmines, even if it meant blowing up the underground passage. He originally thought it was just a piece of advice, but unexpectedly, the landmines really came in handy. Perhaps Brother Qin didn't expect it either. Renjie shook his head slightly. But for now, it seemed he had already intimidated this group of people. That's good. Since you've all come here, those who want to buy supplies, come up one by one. Renjie squinted and shouted. The crowd exchanged glances and no one dared to move. They were afraid that one misstep would get them blown up by the landmines. Hurry up! Renjie shouted angrily, if you're not buying, then get lost. I want to buy. The young man at the front swallowed hard, glancing around to see that others were unmoved. Finally, he mustered the courage to step forward and said softly, Big brother, I want a pack of instant noodles and, oh, a bottle of water too. Gui Yupeng had already regained his composure and quickly stepped forward, directing his underlings, 1 pack of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water, 200 yuan, scan the code. He revealed the QR code hanging from his neck. Back in 2050, the government had already nationalized Alipay and WeChat, and they were maintained by AI on a daily basis. Coupled with the large-scale infrastructure development across the country, there were hardly any power poles visible above ground. The old signal towers in the mountains had all disappeared. In their place were the underground power grids laid out nationwide, along with micro-signal transmitters installed alongside the power grid. This was also the reason why, even in the freezing cold, the government did not conduct rescue operations for the civilians. Everyone still had electricity and internet. As for the power outage period that Shen Heng experienced in his previous life, it was due to Li Fei, who was the meat mountain that Feng Lu had allied with after awakening his abilities, fought with another group of ability users for dominance in the neighborhood. The opposing side had electric-type abilities, which were quite peculiar. When Li Fei had him on the brink of death, he unexpectedly punched through the underground circuit, then grabbed a wire, closing his eyes to enjoy the thrill brought by the high-voltage electricity. Like a human charging. A few seconds later, this guy regained his strength but dared not linger and quietly slipped away. Li Fei chased him for quite a distance but could not keep up with this electric man. Whenever he felt exhausted, he would stop, smash open the underground circuit, and then tear off a wire to recharge himself. After several stops and starts, Li Fei ultimately gave up the chase. Now, less than a week into the apocalypse, only a few ability users like Shen Heng remained, so there was naturally no need to worry about the circuits. In fact, many wealthy individuals had already purchased induction cookers and oil heaters from Gui Yupeng, roasting warm and slurping instant noodles from small pots. 200 yuan? The young man was taken aback. He had originally thought it would be 20,000, but unexpectedly, Gui Yupeng said 200? The crowd immediately stirred. Quiet. Gui Yupeng said coldly, this is our boss, considering that everyone doesn't have that much money. The boss is compassionate and hopes everyone can survive, which is why he specifically instructed to lower the price. But what about you? Your actions just now were utterly shameless. Many people showed expressions of shame. Also, our transactions are based on mutual consent. If you don't want to buy, you can leave now. We won't force you. Gui Yupeng's face was as cold as frost. Yesterday, you already looted, and the boss considered it your first offense, willing to let it slide. But today you come again. As the saying goes, 3 strikes and you're out. Brother Pang, we promise there won't be a next time. The young man at the front quickly spoke up, since instant noodles are only 100 yuan a pack now. Can I buy a few more? Of course, Gui Yupeng nodded. The young man was overjoyed. Give me 10. No, give me a whole box of instant noodles. Oh, and 20 sausages, a box of mineral water, and some eggs. The instant noodles worth 10,000 yuan instantly became 100, and he felt he had struck a great deal. He had originally thought that 20,000 yuan could only buy 1 pack of noodles and 1 bottle of water, but now he could buy so much. What a profit! He happily took 2 large boxes, paid generously, and turned around, walking away with a spring in his step. The once long underground passage now felt light as he carried the heavy supplies. The crowd was dumbfounded until they saw the young man leave with his goods, and they instantly erupted in excitement. 100 yuan. Just yesterday it was 10,000. A kind-hearted big shot really is a good person. In no time, everyone was crowding towards this side. Gui Yupeng hurriedly brought a few underlings to maintain order and conduct the transaction. Boss, the supplies in the basement of Villa number 3 have all been sold out. It was noon, and Gui Yupeng and a few others were exhausted by the pickup truck, while Rin Jie stood by, respectfully sending a text to Shen Hong. All supplies sold for 33.17 million. The only issue is that the location of the supplies has been exposed. He briefly reported the situation and then quietly stood by, waiting for Shen Heng's reply. After a moment, the phone vibrated slightly. Ren Jia quickly took it out, having received Shen Heng's instructions. After reading through it, he turned to Gui Yupeng and said, Yupeng, just transfer the money to the boss. The boss said to increase the acquisition of green plants. Also, take the brothers to move the green plants from Zhao Weilong's house to Villa number 3 and gather here with the brothers tonight. The specific time will be notified by the boss later. Okay. Gui Yupeng straightened up, nodding repeatedly, and turned to wave at the brothers behind him. More than a dozen brothers squeezed into the truck bed, and Gui Yupeng drove to the entrance of the underground passage of building number 16, then excitedly went upstairs to start moving. Renjia went to the entrance of villa number 4, standing guard. The boss had deep feelings for him, so when he wasn't around he had to stand his post and protect the boss's wife inside the villa. On the other side, Shinhang and Old Chin stood at the entrance of Standard Chartered Bank, checking the received transfer information, then stuffed the phone into his pocket. The entire world had turned into a white expanse. The office building where Standard Chartered Bank was located stood 50 stories high, with snow covering 2 floors, even obscuring the sign at the bank's entrance, but the unique shape of the building made it easy to identify. Generally, a bank's cash reserves in the vault wouldn't exceed 5 million, but a few years ago, Standard Chartered Bank moved its headquarters to Jiangchang. So it could be confirmed that the headquarters vault of Standard Chartered Bank was definitely a first-class vault. This meant that the cash reserves were over 50 million. Shen Hong looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then led Old Chin to a monitoring blind spot where the two began to dig down with shovels. After digging a hole deep enough for a person, Shin Hong took out a snow removal robot, aimed it directly at the bank's entrance, and pressed the start button. He then quickly exited the snow cave. After waiting for 2 minutes, Shin Hong and Old Chin re-entered. This time, a snow tunnel accommodating one person had formed beneath the snow. Following the tunnel forward, it wasn't long before they saw the snow removal robot had reached the bank's entrance, wildly waving its arms at the closed revolving door. It really is a dimwit. Shin Heng's face twitched. There was no snow left in front of the robot. It was still desperately maintaining its snow shoveling stance like a model worker. After shutting off the robot and tossing it back into his consciousness space, he looked at Old Chin. Old Chin silently nodded, gazing at the thick glass, and with a low shout, he suddenly swung a punch. The glass of the door shattered with a crash, scattering everywhere. Shin Hang and Old Chin stepped inside. The bank was empty, with only their footsteps echoing in the vast hall. You start searching from the second floor, especially the monitoring room. Destroy everything, Shin Hung ordered. If there are any living people, silence them all, understood? Don't worry, boss. Old Chin nodded grimly and turned to head upstairs. Shin Hung also began walking through the hall toward a corridor at the back. Normally, bank vaults were located in the basement. Moreover, with the apocalypse upon them, everyone was on edge, and people would only think of raiding supermarkets for supplies. No one would think to go to a bank. The bank had nothing of value, and the walls and doors of the vault were impossible to open by human strength. Who would come here? It was useless to others, but for Shin Hung, it was the best path to enhance the vending machine. Although after the apocalypse, even if the bank is robbed, no one would probably investigate, Shin Hong still decided to remain cautious and careful just in case. VIP Client Manager Area. Shin Hong walked down the corridor and pushed open the doors of each room, only to find them empty, with no one in sight. After circling around the first floor, Shin Hong frowned slightly. Not a single person? He felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he should have brought Huo Miao along. With Huo Miao's consciousness perception, he could easily detect people within 100 meters. But now, he could only search room by room slowly. Is anyone there? Suddenly, Shin Hong had a thought. He bought a loudspeaker from the vending machine, held it up, and shouted around, "We are the Jiangcheng rescue team, is anyone here?" Lao Qin had just gone up to the second floor when he heard Shin Heng's voice and was startled, but soon understood the boss's intention and ran back downstairs. "Boss, give me one," Lao Qin said with a smile. Shin Hong handed the loudspeaker to Lao Qin. "Use this. Shout while searching, it will be more efficient." Although after becoming an extraordinary person, his perception of the surroundings had become much sharper, it was still difficult to distinguish if someone was playing dead and lying still. However, once his ability level increased, he should be able to detect it more easily. Shin Hong did not notice that not far ahead of him, in an office with a slightly ajar door, a middle-aged woman was shivering, nearly freezing to death. In front of her were 2 boxes. The food inside had diminished significantly, but there were still some spicy strips, instant noodles, and boneless chicken feet, as well as ham and other food. There were even drinks. However, all these items were frozen, and every time she wanted to eat, she had to slowly melt them with her saliva. When had she ever suffered like this? She really couldn't hold on any longer. Her name was Chen Guiping, a mid-level manager at Standard Chartered Bank. On the day of the heavy rain, she was on duty at the bank and as a result was trapped by the rain. Later, when it snowed, she didn't think much of it. After all, she was a workaholic, and as a mid-level manager at the bank, she had her own lounge at headquarters. The lounge was stocked with clothes, bedding, and snacks she usually bought. It was with these supplies that she managed to survive. There were a few colleagues upstairs, but when they came down to look for her a couple of days ago, she selfishly refused to open the door, and those people eventually left cursing. Just now, when she heard a loud crash of glass from the hall, Chen Guiping was startled. But then she realized that the glass door of the hall had been opened by someone. Were those colleagues trying to escape or had someone come in? After waiting for a moment, she quietly opened the door and peeked outside through the crack. Upon seeing Shin Hong and Lao Qin, she cautiously chose not to come out. The two looked fierce and did not seem like good people. Then, Shin Hong and Lao Qin's conversation made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Kill them all? She even thought she had misheard. Chen Guiping stood frozen behind the door, eavesdropping on the voices outside, her whole being like an ice sculpture. Then, she heard Shin Hang's footsteps approaching alone. Her heart raced as the footsteps drew nearer. But the next moment, she heard Shin Hang's voice coming from the loudspeaker. Rescue team members? Chen Guiping breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps she had misheard just now. Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly heard several voices coming from upstairs. There are people. A weak male voice said, "We are staff from Standard Chartered Bank. You are here to rescue us, right?" "That's right." Lao Qin stood beside Shin Hong, smiling as he held up a loudspeaker, looking at the heads peeking out from upstairs. "How many of you are there?" We still have 5 left." The man's face was pale, wrapped in a blanket in the break room, trembling as he said, "The others are all dead, right?" And Chen. He wanted to say more, but was pulled back by a colleague beside him. The man was taken aback and looked at his colleague. "That stinky woman Chen Guiping is probably dead by now. Why care about her? She wouldn't even let us in before. Humph, it's been 2 days without a sound. I bet she's already dead in her break room." The colleague lowered his voice. "She's still on the first floor. If she hears us, she'll definitely come out right away. Why care about her life or death?" The man found this quite reasonable. What if Chen Guiping wasn't dead? She might still be in the break room, on the verge of death, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound. Whether she was dead or alive had nothing to do with them. A cold glint flashed in the man's eyes, and then he leaned over to Old Qin. "You said you are from the rescue team? Do you have any proof?" "What proof do we need to rescue you?" Old Qin seemed quite helpless. "Our rescue team members have scattered. The others took the snowmobiles to other places. By the way, you must be starving. Do you want to eat some of this?" He pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles from his pocket and waved them towards the upper floor. I want to eat. I want to eat." The few people upstairs immediately brightened up and hurried down the stairs. "The authorities have finally come to rescue us." These people had been starving for days. Their stomachs were already pressed against their backs. Old Qin remained calm, standing in place. The young man who had just spoken to Old Qin was the first to rush over. Give me the instant noodles." "Don't rush, there are plenty of instant noodles." Shin Hong, as if performing a magic trick, produced a few more packs, looking kindly. "How many of you are there? If we can confirm, we won't have to search 1 floor at a time. There are 5 of us working overtime. Our bank closes early, and when it just started raining, everyone left. Only we few had unfinished work, and we stayed a bit longer, only to be trapped in the bank by the heavy rain." The young man tore open a pack of instant noodles and directly took a few bites, mumbling, "There's also a guard at the vault below, but he died yesterday." "Where's my mother?" Chen Guiping in the room frowned in anger. "Damn it, these traitorous dogs. They know I'm still here, yet they deliberately don't mention me." Listening to the sound of crunching instant noodles outside, Chen Guiping finally felt relieved. She licked her dry lips, just about to step out, when suddenly she heard several crisp sounds of bones and flesh cracking from outside. Chen Guiping froze, peeking towards the door. The scene in the hallway outside nearly made her scream. The 5 colleagues gnawing on instant noodles were now all lying on the ground, broken noodles scattered everywhere. Their heads were all twisted, some even caved in. Opposite them, Old Qin expressionlessly retracted his fist, turned to Shin Hong, and respectfully said, "Boss, now, there should be no living people left." "Good." Shin Hong nodded slightly. "After destroying the monitoring room, gather with me in the underground vault." "Yes." Old Qin slightly bowed, then quickly walked upstairs. In the lounge, Chen Guiping's eyes widened, her whole body trembling as she looked at the scene outside the door. Upon seeing the gruesome sight of the 5 people, she nearly retched. Their brains had oozed out, and they were completely dead. They had died so quickly, without any defense against Old Qin, that a few of them were still in the act of wolfing down instant noodles. Chen Guiping desperately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her horrified face. She knew she absolutely could not make a sound. If she made a noise and was discovered, her fate would be the same death. Shin Hong and Old Qin clearly hadn't expected that there was still a living person nearby. The 5 who had been working overtime out of resentment for Chen Guiping not opening the door for them to share food and drink had deliberately not mentioned her. But this inadvertently protected Chen Guiping. She remained completely still, even the tears streaming down her face she didn't dare to wipe away. She was terrified that even the slightest noise would be heard by the 2 killers outside. However, soon Shin Hong and Old Qin's footsteps moved away from the sound. One seemed to head towards the basement while the other went upstairs. Chen Guiping let out a sigh of relief, silently, leaning against the wall, her legs weak as she sat on the ground. What to do? The first thing that came to her mind was to send a warning. Notify the bank president? Suddenly, Chen Guiping remembered something and quickly put her phone on silent. If someone suddenly contacted her, it would be over. Her heart raced. Even with the phone on silent, she still felt uneasy, thought for a moment, and then turned it off. For safety's sake, she could not afford to be careless. What good would it do to send a warning? Tell the president that someone came to rob the bank and killed people? Even if she could take credit for it, she had to be alive to get out. If she was dead, what use would reporting this matter be? She didn't even dare to take a photo, fearing that something might go wrong with her phone. What if taking a photo leaked a sound? After turning off her phone, Chen Guiping covered her head, trying hard to stay calm, but her trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. How to get out? How to get out? The two people outside were no longer on the first floor, but she didn't have the courage. The one who went to the basement was fine, but the one who went upstairs to check would expose her completely if they just glanced at the hall. She squinted, looked around, and suddenly made up her mind. Then she took off her high heels and silently walked barefoot outside. The floor was extremely cold, but at that moment, Chen Guiping had no time to care about the cold. She passed through the corridor and arrived at the hall, finding a corner in the service area, directly crawling under the table. The service desks in the hall were generally arranged in a semicircle. From her position, the person upstairs couldn't see her at all. Moreover, going to the basement wasn't through her side. The most dangerous place was the safest place. She curled up under the table, completely still. After waiting for a long time, there were several loud noises from upstairs, and Chen Guiping trembled slightly but kept her eyes tightly shut, silently brainwashing herself. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Once they leave, I can go home. Soon, there were more loud noises from upstairs, but this time, Chen Guiping was like a monk in meditation, completely unresponsive. Before long, the footsteps from upstairs came down, directly heading down the stairs to the basement. Chen Guiping didn't dare to move. If she had to run, she couldn't let them see her. What if those two suddenly came up to the first floor? The safest and most prudent way was to wait for them to leave before she left. Besides, that young man from earlier had already checked. He wouldn't come back to check the hall again, right? This is called reverse thinking. In a dangerous situation, her mind became increasingly clear. I must survive. I will find the right moment to escape. Boss, all the monitoring rooms have been completely destroyed. Old Qin stood in the corridor of the basement, reporting to Shinhang. Coming down the stairs, there was a spacious corridor, behind which was an open area resembling a square, and further back was a thick steel alloy door embedded in an 80-centimeter concrete wall. There wasn't even a keyhole visible on the wall. Only a password input and a facial and iris recognition monitoring spot, with a small switch beside it. Using conventional means, it was impossible to enter. Behind this door was, of course, the bank vault. Shinhang didn't pay attention to the switch and quietly placed the last stack of explosives at the base of the vault wall. Taking down this vault would at least allow the vending machine to level up by 1. Now, leveling up the vending machine required 81,920,000 experience points, and the experience bar was becoming increasingly exaggerated. Besides large-scale sales of goods, robbing a bank was the fastest method. Shinhang had thought about trying to get a printing press, but he was afraid that trying it would lead to his demise. What if the vending machine could distinguish counterfeit money? At that time, he would be labeled with the crime of using ghost money and sent directly to the underworld, with no place to argue his case. Now, in front of this door, there was already a pile of high explosives as tall as a person. Even if this door was solid, it would be enough to blow it open. Let's go, get out first. Shinhang waved his hand, and the two of them walked out of the basement. Chen Guiping, who was under the table, had her breathing become much calmer. Sure enough, at her speed, if she wanted to run, she would probably be discovered before she even got out. Step back a bit. Shinhang led Old Qin back to the door, finally feeling at ease. Although it was the headquarters of the bank and the vault was underground, with thick walls that should be armed to the teeth against bullets and violence, Shinhang was very confident in the explosives produced by the system. What are they going to do? Chen Guiping, hearing Shinhang's words, was a bit confused. Retreat? But the next second, she heard a violent muffled sound coming from below. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion almost pierced her eardrums. The entire ground was shaking violently. She was scared out of her wits, gripping the edges of the table with both hands, trying hard to maintain her balance. Her face turned pale, and her pupils dilated. These two were simply devils. They actually brought explosives to blow up the bank vault. Where were the officials? How could they have explosives? At the same time, the entire bank was filled with the sound of a loud alarm. The shaking quickly subsided. It should be good now. Shinhang's satisfied voice came through. It had to be said that Standard Chartered bank was quite willing to spend money. Only the wall where the explosives had been piled was blown out, creating a hole the size of a person, with countless bricks and metal pieces scattered in the open area, dust flying everywhere. Shin Hong wore a smile, entering the bank vault for the first time in his life. As soon as he stepped inside, his breath caught. The entire floor of the vault was lined with countless glass cases, each labeled with a number. Inside the glass cases were piles of cash and mountains of gold bars, and on the surrounding walls were neatly arranged safes. Not to mention him, even old Sheen was completely stunned. They had struck it rich. Shin Hong had thought that there might be a large amount of cash in the bank, possibly exceeding 100 million. After all, this was the headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank established in the country, and underground was a type of vault. But he never expected the haul to be this great. So much money. At this moment, the piercing alarm sound became much more pleasant to his ears. It even made Shin Hong feel that it was the BGM celebrating his newfound wealth. Quick, open the glass cover. Shin Hong's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped forward and smashed the glass cover in front of him with a powerful palm, then turned to shout at Old Sheen. Old Sheen had already fallen silent, stepping forward to smash the adjacent glass cover with a slap, bringing the money to Shin Hong. The boss's strength was not small. Not much less than mine. Old Sheen thought silently, his hands moving continuously, bringing over piles of cash and stacks of gold. As Shin Hong smashed a glass cover, with a wave of his hand, the cash and gold below would disappear. Once these cash and gold were absorbed into his consciousness space, they would automatically vanish directly, flowing into the vending machine, transforming into account balances. After Shin Hong finished his busy work, he turned to see a large pile of cash and gold stacked beside Old Sheen, and hurriedly ran back to absorb all of it as well. After a long time, the vault was empty, leaving only shards of glass on the ground and the neatly arranged safes on the surrounding walls. Shin Hong quickly glanced at the personal balance on the vending machine. Account balance 563,401,246.32 yuan, over 56 million. The cash here was estimated to be nearly 200 million, and those gold bars were truly valuable. In today's society, the price of gold had risen to 1,500 per gram, and the gold bars on the ground weighed a total of 600 to 700 pounds. After being absorbed into Shin Hong's consciousness space, these gold bars also automatically converted into account balances. Shin Hong did a quick calculation. It seemed that the recycling price of the vending machine was slightly lower than the market price, but none of that mattered. After all, it was all free. He turned his head, surveying the rows of safes on the surrounding walls. It was well known that banks not only stored funds but also provided services for storing valuable items. Of course, ordinary people had no need for such services, so they wouldn't use them. Those who stored valuable items in the bank were probably wealthy individuals. From Jiangchang, these safes were uniform, tightly sealed, and securely closed. They had a heavy black exterior, almost flush with the wall, with only a handle on the cabinet door. Above the handle, there were labels affixed. The labels bore personal names, and some were company names. I wonder what's inside. Shin Hong looked curiously at these safes and exchanged a glance with Old Sheen. Old Sheen nodded slightly and approached one of the safes. The label on this safe read Li Qingjun. Old Sheen reached for the handle and pulled hard, only for the handle to break off. Old Sheen's expression turned a bit awkward. Shin Hong scratched his head. He had no good solution either. To be honest, there should be quite a few valuable items in this safe, possibly worth as much as those in the bank vault hall. But unfortunately, this thing couldn't be opened. It was time for the universal key to make an appearance. Earlier, when blowing open the vault's surrounding wall, it wasn't that Shin Hong didn't want to use the universal key, but rather that there was no place to insert a key on the bank vault's door. It was just a very complex combination lock and facial iris recognition system. If incorrect entries were made 3 times in a row and it detected that unauthorized personnel were outside, it would automatically trigger an alarm and completely disable the unlocking function. Only with higher-level permissions could it be opened again. Nowadays, almost everyone had switched to combination locks, while these safes were rare in using pure key locks. This was convenient for Shin Hong. He stepped forward, took out the master key, inserted it, and then gently turned. It's click. A crisp unlocking sound came from the lock cylinder. Then, the cabinet door opened, and Shin Hong and Old Sheen curiously looked inside. But soon, disappointment appeared on their faces. It was actually a stack of property certificates. Before the apocalypse, property certificates were definitely worth a lot. But now that the world had ended, with humanity rapidly dwindling, what use were property certificates? Just a pile of thick cardboard. Shin Hong didn't even glance at them and prepared to open the second cabinet door. In the lobby on the first floor, listening to the echoing alarm, Chen Guiping felt a little more relaxed. In the past, this piercing alarm was unbearable, but now it gave her a sense of security. She tried to move towards the basement, sneaking under each counter and quietly listening to the sounds outside. After moving past a dozen counters, she finally heard the sound of glass shattering from the basement. Those two broke the glass cover. Damn it, that was bulletproof glass. Chun Guweiping's heart trembled. But more than that, she felt relieved. As a mid-level manager in charge of the core vault secrets, she was quite familiar with some of the bank's confidential information. The cash and gold bars in the vault were worth hundreds of millions. Even if those two broke the glass, it would take them some time. That was more than enough for her to escape. With every second she stayed, she felt her heart racing. Even though the outside was covered in ice and snow, she didn't want to linger here any longer. Now was the perfect time to escape. She quietly got up and hurried towards the shattered main door of the lobby. The spacious lobby that once filled her with pride was now something she almost hated. Why was the lobby built so large? Soon, she reached the broken door, the ground littered with shards of glass. Yet, without any hesitation, she stepped barefoot onto the glass, ready to crawl out. I'm getting out. I survived. She was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Just as half of her body crawled out the door, a cold voice came from behind her. Oh, there's still a living person? Chen Guweiping's body trembled, as if turned to ice, frozen in place. After a few seconds, she turned her terrified face and was shocked to find one of the middle-aged men standing by the stairs leading to the basement, looking at her with a mocking expression. Run! Without thinking, Chen Guweiping quickly crawled out and ran away. Want to run? Old Qin grinned, suddenly exerting force with his feet. His body transformed into a shadow, directly darting to Chen Guweiping's side. Although his speed couldn't match Ren Jie's, chasing an ordinary person barefoot was much simpler. Chen Guweiping had just stepped onto the snowy path, taking only 2 steps when the figure behind her flew over and suddenly grabbed her by the neck. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Chen Guweiping pleaded in terror. If I hadn't come up to take a piss, I probably wouldn't have found you. Old Qin laughed sinisterly. You really can hide. Didn't your bank say there were only 5 people? How come there's one more? TSK, your bank really has its tricks, always keeping something up its sleeve. Just earlier, when Shin Han was about to open the second safe, Old Qin suddenly felt the urge to urinate, quickly said hello to Shin Han, and then went upstairs. After all, the air in the vault was stagnant, and there were many safes on the surrounding walls. Even if the boss had the master key, it would still take some time. Even if he just urinated in the corner, the air would definitely carry some odor, and Old Qin was worried it would affect the boss's mood, so he decided to go upstairs. As soon as he came up, he spotted the sneaky Chen Guweiping. Seeing the flustered look on this woman's face, Old Qin concluded that she was definitely one of the survivors from the bank. The boss said, kill everyone in the bank, leave no survivors. No, please don't kill me, please. Chen Guweiping, caught by Lao Qin, immediately went limp, begging for mercy. Don't kill you? Seems you've seen the bodies of your colleagues. Lao Qin sneered coldly. I can help you open the underground vault. I can help you open the safe. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Chen Guweiping's lips trembled. Lao Qin suddenly frowned and looked down, realizing that the woman had scared herself so much that she wet her pants. No wonder. I thought I had wet myself when I suddenly smelled urine. Damn, that startled me. Lao Qin slapped Chen Guweiping angrily. She immediately screamed in terror. Shut up. Lao Qin shouted angrily, if you scream again, I'll kill you right now. Chen Guweiping's voice stopped abruptly, her hair disheveled. Looking at Lao Qin in fear. What is your position in the bank? Lao Qin asked. Answer honestly, or you'll die right here. I am the head of the capital management department of the bank. My name is Chen Guweiping. Oh, still a leader. Lao Qin raised an eyebrow, looking at Chen Guweiping, who was crying and snotting. He originally thought of killing her, but after a moment's thought he held back and simply dragged her to the basement. Shin Han turned back to look at Lao Qin, ready to continue unlocking, but was suddenly taken aback when he saw Chen Guweiping beside Lao Qin. Wasn't Lao Qin just going to take a piss? Why did he bring a woman down? Does he like this type? Shin Han couldn't help but glance at Chen Guweiping a few more times. Unexpectedly, after returning to this life, Lao Qin's preferences had changed. This middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, although still somewhat charming, was far inferior to Fu Xiaozhu. Boss, this is the head of the bank's capital management department. When I went upstairs just now, I found her sneaking around trying to escape the bank. I didn't search her out earlier, it was my negligence. Lao Qin lowered his head to admit his mistake. He was also quite confused. He had clearly searched every room. It took quite a long time. Where did this woman come from? Just an ordinary person able to evade my search? This is too ridiculous. He didn't realize that he had only searched the areas above the second floor. Chen Guiping was hiding in the lounge on the first floor. It would be a miracle to find her. The first floor had been personally searched by the boss and he subconsciously overlooked it. You opened the safe. Before Shin Hong could ask, Chen Guiping was instead shocked, asking back first. Is it difficult? Shin Hong smiled. Chen Guiping fell silent. Looking around again, her shock intensified. The ground was covered in glass shards, which she could understand, since these two could break the bank's front door glass and even blow up the vault wall. They could naturally open the glass cover storing funds and gold. But the problem is, where's the money? Where's the gold? Not even a feather could be seen. Where did all these things go? Nearly 200 million in cash, even if loaded onto trucks, would take several vehicles, and several hundred pounds of gold bars. All gone. However, seeing Shin Hong easily open the safe with the key, she immediately fell silent. Just some useless things. Shin Hong glanced at the inside of the safe and shook his head in boredom. This safe only contained land deeds. Are rich people this boring? Can't they just keep land deeds and property certificates at home? Why store them in a bank safe? A whole wall had 10 rows of safes with 8 in each row. After opening 80 safes, Shin Hong checked the valuable items piled at his feet. Some gold, diamonds and jewelry, a few pieces of jade, as well as some cash and luxury watches. As for things like property, certificates, stocks and bonds, Shin Hong didn't even bother to take them. He even discovered that in a collector's safe there were paintings by Tang Yin, but in this apocalypse such things were too hard to wipe with and were worthless. Vending machines wouldn't even accept them. There were also a few safes containing some CDs, and Shin Hong was quite interested in taking them, not knowing if they held evidence of illicit transactions. The most outrageous thing was that one safe actually contained a will. Damn, nothing but a piece of paper? This will came from a guy named Xian Yucheng, whose name Shin Hong had heard before. He was the owner of an entertainment company in Zhangcheng. After divorcing his wife, he married a younger mistress. However, he had scandals with many young actresses and was rumored to have several illegitimate children. In a time of peace and prosperity, Xian Yucheng's will might have been fiercely contested, especially by those lovers who bore him children who would be eager to see its contents. If their children received less, they could force Xian Yucheng to amend the will early. But now, Shin Hong shook his head. This thing could at most serve as gossip news. Chen Guiping's face was as pale as paper, staring blankly at Shin Hong as he kept opening the safes. These were specially customized safes from the bank, and they had even invited top locksmiths to make the locks. They could only be opened with special keys. But unexpectedly, with just one key, Shin Hong had opened 80 safes? Old Qin, you've opened all of these. Shin Hong tossed the master key to Old Qin. He was a bit tired. The safes on this wall hadn't yielded much. They were worth around 40 to 50 million. Although that was quite a lot, it was far from what Shin Hong had expected. He thought that the items in these safes could be worth nearly as much as the cash and gold in the bank's vault hall. In other words, even if he opened all the safes on the remaining 3 walls, they would only amount to about 150 million. The wall Shin Hong blew up was the location of the vault's main entrance, and there were no safes on that side. At this moment, he had already opened all the safes in the entire left wall, leaving only the right wall and the 2 walls directly opposite. Yes. Old Qin took the key and walked toward the right wall. Chen Guiping remained silent, biting her lip as she watched Old Qin's actions, seemingly conflicted. Shin Hong sat down, looking at the items piled up from the safes at his feet, mentally calculating. Now the vending machine was at level 13, his account balance was 560 million, and with these items on the ground he had reached 600 million. 600 million! Enough to level up to 16. Leveling up 3 levels in a row was a qualitative leap. However, he also knew very well that the reason for such a substantial income was that Zhangcheng was the headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank, and the underground vault naturally stored a large amount of cash and gold. Other banks probably had at most 30 to 50 million. Given Zhangcheng's scale, there might be 2 or 3 other banks with similar vaults, but aside from that, the remaining small savings banks probably had less than 5 million. It was likely that even after raiding the remaining banks, it wouldn't be enough to level the vending machine up to level 17. Level 16 to 17 required over 650 million experience. That was too difficult. Although he had long been mentally prepared, knowing that the further he went, the harder it would be to level up, Shin Hong couldn't help but feel emotional when he thought of that enormous number. The hall fell into silence. Shin Hong closed his eyes and sank into his consciousness space. He frantically purchased a lot in the vending machine. Besides a large amount of supplies, he also bought numerous weapons, even high-tech weapons like radar dogs. After leveling the vending machine to level 15, he still had over 300 million left, but he didn't even know what else he could buy. After a Moment of boring searching in the vending machine, his gaze locked onto an item. Smart building robot, price 50 million. Note, A. Building genius with extremely high artificial intelligence, a great helper for humans. Can automatically design and plan decoration, effects, and works tirelessly 24 hours a day on various renovations. The key point is, it can skillfully use high-tech materials provided by various systems to help you fix all kinds of bugs in your home, creating a warm and perfect invincible home for you. This is a good thing. Shin Hang's eyes immediately lit up. Although he only planned to stay in the townhouse for a while and had no intention of settling here permanently, the villa ultimately looked a bit weak. Even if he left, he would still worry about the women at home. With the intelligent building robot, he believed he could soon build himself a steel fortress. Moreover, it was certified by the system as intelligent, which was much better than that stupid snow removal robot. Without hesitation, he directly purchased the building robot. A small brown dwarf popped out of the vending machine, looking a bit like the dwarves from World of Warcraft. It had a long beard and rough hands. Is this thing a robot? Shin Hong stared. However, the dwarf remained motionless, like a realistic doll. Shin Hong didn't bother with it anymore and began to check the vending machine. The vending machine was now level 15, and many more advanced building materials could be purchased, especially the high-strength wall coatings and super-performance rubber bulletproof bricks, which were increasingly expensive. Shin Hong didn't mind at all and went on a shopping spree. After buying a lot of weapons and equipment, Shin Hong finally upgraded the vending machine to level 16. His account balance was now almost depleted. He never expected that one day he would worry about spending money. Shin Hong let out a long breath. Then, he opened his personal attributes and made corresponding upgrades all around him. Spending millions, Shin Hang felt pain all over his body, but a more abundant feeling arose within him. He purchased 2 ability fruits and stored them in his consciousness space. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Chen Guiping, who was curled up beside him and had been silent. This woman always looked like she wanted to say something but held back, and now, watching old Qin open the safes on the front wall one by one, her face was even more conflicted. Could there be some secrets in these safes? Shin Hong frowned and walked towards old Qin. Old Qin, you go take a break, I'll do it myself. He wanted to see for himself what it was that Chen Guiping wanted to hide. Old Qin didn't know what the future world looked like, and to be honest, Shin Hong wasn't clear either, but he had returned with 3 months of experience from the apocalypse. Perhaps there was something he had overlooked. Okay. Old Qin was a bit puzzled but still handed over the keys and stepped aside. Old Qin had already opened over 60 safes. Shin Hong didn't open any more but checked the safes that old Qin had previously opened one by one. However, aside from some normal items, there was nothing special in these safes. There was quite a bit of money and gold bars stored, along with some jewelry, the total value of which was much higher than the safes he had just opened on that wall. There were still about 10 safes left unopened, and the value of these items had already reached 70 to 80 million. Click. He opened a safe named Jichuan Trust. Shen Hong didn't check the items inside but slightly tilted his head, observing Chen Guiping's expression. Chen Guiping frowned tightly, looking worried. What are you waiting for? Shen Hong suddenly spoke. He glanced at the items in the safe, still some gold bars, but they seemed more valuable. There were a full 22 kilogram gold bars inside. Goodness, that's worth 60 million. The contents of this safe exceeded those of the wall he had opened. However, Chen Guiping didn't even take a second glance. Clearly, she was not worried about this. So, Shin Hong directly asked, are you hiding something from me? Do you want to come clean? Chen Guiping seemed startled, her face growing even more uncomfortable. But even if you don't say, I will open all the safes, and when the time comes, no matter what secrets you are hiding from me, I will find out. Shin Hong shook his head and chuckled. I'll give you a chance to speak. If you're willing to say something, then go ahead. If not, you must have seen how your colleagues died, right? Chen Guiping's face turned pale, her lips trembled violently. My patience is limited. After a few seconds of silence, seeing that Chen Guiping still wouldn't speak, Shin Hong shook his head slightly. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time with you. Lao Qin. Yes. Lao Qin understood Shin Hang's meaning, grinning at Chen Guiping, then suddenly yanked her hair and started walking towards the stairs. Don't dirty the boss's eyes, you should stay with your colleagues. Hearing Lao Qin's indifferent voice, Chen Guiping screamed in fear. No, don't kill me, I'll talk. Lao Qin paused, loosening his grip slightly. You can speak now. If I say it, you won't kill me, right? Can I leave? Chen Guiping pleaded desperately. Are you negotiating with my boss? Lao Qin glared at her. Hey! Shin Hong waved his hand at Lao Qin, turned to Chen Guiping, and smiled. If I find it valuable, I naturally won't kill you. I promise it's valuable. Chen Guiping forced a smile. And even if you open all the safes, you won't find anything. Then tell me, Shin Hong said, looking curious. Do you really mean what you say? Chen Guiping asked, a bit uneasy. Lao Qin was getting impatient, but Shin Hong gave him a look, then nodded seriously. I definitely mean what I say. Okay. Chen Guiping couldn't force Shin Hong to swear, and at this point, she could only choose to trust him. After all, falling into the hands of these two men who wouldn't blink at killing, trying to play tricks would only lead to a quicker death. Just now, when that middle-aged man had pulled her hair and dragged her out, she felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Don't open that wall just yet. Chen Guiping resignedly pointed to the safe on the wall opposite. In the sixth safe of the fifth row, there's a hidden switch that can open the vault behind the wall. Everything outside is just a facade. A facade? Shin Hong was taken aback. The cash and gold bars worth hundreds of millions in that vault were fake? Yes. Chen Guiping nodded resignedly, sighed, I don't know. What's behind it? I only learned this secret after my leader talked to me recently, as I was about to be promoted to a high-level position in the company. Only a few at the top know about it. Even the vice president in charge of the business department doesn't. No. I consider myself lucky. After all, I'm the head of the fund's management department and my old boss is about to retire. He recommended me, which is how I got access to such information. Fearing Shin Hong wouldn't believe her, she hurriedly explained. So, behind this wall is the real vault? Shin Hong pointed at the safes on the opposite wall, asking seriously. Yes. Chen Guiping lowered her head. The safes directly opposite are all empty. They were intentionally designed that way. Normally, those safes aren't used, since most people who come to the bank for deposits don't have high-value items. We keep everything at the branch on Xinghua Road. The vault there is almost entirely for storing items deposited by others, and there's hardly any space for cash and gold bars. So that's how it is. No wonder Shin Hong thought Standard Chartered Bank was being redundant, establishing a headquarters here and then building a branch less than 2 kilometers away on Xinghua Road. It was like taking off one's pants to fart. Just a few dozen floors high, and not far away, they set up a branch, and a sizable one at that. Did Standard Chartered Bank have money to burn? Now, Shin Hong finally understood. No one can touch the wall in front. Chen Guiping explained softly. Once someone opens another safe, the company leaders will be informed immediately, and a special procedure is set in place. The real vault will be completely closed. Only by accurately opening the sixth safe in the fifth row can you press the switch to open the vault door. Seemingly afraid that Shin Hong wouldn't believe her, Chen Guiping added, I haven't told a single lie. If you don't believe me, you can try opening other safes and then open the sixth safe in the fifth row. See if there will be any changes after you press the switch. I believe you. Shin Hong smiled and nodded slightly. Then, can I leave now? A flash of surprise crossed Chen Guiping's eyes, and she quickly asked, What's the rush? Shin Hong smiled and said, Don't you want to see how many valuable things are actually stored in the real vault? It's not too late to leave after enjoying the vault. Upon hearing this, Chen Guiping was taken aback. Indeed, she had been the head of the fund's management department for many years, and as the mistress of the old leader, that old man had never told her about the secrets of the bank's headquarters vault. It wasn't until the old man retired and suggested that she take over his position, which was approved by the entire bank's board, that he finally revealed this secret to her. However, the internal processes had already been completed, and the leadership had already spoken to her. The appointment notice would be issued at the end of the month. Chen Guiping deliberately kept a low profile and did not publicize it, so the bank's employees had no idea that she was about to be promoted. If they had known, the 5 deceased colleagues would not have concealed the news from Chen Guiping, but would have eagerly fawned over her at the first opportunity. Just a moment, there are a few more safes left. Shin Hong smiled at Chen Guiping and turned to continue opening them. Soon, he reached the last row. The first one contained nothing but jewelry. The second held 3 Patek Philippe 5236P watches, which were quite expensive. The third had a pile of gold bars, with the depositor listed as Tolly Auction House. This auction house was world-renowned, and Shin Hong had heard of their reputation. The fourth and fifth, each item in the safes was worth tens of millions. Clearly, the safes on the right wall belonged to particularly wealthy individuals, far more valuable than those on the left. When he reached the second-to-last safe, Shin Hong paused, looking with great interest at the name of the depositor. Zhao Erbao. Isn't that the tycoon from Donglin Group? In his previous life, he dominated the eastern part of the city, wielding immense power, even overshadowing Song Zhengming for a time. But he was secretly betrayed by Gui Yupeng, who bribed his brother, ultimately leading to Zhao Erbao's murder, causing the entire Donglin Group to collapse and split into countless small factions. The Song family then rose to power. This boss Zhao, who knows what valuable things he has stored. Shin Hong smiled as he opened the safe. However, upon seeing the contents inside, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he trembled as if electrocuted. This is impossible. Shin Hong was covered in goosebumps, staring in disbelief at what was inside, his scalp tingling. In this safe, there was nothing valuable at all, just a simple green plant. A snake plant. An ordinary snake plant. Small, just a common household plant, and even the pot was the most common plastic one. Cold sweat surged in Shin Hang's palms as he stared blankly at this green plant. Boss? A voice came. From behind him, it was old Shin. Shin Hong finally came to his senses, rubbed his eyes, and looked back into the safe. It was still that extremely ordinary snake plant. What's wrong? Shin Hong felt a wave of immense fear wash over him, his voice trembling slightly. Are you okay? Old Shin asked curiously. You were in a daze for quite a while after opening the safe. And no, I'm fine. Shin Hong rubbed his face vigorously, casually, closed the door of the safe, and then turned to look at Chen Guiping. When was the stuff in this General Zhao's safe put in? He tried to keep his voice calm, as if casually inquiring. A few days ago. Chen Guiping frowned and pondered. It seems like it was 2 weeks, or maybe 10 days. Anyway, it's been a week. After all, this haunted weather has inexplicably snowed for 6 days. This thing was stored under my supervision, and I found it a bit strange at the time. Chen Guiping had already confessed the secret of the vault to Shin Hong, so she naturally couldn't hide anything, and quickly flattered, he suddenly took all the gold bars he had stored, exchanged them for money, and then borrowed 200 million from us. Later, he told me that his safe in our bank was empty anyway, so he gave me that thing and instructed me to put it in his safe. I just tossed it in, a broken plant. A few days ago, on the day of the heavy rain, he even came to the bank and asked me to help water it. Can you believe it? A snake plant can survive without water for over 10 days, and he even told me to water it less. Caring for a broken plant more than caring for his daughter. Chen Guiping shook her head, looking speechless. The customer is God. She remembered very clearly that day when she watered the snake plant in the safe, feeling it was absurd. At the Standard Chartered Bank headquarters, someone actually stored a snake plant in the vault and asked her to water it. If this got out, it would be hilarious. What made her even angrier was that just after watering it, it started pouring rain outside. What a disaster. She rambled on, but noticed Shin Hang's expression growing increasingly grim and ultimately fell silent, feeling a bit resentful. It's such a funny matter. Why aren't you laughing? Your face looks like you've just lost your mother. Shin Hong took a deep breath and asked again, why did Zhao Erbao suddenly liquidate his gold and borrow money from you? I don't know. Chen Guiping shook her head. I did hear someone mention that Zhao Erbao also borrowed a lot of money from other banks, and many people speculate that the Donglin Group is facing cash flow difficulties, but their finances are good, and their performance is on the rise, so even though they borrowed a lot, they have the ability to repay, so naturally, they were lent the money. As for why he liquidated the gold, maybe he urgently needed cash? That gold is worth 100 million. Zhao Erbao also sold a lot of properties and luxury cars at a low price, all to purchase goods, and all the warehouses are filled with food. After all, the Donglin Group is the largest food enterprise in Zhangcheng. They used the loan for company operations, and our bank naturally had no objections. Chen Guiping sighed. Speaking of which, Zhao Erbao really has guts. Storing so much food and representing several mineral water brands, he's going to make a fortune. Of course, we're happy too. After all, it's only August and we've already exceeded our annual loan business target. Shin Hang's hands and feet turned cold. Since the day of his rebirth, he felt like he was the chosen one, especially since he had a vending machine of infinite resources. But now he realized that he was neither chosen nor unique. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was very clear. Zhao Erbao, like him, was also a person who had been reborn. Who would know the secret of green plants? Only those who have experienced the period of extraordinary beings understand the value of green plants. Although among 100 green plants, there might not be a single one that bears fruit. But Zhao Erbao actually stored this snake plant in the vault of Standard Chartered Bank, which is enough to show that Zhao Erbao is absolutely certain that this snake plant will definitely bear extraordinary fruit. So storing this one in Standard Chartered Bank should just be a precaution, leaving himself a way out. After all, in his previous life, Zhao Erbao was betrayed by those around him. If someone discovered the anomaly in advance, Zhao Erbao would be worried about unexpected events, right? Shin Hong unconsciously placed himself in Zhao Erbao's shoes. It's even possible that those rebellious ones around him, upon discovering that Zhao Erbao had stored a large number of green plants, would develop greed and murderous intent. If awakened superhumans unite, Zhao Erbao will be defenseless. After careful consideration, Zhao Erbao decided to store a plant that would definitely bear superpower fruits in the bank as a backup plan for himself. However, he would never have thought that he was also a person who had been reborn and still a poor loser who, in order to upgrade the vending machine, was forced to rob a bank, only to discover his secret. If he were the grandson of Musk, would he even need to consider robbing a bank? Wouldn't that instantly upgrade the vending machine to max? Shin Hong felt increasingly despondent. Zhao Erbao even exchanged the gold bars he stored for cash and took out loans from various banks. Damn it! He had reincarnated before me. He had ample time to make all the preparations. He asked various banks for loans stocked up on all kinds of supplies. If I'm not mistaken, he must have bought quite a few plants. The only consolation is that Zhao Erbao does not have a vending machine like I do. Does he have other special abilities? Or is it just a simple return of a king? Shin Hong rubbed his hands, his brows furrowed, his expression serious. Kill Zhao Erbao. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Act first and never delay until the superpower fruit appears. By then, Zhao Erbao, who had made preparations in advance, would be even more difficult to deal with. Perhaps I wouldn't even be his match. After all, Zhao Erbao had taken out so many loans. Besides preparing supplies, he must have bought quite a few flower beds. Shin Hong took a deep breath. Zhao Erbao's death in his previous life was not only due to Gui Yupeng's covert instigation but, more importantly, because this guy was excessively debauched and incredibly brutal. He was simply a tyrant. In this new life, Shin Hong believed that if he delayed until the plants mutated and bore extraordinary fruits, the other party would be well prepared and he would undoubtedly be no match for them. Moreover, Zhao Erbao had inadvertently invested heavily in creating a safe house. It could be called a steel fortress. This safe house was what Shin Hong wanted to seize right after his rebirth. In his view, even if he did not take action, Zhao Erbao would inevitably die in the future. If things developed normally, with his powerful abilities and even having obtained Shin Xianyo's wall-passing ability fruit, he would surely be able to easily occupy this safe house. But the reality was that he feared his abilities in this life would still only be fire-based. Meanwhile, Zhao Erbao had bought countless plants, preparing even more abundantly. Strike first. Shin Hong had already placed Zhao Erbao's level of danger at the top of his list. He stood in place, frowning deeply. It seemed that the apocalyptic world of his second life might be even more difficult than in his previous one. He had been reborn, and so had Zhao Erbao. There might even be other reborn individuals. If he wasn't careful, he could easily be killed by other reborn ability users. Boss? Lao Qin saw Shin Hong lost in thought again and couldn't help but speak up. Haha, it's nothing. Shin Hong turned his head, smiled, and then looked at the last safe. But upon seeing the name on it, he was instantly stunned. The owner of this safe was named Yang Mushuan. His sister-in-law had a safe here? Shin Hong curiously opened it. Inside the safe was only a strangely shaped key. What is this for? Shin Hong picked up the key, looking puzzled. However, he could just ask his sister-in-law when he got back. All the safes had been opened, leaving only the wall in front. The wall looked no different from the sides, both embedded with safes. If it weren't for Chen Guiping speaking up, Shin Hong would probably have followed his original plan and opened them one by one. But now, he directly approached safe number 6 in row 5 and gently opened it. Inside the safe were 10 gold bars, looking rather ordinary. Under the gold bars, on the left side towards the back, you can feel a raised button with your hand. It's not visible, Chen Guiping quickly explained as she saw Shin Hong looking at her. Shin Hong reached in and indeed felt a raised spot. With a firm press, he heard a faint click. Then, the wall in front of him rumbled and split open in the middle, sliding to the sides. A darker, deeper hall appeared before Shin Hong. The real vault. Seeing the scene before him, Shin Hong couldn't help but gasp. If the previous hall had already satisfied him greatly, then the vault behind the wall shocked him even more. Countless gold bars were piled up on the left side, resembling a small mountain. On the right side were stacked withdrawal boxes. Boss, this box contains currencies from various countries. Over there is the US dollar, this side is the British pound, and there's the euro, Canadian dollar. Chen Guiping took the initiative to introduce each withdrawal box contains a million of the corresponding currency. She patted the box next to her. For example, this one is 1 million US dollars, that one is 1 million British pounds, and over there is 1 million euros. The boxes even had the corresponding banknote designs printed on them. Shin Hong nodded slightly. Counting a bit, there were 30 boxes of US dollars in front of him, which meant $30 million. The British pounds and euros were not much different. Now he was truly rich. The hundreds of millions of wealth outside earlier were simply not in the same league as what lay before him. Just this pile of US dollars was worth over 200 million. Moreover, there are currencies from other countries. The pound and the euro are more expensive than the dollar. The Canadian dollar seems to be at a 1-to-5 ratio with the Dragon Kingdom currency, right? And, Shin Hong's mouth twitched and he looked with a grim expression at another pile of withdrawal boxes not far away. And there's the damn yen. This yen amounts to 1 billion. Seeing Shin Hong's unfriendly expression, Chen Guiping hurriedly said, 1 billion yen converted to Dragon Kingdom currency is nearly 50 million. Not bad. Shin Heng's expression softened, but he looked towards the other side. The Korean won? There are 50 billion won. Chen Guiping cleared her throat. Shin Hong no longer looked at the money but curiously gazed towards the back. There, a considerable amount of metal was neatly stacked. These are precious metals, mainly platinum group metals. Chen Guiping introduced. Shin Hong nodded. These metal items had labels on them detailing their names and uses. Ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, rhenium. Shin Hong was not a science student and didn't even know how to read these words. Anyway, they were metals. He asked, "Is there anything else?" "Over there are some documents and bonds, but it seems you don't like those much," Chen Guiping said cautiously. Looking at the wealth filling the hall, Shin Hong now understood what it meant to instantly become rich. What were the hundreds of millions outside? This was the core asset of Standard Chartered Bank. It made sense. This is the headquarters of Standard Chartered Bank. How could they only store a few hundred million in currency and gold? He gently stroked the withdrawal box beside him. And with a thought, the stacks of withdrawal boxes at his feet vanished in an instant. Chen Guiping's eyes widened. Where did so many withdrawal boxes go? Shin Hong ignored her and walked around the hall. As his figure passed by, the stacked withdrawal boxes would instantly disappear, leaving not a trace behind. Chen Guiping's eyes were like copper bells, growing wider and wider. How is this possible? Even the ton of gold on the ground vanished with a wave of Shin Heng's hand. In a moment, the entire hall was empty. Chen Guiping was completely stunned. What kind of method is this? Old Shin, unfazed, looked at Chen Guiping's shocked expression and shook his head slightly. After Shin Hong had emptied the vault, he sat cross-legged on the ground. He was eager to continue upgrading the vending machine level. Now, the personal account balance of the vending machine had reached 2.2 billion. 1 ton of gold was converted to 1 billion by the system, and the currencies from various countries totaled over 1 billion. Shin Hong continuously searched for various items in the vending machine, especially high-value ones, and purchased them directly. As the saying goes, spending money is a worry. With his purchases, the experience bar of the vending machine kept rising. After a long while, he finally stopped. The personal balance was left with less than 100 million. Meanwhile, the vending machine's level had risen to level 18. Experience bar 1298/2.62144 billion. This upgrade is really exaggerated. Shin Hong scratched his head. After adding points to his personal attributes, Shin Hong picked up a previously obtained ability fruit and swallowed it directly. The ability fruit melted in his mouth, instantly transforming into a golden light that fell into his dantian. The golden core within the dantian immediately stirred. Shin Hong could even feel that the golden core seemed to emit joy. Unfortunately, after swallowing one ability fruit, that did not increase. In his personal attributes, the small bar under the ability section, which was originally divided into 2 parts, now had 1 part filled with golden light. The other half was still empty. It seems that 2 ability fruits are indeed needed to enhance the ability. Shin Hong was mentally prepared and swallowed another ability fruit. This time, the golden core surged, and streams of light washed through Shin Heng's limbs and bones before returning to the dantian. The surface of the golden elixir also gained an additional line. The supernatural ability and personal attributes finally underwent a change. Supernatural ability Fire. Current level 3 True Fire of Samadhi. I fire, will fire, anger fire. The 3 samadhis of the world. True fire descends, capable of extinguishing 10,000 years of profound ice. The evolved? Shin Hong did not expect that his had risen to level 3 and actually evolved into the true fire of Samadhi. From now on, please call me Red Boy. With a thought, a wisp of flame emerged from his fingertips. This time, the flame was no longer deep red but transformed into 3 colors: red, blue, purple. As the owner of the Shin Hong could intuitively feel that this cluster of flames possessed extraordinary power, far greater than the previous volcanic stone flame. After the was upgraded to level 3, even his physical body was strengthened. He felt that now, in a simple contest of physical strength against Old Shin, he should have the upper hand. The small bar below that did not double this time but was divided into 3 empty spaces. This meant that to upgrade to level 4, 3 fruits were needed, and he just happened to have 3 in hand. Keep improving. Shin Hong did not hesitate and swallowed 3 ability fruits in quick succession. They upgraded again. Ability Fire. Current level 4 Ziwei Heavenly Fire, born from the stars, fused with the power of the Big Dipper. Shin Hong stood up, his bones cracking and popping. He turned to glance at Old Shin. Now he could be sure that even without using, he could kill Old Shin with a single punch. Just how much had his body been enhanced by his abilities? Old Shin was already considered a top tier in physical abilities. Shin Heng's ability was fire, but the side effects brought by the ability fruits had strengthened his body to a level that Old Shin could not compare. At this moment, Shin Hong was certain that no one was his opponent. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. It seemed that everyone's physique was predetermined. The ability fruit he had originally bought, which belonged to Chen Xianyo, would probably only turn into a single experience point for upgrading it even if he swallowed it in the future. It was unlikely he would gain the ability to pass through walls. Let's go. Shin Hong stood up and strode outside. Old Qin and Chen Guiping quickly followed. Back in the hall, Shin Hong was in a good mood. This trip to the bank was worth it. The vending machine had upgraded from level 13 to level 18 in just 5 levels. Of course, Shin Hong was already close to leveling up to 14 before, and in the fake vault outside, the vending machine had reached level 16, upgrading 3 levels in a row, and in the real vault he had gained a huge fortune, bringing the vending machine to level 18. His had also upgraded 2 levels. Who could compete with a level 4? In his previous life, Shin Hong was unaware that abilities could upgrade. He was just focused on surviving beside Feng Lu, occasionally going out to scavenge for supplies. Everything was centered around survival. Speaking of which, when ability fruits first appeared in his last life, people around the world went crazy, desperately fighting for them, and those powerful were probably at most level 2. After all, upgrading to level 3 required 2 ability fruits. Who could get 4 ability fruits and swallow them all, let alone level 4? In his last life he would have definitely been a top expert. But Shin Hong would never let his guard down. Can I go now? Chen Guiping looked at Shin Hong cautiously, forcing a smile. I've told you all the secrets of the vault and you promised. I said I wouldn't kill you. Shin Hong waved his hand. You can go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chen Guiping's eyes showed surprise, and she repeatedly bowed to Shin Hong before turning to leave. Watching her back, Shin Hang took a deep breath, extended his hand, and a Benelli M3T 12-gauge shotgun appeared in his grasp. This shotgun was once a prototype in an ancient game called CS, known for its immense power, nicknamed Single Spray. He had indeed promised Chen Guiping that he wouldn't kill her. However, he never said Old Qin wouldn't kill her. Old Qin. Shin Hong silently handed over the shotgun, whispering, 5 cents a bullet. Aim carefully, the bullets spread out when fired, otherwise it will just hurt her to death. After all, she has said so much and helped me get over 2 billion. Let's give her a quick end. Old Qin nodded in silence. Just as he was about to take the gun, Chen Guiping, who had reached the door, suddenly stopped, turned back, and hesitantly spoke. You seem very interested in Zhao Erbo? You still know about him? At the moment she turned back, the gun in Shin Hang's hand disappeared, and he pretended to ask casually. I only know that Zhao Erbo acquired the flower market some time ago and moved many plants to his castle. He also moved from the villa in Jiangdong Bay to the suburban castle. Chen Guiping pursed her lips and said, my husband works at Donglin Group and is one of the core leadership, so he has told me. Core leadership? Shin Hong asked curiously, what is your husband's name? He is called Lu Shangyuan, a mid-level manager at Donglin Group. Lu Shangyuan. Shin Hong was taken aback. He didn't expect that this Chen Guiping in front of him was actually Lu Shangyuan's wife. In his previous life, after Zhao Erbo was betrayed by the company's vice president Zhou Jili, the largest force in Jiangqing subsequently collapsed. And Lu Shangyuan was someone Shin Hong remembered vividly. Although he was just a mid-level cadre, he was extremely loyal to Zhao Erbo. When Zhou Jili betrayed him, Lu Shangyuan fought desperately, taking several blows for Zhao Erbo, even though he had the rare summoning type ability. Unfortunately, facing the combined forces of many extraordinary individuals, he met his death. Subsequently, Zhao Erbo was killed by the crowd. Since Zhao Erbo has been reborn, he would definitely not trust Zhou Jili, but would have great trust in Lu Shangyuan. He might even treat him like a biological brother. Shin Hang's eyes suddenly lit up. If Lu Shangyuan could be used by him, then dealing with Zhao Erbo would naturally be much simpler. He looked deeply at Chen Guiping. He didn't expect this woman to be his lucky star. Good news kept coming. How is your relationship with your husband? Shin Hong approached Chen Guiping and asked. Of course, it's very good. Chen Guiping stammered. Chen Guiping, right? Shin Hong smiled. Everything in the vault just disappeared. Do you think I'm performing magic? Chen Guiping was taken aback. You should know that I could take your life at any time, but I haven't done so. Shin Hong said lightly, I keep my word. And I hope you can be honest and sincere with me. I've been in a cold war with him these days. Chen Guiping said softly, my old boss retired and was going to push me into a higher position, but the condition was that I needed to accompany him for a few more days, so I deliberately had a cold war and fought with my husband, moving over to a company. I just finished accompanying him a couple of days ago, and I quietly returned to the bank to stay. Afraid my husband would find out. But he doesn't know. He is still very good to me. Even during these days when I was deliberately picking fights, he called me. Now that it's snowing so heavily outside, he even called me this morning to say that General Zhao Erbo got him a snow vehicle to come pick me up. As she spoke, Shin Hong had already added a strangely shaped device in his hand, pointing it at Chen Guiping. After she finished speaking, Shin Hong looked down at the device in his hand and, seeing a square root appear on the screen, nodded in satisfaction. This was the lie detector selected by the system. Shin Hong had developed blind trust in the system's selections. Anything marked with selected was bound to be a quality product. She did not lie. It seemed that Lu Shangyuan really cared about this wife of his. Boss, what is this thing? Chen Guiping was startled by the suddenly appearing lie detector. It's nothing. Shin Hong smiled, and the lie detector suddenly disappeared from his hand as if it had never existed. He looked up at Chen Guiping and said seriously, I want to make a deal with you. Trade? Chen Guiping was a bit confused. That's right. Shin Hong nodded, just about to speak when he heard Chen Guiping's stomach gurgle twice. I'm sorry. Chen Guiping's face turned red with embarrassment. She really wanted to find a block of tofu to crash into. These past few days, although she had stocked up on food, she couldn't just survive on those few snacks every day. It simply wasn't enough to fill her stomach. Today, she had only eaten a piece of sakama and was already starving. Then let's eat while we talk. Shin Hong glanced at the time. It was already noon. Eat while we talk? Chen Guiping was stunned. The way he said it made it sound like they were going to a restaurant to discuss business. The key was that it was freezing outside. What could they eat? Old Chin, how about hot pot for lunch? Shin Hong asked. Boss, it's all up to you. Old Chin chuckled, his eyes bright. Hot pot? Where would they have hot pot? If it weren't for Shin Hong and Old Chin robbing the bank vault and even having her life in their hands, Chen Guiping would have probably cursed out loud. Are they crazy? This weather was indeed suitable for hot pot, but where the hell could they have it? Shin Hong didn't explain much, casually found an office and walked in. Old Chin cleared the desk of the computer and other items, making space for a table. Shin Hong, like a magician, produced a yin-yang pot. In Chen Guiping's dazed gaze, Shin Hong took out hot pot base produced by the system and placed it in the pot. Then, he had several bottles of water in his hands. Water! Chen Guiping could hardly believe her eyes. In this weather, the water would have frozen long ago, yet Shin Hong produced liquid mineral water. After pouring the water into the pot, Old Chin had already plugged it in. Immediately after, Shin Hong, as if performing a trick, took out a platter of vegetables, tripe, and thinly sliced beef and lamb. The meat was as thin as paper, vibrant in color, and delicate in texture, making one drool. The meat wasn't frozen. Chen Guiping's eyes nearly popped out. After Shin Hong took out fish balls, shrimp paste, and bamboo shoots, Chen Guiping was completely numb. The table was full, making her feel like she was dreaming. First, let's make a dipping sauce. Do you want oil dip or sesame paste? Shin Hong asked. I can do both. Chen Guiping felt like her mouth wasn't even her own. The hot pot was steaming, already emitting a rich aroma that tantalized Chen Guiping's taste buds. She was swallowing her saliva like crazy, her eyes fixed on the hot pot. Come on, let's eat while we talk. Shin Hong handed Chen Guiping a pair of chopsticks, then picked up some meat with Old Chin and placed it in the pot. The aroma of lamb combined with the rich flavor of the hot pot filled the entire office. Chen Guiping carefully picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. The juicy lamb melted in her mouth, filling her mouth with the taste of meat. Chen Guiping almost cried out. She had never eaten such delicious lamb hot pot in her life. I want your husband, that is, Lu Shangyuan, to cooperate with me, Shin Hong said while eating. Cooperate on what? Chen Guiping asked with her cheeks puffed out. She didn't stop her chopsticks, quickly stuffing meat into her mouth. Betray Zhao Erbao, Shin Hong said. Cough cough cough. Chen Guiping nearly choked, her face full of disbelief. Betray? That's right, Shin Hong said calmly. If he is willing to cooperate with me, working together from the inside and outside, it would be much easier for me to kill Zhao Erbao. Of course, if he was unwilling to cooperate, Shin Hong wouldn't mind if this was Chen Guiping's death sentence. It would also be Lu Shangyuan's. After all, just now Chen Guiping said that Lu Shangyuan was coming to the bank to pick her up. Why, do you want to kill Zhao Erbao? Do you have a grudge? Chen Guiping asked softly. You don't need to know that, Shin Hong waved his hand. Zhao Erbao indeed had no grievances with him. But Shin Hong wanted to grow and expand, and Zhao Erbao had the same ambition. The two would inevitably clash sooner or later. It would be better to strike first and eliminate the threat. Zhao Erbao was different from Su Chao and Feng Lu. He was a self-made man, thriving even in the apocalypse. If it weren't for Zhou Jili's betrayal in his past life, Zhao Erbao would surely have become the overlord of Jiangcheng. Especially now, it was certain that Zhao Erbao was also a reborn person, making it even more impossible to leave such a potential threat alive. As for Su Chao and Feng Lu, they were useless. Shin Hong could easily take care of them. He could even make them swallow ability fruits, and with his level 4 ability he could turn them to ashes. But Zhao Erbao had even bought the flower market. Who knows how many ability fruits he would produce in the future. You've seen it, I can conjure. Supplies. Seeing Chen Guiping a bit uneasy, Shen Hong smiled. In exchange, I can provide you and your husband with abundant supplies as long as Lu Shangyuan cooperates with me when I need him. And I can guarantee his safety. The only one I want to kill is Zhao Erbao. It has nothing to do with anyone else, especially not my partner. After saying this, Shen Hong put down his chopsticks and looked at Chen Guiping. Chen Guiping hesitated in her eating, slowly chewing her food. After a long while, she said seriously, I will do my best to persuade him. No rush. Isn't he coming? When he arrives, you two can discuss it properly. Shen Hong took out a bottle of cola and handed it to Chen Guiping. Eat slowly, don't choke. More than 20 minutes later, Chen Guiping burped, comfortably leaning back in her chair. She was completely convinced and assured Shen Hong, boss, I will definitely work hard to persuade Lu Shangyuan to listen to you. She no longer wanted to live her previous life. Following this young man, she could enjoy a steaming, fragrant hot pot in such an environment. It was an honor for Lu Shangyuan to cooperate with her husband. She had figured it all out while eating. In the apocalypse, human lives were as cheap as grass, and supplies were more valuable than life. This hot pot, if placed outside, how many people would fight to be Shen Heng's dog? Yet he was willing to give her this opportunity. If not now, when? Moreover, Shen Hong had just thrown several Patek Philippe watches at her. Although they were from the safes of those wealthy people, the boss was actually willing to give them to her. One of those watches was worth millions, showing his sincerity. It's not about listening to me, it's about cooperating with me. Shen Hong smiled and corrected her. Revealing some cards at the right moment could make people more willing to comply. He's just a small middle manager, what cooperation is there? I will definitely persuade him to listen to you. Chen Guiping quickly said, you are willing to give us this opportunity, it is our honor. If Lu Shangyuan refuses to listen, I will divorce him. Guiping, what's wrong? Why did I just arrive here and hear something about divorce? A voice came from outside the door. Then, a thin figure pushed the door open. Upon seeing Chen Guiping and Shen Hong, the person was taken aback, showing a smile, but then, seeing the steaming hot pot on the table, Lu Shangyuan's smile froze. This, what the hell? Didn't my wife cry to me this morning that we had no food left? How come they are having hot pot? Boss, this is my husband, Lu Shangyuan. After seeing her husband, Chen Guiping quickly stood up to introduce him to Shen Hong. Boss? Lu Shangyuan was full of questions. Hello, my name is Su Chao. Shen Hong smiled. The apocalypse has arrived, so it's better to keep a low profile and use this name outside. After all, he and Su Chao were with the same woman, no distinction between you and me. Hello, Mr. Su. Lu Shangyuan said politely, unable to resist glancing at the hot pot. The food looks really good. However, he was also quite puzzled. Is there hot pot in a bank? I'm not a bank person. Shen Hong smiled, then patted old Qin on the shoulder. Let's go out for a bit, you talk to your husband about the cooperation. Okay, boss. Chen Guiping hurriedly stood up and bowed to Shen Hong. Wife, who are those two? As soon as Shen Hong and old Qin left the office, Lu Shangyuan couldn't wait to ask. They are superheroes. Chen Guiping recalled what had happened before and still felt shocked. Shen Hong and old Qin strolled out of the office without deliberately lingering, heading straight outside. However, just as they reached the center of the hall, they heard Lu Shangyuan's angry voice coming from behind the closed door. Did you discuss with them to make me betray President Zhao? Absolutely not. President Zhao has shown me kindness, how could I? Shut up. Chen Guiping was no longer submissive but struck back hard. Lu, let me tell you, if you don't want to follow the boss, then we might as well get a divorce and go our separate ways. Always talking about President Zhao, the Dongling Group's loan at our Standard Chartered was arranged by the two of us running around. After securing a 2 billion loan, what did he give you? Also, he spends every day in his castle having fun with 2 female stars, buying so many supplies. How much did he share with you? Aren't you just at home eating instant noodles? You work for him, he pays you a salary, isn't that normal? He has shown you kindness, then why have you been at Dongling Group for so many years and are still just a middle manager? You know, you were one of the people who fought alongside him back then. Why haven't you been promoted to management? After a few sentences, Lu Shangyuan fell silent. After a while, he finally spoke softly. He only heard you were at the bank and hurriedly found me a snow vehicle, otherwise, how could I pick you up? Pick me up? Chen Guiping sneered. Yes, he already knew I was at the bank. 3 days ago, when the heavy snow covered everything outside, he even called me to remind me to take care of that snake plant he stored in the vault. If he really cared about you, he should have sent a snow vehicle to have you pick me up long ago, right? Why did it take until today for you to come? You came this time not just to pick me up, he also instructed you to bring that pot of snake plant back, right? He might have even told you not to let the snake plant suffer in the snow. Lu Shangyuan's face changed. How do you know? Chen Guiping didn't know any of this, it was all what Shen Hong had taught her to say during dinner. Now seeing her husband's expression, Chen Guiping felt even angrier. Did I hit the nail on the head? Lu Shangyuan, do you know that in Zhao Erbao's eyes, your wife is not even as good as one of his snake plants? You're still serving him like a dog, truly useless. Chen Guiping gritted her teeth. No, it's not like that. Lu Shangyuan hurriedly explained. President Zhao told me that he would definitely reuse me in the future, and he said there are not many brothers he can trust in this world, and I am one of them. Although he lives in a safe house, many underground fortresses have been built around, The largest fortress recently leads directly to his safe house, and I was allowed to live there. Even General Zhou only lives in an ordinary fortress. I'm the only one. Do you understand what this means? I don't understand. Chen Guiping coldly pushed Lu Shangyuan away. Since you are so loyal to Zhao Erbao, then just listen to him. Our marriage is over. Ah, Lu Shangyuan panicked. Guiping, how can you? With him, there's no me. With me, there's no him. Chen Guiping's face was as cold as frost. You have 5 seconds to think. 5, 2, 1. Lu Shangyuan was taken aback. Pained. I will listen to you. This was the agreement he and Chen Guiping made when they were in college. If either of them got angry, they would count down from 5, prompting the other to apologize. However, they only counted 5, 2, 1. It represented I love you. In other words, it meant that he was very angry right now, but in his heart, he still loved her. As long as she was willing to apologize, he would definitely give her a way out and fall into her arms. Hearing Chen Guiping shout like this suddenly, Lu Shangyuan sighed heavily. He embraced his wife, his expression dull. He really wanted to follow Zhao Erbao. After all, Zhao Erbao had confided in him and was even willing to send beautiful starlets from the villa to sleep with him. These were Zhao's two favorites. Faced with such a leader, he was utterly devoted. But he had many years of feelings with his wife. When they had just married, he was busy with business trips every day, and Zhao Erbao was starting his company, earning little and being extremely busy. His wife served his elderly and ailing parents at home without complaint, taking care of them like a biological daughter. In his heart, he had long regarded his wife as the most important person. Don't be sad, following the boss is the better choice. Chen Guiping's expression softened. Lu Shangyuan leaned on his wife's shoulder, his voice somewhat muffled. After all, Zhao said that if he wanted to play, he could go over any time. Even if his wife moved into the bunker with him, he could still go out to play after she fell asleep. The starlets were just too enticing. Are you sure? Shin Hong looked at the couple across from him and asked again. Rest assured, since we promised, we will definitely not go back on our word. Chen Guiping smiled broadly and nudged Lu Shangyuan beside her. You speak. Ah, boss, you can rest assured. Lu Shangyuan came to his senses and quickly nodded. I will definitely cooperate well with you. You mean you can freely enter and exit Zhao Erbao's safe house? Shin Hong asked again. Yes. Lu Shangyuan glanced at his wife, gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Erbao trusts me very much, even willing to let me play with his two starlets. You decide when to go kill him, and I will cooperate by opening the door from the inside. Goodness, how much? Zhao Erbao trusted Lu Shangyuan. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Chen Guiping pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Let them play. After all, she had wronged her husband first. After the job is done, I guarantee your safety and sufficient supplies. Shin Heng smiled, but before that, you need to. Lu Shangyuan and his wife quickly perked up their ears. But the next second, Old Qin suddenly struck, instantly grabbing both of their throats. How could this happen? We clearly agreed. Neither Lu Shangyuan nor Chen Guiping expected Old Qin to suddenly take action. Moreover, Old Qin's speed and strength now far exceeded that of ordinary people. The two showed expressions of terror, their mouths agape, struggling to breathe. Shin Hong held two tiny black bugs, each the size of a grain of rice, and stuffed them into their mouths. Lu Shangyuan and Chen Guiping's eyelids twitched. They clearly sensed that these two bugs were alive. After being placed in their mouths, the bugs actually crawled down their throats on their own, traveling down the esophagus. Gag! As soon as Old Qin released his grip, the two immediately began to retch. What? What did you make us eat? Lu Shangyuan retched for a long time without being able to vomit, looking up at Shin Hong with a mix of shock and anger. Sorry, I don't trust you two that much. Shin Hong smiled, especially after what happened at the bank today. I don't want anyone else to know, so I had to take some special measures. Don't worry, these two bugs are high-tech products, not living creatures, and they won't be corroded by stomach acid, they'll just stay in your stomach. If you are unwilling to cooperate sincerely, these two bugs will decompose on their own in 5 days, carrying 0.1 grams of polonium. Polonium? Lu Shangyuan's face changed dramatically. Honey, what is polonium? What is that? Chen Guiping was now a bit confused by Shin Hong. This young man was sometimes all smiles, like a spring breeze, and at other times his expression turned harsh in an instant, like a split personality. She didn't dare to ask Shin Hong, only turning to Lu Shangyuan. Polonium is a radioactive element. Its toxicity is 25,000 times that of cyanide. Lu Xingyuan's lips trembled. 0.1 grams of polonium can cause the death of hundreds of elephants. What? Chen Guoping's face turned pale, filled with terror. Don't worry, the radioactivity inside is wrapped in special materials so it won't be released. Shen Hong said with a smile. However, once it comes into contact with stomach acid, the material can only last for 120 hours. After that, it will dissolve and completely permeate into your stomach. His smile was somewhat chilling, and Lu Xiangyuan instinctively held his wife tighter. However, if you deal with Zhao'erbo within 5 days, I will take these two little things out of your stomach. How can you guarantee that? Lu Xiangyuan mustered his courage and asked tremulously, what if you trick us? Wouldn't we be dead? I said, this is a high-tech product. Shen Hong looked at him disdainfully. Do you know how much it costs to make such a little thing? Would I waste it on you? It was rumored that 1 gram of polonium was worth 300 billion. Even 0.1 grams would be worth 30 billion. But buying this high-tech little bug from a vending machine only required a price of 30 million. Even so, this couple had already consumed 60 million. He held a small remote control in his hand and pressed a button, causing Lu Xiangyuan's face to change again. He could feel something crawling in his stomach. Do you feel it? Shen Hong grinned. I feel it. I feel it. Lu Xiangyuan's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. As long as I press the button, these two little treasures can crawl up from your stomach, traveling up the esophagus and out of your mouth. Shen Hong said with a smile, so I have no need to deceive you. I believe you. Lu Xiangyuan trembled, looking at Shen Hong with eyes full of fear. It was as if he were seeing a demon. When you go back, if Zhao'erbo asks you who you met, what will you say? Shen Hong asked. Lu Xiangyuan quickly replied, I had a smooth journey and successfully brought my wife back. There are a few who have starved to death in the bank. My wife is hiding in her lounge, keeping the door shut, surviving on snacks. Clever. Shen Hong patted Lu Xiangyuan's shoulder with satisfaction. All right, you can go now. Lu Xiangyuan's legs went weak and he stumbled, almost falling to the ground. He forced a smile at Shen Hong and then pulled Chen Guoping away. Boss, where are we going next? Should we just storm into Zhao'erbo's safe house? Watching the two tremble as they got onto the snowmobile to leave, Old Qin respectfully inquired. Shen Hong stroked his chin and shook his head gently. No rush, we'll talk after they return. Right now, the more important thing is to head to the next bank, Wand Bank. According to Chen Guoping, this bank is second only to Standard Chartered Bank in Jiangcheng. After all, Standard Chartered has moved its headquarters to Jiangcheng, so naturally, there is a lot of currency in its vault, allowing Shen Hong to make a fortune in one go. The headquarters of Wand Bank is in the capital, but it has also built a secondary headquarters in the northern district of Jiangcheng. In addition, there is Jiangtai Bank, a local private bank in Jiangcheng. The funds in its vault may not even match those of Wand Bank's secondary headquarters, but it won't be too little either. Besides that, the remaining banks, Chen Guoping estimated, probably don't have much cash or gold bars left. Jiangcheng is almost monopolized by these three banks, and the customer volume of other banks cannot compare to these three. The Wand Bank in front of them is a 30-story building, which in terms of height is far less than Standard Chartered Bank. However, the entire building is exquisitely and luxuriously decorated. Shen Hong took out the snow removal robot. This time it had been upgraded to a smart version. The previous one had already been tossed into the corner of his consciousness space. It must be said that the one referred to by the system as the smart snow removal robot is much better than its less capable brother. Although it looks similar, it doesn't require any buttons. After recognizing Shen Heng's voice and facial iris, it had completely acknowledged its master. Little stinky classmate, dig a snow tunnel. Shen Hong issued the command. The robot instantly leaped and dove into the snow. In less than a minute, it emerged again. Master, I have dug a passage for you, please take a look. Shen Hong led Old Qin into the snow cave, which was clean and tidy, unlike the snow tunnel dug by the less capable robot, which looked like a dog had scratched it. Having had previous robbery experience, this time they coordinated more seamlessly. Smash the glass, enter the door. Plus, Shen Heng's vending machine had leveled up, so after entering, he directly pulled out the smart life detection dog. He tossed it onto the ground and it scampered off. Eagerly, Old Qin waited in the lobby for the feedback from the detection dog. Meanwhile, Shen Hong took out a metal detection cat to search for the underground vault. Before long, the golden little cat stood on a spot on the floor, turning its head to meow at Shen Hong. This thing doesn't need to be very smart. Shen Hong knew that once it meowed, it meant there was definitely a pile of gold beneath that floor. However, it must be said that the underground vault of Wand Bank is quite well concealed. Shen Hong searched around but couldn't find the stairs to the underground vault. Damn, even the stairs are so hidden? Shin Hong frowned and placed 2 rows of explosives where the metal detection cat had just meowed. Then, he recalled the detection cat back into his space. At that moment, the smart life detection dog, which had rushed upstairs, was barking at a door. Old Sheen dashed up the stairs and headed towards the detection dog. Arriving at the door, Old Sheen knocked. "People inside, come out." No response. "Not coming out?" Old Sheen sneered. Just as he was about to break the door down, Shin Hong called out from downstairs, "Old Sheen, take cover." "Got it, boss." Old Sheen nodded and found an office with an open door, leaning against the wall and covering his ears. And that detection dog actually ran in with Old Sheen curling tightly at his feet. "Damn, you really are smart." Old Sheen was dumbfounded. If it weren't for the boss saying so, he wouldn't have believed that this shivering little dog was actually an artificial intelligence. Even its eyes carried a sense of fear and tension. Old Sheen picked it up and found that the fur on this little dog felt just like a real dog's. From the outside, there was no way to tell anything was amiss. This thing is a machine? Where did the boss get this? It's too high-tech. Old Sheen sighed. Shin Hong had already hidden in the client area, put in his earplugs, and detonated the explosives. Boom! Since the explosives were detonated in the first-floor lobby, the sound was deafening, like a thunderclap, instantly tearing apart the tranquility. The entire building shook violently for a moment. Dust filled the lobby, smoke scattered everywhere. It was as if one was caught in a gray storm. The entire building was shaking. The ground trembled. Old Sheen, hiding in the second-floor office, instantly heard several exclamations coming from the next room. When the shaking stopped, the door next door opened, and several figures rushed out, running and screaming, "Earthquake, there's an earthquake!" Whoosh! Old Sheen suddenly dashed out and blocked the way of a few people. "Who are you?" The leader, a handsome young man, frowned and glared at Old Sheen. "Didn't you hear? There's an earthquake! Get out of the way!" This old man was unfamiliar, clearly not a colleague from the bank. He naturally wouldn't be polite. "Why didn't anyone open the door when I knocked just now?" Old Sheen asked expressionlessly. "What the hell are you? Get lost." The young man was still cursing, but in the next second he felt a flash before his eyes as Old Sheen's right hand had already grabbed his neck. Gurgle, The young man's eyes widened. He felt he was about to suffocate. What terrified him even more was that the old man's arm was gradually tightening, lifting him slowly off the ground. How could he have such strength? The other companions around were stunned, and then a few reacted and directly lunged at Old Sheen. "Let him go!" Bang, bang! Old Sheen stood his ground, kicking out twice in quick succession. The 2 who had lunged at him were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and even sliding back a few meters. "You seem to really like cursing." Old Sheen's gaze turned back to the young man. At this point, the young man had already rolled his eyes, completely unable to speak. "If you don't let go, he will definitely die." A girl with glasses couldn't help but speak up. "He is the only son of our vice general manager. His name is Chen Jiawei. If anything happens to him, can you bear the consequences?" "Oh, so he's a rich second generation. No wonder he's so arrogant." Old Sheen released his grip, and Chen Jiawei immediately fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. At that moment, he even felt like he was going to die. "Who exactly are you?" The girl with glasses thought Chen Jiawei's identity would intimidate Old Sheen, frowning as she asked, "How could you barge into our bank? What are you still standing there for? All of you, go together and kill him." Chen Jiawei regained his composure, pointing at Old Sheen with a vicious expression. "Dare to touch me, and you're finished." Not far away, the 2 who had fallen to the ground also struggled to get up, glaring at Old Sheen with unfriendly expressions. This group had more than 10 people. They were all young, mostly male. After hearing Chen Jiawei's command, they all surrounded Old Sheen. "You're the vice chairman's son, you should know more secrets than they do." Old Sheen pointed at Chen Jiawei and said lightly, "Besides the underground vault, is there any other place to hide money in Wanda Bank?" Old Sheen still remembered clearly what had happened at Standard Chartered Bank. If he had killed Chen Guiping the moment he saw her, the boss would never have been able to get the money from the real vault. So, before taking action, Old Sheen wanted to ask them a few questions. It wouldn't be too late to kill after finding out. "What did you say?" Not only Chen Jiawei but even the others were stunned. "Is there any other place to hide money besides the underground vault?" Old Sheen impatiently scanned these people. "Ha ha ha." Chen Jiawei burst into loud laughter, even shedding tears. "What the hell, did I hear wrong? This silly old man just asked us about the bank's underground vault? Old man, I think your brain is broken." As he spoke, he swaggered forward and pushed Old Sheen. Old Sheen stood motionless. Chen Jiawei's face turned pale as he pushed Lao Qin again with force. "You fool, who told you to come here?" His hand was grabbed by Lao Qin, who then twisted it hard. Crack! A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed, and immediately Chen Jiawei let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. "Ah! Are you looking for death?" The girl with glasses glared. Lao Qin's expression was cold as he released his grip. Chen Jiawei was already rolling on the ground, clutching his right arm in agony. "My patience is limited. Lao Qin's icy gaze swept over the faces of the crowd. It seems you people still don't understand the current situation. If anyone else comes up to provoke me, don't blame me for being rude. Young Master Chen. The two who had been kicked out by Lao Qin hurried to Chen Jiawei's side, cautiously checking his injuries. Chen Jiawei's right arm was limp, completely unable to exert any strength. He knew that his right arm was most likely broken. Now, it's my turn to ask, and you will answer. Lao Qin coldly looked at Chen Jiawei. If you don't answer, I'll break your left hand. Once your limbs are shattered, I'll kill your companions. You. Chen Jiawei's face was grim, but recalling Lao Qin's methods, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Not talking? Lao Qin smiled and suddenly slapped the girl with glasses across the face. The girl, still wearing a mocking expression, seemed ready to ridicule Lao Qin. Crack, crack, crack. With that slap, the girl's head spun a full 180 degrees, and a sound that made one feel physically uncomfortable echoed from her neck. The few people standing behind her, seeing her body unmoved but her head grotesquely turned to face them, were momentarily stunned. Then, they let out sharp screams. Shut up! Lao Qin shouted angrily. The young women immediately fell silent, terrified. One girl even started to cry, quickly covering her mouth and looking at Lao Qin in fear. At that moment, the girl's body began to fall backward toward the other girls, causing them to scream again and hurriedly dodge. After the body fell, the girl's head finally separated from her body, rolling to the feet of several people. I haven't finished speaking. Why did you suddenly attack? Chen Jiawei's face was pale. It's nothing, I just found her unpleasant to look at, Lao Qin replied coldly. The dozen or so people fell silent. Still not answering? Lao Qin grabbed another girl, his rough hand gripping her neck. Let her go. Chen Jiawei's face twisted in rage. I'll talk. There's only one underground vault at Wanda Bank, there are no other places to hide money. He gritted his teeth. Let Lily go. This girl was the most beautiful among them, almost like a star. Lao Qin guessed that this Chen Jiawei fellow must care about this woman, and sure enough, as soon as he tested it, Chen Jiawei spoke up. Is what he said true? Lao Qin's gaze turned to another honest-looking man. Yes. The man swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. Lao Qin revealed a satisfied smile and punched the honest man in the face. The man didn't even make a sound before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. You, Chen Jiawei was both shocked and furious. Are you crazy? I already said there's only one underground vault. I'm not lying. Since there's only one underground vault, then you all can die. Lao Qin cackled, suddenly throwing a punch that hit Chen Jiawei's face. Chen Jiawei spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back, lying on the ground. Crack! At that moment, a faint sound of a camera shutter came from the back of the crowd. Old Qin looked up and saw a middle-aged man hurriedly putting away his phone, staring at Old Qin in panic. Were you taking pictures of me? Who did you send the photos to? Old Qin approached, his expression friendly and pleasant. But to the eyes of the crowd, he appeared like a demon from hell. 1 minute later, Old Qin looked at the bodies sprawled on the ground and snorted. The middle-aged man also lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open. This middle-aged man had some skills. Just a moment ago, he had even lunged at Old Qin, trying to hold him back and let the others escape. However, Old Qin was now an extraordinary person, capable of shattering anything with a single punch. He sent the middle-aged man back to be reborn. The remaining people naturally couldn't escape either. Old Qin quickly caught up and killed them one by one. Only the one called Lily earlier was spared. He left her alive. This woman was quite good-looking. What if the boss liked this type? Old Qin bent down, took out his phone from his pocket, and pressed the middle-aged man's finger on it. After unlocking it, he immediately saw the WeChat conversation page. He had just captured the moment he punched Chen Jiawei and sent it to the other party. The other party's name was saved as General Chen. He also sent a line of text. General Chen, a madman, broke into the bank and killed people. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the one called General Chen sent several messages on WeChat. What happened? What happened to Xiaowei? Old Qin frowned. He had been too focused on questioning earlier and had neglected this detail. Plus, there were more than 10 of these people, and the middle-aged man had deliberately stood at the back, so he had secretly captured his appearance. This General Chen was probably Chen Jiawei's father. Before he could think more, the middle-aged man's phone rang. After a while, without a reply, the anxious General Chen directly called. Old Qin pressed to answer. Old Zhang, my son is okay, right? Didn't I tell you to hide? You have enough supplies to last you for a few days. A roar came from the phone. What the hell is going on? Hello, speak. Old Zhang, what happened to my son? Listening to the anxious voice on the phone, Old Qin grinned and said, he's already dead. Who are you? General Chen was taken aback at first, then reacted, his teeth chattering. You killed my son? Yes. Old Qin glanced at Chen Jiawei's corpse and clicked his tongue. His whole face is smashed. It's a bit tragic. Do you want me to take a picture for you? You bastard. Old Chin hung up directly, then took a picture of Chen Jiawei and kindly sent it to General Chen. Then, he threw the phone on the ground and stomped it to pieces. Turning to the trembling girl in white beside him, Old Chin gestured, "Take me to the monitoring room." The girl was pale and shivering all over, trembling as she walked toward the monitoring room. Once inside, the girl immediately saw a figure standing at the entrance of the underground vault on the surveillance screen. This old man had accomplices. The girl felt even more despair. Old Chin stepped forward, using both fists and feet, and smashed the monitoring room to pieces. "Come with me." He didn't even look at the girl and walked straight out, heading down the stairs. The girl hurriedly followed. Although Old Chin was in front of her, she had no thoughts of escaping. Those who had already run out for more than 10 meters had been caught up by this old man and killed with a single punch. I definitely can't escape." When they reached the hall, the girl was shocked to see a huge black hole in the center of the floor. Was this caused by the loud noise just now? Before she could think more, a figure flew out of the hole. It was the young man she had seen standing at the vault door on the surveillance. Old Chin. Shin Hong nodded at Old Chin, and upon suddenly seeing the girl following him, he frowned. "Who is this? Do you know her?" "Boss." Old Chin respectfully bent down. "I'm afraid there might be hidden issues with the vault here, so I asked a few more people before taking action. As a result, I wasted some time, and one of those guys secretly took a photo and sent it to the higher-ups at Wander Bank. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." The girl looked at Old Chin in surprise, then glanced at Shin Hang. This handsome young man was actually the boss of this ruthless old man. "Took a photo?" Shin Hang said nonchalantly. "It's fine, so what if he took a photo? No need to apologize." The young man's indifferent attitude startled the girl. These two really were lawless. "I was afraid you would blame me, so I specifically left the prettiest girl here to keep you company, to help you calm down." A flattering smile appeared on Old Chin's face. The girl found it utterly unbelievable. This old man could kill without blinking, yet she actually saw him begging this young man? What was even more unexpected was that the old man left her alive just to appease the young man? Was this boss really that formidable? "What do you take me for?" Shin Hong chuckled and shook his head. He instinctively glanced at the girl and was momentarily stunned. The girl looked quite tired, and after several days without washing up, her makeup was smudged. But she was still exceptionally beautiful, even more radiant than Wang Ji's 3 girlfriends. She was almost on par with the 2 women at home. The girl clearly noticed Shin Heng's gaze and revealed a pitiful expression. "Boss, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want." The girl moved closer to Shin Hong, speaking in a delicate tone. "Old Chin, I'll leave this to you. I need to take care of something first." Shin Hong smiled and tossed the bomb detonator to Old Chin. He took the girl and found an office. Walking inside, the environment was nice. He hadn't tried playing cards on a bank's desk before. With his fire ability, he wasn't afraid of the cold, so it was a good opportunity to test it out. Just as he turned around, he saw the girl sitting on the desk, swinging her legs and gazing at Shin Hong with deep affection. "Boss, soon I'll be yours, so you have to take good care of me." "What do you want to say?" Shin Hong asked with interest. "I want to say," the girl pouted and acted coy, "that old man is your subordinate, right? He just grabbed my neck. You should punish him properly. I'm going to be the boss's wife in the future, and if this gets out, where will my face, no, your face go?" He. Shin Hong laughed. The girl smiled back. "He needs to know that he can't act on his own, killing so many people without asking for the reason." Are you done?" Shin Heng's expression darkened. It would be best to kill that old fool. She wanted to continue, but in the next moment, Shin Hong shot out a flame that struck the girl's forehead. The moment the flame touched her body, it instantly engulfed her, turning her into a pile of black ash. "What the hell?" Shin Hong spat, disdainfully opening the door and walking out. "Boss, you're done so quickly?" In the hall, Old Chin hadn't had time to detonate the bomb when he saw the boss come out, looking astonished. That was too fast. The boss was a real man in 5 seconds. "What are you talking about?" "I killed her." Shin Hong glared at Old Chin irritably. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see the hatred in that woman's eyes when she looked at you? You still wanted her to keep me company. If she became my bedfellow, she could whisper in my ear and sow discord between us. Boss, I am loyal to you, and you are sharp-eyed. You definitely won't listen to her." Old Chin said with a simple smile. "She even told me to take care of you." Shin Hong scolded angrily. "Old Chin, don't pull these tricks on me in the future. Although I am lecherous, I don't want just any woman. This green tea bitch, even if I have no interest in playing around. Don't treat me like a useless person who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman." Yes, boss." Old Chin nodded repeatedly. "Give me the device." Shin Hong kicked Old Chin. "And so what if people find out? What are you worried about? You're my man, we faced difficulties together. Haven't you heard that when brothers work together, their strength can cut through metal? What do you take me for? Old Qin covered his butt and handed the device to Shen Hong, feeling warm inside. Looking at his back, Old Qin's eyes even became a bit moist. How many years had it been since anyone had said such words to him? He even felt a surge of blood boiling, reminiscent of his time in the army. Following a boss like Shen Hong was his fortune. Although Shen Hong was young, a scene kept flashing repeatedly in Old Qin's mind. The cloth drifts for half a lifetime, only regretting not meeting a wise lord. Shen Hong indeed wanted to try something new. After all, he had been reborn and now possessed overwhelming strength, acting without restraint. Who wouldn't want to be with a beautiful woman? But the way that girl had stood and spoken just now, reminiscent of Feng Lu, made Shen Hang very uncomfortable. The image of Feng Lu was etched deep into Shen Hang's bones. His ability to be reborn was all thanks to this woman. So, even though he had wanted to see the girl experience the power of the turkey, he still killed her directly. With Shen Hang's personality, if he were to truly engage in a relationship, he wouldn't just leave it be. At the very least, he would provide the other party with ample resources to survive. He still couldn't bring himself to be heartless, even with Wang Jiayi's 3 girlfriends, as long as they could survive. With him, Shen Hong wouldn't care. Boom! With a loud noise from underground, the entire Wanda Bank building shook again. After waiting for a moment, Shen Hong and Old Qin jumped down. The underground vault of Wanda Bank was similar to that of Standard Chartered Bank, and the sweep was completed quickly. Half an hour later, Shen Hong and Old Qin leaped out of the pit and left, the underground vault completely emptied. His account balance, which had been insufficient at less than 100 million after several upgrades, now soared to 1.5 billion. This was because there was only this one underground vault at Wanda Bank, and the one in Jiangcheng was merely a secondary headquarters, yielding quite a bounty. An hour after Shen Hong and Old Qin left, 2 snowmobiles sped through the silent snowy landscape, stopping at the entrance of Wanda Bank. The leading snowmobile carried a stern-looking middle-aged man. In the other vehicle were 4 muscular men. The middle-aged man, with a cold expression, immediately drove the snowmobile towards a snow pit not far from the main entrance. The second vehicle quickly followed. One of the muscular men got out, laid down a prepared wooden board on the snow, and then walked towards the entrance of the snow pit. Without hesitation, he jumped down and moments later returned. Mr. Chen, this is a passage that was deliberately dug out, allowing direct access to the bank. Chen Jintian's face darkened, and with the help of several other muscular bodyguards, he entered the snow-covered passage and walked into the bank. The bank's hall was already in ruins, a site of devastation. Upon entering the hall, 2 bodyguards dispersed to search, while the other 2 remained vigilantly by Chen Jintian's side. After a moment, the bodyguard's walkie-talkie crackled. I found young Master Chen's body at the entrance of room 217 on the 2nd floor. The bodyguard glanced nervously at Chen Jintian, who had already strode towards the stairs. Arriving at the entrance of room 217, Chen Jintian staggered upon seeing the pile of corpses. The bodyguard beside him quickly supported him. My son. Chen Jintian pushed away the bodyguard and approached Chen Jiawei, looking at his son's face, which had been beaten to a pulp, and broke down in tears. After 2 bodyguards squatted down to check, they reported in a low voice, Mr. Chen, it seems he was beaten to death with fists. Young Master Chen must have endured a lot of pain before he died. Are you saying my son was beaten to death? Chen Jintian's tears streamed down his face, his eyes filled with malice. Yes. The bodyguard nodded, and the assailant should also be a skilled fighter, as all the punches were concentrated on young Master Chen's face, shattering all the bones in his face. Mr. Chen, another bodyguard interjected, you know Wing Chun, right? Just like in that old movie Ip Man from 100 years ago, where Ip Man practiced his punches, striking rapidly and precisely at the same spot, causing immense damage. Chen Jintian furrowed his brows, deep in thought. In his memory, he had no enemies. Why would someone have a grudge against his son? And they even found a Wing Chun practitioner to kill my son. After all, in the photos taken by old Zhang, he had never seen old Qin's appearance. They never expected that old Qin could shatter all the bones in Chen Jiawei's face with just one punch. The bodyguards had never considered such a thing. Who could break all the bones in a person's face with a single blow? President Chen. The 4th bodyguard approached and reported, those people have left for a while. The bank's underground vault has been destroyed, and the vault has been completely looted. I went to the monitoring room, but it was also damaged, and we can't check the footage. Take Xiaowei's body, and we will return first. Chen Jintian fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. The 4 bodyguards remained silent, tacitly lifting Chen Jiawei's body and walking out. After taking a few steps, Chen Jintian suddenly stopped, turning back to look around in confusion. The bodies on the ground were sprawled in disarray. His son's bodyguard, old Zhang, had also died tragically on the spot. But only Where is the girl Lily that Xiao Wei has been pursuing during this time? Chen Jintian frowned and said, you all split up to look for her. If she's alive, we need to see her, and if she's dead, we need to see her body. Yes. The 4 bodyguards immediately left. Besides them, there was no one else in the entire building, and they didn't have to worry about Chen Jintian's safety. Lily. Chen Jintian looked around with a dark expression. He was certain that Lily had not died here. When the blizzard arrived, he had indeed thought about bringing his son home immediately. But at that time, his son said he wanted to take the opportunity to cultivate his relationship with Lily and refused his father's suggestion. Chen Jintian didn't take it seriously. He just sent old Zhang over with plenty of supplies, enough for them to last 10 days or half a month. Just this morning, he had spoken to his son on the phone. His son said he was about to win over Lily. Chen Jintian understood his son's playful and lustful nature very well. In his view, this was a normal preference for every man. He himself was keeping mistresses outside, let alone a young man like his son. Moreover, Lily was also an employee of Wanda Bank. If it weren't for his son being interested, Chen Jintian would have thought about having some fun with her himself. He never expected that now his son was dead, and Lily was missing. Where had this woman gone? However, after a long time, all 4 bodyguards returned to Chen Jintian's side, shaking their heads, indicating they had not seen Lily. It would be a miracle to see her. Shin Hong had directly burned Lily to ashes, leaving not even a bone behind. Who would have thought that the pile of black ash on the office desk and the ground was Lily? They would just assume it was someone keeping warm in the office, having made a fire. Control Lily's family for me. Chen Jintian's face twisted in rage. And what about the old man who hit my son? Have you found out who he is? The leading bodyguard shook his head awkwardly. Not yet. Xiao Qi has already gone to the police station to access the police system for inquiries. I believe we will have results soon. Alright, I'll wait a few more days. Chen Jintian took a deep breath. To be able to blow open a bank vault, this is not an ordinary person. President Chen, please accept our condolences. Xiao Wei was like a brother to us, and we are also very heartbroken. The leading bodyguard supported Chen Jintian. Xiao Wei, you don't need to worry. Even if I know who the murderer is, I will be cautious and ensure a single strike kills. Xiao Wei is already dead. I can only make a thorough plan to avenge him. I understand this principle. Chen Jintian's face was pained. Xiao Wei whispered, President Chen, once we find out the other party's information, we will do everything we can to take him down. In our hearts, Xiao Wei is like a real brother. Let's go. Chen Jintian gritted his teeth, and the others lifted Chen Jiawei's body and left in silence. At this moment, Shin Hong was already in high spirits, walking out of Jiangtai Bank with old Qin, getting into a snow vehicle and preparing to return to Taoyuan community. He had made a profit. In the Jiangtai Bank, there wasn't a single living person, only 6 corpses that seemed to have been frozen to death for a long time. The bodies were covered with a layer of frost. The bank's vault was easy to find. After a quick explosion, all the gold bars and currency inside were swept away. Shin Heng's balance had once again climbed to 2.8 billion. To level up from 18 to 19, 2.62144 billion experience points were needed, and now he could reach level 19. Reaching level 19 also meant he could obtain an ability fruit. And this ability fruit was the key to Shin Heng defeating Zhao Erbao. Jiangtai Bank is quite far from the Taoyuan community. On the way, Shin Heng casually robbed 2 savings banks and a credit union. However, as Chen Guiping said, these small savings banks really don't have much cash, only a few million. The only comforting thing is that these small savings banks don't have special vaults. With just a strong explosive, they can be blown apart easily. To level up to level 20, over 5.2 billion in funds is needed, so earning a little is better than nothing. Otherwise, how many instant noodles would I have to sell to make back that 5.2 billion? Leveling up to level 30 is an astronomical figure. The savings banks are all near residential areas, and the sound of the explosions attracted quite a few residents to watch. Many residents stood on their balconies, watching Shin Hong rush into the savings bank, then the explosion, and Shin Hong joyfully running out the door, shaking their heads. This kid has gone crazy. Damn, he even made a bomb. Instead of blowing up Walmart's fat online supermarket warehouse, he's robbing a bank with a messed up mind? What's the use of the money he robs? To burn paper for warmth? A group of people didn't remind him but silently watched the show. Shin Heng sped along and, seeing a gold shop by the roadside, rushed in to rob and smash. The profits from the gold shop are clearly much higher than those from the bank. Generally, a small gold shop has about 20 kilograms of gold, which, after system recovery, amounts to over 20 million in funds. A medium-sized gold shop could bring Shin Heng around 50 million in profit. On his way home, Shin Heng deliberately took a detour to Jiangqing's largest gold shop, Jinxin Jewelry. He didn't care whether the gold and silver jewelry at the counter was gold-plated or not, he directly absorbed everything. Below the counter were the gold shop's safes, but in front of Shin Hang's universal key, these highly sophisticated safes were as easy to open as a drunken woman. Inside Jinxing jewelry, there were a total of 600 kilograms of gold, directly increasing Shin Hang's balance by 600 million. By the time Shin Hong returned to the community, night had fallen. But today, the harvest was quite bountiful. Not to mention the vending machine leveling up several times. Shin Hang's current personal balance was still 4.1 billion. After leveling up to level 19 and deducting 2.6 billion, he still had 1.5 billion left. This means that for the vending machine to level up to level 20, he had already secured nearly one-third of the money. Entering through the north gate of the community and looking at the standalone villas, Shin Hong suddenly had a thought. One should not forget the well digger when drinking water. The rapid upgrade of the vending machine could not be separated from the initial support of his good brother Wang Jia. He wanted to go over and take a look. By the way, he wanted to deepen their relationship and inquire about the shelter from Wang Jia. Taking out the original snowmobile, Shin Hong tossed it to Old Qin. You go back first, I have something to do. Okay. Old Qin nodded and drove away on the snowmobile. Shin Hang then pulled out a large amount of supplies, stuffed them into a sack, and came to Wang Jia's window, knocking on it. Damn, brother, you're here. Wang Jia looked alert, and after seeing Shin Hong outside the window, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly welcomed him in. The room was warm, and it was clear that with Shin Hang's supply of materials, Wang Jia was living well. However, as soon as he landed, Shin Hang's nose twitched. He smelled a faint scent of blood. Has someone been here? Shin Hong frowned and asked. Wang Jia smiled bitterly and shrugged. Don't mention it. Since last night, someone came to rob, but they couldn't open the window and retreated. Later, a locksmith came and directly pried open the window lock, nearly scaring me to death. Luckily, I usually like to play with bows and arrows, so I shot him dead with one arrow, and the rest ran away. Shin Hong noticed that Wang Jia was still holding a bow and arrow. I just went out for a bit to bring you some supplies. Shin Hong opened the sack. This time he brought a lot of vegetables, meat, and seafood. So many good things? Wang Jia's eyes lit up, and he turned to shout downstairs. Stop hiding, it's Brother Shin, it's all right. Soon, several thuds echoed, and 3 beautiful young women appeared. Upon seeing Shin Hong, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired girl jumped directly into Shin Hang's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. I thought I would never see you again. You haven't come to see me for several days. We're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What deep feelings are we playing at? Shin Hong laughed heartily, patting the girl's perky bottom, signaling her to get down. This is the supplies we just brought back. You all go cook for young master Wang first. We have something to discuss. The red-haired girl playfully pouted. You're so annoying, then kissed Shin Hong on the cheek before bouncing down the stairs. With a man in the house, the 3 girls felt a bit more confident. This is for you. Shin Hong reached into his pocket, pulled out something, and stuffed it into Wang Jia's hand. This is a gun. Wang Jia looked down at the heavy object in his hand and gasped. How did you get this? You don't want it? Shin Hong glanced at him. Of course I want it. Wang Jia quickly tucked it into his coat. Brother, I know the rules. I won't say anything or ask you. Don't worry, I won't get you into trouble. He took out his phone and transferred some money to Shin Hong. This is all I have left. Don't think it's too little. He actually made a bold 8 million. Shin Hong hesitated. That's a bit too much. It's different. Wang Jia shook his head. This treasure you gave me is a life-saving thing. Do you think my life is only worth 8 million? He stood up and closed the door, then lowered his voice. Shin Hong, I feel like we've known each other for a long time. There's something I've been hiding from you. Since you're willing to give me a gun, it would be beneath me to keep it from you. To be honest, in about a week, I should be able to leave here. The authorities built a shelter a long time ago, and our Wang family is the biggest supporter, even funding it the most. My dad even sold a lot of shopping malls to build the shelter. But that's beside the point. When the blizzard hit, my dad was taken to the shelter right away, but I was playing too late and only woke up to find the city buried in snow. The shelter has started operating, and everyone is overwhelmed. Even food supplies are scarce. So, the snowmobiles at the shelter are mostly used to transport food. In a week, the shelter will free up a snowmobile to come to Taoyuan community to take me to Jiangcheng shelter. By then, who knows when we brothers will meet again. At this point, Wang Jia sighed deeply. If I were at the Beijing shelter, my dad's words would carry some weight. After all, our Wang family invested the most in that shelter. But now, my dad is at the Beijing shelter and I'm being taken to Jiangcheng shelter. My voice is weak and it probably won't matter. Otherwise, I would definitely take you with me. Shelter? Shin Hong pretended it was the first time he heard the term. Is there really such a thing? Of course. Wang Jiyue nodded. The Beijing shelter is built to the highest standards, right under Jing Mountain. It can accommodate 200,000 people, divided into 4 tiers. The first tier is for leaders, the second for scientists, the third for guards, and the bottom tier is for ordinary people. Of course, they call them ordinary people, but they are actually somewhat prominent figures. However, in the shelter, they are nothing, only able to live in a large dormitory with 20 people. The shelter has strict hierarchies, and the shelter director has absolute authority. Scientists are conducting various experiments, doing their utmost to cope with all kinds of extreme weather, helping humanity to survive, while the guards are the armed forces of the shelter. The ordinary people at the bottom have to labor every day. Of course, this was the initial planning design, but as for what it will actually turn into, I don't know, and I have no idea where the Jiangcheng shelter is or what it looks like, but it should be similar to the shelter in the capital, generally built in the mountains, hollowing out the entire mountain, making load-bearing beams, propping up the mountain, and also digging down. It's a pity. My dad said that the capital shelter is also short on food, and they are still researching some protein substitutes that don't taste very good. If it weren't for safety reasons, I wouldn't want to go to the shelter. Where is the fun in hugging a girl in a villa? Unfortunately, in my generation of the Wang family, I'm the only male heir, and my dad ordered me to go, so I can only obey. Wang Jie sighed. Mountains? Shen Hang's heart stirred. There are almost no mountains near Jiangcheng, it's all flat land. Only in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng is there a Beima mountain. Beima mountain is actually more of a mountain range, consisting of 8 connected mountains of various sizes, which from a distance resemble the heads of 8 horses, hence the name. This is important news. Shin Hong thought about finding an opportunity to visit Beima mountain in the future. After all, the shelter is home to some big figures from Jiangcheng who were hurriedly brought to the shelter and must have a lot of assets in their hands. Some of them, with their valuable identities, have personal assets that are no less than those in the underground vaults of Standard Chartered Bank. At that time, if I have abundant supplies and go to trade with these people, the shelter shouldn't have much to say about it, right? The big figures in the major shelters are the backbone of upgrading the vending machine levels. Who knows, maybe the director of the shelter will even take the initiative to trade with me. Brother Shin Hong, I haven't told you this before, you won't hold it against me, will you? Wang Jie turned his head, looking at Shin Hong with some guilt. In times of crisis, it was Shin Hong who provided him with various supplies, allowing him to avoid being troubled by shortages. Although he paid 20 million, far exceeding the original price of the supplies. But this was the apocalyptic era in the freezing cold. Every item was worth its weight in gold. Wang Jie knew very well that if he were to sell the supplies Shin Hong had given him, they could even fetch over 100 million. Yet Shin Hong only asked for 20 million. Now, hearing that someone was eyeing his supplies, Shin Hong even gave him a gun. Wang Jie felt an impulse to swear brotherhood with Shin Hong on the spot. How could I blame you? Shin Hong smiled. After all, the shelter is considered confidential, right? Normally, you shouldn't even tell me. People like him, an ordinary citizen, were completely unworthy of knowing about the shelter, let alone entering it. It's a secret, but for me, it's just a building that our Wang family invested in and built in advance. Wang Jie scoffed. It's just that this building is a bit special, and the people inside are relatively important. What else do you know about the shelter? For example, who will be the director of the Jiangcheng shelter? Shin Hong asked curiously. Probably someone like the mayor of Jiangcheng, but I'm not sure about that. Wang Jie scratched his head. Anyway, I won't be staying in Jiangcheng for long. My dad said the underground train should be operational soon, and they'll come to take me to the Beijing shelter. After all, that's our Wang family's stronghold. Shin Hong nodded slightly. Indeed. Wang Jie was the only heir of the Wang family, and his father was not at ease letting him stay in Jiangcheng for long. Do the people on the lowest level of the shelter have to do any labor every day? Shin Hong asked. There are many places that need manpower. When it was designed, various extreme weather conditions were considered and what labor would be needed. For example, in extremely hot weather, they need to operate human-powered treadmills to turn the shelter's large wind turbines for ventilation and cooling. In extremely cold weather, like now, the human-powered treadmills are modified to become hot air blowers, keeping the shelter warm and dry. Of course, more often, they work with scientists to cultivate crops. At this point, Wang Jie paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Of course, there are also some of the least valuable people who serve as test subjects for scientists, undergoing various experiments. Shen Heng's expression froze. In his view, those who could enter the shelter were basically the elite among humanity. People like him, who were just wasting time writing and being taken advantage of, couldn't even reach the threshold. But he never expected that some of those who entered would actually be used as guinea pigs. Rather than this, it would be better not to go in. Shin Hong murmured. Not go in? Wang Jie smirked. You have no idea how many people would fight to get in once the news of the shelter spreads. Even if it's just to be a laborer, at least you can survive. There's an old saying, isn't there? Better to live poorly than to die well. Even you are the same. He looked at Shin Hong seriously. You have so many supplies and various heating devices. Indeed, it seems that entering the shelter means being controlled by those so-called leaders with no freedom, but your supplies will eventually run out, right? When the day comes that you have no supplies, won't you want to live? At that time, you will change your mind and wish to become a part of the shelter. Wang Jie shook his head. Shin Hong, when I return to the Beijing shelter, I will definitely find a way to bring you over. Although I, Wang Jie, am a playboy with no real skills, I'm not a fool. You were willing to help me back then, so I definitely wouldn't abandon you. Shin Hong came back to his senses and chuckled dryly. Well, thank you then. We're brothers. What are you talking about? Wang Jie punched Shin Hong playfully. Come on, let's eat first. After we eat, we can have some fun with those 3 girls. You've been missing them these days, right? I'm really too exhausted to keep going. Shin Hong cleared his throat. Let's skip that part. You guys, eat first. I have something to do. What are you pretending for? Wang Jie put his arm around Shin Hong's shoulder with a mischievous grin. How about we play around with the kitchen scene first, then eat? Really, no need. Just as Shin Hong was about to refuse, he suddenly heard a loud bang against the window. Bang! He instinctively turned to look at Wang Jie. Wang Jie's expression changed. Immediately after, a loud drilling sound erupted, followed by the drill bit pressing against the glass, creating a deafening roar. Wang Jie quickly rushed to the bedside and yanked the window open. The people outside seemed to be well prepared. As soon as the window was opened, several kitchen knives came slashing in. Shin Hong quickly pulled Wang Jie behind him, and the knives scattered onto the windowsill, causing Wang Jie to gasp in shock. If it weren't for Shin Hong, he would have probably been sliced to pieces. The handgun gave him a huge sense of security, but he almost got killed before he even had a chance to draw it. Wang Jie. A cold laugh came from outside. You sure know how to hide. Don't you have a bow and arrow? Let me see how many arrows you have left. Shin Hong moved to the window and looked up. Outside stood more than 10 middle-aged men, with the leader having a square face, but his narrow eyes gave his righteous face a hint of gloom. The snow had stopped today, and after a day of sunlight, the accumulated snow hadn't melted much but had turned into hard ice. Now these people stood on the snow, only sinking slightly, barely covering their ankles. As the square-faced man spoke, 2 burly men behind him each picked up a large bedboard and moved forward to completely shield the square-faced man behind the board. Who are they? Shin Hong frowned and quietly asked Wang Jie. They're the ones who came to rob us last night. Wang Jie smiled bitterly. They also live in a detached villa, and it was him who hired a locksmith and almost pried open my window. The 3 girls downstairs had stopped cooking, clearly having heard the noise, and were peeking out from the bedroom door, terrified. Wang Jie, why? Aren't you shooting arrows anymore? Afraid you can't pierce this bedboard? The square-faced man taunted from behind the large board. Since you're not saying anything, we might just have to come in. Breaking and entering, huh? Shin Hong replied with a grin. Oh, there's a helper too? Hearing Shin Hong's voice, the square-faced man sneered. But we have more than 10 people now. Wang Jie, why don't you obediently hand over all your supplies and women, and we'll spare your life? What do you think? After all, I wouldn't want the honorable young Master Wang to see blood. If something happens to you, your dad won't let us off easily. Since you know who I am, why not just surrender? The square-faced man snorted. But now it's the apocalypse. Even old Wang might be overwhelmed, let alone someone as insignificant as us. Big brother, stop wasting time with him. Second brother and the others have already taken that female star back. Let's hurry and grab his supplies. By the way, there are 3 girls in his room, just right for the brothers to have some fun. A thin man beside the square-faced man leaned in and whispered, the longer we wait, the more changes can happen. Don't worry, the second brother has already promised me that the first bite of that female star will be mine. The square-faced man chuckled. But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, causing his smile to freeze. What were you just saying? A female star? Shin Hong had a dagger in his hand, pressed against the neck of the square-faced man, and said coldly, Is it Chen Qin? How do you know? The square-faced man blurted out. With a flick of his hand, Shin Hong's dagger severed the man's head, blood spraying out and splattering the thin man's face. The thin man didn't expect that the older brother who had just been laughing freely with him was gone just like that. His legs trembled, and he wet his pants. Before he could collapse to the ground, Shin Hong had already grabbed him by the collar. Where is Chen Qin? She was caught back to the villa by the second brother. Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. The bloodied dagger in Shin Hong's hand was just pressed against the thin man's neck when the man let out a desperate scream. He knew that if he didn't speak, he would definitely be killed. This man in front of him had just met his older brother, and his head had already flown off. Moreover, there were so many of them, and they had no idea how the other party had appeared here. It was too fast. Shin Hong's attributes had skyrocketed, and his pure strength had already surpassed old Qin. His speed was also much faster than Rin Jia, who was a pure speed mutant. Upon hearing the words female celebrity, Shen Hong knew that Chen Xin had definitely been captured. Who is the second brother? Shen Hong asked coldly again. At this moment, the others around finally reacted. A few looked at the stern-faced man and had already turned to stumble away. The burly man who had been holding two bedboards let out a furious roar and raised the boards to smash them down on Shen Heng's head. The second brother, he is called. The thin man caught sight of the two burly men's actions and saw that Shen Hong seemed to completely ignore them. He gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed Shen Hong toward the bedboards. You go die, huh? Shen Heng's body was like an iron tower, unmoving. As the two bedboards were about to fall on him, he didn't even look and threw a punch backward. The two bedboards shattered with a loud crack, turning into wood chips that scattered everywhere. Shen Hong spun in place, his dagger flipping outward, and suddenly swung it upward. The two burly men froze in place, not moving at all. Moments later, they fell heavily to the ground, kicking up countless snowflakes. Two thin lines of knife marks appeared on their necks. The thin man was dumbfounded. These were the two strongest fighters beside his older brother. It was said they had even been special forces. Yet these two had no power to fight back against this young man and were directly taken down. Was this still human? What did you just say? Shen Hong looked expressionlessly at the thin man. The thin man trembled all over and quickly knelt before Shen Hong. Big brother, I was wrong. I will lead you right away. Hurry up! Shen Hong shouted angrily. The thin man hurriedly got up and quickly walked outside, turning back to bow and nod at Shen Hong as he walked. This way, please. Shen Heng's face was dark as he followed behind the thin man. A group of people, except for the 3 or 5 who had run away, originally wanted to fight Shen Hong and avenge their boss, but upon seeing the two burly bodyguards taken down with a single blow, they all fled outside. Want to escape? Shen Heng's hand shook, and a carbine appeared in his hand, directly sweeping fire at the backs of these people. Rat-a-tat-tat. With each scream, this group fell heavily to the ground. The few who had initially tried to escape felt a tightness in their hearts and quickened their pace. But before they could run a few steps, they felt a sharp pain in their backs, a tremendous force pulling them down into the snow, their heads tilting, completely losing their breath. The thin man turned pale as paper, his teeth chattering. BB brother, this way, you, follow me. He stumbled ahead, afraid that Shen Hong would also shoot him, quickly leading the way. Brother Shen Hong is so fierce. By the window, Wang Jia and the 3 women were all stunned. He had already prepared for battle. So what if there was a bedboard blocking the way? I have a gun now. But before he could react, Shen Hong had disappeared from his side. In the blink of an eye, he saw the stern-faced man's head fly off. It wasn't until the gunfire rang out that Wang Jia finally reacted. So many people, all were wiped out by brother Shen Hong? And it was done so simply and cleanly, it was like cutting vegetables. In fact, Wang Jia didn't even see how Shen Hong suddenly had a gun in his hand and without hesitation pulled the trigger, shooting down all these people like targets. Wang Xiao, I'm going to take care of something first. I'll head straight home later, so I won't have dinner. At this moment, Shen Heng's voice floated over. Okay. Wang Jia quickly shouted at Shen Heng's back. Be careful. Shen Hong didn't turn back, just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Villa number 6. Chen Qin's hands were tied and her mouth was taped shut, her face filled with terror as she looked around. Today, while she was cooking, a group of people suddenly smashed the glass and barged in. These people originally intended to check every household for supplies, thinking that no one was home at Chen Qin's, but unexpectedly, they ran into her directly. Chen Qin was just a weak woman. How could she stand against these people? She was immediately captured. Along with the supplies that Shen Hong had sold her, everything was taken away. On the way, the tall man leading the group had a smug look on his face, even picking up his phone to call a man he referred to as Big Brother. Big Brother, I've managed to get quite a lot of supplies. I never expected that there was a big star secretly living in our neighborhood. She's really beautiful, just like the drumstick girl people talk about online. Yes, Chen Xin, that's right. But whatever was said on the other end of the line made the tall man's expression suddenly drop. Big brother, I caught her, so I should at least get a taste first, right? Okay, you said it. Wang Jia's 3 women, let me have my fun first. Hurry up, I can't hold back anymore. We agreed that after you're done, Shen Xin is mine. It's my first time seeing a star, I didn't expect to get a taste. After that, he was brought to the hall of the villa and thrown into a corner. Chen Xin wasn't foolish, she knew what she was facing. It was precisely because of this that she felt even more terrified. After guarding herself for 25 years, was she really going to be? Bang! A heavy slap echoed from the coffee table not far away, and the tall man who had captured her looked impatient. Damn it, why is Big Brother taking so long? He has a lot of people with him, and De Zhuang and Er Zhuang are with him. Can't he handle Wang Jie? Second brother, Wang Jie, has a bow and arrow. It might be a bit troublesome. Big brother has to be careful, right? Capturing this beautiful star shouldn't be dangerous, a pale-faced man said lightly. But De Zhuang and Er Zhuang are carrying a bedboard. How many arrows does Wang Jie have left? Big brother is really getting old. The tall man snorted, looking dissatisfied at the pale-faced man. Then he turned his head and gazed obsessively at Chen Qin. Chen Qin shivered and quickly turned her face away. He. The tall man suddenly stood up, walked over to Chen Qin, and tried to reach out to tear her clothes. Second brother, we agreed that big brother goes first. The pale-faced man frowned. I know. The tall man turned back and cursed. I don't need you reminding me. Besides, that female star has probably been slept with by countless people already. What does big brother have to fight with me for? Just give me a taste. Is that too much to ask? Be careful she bites you off. The pale-faced man smiled ominously. The tall man's expression froze, as if he thought of the consequences, and he snorted coldly. Fine. I don't need to use my mouth. I can at least touch her, right? He was just about to make a move when suddenly a loud noise came from the second floor of the villa. Bang! Then came the sound of shattering glass. Everyone in the living room on the first floor was stunned, and soon after, a powerful voice came from upstairs. Little bastards, get out here. Big brother, they're all in the living room downstairs. Then another fawning voice followed. Skinny monkey? The tall man frowned tightly, uncertainly shouting upstairs, what's going on? Is big brother back? The next moment, Shen Heng's figure appeared on the second floor. He looked down from a height at several people in the living room, suddenly kicking and shattering the stair railing, then leaping onto the coffee table in the living room. Who the hell are you? Skinny monkey, where's the boss? The pale-faced man suddenly stood up, pulling out a hatchet from his lower back and without hesitation charged directly at Shen Heng's head with it. Shen Heng grinned coldly, grabbing the pale-faced man's right wrist with his left hand. The pale-faced man's expression changed. He realized that this young man had astonishing strength. His right hand was gripped tightly and couldn't move at all. Meanwhile, Shen Heng's right hand held a carbine, which he suddenly thrust into the pale-faced man's mouth, then pulled the trigger. Da-did-did-did-day. A series of gunshots rang out, deafening. The pale-faced man's head was like a shattered sieve, blood flowing profusely. Everyone was taken aback by Shen Heng's sudden actions, looking at each other in confusion. Before they could regain their senses, Shen Heng casually tossed the pale-faced man aside and aimed his gun at them. Click, click. No bullets left. Shen Heng frowned, and the others reacted, brandishing their weapons and charging at him one by one. Just right, I'll use you to test my. Shen Heng stood still and snapped his fingers. Flames suddenly appeared, silently shooting out. The figures rushing in abruptly halted, then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the thin monkey came down from upstairs, and upon seeing this bizarre scene, he shivered in fear. Should I just run? This is too creepy. How could flames appear next to that young man? In the instant the flames disappeared, those brothers hadn't even made a move before they all bled from their 7 orifices and died inexplicably. He looked at Shen Heng with fear in his eyes. What on earth is this guy? Human or ghost? He silently swallowed, quietly shifting his body, retreating back upstairs. He climbed out through the broken window into the snowy ground outside, then ran away without looking back. I can't stay here. He vowed never to come to Taoyuan community again in his life. I'd better live incognito as an honest person. He assessed his surroundings, then ran towards the north gate without looking back. Even though the night was deep and the outside was bone-chillingly cold, he resolutely fled this place. Inside the house, several people lay on the ground, and Shen Heng slightly turned his head to look at the tall man standing alone beside Chen Qin. He then stepped forward. Why you? Don't come over, don't come over. The tall man was already scared out of his wits, and seeing Shen Heng approach made him even more panicked. He turned his head and saw Chen Qin. Then he suddenly pulled out a knife and pressed it against Chen Qin's neck, shouting in a fierce yet cowardly manner, "You're here to save her, right? A hero saving a beauty? If you dare to move, I'll immediately stab her to death and let her die with me. You're threatening me?" Shen Heng frowned. "Let me go, and I promise I won't appear in Taoyuan community. As long as I leave safely, I'll naturally let her go." The tall man was agitated, the knife tip accidentally cutting into Chen Qin's delicate skin, a streak of crimson flowing from her neck. But Chen Qin seemed not to feel any pain, her bright eyes fixed intently on Shen Heng. Although they had met before when Shen Heng wore a hood, she was certain the person in front of her was definitely Huqi Shankai. The merchant who sold her supplies had come to save her again. Previously, when Chen Qin was in despair due to a lack of supplies, Shen Heng's appearance had planted an indelible mark in her heart. During this time, she often wondered what this Huqi Shankai looked like. And now, as Shen Heng appeared before her, he completely overlapped with the shadow in her memory. Chen Xin stared at Shin Hang's handsome face, her eyes filled with infatuation. The entertainment industry is not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women, but nowadays the trend is for sickly sweet boys, with each handsome man insisting on wearing smoky makeup, dressing like a girl, completely devoid of masculinity. Shin Hang wasn't the most handsome man, but now that he appeared here, in Chen Xin's eyes, he was the most manly man. I hate being threatened by others, especially since you hurt her. Shin Hong frowned. Ha! The tall man was taken aback, looking down at Chen Xin, realizing she was bleeding from her neck. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He struggled to look up at Shin Hong, then everything went black and he collapsed to the ground. As Chen Xin's hands were bound, when the tall man fell to the ground, he grabbed her, causing her to fall as well. But Shin Hong had already stepped forward, catching her in his arms. He tore off the tape from her mouth and, while untying the ropes from Chen Xin's hands, said, "You're hurt. I'll take you back to treat it now." Once the ropes were undone, Chen Xin threw her arms around Shin Hong and burst into tears. In that moment, she hadn't cried at all, focused solely on how to escape. Even if she couldn't get away, if someone were to violate her, she would bite her tongue and end her life. Such a strong old woman was now sobbing in Shin Hang's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "It's okay. If you keep crying, your wounds will bleed from the excitement and the scars won't look good," Shin Hong gently comforted, patting her back. Women are all creatures that love beauty, and upon hearing about scars, Chen Xin immediately stopped crying. "Alright, I'll take you back first." Shin Hong held Chen Xin and turned to walk towards the second floor. Chen Xin's face was flushed, and she softly replied with an mm. His embrace was so warm, so comfortable, especially when Shin Hong, like a magician, pulled out a women's system-selected windbreaker and put it on her. Chen Xin's heart fluttered even more. She had acted in many films, and because of her beauty, she had played roles where she was teased by thugs and rescued by the male lead. At that time, she had fantasized about when a man full of masculinity would descend like a savior and take her away, rather than just acting. I would definitely fall in love with him, irrevocably. At this moment, she stared at Shin Hang's handsome jawline, her eyes lost in admiration. Even when Shin Hong had her sit in the snowmobile, Chen Xin's hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, unwilling to let go. "Big star, you're safe now. How can I drive like this?" Shin Hong spread his hands, feigning helplessness. But inside, he was quite enjoying it. After all, he had already decided to make Chen Xin the second mistress of his villa. By a twist of fate, Huo Miao had brought young Jin Xian back first instead. What's your name?" Chen Xin suddenly asked. "Shen Hong." Shin Hang's nickname outside was Su Chao, but facing the woman he intended to bring home, he wouldn't indulge in any bad humor. Shin Hong. Seeing the snowmobile starting to slow down, Chen Xin boldly asked, "Are you married?" "Not yet." Shin Hong shook his head. Although Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian always called him hubby, especially in bed, he indeed wasn't married. "I like you." Chen Xin felt a surge of joy, then mustered her courage and said earnestly, "I really like you." People in the entertainment industry tend to be social butterflies. Although Chen Xin was quite reserved, she understood that when she met someone she truly liked, she had to be brave and pursue them. A man chasing a woman is like a mountain apart, but a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. Chen Xin's face was flushed, but she firmly spoke, "I want to be with you." "Do you like me?" Shin Hong stepped on the brakes, and both of them jolted. "You like me?" Shen Hong smiled playfully. "What if I already have a girlfriend?" "Then I would challenge her. I would compete with her." Chen Xin said seriously, "My mom once told me that in a lifetime, it's hard to meet a man who truly makes your heart flutter. Once you do, you must boldly pursue him. If you miss the chance, you'll regret it for life." "Is that so?" Shin Hong laughed, turning his head to say, "We're here." "Here?" Chen Xin turned her head and saw that the snowmobile had stopped in front of a row of townhouses. The yard of this townhouse had already been cleaned up, and just now, they had slid into the yard along the cleared snow slope. Shen Hong opened the door with the key, and beside him, Chen Xin, though nervous, followed closely behind him with determination. "Is this Shen Hang's home? Then his girlfriend must be here with him too?" She kept encouraging herself. "Chen Xin, you are a beauty, you are a big star. What is there to worry about? It's just a matter of fighting another woman for a man. You can do it." After the door opened, Shin Hong walked inside and called out, "Ning Yao, come out, it's time to work." A response came from the basement, and soon, Ning Yao came upstairs. "Is this Shen Hang's girlfriend?" The moment Chen Xin saw Ning Yao, she frowned. Both are beauties, but she realized that when facing Ning Yao, her looks and figure didn't hold much advantage. Indeed, Shin Hang's girlfriend is really beautiful. It's getting intense. What's going on? Ning Yao spotted Chen Xin at a glance, but as she approached, her eyes widened in uncertainty. This Chen Xin? Ning Yao's reaction made Chen Xin feel a bit smug. It seems that her star status is quite impressive. At least it can intimidate Shen Hang's girlfriend. "Hello." Chen Qin extended her hand to Ningyao. I'm Chen Qin. Why you, hello. Ningyao swallowed hard and quickly shook hands with Chen Qin. Just this morning, she was chasing after Chen Qin's drama with Jin Xian. She never expected that in the evening, Chen Qin would appear right in front of her. Ah, your neck is injured. Ningyao then noticed that Chen Qin's neck was still oozing blood, and she quickly turned to go to the basement to get a first aid kit. Chen Qin stood obediently in place, but her eyes couldn't hide her pride. Stop playing games, Chen Qin. It's that chicken leg girl. Ningyao's shocked voice could still be heard from downstairs. Is there someone else? Are Shen Hong or his girlfriend's friends here? Chen Qin thought to herself. Soon, several footsteps approached. To Chen Qin's surprise, 3 girls who were just as beautiful as Ningyao came upstairs. How can there be so many beautiful girls? Are they all Ning Yao's close friends? Before she could think more, all 3 girls rushed towards her. They must be her fans, right? But the next moment, she saw 2 of the girls jump into Shen Hang's arms, simultaneously calling him hubby, and then each gave him a French kiss. Chen Qin was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Husband, why have you been out for so long? Husband, it's been a whole day. Are you hurt? Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian asked simultaneously. Meanwhile, Yang Mushuan stood by, sweetly, calling out brother-in-law. This title made Chen Qin breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not 3. Wait. She looked at Shen Hong in shock. Shen Hong, you don't have a wife, do you? Chen Qin's expression stiffened. Clearly, he has a wife. And 2 at that. But which of them is the senior, and which is the junior? How can they live together harmoniously? Chen Qin felt her worldview collapse. Although there are many dark things in the entertainment industry, and Chen Qin, being part of it, has heard many ugly stories, those capital tycoons are just playing around outside. The main flag at home remains upright while the colorful flags flutter outside. She had never heard of anyone bringing a mistress home to live openly with the legitimate wife. But Shen Hong is now embracing 2 women. What's more, judging by the looks of these 2 girls, they seem completely accustomed to it. Chen Qin couldn't see a hint of jealousy from them at all. Husband hasn't married us yet, but that doesn't stop us from living together, Yang Jinxian said with a smile. You are Chen Qin? Wow, I never expected a big star would come to our home. Why you, hello. Chen Qin chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit lost. At that moment, Ning Yao hurried upstairs with a medical kit, pulling Chen Qin to sit on the sofa and carefully helping her treat her wounds. Use this spray. Shen Hong tossed a small bottle to Ning Yao. This won't leave a scar. Okay. Ning Yao took it, her eyes lighting up. It was a scar spray she had never seen before. The efficacy was unquestionable. It must have come from the same company that treated Gui Yupeng. She guessed correctly, the products were all from a mysterious company called System Selection. Husband, this wouldn't be the new sister you found for us, would it? Huo Miao leaned close to Shen Hang's ear. Shen Hong scratched his head. Huo Miao had noticed earlier that when Chen Qin saw her and Sister Jean kissing their husband, her face was filled with shock. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of unwillingness and jealousy deep in her eyes. Now, seeing Shen Hang's reaction only confirmed Huo Miao's suspicions. She wasn't jealous. In fact, she even agreed to let Ning Yao and Yang Mushuan also become Shen Hang's partners. This way, the 4 of them at home could take turns keeping Shen Hong in check, preventing him from being unfaithful outside. But unexpectedly, before she could change Ning Yao and Yang Mushuan's status, Shen Hong had already brought back a beautiful woman, a top-tier star at that. As the first woman to be with Shen Hong, Huo Miao naturally understood his temperament. As long as she was obedient, no matter how many women Shen Hong had, her position would always be there. He could never abandon her. Moreover, after gaining her powers, she was even more certain of Shen Hang's trust in her. Otherwise, why would he give her the ability fruit instead of Sister Jean? I have powers now, while Sister Jean is still an ordinary person. In my husband's heart, I am still more important. As long as I confirm this, that's enough. Now that her husband had brought back a new sister, as the queen of the harem, she should show a bit more grace. She turned to see Ning Yao had already treated Chen Qin's wounds and immediately sat down beside Chen Qin, taking her hand and saying, Chen Qin, from today on, you are the 3rd mistress of this family. Since we have a common husband, we are good sisters. And this is your home. Chen Qin looked at Huo Miao, dumbfounded. Wait. I am supposed to be competing with you for a man. I originally thought I had 1 opponent, but now it has turned into 2, and my mind hasn't caught up yet. Why are you telling me now that we've become good sisters? I have inexplicably become the 3rd mistress of this household? Sister, aren't you the least bit jealous? I can't quite keep up with your train of thought. Yes, Yang Jinxian said with a beaming smile as she sat down beside her. Don't be so reserved. With us, we are family now. Tonight, I'll help you out, and that stinky man, my husband, won't even know how happy he is. Chen Qin's mouth opened slightly. Alright, this is even more explosive. Can we communicate normally? At least give me a warning or accept my challenge for the man. With you two acting like this, I'm really scared. Although Shin Hong knew that as long as he brought Chun Shin home, the two women in the house wouldn't say anything and would instead enthusiastically agree. But now, it was clear that the two women were still warm, while Chan Shin felt a bit dizzy. You two talk to Chin Shin for a bit, I have something to do. Call me when dinner is ready, Shin Hong instructed and went straight up to the third floor. There were more important matters at hand. If the plan went smoothly, he could deal with Zhao Bao tomorrow. Arriving at the bedroom on the third floor, Shin Hong locked the door and sank into his consciousness space, frantically shopping again. After leveling up the vending machine to level 19 and raising the surrounding attributes to 19, Shin Hang looked down with satisfaction. He felt that even with Chun Shin added to the mix tonight, he wouldn't be afraid at all. He could take down all three of them. His pants felt heavy, filled with power. Then, he purchased an ability fruit. The strange fire was now at level 4, and to upgrade to level 5, he needed 4 ability fruits. He never even considered keeping it for himself. Instead, he took out his WeChat secondary account's phone, opened the owner group, found Shin Xianyo, and requested to add her as a friend. The friend request was almost instantly accepted. Shin Xianyo clearly didn't expect that the mysterious big shot behind Harmonious Wealth would actively add her as a friend. Once the friend request was accepted, she quickly sent a message. Hello, Big Shot, may I ask, is there something you need? In Building 21, Unit 2, Apartment 302, Chen Mengqing curled up in her blanket, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement as she looked at her phone. She was 23 this year, just graduated, and still looking for a job. In the past few days, she had spent almost all her money on purchasing supplies, leaving her with very little savings. It was too expensive. A pack of instant noodles cost several thousand. But fortunately, today instant noodles had surprisingly returned to $100, which made Chen Mengqing want to cry and curse Harmonious Wealth all day. Big brother, messing with prices like this could easily ruin us. She saw that Harmonious Wealth changed prices daily, so she hurriedly stocked up on supplies at a high price, but unexpectedly, it changed back in an instant. If I had known it would be like this, I would have bought more today. I bought 6 packs of instant noodles at a high price yesterday, a total of 60,000. If I had waited until today, how much food could I have bought? However, perhaps her curse had taken effect, as Harmonious Wealth had just actively added her as a friend. Chen Mengqing was almost scared to death, but she didn't dare to refuse the friend request. She had seen with her own eyes how Harmonious Wealth wielded an AK and shot down dozens of owners. If she didn't accept the friend request, she probably wouldn't live to see tomorrow, right? With that thought in mind, she accepted the friend request and actively inquired, adding a few smiley emojis at the end. Just one thing, Shin Hong typed. Are you willing to be my woman? Chen Mengqing was stunned, rubbing her eyes vigorously. She even thought she was hallucinating. After seeing that line of text again, Chen Mengqing hesitated for a moment and finally replied with a frowning emoji. Big Shot, you really know how to joke. She replied awkwardly with a smile. I'm not joking. Shen Hong replied, as my woman, I will ensure you have no worries about food and clothing and enjoy a life of luxury. After thinking for a moment, Shen Hong took a photo of the thermometer on the wall. This is the temperature in my house. Looking at the photo sent by Hechi Shankai, Chen Mengqing widened her eyes, zoomed in, and examined it back and forth. 25 degrees. Even. Hechi Shankai showed a bit of his arm in the photo. Why would his house have such a high temperature? This is not scientific. Thinking about herself, she was shivering all over, wrapped in 2 thick blankets and still feeling numb from the cold. The living standards were completely on different levels. You decide quickly, I'm going to take a shower first. Soon, Hechi Shankai sent another message. If you're willing, I'll pick you up tonight. You can still take a shower. Chen Mengqing was completely shocked. She hadn't showered in 7 days. Now her whole body felt as if ants were crawling on her, and it was an unbearable feeling. Every word from Hechi Shankai seemed to hit her G-spot, making it impossible for her to refuse. Chen Mengqing had dated a boyfriend before, and she knew very well what men were thinking. Should I just agree? In her mind, both restraint and desire appeared simultaneously. But in the end, restraint was defeated, and desire seemed like a demon, urging her in her ear, agree to him, agree. As long as you follow him, you can live in a warm house, enjoy various resources, and even take a shower. You have no money left. How many more days can you hold on? You're about to throw up from eating instant noodles. What's there to be proud of? Now, if you die, what good will a pretty face do? If he were useless, you wouldn't have to bother, but look how strong he is now, he even has a gun. Following a man like this is the only way to survive in such a harsh environment. Do you want to be harassed by Yang Gang tonight? Thinking of that name, Chen Mengqing shivered. With the extreme weather continuing, many people had lost their reason and basic morals, acting recklessly. People were uncertain how long they could survive in such an environment. Suppression and despair gave rise to evil thoughts in their hearts. Yang Gang, from the same unit, was one of them. He had long coveted Chen Mengqing's beauty. Just yesterday, he even came to her house to smash the door. Fortunately, Chen Mengqing had replaced her security door earlier, and the quality was top-notch, so Yang Gang ended up smashing it for half the night, cursing and swearing. As a result, he woke up the girl living alone across the hall. When the girl came out to check, Yang Gang spotted her and, driven by his beastly instincts, directly pinned her down and rushed into her home. Half an hour later, Yang Gang left satisfied while the girl stood at the door crying, disheveled and in disarray. Chen Mengqing saw all of this through the peephole and was terrified. She didn't even dare to go out and comfort the girl. Today, even if Gui Yupeng's instant noodles were only 100, she wouldn't dare to go out. She was afraid that, as soon as she stepped outside, she would be caught by Yang Gang. Just as her thoughts were drifting, a loud noise came from the security door. Immediately after, Yang Gang's eerie laughter echoed through the door, chilling her to the bone. Chen Mengqing, stop hiding. I'm here waiting for you every day. I want to see how the hell you plan to get out. Isn't it better to obediently listen to me? I will take good care of you. Why won't you just be with me? Chen Mengqing's face turned pale in an instant. That devil, Yang Gang, was back. Yang Gang stood outside the door, a sickly smile on his face. He held a hammer in his hand, striking the door again and again with force. Fortunately, the quality of Chen Mengqing's security door was good, only slightly scratched. Yang Gang came from a well-off family and spent his days idly. When the other residents heard the banging, none of them came out to stop him, all of them keeping their doors tightly shut, huddled at home. In his previous life, Yang Gang had also harassed Chen Mengqing, but everyone was starving, and he couldn't even hold the hammer steady, ultimately freezing to death on the stairs leading to Chen Mengqing's home. As soon as he died, he was dragged away, and many residents licked their lips, slitting Yang Gang's throat, then lying on him, desperately drinking his blood. Now, with Shin Hong providing unlimited supplies, Yang Gang was plump and even bought oil and clothing, wrapped up tightly like a meatball. Listening to the noise outside, Chen Mengqing covered her ears in pain. She glanced at her phone at the conversation with Hachi Shankai, gritted her teeth, and finally replied, blushing, okay, I'm in Building 21, Unit 2, Room 302. Can you come pick me up? There's a pervert standing outside my door, I can't go out. After sending the message, it felt like a stone sinking into the sea, with no reply from Shin Hong. For a long time. Outside, Yang Gang's cursing could still be heard. He was already tired from banging. At that moment, Yang Gang turned to smash the door of room 301 across the hall, and soon, the girl from across the hall opened the door, trembling. Yang Gang grinned and rushed into the room. Chen Mengqing naturally knew what Yang Gang was doing, but even so, she didn't dare to go out. What if Yang Gang was a barbarian king, only able to be a real man for 5 seconds? What if she stepped out, and Yang Gang put on his pants and blocked her? At that time, she wouldn't even be able to go home. She didn't dare to take that gamble. Fortunately, at that moment, her phone buzzed. Chen Mengqing quickly picked it up and saw that Hachi Shankai had replied. Alright, just wait. It was late, so Shin Hong naturally couldn't go out. He picked up his phone and called Ren Jie. Hello, boss. Ren Jie was at home, listening to Lao Qin recount his day with the boss filled with envy. Robbing a bank. And the bank headquarters, how exciting. Although he didn't understand what the boss needed so much money for, the essence of the matter was thrilling. In the past, he wouldn't even have dared to think about it. Seeing the boss's call, he excitedly answered. You go to Building 21, Unit 2, Room 302 to pick someone up. After knocking, just say Hachi Shankai and she will open the door for you, then bring her to me. Shin Hong instructed. Also, there's someone harassing her outside her door. If you encounter him, just kill him. Got it, boss. Ren Jie quickly got up, greeted Lao Qin, and dressed before heading to the underground passage, making his way to Building 21. His speed was incredibly fast. Even without using his abilities, he far surpassed ordinary people, reaching the unit door in no time. As soon as he entered the hallway, he heard banging sounds from above, along with a man's voice cursing. Chen Mengqing, what are you hiding for? Can you hide in there for the rest of your life? I live right below you, you can't run away. You better come out obediently now, or once I get in, I'll make sure to play some high difficulty moves with you and stomp you to death. Ren Jie didn't pay much attention, although the boss had been supplying resources. These days, due to extreme weather and the authorities completely neglecting the situation, many people below had started to have significant friction. Especially neighbors who already had conflicts were constantly fighting. He had seen many like this, coveting beautiful neighbors, now wanting to claim them for themselves in the harsh environment. However, the boss said that as long as there's no trouble right under his nose, it's fine, so Ren Jie didn't bother too much. He went up the stairs. However, when he reached the second floor, Ren Jie was a bit surprised. The sounds were coming from upstairs. The man outside the door, cursing loudly, was probably the guy the boss mentioned, the one causing trouble. As Ren Jia climbed the stairs, he saw a hefty man standing at the door of room 302, continuously banging with a large hammer and cursing non-stop. This was the guy. "Hey," Ren Jia shouted, "what are you doing?" Yang Gang, swinging the hammer, was momentarily taken aback by the voice from behind, then turned his head and frowned. "Who are you?" "I'm here to take this resident away." Ren Jia honestly pointed at the door of 302. "You're not the resident of 302, are you?" "Of course not, you idiot." Yang Gang scowled and cursed, but suddenly remembered something. He turned back and slammed the hammer against the door again, shouting angrily into the room, "Chen Mengqing, I didn't expect you to be so bold, bringing a man over to pick you up on such a cold day. I'm here to bring you warmth, and you don't want it, but instead want to leave with this short guy?" Ren Jia wasn't tall, barely reaching 1.7 meters. Hearing Yang Gang's words, he didn't get angry, he understood. The person living in that room was a girl, and the boss had asked him to bring her back. And this guy outside was presumably the troublemaker. The boss said to just take care of him. Inside, after Chen Mengqing replied to a message from Shen Hong, she quietly came to the living room, leaning against the wall by the security door, listening to the commotion outside. As she expected, Yang Gang came out of room 301 just a few minutes later. Then he started banging and cursing with the hammer. Chen Mengqing took a deep breath. Now, all she could do was pray that the security door was sturdy enough not to be easily smashed. "And the big boss, you need to hurry up. I've already promised to be your woman. Don't you want to come and take me away?" In her anxiety, she was pleasantly surprised to hear voices in the hallway. They were coming so quickly. Then, her face flushed. Men really are creatures that think with their lower bodies. Even the big boss couldn't escape this custom. As soon as she agreed, he rushed over, probably wanting to play cards with her, right? But then again, who wouldn't be unable to resist when they heard that the beauty of the agricultural department at Jiancheng University was willing to accompany them? She wasn't worried about the big boss's safety at all. After all, she had seen that day when Shen Hong held an AK and coldly sprayed bullets while she hid in the crowd. The big boss had a gun. However, when she heard Yang Gang call him a short winter melon, Chen Mengqing pursed her lips. That day, she was too far away to see Shen Hong's height and appearance clearly. Yang Gang was only 173 centimeters tall, and he called him a short winter melon. Was the big boss at most 165 centimeters? She was 172 centimeters tall. Would it feel a bit awkward if they were together? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Yang Gang outside let out a scream, followed by silence. Then, a light knocking sound came. Chen Mengqing came back to her senses and quickly leaned against the peephole to sneak a look outside. A seemingly honest and simple-looking man was knocking on the door. Then he spoke. "He Chi Shang. Kai." It really was the big boss. Chen Mengqing hurriedly opened the door, only to find Yang Gang lying on the ground, motionless. I. Chen Mengqing blushed and stammered. "Come with me." Ren Jie glanced at Chen Mengqing and immediately understood. The girl looked quite pretty, with beautiful eyes. She was one of the future boss's wives. The boss was impressive. He already had 2 stunning wives at home and still dared to bring back such a beautiful girl. Thinking about myself as the boss's trusted aide, I'm still a lonely person. How pathetic. But then I think of old Qin, who is even more of the boss's trusted aide. And still a bachelor, and it balances my feelings a lot. Do I need to bring anything? Seeing Ren Jie decisively turn around to take her away, Chen Mengqing asked. Softly, her face flushed. No need. Ren Jie shook his head. Come on, the boss has everything. Would he care about the few things in your place? Oh. Chen Mengqing nodded, looking back longingly at the room before finally locking the door and following Ren Jie. Once downstairs, she mustered her courage to ask, "Can I ask how you knew about me? After I went to your house, besides that convenience, what else do I need to do?" Ren Jie was startled and quickly waved his hands. I'm here to pick you up on orders. I don't know anything. This boss lady thinks of herself as the boss. Even if I dared to say it, I wouldn't dare to listen carelessly. Chen Mengqing reacted, her face turning even redder. This wasn't exactly a friendly way to make money. It seemed like they were subordinates of a big shot. She silently followed Ren Jie, walking along the underground passage towards the row of villas. Meanwhile, Shen Hong closed his phone and walked out of his room in his pajamas. The aroma of food wafted in as Yang Mushuan and Ning Yao were still cooking in the kitchen, with 4 or 5 dishes already laid out on the table. Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian sat on either side of Chen Xin, seemingly chatting away, and it looked like they were getting along quite well. However, Chen Xin, smelling the delicious dishes, couldn't help but sneak glances at the dining table, quietly swallowing her saliva. She had previously imagined how luxurious Shen Heng's home would be, but she never expected that they could eat so extravagantly. There was even seafood. Several lobsters, as thick as arms, were placed in a large basin, exuding a mouth-watering aroma. Upon hearing Shen Hong open the door, the 3 women on the sofa immediately looked up. Looks like you all had a good chat, Shinhong said as he came downstairs and approached them. Hubby, we just talked and Shen Xin is willing to be our sister, Huo Miao said, hugging Shinhong and giving him a playful kiss. I didn't expect you to bring home a beautiful star. Chen Xin's face flushed even more and she shyly lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes. She had thought that after confessing her feelings she would win Shinhong over. But who would have thought that Shinheng's girlfriend was a top beauty and there were two of them. These two women coexisted peacefully and even welcomed her to join them. Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, one on each side, chatted with her and in a daze she agreed. When she finally came to her senses she felt it was utterly absurd. Shin Xin, actually have to share the same man with two other women? This is too ridiculous. Moreover, besides Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, there were two other stunning beauties in Shinheng's home. Yang Muxuan didn't count much in her mind, after all, she was Yang Jinxuan's younger sister. Shinhong couldn't possibly overlook his sister-in-law. But what about Ning Yao, the beautiful doctor living in this house? Wouldn't something happen between her and Shinhong? Since she had already agreed, Chen Xin naturally wouldn't go back on her word. She secretly glanced at the two busy in the kitchen and quietly voiced her doubts. To her surprise, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian burst into giggles. They then told Chen Xin that they had originally intended for Ning Yao to be the third main mistress. However, their husband disliked Ning Yao's overly compassionate nature, which was why he refused. This left Chen Xin even more bewildered. Yang Jinxian said that Ning Yao was still her friend and that she had actively recommended her. This world was simply too crazy. Remember, hubby hates women with excessive sympathy, Yang Jinxian reminded from the side. But hubby is right, you should know what the outside world is like. Having a compassionate heart will ultimately harm yourself. From now on, we are sisters at home. You should listen to Miao Miao more, she is the number one mistress of the house. This made Hua Miao's heart bloom with joy. It seemed that Sister Jin Xian had a clear understanding of her status in this family. The girls then quietly discussed how to work together to keep Shinhong captivated, while Chen Xin listened in the middle, her face turning red, unable to resist wanting to hear more. In short, we need to unite and make hubby infatuated with the three of us so he won't fool around outside. Otherwise, with hubby's flirtatious nature, how many people would there be in this house? Huo Miao summarized. Even if hubby has plenty of resources, he can't supply them all. Right. Yang Jinxian nodded in agreement. Miao Miao, let's try out what we discussed tonight. Chen Xin closed her legs, her face even redder. They were too bold. There were outsiders in the house, how could they say such things? What about Chen Xin, the younger sister? Huo Miao asked. Let her do her thing. Yang Jinxian glanced at Chen Xin's flushed face, clearly inexperienced and probably wouldn't be much help. Tonight's main force still had to be herself and Miao Miao. But Chen Xin had the star buff, so she might have some unexpected effects. Just as she was saying this, Shinhong walked out of the bedroom. Chen Xin glanced at Shinhong and quickly lowered her head shyly. What are you guys talking about, so lively? Shinhong smiled. Honey, you're not bringing home another sister, are you? Huo Miao pouted and asked. She had just asked Chen Xin, and the two had not had any intimate relationship before. Moreover, Chen Xin had never dyed her hair red. In other words, her husband's red-haired girl was still secretly hidden outside. Shinhong cleared his throat. I knew it. Huo Miao reached out and pinched Shinheng's waist. You're just eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Men are all big pigs. Then, she rubbed Shinheng's waist and said softly, I'm just afraid you'll get too caught up in this every day and wear yourself out. After all, the outside environment isn't good right now, and all of us women are relying on you. If you, then we really wouldn't know what to do. She was very clear that Shinhong also had abilities, but having abilities didn't make him a superman. With nightly revelries, which man could handle it? If they encountered a powerful opponent in the future, and because of them, Shinhong didn't have the energy to fight back, and something really happened, it would be too late to cry. As the master of the harem, Huo Miao felt it was necessary to clarify these critical points with Shinhong. Honey, we're not against having more sisters, but you need to take care of your health. Huo Miao hugged Shinhong tightly. Shinhong kissed Huo Miao on the forehead. I know, don't worry. Right now, my husband is a superman all around. You have no idea of my strength. Especially today, that special skill jumped from 13 to 19, and my combat power is completely on another level. Don't say adding a Chen Xin. Even if Chen Mengqing came, the four of them would still be small fries. Thinking of Chen Mengqing, Shinheng's throat moved. Although this woman's looks were slightly inferior to Huo Miao's, she was still a top beauty. In his previous life, he had been stolen from by Chen Mengqing a few times. In this life, stealing back from her would be fair, right? After all, he had consumed so many ability fruits plus old Qin's use, he was already certain. Everyone's physique is innate. The awakened abilities are all different. Even if Shin Hong swallowed the ability fruit that Chen Mengqing had eaten, he would probably still enhance his fire ability. No wonder he was puzzled when he saw the ability fruits in the vending machine and why they didn't show the corresponding abilities. It turns out that what ability one awakens is all predetermined. So why was he fire? Is it because he has a fire fate? He looked down at his pants and chuckled. It should be said that I have infinite firepower. Sister Chun-Shin, look at how charming you are. My husband can't help but fantasize about tonight's life already. Huo Miao turned her head with a jealous face and said to Chun-Shin, look at him now, with that pig-like expression. Chun-Shin lowered her head even more. After a long while, she finally raised her head, seemingly gathering courage, and whispered to Shin Hong, husband. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction. He had never thought that one day he would have the beautiful drumstick sister from the TV call him husband so affectionately. Husband, you must remember, you can't overdo it, and the number of our sisters can't be too many, Huo Miao reminded again. However, before she could finish her words, Shin Heng's phone dinged. He picked it up and saw it was a message from Ren Jie. Boss, we have arrived at the basement door. Shin Hong turned his head and quickly walked towards the basement. Is there a guest coming? Huo Miao nestled beside Shin Hong, naturally noticing his phone, and called out to the kitchen, Yao Yao, Mu Xian, stir-fry another dish. It seems like we have guests. Okay. Ning Yao nodded. She had always loved cooking and her dishes were top-notch. Now that she was living in Shin Heng's home, despite holding the title of family doctor, she felt a bit guilty not contributing in such a nice environment. So, she took on the duties of the housekeeper herself. As for the future, whether she would develop a relationship with Shin Hong, she hadn't thought about it. Just let things take their course. By the way, Mu Xian, your boiled shrimp is amazing. Let Chen Xin try your cooking later. Huo Miao, like a hostess, instructed young Mu Xian. Okay. Yang Mu Xian replied softly. Looking at the well-organized home, Huo Miao showed a satisfied smile. However, as she turned her head, she saw Shin Hong walking into the living room with Chen Mengqing, and her smile froze. Another sister has come. She? Huo Miao looked incredulous, glancing at Chen Mengqing and then at Shin Hong. This is Chen Mengqing. From now on, cough. Cough, she will be your sister. Shin Hong cleared his throat. Huo Miao's mouth twitched. Well, just a moment ago, she told him not to always think about such things, and she even generously said she could accommodate a few more sisters. And here he was, going out for a day and bringing back two? More importantly, this girl wasn't even a redhead. She really wanted to sing a song to Shin Hong right now. How many good sisters do you have? After Chen Mengqing was brought in, Ren Jie turned and left. She looked at Shin Heng's handsome face, her heart fluttering. Who would have thought that being amiable would bring such fortune? He was so handsome. But now, seeing several girls at home who were even prettier than her, Chen Mengqing was also stunned. And hearing the big shot say that she was their sister. Could it be that these girls were also Chen Xin? Upon seeing a beautiful girl on the sofa, Chen Mengqing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Honey, are they that kind of sisters? Huo Miao quietly approached Shin Hong, her hand tightening around his waist, giving him a hard pinch. Sisters like Chun-Shin? Yes. Shin Hong nodded. You really didn't take my words seriously. Huo Miao wrinkled her nose at Shin Hong, then shook her head dejectedly. Honey, how many do you really have outside? Since you're bringing them home, you might as well bring them all back, since it's already like this today. To say he was fickle, he was indeed running further down the path of being fickle. At the moment, should, temporarily. Shin Hong coughed repeatedly, stammering, and suddenly thought of a little grain of sand, his tone a bit weak. It seems there are more? Huo Miao squinted at him. Nothing happened. Shin Hong waved his hands repeatedly, trying to prove his innocence. It's just Chen Mengqing and Chen Xin. I didn't. You can ask them both. All right. Hua Miao sighed. I'm not that unreasonable. I'm really just worried. Don't worry. Shin Hong held Huo Miao tightly. He certainly knew that Huo Miao was looking out for him. If it were really about jealousy, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to welcome Yang Jinchuan's sisters into their home back then. However, my dear Miao Miao, you probably have no idea about your husband's capabilities right now. Shin Hong believed that after tonight, Huo Miao wouldn't say such things anymore. I am Huo Miao. Huo Miao turned to Chen Mengqing and smiled warmly. Welcome to be a part of our sisterhood. Chen Mengqing nodded shyly. After Huo Miao introduced Yang Jinxian and Chen Xin, Chen Mengqing couldn't help but widen her eyes. It really was the big star Chen Xin. Moreover, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian, the two older sisters, were also super beautiful, and together with Chen Xin, they didn't seem overshadowed at all. In contrast, she felt like she was somewhat inferior to them. This made the class flower feel a bit defeated. Arriving at Shin Heng's house, she felt a bit uneasy. Now, being compared to three radiant beauties, Chen Mengqing felt even more self-conscious. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Ning Yao's voice came from the kitchen and Chen Mengqing turned her head, instantly stunned. What a beautiful cook. And not just one. Chen Xin, Mengqing, you two go wash your hands first, let's eat. Hua. Miao led the two girls to the bathroom. Soon, surprised voices from Chen Xin and Chen Mengqing came from the bathroom. Washing hands was now a complete luxury for them. But not only could they wash their hands at Shen Heng's house, Chen Xin also saw that the water heater's light was on, which meant they could take a shower. Hua Miao was right. Aside from being a bit fickle following him, they didn't have to worry about the quality of life and material aspects at all. She was still by the sink, seeing various high-end cosmetics and skincare products, and couldn't help but be amazed. She couldn't believe these things came from Hua Miao or Yang Jinxian. They must have all come from Shenhong. Soon after washing their hands, the few of them gathered around the dining table to eat together, enjoying the warm dishes and the delicious chestnut and water chestnut rib soup. Chen Xin and Chen Mengqing occasionally stole glances at Shen Heng. This was real life. Thinking about her situation over the past week felt like a nightmare. After dinner, Hua Miao and Yang Jinxian took the initiative to hug Shen Heng's arm and went upstairs together. Chen Xin and Chen Mengqing followed behind, their faces flushed. They both knew what was about to happen. Since they had already made a decision, there was no turning back. Once in the bedroom, Hua Miao led them to the bathroom, letting them shower first and preparing corresponding pajamas. Just as they set the water for their bath and were about to wash, they heard the sounds of flirtation coming from outside. This was too. Chen Xin's face turned red as she quietly asked Chen Mengqing, "Do you have experience?" "No. I had a boyfriend before, but we never went that far," Chen Mengqing whispered. The two instinctively lowered their voices, most of their attention drawn to the sounds outside. "So we have to." Chen Xin couldn't finish her sentence. They would have to join the battle soon. Chen Mengqing didn't respond but quickly took her shower. After washing, she didn't even put on her pajamas and just walked out. Chen Xin stared in shock. No experience? She had no idea that in Chen Mengqing's eyes, the other two sisters were the true mistresses of the house. Even though Chen Xin and she had just arrived, and Chen Xin was a big star, she felt she couldn't compete with her. Moreover, all three of them were so beautiful that it made Chen Mengqing feel a sense of inferiority. Only by striving to please Shen Heng could she have a place in this house. Seeing Chen Mengqing walk out so boldly, Shen Heng's eyes lit up. "This little girl, I've got you for life." He waved her over and Chen Mengqing joined him. Chen Xin stood alone under the shower, her face flushed and her heart racing. "Chen Xin, you still have the courage to compete, right? Why are you hesitating? At such a critical moment?" She kept encouraging herself until she heard Yang Jinxuan's "Chen Xin, save me" from outside, and she gritted her teeth and rushed out. The next day, Shen Heng woke up feeling refreshed. He was not tired from the battle at all. Meanwhile, the four women were still asleep. He couldn't help but marvel at how stunning they were. They truly were hexagonal warriors. Since he needed Chen Mengqing's help today, he had deliberately not talked much with her last night. Shen Heng gently patted Chen Mengqing and she immediately stirred awake. Upon seeing Shen Heng, her face flushed and she shyly wanted to cover her head with the blanket. Thinking about the craziness of last night, she felt she had been too bold. Now, looking at Shen Heng, who had become intimate with her, she felt a bit at a loss. "Come with me," Shen Heng whispered to Chen Mengqing. "Oh, okay," she quickly replied, putting on a short-sleeved shirt and quietly following him. She didn't know what Shen Heng was planning, but since she had become his woman, she had to wholeheartedly stay by his side. Last night, Hua Miao had also told her that once she followed Shen Heng, she must not have any second thoughts. Hua Miao, as the first mistress, naturally understood how careful and cautious Shen Heng had been with her. He had even mentioned this to her more than once. She also needed to instill the idea of not betraying Shen Heng in the other sisters. Ning Yao, yawning, was already making breakfast. She hadn't expected Shen Heng to be so fierce in battle. She had once again lost sleep last night. Listening to the sounds from upstairs, Ning Yao even suspected that Shen Heng would break through the floor and a few of them would fall into her room. Can't they go up to the third floor? Why do they have to be on the second floor? Is this deliberately for me to hear? Trying to make me unable to resist and join in? After this, how can I sleep at night? Or should I just go upstairs tonight? Ning Yao was lost in thought and didn't notice that Shen Heng had already gone up to the third floor with Chen Mengqing. Once they entered the bedroom on the third floor, Shen Heng closed the door and said to Chen Mengqing, "Sit." Chen Mengqing obediently sat down, and seeing Shen Heng's serious expression, she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart and leaned in to kiss him. Shen Heng was surprised. "Husband." Chen Mengqing blushed and spoke up, "Sister Miao told me about it yesterday. You don't have to worry. Since I've become your woman, I will never betray you. You sent someone to rescue me yesterday, and I wasn't forced. I willingly chose to be your woman, so..." Shin Hong was taken aback, then smiled at Chen Mengqing's clumsy confession. He was no longer worried that she would betray him. After experiencing a week of apocalyptic cold, she wasn't foolish. She knew very well that by following him, she could enjoy this wonderful life. Moreover, last night, Chen Mengqing also felt the joy of being a woman. Shen Heng's initial tests with Hua Miao were only because the apocalypse had just begun, and Hua Miao hadn't experienced any harsh environments, so he was worried she might have second thoughts. But Chen Qin and Chen Mengqing were smart enough to understand that only by wholeheartedly following him could they continue to live this way. Even so, Shin Hong still had a lie detector in his hand, a high-quality item carefully selected by the system, with no margin for error. Chen Mengqing looked at the extra item in Shin Heng's hand with some surprise and steeled herself to continue. I will be a good little woman for you. I won't. The lie detector flashed a few times and showed a square root. Why did you stop talking? Shin Hong asked with interest. Is this some kind of toy? Chen Mengqing blushed, pointing at the lie detector and quietly asking, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Shin Hong widened his eyes. What are you talking about, beautiful thief? From my past life? You can even associate this with that kind of thing? What? Shin Hong slapped his forehead, put the lie detector away, and then said seriously, you should know very well that following me is the only way to live this kind of life, right? Chen Mengqing nodded honestly. Shin Heng suddenly produced a pack of instant noodles. Chen Mengqing was dumbfounded. This. Shin Hong shook his hand, and the instant noodles disappeared, then reappeared as several country-style chicken legs. Chen Mengqing was stunned. How could her husband have nothing in his hands? And then, I have special abilities. Shin Hong smiled and said, I can conjure up all the supplies. If you follow me, you'll never have to worry about supplies for the rest of your life, and that's why I sell supplies. After all, if supplies were limited, why would I sell them? Even if you all lived for another life, or even another life after that, you probably wouldn't be able to finish my supplies. Chen Mengqing's mouth dropped open, forming an O shape. Shin Hong stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. This is real supplies, not some magic trick. Chen Mengqing took a bite, nodding in shock. It was indeed true. Her husband actually had the ability to conjure unlimited supplies. This was simply, I also have a special ability. Fruit now. Shin Hong produced a special ability fruit and handed it to Chen Mengqing. Eat this and you'll have special abilities. This, for me? Chen Mengqing, with a chicken leg in her mouth, found it hard to believe. If she ate this dark brown fruit, would she have special abilities like her husband? Husband, this fruit must be very precious, right? Chen Mengqing asked cautiously. Right now, it is indeed very precious, but after a while, I will have more. Shin Hong said, as of now, I only have this one left. Well, then let my husband keep it for you to eat. I just want to be a good woman at home. Chen Mengqing shook her head repeatedly. She didn't doubt the authenticity of the ability fruit. After all, she had nothing. So how could her husband possibly deceive her? It's for you, just accept it. Shin Hong glared. Oh. Chen Mengqing obediently accepted it. Looking at the ability fruit in her hand, she quietly asked, Husband, since I just arrived at our home, why don't we give this ability fruit to Sister Miao Miao or Sister Jean first? I feel it's not quite appropriate. Miao Miao has already eaten it. She also has abilities, Shin Hong said lightly. As for Jean Bao, I don't have any extra to give her for now. Not even Sister Jean. Chen Mengqing couldn't help but gasp. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. She knew that Chen Xin had just arrived at her husband's home yesterday, just like her. And Sister Jean was the second mistress of the house. This meant that among her husband's 4 women, besides Sister Miao Miao, she was the second to be granted the ability fruit. Looking at Shin Hong, she smiled happily. Hurry and eat it, Shin Hong urged. Chen Mengqing no longer hesitated and swallowed it in one bite. Soon, she felt a golden warmth surge in her lower abdomen, flowing into her limbs. Shin Hong sat across from her, watching Chen Mengqing with a tense expression. It was known that in her previous life, Chen Mengqing had awakened the ability to pass through walls. Now that Chen Mengqing had become his woman, it was crucial for killing Zhao Erbao. Although he had already fed the polonium worm to Lu Shangyuan and Chen Guiping, completely controlling them, Shin Hong wouldn't place all his hopes on them. Lu Shangyuan was a loyal subordinate of Zhao Erbao. What if he still wanted to be a foolishly loyal person in this life? Shin Hong admitted that a significant reason for taking Chen Mengqing was to kill Zhao Erbao. But just now, hearing Chen Mengqing's somewhat clumsy confession, he felt a bit moved. Since they had already become intimate, Shin Hong wouldn't treat her as just a tool. He would also treat her seriously. At that moment, Chen Mengqing looked up, surprised and delighted, at Shin Hong. Husband, I can feel it, I have abilities now. But immediately after, she drooped her head, looking dejected. But my ability isn't infinite resources. I'm really sorry, husband, I feel like I've wasted the ability fruit. What ability did you awaken? Shin Heng's gaze was fixed on Chen Mengqing. It seems to be. Chen Mengqing stood up, looking uncertainly at the wall behind her. I feel like I can pass through walls. Give it a try. Shin Heng's eyes lit up, quickly saying. Chen Mengqing looked at the bedroom wall, took a deep breath, and then walked straight towards it. Shin Hong watched intently. Just as Chen Mengqing was about to collide with the wall, her figure suddenly vanished. The entire wall remained intact. Even Shin Hong couldn't see anything unusual. This was too exaggerated. The next moment, faint footsteps could be heard from outside the door, and Chen Mengqing opened the bedroom door, whispering, "Husband, this is my ability. Do you have any special feelings?" Shin Hong asked. "No, at the moment I passed through the wall, it felt like holding my breath and diving into water. The next second, I came out from the other side of the wall," Chen Mengqing recalled carefully, then honestly said. "Can you stay inside the wall?" "I can, but I have to hold my breath. Whenever I can't hold it anymore, I have to come out quickly," Chen Mengqing added. Shin Hong took Chen Mengqing to try again. In a normal floor, Chen Mengqing could even pass through. He had her lie on the first floor, and with a thought, she directly passed through the ground and fell into the basement room. Of course, to be safe, Shin Hong stood in the basement, and when Chen Mengqing fell down in a panic, he caught her in his arms. Her face turned rosy as she nestled into Shin Heng's embrace. I have to say, although Chen Mengqing may not be as beautiful as the other three girls, this girl has been practicing dance since she was little, and her body has very little flesh belonging to that kind of slender beauty. It's easy to lift her up. In fact, she could even penetrate the insulation material on Shin Heng's wall. Shin Hong looked at Chen Mengqing's heroic appearance and frowned slightly. In this life, after all, Chen Mengqing is his woman. But what if there are other wall-penetrating superhumans who quietly come to his home? Shin Hong possesses level 4 and is completely unafraid. But once he is not around, it is inevitable that trouble will arise. He needs to think of a good plan. "Honey, are you unhappy?" Chen Mengqing noticed Shin Hong frowning and said softly, "Am I too useless? I only awakened a wall-penetrating ability, and it seems a bit useless." "Who says it's useless?" Shin Hong came back to his senses and said seriously, "It's very useful." "Is it, really?" Chen Mengqing felt a bit unsure. She couldn't understand what use her ability had. "Next, I'll teach you how to use a gun." Shin Hong moved his hand, producing an extra handgun and handing it to Chen Mengqing. "Today, you have a very important task, which is to practice your shooting. I don't expect you to be very accurate, but you must keep your arms steady and hit a target within 10 meters. Shin Hong hugged Chen Mengqing and walked outside, saying, "I'll take you to the shooting range to practice." After greeting Ning Yao, Shin Hong took Chen Mengqing and left the house. The shooting range wasn't far from there. Shin Hong drove the snowmobile and arrived in half an hour. The entire shooting range was empty. Shin Hong took out the snow-clearing robot, and under Chen Mengqing's astonished gaze, he dug out a passage under the snow and then walked in. The two arrived at an indoor shooting range, where Shin Hong taught her all the techniques for using a handgun, then gave her several thousand rounds of ammunition to start practicing. It wasn't until noon that Chen Mengqing finished her practice. Her arms were sore. Fortunately, she was now able to accurately hit targets within 10 meters, and as for hitting the bullseye, she could manage 2 or 3 shots out of 10. That was enough. Shin Hong only needed Chen Mengqing to be proficient with the handgun. After all, only she could enter Zhao Erbao's home. However, Zhao Erbo was a person who had been reborn and had also experienced betrayal, so he definitely wouldn't easily trust anyone again. Moreover, he was a business tycoon, while Shin Hong was just a writer, and since Zhao Erbo had been reborn earlier, he had many means at his disposal. Although Chen Mengqing could enter the room and come out in an instant, for safety's sake, Shin Hong still equipped her with a handgun. With a gun in hand, Chen Mengqing's safety was more assured. Additionally, Shin Hong prepared a corresponding bulletproof suit for her, trying to ensure her safety as much as possible. "Honey, what is this for?" On the way back, Chen Mengqing touched the bulletproof suit on her body, curious. "You'll need to go out with me tonight," Shin Hong said seriously. "There will be danger, even to the point of killing, but if we don't eliminate him, we will have a lot of trouble in the future. Not just trouble, but even a headache." He didn't even know how many green plants Zhao Erbo had hoarded. If it dragged on until the green plants bore supernatural fruits, Zhao Erbao's supernatural fruits might be enough to blow him up. What could he use to fight against him? Strike first, and the later one suffers. "I'll listen to you, honey." Chen Mengqing nodded obediently. She was startled when Shin Hong mentioned killing. However, thinking about it, everything she had now, even the unimaginable supernatural ability, was all granted by her husband. Now that her husband needed her help, she naturally had to do her best. Just then, Shin Hong suddenly slammed on the brakes, looking curiously ahead. Chen Mengqing followed Shin Hong's gaze. Not far ahead was a Starbale Supermarket, a well-known local supermarket in Jiangcheng, open 24 hours. This supermarket was quite large, located in a residential area, and usually had good business. Because of the heavy snow, the entire 3-story supermarket looked like a single-story building from the snow-covered ground. The glass windows of this single-story building had been smashed and sounds of fighting could be heard from inside. A middle-aged man suddenly rushed to the glass window holding a few bottles of water and bread in his arms, struggling to climb out when someone behind him came chasing and slashed at his back. The man let out a wow and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking up at Chen Mengqing and Shin Hong with a vacant stare. Help me. Are there accomplices? The young man holding the machete slashed at the middle-aged man several times, then looked up sinisterly at Shin Hong and Chen Mengqing. You have some guts. This is the supermarket occupied by Boss Chen, and you dare to come steal supplies, seeking death. After saying that, he shouted into the supermarket, then climbed out of the glass window and walked towards Shin Hong. Hey! Chen Mengqing frowned. We don't even know him. Still a girl. The young man's eyes lit up even more, and he rushed towards the snowmobile in a few quick steps. Although this girl was wearing a hood and her appearance was unclear, her voice sounded promising. Incredible. Even if she looks a bit ugly, it doesn't matter. Everyone has been freezing in this icy world for so many days, and they've long been holding back a wicked fire. At worst, they can make her wear a hood. It's the same if they can't see her face. That enchanting voice is sure to make one feel all tingly inside. It must sound wonderful when she calls out. Clearly, there are more of this guy's companions in the supermarket. Soon, 3 or 4 more people climbed out from the window, wielding machetes and kitchen knives. The leading fat man's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Hong's snowmobile, a snowmobile. He knew very well how useful a snowmobile could be in such harsh conditions. If he gave the snowmobile to Boss Chen would definitely reward him handsomely. Who knows, he might even get to enjoy a night with his young model girlfriend. Saner, make that kid leave the snowmobile behind, don't let him run away. The fat man quickly shouted at the young man who was leading the charge. Big brother, there's a young girl here too. Saner, panting heavily, ran over, his eyes fixated on Chen Mengqing, and turned back to say, seeing the bloody machete in his hand and his reckless gaze, Chen Mengqing timidly leaned closer to Shin Hong. Little did she know, Shin Hong pushed her away. Honey. Chen Mengqing turned in disbelief, staring blankly at Shin Hong. Surely, her husband wouldn't want to abandon her, right? What are you standing there for? This is a perfect live target, just right for you to practice. Shin Hong said calmly, all these people are up to you. Ha! Chen Mengqing looked at Shin Hong in shock. Honey, don't you have a gun? But Chen Mengqing wanted to say more, but Shin Hong had already coldly turned his head away. Time was tight. This morning, Chen Mengqing had only practiced with a handgun against a target for the whole morning. But tonight, she was going to fight Zhao Erbao. One careless mistake could lead to death. Shin Hong didn't want anything to happen to Chen Mengqing, but then again tonight, getting into Zhao Erbao's fortress-like safe house depended entirely on her. If Chen Mengqing got nervous or made a mistake, the price would be her life. Now that someone was actively delivering themselves to her, if she didn't practice now, when would she? Moreover, looking at these people, they all had blood on their hands and were eager to come looking for death, so it was perfect for Chen Mengqing to practice on them. Chen Mengqing was momentarily stunned, but seeing Saner rushing towards her, she quickly reached into her pocket and pulled out her handgun. Saner, holding the machete, was completely dumbfounded when he suddenly saw Chen Mengqing's gun. A gun! Before he could say anything, Chen Mengqing pulled the trigger. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, Saner stared wide-eyed and fell backward into the snow. A bullet hole appeared in his forehead. Chen Mengqing trembled all over, swallowing hard. I killed someone. She quietly glanced at the man lying in the snow, her face involuntarily twitching. Not far away, the few men who had wanted to chase after her were stunned for a moment after seeing Chen Mengqing shoot Saner dead, then turned and ran desperately towards the supermarket. Kill them all. Shen Hang's voice rang in Chen Mengqing's ears. Chen Mengqing jolted back to her senses and looked at the backs of the fleeing men. Although the snow had stopped and the accumulated snow had become somewhat solid, walking on it was still slow. The more anxious these men were, the less they could run. One of them, in a hurry to run back, slipped and fell flat on his back, then struggled to get up and crawled desperately towards the supermarket. Chen Mengqing took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, her gaze icy as she aimed at the backs of the men. Bang! 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 With several gunshots, the remaining men fell to the ground, screaming. Shin Hong stood by, showing a look of satisfaction. Although it didn't hit a fatal spot, this was the result of Chen Mengqing's short practice that morning. It was already quite impressive, considering the distance of about 10 meters. He got out of the snow-covered car, pulling Chen Mengqing along as they walked towards the chubby man who was struggling desperately on the ground. This chubby man seemed to be the leader, and he was quite lucky. The others were all dead, but this larger man had been shot in the thigh and was now clutching his leg, screaming in agony. With Shin Hong holding her hand, Chen Mengqing's tense expression disappeared. She felt sweet and secretly glanced at Shin Hong. As long as her husband didn't despise her, that was good enough. Just now, her husband had looked so fierce, forcing someone to shoot, it really scared her. You I warn you, don't mess around. Seeing Shin Hong approach, the chubby man, ignoring his pain, shouted with a pale face. You're finished. You dare to kill so many of my brothers and even injure me? Chen Laoda will definitely not let you go. Chen Laoda? Shin Hong turned his head to look at the community gate not far behind him, Yangxia residence. This was also one of the more well-known high-end communities in Jiangcheng. Moreover, it was newer than Taoyuan community, housing many of Jiangcheng's newly rich. Given that it wasn't far from Taoyuan community, in Shin Heng's plan to expand from Taoyuan community, Yangxia residence was a good choice. It had a large flow of people, and the number of residents was not less than that of Taoyuan community, plus there were many wealthy individuals who could help him quickly raise funds. From what this chubby man said, it seemed there was already a community boss here. That would be great. If this boss was sensible, he could cooperate with him. He could provide him with some supplies every day and have him help sell things. He would surely be willing. Shin Hong squatted down and asked, "Who is Chen Laoda?" Seeing that Shin Hong didn't make a move but instead inquired about his boss, the chubby man's face immediately showed a proud expression. "Haven't you heard of our Chen Laoda? You still dare to fight me? You really have guts." Hiss, it hurts, it hurts. He screamed in pain, his face pale. Shin Hong, expressionless, moved his foot away from the gunshot wound on his thigh and coldly said, "Now, can you speak properly? What on earth are these two people?" The fat man had a mournful expression, cautiously watching Shin Hong and Chen Mengqing. "Let's not even mention the woman, damn it, she actually has a gun." And the man, clearly lacking any sense of martial ethics, who steps on others' wounds. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He had already seen the killing intent in Shin Heng's eyes and quickly spoke up. "Boss Chen is a resident of our community. He's doing very well, and he has the most subordinates." From the first day of the apocalypse, that is, the day when the rain suddenly turned into a snowstorm, he realized something was wrong, went out to buy a lot of supplies, and later used those supplies to recruit quite a few little brothers. Of course, he originally had bodyguards. "Get to the point." Shin Hong coldly interrupted him. "Why yes." The fat man forced a smile, stammering, "We are all Boss Chen's little brothers. Just yesterday, when the snow had just stopped, he took us out to rob this supermarket and claimed it for himself. With this supermarket, I believe Boss Chen will unify the community soon." "What a load of crap." "Li Minghua, he still wants to go against our boss. Isn't that asking for death?" "Li Minghua?" Shin Heng's heart stirred. He remembered this name. In his previous life, Li Minghua also swallowed the ability fruit and awakened his powers. Moreover, it was a rare lightning-type ability. However, after gaining his powers, Li Minghua did not ally with any faction but occupied Yunchi Yaju, neither expanding outward nor yielding to any force. Geographically, Yunchi Yaju is located between the west and north of the city. Whether Li Minghua allied with the Mo family in the west or the Song family in the north, he would be welcomed by these forces. But Li Minghua had never expressed his stance. The Mo family feared the Song family, and the Song family was focused on inciting the Dongling group in the east, making Yunchi Yaju a buffer zone between the Mo and Song families. Until the moment Shin Hong was reborn, it remained neutral. This Li Minghua is quite an interesting person. As for the so-called Boss Chen mentioned by the fat man, Shin Hong had not heard of him. It's possible that in his last life, the two sides were also at a standoff, and Li Minghua swallowed the ability fruit first, directly electrocuting this so-called Boss Chen. "Is Li Minghua's power large?" Shen Hong suddenly asked. "Large my ass. What is he even?" The fat man cursed but suddenly remembered Shin Hong and quickly explained with an awkward smile, "Our Boss Chen has already occupied buildings 1, 2, 8, and 9, a total of 4 buildings. And Li Minghua only occupies building 3, he's simply not our opponent." Boss Chen was in a good mood originally, but yesterday he received a call, then went crazy looking for a snow vehicle and left the community. When he came back, he brought his son's corpse, and everyone was too scared to speak loudly, afraid of being chopped up by Boss Chen. The fat man saw that Shin Hong was not angry and continued, I saw you driving a snow vehicle just now, so I wanted to rob it to present to Boss Chen. With a snow vehicle, it's convenient to go anywhere. And who knows, if Boss Chen is happy, he might let me have a go with his young model wife." "Ah?" Shin Hong was stunned. "What is this fat man saying? Boss Chen actually offers his wife to the subordinates? No wonder he can gather a group of little brothers. If it were me, I would also be willing to call him Big Brother." "Ahem." Seeing Shin Heng's shocked expression, the fat man quickly explained, "This young model is quite famous. She was the one who deliberately fell on the red carpet last year to grab headlines. She's not Boss Chen's legal wife, just a mistress. A few days ago, Gao Xiong killed another gang leader in the community, and Boss Chen, in a good mood, let that young model accompany Gao Xiong, making the brothers envious to death. I was thinking, if I get a snowmobile, that would be quite an achievement. Shouldn't Boss Chen let me have a go with his young model wife? What a peculiar guy." Shin Hong shook his head. "What's this Boss Chen's name?" "His name is Chen Jintian. He's the vice chairman of Wanda Bank, very wealthy. Plus, he has several bodyguards around him, all big and burly, quickly gathering a group of people willing to follow him. But Boss Chen is in a bad mood right now. His son died, and he's been either hitting or scolding his underlings. Even that kid Gao Xiong got slapped twice by Boss Chen. I heard it was because he was venting his anger over the young model, and Gao Xiong was pleading for her. The fat guy had a gloating expression on his face. He and Gao Xiong were originally from the same level, but now that Gao Xiong had achieved something, he had clearly become Boss Chen's most valued little brother. And he was the one who had first pledged allegiance to Boss Chen. Instead, he was sent to guard the supermarket, helping to transport supplies into the community. Although he could line his pockets and not worry about food and drink, it was still too cold. I also want to be in a warm home, holding a young model. Chen Zhentian, Wanda Bank. Shen Hong was taken aback. His son couldn't possibly be the one killed by Old Qin. Could he? Previously, Old Qin was worried about bringing trouble to himself, and now, by a twist of fate, he had encountered the real deal. Shen Hong smiled, looking down at the fat guy. Is his son named Chen Jiawei? Did he die at Wanda Bank? How do you know? The fat guy blurted out. It seemed to be true. Shen Hong chuckled and shook his head, squatting down. Yesterday morning, I was out looking for supplies in the snowmobile, and when I passed by Wanda Bank, I saw Li Minghua leading people to kill Chen Jiawei. Ha! The fat guy was dumbfounded. Brother, are you joking with me? Do you think I'm an idiot? His eyes were fixed on Shen Hong. Shen Hong seemed to see his doubt and smiled. You think I don't know Li Minghua? He's quite young and a bit chubby, though slimmer than you. By the way, he used to deliver takeout, and he has an elderly mother at home. You really know Li Minghua? The fat guy's eyes widened. Of course, Shen Hong replied impatiently, then remembered something. By the way, do you know why Li Minghua wanted to kill Chen Jiawei? I wasn't clear before. I thought Li Minghua was just being lustful, but now I understand. He couldn't compete with Chen Zhentian in the community, found out where Chen Jiawei was, so he secretly went to the bank with people and killed Chen Jiawei. Also, go back and ask Boss Chen if Chen Jiawei has a girlfriend named Lily. She was taken away by Li Minghua. The fat guy was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He had only seen Chen Jiawei a few times, just knowing that he was Boss Chen's only son, indeed named Chen Jiawei. As for this Lily, he knew even less. Just take these words to Boss Chen, he will figure it out. Shen Hong waved his hand. Since you're one of his people, I won't kill you. Just go back and report well. He patted the fat guy's shoulder, then turned around and got into the snowmobile with Chen Mengqing. Hey, the fat guy stared blankly as Shen Hong sped into Yunshi Yaju, and after a while, he came to his senses and shouted at Shen Heng's back, Brother, are you also from our community? Since you're not going to kill me, can't you give me a ride? Shen Hong seemed not to have heard at all, and the vehicle quickly disappeared from sight. The fat guy helplessly lowered his head, hurriedly struggling to take out his phone, and called Boss Chen. Boss Chen, major discovery. I know who killed your son. Shen Hong did not personally go to kill old Chen. He still had to return to plan for the night's operation and didn't have the time for that. Besides, the so-called old Chen was already over 50 years old. Even if he awakened his abilities, he posed no threat to Shen Hong. It would be better to directly support a spokesperson in Yunshi Yaju. This would also help him sell supplies. Li Minghua was a good choice. Surviving among the cracks between the Mo and Song families with a number of ordinary people showed his capability. Moreover, Li Minghua was not alone. He had several brothers around him who were also extraordinary people, which further demonstrated his leadership. If such a person could be used for his own purposes, it would be perfect. Just now, the fat man mentioned that Li Minghua's territory was building 3 of Yunshi Yaju. That made things much easier. Shen Hong drove the snowmobile all the way to the foot of building 3. The entire community was silent and deserted, as if it were a dead city. In contrast, Taoyuan community already had people coming down, happily strolling in the snow. To ordinary people, the end of the snow meant the end of this apocalypse. With the sun shining, they believed the snow would soon melt and society would return to normal. Only Shen Hong knew that this was just an illusion. By tonight, the snowflakes would fall again, and many people would fall into despair and madness. But in the entire Yunshi Yaju community, not a single person could be seen. This showed that the community was now on high alert, and there had already been significant friction between various small forces. What do you want? As soon as Shen Heng's snowmobile stopped, someone poked their head out from the balcony of Unit 301 in Building 1, staring at Shen Hong. Tell Li Minghua that if he is willing to be my subordinate, I will provide him with ample supplies. Shen Hong said. Brother Hua be your subordinate? Are you dreaming? The person on the balcony scoffed, but upon seeing Shen Heng's snowmobile, they shut their mouth. This person had a snowmobile and could freely enter and exit the community. What could possibly trouble him? Moreover, he claimed he could provide ample supplies. The lookout on the balcony frowned and fell silent. Shen Hong smiled, rolled the paper note in his hand into a small ball, flicked it with his finger, and it flew past the lookout's ear, landing on the balcony floor. Ha! The young man, realizing something, looked seriously at Shin Hong, then at the paper on the ground. That has my phone number on it. Tell Li Minghua that soon old Chen will gather people for a fierce attack. If he can't hold on, remember to call me. Shin Hong dropped this line and turned around, leaving with Chen Mengqing. The young man glanced at the paper ball on the ground, then looked at Shin Hang's retreating figure, bent down to pick it up, and hurriedly went upstairs to report. Did he really say that? In the living room of Building 1, 15th floor of Yunchi Yaju, Chen Jintian stared grimly at the fat man in front of a pile of campfire. He sat on a luxurious Chinese-style sofa, with 2 towering bodyguards standing on either side. In the corner of the sofa sat a disheveled young model. Gao Xiong stood at the edge, with a red handprint on his face. Old Chen, I absolutely did not lie. The fat man hurriedly said. Before this, he probably hadn't even heard of Li Minghua's name. He actively asked me about Li Minghua's characteristics. It should be true. One of the bodyguards beside Chen Jintian lowered his voice and said, the people in the community might have heard of Jiaowei's name, but they definitely wouldn't have heard of Lily. I know, Xiaowei. Chen Jintian took a deep breath. He said, Li Minghua took Lily away? Yes, that's right. The fat man nodded repeatedly. He also said that Li Minghua has a snowmobile, and after killing Jiaowei, he took Lily and left. Jiaowei. A hint of pain appeared in Chen Jintian's eyes. This was his only son. He had thought that under this ice age he would never find the murderer, but unexpectedly, today he received news of the killer. It turned out to be Li Minghua, who had been openly and secretly competing with him. This dog, who prided himself on being upright, was still using despicable means behind the scenes. Disaster should not befall one's family. You dare to kill my son, I will make you pay with your life today. President Chen. Xiaowei bent down and lowered his voice, but according to the photos taken by old Zhang earlier, the one who killed Jiaowei should be an old man. Xiao Qi should be able to find out soon, or are you trying to tell me to wait? Chen Jintian turned coldly. Xiaowei lowered his head and said nothing. Now that the evidence is conclusive, what else is there to say? Chen Jintian suddenly stood up. Li Minghua deserves to die anyway. Whether or not he killed Jiaowei, we can just kill him first. Xiao Qi has been unable to find him for so long, he's really becoming useless. President Chen. Xiao Qi said it won't take much longer. After all, the police system's network room is hard to access. He has just spent a bit more time. Xiaowei explained. Enough. Chen Jintian waved his hand. I don't mean to blame Xiao Qi. Let him continue investigating over there, but now, let the brothers come out. Today is the day Li Minghua dies. Chen Jintian said in a deep voice, I don't have time to waste. Kill Li Minghua first, and naturally no one in the community will dare to oppose me. Whether he is the murderer or not, stabilizing the community first will allow me to free up my hands to find that old man who killed Jiaowei. Yes. Xiaowei nodded quickly. With the conversation reaching this point, he could no longer have any objections. Moreover, President Chen was right. Regardless of whether Li Minghua was the murderer, he would have to die sooner or later. Boss Chen. The fat man on the ground swallowed hard and cautiously asked, does this count as meritorious service for me? Of course. Chen Jintian came back to his senses, looked at the fat man and nodded. You have made a great contribution. The fat man immediately grinned. What reward do you want? Chen Jintian asked. The fat man shyly glanced at the young model. Yao Yao, go keep him company. Chen Jintian understood. A light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The young model shivered, looking at the fat man with some disdain, then glanced at Gao Xiong, and finally whispered, President Chen, his legs are already disabled. How can he do that kind of thing? What's wrong with that? Chen Jintian waved his hand. Just let him lie down. You can do the rest, can't you? The fat man was full of excitement. His mouth couldn't close. Meanwhile, Gao Xiong, standing in the corner, silently clenched his fists. However, after Chen Jintian left with his men, Gao Xiong raised his head, deeply looked at the young model, took a deep breath, and followed Chen Jintian with a pained expression. He lowered his head, trying hard not to let Chen Jintian notice his distorted face. Seeing Chen Jintian bring people downstairs, the person in charge of the guard quickly went to inform Li Minghua. Li Minghua hurriedly gathered his brothers to prepare for defense. A great battle was about to break out. Meanwhile, the instigator, Shin Hong, had already returned to the villa in Taoyuan community with Chen Mengqing. Brother sneaked out early in the morning with sister Mengqing and only just came back. Brother is so biased. Chen Xin pouted and turned her head when she saw Shen Hong. Shin Hong laughed. This national goddess, with a face full of tea flavor, saying such things had a unique taste. Are you jealous? Shin Hong pinched her cheek. Sister wouldn't dare to be jealous, just worried that brother is overworking himself. Sister feels sorry for Gigi, Shin Xin said, squeezing her voice. She even deliberately emphasized the word overwork. This woman. Shin Hong shook his head and chuckled. Indeed, after being developed, she had tasted the sweetness, and even dared to say such bold words. Huo Miao and the others were playing mahjong and turned to look over. Hubby, you took Sister Mengqing out early in the morning? They woke up to find Shin Hong and Chen Mengqing were gone. After asking Ning Yao, they learned that the two had left long ago and only returned at noon. What were they doing? Ning Yao, first apply some medicine to Mengqing, Shin Hong instructed. Ning Yao responded and quickly got up. Chen Qin took her place, just about to draw a tile when she suddenly froze. Mengqing got hurt? The others also looked up, nervously staring at Chen Mengqing. They were all too aware of how the outside world had changed. It could be said that the entire world had gone haywire. With a lack of supplies and, more critically, no water resources, most people were holding torches, starting to roast their own water pipes. Aside from the little water left in the pipes, most people were drinking urine to survive. Some who lived closer to the water plant had already taken buckets to dig ice from the water plant's reservoir. Even though the open-air reservoir was covered with thick snow, many people braved the cold, working together to dig snow, then breaking the ice layer to extract the ice below, taking it away bucket by bucket. All of this was what they had seen on short videos. In the apocalypse, although no one maintained these app platforms, they still operated normally thanks to artificial intelligence. For many, this was their only form of entertainment. But in more communities, competition had already begun. Could it be that Mengqing went out with Shin Hong to look for supplies? Otherwise, how could she have gotten hurt? No need to get the medicine box. Shin Hong took out an ointment and handed it to Ning Yao, then explained to the girls, she shot guns all morning, her arm is a bit swollen. Yang Jinshan looked at Chen Mengqing, then stared at Shin Hong. Hand, gun? Yes, Shin Hong nodded, then noticed the strange looks the others were giving him and immediately cleared his throat. It's a real gun. What are you all thinking? TSK tisk. Huo Miao pouted. Who knows? Exactly. Yang Jinshan added meaningfully, hubby is really amazing. Mengqing's arm is swollen. Mengqing, is your hand very sore? Brother is quite worried about you, still wants to apply ointment for you. Naturally, this was Chen Qin being sarcastic. However, hearing such tea-flavored words from her mouth, Shin Hong didn't feel annoyed. In fact, he found it quite amusing. No wonder some people say that men can distinguish green tea, they are addicted to it. And Chen Qin's words represented that chicken leg sister was feeling jealous. Chen Mengqing's face turned red as she let Ning Yao apply the ointment. After all, she was the last member of this family, but her husband had spent the entire morning with her. Moreover, he had given her the last remaining ability fruit. Hey, draw a tile, Shin Hong reminded Chen Qin. Chen Qin pouted and rolled her eyes at Shin Hong, then grabbed the tiles. Hey, I won! Shin Hong exclaimed in surprise. In Chen Qin's hand, there were 3 of a kind, 8 and 9, with a pair of 4s and a 1-2 left. Unexpectedly, with such a hand, Chen Qin managed to draw the last 3. A complete flush. No, Chen Qin said proudly, I want to declare a meld. Who would have thought that chicken leg sister was such a meld enthusiast? Shin Heng's face twitched as he stared blankly at Chen Qin declaring a meld of 3, drawing a 4 from the end of the pile, his eyes widening in shock. A hand that seemed hopeless was saved by Chen Qin. A single tile of the 1. After a round, Chen Qin smugly drew a 4, declaring a concealed meld, and drew a tile. She slammed the last one on the table, complete flush, self-drawn, and a meld. Sorry, ladies. Huo Miao and Yang Jinshan hung their heads in defeat. Alright, you win this time. What are you betting on? Shin Hong asked curiously. He didn't see any chips on the table. Chen Qin held the 1, her expression meaningful. Brother, doesn't this look like you? That's what we're betting on. Ha! Shin Hong was taken aback, then angry. Who's the 1? I have $1 million long point. How can this thing compare? Whoever wins gets to enjoy more tonight, while the others can only cheer. Chen Qin rubbed the 1 in her hand and raised an eyebrow at Shin Hong. Shin Hong was speechless. So you guys are actually using me as a bet. And this girl Chen Qin, after losing her virginity last night, dares to play so big today. Just wait until I make you call me daddy. However, he frowned and said, tonight. I'm afraid it won't work. Ha! Chen Qin leaned closer to Shin Hong, shaking his arm with a pitiful look. Hubby, you're not angry, are you? I didn't mean anything else. You. Not that. Shin Hong smiled and pinched her nose. I have to say, a natural nose is really nice. If it were a beauty from the other side, I'm afraid a pinch would make it collapse, right? Tonight is very important. Shin Hong took a deep breath and announced, I will have Ren Jia stay here, and Lao Qin, Miao Miao, Meng Chine, and I will go out for a bit. You 4? Yang Jinshan looked at Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, then at Shin Hong. What are you going to do? Can you tell us? Kill. Shin Hong squinted his eyes. Kill. Chen Qin opened her mouth, exchanging a glance with Yang Jinshan, feeling a bit dazed. As Shin Heng's women, they naturally knew that he had quite a few lives in his hands. But for him to say it so seriously, it must be someone important. Right? But why bring Miao Miao and Meng Qing along? At this point, Shin Hong had no need to hide anything and directly revealed the matter of the ability fruit. After all, in a week, the plants would bear the ability fruit and the whole world would go crazy. Ability fruit? Yang Jinshin and Shun Xin looked as if they were hearing a fairy tale. Even Ning Yao and Yang Mushuan were stunned. Don't worry, soon I will have new ability fruits, and when that time comes, I will naturally give you some. Shin Hong comforted the two. As for giving it to Meng Qing first, it's because her constitution is special, and the abilities she triggers are also a great help to me. Chen Xin didn't make any more tea-like declarations, she just gently nestled in Shin Heng's arms. She didn't care about any abilities. As long as she could be by Shin Heng's side, that was enough. As for Shin Hong giving the ability fruit to Chen Mengqing, she felt a bit jealous, but after Shin Heng's explanation, she no longer questioned it. Whatever her husband did was right. If she was still not satisfied and tried to compete for his affection, she would only be abandoned. She didn't want to be left behind. She wanted to be a well-behaved tea baby. After lunch, Shin Hong took Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing to the basement. He called Lao Qin, Gui Yupeng, and Rin Jie, asking them to come here as well. Tonight we act. The few of them sat at the table in the room, and Shin Hong began to give orders. Lao Qin, you come with me. Rin Jie, you guard the basement door. If you see anyone approaching, kill them on the spot. Yes. Ren Jie and Lao Qin nodded in unison. Yu Peng. Shin Hong turned to Gui Yupeng and asked, how many brothers do we have down there now? Boss, I've recruited over 120 people, Gui Yupeng replied respectfully. Don't worry, I've already checked them before recruiting. I didn't take anyone who steals, commits crimes, or is idle. These are all honest folks. Shin Hong nodded. Although these people might not be completely loyal, they were sufficient for now. Over time, as he continued to supply them with resources, they would get used to it, and with some brainwashing, showing them short videos of the chaos outside over resources, they would naturally become more loyal to him. He needed to instill a belief in them. Following the boss means there's meat to eat. I've set up their phones so that when they go back, they will only see the chaotic scenes outside. Gui Yupeng seemed well prepared and added, very good. Shin Hong was pleased. He truly was a good strategist. He even thought of this. Take a few trusted brothers and guard above the villa. Shin Hong swiftly took out a submachine gun and placed it on the table, then handed a bulletproof vest to Gui Yupeng. Wear this, in case there are any traitors, it will protect your life. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely protect the boss lady's safety, Gui Yupeng promised solemnly. Shin Hong then pulled out several handguns. Give these to the brothers for tonight and assess them gradually. If they prove trustworthy, we can later equip them with submachine guns. Sell a batch of supplies, then go rest. We'll need you to guard tonight, Shin Hong instructed. Yes. Gui Yupeng accepted the order and left. In fact, Shin Hong had already fortified the villa into a solid fortress. On the third floor of the villa, several machine guns were set up, hidden inside the house, with only small gun barrels pointing outside. Yang Jinshan and Ning Yao were guarding upstairs. Yang Mushuan and Chen Xin stayed in the basement, monitoring the surveillance in real time, holding the remote control for the underground passage mines. If anyone unwittingly approached, they would blow them to bits. Shin Hong even gave these two handguns and taught them how to use them. With everything in the house arranged, Shin Hong then began to plan the night's operation with the others. Once we reach Zhao safe house, I will contact Lu Shan-yuan to open the door at night, but just in case, Mengqing, you will enter through the wall and hide. Miao Miao will establish a mental connection with you and relay the situation inside to your consciousness. As soon as the door opens, we will all launch a fierce attack. Shin Hong instructed. Lao Qin will handle the close combat and I will provide remote support. We don't know what the situation is at Zhao Bao's house or what preparations he has, but you must treat Zhao Bao as an extraordinary person. Also, if anything unexpected happens, follow my command and retreat immediately. Shin Hong looked at them. You are all my most important people. We cannot suffer any losses just to kill Zhao Bao. Even if this operation fails, as long as we are alive, we can find another opportunity to kill him. Yes. Lao Qin nodded seriously. Hua Miao and Chen Mengqing also looked solemn. The night deepened. The survivors had fallen into a deep sleep, completely unaware that the sky had once again begun to snow gently. After Shin Hong and the others finished their meal, they quietly left in the snowmobile under the reluctant gazes of several women in the room. Run! Jia had already appeared in the corner of the underground corridor, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. On the rooftop, Gui Yupeng was also guarding the area with a few trusted subordinates armed with guns. Of course, in such cold weather, Shin Hong wouldn't let them freeze outside. He generously provided each of them with a down jacket selected by the system. Even their hoods, pants, shoes, and gloves were from the system's carefully chosen deep cold protection series. Standing amidst the swirling snow, they felt no chill at all. The group remained alert, silently stationed at their respective positions. They did not complain. In fact, when Pangdu selected them for tonight's guard duty, they were quite excited. Pangdu said that as long as they performed well, all the equipment and weapons from tonight would belong to them. They worked even harder, each one vigilant and keeping a close watch on their surroundings. As the snowflakes began to grow larger, Shin Hong and the others had quietly arrived near the Dongling Group in the eastern part of the city. Not far behind the Dongling Group's building was Zhao Erbao's enormous and extravagant safe house. 12 meters above ground and 14 meters underground, it occupied a vast area. Surrounding the safe house were 5 interconnected bunkers. These 5 bunkers were all underground and appeared normal from the surface. Each of these bunkers was about 100 square meters in size. Inside, there were ventilation systems, hot water pipelines, and water filtration systems, and they were luxuriously decorated, resembling a smaller version of a safe house. Each of these 5 bunkers was also connected to 2 smaller bunkers, each only 60 square meters in size. 15 bunkers surrounded Zhao Erbao's safe house like buried bombs encircling him, who was treated like a star. The 10 small bunkers only connected to the 5 large bunkers through underground passages. The doors to the passages could only be opened from the 5 large bunkers. Only through the 5 large bunkers could one enter Zhao Erbao's safe house. Currently, 4 of the 5 large bunkers were empty, and the one closest to Zhao Erbao's safe house, also the largest of the 5, had been given to Lu Shangyuan. This showed how much Zhao Erbao trusted Lu Shangyuan. Usually, whenever Lu Shangyuan rang the doorbell, Zhao Erbao would let him into the safe house and often invite him for meals. Meanwhile, the company's vice presidents had not been assigned to any of the large bunkers and were only placed in the small bunkers. The vice presidents felt quite dissatisfied, but in such weather, being able to stay in a bunker was already quite good. The reason Zhao Erbo hadn't directly dealt with these rebellious subordinates was that before the ability fruit matured, he didn't want to stir up trouble. As long as they stayed in the safe house, once the ability fruit matured, he would first deal with the vice presidents in the small bunkers. Keeping them here also made it easier for Zhao Erbao to slaughter them later. Tonight, Lu Shangyuan did not stay in the bunker. He let Qin Guiping remain in bed while he walked to the entrance of the bunker and pressed the doorbell on the communicator. Zhao Zong, I want to spend the night with Bing Bing and Cece, he said softly. Ha ha. Zhao Erbao's hearty laughter came through the communicator. Is Guiping asleep? You brat, so eager. He. Lu Shangyuan laughed. A long buzz. The door to the passage trembled twice and then opened. Lu Shangyuan turned back, took a deep look at Chen Guiping, took a breath, and walked into the passage. Inside, Chen Guiping pursed her lips and said nothing. Her gaze fell on the lit screen of her phone. It was her phone, still open to the chat window. Inside was a message from Shin Hang. Arrived, opened the west door of the safe house in half an hour. And Lu Shangyuan naturally had his phone with him. He also received the same message. However, before entering the passage, Lu Shangyuan had quietly deleted the conversation with Shin Hang. Tonight, for the safety of himself and Guiping. I'm sorry, General Zhao. It's snowing. Zhao Erbao stood in the monitoring room, gazing at the dazzling array of camera sections. From this monitoring room, he could clearly observe the surroundings of the entire safe house. He was tall and sturdy, standing at 1 meter 80, looking nothing like a businessman, but rather like a fitness coach. The door of the monitoring room was ajar, and he could hear the affectionate voices of Lu Shangyuan, Bing Bing, and Cece coming from the living room sofa. These 2 actresses were his lovers, treasured by him. However, compared to Lu Shangyuan, what did they count for? He remembered very clearly that in his previous life he was betrayed by Zhou Jili, and only Lu Shangyuan stood up for him. Before he died, these 2 actresses had already snuggled up to Zhou Jili, flattering him. Zhao Erbao's expression darkened as he came back to his senses. All of that was in the past. Living. Again, I am the protagonist of this world. But he turned around and saw the 3 on the sofa in a heated state, and he couldn't help but smile, sitting beside them. While enjoying the scene, he said, Yuan, how long do you think this snow will last? Who cares, anyway, I just know that as long as I'm with President Zhao, there's meat to eat. Lu Shangyuan chuckled, hugging Bing Bing and licking her, and milk to drink. Bing Bing giggled. Completely different from her aloof persona on screen. If it weren't for the boss, how wonderful this life would be. Lu Shangyuan felt a bit distracted. Just thinking about the polonium bug in his belly made it hard for him to stay calm. But aside from the discomfort he felt when Shin Hong controlled the polonium bug yesterday morning, nothing unusual had happened all day. Lu Shangyuan suspected that the bug might have died in his stomach. But if it was dead, it carried 0.1 grams of polonium, and he would have been dead long ago. He even wondered if the so-called polonium was something Shin Hong had fabricated. But he didn't dare to gamble with those 2 strange bugs. The only way to survive was to obediently follow the boss's orders. Sigh, I'm sorry, President Zhao. You have been very good to me, but I have to do this to survive. Are you worried about something? Zhao Erbao asked, looking at Lu Shangyuan. No, not at all. Lu Shangyuan coughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Guiping is still sleeping in the room, and I feel a bit guilty doing this. Brother Yuan, life is short, enjoy it while you can, Cici said, leaning on Lu Shangyuan, her voice sweet. You're hugging someone in Bing Bing, but still thinking about home, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Bing Bing, exploring around, then giggled. He thinks that way, but his brothers don't think so. Have fun. Zhao Erbao smiled, stood up, yawned, and walked towards the bedroom. Yuan, when you're done playing, go back and rest. I'm going to sleep first. Okay, President Zhao. Lu Shangyuan watched Zhao Erbao's back, his eyes revealing a determined look. In the icy, snowy night, Shen Hong, Old Qin, Hua Miao, and Shen Mengqing were all dressed in specially made white bodysuits, warm yet soft, completely unrestrictive to their movements. The four seemed to blend into the snow, remaining completely still. Under Hua Miao's mental scan, all the surveillance cameras appeared in her perception. She led the others through the blind spots of the cameras, leaning against the corner of the safe house's outer wall, taking a slight rest. After a moment, Hua Miao closed her eyes, her mind connecting with Old Qin and Shen Hang. In their consciousness, the outline of the entire safe house appeared like a 3D model, with each floor presented before their eyes. Old Qin was startled when he was connected, and then he became excited. He didn't expect the boss lady's ability to be this. No wonder the boss insisted on bringing her along. It was like having a radar. Even through such thick walls, they could see everything clearly inside. On the sofa is Lu Shangyuan. Shen Hang's consciousness communicated with the two. He said that tonight he will make an excuse to play with those two actresses, and then enter Zhao Erbao's room. Lao Qin nodded slightly. On the sofa, there were 3 gray light spots, rising and falling, entangled together. And on the bed in the master bedroom, there was a bright gray light spot that remained still, seemingly already in a deep sleep. This should be Zhao Erbao. Shen Hang's gaze shifted elsewhere. The entire safe house had 3 floors above ground and 4 below. In Hua Miao's consciousness space, what was presented was only a rough outline of the interior, as if assembled from templates. For example, the furniture and appliances were all small square blocks, which could be roughly inferred from the modules of each room's layout. However, the specific brands and appearances could only be known by entering the house. But that was already enough. There were only 4 gray light spots in the house, which meant 1 Lu Shangyuan, 2 kept actresses, and 1 Zhao Erbao. Besides that, there was no one else. It made sense. After Zhao Erbao's rebirth, he would naturally be more cautious. Especially before obtaining any supernatural abilities, he would definitely prioritize his safety. And Lu Shangyuan was able to gain his trust because he had risked his life to save Zhao Erbao in the last life, earning his recognition. As for those 2 actresses, they were just opportunistic women. Hiding in the house every day, he had to have 2 women to play with, right? Shen Hong felt relieved. Boss, I always feel something is a bit off. Lao Qin's hesitant voice came through, but I can't quite put my finger on it. This was too smooth. Shen Hong frowned as well. I feel the same way. But he had already made thorough preparations, and now he was Shen Hang's strongest combat force. If the 4 of them couldn't take down Zhao Erbao, even with Ren Jia, who was rapidly improving, it would probably be futile. If they couldn't kill him this time, there might not be another opportunity. Prepare to act. Shen Hong made a gesture, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Lu Shangyuan. He then instructed Shen Mengqing, who was in his arms, just follow me, listen to my commands. You will enter from here. Shen Hong pointed to the wall beside him. Entering from here would lead to the monitoring room. Zhao Erbao's safe house was quite famous, and there was a passage outside the front door. Once a stranger entered, the passage would automatically scan and trigger various mechanisms. Even if Shen Hong had a master key, he would probably be turned into a sieve once inside. He was just an extraordinary person, not a Superman. He hadn't reached the point of being invulnerable, so he naturally didn't dare to take the risk. The switch for the mechanisms in Zhao Erbao's passage was in the monitoring room. If Lu Shangyuan didn't open the door, then Mengqing would need to take the risk to enter and turn off the switch at the first opportunity. On the sofa, Lu Shangyuan, who was in a compromising position, suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. Yuan Gu, could it be that your sister-in-law is asking you to go back and submit your homework? Bing Bing panted, turning to Lu Shangyuan with a playful smile. Shut up. Lu Shangyuan snapped, then nervously glanced at the master bedroom door before quietly taking out his phone. Bing Bing pouted unhappily. What are you so proud of? Even Zhao always rarely scolds me like this. You're just Zhao's dog, and Zhao only lets us accompany you to win you over. You really think too highly of yourself. But she didn't dare to say these words out loud. Since coming to the safe house, she could clearly feel Zhao's importance placed on Lu Shangyuan. If it weren't for Lu Shangyuan being of a similar age to Zhao, Bing Bing would even suspect that Lu Shangyuan was Zhao's biological son. She could only force a dry laugh, affectionately matching Lu Shangyuan's movements, not daring to speak again. Shen Hong only sent a punctuation mark, but Lu Shangyuan's heart tightened. He knew this was the signal for him to open the door. Lu Shangyuan's fingers tightened slightly. What was meant to come had finally arrived. He patted Bing Bing's icy rear and said, "Let's do it standing today, go." Amid Bing Bing's exclamation, he picked her up and walked all the way to the west entrance of the safe house. Cece followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, the three of them became entangled once more. Bing Bing leaned against the wall while Lu Shangyuan supported the door. As he turned to kiss Cece, his left hand was already resting on the doorknob. He had seen Zhao Erbao open this door. As long as he twisted the knob, it would open. "Zhao, I'm sorry." A look of determination flashed across his face as he suddenly twisted the knob with force. But the next moment he froze. The knob was actually locked from the inside and couldn't be turned at all. What was going on? A look of astonishment crossed Lu Shangyuan's face. Usually, Zhao would never lock the door. Why today, even this door was locked from the inside? "Ah, Yuan, why did you run to the door?" At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Lu Shangyuan panicked and turned to look. He saw Zhao Erbao had already changed out of his pajamas and was dressed in a full tactical outfit. Zhao, are you going out?" he stammered. "Ah Yuan, I have treated you well. How could you betray me like those scoundrels Zhou Jili?" Zhao Erbao's eyes were filled with regret, along with a hint of murderous intent. A few people waited outside for a moment. The west door of the safe house remained tightly closed, showing no signs of opening at all. Lu Shangyuan is really unreliable. Old Qin cursed under his breath. Suddenly, Huo Miao, who had been silent, said, "Honey, you need to be careful. Zhao Erbao is an extraordinary person." "What?" Shen Hong and Old Qin's eyes widened in shock. Huo Miao had felt something was off earlier. In her mind, the gray light point represented by Zhao Erbao was brighter than those of Lu Shangyuan and the two actresses. But now, she realized. She had only seriously observed Shen Heng's light point before. Shen Heng's light point was very bright, far more dazzling than Zhao Erbao's. However, Zhao Erbao's gray light point was nearly as bright as Old Qin's. This meant that her husband's extraordinary ability was stronger and his mental fluctuations were greater. But that didn't mean Zhao Erbao had no extraordinary abilities. She was filled with uncertainty. "I haven't used my extraordinary abilities these past few days. You told me to conserve my energy every day. It was only just now that I noticed his gray point is about the same as Old Qin's and Mengqing's." Extraordinary person. Shin Hong took a deep breath and said, "Before we came, we already discussed treating Zhao Erbao as an extraordinary person. He is just one extraordinary person, while we have four. Can't we kill him? Lu Shangyuan has been discovered by Zhao Erbao." At this moment, Huo Miao looked shocked again. His light point has lit up. She wasn't very familiar with her extraordinary abilities. To put it simply, her ability was mental perception. Just now, Zhao Erbao had pretended to be asleep, and his aura had calmed down, making it naturally hard to detect. But now, Zhao Erbao stood up and walked out of the bedroom, looking at Lu Shangyuan with a murderous intent, his aura fluctuating violently. "Ah Yuan, even you betray me, even you want to betray me." Inside the room, Zhao Erbao glared furiously. "Zhao, I don't understand what you mean," Lu Shangyuan stammered. "Why did you twist the doorknob?" Zhao Erbao said coldly. The two actresses were already trembling in fear, not daring to continue being intimate with Lu Shangyuan. Bing Bing pulled away and stood with Cece against the wall, her face pale. I was just getting carried away with Bing Bing. I didn't pay attention." Lu Shangyuan stuttered an explanation. "Maybe it was just a subconscious touch." "What's wrong, Zhao? Subconscious? Touch?" Zhao Erbao laughed loudly. "In this rebirth, I shouldn't have trusted anyone. I was wrong. I changed the course of this world's development, and even you, this thick-browed, big-eyed guy, would betray me. I really didn't expect that. Originally, I decided to trust you because you saved my life, to treat you as my brother, but you completely took it for granted." He murmured to himself, then looked up, aiming a gun at Lu Shangyuan. "Zhao, what are you saying? I don't understand." Lu Shangyuan panicked as the dark muzzle was pointed at him. "What rebirth? What changing the world? And when did I ever save your life? Brother, what the hell? Can you be a bit clearer? Still pretending with me?" Zhao Erbao's gaze was filled with indifference. "After you die, I will send your wife on her way too. Don't worry. You won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. But those friends of yours outside, let them wait well in the snow. I'll kill you two first. Then go out and kill them." He was fully confident in the door of his safe house. A single door had cost him millions. The lock was crafted and designed by a renowned craftsman, and the master who designed the lock patted his chest and guaranteed that even if he tried to pry it open himself, he wouldn't be able to. Moreover, after entering, there was a 10-meter-long narrow passage before reaching the door to the room. In this 10-meter corridor, various killing devices emerged one after another, making it impossible to evade. Bang! Lu Shangyuan wanted to say something more, but Zhao Erbao had already coldly fired his gun. A bullet hole appeared on his forehead and he fell to the ground, without a sound. Then Zhao Erbao snorted coldly, glanced at the two curled-up female stars with a cold expression, gun in hand, and walked towards Lu Shangyuan's bunker. Suddenly, a tiny polonium bug crawled out from Lu Shangyuan's corpse and rushed towards Zhao Erbao at high speed. Zhao Erbao stood still, a hint of mockery in his eyes, allowing the polonium bug to approach. As soon as the bug got close, it leaped up and flew towards Zhao Erbao's mouth. When it reached his lips, Zhao Erbao even opened his mouth voluntarily, looking disdainful. Shen Heng's eyes lit up. This was a real polonium bug. It contained a tangible 0.1 grams of polonium. Once swallowed by Zhao Erbao, even if he were a god, he would be in trouble. But in the next moment, the polonium bug lost contact with him. It was as if the bug had not jumped into Zhao Erbao's mouth, but into another space. Shen Hong was filled with doubt. Then, he realized something and his whole body trembled. Time is not out, space is king. Zhao Erbao sneered, looking pityingly at the fallen Lu Shangyuan. So you were controlled by someone? How pathetic. He didn't even glance back, turning to walk into Lu Shangyuan's bunker passage. So, Shen Hong understood completely. Zhao Erbao actually possessed spatial abilities. No wonder old Qin had said something felt off earlier. Indeed, before the apocalypse arrived, Zhao Erbao had bought a lot of supplies and brought them to the safe house. But inside the safe house, he hadn't seen any stored supplies at all. Old Qin felt something was wrong because now every household was hoarding supplies, and with Zhao Erbao buying so many, where had they all gone? Shen Hong, already used to it, didn't think much of it. It was just his sixth sense that felt something strange. Now, he understood completely. Zhao Erbao's use of spatial abilities was even above his own. When the polonium bug flew to his lips, Zhao Erbao had directly brought the spatial portal to his mouth and then swallowed the bug. It seemed as if the bug had flown into his mouth. In reality, the bug had already been retracted into his space. But now, he couldn't afford to think any further. Zhao Erbao had discovered them. And Shen Hong, how could he not want to kill Zhao Erbao? Now's the time. Seeing Zhao Erbao enter the bunker passage, Shen Hong slapped Chen Mengqing's perky bottom, and she immediately understood, pressing her body against the wall and disappearing. In the next moment, she appeared in the monitoring room. Chen Mengqing immediately pulled down the main switch of the monitoring room, and the screens went completely dark. Then, she shot at the various touch control panels of the monitors, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The two women curled up in the living room screamed in surprise, instinctively running to the monitoring room door, and upon seeing Chen Mengqing in white shooting, hurriedly hid. Inside the bunker, Zhao Erbao did not hesitate, pulling the trigger at Chen Guoping's head, but then heard gunfire coming from the safe house behind him. His expression changed, and he quickly turned to run towards the safe house. But at that moment, Chen Mengqing inside the safe house, after shooting and shattering the control panel, did not hesitate and rushed to the entrance of the bunker passage, shutting off the bunker passage switch from inside the safe house. Shen Hong quickly took out the master key and opened the west door. Ha! Zhao Erbao saw that the bunker passage behind him had been completely closed, and he sneered. This safe house is all mine. Do you think that by closing this door, I can't go back? Naive. A strangely shaped key appeared in his hand, which he then inserted into the keyhole and turned the key. Click, click, click. The door of the bunker was opened again, and Zhao Erbao quickly walked into the passage, returning to the safe house. At this moment, Shen Hong and a few others had already rushed into the passage of the safe house. He held the master key and opened the door again. When he saw a graceful figure standing inside the room, Zhao Erbao raised an eyebrow. Still a girl? Beautiful lady, how did you get in here? Was it that hard? Chen Mengqing, who was helping Shen Hong by time, chuckled lightly upon hearing this, and then, under Zhao Erbao's gaze, walked towards another wall. In the next moment, Chen Mengqing disappeared, and her voice came from inside the room. Isn't this very simple? Wall passing ability? Zhao Erbao's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that even before the appearance of the fruit of abilities, there would already be extraordinary people. Beautiful lady, I also have abilities. How about considering following me? My supplies, you'll never run out for a lifetime. In front of her, Chen Mengqing had a graceful figure, her tight-fitting outfit perfectly outlining her shape. A woman like this must also be quite beautiful. More importantly, she possessed the ability to walk through walls. If she could become his woman with her wall passing and spatial abilities, wouldn't they be invincible together? Thinking of this, Zhao Erbao's smile was about to split his face. So, what do you think? If you're willing to be my woman, all my resources will be open to you. You know, resources are very important in the apocalypse. You seem to be quite tempting, Chen Mengqing said lightly, wanting to buy some time since Shen Hong and the others had not yet arrived. Do you have a lot of resources? Of course. Zhao Erbao nodded. I've stored enough resources to last several lifetimes. Whatever you want to eat, I have it all. He magically produced various dishes and fruits, all kept fresh. Throughout this, he kept his eyes on Chen Mengqing. He noticed. Her eyes lit up. Clearly, this woman was intrigued. Zhao Erbao smiled and said, "Before we go further, I want to ask you, how did you get this wall-passing ability?" Chen Mengqing hesitated, but after glancing at the apple in Zhao Erbao's hand, she said, "I was so thirsty that I drank the snow water outside. At that time, I didn't know the snow water was toxic. After drinking it, I fell seriously ill, but, strangely, I didn't die, and then I discovered I could walk through walls. The snow contains factors that stimulate human abilities." Zhao Erbao nodded slightly. He believed her. After all, everyone knew that the snow water outside was undrinkable. Once consumed, it was certain death. Moreover, there were no ability fruits available now, only those who survived by drinking snow water could explain it. But he had no idea that this was all made up by Chen Mengqing. Humph. What nonsense resources, just to fool those inexperienced little girls. My husband has enough resources to last several lifetimes, and he even gave me an ability fruit that awakened my powers. Do you have that? This little favor. You think you can trick me with it? Chen Mengqing looked down on Zhao Erbao's abilities. As for his proposal, she was even less likely to accept. Since you have so many resources, that means you have all kinds of resources, right? Chen Mengqing casually glanced at the door of the house and pretended to be curious. Of course. Zhao Erbao nodded sincerely. Beautiful lady, just say what you want. Then, I want a Balenciaga high silk. Can you get me that? Chen Mengqing said. Zhao Erbao was stunned. Balenciaga high silk? Beautiful lady, what a strange thought you have. But looking at Chen Mengqing's long legs, Zhao Erbao thought it was indeed quite exciting. I don't have that. Zhao Erbao cleared his throat. Don't you want anything else? Seafood, vegetables, meat, even drinks, red wine. He had only stocked up on various daily necessities and had never thought of hoarding such things. Sigh, what a blunder. If I had known, I should have gone straight to rob the supermarket warehouse that night of the heavy rain. I played it safe and bought so many supplies, but didn't even buy a high silk to increase attack speed. What a mistake. Zhao Erbao was filled with regret. Chen Mengqing shrugged. You don't even have a Balenciaga high silk. And you say you have all kinds of resources? My husband can tear off several in one night. At that moment, Chen Mengqing suddenly felt a mental force enveloping her. This was Miao Miao's ability. Chen Mengqing offered no resistance and directly connected. Mengqing, get down. Miao's thought came through. Chen Mengqing immediately smiled at Zhao Erbao and then suddenly rolled to the left. Ha! Zhao Erbao was taken aback by Chen Mengqing's actions and his expression changed drastically. The door to the house was suddenly flung open with a loud crack. Immediately after, Lao Qin's body shot in like a cannonball, accompanied by a rushing wind, his fist aimed at Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao hurriedly dodged, rolling behind the sofa, and found himself holding two submachine guns shooting at Lao Qin's body. Da-day-day-day-day. Lao Qin's body twisted in the air a few times, narrowly avoiding several bullets, but still a few rounds hit him. He was wearing a bulletproof vest selected by the system, so even when shot, he was unharmed. As for the impact of the bullets, it had long been absorbed by Lao Qin's enhanced body. However, these shots did slow Lao Qin down significantly, and he looked coldly towards the back of the sofa. Physical enhancement ability? Zhao Erbao showed no signs of panic, instead smiling as he looked at Lao Qin and said, "Just right, you can be my bodyguard, and I will give you." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Hong had already rushed into the room with Huo Miao. There are more people? Zhao Erbao laughed heartily. You too, surely you don't have any abilities too, His eyes widened as he saw that Shin Hong also had two submachine guns in hand, directly shooting at Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao crouched down, and the bullets instantly turned the sofa into a sieve. As for Bing Bing and Cici, they had long been screaming and hiding back in the bedroom, curled up under the bed, trembling in fear. The two looked terrified, unable to imagine that the gunfight scenes from movies were happening right beside them. It felt thrilling while watching a movie, but now, in the midst of it, they felt nothing but endless fear and dread. Hide? Can you really hide? Seeing Zhao Erbao not coming out, Shin Hong simply took out two grenades and threw them towards the sofa. Boom! The sofa was instantly blown to pieces. Zhao Erbao's face was filled with uncertainty as he looked at Shin Hong standing opposite him and said solemnly, "You also have spatial abilities?" This man had nothing in his hands just a moment ago, but he had clearly seen that suddenly weapons and grenades appeared in the other's hands. If this wasn't spatial ability, what else could it be? Since his rebirth, Zhao Erbao had always thought of himself as a favored child of heaven, reborn and with spatial abilities. Coupled with his foresight of the future, he had crazily taken out loans and hoarded a large amount of supplies. He even bought out the flower market, stacking a massive amount of greenery in his space. If in half a month the plants bore ability fruits, he could become the top extraordinary person in Jiangcheng or even the whole country. Who could compete with him? But unexpectedly, while he was hiding at home, disaster came from the sky. He couldn't even figure out how several extraordinary people suddenly came to his door. Looking at Zhao Erbao's shocked and angry expression, Shen Hong waved his hand, and suddenly, a Gatling gun appeared in his hand, aiming at Zhao Erbao, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The Gatling gun's barrel spewed blue flames, and bullets rushed towards Zhao Erbao as if they were free. Zhao Erbao's face turned ugly, but this time he did not run away. Spatial tear. Instead, at the moment Shen Hong fired, he suddenly pulled both hands in front of him, as if opening a large door in the void. All the bullets, just as they were about to hit Zhao Erbao, were swallowed by the void, and Zhao Erbao remained unscathed. The Gatling gun was almost smoking, but all the bullets seemed to have entered another space. Time does not pass, space reigns, Zhao Erbao said ominously. With just you, do you think you can kill me? You think you are worthy? He brought his hands together, then drew a Tai Chi gesture in the void, once again making a tearing motion in space. The bullets that had been absorbed into Zhao Erbao's space instantly reflected back, rushing towards the few people in the room indiscriminately. Be careful! Shen Hong kicked old Qin away and suddenly lunged forward, shielding Huang Miao and Chen Mengqing behind him, his mind racing. A crack in the consciousness space appeared before him, swallowing all the bullets aimed at him into the space. So it really is a spatial ability. Zhao Erbao's voice rang out, tinged with surprise and a hint of disdain. Since you also have spatial abilities, you should understand even better the power of our spatial abilities. Don't think you can kill me, even if you had twice as many ability users. Shen Hong frowned. He realized that the bullets he had absorbed into the space were all fixed within it. As long as he opened the crack in the space again and moved his mind, those bullets would fly out like they had found a volcanic vent. But what was the use of that? Once all the bullets were fired, Zhao Erbao would just absorb them back with his space and reflect them again? It was like a game of ping-pong. Was it really impossible to kill Zhao Erbao? But if he let Zhao Erbao go with the green plants he had hoarded, it would surely lead to endless troubles in the future. Absorbing bullets, the consumption of abilities is minimal. Why aren't you speaking? Zhao Erbao had already retracted his indifferent smile, his face now cold as he said, I don't know what conflict exists between us. I, Zhao, pride myself on not offending anyone, especially not those with abilities. Since you can't do anything to me, I advise you to get out of my house. But she has to stay. Zhao Erbao pointed at Chen Mengqing. The ability to pass through walls was a huge threat to him. Don't be fooled by the fact that he was an ability user. He also needed rest. But with a wall-passing ability user targeting him, entering and exiting his safe house was like walking into a no man's land. He absolutely couldn't let her go. Shen Hong frowned, still observing the bullets floating in the space. All the bullets aimed at him were absorbed into the space, and the consumption of abilities was minimal. Wait! Shen Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. Ability consumption? Since ordinary bullets have no effect on you, what about abilities? I refuse to believe that my level 4 fire can't defeat you. Shen Hong took a deep breath, activating all his abilities. The golden core in his dantian spun wildly, streams of golden energy flowing into his limbs. Then, he opened his eyes, expressionless, and looked at Zhao Erbao. What a powerful aura! Zhao Erbao's expression changed. He even saw that the moment Shen Hong opened his eyes, there were actually 2 burning flames in his eye sockets. Shen Hong slightly raised his hands, and 2 flickering flames appeared in his palms, emitting a blue-red glow. Fire ability user? Zhao Erbao's pupils constricted. He had never heard of anyone awakening 2 types of abilities. Yet, this man before him not only possessed spatial abilities but also fire abilities. And at this moment, he felt a strong killing intent and threat emanating from Shen Hong. This shocked him even more. With his spatial abilities, how could a mere fire ability user threaten him? Fire abilities, aside from cooking for major powers and providing warmth, what kind of lethality could they have? Yet, this small flame was bringing Zhao Erbao considerable pressure. His current spatial abilities, aside from storing various materials, could only tear apart space. That was already enough for him. As a spatial ability user, he could clearly sense the spatial fluctuations around him. Once someone made an abnormal move attempting to ambush him, he could detect it immediately. With a thought, he could tear apart the space behind him to disrupt the attack. But when Shen Hong took out the Gatling gun, he had to go all out, tearing open a massive rift in space to shield himself. Now, seeing Shen Heng's fire, Zhao Erbao dared not be careless. His gaze fixed tightly on Shen Heng's hands, always ready. Samadhi true fire! Shen Hong shouted, suddenly flinging the 2 flames towards Zhao Erbao. Zhao Erbao's face changed dramatically, and he almost instantly tore open the space. The 2 flames were immediately swallowed by the other dimensional space. Before he could feel joy, his expression darkened. Normally, everything that entered his space would quietly settle in the corners. Even living animals would die within a minute of being placed in the space. But these two flames did not linger in the space, instead, they shot straight through a row of green plants arranged in the space. You really should die. Zhao. Bao's heart ached as if bleeding. Shin Hong snorted coldly, his hands slightly raising again. This time, more than 10 flames burned fiercely above his body. Crimson, blue, red, orange, yellow flames of various colors appeared. These flames consumed almost half of Shin Heng's abilities. Are 2 flames too few? Shin Heng's gaze was icy. Then, let me send you a few more. As soon as the words fell, the flames seemed to possess intelligence, instantly flying towards Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao's teeth chattered. And with a tiger's roar, he once again tore outward with all his might. The space was torn even wider by him. Although more than 10 clusters of flames were swallowed by the space, Zhao Bao let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. These flames were too intense and domineering, even he felt that his space could not sustain it. Once these flames entered his space, they seemed like joyful, bouncing children, running everywhere and igniting all the various supplies he had stored within. A raging fire had already ignited in his space. This made him even more furious. It should be known that his space was in an absolute vacuum. How could flames possibly burn? Yet the first 2 clusters of flames had not extinguished until now. Let's see how much fire you can swallow from me. Shin Heng's eyes sparkled with madness, and more than 10 clusters of flames appeared around his body. He trembled as he raised his right hand, a surging, burning golden red flame in his palm. Break for me, Shen! Hong shouted violently, slapping his right hand towards Zhao Bao. Zhao Bao roared in response, the torn space in front of him even emanating pulsating dark patterns. Waves of flames transformed into firelight, rushing into the space door. With each cluster of fire that entered the space, Zhao Bao sensed that his space was subtly vibrating. The space was about to explode. The powerful infused, causing the patterns of the space door to pulse even more violently. He was no match for this fire type. This thought suddenly erupted in Zhao Bao's mind. Moreover, flames were already raging in his space, and these flames that entered the space were completely beyond his control. Escape. Continuing to fight head-on would only lead to death, and all the supplies he had hoarded were being burned away. Zhao Bao cast a resentful glance at Shen Hong, and this thought had already taken root in his heart. But Hua Miao seemed to have seen through Zhao Bao's intentions. She had already expended a lot of earlier, but now, she slowly closed her eyes, gathering a powerful mental wave and pressing it towards Zhao Bao. Buzz! Zhao Bao felt as if a great bell had sounded above his head, the echoes causing his hands, which were holding the torn space, to tremble violently. Mental! He suddenly turned his head, looking at Hua Miao with hatred. He never expected that this woman, who had not made a move until now, was also an. Chen Mengqing suddenly walked out from the side wall, calmly aiming her gun at Zhao Bao and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Old Qin also took this opportunity, slightly exerting his right foot, gathering all his strength, and punched towards Zhao Bao's back. Surrounded by enemies, Zhao Bao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly trying to close the torn space, but at the edges of the space, those black patterns were already stained with flames. His head throbbed painfully, and he struggled to raise his hand, tearing open the space on his right side to intercept Chen Mengqing's bullets one by one. But this was already the end of his strength. Zhao Bao was in, but he was also a mortal body. Without tearing open the space, he simply could not withstand the bullet fire. But while he blocked the bullets, he was powerless to stop the fist coming from behind. Bang! Old Qin's fist heavily struck Zhao Bao's back heart. He spat out another mouthful of blood, propelled by the force of the punch, and his whole body plunged into the 10-meter corridor of the door, then crazily rushed towards the icy world outside. We can't let him escape. Shen Hong, nearly exhausted of his, quickly turned and shouted, chasing after him. The space was simply the most powerful favored. By heaven! Even though he possessed level 4, he still couldn't kill him in one go inside the safe house. But today, Zhao Bao was severely injured, making it the perfect opportunity to kill him. After today, wanting to kill him again would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The remaining 3 also rushed out of the safe house after Shen Hong. Zhao Bao did not run far and was quickly intercepted by the 4. Who are you? Zhao Bao was somewhat on the verge of collapse, unwillingly shouting in anger, what grievances or enmities do we have? Why do you want to kill me? Shen Hong said nothing, but instead activated the little bit of supernatural power within him, and a ball of ghostly blue flame appeared in his palm. Ziwei Heavenly Fire. This was the he obtained when he reached level 4 of his supernatural abilities. This strike must ensure Zhao Bao's death. But as soon as the Ziwei Heavenly Fire appeared, Shen Hong was shocked to discover that the power of this flame was gradually increasing. He suddenly remembered the introduction. Ziwei Heavenly Fire, born among the stars, fused with the power of the Big Dipper. At that time, he did not understand what this meant, but now he completely understood. Shen Hong looked up. The pitch-black sky was already covered by dark clouds, but above the clouds, in a place that could not be seen, the Big Dipper was still emitting brilliant starlight. This meant that at night, outdoors, the power of the Z-Way heavenly fire would be even stronger. Shin Hong suddenly threw out the ghostly blue flame, the fire roaring like 1,000 troops galloping towards Zhao Bao. Ha! Zhao Bao gritted his teeth, blood flowing from between his teeth, and he desperately tore open the space once again. This time, after tearing open the space, blood flowed from all 7 orifices as if he could no longer withstand the impact of the. Shin Hong panted heavily, coldly watching this scene. Zhao Bao was definitely dead. Even without this Z-Way heavenly fire, Zhao Bao's was on the verge of collapse. With the Z-Way heavenly fire entering again, Zhao Bao's space would shatter, and he would also suffer the backlash of the powerful supernatural ability, leading to his complete demise. The heavenly fire rushed into the space. Zhao Bao let out a scream and fell heavily to the ground. At the moment he fell, the torn space gradually dissipated. But what sent chills down Shin Heng's spine was that from within the torn space of Zhao Bao, a powerful aura suddenly emerged. This aura far surpassed anyone Shin Hong had ever seen. Even those extremely powerful mutated animals from his past life did not emit such a feeling. It was as if there was an ancient ferocious beast in the space, and even a single breath from it could completely engulf Shin Hong. Shin Heng's eyes widened, staring intently at the gradually closing space. At the moment the space closed, he saw a huge head appear within the burning space. The head turned, and a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes looked at Shin Hong. In that instant, Shin Hong felt his hands and feet turn cold, his entire body stiffening, completely losing the ability to move. Even his fingers could not be controlled. Unmatched, unstoppable. In the torn space of Zhao Bao, flames burned fiercely. Shin Hong could hardly see the body beneath that enormous head, only those eyes, devoid of any human emotion, made him tremble all over. A thought, too, was transmitted through the space door, following the gaze of the other. Die! Boom! Just a single thought struck Shin Hong like a thunderbolt, causing his body to go limp as he fell heavily to the ground. The vending machine in his consciousness suddenly burst forth with a golden glow as that thought enveloped Shin Heng's entire being. The thought instantly dissipated, but Shin Heng's head buzzed, echoing like a great bell in his ears. Honey, are you okay? Huo Miao and the others rushed to Shin Heng's side, lifting him up. I'm fine, you all go quickly. Shin Hong shook his head vigorously, weakly raising his hand to point at Zhao Bao's spatial position. What? Chen Mengqing turned in confusion, then looked at Shin Hong with a puzzled expression. Shin Hong raised his eyes and realized that the space torn by Zhao Bao had already vanished, and the entire world was silent. Did you all not see anything? Shin Hong asked, uncertain. No, when that flame came down, Zhao Bao's space collapsed, and he shattered into pieces because the power he bore was too strong, Huo Miao replied. Then what about his space? Shin Hong hurriedly asked. If that monster appeared, the entire world would be destroyed. After he died, the space closed up and disappeared, Huo Miao added. Not out? Shin Hong let out a long breath, feeling a sudden sense of relief. It seemed that the monster had not left the other dimensional space. But wasn't the space torn by Zhao Bao part of his other dimensional space? How could there be such a terrifying monster? It certainly couldn't be something Zhao Bao raised. If it were his pet, Zhao Bao wouldn't have to hide in the safe house. In front of that colossal creature, Shin Hong felt utterly insignificant. He had a gut feeling that against this monster, even human firearms would likely be ineffective. Only legendary immortals might have a chance to defeat it. Honey, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Zhao Bao's space? Huo Miao asked, softly, noticing Shin Heng's worried expression. No, it's nothing. Shin Hong shook his head. If it weren't for the deep impression, he would even doubt whether it was his own illusion. There was no need to tell them about such things. Even if they knew, it would be of no help and would only add to the trouble. Shin Hong rested on the ground for a moment, and only after seeing the pieces of flesh from Zhao Bao did he feel completely at ease. The only regret was that with his death, Zhao Bao's space also completely dissipated, and the vast amount of greenery stored within it vanished as well. Space mutants were like that, extremely difficult to kill, and even after death there were no spoils. If it weren't for the future unification of Jiangcheng, Zhao Bao would have been a significant threat, and Shin Hong wouldn't have bothered with him. Zhao Bao was a reincarnator, wasn't he one as well? It's just a pity that Zhao Bao never understood when he had offended Shin Hong until his death. The group then returned to Zhao Bao's safe house. Boss, what should we do with these two? Bing Bing and Cece stood timidly in front of Shin Hong, and Lao Qin pointed at them, asking. The two women had been lucky. While the others fought Zhao Bao, they quickly hid under the bed in the room, remaining completely still. Only after Zhao Bao escaped the safe house did they put on a nightgown and cautiously come out of the room, only to be startled by the sight of Shin Hong and the others. Shin Hong frowned as he looked at the two. Honey, you're not thinking of taking them in too, are you? Huo Miao leaned close to Shin Hang's ear and whispered. The two women are second-tier stars. Their status slightly lower than Chen Qin, and they can often be seen on television. I didn't expect that they would be like this in private. Of course not, Shin Hong shook his head. Although these two women are also very beautiful, Shin Hong has had his fill of delicate fare, so he naturally wouldn't be captivated by them. Moreover, these two have no idea how many men they've been through. Just kill them, Shin Hong said. There was no use in keeping these two, and they had been by Zhao Erbao's side, obedient to him, and even did it in front of Zhao Erbao with Lu Shangyuan. Shin Hong didn't know how to arrange their disposal. It would be better to just kill them and be done with it. No, please don't. Bing Bing and CC turned pale, quickly kneeling on the ground to plead for mercy. They had just witnessed the scene of these people fighting with President Zhao. It was simply unbelievable. And President Zhao had fled, bleeding. Soon after, these four returned safely, indicating that President Zhao must have lost his backing, and they were like fish on the chopping block. The weather outside was harsh, and they knew very well that even if Shin Hong threw them into the wilderness, they wouldn't survive a day. Not to mention that he was now talking about killing them. Big brother, whatever you want us to do, we are willing to do it. Please don't kill us. CC pleaded. We are both very skilled. If you keep us, we will definitely serve you well. Shut up. Shin Hong didn't speak, but beside him, Huo Miao and Shen Mengqing had already shot him fierce glares. There were already 4 women at home. If they started secretly competing for favor, adding 2 more vixens would only complicate things. Serve? Shin Heng's eyes lit up as he looked the 2 women over. Those who could become female stars couldn't be too bad. Although Bing Bing and CC weren't as pure and charming as Chun Xin, they were still beauties. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been kept by Zhao Erbao and made famous. Huo Miao and Shen Mengqing felt a tightness in their hearts. Did her husband really want to take these 2 in as well? Huo Miao pouted, quietly reaching out, preparing to pinch Shin Heng's waist. Just a moment ago, she had said no, but now she was already secretly sizing them up. Old Qin, do you want a wife? Shin Hong suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Yiming. As long as you speak up, you can choose between these 2 women. After you choose, ask Ren Jia. If he doesn't want them, then they go to Gui Yupeng. Ha! Old Qin was stunned, pointing at his own nose. Me? Yeah, Shin Hong chuckled. If you want them both, then I'll give them all to you. This. Old Qin scratched his head, unable to process it for a long time. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be shy or reserved. Shin Hong patted his shoulder. Look, which one do you like better? Boss, cough cough. Old Qin cleared his throat and said, Yupeng has a family and his in-laws live with them. Giving him women isn't really appropriate, is it? What's inappropriate about it? Shin Hong said, everything they eat and wear now is provided by me. Why should I give them? It's because Yupeng is valued and heavily relied upon by me. If I give Yupeng women, would they dare to object? That was true. Old Qin hesitated again. Ren Jie told me he has his eye on a girl in the neighborhood, a college student. I think Ren Jie probably won't consider other women right now. You've been talking for so long. So you want both of them? Shin Hong rolled his eyes. You don't need to beat around the bush with me. I just said if you want them both, I'll give them all to you. Boss, I'm not that greedy. Old Qin's old face turned red. Alright, Shin Hong waved his hand and said to the 2 women, from now on, you will follow Old Qin. If you serve him well, I naturally won't kill you. Yes, thank you, boss. Bing Bing and Cici hurriedly expressed their gratitude, but in their hearts, they were filled with doubts. This young man, surrounded by so many admirers, was clearly a leader. How could they end up being assigned to a subordinate, an old man? Following a boss and following a subordinate, can they be the same? Serving an old man, that's really beneath them. This old man looked quite aged. Could he really handle 2 at once? By then, they were afraid they would both become empty, resentful women. Bing Bing and Cici were reluctant, but the situation was stronger than the individual. To survive, they could only agree for now. After settling the 2 stars, Shin Hong and a few others took a tour around the safe house, which Zhao Erbo had lavishly built. It must be said that Zhao Erbo had put considerable thought into the safe house. After his rebirth, he had spent a fortune to comprehensively upgrade the originally constructed safe house. The first floor alone covered over 800 square meters. With the upper and lower floors combined, it was nearly 6,000 square meters. There were 3 floors above ground and 4 below. And surprisingly, the very bottom level even had an indoor swimming pool and gym. The 3 floors above ground included not only a spacious living room but also a dedicated tea room and a private reception room. In total, there were 19 bedrooms of various sizes, along with 2 studies. The first floor below was filled with various control rooms for the safe house, while the second floor featured a cinema, billiard room, and game room among other entertainment facilities. The third floor below ground was actually a vegetable garden. All controlled by smart technology, it could adjust the garden to the suitable temperature for growing fruits and vegetables at any time. The top was embedded with skylights that could not only simulate sunlight but also mimic the entire process from sunrise to sunset. It was extremely luxurious. From now on, when we come to the east of the city, this will be our residence. Shin Hong nodded in satisfaction, turned to say something to Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, and then said to Old Qin, I'll leave you a bunker outside. If you don't mind the bad luck, you can have the one at Liashanjiwan. Okay, thank you, boss. Old Qin beamed with joy. What bad luck could there be? In this apocalypse, countless people had died, and the boss was willing to give him the largest bunker. That was a sign of trust. The bunker at Liashanjiwan was about 140 square meters, with 4 rooms and a living room, enough for him to live with 2 starlets. Bing Bing and Cici exchanged glances, both seeing dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Then, they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to let Shin Hong and Old Qin see. They had previously lived in this castle-like safe house, enjoying top-notch treatment. But now, they had to squeeze into a small bunker with an old man? That would be suffocating. After locking the safe house, Shin Hong and the others returned to Taoyuan community. By now, night had fallen and snowflakes were fluttering down, making the community quiet. A few people on the rooftop were still on guard, and upon seeing Shin Hong, they immediately relaxed. Boss, you're back. Gui Yupeng greeted respectfully. It's all good now. Shin Hong patted Gui Yupeng's shoulder. Let the brothers go back to rest. We have to continue trading tomorrow, and everyone has worked hard. Okay. Gui Yupeng nodded, with a smile, quickly greeting the 2 bosses, Huo Miao and Chen Mengqing, before saying hello to Old Qin. However, upon seeing the 2 starlets behind Old Qin, he was momentarily stunned. They will both be Old Qin's. From now on, Shin Hong chuckled. Gui Yupeng was taken aback, a flash of envy crossing his eyes. So the boss had gone out to find a wife for Old Qin? And he got 2 at once, both are female stars. This was simply, if you want, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shin Hong whispered as he put an arm around him. This isn't appropriate. I already have a wife. Gui Yupeng cleared his throat. What are you afraid of? In today's world, with such a drastic change in order, it's quite normal for powerful men to have 3 or 4 wives. As soon as Shin Hong finished speaking, he felt a pain in his waist. Turning around, he saw Huo Miao glaring at him, puffed up with anger. Alright, no more talking, I'll arrange something for you later. Shin Hong raised an eyebrow at Gui Yupeng. Come with me. He led a few people back inside. Yang Jinxian and Chen Qin had already heard the news of Shin Heng's return, and as soon as the door opened, both women enthusiastically rushed into Shin Heng's arms. Bing Bing, Cici? After embracing Shin Hong, Chen Qin finally noticed Bing Bing and Cici behind her, their faces full of shock. Why are 2 more colleagues here? She looked at Huo Miao in confusion. Could they be new sisters? Chen Qin. Bing Bing and Cici awkwardly greeted Chen Qin, especially Bing Bing. When Chen Qin first entered the entertainment industry, she had played a supporting role in a TV drama for her. Later, after Chen Qin starred in a period drama, she became a huge success. Who would have thought that Chen Qin was actually the boss's woman? Thinking about herself, she could only be the woman of the boss's subordinate, and that subordinate was an old man. It seems that she was the real supporting role. Ning Yao brought tea and placed it on the table. She had already consciously integrated her identity into that of a little maid. Thank you. Bing Bing and Cici glanced at the several women in Shin Heng's home, feeling a bit restrained. They held themselves in high regard, but had to admit that the women in the boss's home were not inferior to them in figure and appearance, and some were even more beautiful. No wonder they looked down on us. But we have good skills. We are experienced, and we are best at serving people. Unfortunately, they did not dare to voice these thoughts and could only silently sip their hot tea. Old Qin, Miao Miao, Meng Qing, Jin Xian and Xiao Qin, you all come too. Go to the room in the basement. Shin Hong instructed. The few of them stood up and followed Shin Hong to the basement. In the living room, Ning Yao and Yang Muxian stayed behind to accompany the 2 female stars. Shin Hong first opened the basement door and called out to Ren Jie in the underground passage. Ren Jie stepped out from the shadows, and at his feet lay several corpses. Has someone been here? Shin Hong frowned. Just some ordinary people trying to sneak in and steal supplies. I killed them all, Ren Jie replied. Shin Hong nodded and invited Ren Jie into the villa, walking together into the conference hall in the basement. Everyone sat at the round table, respectfully looking at Shin Hong. Zhao Erbao is dead. Shin Hong stated bluntly, everyone has made contributions. I remember them all in my heart, so I won't elaborate one by one. Next, we need to speed up. He stood up and drew a circle on the map of Jiang City hanging behind him. This is our Taoyuan community. Gui Yupeng quickly stood up. Here. Tomorrow. In addition to maintaining normal transactions, select suitable brothers. I will prepare snowmobiles for you, armed to take down Sunshine City. Shin Hong circled a small community 2 kilometers northeast of Taoyuan. Community, remember, we need the homeowners in the community to stay safe. At the very least, before they have a balance in their accounts, we must ensure their safety and make them spend money on purchasing our supplies. Yes. Guo Yupeng nodded, then hesitated. Boss, Sunshine City is just an ordinary community, but to the northwest of our community is Yunchi-Yaju, a high-end community where wealthy people live. There should be even more. I have other plans for Yunchi-Yaju. Shin Hung said, you don't need to worry about that community. First Sunshine City, then Shanshui Wenyuan, Ihua Academy. Start expanding from these communities. In these communities, we also need to continue recruiting brothers. As long as they are loyal, the treatment is not a problem. Also, we need to speed up the process, eliminate a few troublemakers in these communities, and the remaining people will naturally be obedient. What I want is to gather funds as much as possible. Shin Hong instructed. I understand. Although Guo Yupeng still didn't quite understand what the boss needed the money for, he nodded in agreement. Boss, should the instant noodles be priced as before? Yes. Shin Hong nodded. The reason he changed the price back that day was that he suddenly realized not everyone was willing to buy instant noodles for 11,000 a pack. There are even some extreme misers who would rather starve than spend money. 110 per pack. Deep down, people are not that willing to accept it. Many families have savings of only 3 to 200,000 or even less. If a person's savings can only buy about 20 packs of instant noodles, would they give up on living? Shin Hong was not sure, nor did he know. However, if it were 100 per pack, they would be psychologically more willing to accept it. Moreover, many people would be afraid of a shortage of supplies and might even buy in bulk. Shin Hong was not afraid of them buying, he was afraid they wouldn't buy. Expanding the sales scale was the only way to absorb more funds. Tell him I also want various rare metals, and gold, silver, and jewels can be exchanged for supplies at normal market prices, Shin Hong instructed. Yes. Guo Yupeng nodded repeatedly. Ren Jie, take your people and ensure the safety of Yupeng's material transactions. Yes. Ren Jie also stood up to respond. And about the green plants, we must acquire them in large quantities. The few of them nodded seriously. Miao Miao, Meng Cheng, you two will go with me to the granary tomorrow. Shin Hong spoke. After tonight's battle, he realized that although Huo Miao was not a combat-type ability user, her ability greatly enhanced the entire team. Old Qin, spend some quality time with your wives tonight, and help me keep an eye on the house tomorrow. Shin Hong winked at Old Qin. Let them see your strength. Old Qin turned beet red. Huo Miao and the others also lowered their heads, their faces flushed. By the way, Feng Lu and Su Chao, are those two still alive? Shin Hong suddenly remembered the pair and asked. In at most a week, the ability fruit would be ready to bear. He had been focusing his energy on expanding territory and had almost forgotten about them. Tonight's events had sounded an alarm for Shin Hong. Nowadays, without ability fruit, Zhao Erbao actually had abilities. He didn't know if it was due to reincarnation or some other fortuitous encounter. He had to keep a close watch on Su Chao and Feng Lu to be on the safe side. Boss, I have some news about those two, Guo Yupeng chuckled, winking. This afternoon, Su Chao brought a group of people and got into a fight with Feng Lu. The scene was quite something. They fought? Shin Hong was taken aback. Of course. Guo Yupeng sighed dramatically. Su Chao actually allied with Chen Xiaohua, the flower blooming in wealth, the woman you wanted to blacklist back then. Chen Xiaohua is the owner of a media company. Her husband died a long time ago, and you could say she's a strong woman. Because of her media work, she interacts with a lot of different people, so her style is quite open, and she likes young men. She spends lavishly on the men she likes, but in her daily life, she's very frugal. Remember how she directly tagged you in the group, wanting you to send supplies for free? Didn't she also say that once the snow stopped, she would send you a banner to be featured in the news? For her, that was just a small task, with almost no cost. Wei Yupeng first explained about the woman, then continued. Chen Xiaohua lives at number 6, East Row 1 of the townhouse. Her son is usually not around, but these days her grandson wanted to see his grandmother, so he was sent to the villa. Unfortunately, they encountered this extreme weather. Chen Xiaohua has been keeping her grandson company in the villa every day, but her needs are quite high. Being cooped up at home for days must have driven her a bit crazy. She must have contacted Su Chao before. The day before yesterday, Su Chao was beaten by Feng Lu and Li Fei, and he couldn't swallow that anger, which is why he turned to Chen Xiaohua. Meanwhile, our supplies just happened to be on sale, and Chen Xiaohua made a big purchase, buying a lot of supplies to win over several residents, getting them all to follow Su Chao to seek revenge on Feng Lu and Li Fei. This afternoon, the two sides had a fierce fight in the underground passage. It was quite thrilling. Guo Yupeng's eyes sparkled. Watching the drama unfold was the best, especially when both sides exchanged insults, and later Su Chao pulled out a video of him and Feng Lu together, which spread like wildfire. Shin Hong was stunned and took out his phone to check the blocked owner group, only to find it bustling with activity. Just now, Su Chao had shared a short video of him with Feng Lu, shocking many quiet residents. Changda Auto Repair at Su Chao. Post more, my friend loves watching. Angels also cry at Su Chao. My friend said he loves watching too. I'll forward it to him. Sad and bitter. Same here. Old Juan, my grandson, likes it too. I, a man of integrity, deserve to see such videos. Jiang Chenyu, I'm a porn reviewer. Post some more for me to assess whether it's artificially synthesized. At Feng Lu. Lu, don't worry, if it's a fake video, I'll recommend you a professional lawyer and we'll call the police. Many residents were flooding the chat, and in this apocalyptic situation, it was one of the few joys they had. But Feng Lu, who was tagged by everyone, remained silent, her face looking extremely grim. This afternoon, Su Chao had come looking for trouble and was beaten back by Li Fei and his group. Although they were outnumbered, Li Fei's crew was burly and fought recklessly, charging in with kitchen knives. Su Chao's followers scattered in a panic, and Su Chao nearly got stabbed in the backside by Li Fei, quickly fleeing for his life. Once home, Su Chao couldn't swallow his anger and immediately released all the videos he had shot in the past to lighten the mood. After all, the authorities didn't care about people's lives anymore. Who would care about spreading this kind of stuff? Brother Fei, what should we do? Feng Lu said, looking pitiful as she shook Li Fei's arm. I didn't expect him to release the videos. How am I supposed to live now? What will others say about you? I don't want to live anymore. Don't worry. Li Fei's face was dark. This bastard actually dared to post a video. I will make him pay. He turned his head and shouted at a few brothers. What are you looking at? Turn off your phones. The brothers in the room were also secretly watching the video on their phones, occasionally glancing at Feng Lu as if they had completely immersed themselves in it. Facing the real person and watching her in this little video was really thrilling. Feng Lu's face was even redder, biting her lower lip tightly. Seeing that Fei Gu was angry, the brothers quickly nodded in agreement, and in the moment they turned off their phones, they had secretly saved the video from the group. They would watch it again when they got home tonight. Heh. Who would have thought that Fei Ji's girlfriend was so flirtatious, with so many tricks up her sleeve? At that moment, Su Chao sent a flurry of videos in the group, specifically tagging Feng Lu. You little slut, don't you like me filming you up close? I'm sending it out now to make you famous. Being with me and still trying to flirt with other men, how shameless. At Jiang Qingyu, aren't you a porn inspector? Why don't you meet her and check if she has that mole on her? But that was caught in the video. Jiang Qingyu perked up and quickly chimed in, makes sense. At Feng Lu, girl, why don't you come find me? I'll help you identify. I'm a professional at this. Feng Lu was so furious she felt like she would explode, turning to Li Fei and loudly saying, Fei Gu, look, he's still posting. Li Fei was furious. Feng Lu was his woman now. How dare he recklessly post videos like this? He directly said in the group, at Jiang Qingyu, if you dare to talk again, I will go to your house and stab you to death. You live in Building 11, Unit 1, Room 1101, right? Speak to me. Jiang Qingyu was startled and immediately went silent. Li Fei then tagged Su Chao and started cursing directly at his phone. Su Chao, you bastard, what videos are you posting? Feng Lu was once your girlfriend, you bastard, you wait for me, you son of a bitch. The other brothers, seeing Li Fei's emotional outburst, quietly took out their phones and saved the new videos Su Chao had posted, exchanging knowing glances, their eyes shining as they stared at Feng Lu. They wished they could see through her clothes. Su Chao replied with a sneer, don't flatter yourself. When was Feng Lu ever my girlfriend? I'm not afraid to tell you, Feng Lu was previously Shin Heng's girlfriend. She loves money and secretly hooked up with me behind Shin Heng's back. I was just playing with her. A slut like her would love to have someone every day. Li Fei was speechless. He wasn't good at cursing, and all he could say was damn, which really had no impact. What kind of good person are you? Don't think I don't know. You have sided with Chen Xiaohua, being a kept man for that old hag. You've completely lost face as a man. 1. Brother who was saving the video saw that Fei Gu seemed to be stumped and quickly picked up his phone to curse. You can still get it up for a woman who's already been through the ringer. To be honest, I actually admire you. Dai Yang, well said. Li Fei perked up, keep cursing him to death. Lu Jinyang, seeing Fei Ji's approving expression, secretly glanced at Feng Lu, seeing her looking at him with admiration, instantly felt more energized. Chen Xiaohua is also quite desperate. Don't you have a mirror at home? You must have a toilet, right? Look at what kind of person you are. You two are really a perfect match. Chen Xiaohua, be careful not to get pelvic congestion syndrome. The thing in that video is so small. Can it satisfy you? Damn, good. Unfortunately, Li Fei was uneducated, and all he could say was damn all day long. He slapped his thigh, repeatedly cheering. Brother Yang, you really scolded. Well. Feng Lu looked at him with affectionate eyes. Brother Fei, what's the point of just scolding? Let's go directly to Chen Xiaohua's house tonight and chop that kid Su Chao up. Let's give sister-in-law a break. Lu Jinyang became even more excited and stood up to speak. Right. Li Fei nodded ominously, holding Feng Lu close, and said softly, don't worry, my dear, I'll go find him with the brothers right now and take care of him. Let's see how he spreads those videos. Brother Fei, you all need to be careful, Feng Lu said with a worried expression. If it's dangerous, then don't go. After all, I don't want to cause you trouble because of me. What trouble is there to speak of? Li Fei raised his neck. Brothers, grab your weapons, let's head out tonight. Everyone stood up, filled with killing intent, and rushed out the door. Lu Jinyang was the last to leave. After seeing everyone go out, he approached Feng Lu and said softly, Sister-in-law, be careful at home while we're gone. Brother Yang, you're really amazing. Feng Lu looked at Lu Jinyang with a charming gaze and leaned closer to him, saying, you be careful too. Lu Jinyang was completely captivated by her fox-like eyes, unsure of what to think, and directly reached out to pat Feng Lu's bottom. Sister-in-law, don't worry. How annoying. Feng Lu softly pouted, lightly twisting her waist without avoiding him. Lu Jinyang swallowed hard. In his mind, various videos sent by Su Chao flashed back. Dayon, what are you still dawdling for? Let's go, Li Fei urged as he and the others reached the stairs. Okay. Lu Jinyang quickly nodded, his eyes flickering, suddenly clutching his stomach. Brother Fei, I have a bit of a stomachache. Why don't you all go ahead, I'll use the restroom first. All right. Li Fei, not suspecting anything, nodded and led the others down the stairs with great momentum. Once everyone left, Lu Jinyang let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yang, weren't you having a stomachache? Feng Lu asked with concern. It suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Jinyang leaned closer to Feng Lu and said seriously, Sister-in-law, I think Su Chao's videos are all edited. How could he have filmed so many? Right. Hearing Lu Jinyang talk about the video content, Feng Lu nodded repeatedly. They're all edited by him. Lu Jinyang stared at her neck. Although she hadn't bathed for a week, Feng Lu's neck was still so fair and radiant. He swallowed again, looking righteous. Sister-in-law, actually, I'm also a video reviewer. How about I help you identify that mole in the video? What video reviewer? I think you just want to check her out. Feng Lu giggled, her apricot eyes sparkling. You're so bad, still wanting to see sister-in-laws. Aren't you afraid Brother Fei will find out and cause you trouble? Lu Jinyang's gaze was fixed on her, and at that moment, a phrase echoed repeatedly in his mind. Better to die under the flowers than to be a ghost without style. Will sister-in-law tell Brother Fei? He leaned closer to Feng Lu, whispering in her ear. Feng Lu's ears tingled, she could no longer hold back. Although she had served Li Fei a few times, he was just a showpiece, all show and no substance. Despite his strong physique, he was completely soft and lacked any real ability. Each time, he left Feng Lu feeling unsatisfied, which was unbearable. Among Li Fei's brothers, Lu Jinyang was handsome and had already captured her heart. Moreover, when Lu Jinyang scolded Su Chao earlier, it made her feel cared for. This feeling was something Li Fei could not provide. Of course, I won't. Feng Lu closed her eyes and murmured. Then what are we waiting for? Sister-in-law, let me take a look. Lu Jinyang breathed heavily and pulled Feng Lu into his arms. Feng Lu actively wrapped her arms around Lu Jinyang's neck and the two began to kiss passionately. Let's go to the bedroom, it's warmer there. Feng Lu was held by Lu Jinyang as they rushed into the bedroom. A great battle in the bedroom has begun. Shin Han, along with Lao Qin and the others, arrived at the underground passage, ready to watch the show. What could be more eye-catching than dogs biting dogs? Even after the fierce battle and successfully killing Zhao Erbao, Shin Han still forced himself to hide in the dark corner of the underground passage with the others. Soon, a powerful sound of footsteps echoed in the underground passage. They're coming! Shin Han and the others perked up. They saw Li Fei leading the way, carrying 2 kitchen knives, followed by 6 equally fierce brothers. Arriving near the passage of the row of villas, Li Fei and the others walked towards the fork in the road of Villa 1, striding forward. Hearing them pass by, Shin Han and his group stealthily followed behind, peeking towards the small fork in the path. Su Chao, get your ass out here. Li Fei arrived at the basement door of Villa 6 in row 1, suddenly slashing the door with a knife, cursing, aren't you the little bastard who likes to post videos? Come out and try posting one in front of me. Su Chao inside the villa naturally heard this but curled up, pretending to be dead. Chen Xiaohua's face turned ugly as she frowned and glared at Su Chao. What are you doing? You've brought them here. I told you, the past is the past. If you want to cause trouble for them, I helped you find someone with supplies, but they aren't like Li Fei, who is just a fool. They really dare to risk their lives. What now? We just won't go out, and it'll be fine, Su Chao said softly. You? Chen Xiaohua pointed at Su Chao, but seeing his pitiful look and recalling how he had served her diligently in the afternoon, her heart softened and she sighed. All right, I'll think of a way. You need to perform well tonight, understand? Su Chao hurriedly nodded. This time, I want to be the female knight on top. Chen Xiaohua reminded him again. Su Chao's mouth twitched. What the hell is she thinking at a time like this? How can she still be considering that? I really don't know how she became a company boss. And with her wild antics in bed, she won't break me, will she? Su Chao weakly said, okay, I'll listen to Sister Hua. That's more like it. Chen Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. You stay at home, I'll go down to meet them. Sister Hua, you mustn't open the door. Su Chao's face turned pale. Don't worry, just focus on tonight's matters. Chen Xiaohua giggled, her face trembling with wrinkles. Su Chao forced a smile. Chen Xiaohua approached the basement door, where Li Fei was frantically hacking at the door with his knife, the sound making her heart race. Li Fei, let's talk about this tomorrow. Chen Xiaohua cleared her throat and picked up the communication device. On the door, speaking lightly. Hearing Chen Xiaohua's clear voice from the door, Li Fei was taken aback, then sneered. You tell Su Chao to come out. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, old woman. Su Chao is mine, I can't let him go out. Chen Xiaohua frowned. Give me some face, let's just forget about this. I promise Su Chao won't. Give you face? What the hell are you? Li Fei kicked the door. Su Chao spread videos of my woman all over the neighborhood, and you tell me to forget about it? Forget your ass. Chen Xiaohua was startled. That kick almost broke the door. If he really kicked the door open, how could Su Chao come out unscathed? He would be killed by them. What are you doing? Chen Xiaohua said fiercely but weakly. I warn you, if you don't leave, I'll call for help. Ha ha. Li Fei laughed maniacally. Go ahead, scream your lungs out. Damn, I misspoke. You call for help now. I want to see who dares to come save you. Chen Xiaohua's brows furrowed tightly. She realized that Li Fei was not going to back down until he got what he wanted. The useless people she had hired with supplies during the day all ran away in fear as soon as they saw Li Fei getting serious. Sigh. After all, they were just a few bags of instant noodles hired for the job, completely unreliable. Wait. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. These owners were unreliable, but Gui Yupeng, who sold supplies, had a gun. She couldn't believe that Li Fei would dare to confront Gui Yupeng. So you're really not leaving, huh? Chen Xiaohua took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. Then don't blame me for tearing our relationship apart. This time, Li Fei didn't even respond with words, but kicked the door hard again. The door made a dull sound. It seemed this was a situation of no retreat. Su Chao had finally agreed to be her male pet, and for Chen Xiaohua, she couldn't give up on Su Chao. He was handsome and served her diligently. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Forget it. Making money was also about enjoying life. After working hard all her life, couldn't she go crazy for love just once? She picked up her phone, opened the chat with Gui Yupeng, and gritted her teeth. Yupeng, it's Sister Hua. Someone is breaking into my house, and I'm really scared. Around the corner of the hallway, Shen Hong and his group were enjoying the show when suddenly Gui Yupeng's phone vibrated, and everyone turned to look. Fortunately, Li Fei was busy cursing and kicking the door with his little brothers, and no one expected there were onlookers in the underground passage. Gui Yupeng picked up his phone, looking surprised at the message from Chen Xiaohua. Hua Kai Fu Gue? Isn't this Chen Xiaohua? Why is she messaging you? Shen Hong stared in disbelief at Gui Yupeng's phone screen. Lao Qin, Ren Jia, and Shin Heng's four women all looked at Gui Yupeng in unison. I don't know. Gui Yupeng spread his hands, wanting to explain, but Shin Hong snatched the phone, turned down the volume, and clicked to listen to the voice message. Everyone leaned in close to the phone, straining to hear. After listening to Chen Xiaohua's voice message, the looks in everyone's eyes towards Gui Yupeng became even stranger. Lagua, you wouldn't have been Sister Hua's male pet too, would you? Shin Hong looked at Gui Yupeng with disdain. Your taste is really heavy. Boss, I didn't. Gui Yupeng was almost in tears, quickly taking back the phone to reply to Sister Hua. Sister Hua, what do you mean by this? It's really easy to misunderstand. Yupeng, I bought 100,000 worth of supplies from you today. You have to take care of Sister Hua's safety, right? By the way, Sister Hua still has a lot of money in her card. With the snow not stopping, I need to keep buying your supplies, right? I spend quite a bit each time, so I should be considered your VIP customer. Can't you help me out? Sister Hua quickly sent a voice message, fearing Gui Yupeng might still refuse, and hurriedly added, I know you have a gun. As long as you step in, Li Fei definitely won't dare to cause trouble for me. So, if you help me this time, I'll give you 100,000, no, 200,000. How about that? This time, Gui Yupeng actively handed the phone to Shin Hong, opened the voice message, and let everyone listen. If I don't let the boss hear this clearly, I'll never live it down. Sister Hua's crow's feet could squash a mosquito. How could I possibly like such an old woman? Besides, the boss took Lao Qin out today and brought back 2 female stars. Don't let them misunderstand me and think I like older women. Next time they might bring me a 70-year-old crone, and I wouldn't be able to refuse. What would I do then? Damn, she's still our big client. Shin Hong came back to his senses and quickly picked up the phone. A flat price of 1 million. I'll make Li Fei get lost right now. He had heard from Yupeng before that Chen Xiaohua's company had just taken out a loan and then encountered extreme weather. Don't let Li Fei really kill her. If that's the case, killing Li Fei won't be enough to vent my anger. I'm someone who is living life now. I need to be frugal. 1 million, let the brothers below go over once, and this protection fee will be easily in hand, right? 1 million? Chen Xiaohua quickly replied, filled with shock. So much money, why don't you just rob it? She was completely stunned by the number and didn't even listen carefully. The voice message she received was not from Gui Yupeng. Shen Hong chuckled lightly. Since you're unwilling to agree, then forget it. You can slowly negotiate with Li Fei by yourself. He tossed the phone to Gui Yupeng. Learn from this. Gui Yupeng nodded repeatedly, his gaze towards Shen Hong filled with admiration. No wonder he could be a boss. This was truly a case of taking advantage of others. All supplies were sold at a premium, and the boss had already made a fortune. Chen Xiaohua contributed quite a bit. But even so, the boss was unyielding when it came to protection fees, showing no mercy. No wonder after so many years he was still just a second-hand car dealer. If he had the skills of the boss, his shop would have long become a nationally renowned second-hand car dealer, and there would be no Guaran second-hand cars at all. In the basement, Chen Xiaohua's face was grim. She didn't expect Gui Yupeng to quote such a harsh price. He actually wanted 1 million to step in. Hadn't she taken care of so much of his business? Was there no sense of loyalty at all? But the next moment there were two loud bangs from outside, and Chen Xiaohua jolted, coming back to her senses. Chen Xiaohua, you're not opening the door, huh? Li Fei's sinister voice came through. Fine, wait until I kick the door down. Don't say it's that. Su Chao, I won't spare you either. Chen Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Really? You're not thinking of CING me, are you? I'll see your mother. Li Fei almost spat blood. How did this woman's mind work? Just wait, I'll go in and stab you. Chen Xiaohua pondered for a moment. With what? I'll be damned. Li Fei almost choked on his breath. With a knife, with the kitchen knife in my hand, damn it. He suddenly grabbed a knife and struck it against the door. However, soon after, his eyes widened. Damn it, the door was frozen solid. He couldn't chop through it at all, and instead, his hand went numb from the impact. Shen Hong and the others hid around the corner, watching with amusement. If they had gone to sleep earlier, they would have missed this great show. Especially the dialogue between Chen Xiaohua and Li Fei was simply delightful. But right now, it seemed Li Fei had no way to deal with the door. Shen Hong suddenly raised an eyebrow, his mind sinking into his consciousness space. From the vending machine, he purchased a freeze-dried tree stump. The vending machine was simply all-encompassing. With everything one could imagine, there was nothing you couldn't buy. He pointed into the air, and the tree stump immediately appeared, drawing curious glances from everyone as they looked at the stump as thick as a person. Shen Hong threw the stump on the ground, producing a loud bang. Boss, aren't you watching the show? Gui Yupeng exclaimed. Shen Hong waved his hand and hid with the others. Who? Li Fei was startled by the sudden loud noise behind him and angrily shouted back. But there was no response. The other brothers also turned around. What the hell is this? One of the younger brothers approached the tree stump and examined it. Fei Ge, this thing wasn't here just now, right? Where did it come from? What a good thing. Li Fei's eyes lit up, then he frowned and looked around, realizing there was no one else. Before he instructed the younger brothers, come over, grab this tree stump, and smash the door for me. Could it be that even the heavens wanted Chen Xiaohua and Su Chao to die? This tree stump appeared just in time. Several brothers rushed forward, 4 of them hoisting the stump and charging towards Chen Xiaohua's door. Li Fei quickly dodged. Boom! The tree stump slammed heavily against the door, and Chen Xiaohua was startled, almost crying out. My god, what could the damned Li Fei use to smash the door? It felt like the whole room was buzzing. Keep going! Li Fei was invigorated and shouted. The younger brothers, holding the stump, charged forward again with a roar. Boom! Another heavy bang on the door. Chen Xiaohua saw that her front door and even the walls around it were trembling. Her face turned pale. If this continued, the door would probably be smashed through. Li Fei would definitely rush in. There was no time to think. She quickly picked up her phone and shakily sent a voice message to Gui Yupeng, her voice filled with pleading and terror. Yupeng, hurry, I'll give you 1 million, I'll transfer it to you right now. Please save me. Without further adu, she directly transferred the money to Gui Yupeng. Gui Yupeng held his phone, looking questioningly at Shen Hong. Shen Hong gave him a look that said, you decide for yourself. Gui Yupeng smiled and replied to Chen Xiaohua, too late. The price has gone up to 1.2 million if I'm going to help you. Chen Xiaohua didn't expect that this unscrupulous businessman would raise the price. But thinking of Gui Yupeng's exorbitant prices for supplies and having already transferred 1 million, she feared she wouldn't be able to get it back. At that moment, she could only grit her teeth and send another 200,000 to Gui Yupeng. I've given you the money, hurry and save me. If Li Fei breaks in, my big client will be ruined. Who will take care of your business in the future? You, please come save me. While Chen Xiaohua was sending the voice message, there was another heavy crash from outside the door, and her face turned ashen as she let out a scream. Boss, I'm going to get to work. Gui Yupeng put away his phone, grinning as he reported to Shin Hang. Go ahead. Shin Hong patted Gui Yupeng on the shoulder. Gui Yupeng swaggered over. Outside the door, Li Fei was still directing others to smash the door, while Chen Xiaohua inside was in tears, panicking. Hey, what are you doing? Gui Yupeng frowned and shouted. Who? Li Fei turned around suddenly, but upon seeing Gui Yupeng, he quickly forced a smile. Oh, it's Brother Peng, what brings you here? I ate too much, just came out for a walk. Gui Yupeng said casually, I heard some noise over here, so I came to take a look. Ate too much? Li Fei and the others twitched their mouths. Damn, in this kind of weather, only you, the local tycoon, could say something like that. Who knows how this guy got so lucky, being chosen by the peaceful wealth big shot to be his agent. But of course, he wouldn't dare say that out loud. Forcing a smile, he said, just now Su Chao insulted my wife in the group. I came to teach him a lesson. What? Lesson? Just go back. Gui Yupeng said sternly. Ha? Li Fei was taken aback, a bit annoyed. You want me to go back just like that? Do you really think you're the big brother here? Ha? Not convinced? Gui Yupeng pulled out a gun from his pocket, glaring at Li Fei. Li Fei's face stiffened, his mouth trembled, but he couldn't say a word. He had no doubt about the authenticity of the gun. The peaceful wealth big shot even had an AK and buried landmines in the underground passage. Giving Gui Yupeng a handgun was not unreasonable, right? Seeing Li Fei standing still, Gui Yupeng frowned, pulled the gun slide back, making a crisp click sound. No, Brother Peng, we'll leave. We'll leave. Li Fei hurriedly waved his hands. Go ahead. Chen Xiaohua gave me 1.2 million to ensure her safety tonight. Just as Li Fei was calling his brothers to prepare to leave, Gui Yupeng suddenly spoke softly. Li Fei was taken aback. Then he seemed to think of something and asked in a low voice, Brother Peng, you just said tonight? Unexpectedly, Li Fei, though big and burly, wasn't a fool. Gua. Yupeng nodded, giving Li Fei an approving look. Alright, Brother Peng, I understand. Li Fei smiled, bowed to Gui Yupeng, and then loudly said, Brother Peng, today I'll give you face, so we'll leave first. Gui Yupeng nodded. As he watched Li Fei and the others leave, he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Xiaohua. Sister Hua, Li Fei and the others have left. I'm leaving too. He quickly walked over to Shin Hung, reporting as if seeking praise. Boss, I hinted to Li Fei just now that he shouldn't trouble Chen Xiaohua again tonight. He understood my meaning and he might come looking for Chen Xiaohua again tomorrow. At that time, we can still collect protection fees. Shin Hung grinned. Truly a good strategist of his. He could draw inferences from one instance. Suddenly, he thought, in the apocalypse, as human order collapses, those who had grudges would probably seek trouble with each other. Why not have Rin Jie lead the brothers to form a law enforcement team specifically to protect good clients willing to pay to avoid disaster? This could be a great way to gather funds. Finally gone. Chen Xiaohua had just been peering through the peephole, secretly observing the situation outside the door. When she saw Gui Yupeng forcing Li Fei and the others to leave with his phone, she let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, receiving Gui Yupeng's message made her feel as if she had survived a disaster. Finally free. But thinking about the 1.2 million she had spent, Chen Xiaohua felt a sharp pain in her heart. So much money, how many handsome guys could she have played with at the club? Returning to the living room, she saw Su Chao still sitting dumbly on the sofa and snapped, What are you still dawdling for? Get me some hot water, I'm thirsty. Su Chao hurriedly got up, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from beside the oil heater, opened the cap, and poured it into the kettle. If the mineral water had been left elsewhere, it would have frozen into ice cubes by now. Only placed next to the oil heater could the heat prevent it from freezing. Sister Hua, they have left, right? Su Chao asked cautiously. What do you think? Chen Xiaohua shot him a glare. Su Chao sighed in relief. Thank you, Sister Hua. He quickly stood up and bowed to her. Why are you being so polite with me? Chen Xiaohua glanced at Su Chao and suddenly said, Come back to my room now. I want to try the moves you did in the video with Feng Lu. Now. Su Chao's face twitched. Aren't you going to drink water first? Drink after. We're done. Chen Xiaohua stood up and rolled her eyes at Su Chao. Tonight, she was determined to earn back the money she had spent from Su Chao. She wanted to make sure he was worth every penny. Su Chao shivered at the thought of Chen Xiaohua's craziness, stammering, I'll cook a pack of instant noodles first. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I spent 1.2 million to settle this. Chen Xiaohua kicked Su Chao. I'll give you a good deal, 10,000 for a round. You think about how to pay me back? That much? Su Chao's eyes widened. Thinking of 120 rounds made his legs tremble, and with a thud he fell to the ground. Chen Xiaohua had no time to waste with him, directly dragging Su Chao by the collar and turning to walk into the bedroom. Su Chao's face was filled with despair. The next day, Shin Hong woke up and the sun was already high in the sky. Beside him, 4 women were sprawled out, sound asleep, especially Chen Qin, who had won the right To use Shin Hong yesterday was now sleeping peacefully with sweat on her forehead and nose like a quiet little cat. As he got up, Hua Miao and Chen Mengcheng opened their eyes and softly asked, "Honey, are you ready to go?" The two of them had to accompany Shin Hong today, so they hadn't gone too wild, almost acting as Chen Chen's human rickshaws. Shin Hong nodded and the two quietly got up. After washing up, they went downstairs and saw Ning Yao and Yang Muxuan with dark circles under their eyes, yawning continuously. "Shin Hong, you guys are up?" Ning Yao said, her face flushed as she yawned. "I'll go make breakfast." She was now too shy to look Shin Hong in the eye. Who would have thought that after a day out, Shin Hong could still be so wild last night? He was simply a war god, no, a standing god. Yang Muxuan looked speechless. "Brother-in-law, can you change my room? Or can you guys go upstairs? At this rate, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. No amount of high-end cosmetics can cover my dark circles. I'll give you a pair of earplugs, don't worry, I guarantee you won't hear a thing." Shin Hong smiled and handed Yang Muxuan a small pair of earplugs, then looked at Ning Yao and walked over. "Ning Yao, here's a pair for you too." Thank you." Ning Yao's face turned red as she quickly accepted them. These were earplugs carefully selected by the system, with soundproofing and noise reduction, top quality. Soon, Ning Yao prepared for dishes and a soup, setting them on the table. Shin Hong was quite energetic. After all, his special skill of 19 was no joke. But due to the exhausting work, he was also feeling quite hungry. Moreover, Ning Yao's cooking skills are quite high. She could almost be a chef. The dishes are full of color, aroma, and flavor, and she even specially bakes several plump oysters, juicy and fragrant. Just as Shin Hong was enjoying his meal, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID in surprise. This was the phone number of his secondary WeChat account, known to very few people. It was an unfamiliar number, but the location showed Jiangcheng. "Hello?" Shin Hong answered the call. "Hello, I am Li Minghua." A dry voice came from the other end. "Li Minghua?" Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Just yesterday morning, he had gone to Yunchi Yaju and left his phone number on a note for Li Minghua's little brother. He didn't expect that just a day later Li Minghua would call. It seemed that Chen Jintian was quite crazy. Even Li Minghua was struggling to cope. "Yesterday, you left a note, right? It had your phone number, and you also said that if I was willing to recognize you as my boss, you would be willing to help me." Seeing that Shin Hong didn't respond, Li Minghua took the initiative to say, "And you also told my brother that Chen Jintian would soon launch an attack." Sure enough, not long after you left, Chen Jintian gathered his little brothers and came over. He sighed deeply. If it weren't for the narrow hallway restricting Chen Jintian, they probably would have been wiped out yesterday. Several brothers fought desperately to support each other, risking their lives to attack, scaring Chen Jintian's little brothers out of their wits. He wouldn't have survived to this day. However, Chen Jintian still had 4 strong bodyguards by his side. What could they use to fight against Chen Jintian today? Looking at the brothers around him, a few were already injured, their wounds frozen solid. Li Minghua had no choice but to call the number on the note. If Chen Jintian came looking for them again today, they would have no way out. Li Minghua had thought about surrendering, but he was afraid it would be useless. They had fought so fiercely against Chen Jintian, and his brothers had killed several of Chen Jintian's little brothers. If they surrendered, Chen Jintian probably wouldn't spare their lives. "You can't hold him off?" Shin Hong raised an eyebrow. Li Minghua seemed a bit weak. In his previous life, this guy was known as the God of Thunder, with formidable strength. But now it seemed that if he didn't lend a hand, this guy wouldn't last until the day he bore fruit with his abilities. We are not bad either, but Chen Jintian is acting crazy, insisting that I killed his son and demanding that I hand over some Lily. I don't even know anyone named Lily." Li Minghua cursed in frustration. Shin Hong chuckled. It seemed he had added a bit too much fuel to the fire for Chen Jintian yesterday. Li Minghua was a bit confused. Why was he laughing? Was it that funny? If it weren't for Shin Hong being so mysterious yesterday and driving a snowmobile, Li Minghua wouldn't have bothered. But now, he was truly at his wit's end. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered something funny. Please continue." Shin Hong cleared his throat. "Sir, I want to ask, what does it mean to recognize you as my boss?" "The literal meaning," Shin Hong replied, "willing to follow me and obey my orders." "Then, can you hold off Chen Jintian?" Li Minghua asked seriously. "If you mean to rescue me with a snowmobile, then forget it. If you can save my brothers and hold off Chen Jintian, then I, Li Minghua, am willing to follow any of your orders." Hua gu, hua gu. As soon as Li Minghua finished speaking, he saw many of his injured brothers looking up at him one by one. One emotionally charged brother had already spoken up. "Hua gu, don't worry about us, we can fight Chen Jintian. Since you can survive, just live well and remember to avenge us in the future." "Yes, Hua gu." The others nodded in agreement. "You don't need to say any more." Li Minghua glared at everyone, then nervously picked up his phone and asked, "Sir, can you agree?" Although he didn't know who the other person was, they had mentioned his name yesterday, and right now, he had no other options. He could only place his hopes on this phone call. Shin Hong nodded slightly. He hadn't expected that Li Minghua was a person who valued emotions and loyalty. Of course, if he were ruthless, he wouldn't have been able to manage the entire community in his previous life, allowing Yin Xia to become a neutral ground between the Mo and Song families. Alright, just wait for me. Shin Hong nodded. I'll come find you after I finish eating. Okay. Li Minghua was taken aback. The voice on the phone sounded quite young. However, the way he spoke was quite mature. And now that they were in such a hurry, the other party actually wanted to eat first? Honey, what's making you so happy? Huo Miao asked as Shin Hong put down his phone. Hurry up and eat. After we're done, I'll take you to other communities to have a look and pick up a little brother. Shin Hong said with a smile. Little brother? Huo Miao looked confused. Right now, everyone in the community was scrambling to be a little brother to Gui Yupeng and Rin Jie. And Gui Yupeng and Rin Jie were Shin Heng's little brothers. Picking up a little brother. Is that worth being so happy about? You wouldn't understand. Shin Hong pinched Huo Miao's nose. This little brother is quite capable, and in the future he will be an important general under me, just like Yupeng and Jie. Then it's worth going for a visit. Huo Miao nodded obediently. Chen Mengqing didn't say anything, but quickly ate her meal to support her husband with actions. After eating, Shin Hong took the two women out. Watching the three leave, Ning Yao softly asked, should we call your sister and Chen Qin to eat? Forget it, they both shouted hoarsely last night and probably don't want to get up at all. Yang Mushuan shook her head, suddenly thinking of something, her face turning red and she fell silent. Ning Yao's face was also flushed and she said, then I'll go back to my room to rest. Without waiting for Yang Mushuan to respond, she quickly returned to her room.